Sekeng was a kid who was always different from others his age. No, not that big boy, I'm talking about the one building a sandcastle. Faced with a bully, Seth said flatly, "Get lost. I told you to take your filthy foot out of here, now," before the other guy could even react. He kicked him square in the face, then stared him down with a murderous glare. The bully later called his older brother for revenge, and the result was both of them getting beaten down. Seth had never studied martial arts. He was just naturally good at fighting, but he was never the type to start trouble. It was just a scuffle between dumb kids. The problem was that when Seth got a little older, in 5th grade, on his way home from school, a young man called him into an alley. Standing in front of a group of guys much bigger than him, Seth still wasn't afraid. "What do you want?" The thug didn't bother hiding his intent. "It's simple, hand over all the money you've got. Now." Seth heard that and looked at them with pure contempt. "So high schoolers are so broke they have to beg a little kid for a single coin? What a bunch of trash. Everyone, stay right there. All of you are surrounded by me, alone." Hearing that come from a kid, the whole group burst out laughing. "Ha, Austin getting pissed off by some kid, this is hilarious, look at him, he's fuming." Austin was so embarrassed he snapped and couldn't hold back anymore. "You little punk, you got a death wish." But no matter how wildly he swung, he couldn't land a hit on Seth. The others started laughing and mocking him. Only their leader sensed something was off, but when he finally moved, it was already too late. Seth drove a brutal knee up into Austin's chin. Right then, the leader charged in and punched Seth in the face. "You little bastard, are you trying to die, you piece of shit?" Ever since he was young, Seth had never been afraid, and he didn't care what might happen next. All he could think about was how to beat the musclehead standing in front of him into the ground. That punch only made his blood boil. Without hesitation, Seth grabbed a brick from the ground and smashed it straight into the man's face. The leader's head split open and he collapsed onto the pavement, no matter how his underlings shouted. Once they realized their leader was down, they panicked, but they still clicked their tongues and rushed in anyway. One-on-one or against a crowd, it was all the same to Seth. He believed he was born to never lose. In the end, every single one of them went down. Only 2 girls were left, sobbing. Seth stood tall, a blood-smeared brick in his hand, his cold eyes locked on the 2 of them. Afterward, he didn't run. He stayed and waited for the police. No matter how many times they questioned him, Seth remained silent. Only when his mother arrived to pick him up did the police let him go. Since it was legitimate self-defense, Seth wasn't punished. Facing her son, his mother asked gently, "Are you hurt anywhere?" When the boy didn't say a word, she bent down, took his hand, and spoke softly. "Seth, can you promise Mom one thing? Promise me you won't get into fights anymore." With no other choice, Seth agreed. He didn't want to see her sad ever again, but at that time, he didn't understand the truth behind her sorrow. As time went on, Seth became a high school student. Even when he did nothing, some nobody would kick the classroom door open and beat him up. "You bastard Seth, there you are. You think you're so great. You son of a bitch, when I tell you to do something, you do it. If you don't have money, don't you know how to open your mouth and beg someone else for it?" Even though he was shaking with rage, Seth remembered his promise to his mother and held back. I'm sorry." The bully slammed his head to the floor and shouted a threat. "Don't you ever do that again, you idiot. Know your place if you want to keep living in peace." After the bullies left, Seth clenched his fists. Then he let out a sigh and comforted himself. "You did really well, Seth, you did well." After school, he went home as usual. When his mother asked, he answered as usual that school was fun. All Seth wanted was to see a smile on his mother's face. No matter what happened, that was all he wanted. Just then, a line of luxury cars suddenly pulled up in front of the shop. A group of people in black stepped out. The one in front was holding a framed memorial photo and slowly walked up to Seth and his mother. "I'm very sorry, ma'am. He has passed away." The moment she saw the photo, Seth's mother covered her face and cried. She collapsed to the ground, sobbing soundlessly with a hand over her mouth. Seth's eyes widened in shock. It was as if he'd just heard something utterly shocking from across the way. Some time later, at Yongjin High School, a group of first-year students in Class 3 were buzzing because a transfer student was about to join them. But since it was a boy, not many people cared. Following procedure, the teacher introduced him first. "All right, settle down, everyone. I can't hear anything. Today, our class has a transfer student. Even though it's a bit inconvenient in the middle of the school year, I hope everyone will help your new classmate." "All right," the whole class answered in unison. "Yes, ma'am." It seemed this class was pretty well behaved. Just then, Seth walked in from outside and introduced himself as Seth Kang. In the classroom, one girl recognized him right away, while the others only noticed how handsome he was. At that moment, the class boss lit up with excitement the instant he saw Seth. "So it really is you. What a coincidence. Even if you transferred schools, it looks like you're still running into plenty of familiar faces." After some friendly greeting, the teacher arranged for him to sit next to a boy who was asleep. The moment Seth sat down, his gaze met the gang of troublemakers. He smiled and waved, barely able to hold it in anymore. So you're here too, huh? Right after class, when everyone went out for a break, the class boss marched straight over to greet Seth. Oh, isn't this Seth Kang? We were really sad when we heard you suddenly transferred. I missed you so much, buddy. Another guy came up behind Seth. Let's have fun together at your new school. Unlike before, when he would stay silent and take it, Seth curled his lips into a contemptuous smirk. Seeing that, the boss got angry and leaned in close. What are you laughing at, you bastard? You don't remember who I am. The sharp-eyed look Seth had as a kid returned. He didn't hold back as he answered. Of course I remember. How could I forget? That attitude stunned the thugs. What, this idiot? Are you crazy? You never would have dared to talk back before. Right then, the sleeping boy suddenly spoke up. Shut your mouth. Can't you see I'm sleeping? Shut it while I'm still asleep. With a single glare, the boss nearly wet himself and kept apologizing. Before leaving, he didn't forget to throw out a threat. This isn't over, you bastard. After that, the spiky-haired boy next to Seth went right back to sleep like nothing happened. What just happened was bizarre. The next class was taught by an old teacher. He was so old and shaky that he couldn't even remember what today's lesson was. Meanwhile, the boss clenched his fist and glared at Seth. Damn it, Seth, you son of a bitch. Today I'm going to kill you. Seth didn't care at all. He simply looked up at the clear blue sky outside the window. A female classmate noticed this absent-minded side of him. I think that really is the Seth Kang I knew. Suddenly, their eyes met and she got flustered. She looked away, but Seth didn't remember her at all. He quietly exhaled and kept watching the sky. But the view seemed to bring his drowsiness back. When class ended, the spiky-haired boy woke up while Seth fell asleep. You've got to be kidding, these two. After staring at Seth for a moment, the spiky-haired boy turned and left. The thugs were drenched in sweat, watching carefully. Only after they were sure the spiky-haired boy had left the classroom. Did they dare to charge over? You bastard, you're stupid as hell. I'll beat you to a pulp. Just then, the girl from earlier stepped in to block them. The more they threatened her, the more resolute she became. You can't cause trouble in the classroom. As the class representative, I won't allow it. Right then, Seth woke up and patted her shoulder. I appreciate your spirit, but could you step aside? They're good friends of mine. Seth's whole demeanor changed. He wasn't gentle like he was at first anymore. He stared straight at the thugs and asked, you still remember me, right? Because I remember you so well, my dear friend. Back then, I put up with you because I didn't like fighting. But my dad told me, don't hold back for any of those assholes. And then a brutal scene unfolded right in the classroom. When the spiky-haired boy came back after washing his face, the thugs were nowhere to be found. All the other students looked terrified. The spiky-haired boy didn't care much and went back to his seat to keep sleeping. So instead of taking turns sleeping, now both of them were passed out in class. Unbelievable, elsewhere a fat guy was munching on chips while yelling at his underling. So you lost to the transfer student. And you used to bully him, so now you tuck your tail and come begging me for help. Are you proud of yourself? Nathan got wrecked by some weakling like that. Nathan knelt there powerless, not knowing how to explain. He was sure Seth used to be very weak, but now he'd suddenly changed. As the boss, he couldn't let his underling get bullied, so the fat guy decided to show up in person. The moment he opened the classroom door, he shouted aggressively. Listen up, class 1 through 3, who's the new kid? The instant everyone saw the fat guy, the whole class shrank back. If he picked the wrong person, it would be a disaster. Nathan then pointed straight at Seth. It's the one lying next to Victor. With the target confirmed, the fat guy slowly approached. I'm giving him a nickname as a little welcome gift. Hey, newbie, look up. I said look up. You son of a bitch. Seth was still groggy and had no idea what was going on. As you looked up, the fat guy leaned in close. I heard you beat up my junior. They call me the monster of Gaozhong Yongsan, you know that? At this moment, the fat guy saw Seth's face and it seemed familiar, like he had met him before. At first, he couldn't remember clearly, but suddenly both of them recalled the past. When Seth was 5, he had beaten the fat guy and his older brother badly. I remember you now. How are you? And your brother? The fat guy was drenched in sweat, said this in one breath, then slunk away. Seeing you. The beating from the past still haunted him to this day. Just seeing Seth made him weak in the knees, unable to act. Nathan, seeing his boss do nothing, shouted loudly. Wait, where's boss going? Boss isn't doing anything. That's him. Boss said he'd crush him for you. The fat guy said only one word, go, which made Nathan even angrier. What are you saying? You don't need him. But the fat guy just gave a glance that made Nathan shiver. I said go. Looking at Seth's smug face, Nathan couldn't understand what was happening. Clearly he had called for the boss, yet still couldn't calm his anger. Meeting an old neighbor made Seth feel nostalgic. Suddenly his eyes met a classmate. Would he remember anything? Meanwhile, the fat guy still hadn't calmed down. Shaking all over, he called his brother. Bro, where are you? After school, will you return to Mom's restaurant as usual? When asked about school, Seth still said he was enjoying it. With a mother's instinct, his mom worried and asked further. Do you still remember your promise to me? Seth replied without hesitation. Of course, I won't hit anyone unless they start with me. He then said goodbye and left for his errands. As he stepped out, a driver was already bowing, waiting. Welcome back, boss. Seth immediately curled his lips in annoyance. I told you not to do that to my old neighbor. Though the driver looked tough, he had to behave like a puppy in front of Seth. After a few reminders, Seth got in and left like a CEO. Watching his son from afar, his mother hesitated, speechless. It seemed she knew this day would come. The next day at school, Seth and Victor continued sleeping, ignoring everything. Whatever the subject or event, they didn't care at all. Finally, during gym class, both were scolded. The teacher noticed them sleeping at the back without greeting anyone. He slowly approached and grabbed their hands. You too, Victor, I let you off last time because you had an upcoming competition. And you, who are you? I've never seen you before. Learning he was a transfer student made the teacher even more furious. You dare sleep during my class? Both of you outside to be punished immediately. So the two young men were made to change into gym uniforms and head to the field. Victor, familiar with the teacher, knew what would happen next. Seth, still half asleep, mumbled, "Where am I? Who is this?" Classmates used to this began discussing who would win. After gathering the class, the gym teacher spoke. Listen up. You must run 3 laps. Simple rule. Whoever reaches the finish first won't be punished for today's behavior. The loser will regret being born. Judging by the teacher's expression, he wasn't joking, seeing the two's displeasure. He spat again, answer me. With no choice, both went to the track ready to race. With no signal, Victor started running. Seth reluctantly followed, muttering, "What the hell, losing would be so embarrassing." Hearing this, Victor got excited and sped up. Leaving Seth behind, Seth quickly caught up, grinning teasingly. He, fool. Victor accelerated, trying to annoy Seth. Seth laughed, I see this is more fun now. The two raced playfully to the finish. The gym teacher gaped in shock, frozen. What the hell is this? After a grueling run, the two finished in a tie. From this event, they started paying more attention to each other. This school year might be quite fun. Even the principal looked at the transfer student differently. He understood Victor's ability, but this kid kept up with Victor. Meanwhile, at the national arena, a reckless young man challenged champion Brooke Chang, but he was knocked out in a single round. Back in the locker room, the fat guy from school reported to Brooke. He's back when I was little. Don't you remember? Immediately, Brooke recalled his painful childhood and froze, smiling grimly. His eyes still showed resentment. Back at school in the counseling room, the gym teacher spoke privately with the two rule breakers. You better never sleep in my class again. Understood, though rebellious, both obediently agreed. If every gym class required running laps like this, they'd be exhausted in no time. Then the teacher asked Victor when his next match was. Victor met the teacher's gaze and said he hadn't registered yet. The PE teacher immediately frowned. Why? You need to get stronger, stop overthinking it, just watch what you eat and keep training. Victor only listened without saying a word. He carefully thought over what the teacher had said. Then the PE teacher turned toward Seth and asked, And aren't you on any team? Seeing Seth's blank expression, Mr. Leon continued, Fitness, PE, sports, you get it right, you're not on any team. Seth bluntly said no, and the PE teacher didn't look very interested. After the questioning, the two boys were sent back to class. The next period was another class with the old teacher, Mr. Lam Cam, who had just taught them not long ago. Both boys' eyes drooped. As if on cue, they both slumped onto their desks at the same time, glanced at each other, and fell asleep. No idea why those two guys got seated next to each other. Truly, kindred spirits were hard to separate. By late afternoon, Brooke had arrived at the school gate. So that bug is here. Damn it, out of all places, why here? Almost immediately, every big name in the school got word of his arrival. That Brooke was here, everyone reacted differently, even the student council was shaken. Back in class 1-3, Seth still didn't care and was sprawled out asleep. Meanwhile, the other classmates had already gone home. Victor had changed clothes and started jogging. After only a few steps, he ran into Brooke. Hey buddy, where's class 1-3? Victor clicked his tongue and tried to walk past him. Brooke angrily grabbed his shoulder. You've got some nerve, you bastard. Victor wasn't backing down. He turned and pointed at the hand on his shoulder. Take your filthy hand off me, unless you want your arm twisted to hell. Hearing that, Brooke burst out laughing. Haha, do you actually know who I am? Victor shot back. You think I'm scared of you? Brooke's temper snapped. You little punk, do you know who you're talking to? But before he could finish, he ate a hook to the jaw. Then Lin Hong drove a punch into his chest. It looked powerful, but Brooke didn't even take a single step back. Before Victor could register it, Brooke had him by the throat. What? Not bad, but I'm Brooke Chang, which means you're dead. Just as Brooke drew back his fist, someone called out from behind. Brooke, what are you doing here? Victor had his fist raised to counterattack, but stopped. The PE teacher was here too. Meanwhile, the cause of the fight, Z, was influencing this school from afar. Another brawl. This place was really strange. Elsewhere, Student Council President Jackson Shin was holding an emergency meeting. Sorry for calling this meeting so suddenly, but I'm sure everyone knows why we're here. Brooke Chang had returned. No one knew why, but things were getting complicated. He was the root of every problem. National Wrestling Team Representative Brooke Chang and National Lightweight Boxing Champion Victor Chu. I heard the PE teacher managed to stop the scuffle between the two in time. Taekwondo club president Gabezu spoke up. So why the hell is he back? Don't tell me that guy wants to stir everything up again. Isn't he supposed to be preparing for the national? He wouldn't have time to be hanging around here. Judo club president Sam Choi added. He doesn't need a reason, he's a student at this school. The moment he heard that, Gabe blew up and shouted, "That's hilarious. You're saying he missed school." Oh, Jackson clasped his hands in front of him and continued, "Sam, you must know something. You've known Brooke since you were kids." Sam thought for a moment, then decided to speak. The transfer student, he said he came back to deal with him. No one was sure why. Jackson immediately fell into deep thought, as if calculating some kind of plan. Elsewhere, Seth hesitated as he left the school ground, seeing the driver had dozed off. He knocked on the window, startling him awake. Luckily, Seth was easygoing, so the driver was fine. On the way, Seth intently read the documents in his hand. A classmate saw this scene and seemed very interested in him. As usual, after school, he headed straight to his mother's restaurant. He stood at a distance watching his mother for a while before ordering the car to leave. Then the car pulled up to a high-rise building. The moment Seth got out, 2 lines of subordinates greeted him. "The boss is back." Seth smiled as he loosened his tie and said irritably, "How many times do I have to tell you? Don't do that while I'm still in my school uniform." He remembered an earlier time. Under pouring rain, Seth stood silently before a father he had never met. Just then an older man came over and held an umbrella over him. "We should go, it's getting cold." This was the man who had carried his father's coffin earlier. Seth stared at him for a moment, then asked, "What kind of person was my father?" The man hesitated, then answered, "He was the strongest man in Korea, someone who always won every fight." Those words meant nothing to Seth. He asked again, "My mom and me, why did he?" Before he could finish, the man explained, "Young master." "Ah no, I mean boss. The master has always been watching over you." Seth's eyes widened in shock. All his life, he'd never once sensed this father's presence. The man continued, "Sometimes he would go out just to catch a glimpse of you. And the last words he said before passing were to never let yourself lose. It's shameful." It turns out Seth's father had been watching him all along, even when he was being bullied at school. But for some reason, he couldn't meet him or intervene in his life. His final words before dying completely awakened him. The next day, it was the familiar 1-3 class, this time with the student council president appearing. Jackson told everyone to wait outside. Jackson walked into the class alone. Seeing him, all the students trembled, worried they had done something wrong. But Jackson's gaze was fixed only on the back of the room. The class representative greeted him, and Jackson politely returned the greeting. "Sophie, how have you been?" When asked why he was here, Jackson got straight to the point. "Who's the new student?" Because it involved Seth, Sophie asked back, "Why? About what?" Jackson kept a smile and said it was nothing, just a few questions he was curious about. At that moment he stretched. "Ah, I slept well. As soon as I saw you, Jackson recognized you immediately. So you're the new student. We need to talk. Please come down to the student council office." Sophie was still clueless and pointed. Who is he?" Sophie jumped and quickly introduced. "There, Seth, this is the student council president." Knowing who stood before him, Seth still stayed seated. "Ah, thanks for coming down. But why should I go up there? Let's talk here." Being underestimated like this for the first time, Jackson was so angry his veins bulged in his arms. "Take the one next to you too." After saying that, he turned and left. Seeing this, Sophie carefully told Seth, "He's a good person, but still be careful. Just stay quiet and follow what he says." Seth understood and gave a nod. After all, he was the student council president. It would be foolish to mess with him. Then, he woke Victor using physical methods. After a few simple exchanges, Victor threw the chair and stood up irritated. "Damn it, what's going on now?" Before running after Victor, Seth signaled to Sophie, "I'll be fine." From her eyes, he realized how much she worried for him. At the student council office, Victor pulled a chair and sat across from Jackson. "Why did you call me up here?" Jackson adjusted his glasses and said, "I'll get straight to the point. The guy you fought yesterday, you know him, right?" Seeing Victor's blank expression, it was clear he already knew. Jackson continued, "Up until 2 years ago, our school was always the dream school for all athletes. The government also paid special attention, constantly sending outstanding talents from all over the country here." Victor interrupted, concerned. "So, why am I here then?" From behind, Zane also wanted to say, "What about me?" But he just stood still. Jackson continued, "But that was only for the athletes back then. Now it's just an ordinary high school. That's because Brooke Chang destroyed everything, but he's back just to find you." As he spoke, he pointed toward Brooke. "What exactly is the relationship between you two?" Victor thought slowly and asked back, "Who is Brooke Chang?" Truly unexpected. At the administration office, the PE teacher was talking with Brooke. "I heard you joined the national team, right?" Seeing Brooke silent, the teacher asked again, "Why don't you look happy about it?" "I thought you really wanted this." Brooke replied, "I don't want to hear any more." Then he stood up and left. At that moment, the PE teacher slammed the desk and shouted, "Brooke, I don't care what the reason is, but never give up on sports. Understand?" Brooke, as usual, didn't say a word and left. Inside, he felt deeply sad, not a trace of joy at all. Back at the student council office, Jackson was recounting the events that happened that year. "After that incident, our school became a mess. All students involved were suspended, including Brooke Chang. When I arrived, it was already too late. 2 of them were national team representatives. The remaining 7 were in the U-18 national team. But they could hardly continue their athletic careers. Brooke was expelled and sent to a juvenile detention center immediately after. A member of the judo club couldn't join the national team after that incident. That sudden event triggered a series of major and minor controversies. Sponsors stopped supporting the school altogether, and we became an ordinary high school. The sports clubs suffered greatly. The only person who stood up for Brooke was our current PE teacher. He was the one who helped Brooke avoid expulsion and the detention center, and even introduced him into a team. And now Brooke is back just to find you. After hearing this, Victor stared at Jackson cautiously. He believed that anyone connected to Brooke was definitely not ordinary. But somehow, Seth calmly asked, so why? Truly speechless at this guy. Enemy, that's exactly what everyone is trying to figure out. After talking for a while without resolving anything, the 2 young men were released. As they passed the school gate, Victor noticed Sophie had been waiting for a long time. The moment she saw Seth, she called out, "Seth, are you okay?" Understanding the hint, Victor waved goodbye and slipped away, giving the young couple some privacy. Yet the young man didn't get it at all and asked Sophie bluntly, "Were you waiting for me here?" Sophie blushed crimson and hurriedly lifted her bag to cover herself. No, do you still remember me?" Seth didn't hesitate and answered confidently. "Of course I remember, you're the class president." Naturally, that wasn't what she meant. She shyly asked again, "No, not that, I mean back when we were kids." Before Sophie could finish, Seth interrupted, "I remember. Spring kindergarten Golden Fawn class, we were friends and often played together. We were pretty close, weren't we?" Seeing that Seth still remembered, Sophie was overjoyed. Every childhood memory suddenly flashed in her mind, just as she was smiling foolishly. Seth pointed to his cheek and said, "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone you kissed me. We were just kids back then." Sophie froze. "Yeah, of course." Then Seth asked her, "So were you waiting all this time to ask me that?" Sophie was about to reply when she suddenly saw Jackson with his group. She suddenly shouted and ran after Jackson. "Who said I was waiting for you, dummy?" Seeing Sophie happily chatting with Jackson, Seth couldn't help but smile and turn to leave. In his memory, Seth always remembered that line from that day. "Seth, when I grow up, I wish we would." What would happen was something only the young couple knew. Now it was all in the past. As usual, Seth walked straight to his waiting car and, of course, the driver was dozing off. As Seth got into the car, the driver suddenly realized someone was there. "Can you work like this, just like every time?" The driver asked if Seth wanted to go to his mother's place as well. But today, Seth decided to head straight to the company, at the Sunshine headquarters. In the chairman's office, Seth was already fed up with the pile of paperwork on the desk. "So what do I need to know?" His uncle was about to speak but was immediately interrupted. "Please speak professionally while the boss is working." Seeing his serious expression, Seth asked again, "So what should I do? I'm not even the official chairman yet." His uncle continued, "Sunshine is the sweat and blood of your father's life. You're his only heir, so naturally you have the right to inherit it." But Seth seemed disheartened. "I'm only 17, I don't even understand this paperwork." Seeing his helpless expression, his uncle suddenly raised his voice. "Sunshine isn't an ordinary company. Its origin comes from what people call the underworld. We're only legitimate on the surface. Entertainment, finance, architecture, sports. From hotels to commerce, there's no field or market our company hasn't entered. But all of it started from the underground world. Since the young master said he needed 2 years to officially take power, I arranged everything to prepare for his inauguration and future success. But that's just a formality. Essentially, the young master is the boss's only son, so no one dares to deny him." Seth sighed after hearing this. He was never interested in this stuff. Just then, the phone rang and his uncle picked up. A fragmented voice came from the other end. "Boss, the people from Busan have arrived." Before finishing, the call was cut off. His uncle immediately sensed something was wrong. At that moment, someone kicked the door in and his uncle became furious. "What the hell do you think you're doing? Planning a rebellion?" The man in the floral shirt was the Busan branch chief, Derek Fulham. As soon as he entered, he shouted, "Rebellion, my ass. Are you all completely stupid? I admit he's the boss's son, but he's still just a kid." Hearing this, his uncle's face darkened. "Do you want to die?" His uncle was about to act, but Seth stopped him. Facing the real gangsters, he remained extremely confident. "How's it going? Does your nose still hurt?" Looking at the wound on Derek's nose, it seemed he had taken a punch from Seth. He reassured himself it was just carelessness. But when Seth challenged him to a rematch, he immediately faltered and recoiled. Of course, Seth didn't let him off. "You came at the right time because I'm in a very bad mood today." Before finishing, he kicked the table and lunged at Derek. At that moment, only 3 words remained in Derek's mind. "I'm screwed." He would pay for his actions. The next day, Seth went to school in his luxury car. At the school gate stood the gym teacher and Jackson waiting. They were there to prevent Brooke from causing trouble with Seth. But Brooke had another plan long ago. He ordered the fat guy to bring Seth there. In the student council room, a meeting took place with the participation of all club leaders. Jackson carefully reminded, Group Chang is still in school. I want everyone to be cautious and avoid running into him. Hearing this, the fat guy slammed the table and shouted loudly. So are we just going to let him think this school belongs to him? He comes when he wants, leaves when he wants, and why should we be careful around him? Sam is more rational. He's representing the national team. There's no reason for him to pick sides with us. But that's exactly what makes Gaber furious. You make me laugh ridiculously. Do you realize it's because of that bastard that we all have to endure this? At that moment, Jackson shouted to stop things from going further. Enough, it's all in the past now. There's no point in bringing it up again. But Gaber refused to stop, almost going mad. Arguing serves no purpose. Damn it, we all came here because this school is for athletes, and now we've lost everything. Just because of that bastard's fight, everyone fell silent as what he said reflected the current reality. Unable to hold back, Gabe kicked a chair and declared, I will take back everything I've lost. Everything. One thing at a time. Jackson said nothing, just deep in thought. Meanwhile, at classrooms 1 to 3, the chubby guy approached and entered. He didn't dare act aggressively, only tapped Seth lightly on the back from behind. I want to talk to you. Seth was too lazy to look up and told him to speak right there. But the chubby guy insisted on going outside for a private conversation. Only when he said it was important did Seth get up and go outside. Seeing things unusually smooth, the chubby guy froze for a moment until Seth called him. I thought you wanted to go outside. Victor heard the entire conversation. He had been pretending to sleep all this time. Sophie also noticed Seth leaving with the chubby guy in the hallway. Meanwhile, in the school's backyard, the members of the West Condo Club led by Gaber were easily defeated by Brooke. Is that all you got? I'm asking you. Gaber clenched his teeth in fury. Bastard, swift as lightning, he launched a thunder kick straight at Brooke's chest. But Brooke blocked with his hands and grabbed Gaber's leg. You better start praying. Before Gaber could react, he was slammed to the ground and knocked out instantly. Brooke then spoke. What's wrong? Hurt much? Or should I cripple your leg so you can't run around anymore? Just then, Jackson shouted for him to stop. Brooke showed no fear, mocking, Who's our president here anyway? Jackson asked why Brooke was still here. He shouldn't have been on campus. Brooke agreed he came here only to find Seth. Not wanting more trouble, Jackson told him to go elsewhere and not cause problems at school. But Brooke ignored him. I guess you know what fear is now, weak rich kid. But I am Brooke Chang. Despite this, Jackson maintained his stance, no causing trouble in school. At that moment, Seth and the chubby guy were approaching from afar. Seeing Seth, Brooke immediately glared at him. Seth recognized him as the kid he fought at age 5 and smiled brightly. But seeing Brooke advancing aggressively, Seth sensed danger, tightened his fist, preparing for a sudden fight. Any moment now, suddenly Jackson stepped in, making Brooke furious. Damn it, do you want to die? Jackson had no intention of yielding. How many times must I say it? Don't cause trouble in school. Hearing this repeatedly, Brooke could no longer hold back. He swung his massive arm toward Jackson. At that moment, Seth stepped forward and pushed Jackson aside. Could you step aside? I think he's here for me. This action left Jackson shocked. In this situation, the wisest choice was to get as far away as possible. Jackson looked straight at Seth and warned that if they caused any trouble, but Seth interrupted before he could finish. I promise nothing will happen. Facing the tall, muscular Brooke, Seth showed no sign of nervousness. Do you want to go to the gym? It's not convenient here. You can wear gloves, follow the rules, or just fight without rules. Whatever works, I'll go along. Seeing no response, Seth continued to provoke. Are you mad because I'm not afraid of you? Do I look scared to you? Seth's eyes were sharp, staring at his opponent as if ready to devour him. This startled Jackson. Suddenly, Seth switched his tone abruptly, speaking gently to Jackson. Oh, don't worry, we're just playing around, so where to now? News of the fight between Seth and Brooke quickly spread throughout the school. This was a rare chance to see a national athlete, so many students flocked to the boxing club. After changing clothes, Seth and Brooke were ready for the fight. Both advanced fiercely, showing no hesitation. In contrast, Jackson was worried about the possible severe consequences. As tension rose, suddenly the PE teacher's voice rang out. You two, everyone seeing the PE teacher assumed things were about to get out of hand. Some even blamed Jackson for everything. But it turned out the gym teacher had no intention of stopping this match. Both of you must wear gloves and I'll referee. You will fight by the rules. There will be a total of 3 rounds, 3 minutes each. Zach smirked slyly at that. It seemed things were starting to get interesting. At that moment, a student ran to classrooms 1 through 3 to announce, Guys, the white group and the new student are fighting in the boxing room. Victor immediately woke up upon hearing this. He couldn't miss the match. Following the gym teacher's instructions, Seth and Brooke put on their boxing gloves. Before the match started, the gym teacher kept reminding them that this was sports, not brawling. Suddenly, Seth asked the opponent a few questions. You're doing this because you're still salty about me picking you as a kid and getting your ass kicked, right? admit defeat. Right on a sore spot, it made him furious. But he immediately sighed and calmed down. That was the only time. The only time I tasted defeat, and the reason was already sufficient. After hearing the reason, Zack thought it made perfect sense. If it were him, he would have acted the same way. After both sides finished their exchange, the gym teacher rang the bell to start. Immediately, both entered a fighting stance like wild beasts. The first attacker was Brooke with a slap, but Seth dodged and countered. He grabbed his opponent's arm, pulled hard, and delivered a knee to the chest. The hit knocked him to the ground, struggling to breathe. Seizing the moment, Seth delivered a strong punch to the back of the neck, toppling his opponent. The scene left everyone watching wide-eyed in shock. No one expected Brooke to be hit so easily. At that moment, Seth looked at the gym teacher and asked, "Aren't you counting?" Suddenly, Brooke rose from the ground. Seeing this, everyone gasped in surprise. Usually, someone hit like that would be immediately knocked out. The crowd seemed electrified by the sight. They cheered nonstop. Sophie ran over, worried for Seth. Back in the fight, Brooke, having stood, immediately assumed an attacking stance. He crouched low and charged forward like an arrow. Seth raised his right hand and sighed, "If you were faking, I might have." With his long legs, Brooke closed the distance in a few steps, facing Seth with a feral attack. Seth smoothly dodged to the side, grabbed Brooke's hair and pulled him backward. While still dizzy, Brooke was pinned under Seth on the ground. "Why do you think I'm weaker than you?" Punch after punch rained down on Brooke's face. The spectators were stunned silent. It took a moment for the gym teacher to snap out of it and shout, "Stop the fight." But Seth ignored him, continuing to throw punches. "Still think I'm weaker than you?" In the end, the match was decided. When he opened his eyes, Luke found himself in a hospital, bandaged all over. The gym teacher sat beside him, feeling better now. "It's been 2 days, your nose is fractured and your ribs are broken. I've informed your team. I told them you were injured during training. They agreed to cover your hospital fees, but a lower-ranked member will take your place in the upcoming match." Hearing this, Luke remained silent. The gym teacher continued, still regretting it, huh? Luke replied, "That's not the issue. I've found something more interesting than fighting." He smiled dangerously. Elsewhere, Seth was facing some problems since the fight. Classmates kept staring at him, whispering incessantly. Everyone shivered in fear as he passed by. Not just in class, this continued throughout the school. Seth's reputation had spread everywhere. While going to the restroom, he saw a group of boys smoking and looking dejected. "You know what? I heard the new kid stuffed Brooke's face with a beating." Unbelievable, at the climax, Brooke got hit hard. "Can you guys let me pass?" As soon as they saw Seth, they ran off. Now no one dared to mess with him almost completely. "Are you free after class?" Victor approached and asked. Seth, still confused, saw Victor smirking as if holding back laughter. "He's mine. Meet me at the boxing gym at 8. Don't bring anyone." Victor left without looking back. Seth, heading to the restroom, watched Victor's back. He seemed ready to accept the challenge. That day, Victor arrived early to prepare for the match. He held his gloves, recalled the previous scene, and reassured himself. He geared up and waited in the ring. Nearly an hour passed and Seth hadn't shown up. The kid dared to ghost him. Meanwhile, at Sunshine Corporation, Seth buried himself in a mountain of documents. Even when pleading to meet a friend, the uncle still refused. The next morning, Victor trained as usual at his home gym. He started with running, then jump rope, and finally punching the bag. In the sand-filled room, he threw punches repeatedly at the bag. At that moment, a voice called from the door, "Don't push too hard. There's no tournament coming up." Victor didn't stop, continuing to punch. "I have to start preparing now." The man seemed worried but continued advising. "Victor, not many people care about boxing anymore. Why not try another sport?" Before he could finish, Victor interrupted. "Uncle, I don't box for money. I'm fine and I have promises to fulfill. To become a world champion, I must train relentlessly from now." This was a promise to the most important person in Victor's life. That's why he was determined to achieve it by any means. After training, Victor ran straight to school. Now it's clear why this guy always dozes off in class. Just as Victor left, a car pulled up in front of the gym. A group of thugs stepped out, looking to cause trouble. What on earth is going on here? Meanwhile, after running for a while, Victor arrived at school. As he entered the classroom, he immediately noticed Z dozing on his desk. Recalling yesterday's events, Victor frowned and kicked Seth's chair hard. "Do you think I'm your joke?" Seth, still half asleep, raised his hand apologetically. "Sorry, I had some things to take care of." Victor assumed it was just an excuse and warned him, "You're at school, if you plan to run from me." At the word run, Seth suddenly woke up. "Run? You think I'd do that, so why do you think I came to class early? I'm not the type to shrink back when a fight breaks out." These words successfully enraged Victor. He clenched his fists and swung straight at Seth's face. "You bastard." Victor's powerful punch was stopped right in front of Seth. The boy squinted, slightly frowning at Seth. Hearing him say, "Not bad," Victor immediately went pale and widened his eyes. Victor's hand was firmly held in Seth, accompanied by a light smile and a soft hum. Seth remained calm and even complimented Victor. "Your punch is pretty strong." He then increased the pressure, squeezing Victor's hand tightly. Victor's hand slowly stretched out, feeling crushed. He groaned in pain, veins bulging on his face. Meanwhile, Seth stayed composed, smiling. Still want more? Victor said nothing, lowered his center of gravity and slightly turned to the left. He pulled back his left hand, preparing a hook punch. A flurry of lightning-fast punches followed, but Seth just lightly dodged side to side. Seth's continuous evasions accidentally pushed Victor toward the window. His back touched the wall behind, sensing an opportunity. Victor thought, "This is it, kid." He clenched his fist and charged at his opponent. He stomped the ground to gain momentum. Victor's straight punch came at incredible speed. In a blink, his fist was right in front of Seth. Seth simply tapped down with one hand to deflect the punch, causing Victor's right arm to wobble. Victor was furious at Seth's calm demeanor. For the first time in years, someone had put him in a normal situation. Meanwhile, Seth's expression remained blank, unchanging. For someone with martial talent like him, this was completely normal. Victor scowled, gritting his teeth, determined to try again. He pulled back his left hand and immediately launched the next punch. On the other side, Seth seemed to take things seriously, clenching both fists, ready to counter. The classroom door opened, breaking the tense atmosphere. A groggy classmate entered. Yawning repeatedly, the squinty-eyed boy looked around, still unaware of what was happening. Once he noticed, he was sweating and trembling all over. Mouth agape in shock, he froze. Inside, Seth glared at the classroom door. His look made the squinty-eyed boy even more shaken. The two boys preparing to clash stopped. Victor also turned to stare back. Their fists froze just before hitting. Seth spoke, "Let's call it off for now, bastard." At class time, everyone turned their eyes toward the back, whispering. Seth hid his unreadable gaze behind long hair, remaining silent. Classmates turned around, whispering and discussing something among themselves. Victor frowned, glancing around as if listening. The two boys sat back to back, each staring in a different direction. Seth rested his hand on the desk while Victor looked defiant. The clock showed 11:39, the time flying by. Time passed quickly. 12:03 arrived, signaling lunch break. The two boys hadn't moved, still seated after their morning scuffle. Not knowing what to do, Sophie slowly approached, breaking the atmosphere. She bent slightly and asked Seth, "Aren't you going to eat?" Her gentle voice was like a lion's roar in his head, making him flinch slightly. Seth looked at Sophie awkwardly, stammering, "I guess I should go eat then." Saying this, he stood and walked with Sophie, not looking back. Seth stepped out with Sophie trailing behind, leaving Victor alone with his thoughts. Victor frowned as he watched them leave, gritting his teeth and muttering, "Damn it, just wait. Let's see who wins." After speaking, he rested his head on the desk, adopting his usual relaxed posture after a tense morning. After lunch break, Seth and Sophie returned from the cafeteria. Victor still rested his head on the desk. Seth walked quietly to his seat, calmly pulling out his chair. His desk mate was still sleeping soundly. Sophie returned to her desk, glancing down at the back, noticing Seth sitting hunched. She grew concerned. This tense atmosphere seemed ominous. The evening twilight gradually descended over the trembling high school. In the classroom, Victor pushed himself up with one hand. Beside him, Seth remained calm in his seat. Victor turned, face dark with anger, and snapped, "Get up and follow me, now." Irritated, Seth shot the kid a razor-sharp glare. The two walked out through the gate together. Victor jerked his chin to the right, signaling the way, and said, "This way." Seth said nothing and simply followed. On the sidewalk were the two boys. Down on the road, an engine rumbled as a car rolled along slowly behind. Seth took one step and the wheel turned a full rotation. Impatient and not wanting to keep the driver waiting, Seth let out a snort. Victor barked, "Shut your mouth and follow me." Seth asked, "Are we there yet?" That clearly didn't sit well with Victor. The kid spun around and cursed, "You bastard." But what Victor saw was Seth opening the car door. Seth stood there, looked at Victor, and said, "I don't have much time, get in." Victor stared at the car, not blinking. The car carried them to the place where they would settle unfinished business. Inside, each of them stared in a different direction, faces tight with tension. The scar-faced driver asked, "Boss, where to?" "Rodney." The scar-faced driver pulled out a lighter and lit the cigarette in his mouth. Standing in front of the gym, he took a deep drag and exhaled a thin white plume, thinking to himself, "When do I finally get to go home?" Just as boredom set in, a black car pulled up and stopped right in front of him. A few guys got out, holding baseball bats and iron pipes. Those thugs gripped their weapons and marched forward aggressively. They headed toward the building where Rob was standing. He was still calmly enjoying his cigarette, having no idea what was going on. Inside, the stairwell was empty. Light spilled through the glass door of a room. Inside was a boxing ring, and Victor stood on it with gloves on, speaking to Seth. "Come here." Seth stood there with his jacket in hand, watching him. He calmly swept his gaze around the gym when something on the wall suddenly caught his eye. A photo, a boy and a man posing together. Seth's eyes shifted to a fighter with a championship belt draped over his shoulder. And the boy in the blue shirt, probably his son, was grinning ear to ear, wearing a glove like a hat. Victor looked impatient and snapped, "I thought you were busy." "Then hurry the hell up." Seth sprang onto the ring and slipped through the ropes. Victor narrowed his eyes and growled, I've been watching you since the day you transferred in. Still cocky as ever, Seth replied, yeah, sure, that's hilarious. I thought you were asleep the whole time. Victor lifted a hand to the back of his neck. Keep running your mouth, punk. Seth didn't hold back either. Shut up, now hand me the gloves. Victor shrugged. You think boxing is your little kiddie game? You're fighting without gloves. Seth frowned. What the hell? Victor settled into his stance, fists up. This is my ring. The two faced off. One of them said, on my turf, you play by my rules. The other smirked, casually loosening his school tie. Seth curled his lip and asked, is that so? Victor's expression shifted from normal to stunned panic, with a flicker of worry and fear. Seth shrugged off his white shirt, turning to reveal a body that was nothing but hard muscle. Bulging muscles and countless scars crisscrossing his back. Years of fighting and getting beaten had left him with a long scar down the middle, too. Seeing Victor's reaction, Seth laughed. What, you scared out of your mind? The kid raised both hands to cover his face and shouted back, scared, screw you. Watch your mouth or I'll kill you, Seth grinned smugly. Yeah, I'm terrified, come on, try me. Victor immediately moved, feet flashing fast. In a blink, he was right in front of Seth and threw a left uppercut from below. But still wearing that confident smile, Seth simply leaned aside and dodged. Just as things heated up, someone called Victor from outside. The gym door swung open and Victor's uncle stood there, panting. Seth glanced over and they both paused. His uncle blurted out, Victor, outside the gym. Hearing that, Victor stopped mid-fight, confusion flashing in his eyes. Seth was no different, standing off to the side and watching. The uncle asked, who are those people out there? What are we supposed to do? Hearing how many there were, Seth felt a jolt of unease as if thinking, could the company's people have come here? Footsteps thudded slowly down the stairs. Seth had put his shirt back on and walked out of the building. He saw Rob, the driver, standing there and shouting, how dare you? The scene was shocking. Rob was barking orders at the thugs from earlier, holding up a bat while they knelt on the ground. Rodney walked over and asked, what's going on? Seeing the pile of bats and pipes nearby, Seth seemed to get the gist. Rodney pointed at the kneeling men. Young master, they were planning to attack the gym. Looking at how cowardly they seemed, Seth asked, who are they? Before anyone could answer, Seth pressed on, what are they doing here? Rob replied, uneasy. I'm not sure, he was just cleaning up. He had no idea why they came here. Seth ordered, bring one of them inside. In the Sunshine Group building, many rooms were still lit up. In the chairman's office, one of the highest places in the building. Inside, the guy in white claimed to be one wing of the gang with a two-part hairstyle. The polite guy sat there trembling, softly groaning in pain. Seth sat with the aura of a CEO while Peter stood beside him and asked, so the gym owes you guys money? The young man obediently nodded once. He asked further, so you plan to use force to make them pay, right? This question made the man flinch slightly. This seemed to be the style of the Underworld after all. The thug stammered in defense, we only plan to take over the gym. Seth turned to Peter and asked, what should we do now? The bold man replied, let me see, in cases like this, what would people like us do? Seth just sat there, no need to say more. The next morning at high school number 3, Seth sat resting his hand, glancing at the empty chair beside him. The teacher asked, Victor isn't here this morning, has anyone seen him? The whole class, including Sophie, looked down at the back row. Where Seth sat alone, he wondered, what the hell, why is everyone staring at me? What does that guy have to do with me? Then he shrugged, showing he had no idea where Victor was. The teacher picked up the chalk and wrote on the board saying, I think Victor is fine. The class began studying. At 10:23, everyone was still focused. At 12:03 during break, classmates grouped together chatting. Seth stayed at his desk. A shadow stepped in and opened the door. The classroom, now on break, was fairly noisy. Suddenly, silence fell. Everyone went quiet, stepping aside. The hurried footsteps approached Seth. The person kept getting closer. It caught his attention. He glanced over. Slam, a heavy hand struck the desk. Victor stood there in black, not in uniform, saying, come outside with me, quickly. Seth didn't question, didn't say a word, and followed him out. Sophie quietly watched, her face showing concern. She probably feared a fight would break out. At the side of Junjin High School, the two young men stood face to face with no one else around. Seth asked, what do you want? Victor raised a brown envelope. Seth looked at it, puzzled. Victor asked, what's this? His face was serious. Victor furrowed his brow, veins showing. They gave this to me yesterday. Seth stood silently, saying nothing. Victor added, inside is all my dad's debts plus other rental services. He gripped the envelope tightly, crumpling it. Casting a suspicious glance at Seth, he asked, did you do this? Seth remained calm. If there's a problem, just say it. Victor shouted, who do you think you are, meddling in my family business? Seth answered with a question. Idiot, is that how you protect your pride? This startled him and bruised his ego. Victor immediately grabbed Seth by the collar. Pressing his head close, he cursed, bastard. Seth stayed calm, looking at him. If you don't want it, just return it. Victor grimaced. Damn it, they cleared out the office and took off. What the hell did you do? Seth froze, seeming unsure of what Peter had done. He pushed Victor's hand away, saying, just focus on your boxing. Then he added teasingly, I thought you promised your dad you'd become a champion. Victor froze, standing still for 5 seconds. Meanwhile, Seth walked on, leaving him there. After a few steps, he stopped and said, Oh, one more thing. Glancing back, voice full of challenge, just tell me whenever you want to fight, I'm not afraid. With that, Seth walked off in silence, leaving astonishment behind. Victor watched his back, speechless. He felt Seth's overwhelming presence completely overshadow his life, a shadow he didn't know when he could surpass. It could be a haunting pressure, but also a driving force to grow stronger. Victor stood there, gripping the envelope tighter than ever. Hiding behind the wall, Sophie peeked out. The small girl watched the conversation, startled when Seth suddenly appeared before her, asking, "What are you doing here?" making her flinch and shrink back. Nervously twisting a strand of hair, Sophie said, "I was just a bit surprised because you were fighting." He smiled at her and asked, "Are you worried?" Sophie froze. This question was always hard to answer. She pressed her lips, blushing, shy. Finally, she found an answer. "Yes, I'm the class president. I have to be responsible." Understanding, Seth smiled and let it go. He turned to reassure her, "I won't fight in class, okay?" Hearing this, Sophie mumbled her agreement. Seizing the moment, he smiled and said, "You haven't changed a bit." Sophie was embarrassed, not understanding his meaning. Seth walked on, calling back, "You're still kind and care for others." Sophie stood watching, and he left her a small promise. "See you later." Seth disappeared from view, leaving Sophie leaning against the wall, lost in thought about her childhood friend. Far away on the other side of the school road, someone was also lurking behind a wall. Jackson, student council president, stood watching them. He muttered in frustration, "That bastard, he should know his place." It was a Japanese-style house under a bright blue sky, sunlight blazing. Inside a room, Derek Pike, the Busan branch chief of the Sunshine conglomerate, was kneeling. A tattooed man stood before the door, bowing as he apologized. Then he slowly raised both hands, opened it, and slid it aside. The door opened to reveal a Japanese flag with a red circle in the center. An old man with white hair and a white beard sat there, holding a pipe. He was Mijuki Ryushin, one of the 3 leaders of the 3-headed demon society. Derek spoke politely, "I'm sorry about that minor hiccup." The old man shot him a glance. "I'm truly disappointed." Derek hurried to explain, "I'm sorry, sir, if you'll give me another chance." Before Derek could finish, the old man snorted and tapped his pipe against the ashtray. Derek quickly begged, "The heir still hasn't been confirmed. If you help me, taking over Sunshine Group is only a matter of time." In reply, Ryushin slammed down hard, snapping the pipe in two. Derek froze, his face twisting. Narrowing his eyes, the old man asked, "I heard that kid's still very young. Chosen as the heir at that age. You'd better watch yourself." Derek bowed and answered obediently. He stayed still and listened, not daring to say another word. The old man told him to find his opponent's weakness and exploit it. Ryushin was a seasoned veteran. He added, "He's still just a greenhorn, you need to find his weakness." Those words jolted Derek awake, and he began to think. He remembered the day of the chairman's funeral. He had gone there. Back then, in front of him were the boy and his mother, a woman who looked frail. She was slender and gaunt, tears streaming as she stood beside her beloved son. Derek shut his eyes tight, rummaging through his memories, trying to find a way. His eyes flickered with a sudden gleam. The old man said, "Take it slow. No need to rush." Resting his cheek on his hand, he spoke firmly, "But you must make sure you succeed." Back in class, it was still Seth's unstable classroom. A group shoved the door open and filed in, led by Gaber with one eye bandaged. The Taekwondo club president, followed by a few tough-looking lackeys. From the back of the room, he shouted, "Which one of you is the new student?" Seth sat right there and raised his hand. "That's me." Gaber squinted at him and asked, "You're the one who beat Broca?" Seth glared back and replied with a crooked scowl. Gaber turned and ordered, "Come outside with me." Seth called back, making him pause. Seth stayed seated, throwing him a defiant look. "You think I'm a dog you can boss around whenever you feel like it?" Gaber went ballistic, face turning red, and snapped back, "What the hell, how dare you?" Heavy, forceful footsteps thundered in the hallway. Someone strode up and told one of Gaber's lackeys, "Move aside." The lackey reacted fast, cursing as he turned. "Who the hell are you?" The whole group looked back. It was Victor Chu, looking like a heartthrob. His spiked hair was now slicked back and glossy with gel. The classroom buzzed with students' chatter. Gaber spat, "This bastard." He gritted his teeth, veins bulging in his neck, yet still didn't make a move. Right at the classroom door, a tall, burly guy slammed it open and stepped in. A threatening voice followed, "Gabe, don't you lay a hand on the new student." Gaber looked up, baffled. "What the F***ck is this?" The muscular guy walked in and declared that the new student would be joining their judo club. Seth's face said, "What the hell is that? When did I say I'd join? Hello?" Gaber and his crew refused to back down and shot back, "What the hell are you talking about?" The whole class murmured as Sam Choi walked in and slowly headed toward the back. The two faced off, leaving Seth standing in the middle, dumbfounded. What's your problem? Don't touch a member of the judo club." Out in the hallway, another guy was coming over, having heard the loud argument inside. He smiled in amusement. "Well, this is lively," then suddenly froze, squinting ahead. Down the hallway, yet another sizable group was approaching. Their target was clearly still the new student. It was the wrestling club president, Damien Cha, distinctive blonde hair and a massive build, who asked, "You're here too, Scott." The long-haired guy with a case strapped to his back was Scott Choi, president of the Kendo Club. Inside, Seth let out a sigh. It looked like his patience had reached its limit. Chaos erupted both inside and out, along with an indescribable racket. All Seth could do was curl his lip into a smirk, slick his hair back, and mutter, "What the F asterisk CK now?" Sophie looked at Seth, sensing something was off. A dark, ominous feeling, like the look she used to see when he was about to snap as a kid. Summoning her courage, she called out, "Hey, you guys." Then she nervously stepped closer to the two ringleaders and said softly, "Everyone in class is uncomfortable because of you." Gaber widened his eyes, uncaring. "I've still got something to say to him." The chubby Damien was the same. Sam kept insisting, "He's a member of our judo club." Scott was gentler. "I just came for a friendly match, that's all." Sophie hurriedly pushed them outside. "Please go outside." Seth stood there waving goodbye as if he'd just escaped a nuisance. After shoving them out, Sophie slammed the door shut with a loud bang, then closed her eyes inside, as if dumping all the noise at once. Then she turned back and smiled at him. Everything seemed fine. But no, just as the back door closed, those guys circled around to the front and came in. Then they streamed from top to bottom right in front of the two of them. The four leaders surrounded him, some inviting, some challenging. Some tried to recruit him for a club. They argued among themselves, making him wonder, what should I do with these guys now? Sophie stepped forward again, pushing them aside. "Please leave." Suddenly, the PE teacher appeared and shouted, "Why are you all making noise here?" The kids were startled by the teacher's voice and immediately backed off. They scattered, and the scene caught the teacher's attention. The teacher stood there, scanning left and right. After assessing the situation, he spoke, roughly saying, "I understand what happened. You all should go back to class." Gaber seemed the most annoyed, growling even after leaving. Before going, he still threatened, "See you later, bastard." Then the leaders left one by one. The teacher finally let out a sigh of relief. He stared at him and said, "Come to the office to see me." Seth didn't understand what was happening but didn't resist. At Junjin High School's office, the teacher leaned on the desk, glanced up and called, "Seth Kang." Seth looked confused, clueless. The teacher continued, "You know our school originally focused on athletes, right?" Seth nodded yes, he had probably looked it up when he applied. The teacher advised, "You should try playing a sport too." "What do you mean?" The question confused Seth, showing he wasn't interested. The teacher asked, "Do you know Brock Trang, the guy you defeated the other day?" Recalling, Brock now had a muscular build, unlike when he was younger. His eyes looked more mature and stubborn, with pronounced veins on his face. Seth just thought this without saying anything. After all, he was his childhood neighbor. The teacher said, "Brock used to be like you. Every club wanted him. But that led to countless big and small fights, and I don't want you to repeat the same mistakes." Seth still didn't understand. "Wait, what? This isn't my fault." He sat there, hands in his pockets, and said, "I'm fine," then calmly added, "I don't have time for sports." The teacher growled, "What could a high school student like you be busy with?" Seth shrugged. "Yes, I know, but there are a few issues." Before he could finish, the teacher interrupted. "You think I'm joking?" Seth remained calm. "Do I look like I'm joking? And the ones who need to hear this are the students down there, not you." The teacher froze, speechless. Seth added, "Please tell them to stop bothering me." His expression turned serious. "Otherwise, I won't be friendly anymore." Outside the door, Jackson quietly observed the conversation. He turned away, glaring, "Arrogant bastard." Then he silently walked down the hallway. From the roof of some warehouse, Jackson appeared. He approached the door and slowly entered. Inside, a group of thugs gathered, smoking. One smirked and asked, "Who's this?" "Isn't it our honorable president?" The red-haired guy with a cigarette asked. "What wind brings you here?" He slowly removed his mask. "I need you to deal with this guy." After seeing the PE teacher, Seth went home like any normal day. He walked through the familiar alley near school to his waiting car. Suddenly, from the alley, a guy with a bat appeared right behind him. He lifted the bat with both hands, ready to strike, while Seth didn't notice. Whack! A strong hit to the back of his neck made him fall. After a while, Seth slowly opened his eyes. In front of him was a blurry image of Austin sitting there. The image became clearer. He widened his eyes, seeing his own arms. It seemed he was lying somewhere. Austin smirked, "Good morning, little lamb." Seth lay on his side, head bloody. Unable to move, he slowly sat up, rubbing his head. The spot hit by the bat hurt a bit. The guy behind, holding the bat, kicked his back and yelled, "Get your ass up now." Seth turned, glaring at him like a bullet. The bat wielder got furious, frowning. "What the hell are you looking at?" From afar, the guy in the white cap added, "Looks like the hit was too strong. His brain isn't working normally yet." The glasses-wearing guy next to Austin added, "Stop pretending to be clueless, you bastard." Seth cracked his shoulder joints, looking at Austin. He calmly asked the group, "Quite the gathering, huh? Class reunion." Austin was slightly scared. "What the hell?" "Why isn't he scared?" encouraged. The guy with the bat swung and cursed. "This dog," Seth now noticed, slightly furrowing his brow. Then he dodged slightly to the left, preparing to counterattack. A hook punch aimed straight at the guy holding the bat. A loud bang rang out. The baton flew out of his grip and his arm snapped upward from the impact. The wooden baton spun several times in the air, then slammed into the ground right in front of Austin. He was utterly stunned by Z's strength. The sneak attacker clutched his arm and squealed in agony like a pig being slaughtered. He raised the hand that had been hit, his fingers bent backward at broken angles, a truly frightening sight. Seth cursed, "This bastard's loud as hell." Then he flashed a bright smile, clenched his left fist, and drove a brutal punch straight into the guy's chest. Before he could even catch his breath, or even register the pain enough to scream, he was already about to eat a second hit. A sideways punch to the face, crack like a headset shattering. The loudmouth dropped and lay still. Seth spat, "Who the hell are you?" Austin stared wide-eyed, speechless. Wiping the blood from his face, he said, "Whatever, I don't give a damn. Either way, I'll deal with all of you." His words seemed to strike Austin's pride. Austin smiled and ordered his lackeys, "Beat him for me." At that, more than a dozen guys sitting around stood up and surrounded him. He glanced left and right to assess. 4 tough-looking guys on the left, 3 on the right, not even counting the ones in front and behind. Scar-faced, Austin shouted, "Pin him down and crush him." The others charged together. Some came empty-handed, some with clubs, and one even swung a heavy iron chain. Seth closed his eyes, sighed, and began feeling the movement around him. The thugs kept surging in, fired up. Every face looked determined. After all, they'd been hired to do this. Seth's eyes snapped open, brimming with menace. A wiry, frizzy-haired lunatic rushed in first with a punch only to take a blow straight to the chest. The force was so savage it felt like it went right through him. Riding the momentum, Seth opened his right hand with a sly grin and flicked upward, snapping the lunatic's chin into the air. His left elbow followed through and smashed the guy beside him, twisting his face. Right then, the guy in the orange shirt behind him seized the iron chain. He looped it over Seth's head and cinched it tight. Seth quickly raised a hand to protect his throat. The chain clattered. He cut his eyes sideways and saw the attacker was very close. Seth jerked his head back and slammed it straight into the man's face. The hit was sudden, but the guy was big and barely flinched. He chuckled and tightened the chain again. Suddenly, Seth's right hand appeared in front of his face, making him recoil in surprise. Pop! Seth's thumb drove straight into the man's eye, making him grimace in agony. Blood burst from the eye. He let go of the chain with both hands and grabbed Seth's hand instead. Using the opening, Seth twisted away from a punch thrown by a guy in a blue shirt with glasses. He slipped behind the orange shirt, still keeping his hand on the man's face. Then he shoved the orange shirt guy's head straight into the face of the blue shirt guy with glasses, cracking the lenses. The shove was so strong both of them flew back a good distance and collapsed in a heap, limp as 2 suckling pigs. The 2 guys behind Seth hesitated, a little scared. The chain was still around Seth's neck. He grabbed the chain and looked at the thugs in front of him, frozen and staring. Seth was thoroughly enjoying the fight. Blood was still running, but more than anything, there was a satisfied smile on his lips. He said to them, "This is fun as hell." Austin realized things were getting serious and ground his teeth, cursing, "Damn it." Then he roared an order to his crew, "Get the bats." They immediately hurried to the storage bin. Each one grabbed a baseball bat. The mob with bats looked intimidating, but Seth's dead-eyed stare and delighted grin were far scarier. The guys with bats swung and rushed at him. Seth shifted slightly to the right, dodging a downward strike that hit with a sharp thunk. Then he countered instantly with a vicious hook. The punch sent the attacker reeling backward. Keeping his momentum, Seth dashed at the second guy. Right after that, a left punch knocked him flying to the side, and the third guy wasn't spared either, getting blasted off to the right. After a rapid combo that dropped 3 men in one go, Seth paused for a moment, smiling at the guys still in front of him. Suddenly something made his smile falter. A guy in a white shirt rushed in on a suicide charge and locked him in a tight hug. Seeing that, the brown-haired guy swung a bat, intending to finish him in one blow. But before the bat could come down, his face met the sole of Seth's shoe. The kick knocked his jaw sideways and sent him flying backward. Using the push-off, Seth stomped the white shirt guy who was holding him into the wall's edge. The impact made the white shirt guy release him in pain. That was all Seth needed. He slipped free of the hold. He backed off a step, winding up a punch. The white shirt guy hadn't even regained his senses when his face practically shattered. The punch looked insanely strong. These guys really loved cheap shots. Then the hooded one tensed and rushed in. He swung the baseball bat hard into Seth's head. Bonk. Seth stamped his foot into the ground to steady himself and avoid falling. Then he raised a hand to rub where he'd been hit and looked at his palm. Blood was running. He snorted, then wiped the blood on his shirt. The thugs shuddered at the sight. They thought that blow would make him back off, but it didn't. Seth turned back to them with a mocking smile. Then he kept roaring as he finished off the rest. A while later, at that warehouse, night had fallen and the sky was full of stars. Austin was still standing there watching, and his eyes were wider than ever. He stared in open-mouthed disbelief at everything he'd just witnessed. Every one of his guys with bats was already sprawled on the ground. Only the high schooler was still standing. Right in front of him, the boy panted from exhaustion, yet still smiled and clenched his fists tight. He realized something. That posture looked just like the kid from back then, the one who grabbed a brick and smashed the whole group right into the ruts. The scar on his face came from that day, too. Otten froze, shock mixed with worry and fear, all written plainly across his face. Zet stepped forward, blood still running down his face. He backed away in panic, then stopped when there was nowhere left to retreat. Zet grabbed him by the collar and yanked him upright. He demanded, "I think you should tell me who told you to do this. Don't you?" With that, he glared hard, shoving his blood-smeared face right up close as he pressed the question. Otten trembled, sweat beading on his skin. It looked like everything had been taken care of. Zet walked out of the warehouse and headed off somewhere. He quietly straightened the student tie at his collar. In the empty, desolate quiet, little Zet moved forward in slow, measured steps. He stopped in front of the school. A few rooms were still lit. Inside the student council meeting room, Jackson sat there with his hand propped up, lost in thought. Beside him were two girls who looked exhausted. Soft footsteps continued down the corridor, closing in on the meeting room. Jackson stared at the silent phone on the table, wondering why he still hadn't called him. Outside the meeting room, Seth arrived and slowly pushed the door open. Inside, Jackson was still deep in thought. The meeting room door slid aside. From the outside, Jackson panicked seeing him instead of taking Austin's call. Seth slowly stepped in, and Jackson stood up stammering, startled. Seth said nothing, his bloodied face staring at him. Jackson stammered, "Why are you here?" Seth just smiled, probably knowing Austin told him that Jackson was the mastermind. Without another word, he grabbed Jackson by the collar, catching him off guard. Then he slammed Jackson's face onto the table with immense speed and force. Seth leaned close to his hand and asked, "Why?" Jackson couldn't respond, only letting out a pained cry from the impact. He hit the edge of the table, his hand cracking. Seth asked, "Why would you do that?" At the end of the room, Sophie opened the door and asked. Jackson knew before she could finish. She saw Seth holding Jackson's head. Sophie widened her eyes. "What's going on?" Seth didn't answer, just glanced at her, then lifted Jackson's head. Glasses were broken, pain evident. Seth smiled and whispered into his hand, "Consider this a lesson." Then he left, leaving the two girls terrified, Jackson in pain and Sophie puzzled. She called his name. He glanced briefly and walked past, wiping his face as if nothing had happened. Sophie stood there full of questions, while Seth remained silent, unwilling to explain. Sophie was curious but didn't dare press further. The next morning at Junjin's school, students arrived in class as usual. Outside the gate, groups of students were chatting animatedly. Topics ranged from bullying to romance, nothing was missing. Outside the first-year third-class hallway, whispers never ceased. Inside the classroom, ignoring the noise, Sophie sat with a face full of thoughts and questions. Her eyes were filled with sadness as she pondered yesterday. She recalled the scene of them passing each other without a word, a stranger causing her pain. She quietly looked toward the back of the classroom. Today he hadn't arrived, her eyes fixed there, her heart heavy. A luxury car stopped in front of Junjin's school. In the back seat, Seth had his head bandaged carefully, face serious. Beside him was Peter, both remaining silent. Peter spoke, "I won't ask what happened, but I've arranged additional bodyguards for you. 2 more cars behind are full of them." Seth held his head, annoyed. "I told you it's nothing." Peter pressed, "Then why is your boss injured?" "What exactly happened?" He replied briefly, "Just a minor dispute." Peter said nothing further, sticking to his decision. Seth said, "Never mind." The answer remained no. How could a high school student bring bodyguards to school? Peter responded, "They won't enter the school. I've arranged them around the nearby area." Before he could finish, Seth interrupted, "Uncle." He argued, "I'm fine." Peter added, "Leader, the leaders in Busan and Pohang are facing some trouble." Hearing this, Seth froze, silent. Peter tense, "So we need to be even more careful." Seth just held his face, lowered his head, and sighed. Looking through the car window, he said, "Make sure they stay outside." With his head bandaged, he walked down the hallway preparing for class. He pulled the door open, ready to enter. Sophie saw him, looked up, then lowered her gaze, looking very sad. He went to his desk and sat down, Victor beside him still asleep. The teacher approached. Victor glanced, immediately questioned. Victor sneered, "What are you looking at? Got a problem?" Seth, annoyed, "This is option 14, you idiot." Victor, unconvinced, replied, "Nonsense, he's used to it." Seth, furious but powerless, just clenched his teeth at Victor. Class continued at Junjin High School. Everyone was focused on studying when the intercom startled the class. Over the speaker, Class 351, report to the chairman's office immediately. Perhaps he anticipated this, so he wasn't too surprised. The intercom repeated, report to the chairman's office immediately. Sophie looked at him, her face worried and uneasy. Victor, sitting next to him, also puzzled, eyebrows raised. Seth stood and asked, "Where's the chairman's office?" Victor asked, "Do you have a problem with Jackson?" He added, "Currently, Jackson's uncle is the principal, but in reality, his father holds the power." Seth asked, "Really?" He stepped outside. Victor stayed behind. "Just be careful with him, you never know what could happen." He walked with a detached expression, unconcerned. Seth arrived at the chairman's office and slowly opened the door. Inside, Jackson stood there with the PE teacher and homeroom teacher at the table. The The chairman was his uncle. Seth scanned the room quietly, saying nothing further. The founder of Junjin High School, Chairman Kavinson, clasped his hands under his chin and asked, "Are you Seth?" He remained impassive, silent. The man picked up a paper on the leather desk and spoke. "Ever since you transferred to this school, you've caused quite a bit of trouble, haven't you?" Seth remained silent, saying nothing. Meanwhile, Jackson stood beside his uncle, the chairman, with a smug grin on his face. He added 3 incidents of violence. Looking back, they included beating up those delinquent students, taking down Brock, and most recently, knocking out 14 guys with sticks. Seth glanced at Jackson and heard his uncle say, "On top of that, you assaulted the president of the student council." Jackson, with a bandage on his forehead, smirked proudly. Calvin declared that Seth was expelled. Seth remained the same, silent, offering no explanation. The homeroom teacher, being in a weak position, didn't dare say a word. The PE teacher held his head and sighed while Jackson's face was filled with triumph. He thought this would finally bring Seth down. But suddenly he froze, eyes widening, veins bulging in anger. It was because of Seth's calm attitude and his mocking smile. Seth turned toward him and asked the chairman, "Really?" Then he slowly took his phone out of his pocket, raised it, and tapped something. He placed it against his ear as the dialing tone rang. Everyone silently watched him. The call was answered and Peter's voice came through. "Yes, young master," Seth said. "Uncle A, do you know the school I'm attending?" The man replied with the school's name, his voice trembling. Seth put on an authoritative expression and spoke loudly and clearly. "That's right, buy the entire school for me. Let's see how they handle that." After Seth switched into CEO mode and ordered the purchase of the school, the car carrying Peter drove from the company to the campus. Following behind was a convoy of luxury cars stretching from the gate all the way into the schoolyard. Students peeked out the windows, curious about why so many luxury cars had arrived. The chairman's car stopped right in the middle of the yard, blocking the path to the classrooms. Then men in black suits stepped out to open the door. Someone emerged from the car, wearing shiny brown leather shoes. Peter stepped out holding a brown envelope in his hand. He adjusted his jacket and ordered his men, "Let's go." A line of men in black suits followed behind him, stretching from outside to inside. Every one of them looked tough and intimidating. Jackson frowned and asked, "Who are those people out there? What did you do?" Seth calmly replied, "Who knows?" The door opened and Peter walked in. Chairman Kevin, sitting inside, looked over in shock and confusion. Jackson shouted, "Who are you people?" He yelled at Peter. "I'm talking to you." Seeing their boss being disrespected, Rodney stepped forward, grabbed Jackson by the collar and shoved him aside. He shook his head, signaling him not to do anything foolish. Peter walked past and approached the chairman's desk with steady steps. He stopped in front of Chairman Kevin, raised the envelope and stared straight ahead. Then he threw it down in front of Kevin. The man asked, "How dare you barge in here?" Peter's face tightened. "Read it and then we'll talk." Calvin narrowed his eyes slightly, a trace of worry appearing. The black sunglasses alone showed the intimidating presence of his men. Calvin slowly opened the envelope and took out the papers inside. His calm expression turned into a frown, his face tightening as the veins stood out. Calvin pulled out the stack of papers. With every line he read, more anxiety appeared on his face. He began to tremble and froze when he heard the warnings mentioned in the documents. Peter said, "It seems you've been involved in embezzling public funds and illegal business dealings over the past 3 years. Calvin collapsed into panic, sweating as he nervously asked, "Who are you people?" The chairman laid out a condition. "If you sell the school to us, we'll keep quiet." Calvin roared, "Bastard, how dare you!" Not letting him say another word, Peter reached out and grabbed him by the collar. Jackson was held back outside despite trying to rush in. The chairman added, "Using a school for personal gain. And someone like you still dares to speak." Calvin froze. His weakness had been exposed and firmly seized. Behind those powerful black sunglasses, a deep voice sounded softly but carried weight. "Relax and don't try anything. Flashy tricks aren't our style." That night at the Zinn family mansion, Chairman Kevin's older brother sat there and asked, "What happened?" He stammered, "I'm sorry, brother." He frowned, his voice tinged with anger. "So you sold the school." On the surface, he appeared to be the one behind the school and also Jackson's father. He roared, scolding his younger brother mercilessly, "Are you stupid?" All Calvin could offer in response was a belated apology. Holding the sales contract in his hand, the man looked it over and said, "Sunshine, they're gangsters." Jackson opened the door and walked in. "Dad, you called me." The man glanced at him and turned. "What happened?" Jackson answered anxiously, only managing a hesitant yes, unsure how to explain it to his strict father. The family atmosphere was heavy that day and the entire room fell silent. Everyone was deep in thought and Jackson's father stroked his beard, pondering. After a moment he decided to pick up the phone. The ringing stopped. A voice came from the other end. "Yes, Senator." He gritted his teeth. Secretary Kim then asked, "Do you know about the Sunsight Corporation?" At the same time, in the Sunshine Corporation building, in the familiar chairman's office, a conversation was taking place. "Investigation that fast," Peter replied. "Since they're busy covering up their crimes, it's easy." He asked further. "What have they done?" The uncle answered. "They cut student lunch quality. Illegally hired staff. sexually harassed female teachers, embezzled funds, and misappropriated school money. The volume of information overwhelmed Seth slightly, but a declaration was made. The young master still has to go to school, Peter added. I've arranged everything, only the new chairman's seat remains to be assigned. Upon hearing that, Seth made a small sound. The uncle tilted his head. You said you want to buy the school, so I assumed you had it all planned. Seth broke into a sweat. The final decision was made. The new chairman would be chosen by him. Just hearing that, his whole body felt like it melted, drenched in sweat. Next morning, blue skies, white clouds, golden sunshine at Junjin High School. Seth entered the classroom. The scene was as usual. Victor had his head down on the desk, asleep. Seth pulled out a chair and slowly sat down. At the same time, Victor glanced over. Their eyes met. One looked confused, the other innocent and naive. Seth turned to ask, "What are you looking at?" Victor didn't answer, still gazing affectionately. Seth hesitated, asking cautiously. Victor still remained silent. He lowered his head again, returning to his original position. From above, Sophie looked down at the back of the class where Z was seated. The girl seemed sad and uncomfortable. She slowly walked down and stood in front of him. Seth asked, "What's the matter?" She timidly asked, "Is everything okay? I didn't see you after leaving the chairman's office." Seth replied, "You were worried about me." This startled the timid girl as well. Seth continued, "Why did you look at me like that?" Sophie, shy but honest, said, "We're classmates after all." She looked at him with concern. Seth sat there, thoughtful. Then he smiled, leaving Sophie a little puzzled. He tilted his head up and said, "Everything's fine, you don't need to worry." The classroom door slammed open. Jackson stood outside, shouting, "Seth, you bastard." His appearance drew everyone's attention. Even Victor, asleep, looked up. Sophie was slightly surprised by Jackson's behavior. Seth simply replied, "Just now is enough." Jackson stood there, staring, leaving the class confused. After a while, Jackson finally summoned courage. "You think I'm afraid of your family's mute brat?" he shouted while pointing directly at Seth. Seth said nothing, but his glare at the pointing finger showed displeasure. Then Seth pulled out his chair, stood up, and walked out, making Jackson freeze. He stepped back, slammed the door, and ran off. Jackson's strange behavior left Seth puzzled. A crow flying by was no surprise. Later, Mr. Physical Education stood at the chairman's office door. Hearing the knock, someone inside said, "Come in." The PE teacher opened the door to enter. Inside was Peter, who turned to say, "Please sit." The PE teacher quickly moved to the desk, preparing to sit. On the desk were files. His resumed. The teacher asked, "You called me, how can I help?" The uncle made an offer. "I want you to become the new chairman of the school." The answer shocked the teacher, who asked again, "What?" Peter affirmed this decision came from the new owner of the school. The teacher's expression, "Wait, what? Where am I? Who am I?" In the afternoon, at dismissal, Seth walked out of the school gate. Behind a wall, Jackson lurked. Seth glanced over. Inside was a group of thugs. He signaled, "There he is, go there. The job you need to do is bring his body here for me." The thug appeared confident. "That's it, too easy." Waving a bag of money, he laughed, "Whatever, I just need the cash." Then he looked outside, asking, "Who's that?" Seeing Seth, his eyes widened, frozen in shock, pain hitting him suddenly. His nose ran. It turned out he saw Seth, and in his eyes, Seth was a relentless force, impossible to escape, simply because the previous night he had a meeting with him in the Sunshine Chairman's office. He trembled, eyes wide, watching Seth open the car door, only able to mutter, "What kind of cage is this?" Seeing his trembling fear, Jackson was extremely annoyed. Not understanding, he asked what was wrong, and both stood frozen, shaking in fear. Then he threw an envelope full of money at Jackson, cursing, "Die. Who did you think I was going to mess with?" "We're in trouble." The henchman hesitated, then turned and ran off as fast as they could. Jackson was utterly confused. In the distance, Seth was slowly sliding into the back seat of a car. He turned his head, puzzled. Who the hell is this guy anyway? The car glided past where he was standing. Not just one vehicle, but an entire convoy. The roar of engines filled the street. Jackson frowned. Even now, he still couldn't grasp the level of the person he had just tried to confront. That evening at Seth's mother's cafe, she handed him a cup of coffee and asked, "You seem happy today." He smiled brightly and replied with a simple yes. "It's something that happened at school." Seeing her son cheerful, her own face brightened slightly. Seth propped his chin on his hand, humming, staring blankly as if lost in thought. Then suddenly he spoke, startling his mother a little. "But Mom," he asked, "why aren't you living with Dad?" The sensitive question made her pause. Seeing this, Seth quickly added, "If you don't want to answer, that's fine." After a moment of silence, she spoke, capturing Seth's attention. She smiled brightly and said, "I'll tell you another time." He smiled softly at her and said, "All right, I have to go now." Saying this, he stood up and walked out, leaving behind his mother's gaze. She watched him leave, then her eyes drooped slightly, tinged with sadness. Her mind drifted to the past. When Seth was little, she held him in her arms as his father turned away, saying, "We'll live separately for now." She yelled, "I don't want to be apart from you." Tears streamed down her cheeks. His father, resolute, shouted, "You know we're doing this for Seth." She looked down at her small son in her arms, closing her eyes in sorrow, but seemed to understand and accept the reality. It was perhaps the hardest decision of their lives, but all for the little boy in her arms. Back in the present, thinking of that made a shadow of sadness pass through her eyes. Suddenly, the cafe door slid open, and two men stepped in from outside. Leading the way was a man in a gaudy shirt, his face fierce. He spoke, "Long time no see, madam." Seth's mother looked at him. A flicker of surprise crossed her face, accompanied by a huge question mark in her mind. He stood there, smiling cunningly. The next morning at school, as usual, traffic was busy on the street. A convoy of nearly 10 cars. Today, Peter was escorting Seth to school. His expression as he looked outside seemed unhappy. He spoke, "I told the PE teacher to become the chairman already." Seth seemed uninterested, only thanking him. He pulled out a stack of papers, saying, "After the school became normal, it started drowning in debt." Seth immediately asked, "Can company funds be used?" His uncle replied, "I'm planning to invest over $3 million, but the key now is to return the school to being for athletes. Like before." Seth, with the simple mind of a new high school student, widened his eyes and asked, "Is that possible?" In contrast, Peter, having followed his father for years, understood the business well. He replied, "It will be fine if our students can attract media attention." While Seth still hesitated, his uncle smiled. "South Korea is a place where money is power. With your position and the company's scale, money isn't the issue. The issue is they have too much money." Arriving at the classroom, the old teacher diligently lectured, his voice quivering with age. Only his love for the profession kept him on the podium, yet in return, the two troublesome boys in the back always slept during his class. Suddenly, a phone on the desk rang in the middle of the lesson. The call was from the Busan branch manager. Half asleep and weary, Seth picked up and asked, "Who is it?" The voice on the other end responded quickly, "Hello, dear young master." Perhaps without looking at the screen, Seth asked again, "Who is this?" The voice shouted, "This brat don't recognize my voice. It's Derek from Busan." Seth vaguely remembered the scene where he had punched him in the nose. Derek added, "Remember now, I'm..." Before he could finish, Seth said, "I'm in your classroom." Then he hung up. During class, he pulled out his phone again to talk as if no one was there, causing the whole class to look down. After hanging up, he buried his face and fell asleep. The two boys at the back seemed to exist in another world. Meanwhile, the old teacher continued lecturing in his quivering voice. The phone rang again, Derek probably calling to finish his unfinished sentence. Seth decisively ended the call, muttering, "What a long-winded guy." At a construction site still in disarray, the scaffolding hadn't been removed. Derek called the young master again, but all he got was the dial tone and the operator. "The number you dialed is currently unreachable." He clenched his teeth in anger as he stared at the phone, cursing the son of a bitch. In front of him was Seth's mother. His boss sat on the chair and he sat opposite. With two large underlings standing behind him, Derek ordered, "Go fetch him and bring him here." The two henchmen immediately replied, "Yes, sir." He smiled. The kid still had a runny nose, his face showing disdain with only one eye open. He added, "I'll teach you what manners are." At the same time in the classroom, Seth woke from a dream and reached to touch Victor's spiked hair. He ended up getting scratched and bleeding. In reality, though, he was snoring loudly, disturbing the whole class and waking Victor. As evening fell, the sky turned golden like fried eggs and buttered corn. Teachers and students left the school and headed out the gates. A car came to a sudden stop in front of him. Someone got out. It was two of Derek's disciples sent ahead. They stood facing him. He cautiously asked, "Who are you?" One of them spoke, "Please come with us." He glared at them, the attitude stubborn. At that moment, Rob stepped up from behind them and asked, "Where do you think you're going?" They turned around, saw Rob, and their demeanor changed completely. Fear showed on the two faces. Rob looked at them with one eye and asked, "How dare you give orders to my boss?" The boss also asked, "What are you doing here?" The two were about to answer, then pulled something from their clothes, saying, "Just take a look at this." He held out a phone toward him and added, "This is from Mr. Derek." He froze, sensing something bad. Immediately, he snatched the phone, opened it, and his expression shifted from calm to furious. He clenched the phone tightly, eyes wide, face contorted. The screen showed his mother tied to a chair. One of the two demanded, "Come with us." Their tone was arrogant. He squinted at them. They seemed to have awakened a monster in him, his face filled with rage. Immediately, Nam punched straight at him. A hook punch, fast and powerful, struck his neck. He could no longer speak, clutching his neck in pain. The other yelled, "Bastard!" At the same time, the phone flew into his face. He raised his hands to block, but as he lowered them, another attack came. It was Seth's left-hand punch hitting his face. With a smack, the thug's face twisted, showing the full force of the blow. The downward hook sent him to the ground. Seth was like a caged beast, gripping him, then retracting, with two of his teeth stuck in Seth's hand. Tom grabbed his hair, pulling him close, and asked, "Tell me where my mother is before I kill you." His nose was bleeding. He could only groan in pain. A familiar scene unfolded, a long convoy on the street. Among them was the car carrying him. He called Peter. Hearing the situation, Peter said, "Understood." He rubbed his head, asking, "What happened?" The voice on the line reassured, "Don't worry, young master." He held his head, shouting into the phone, How can I not worry? That's my mother. I will kill them all. Peter gravely called his name. He urged him to stay calm and not let them achieve their goal. He slowed down a bit. Peter added, nothing will happen. Nothing, yet his eyes remained filled with anger. He gritted his teeth, trying to stay calm. At Derek's place, the atmosphere was tense. Everyone stared at each other. He held the phone to call the two, but it was still busy. He muttered curses. Why haven't those idiots returned yet? He sat on a crate, tapping the phone. Many underlings stood behind him. Zee's mother still sat calmly, confident in her safety. Derek said, I had no choice but to take you hostage. I just can't let a kid run the show. She paused but couldn't remain silent. Seth's mother bowed her head. He will do better than you. His anger flared. She deliberately provoked him. Why are you upset? His patience snapped. He growled, you bitch. Seth's mother stood up from the chair, facing Derek and his underlings fearlessly. Her expression shifted from a gentle smile to stern and cold. Now she bore a resemblance to Seth. She stared coldly at the thugs. Peter maintained his stance, telling Seth, don't worry. The streets were busier today, the convoy weaving through traffic. The car carrying him raced toward his mother. Inside, he struggled to remain calm, but worry and anger were written on his face. Finally, they arrived. A construction area, the building where his mother was held. Peter stepped out first, standing at the front of the car. Turning around, he saw the boss hurriedly open the car door. He approached, loosened the tie around his neck. With his fists clenched tight, Seth demanded, how's my mom? Peter said nothing, only turning his head to look toward the building. Realizing what was wrong, he immediately rushed over. He sprinted inside the building and stopped right in front of the stairs. Then he went to a room with the door shut tight and kicked it hard, blasting it open. Sliding as he ran in, he saw his mother standing there. Her expression didn't change. Worried, he called out, Mom, but the worry vanished instantly at the scene before him. More than a dozen people sprawled on the floor, and his mother was standing in front of Derek, gripping his collar. Terrified, he stammered as Rob, standing there, asked, Ma'am, what's going on? Seth went from worried to stunned. His mother glanced at him and briefly closed her eyes. Peter stepped in and said, I'm sorry, ma'am. She let go, released Derek, and said, I'm letting you off this time. He yelped in fear and stumbled backward. His reaction left Derek with a huge question mark, his voice trembling, please save me. He raised both hands, shaking all over. He could only stammer a few words, save me. Seth's mother turned around and the older man bowed respectfully. She walked past Peter without another word, even passing by her son, and said, let's go, boss. It's time to open the cafe. Watching his mother walk past without the slightest hesitation, Seth was utterly stunned. Back at his mother's familiar cafe, Rob was outside, puffing on a cigarette. Inside, seeing his mother in an apron beside the espresso machine, he asked, what was that about? His mother asked back, what do you mean? He raised a hand and asked, how could you? His mother answered bluntly, it's a secret. Hearing that, he was shocked and even more curious. Peter looked at him and said, can your mom tell you another time? He still didn't understand, but his mother said right away, you don't need to understand. She smiled, no matter what, she was still his mom. He looked at her, completely at a loss. His mother had been this brave, yet he'd known nothing all this time. Rob was still outside enjoying his game. Suddenly another car pulled up and parked right behind his. Peter got out. Rob tossed his cigarette and stood at attention. The moment he stepped out, Seth immediately lowered his head in greeting. Peter only gave a faint smile, then turned to look into the cafe. Seeing mother and son chatting, he frowned slightly, recalling a bit of the past, the days when Seth was little, crawling forward with his arms wobbling. Over there, Seth's parents watched their beloved boy crawl over, smiling happily. His father smiled, holding a rattle in his hand. He dropped it and the little boy lit up, reaching out to grab it and squeeze it. The rattle smacked Seth right in the forehead, making his father panic a little. The impact made the boy topple backward. His eyes welled up, tears streaming down. Seeing him cry loudly, his mother immediately picked him up. Instead of soothing him, she seemed to scold him. The boy tried to stop crying, snot running, his face puckering. Then they kept playing the rattle game. This time he dodged it, but he couldn't keep his balance and fell to the side. He glanced at his mother. This time he didn't dare cry, only sniffled a couple of times. Seeing her son being tough, she immediately picked him up and cuddled him. His father could only shake his head at his wife's method. Peter was there back then too. That was when he was young, before his face had so many scars, and when he was still quite handsome. His mother had trained his fighting skills since he was little. He turned and called the driver, Rodney, saying, the Japanese mafia were the ones behind the uprising in Busan. Rob closed his eyes, lowered his head, then cursed, those dogs. The older man reminded him, pay more attention to the young master. Rob bent at the waist. The man added, remember to bring your weapon. At the word weapon, Rob grinned and shouted, thanks, sir, shattering the night's stillness. Not stopping there, Peter asked, one more thing, can we send someone to the school? He turned and said, the head of Santyu Onikai, Mijuki Ryushin, is already following the young master, but we still need another bodyguard. Rob squeezed his eyes shut. There was still no answer. The older man ordered, send 2 bodyguards into the school as students. At Sophie's house, father and daughter were eating, but they sat at opposite ends of the long dining table. Sophie looked troubled, as if she was lost in thought and barely focused on the meal. Her father noticed it from across the table. He stared at his daughter, let out a quiet huff, then spoke up to ask. "Sophie, is something wrong?" She answered, "Nothing, Dad," but her face didn't show that at all. Her father smiled. "If someone's bothering you, I'll take care of it, so don't hide anything from me." Sophie smiled. "You're a prosecutor, you can't just do whatever you want." He replied, "No problem, my daughter comes first." Sophie answered a little slowly, "I know, but it's nothing serious, Dad, don't worry." Hearing her mention serious and knowing his daughter too well, he frowned slightly. "So there is something." Sophie kept eating and said, "I told you there is, hurry up and eat." The prosecutor raised his eyebrows at his daughter as if telling himself not to overthink it. She immediately shoveled food into her mouth, cheeks puffed out. That night at Sophie's villa under a bright full moon, her father stood on the top floor talking on the phone. Who would a prosecutor be calling at this hour? It turned out he was calling Jackson, then introduced himself as Sophie's father. On the other end of the line, he started rambling. "Yes, uncle, I was about to call you too. There's a bit of trouble at my school." He added that he wasn't sure what he should do. Sophie's father gripped the balcony rail tightly, then frowned and said gravely, "Jackson, tell me everything from the beginning in detail." Back at Zet's mother's cafe, it was closing time. She was pulling the shutter down, getting ready to leave. Then she turned and asked Peter, "How did it go?" He reported, "The young master has already gone home, ma'am." She asked, "What do you want to say?" Peter admitted honestly, "I just want you to know I was wrong, ma'am." Zet's mother stood up and said, "It's all right, don't worry. If there's nothing else then." Vitter cut in, "Ma'am, I'll take you home, it isn't safe here." She kept her head lowered and asked, "Have you forgotten?" Then she smiled and said, "I left for Seth's safety. Just keep an eye on Seth for me, that's all." Vitter seemed to understand and said nothing more. In the bedroom, Seth lay there trying to doze off, but after everything that had happened and what he'd seen, tonight looked like it would be a long night for him. After tossing and turning, he curled up tight, but it didn't help much. Seth sat up, thinking back to the construction site. Cold sweat broke out on him without him realizing it. He shouted, shattering the silence of the night, "What's going on with Mom?" Now let's take a quick look at Rose's profile. Seth's Scarface driver is 1.74 meters tall. His weight is unknown. He loves street racing, looks like he's the highway hero type. Smooth behind the wheel, born to serve sunshine. Peter assigned him to be the young master's driver and bodyguard. At the same time, Vitter demanded he hand over his weapon. That surprised him a little. He reached inside his jacket, about to pull something out. Peter frowned and ordered, "Hurry up, you won't need it." In the end, he pulled out a 3-section baton. Vitter gripped it tightly, then pressed a button on the handle. The short baton snapped out into 3 segments with sharp clicks. Seeing his weapon, he secretly swallowed. Rod was just a nickname, his real name was Rodney Kang. Once with that baton in hand, he charged into a fight like a raging demon. That's why Peter took it, to protect the young master. He looks timid, but he's incredibly tough. When he smiles, he even looks kind of cute. At Ryushin's base, one of the 3 chiefs of the 3-headed demon gang sat with a smoking pipe in his hand, then exhaled a white plume, looking thoroughly satisfied. Seated up high, he looked down at his underling kneeling below and asked, "So he failed?" The underling answered politely, "Yes, sir." Ryu's face tightened, his tone a little displeased. "That's why I hate assigning jobs to those hand-can guys." The underling looked up and asked, "So what does Sunshine plan to do, sir?" He shot back, "You said their chairman is just a high school kid, right?" After getting his answer, he ordered Akira to be sent there. At the name Akira, the underling flinched slightly. Still holding the pipe, he stated firmly, "If you want to take them down, you can't be picky about methods." Back at Indin High School, down in the schoolyard, the underlings gathered in neat, straight line. They seemed to be assembling to protect the school. Up above, the PE teacher looked down. Now he held a different position. He fidgeted awkwardly in a tight suit, since he usually only wore sportswear. The teacher pulled a chair out, then sat down in the spacious, luxurious chairman's office. Smacking his lips, he muttered, "I'm just a gym teacher." He wondered what on earth is going to happen. Suddenly, the phone rang. He picked up, heard a beep, and said, "Hello." On the other end was Peter's familiar voice representing Sunshine Day Group. He announced that a new student would be transferring in and added, "Arrange for the new student to be placed in Seth Kang's class." The teacher asked in alarm, "What are you trying to do?" But before he got an answer, the call disconnected. A knock came from outside the chairman's office, making him flinch. The door creaked open, and someone stepped inside. The teacher stared wide-eyed and blurted out, "Brock." A huge guy with a broken arm stood in the doorway. Brock walked in, and the teacher asked, "Why are you here? You never wanted to come to school." Brock replied, "I came to congratulate you on becoming the new chairman and to ask you for a favor." He frowned slightly when he heard that. Brock looked serious now and said, "Please let me come back to school. I want to graduate." Hearing that, our new chairman froze on the spot, at a loss for words, completely stunned. In freshman year class 3, out in the hallway, a few people were walking over. Inside, the teacher stood at the podium and the students sat below as usual, each one different. The homeroom teacher announced, "Everyone, today our class has a new student." As she finished speaking, a figure appeared at the classroom door. He slid the door to the side and slowly stepped in. Seeing him, the whole class went silent, completely astonished. The teacher said, "Can you introduce yourself a bit?" He slightly tilted his head and said, "I'm Brock." Below, besides Seth's surprise, there was also fear among the other students. There was murmuring and whispers across the classroom. The teacher stepped back slightly, looked toward the door and said, "Order, please, one more student." The class fell silent and waited as another young man walked in. He turned to look at everyone, his long hair tied back. He introduced himself, "I'm Jun Kim," with his handsome appearance. He instantly captured the girls' attention, but on the contrary, the boys looked annoyed and jealous. The teacher looked at the two new students, wondering, are they really high school students? Then she pointed to the back of the class and said, "You two sit in the seats over there." So both of them slowly walked down the aisle, glancing at each other. Previously it had been Seth and Victor, now Brock and Jun Kim joined them. Brock stepped in front of Seth. His body was large and muscular. Seth stayed seated, tilting his head slightly, a bit hesitant. He smiled broadly at him, unafraid of another confrontation. Outside the school, a vintage-style car was approaching. The car slowed down and stopped gently in front of the gate. The driver announced politely through the rearview mirror, "We've arrived." In the back seat was a girl in a school uniform. She spoke to herself in Japanese, "So you study at this school." Then she flipped her hair and continued, "I've been looking forward to meeting you." Seth Kang's handsome face appeared in her mind. At Junjin High, a flycam moved from afar, circling the classrooms before focusing on Seth's, where he and Victor were dozing nearby. Inside, at the back of the classroom, were 4 standout students, including 2 old students dozing and 2 other students. The new students, Brock and Jun, were looking toward the podium, where the homeroom teacher addressed the class. "So will all of you sign up for the tour?" Now silence reigned, not a sound. The teacher asked further, "Will the 2 new students join as well?" Jun smiled brightly and agreed. Brock kept a serious face and said nothing. He glanced to the adjacent desk. The 2 standing students hesitated for a moment, then agreed to participate. The homeroom teacher smiled. "All right, then see you tomorrow." The teacher left, waving at the class, make friends with the newcomers. But during the break, everyone did their own thing. No one dared to approach Brock. Jun was the same. By this time, the other 2 students finally woke up, one stretching, the other standing. Brock also pulled out a chair to stand. Just that action startled the nearby students. He walked over to Seth and Victor. Every step Brock took was closely observed by Jun. Brock stood blocking the 2. Seth said nothing, standing and glaring at him. Brock did the same, his eyes blank. Victor jumped in to break the tension. "I'll let you handle him." Then he slung his backpack over his shoulder. As he was about to step forward, Brock raised his hand to stop him. His protective arm blocked Victor. Victor sidestepped, frowning. "What's this about?" Seeing this, Seth looked a bit puzzled but stepped back slightly. "Let the stage be theirs." Jun watched silently, smiling faintly. At the back of the school, where the wind created whistling sounds, the 2 stood facing each other. Victor asked, "What's up?" "Want to spar?" Grop replied, hands in his pockets. "I guess you're not that dumb, right?" Hearing this, he felt slightly offended and frowned. Then he said, "This bastard, even if you get defeated, don't think I'm easy to beat." Grop said nothing, still watching him mischievously. Victor dropped his bag to the ground with a thud. Brock recalled the day they first clashed. Victor had thrown a quick, unexpected hook directly at him. Alongside were practiced boxing footwork and powerful left-hand punches. The punches were fast and deliberate, 5 strikes aimed at vulnerable points that could knock an opponent out. Victor raised both hands into stance. "If the teacher hadn't shown up, you'd be done for with me. Now bring it on." Brock replied, "Not here." This irritated Victor. He added, "I want to fight properly with gloves and rules." Victor looked puzzled. "What cage?" Brock remained silent and Victor said nothing further. The 2 spoke little but understood much. Outside the school gate, Sophie noticed Seth had just stepped out. Seeing him turn right, she immediately approached, then called out, making Seth slightly startled and look back. Sophie stammered, standing in front of him, unsure how to begin. He asked, "What's up, something wrong?" Sophie shyly said, "Nothing, but are you free this Saturday?" She pulled 2 tickets from her bag. "I got 2 movie tickets." Seeing Seth still didn't react, Sophie persuaded, "I heard it's a pretty good movie." Seth finally smiled and agreed. She still didn't fully believe it, so asked again. "Really?" He squinted and replied, "Of course." Sophie breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing her expression, Seth looked a bit puzzled. The young girl looked at the tickets in her hand and smiled. "That's great." Seth's eyes accidentally caught that smile. Not knowing what he was thinking, he turned and asked, "Hey Sophie, are you free today?" Before she could answer, Seth continued asking, "Do you want to grab a quick bite?" Sophie froze on the spot and Zet widened his eyes and said, "I found a pretty good place to eat nearby." The expression on Sophie's face shifted from surprise to a hint of happiness. She beamed and agreed, "I'm kind of hungry too." The awkwardness between them seemed to melt away, and they started chatting more openly and comfortably. They walked and talked as they went. The amber sunset sky only made the date feel more romantic. Over here, at Rod's parking spot, he was sleeping soundly when someone approached. A boy in a school uniform stood right by the car door. Then the boy tapped on the roof, waking Rod up. Rod craned his neck to look outside, then slowly rolled the window down. Rod asked, "What the hell is this? What if the young master finds out?" The young man replied, "Don't worry, nothing's going to happen." That person turned out to be Jun. He added, "The young master is on a date right now." Rod blinked. "A date? No way, I can't believe it." Jun leaned down to peer into the car and asked, "Got any cigarettes today?" He grimaced. "Give me one, Rod." Rod frowned. "Are you insane, smoking while you're wearing a school uniform?" Jun lowered his head with a sigh. "Seriously, no." Rod chuckled, pulled out a cigarette and lit it, making the guy outside complain. "Lucky me, you're ruthless." Rod took a drag, then glanced over and asked, "How's school?" Jun smiled. "Nothing special, they're just a bunch of kids." Rod warned quietly, "Be careful, if anything happens to the young master, then—" Jun cut him off immediately. "Don't worry so much." Then he gave a dangerous smile and lightly slid a knife out from his sleeve. "You know me." That night in the Victor family's gym. Inside, he was sparring with Brock. With his experience in the sport, Victor kept pressing his opponent, while Brock only raised his arms to defend. Victor's relentless, heavy punches left Brock with nothing to do but brace and block. Brock gritted his teeth, hiding his face behind his thick forearms. Victor spotted an opening, drew his arm back, then threw a wind-splitting punch straight at Brock's jaw, snapping his head to the side. The sudden shot threw Brock slightly off balance. As he glanced over, almost immediately another fist appeared, an overhand backfist slipping between his guard and slamming straight into his face. That blow jerked his head back. Victor stayed fully focused, staring straight at him. As Victor pulled his hands back to reset his stance, Brock stomped hard to steady himself. He slid backward, grimacing with pain. Victor, confident and calm, smiled and asked, "Want to keep going?" Hearing that, Brock's pride flared. He went quiet for a moment, then regained his composure, his eyes no longer twisted with strain. "That's all you've got." At that, Victor's face darkened and he clenched his jaw and tensed up. He launched another flurry, shouting, "You can't even land a single punch on me." But just like before, every punch was stopped by Brock's arms in front of his face. Victor kept swinging and Brock kept blocking over and over without pause. Brock kept his head down, watching his opponent through the gap between his arms. Victor roared, "You said you wanted to learn boxing, so why aren't you punching?" Then he threw another backfist. But this time Brock slipped lightly to the side and avoided it. Victor was stunned, so was Brock. Himself a little surprised at what he'd just done. He looked at Victor again. Victor stared back, four eyes locked. Suddenly, Brock clenched his left fist tight. Then he drove a straight punch toward Victor's face. Luckily, Victor snapped his head back and dodged by a hair. Even so, the punch forced him to stumble back a few steps. With the momentum, Victor's whole body tipped into the ring ropes. Before he could regain his balance, Brock surged in with his fist already coming up. Then swung, a looping punch swept from right to left at Victor's head level, but Victor ducked just in time. Using that movement, Victor shifted and returned fire with an uppercut hook from below, aimed straight at Brock's chin. The impact made both of them skid a short distance, but Brock was showing terrifying toughness. Even Victor wondered to himself, why is he so hard to put down? Brock said calmly, "What the hell are you doing? Get in here." Victor trembled with rage and yelled. "Bastard," he gritted his teeth, seething. With that, the two lunged at each other like wild beasts unafraid of. At the same time, in the movie theater, a rather scary film was playing on the screen. The boss and Sophie were watching. A scene came on where a character swung a huge scythe with a nasty slash. The young woman turned, a little frightened, and Zet beside her also paid close attention. Then, without meaning to, Sophie gripped her clothes tightly. Zet took the chance to reach out and hold her hand to reassure her. The skin-to-skin contact made Sophie flinch slightly. She immediately pushed the fear aside and pulled her hand back. Zet turned away with a smile. The film, with its thrilling fight scenes, was spectacular. At last the movie ended, and people filed out of the theater one after another. The two high school students also slowly walked outside to head home. They asked each other about the movie. Both agreed it was very good and that they had really enjoyed it. Sophie waved goodbye, about to leave, but Seth quickly asked, "Aren't you going to eat?" While the girls stood there confused, he added, "Don't people usually eat after watching a movie? I thought that's what a date was like." Sophie blushed when she heard the word date and smiled as she asked back, "A date?" Seth immediately reached out and held the young girl's hand tightly. Then he looked at her sincerely and said, "Let's go. I know a great place." It was still the signboard hanging high on the building of the Sunshine Corporation. Inside a luxurious restaurant in the building, Seth and Sophie were seated. There were a few other guests around them as well. They sat across from each other in a romantic setting with a beautiful view. Sophie seemed a little uncomfortable, shifting slightly in her seat. She looked left and right, then raised her hand and whispered to him, "Is this place very expensive?" Seth smiled and replied, "Don't worry, just eat as much as you like." The waiter approached and bowed to them. He arranged the utensils on the table, then bowed once again. Sophie gently turned and thanked him. When the waiter left, she let out a sigh of relief and said to Seth, "But I still think it's too expensive." Seth cut in, "Don't worry, it doesn't cost anything. Sophie was surprised. Seth explained, to be honest, this restaurant belongs to my family's company, so I don't have to pay here. When she heard the word company, she seemed startled. But Seth said, it's complicated, but basically I'm richer than you think. Sophie smiled softly when she heard that. Seeing that, he casually asked, what is it? Do you think I'm bragging? Sophie raised both hands and shook them, explaining, no. Seth immediately asked, then why are you smiling? She held up 2 fingers and said, I'm just a little jealous, that's all. Seth smiled and asked directly, so when should we arrange our next date? Sophie's face turned red, shy, but the young girl seemed quite delighted and looking forward to it. In the morning, a long convoy of cars moved along the road toward the airport. The convoy followed directions into the domestic lane, the familiar security style of Sunshine these past few days. The escort vehicles carefully guarded the front and back. Inside the car, Seth did not look very pleased, perhaps annoyed that Peter was being overly cautious. He spoke up, I'll send people to Jeju Island. Seth immediately turned and protested. Uncle, Peter then said, the Japanese mafia seems to be making moves again. Seth responded at once. Uncle, but this is just a school field trip. Nothing will happen. His uncle decided to remain silent and said nothing more. Seth glanced away. He looked visibly annoyed. Upon arrival, the car screeched to a stop. Seth slung his backpack over his shoulder and got out, saying, fine, I'm going. He stood outside and looked into the car, adding, don't worry so much. Then he slammed the door, making Peter jump. Seth quietly walked toward the class gathering area, still seeming uneasy. His uncle called Ruth and ordered him to accompany the young master. Ruth looked a bit puzzled and said, but I think this is enough already. Peter insisted, we still have to be on guard against the Jeju gangsters if you go with the young master. I'll feel more at ease. He turned to carry out the order. He had just finished and was about to leave, yet now Ruth seemed quite happy at the thought of going to Jeju. The weather was perfect for a tour, the flight had departed. At last they arrived, and at Jeju Airport the students cheered with excitement. In contrast to the class's excitement, a few troublemakers showed almost no interest in this trip. While the boy was rallying everyone, the teacher slowly approached with her fist raised. Then she knocked him hard on the head and shouted, stop that right now. Then she pointed behind her and ordered, hurry up and get on the bus. The kids obediently followed instructions and boarded the bus one by one. After looking around, she asked, is everyone on? After making sure everyone was accounted for, she turned and said, driver, we can go now. The bus rolled along the island roads toward the resort area. After some time, they stopped in front of the Jeju Tourist Hotel, a massive building made up of 2 connected blocks. The students got off the bus, and the teacher stood at the entrance to take attendance. Sophie stepped out looking quite excited. Brock was the same as usual but seemed a bit happier. Victor and Jun appeared rather indifferent, not very interested in the trip. As for Seth, he was neutral, neither happy nor sad. The teacher stood in front of the class waving the list and asking, has everyone gotten off the bus? After confirming, she announced, our class is on the 8th floor, starting from room 802. The room numbers are posted on the doors, so they'll be easy to find. I'm giving you 1 hour to get ready. After that, we'll meet back here. From above, the crowd looked like tiny ants. Since it was a tourist area, many buses carrying visitors were constantly coming and going. The students of Class 1-3 walked into the hotel lobby. After a while, Zet finally found his room. Whether by chance or design, the member list for room 806 included all 3 current troublemakers. Z, Victor, and Brock. Jun stepped forward saying, I'm in the room next door. The 3 other guys entered the room one by one, looked around, and exclaimed, not bad at all. Seth and Victor watched Brock toss his bag onto the double bed at the end of the room. He smiled. Doesn't really matter. I'll take this forest bed and leave my bag on the middle bed. Victor looked displeased and called out to Brock. He frowned and asked, why are you taking the biggest bed? Brock turned around, glared, and his attitude was stiff toward him. Their eyes locked like lightning, and Zet in the middle didn't know what to do. Time passed as preparations continued at the Yuseng Yuli Resort on Jeju Island. Noise came from the courtyard and the bus parking lot was full. On one of the buses, the teacher leaned on her hands giving instructions. There are students from other schools here, so make sure you don't get on the wrong bus. Gather at 3 o'clock to head back. Afterward, everyone got off the bus one by one. Zet, still half asleep and turning his tongue, heard someone call his name. It took several calls for him to wake and open his eyes to the side. Next to him, Sophie sat and asked, do you want to come with me? We were down below. Zet smiled cutely and replied, why not? Sophie felt relieved and grinned. On a nearby lawn, Victor was lying down for an afternoon rest. From afar, constant chatter made him squint. A group of people was approaching Victor's spot. The group passed by where Victor was lying. They were quite noisy. Victor sighed and followed with his gaze, muttering, damn, these Chinese are loud as hell. At the resort, such noise was unavoidable. Han walked quickly past the gathering Chinese group. Near the beach, Jun sat with a cigarette in his mouth when a shadow approached. Someone tapped Jun on the shoulder with a finger, startling him slightly. It was Rose. They looked at each other silently and smiled with squinted eyes. Actually, when close, words aren't necessary. Sharing a cigarette together is enough to enjoy the moment. Nearby, another pair of childhood friends was gradually growing closer. They talked comfortably and happily. While walking up a fairly high set of steps, something below caught their attention. Zet stopped. He stopped smiling and looked down. Below were people in purple and white uniforms, apparently Chinese students blocking the path. They spoke in Chinese. "This Korean girl is so cute, come play with us." Sophie seemed to understand them. Her expression changed slightly. They added, "Why go with that skinny kid over there?" Zet smiled faintly but seemed confused. Then he asked them, "What are you saying?" Hearing Zed ask, they didn't react, possibly not understanding. Z saw this and fell silent, saying nothing further. Sophie immediately stepped in front of Z and asked the Chinese students, "What do you want?" Zet was surprised she could speak Chinese, and the Chinese guys seemed okay with that. Sophie added, "If you're in Korea, don't give us a bad impression of your people." The Chinese students laughed together. "Wow, the little girl knows Chinese, don't be like this, come with us." "Are those skinny kids your boyfriend?" Realizing the situation might escalate, she turned to Zet. Sophie held his hand and said, "Let's go," and then fell silent. Zet turned and walked, glancing at the Chinese group whispering below. They just laughed and raised a middle finger. Seth remembered these Chinese guys. After leaving, the two sat on a bench in the park. Zet asked, "You can speak Chinese?" Sophie smiled and replied, "I lived in China for a few years when I was little because of my dad's work. I still study it, so I haven't forgot." Zet exclaimed and praised her. "You're really good," making Sophie a little flustered. He quickly asked, "What did those guys say?" Sophie chuckled awkwardly. "Nothing, don't worry about it." Zet stood up. "All right, I'll go to the restroom for a bit." He turned back to Sophie, "I'll be back soon." Then he hurried off, stopping on the bridge from before. Below, the Chinese students were still standing there. Zet stood above, calling down, catching their attention. He smiled cruelly, then immediately ran down the stairs, delivering 5 punches. He charged at them. Sophie remained seated, waiting. Zet turned back, scratched his head, and said, "Sorry, the restroom was a bit far." She replied gently, "It's okay, where shall we go now?" He pointed in the other direction. "The view over there is beautiful. Do you want to take some photos?" Sophie smiled happily and nodded. Of course, the two of them kept walking and chatting happily. Back at the bridge, a squint-eyed guy frowned, wondering what was going on. What the hell is this? In front of him, several guys from the same school were sprawled all over the place. No one knew what had happened. He walked over and slapped the face of one guy slumped there. Then he asked what happened. The guy who woke up stammered, "It was that Korean guy, he beat us up." Hearing that, he roared, "Getting your asses kicked by one Korean and you're not ashamed yet." Then he stood up and barked an order, "Go find that bastard for me. All of you." He shouted to the crowd behind him to dig the guy out no matter what. A little later, 2 familiar guys from class 1-3 became the targets. They jolted in fright, fear written all over their faces. 2 Chinese students immediately kicked them down and demanded, "You beat up our people, didn't you?" The guy beside him said, "It's obviously not them, go look for someone else." Over here, another group spotted Victor asleep on the ground. They grinned and said to each other, "Found one." Then nearly 10 of them moved in and surrounded where he was lying. One of them kicked Victor's leg to wake him up. Victor stayed lying down and asked, "What do you want?" A Chinese guy said, "I don't think it's him." Victor sat up and snapped, "I'm asking you, what the hell do you want?" Then he looked toward them. One guy stepped out, frowned, and yelled, "What the hell are you babbling about?" That was all it took. Victor laughed. "Maybe you want a little workout, yeah?" Then he slowly stood up. Seeing that, the Chinese guy barked an order. "Sit down." When Victor didn't listen, he shouted, "I said sit." Before he could finish, a fist was already in his face. Bang! Victor dropped a brutal backhand left, flooring him and slamming him to the ground. Glancing at the others, Victor barked, "What are you dogs yapping about?" Over here, Brock was sitting under a tree enjoying the view. A group came up behind him too, and another troublemaker called out from the back. One of them stepped forward and asked, "You beat up our people, didn't you?" He frowned slightly and said, "He looks pretty strong." Brock turned around and glanced at him, not understanding a word he was saying. Then the guy charged Brock with his fist cocked. Brock raised his hand and caught it effortlessly. They both froze. Brock's huge hand locked down the guy's entire fist. The Chinese guy flinched, his body trembling a little. Brock looked at him and said, "Perfect timing, I was just about to get a little exercise too, thanks." The Chinese guy roared, "You bastard, you're dead," and raised his other fist. Brock frowned, looks like it was time to get moving for real. He tugged the guy's arm lightly toward himself. Then Brock spun fast to get behind him, and immediately wrapped him up in a wrestling clinch. The Chinese guy growled, struggling hard. He grimaced, tensing up to break free. Brock, meanwhile, was setting up his finisher. He used a common wrestling move, the belly-to-back suplex. The guy's head slammed violently into the ground. The ones standing around gaped in shock. Brock looked at the crowd and said, "Carry him off, you dogs." At the bus gathering area, there were quite a lot of visitors. The homeroom teacher stood by the bus door, checking the list of students coming back. On the bus, Seth and Sophie were already sitting together, chatting. It seemed pretty easygoing. Both of them were smiling brightly. Victor came back too and climbed onto the bus, catching Seth's eye. He stepped in looking tense and Seth tracked his footsteps. Victor walked right past Seth, then dropped into the seat in the row behind. Something up front made him look up. It was Brock walking in. The bus looked almost full. With the same sleep-deprived stare as always, he headed down the aisle. Seth still looked unbelievably innocent. Brock walked past, and Seth craned his neck to look back, a huge question mark on his face. That burly body dropping into the seat behind made the other students a little uneasy. Victor and Brock each stared out a different side window. On the grass at the attraction site, the Chinese guys who got taken down were scattered all over the place. The bus carrying students from Yingjin High School. Ignoring everyone else, Seth and Sophie kept laughing and chatting. The teacher got on and asked, "Sophia, is everyone aboard yet?" The girl stood up, swept her eyes around the bus, then reported, "The new student still hasn't gotten on yet, ma'am." The teacher frowned. "I told him to be on time." Over here, Jun and Ruth were still sitting and smoking, chatting. Cigarettes in hand, the two young men looked pretty close. All of a sudden, the teacher's silhouette slipped past right behind Jun, making Rodney flinch. Catching his buddy's look, Jun instantly slid back and got ready to pull out whatever he had hidden in his sleeve. Before he could do anything, he saw the teacher standing there with her arms crossed, staring at him with murderous eyes. Jun was completely stunned. The teacher tilted her head and asked, "What are you doing here?" Jun stammered, not knowing how to answer. He was screwed this time. That evening at a Jeju tourist hotel. In the private room of the three young men, Grok sat by the window, gazing outside while lost in thought. Victor was doing push-ups while Seth was asleep. Brock turned his head and glanced at him. Seth noticed this and opened his eyes to look at him. He took off his headphones and asked, "What's up? Something wrong?" Rob turned to reply, "Nothing." Seth felt a little confused as this was unlike him before, but he let it go, put his headphones back on, and smiled, enjoying himself. On this side, Rob closed his eyes and swallowed nervously, looking fearful. Jun also felt a bit tense, biting her lip and glancing subtly. It turned out the teacher was standing there. It seemed a private lecture was about to be given to Jun. She curled up on a chair in the hotel lobby. Outside the glass door, Ruth was trying to catch a glimpse of her friend. The teacher raised her voice, "A student smoking." Jun turned her face away, avoiding the gaze, and continued listening to the scolding. "Do you know how harmful cigarettes are at your age?" The teacher widened her eyes and continued, "I thought you were better than the new transfers. Where did you learn this habit?" Jun held his ID in front of her. She glanced at it and realized he was born in 1991. She was startled, her body trembling slightly, thinking silently, 27 years old. 3 years younger than me. Jun sighed. "I couldn't attend school due to family circumstances, but I still wanted to." The teacher felt something was off and pondered inwardly. Indeed, he looked more mature than the other students. Jun immediately grabbed the teacher's hand. He stood up, faced her, and asked, "Can you forgive me this time?" With an innocent look, he pleaded, "Please, teacher." The teacher froze, her heart pounding, stammering, "All right, I will." Outside, Ruth kept watching intently, even though she couldn't hear their words. He thought silently, "Will this be okay?" Outside, a boy walking with his mother pointed at him and asked, "Mom, that guy looks weird." Night fell in Jeju, the street fairly crowded. The street was brightly lit. In a mini karaoke bar, a man downed his drink and said, "Koreans drink very little, unlike you rotten guys." Right. The guys who had been beaten earlier were swollen, terrified, sweating profusely. A large man with slightly burnt hair drained a bottle and poured it upside down, spitting. 3 men knelt at the end of a long table filled with food. One of them spoke shakily. "We underestimated them." A streak of blood ran from the leader's mouth. Holding the empty bottle, he shouted, ready to throw it, "How dare you lose to the real Koreans?" The bottle flew from his hand, striking a man's neck. He gritted his teeth, cursing. "You fools!" Sitting beside him were 2 young women also in uniforms. Muscular and imposing, he continued yelling, "Aren't you ashamed? Tomorrow you better bring them to me." The younger man held his bloodied head, not daring to make a sound. He glared, his face cold as stone. "You still remember their uniforms, right?" At an old-style building, a few cars were parked neatly outside. It was the Jeju restaurant. Rod stepped inside. He slid the door aside. The man inside stepped out to greet him, waving. "Hey, Rod," he bowed in response. "Long time no see." The man in a white suit was Do, CEO of the Jeju branch of Sunshine Group. He asked, "How have you been? Looks like he's here too." Rod scratched his head and replied, "Jack is at the young master's place." Do was surprised. "Really?" He remembered his face, then added, "Aren't you the young master's bodyguard?" Rod smiled awkwardly. "There's a reason." From inside the restaurant, Rue's voice called, "Tell him to prepare the next table, Rod." A lavish table was set with Jeju specialty dishes, a whole grilled fish with several side dishes. Do said, "Eat quickly, all Jeju specialties." Rod was cheerful, eyes bright, thanking profusely. He chewed heartily, puffing his cheeks, looking delighted. Do glanced at the young master beside him and asked, "It must be tough taking care of a young master still growing, right?" Rod kept picking food, replying, "Not really." Do glanced slightly. "I heard Derek went crazy when the young master became president." Rod continued eating without responding. Do smiled hesitantly, and Derek said he got another beating from the young master. Hearing this, Rod choked on his rice, spat it out, and coughed. Do encouraged him, It must have been tough. Eat plenty. He nodded, all right. Clearly full and tipsy, Rod leaned back, stomach bloated. Munching, he said, thanks for the meal. Do murmured, yeah, all right. Rod exclaimed, this is amazing. Do was slightly startled, not understanding what was amazing. Rod added, you get to live in a beautiful place. And there's so much delicious food. Do smiled faintly hearing this. He sighed and laughed. Jeju was indeed very beautiful. But now the Chinese have occupied it. Rod froze for 5 seconds. Do continued, the Triad is still trying to seize our territory. Rod wondered, the Triad, you should also tell Peter. He explained that this wasn't official information yet, but they were still secretly using their financial power to monitor us. They still couldn't be forced into the open. In the end, it's not too serious yet. Do responded in a way, you're right. He added that currently, the son of the head of the trio was here. This surprised Rodney a little. Do continued, but it's just a school trip, so we don't need to worry too much. Hearing that, he spoke. The young master is also on a school trip here. Hope everything is fine, Do smiled. Really, but it's just a tour, nothing serious, right? He raised his hand and asked. While the kid is here, want to have a little drink with some sashimi? Rodney's eyes lit up but pretended to refuse. I still need to look after the young master. Do shrugged, just a little drink, everyone's happy to see him again. Rodney scratched his head and replied, all right, just a little. The next morning at the hotel where Class 1 was staying, the courtyard was crowded, buses arriving and leaving in a line. People gathered in small groups chatting. Behind a wall, a boy in a Chinese school uniform peeked out from behind Brock. He lifted his phone and spoke to someone. I've spotted them. I'll follow closely. The buses were moving along the road in a line. On Class 1-3's bus, the teacher instructed, prepare for a climb on Mount Hallison. We'll hike for 5 hours and return. Hearing hike, the whole class shouted. No, the teacher had to command order. Then she propped her hands and added, if you don't go, stay in the bus, no wandering around. The bus moved closer to the hiking area. Then it braked and stopped at the front area. Class members slowly stepped down, and the taxi following them stopped right there. Inside the vehicle, the Chinese boy looked at the crowd and lifted his phone to call. He reported the Korean student's location to his boss. Over here, Victor was walking ahead, followed by the boss and Sophie. The kids raced past them. Both laughed joyfully. Victor and Brock remained indifferent to this excursion. Seth and Sophie enjoyed themselves, using the trip to bond, sightseeing, eating, and joking together. Over here, the Chinese student group appeared, watching them. Victor and Brock walked toward them. One boy from the Chinese group grinned maliciously. Behind him was a sizable group, blocking the two in front. He raised his voice, we're here to catch you. Victor and Brock didn't understand the language and stayed silent. Over here, Seth and Sophie continued chatting cheerfully. Then a Chinese boy stepped in front and called out, hey, Korean boy. Standing at the bottom of the slope, he looked up and said, you're asked to follow me. He smiled dangerously and continued, your boss is waiting for you. In front of Seth was a fairly large formation, maybe a few dozen. Sophie shouted, what do you want? He yelled, none of your business, shut up. Sophie argued, if you continue like this. Seth grabbed her shoulder, interrupting, step back. He looked around, recognizing their uniforms. He scoffed, looks like they came looking for us. Seth left Sophie standing and followed them. A moment later, it seemed the group had reached the meeting spot, a lush green meadow. In front of him now were many Chinese, and Victor with Brock were there too. He glanced around. Victor looked back briefly. Brock also turned when he noticed him. The ringleader shouted in their language, everyone here. He pulled at his shirt and stepped forward, showing a muscular body. A fierce face followed by many underlings. Seeing the three, he grinned maliciously and asked, who the hell are you? He still spoke in their language to his men, translating it. From behind, a bespectacled boy stepped out beside him. The interpreter said, I feel ashamed my people lost to you Koreans. Hearing that, all three itched with confusion. He continued, don't worry. Then he raised his hand to form a fist, saying Tang will defeat you 1 versus 1. Who's going first? Victor, excited and dazed, said, let me. He stood up, this bastard is irritating me. Then he stepped forward slowly. Stepping toward him, they faced each other, but the physical difference was obvious. He bent down and asked, you're going first? Victor frowned. What the hell is this plastic pig talking about? Victor quickly pulled his hand back and threw a right punch. But the boy dodged. Victor was completely surprised. Before he could recover, he was hit with a solid punch to the stomach, pushing him back. He staggered, slid back, then quickly stopped. Clutching his stomach in pain, he didn't expect the punch to be that strong. He collapsed to the ground. Victor was furious but also grimaced from the pain, swearing, bastard. His body slowly fell as well. Brock and Seth were astonished by the power of that strike. The Chinese boy excitedly formed a fighting stance with both hands and shouted, next. Seeing this, Brock seemed eager to confront him. He stepped forward to face off but squinted and smiled. Lucky bastard. Pulling back, he leaped 2 steps forward in front of the Chinese guy and launched a side kick at his face. The man slightly ducked to avoid it, causing him to fly over his head. Seth was completely surprised by the man's agility. He braced his hands on the ground and, due to momentum, slid a short distance across the grass. Before he could regain balance, a fist appeared in front of him. He quickly tilted his head to the side to dodge. Then he clenched his fists, ready to counterattack. but before he could strike, the man delivered an upward kick. Fortunately, he leaned back just in time to avoid it. Seth thought to himself that the man moved far too fast for his massive build. His stance resembled a traditional Chinese martial arts posture. Then he gave a sinister, mocking smile. As the next attack came, Seth crossed his arms in front to block and slid a few steps on the grassy floor. A kick straight to the neck forced him to step back. The Chinese man retracted his leg. Seth was pushed back a few meters, but it wasn't serious. Suddenly, the man furrowed his brows, no longer smiling, looking puzzled. Seth stood there with a wicked grin and said, "This is fun." Meanwhile, Sophie ran quickly, panting. She ran to her teacher and recounted what had happened, causing the teacher to panic upon hearing it. They stood at the restroom door, Sophie pointing in the direction Seth had gone after the Chinese men. Behind the restroom, Rodney and Jun were talking. Suddenly, they noticed the hurried movement of the teacher and Sophie. Rod asked curiously, "What's going on?" Jun, with a cigarette in his mouth, replied, "Look, something's not right." Rod worriedly said, "Could it be the young master?" Jun quickly stubbed out the cigarette, saying, "I hope not." Then both stood and followed the two girls. On the grass, surrounded by trees, the two young men continued to exchange moves diligently. Seth clenched his fists, pulled his arms back, and then launched a powerful punch at the man's face. But the man quickly ducked to avoid it. Immediately, he swung his arm in a reverse strike towards Seth's chin. Seth tilted his head to the right as the arm whipped past his face. At the same time, the man threw a left punch. It moved so fast with a whoosh that Seth leaned back to dodge. Then the man added a left kick, forcing him to lower his head. This was the toughest fight Seth had faced so far. He delivered a cross-downward counter kick, but the man dodged it too. Brock watched with wide, excited eyes. The crowd around them gasped in awe at the evenly matched battle. Seth charged forward at high speed, aiming to disrupt the fight, sliding toward the man. Then he smiled cunningly, eyes sparkling, fists ready to strike. But the Chinese man was no novice. He twisted his body and slid aside, causing the punch to miss. He glanced at Seth while swinging his right hand to strike him. It seemed like he had hit Seth's head, but he hadn't. Seth smiled, having caught the man's hand. Realizing this, the man flinched briefly. Seth pushed his large arm aside. Grinning, he said, "All you've got is a big neck." At that moment, two spectators were watching from outside. They kept marveling and praising the young master. Jun widened his eyes and asked, "Is he really a student?" Rod exclaimed, "The young master almost beat Peter before." Jun panicked. "What?" Rod replied, "That was 2 years ago." Hearing this, Jun froze for 3 seconds, speechless. Then he focused on watching the young master's fight. His eyes full of astonishment. Both could not look away. Jun even sweated hearing about the young master's feats. Back in the present, after being mocked for only having a big neck, the man cursed Seth in common language, roughly calling him dog. He sharply shoved Seth's arm aside, then immediately grabbed it, pressing down while retracting his left hand backward. Then he threw a left punch toward Seth. Seth slid his right foot forward, raising his eyebrows and focusing on finding a weakness. He used the momentum, driving his knee straight into the man's stomach. The Chinese man clutched his stomach in pain. In the blink of an eye, Seth grabbed his collar, tilted his head back slightly, and pulled him toward himself. A headbutt impact sounded as if skulls collided. The collision grazed the right eye socket, causing the man to clutch his face in pain. As the man staggered back, Seth lunged forward. He prepared a knockout punch, but suddenly a foot appeared. A swift, powerful kick from the long-haired man in traditional Chinese attire made Seth fall backward to avoid it. He flipped over and pulled back. Seth regained his balance, sat still to focus, and looked up, asking, "Who the hell is that?" An old man with fortune-teller glasses stood before him and said, "You've lost, step aside." Blood flowed from his left eye socket. Eyes tightly shut, shouting, "I haven't lost yet. Get out of the way." The old man turned and said, "If the young master gets hurt, it will be troublesome for me." The Chinese guy was still screaming there like a maniac. "Shut up, how could I lose to the Han gang?" Before finishing, his tightly closed eye opened wide and Seth lunged with 5 punches. "I'm asking you, who are you?" The old man quickly dodged to the side, beads of sweat on his face, sliding on the grass after missing a punch. Taking advantage of the moment, Seth also delivered a punch to the guy screaming there. Taking the painful blow, he slowly toppled over. The other bodyguard seemed a bit panicked. Seth gritted his teeth, preparing to punch again. The Chinese guy fell face down, trying to look up with his remaining eye. The bodyguard rushed in, extending his hand to stop Seth and protect the young master. Seth glared at the old man. The bodyguard's face veins bulged, their arms raised, but a sudden call made them both pause. Rodney and Jun were slowly approaching, and the bodyguard withdrew his hand. Looking at the two young men, their faces were battle-ready, hands in pockets, exuding a cold demeanor. The Chinese old man glanced at the two. Jun frowned, looking ready for a fight. Rodney remained calm, expressionless, his eyes shadowed. He drew a weapon from his pocket, Without a word, he pressed lightly, and a three-pronged baton popped out. Jun was also ready with a weapon hidden in his sleeve. He stepped forward slowly, drawing a small knife. The Chinese bodyguard asked, "Who are you guys?" The two tasked with protecting the young master stood on either side like bodyguards. Seth glanced at them, especially Jun. The new student in the class, wearing glasses, looked confused. Seth leaned forward, shouting, "Are you acting like I would lose to this bastard?" After speaking, he looked up at the old man in front of him, meeting his gaze. He instinctively used his body, then he quickly rushed forward at extreme speed. Seth punched straight to his face, even if he blocked, his shoulders ached. His heart raced, showing anxiety, raising his right hand to defend. Seth, mid-swing, noticed something flying through the air. He quickly grabbed the old man's hair tail, yanking it hard to panic him. Then he clenched his fist, focusing all his strength. A powerful right-hand punch hit the old man's face. Thud, he was knocked back, blood spurting. The punch sent him sprawling backward, while Seth stood firm like a rock. His eyes reflected strength, determination, and confidence from words to action. That night at the Sunshine Corporation headquarters, in the familiar chairman's office, the boss still sat there, while Peter had his hands in his pockets looking out the window. The uncle said, "I thought you said you wouldn't cause trouble." Hearing this, Seth kept quiet, knowing his place. He turned to scold the two subordinates. "Weren't you supposed to watch over the young master?" The two trembled, stammering apologies. Peter added, "The guys who fought him." Hearing this, Seth interrupted, "So you mean if I get attacked, I just let it happen?" The uncle was speechless, only grunting. He said solemnly, "You wasted so many minutes and now there's big trouble." One morning at Jeju Island General Hospital, Ji stood there looking unhappy. Across were the two Chinese guys beaten by Seth, bandaged all over. The big guy sat on the bed, bandaged everywhere, including his eyes. Next to him, the bodyguard also had one side of his face wrapped. Ray sighed, thinking, "What should I do now?" The big guy said in the common language, "I won't forgive you bastards." Ray continued, thinking, "What now? Cleaning up the aftermath is exhausting." The old man also tensed. "Just wait, you bastards will be hunted long." He still tried to smile, sweat on his face, thinking, "Seriously, I have no idea what to do now. Young master, what trouble are you bringing me?" Morning at Junjin High School, Seth leaned on his hands, looking to the right. He sat there, spinning a pen in his hand. At the back row, it was just him today. The other three had skipped class. At Victor's family boxing gym, Brock trained alongside, punching the heavy bag with immense force. He punched right, left hooks, looking more angry than training. In the distance, Victor stood idly watching. For some reason, his hands shook. Victor recalled the brutal punch from the big Chinese guy that knocked him out. Just remembering, he gritted his teeth. His gaze determined, muscles taut, frowning forward. Then he shouted, clenched his fists, and lunged. In class, the familiar scene, the teacher on the podium, students attentive below. She announced, "We have a new student." The class buzzed again. "Why do we keep getting new students?" She then looked toward the door, speaking to the students outside. "Come in." The new female student slowly walked in with a short skirt, making everyone stare. The teacher introduced, "She is Japanese." The girl tossed her hair back, long, shimmering hair looking captivating. The boys sat wide-eyed, unable to contain their awe. The girl stood there introducing herself. "Hello, I'm Akira," with her hairstyle framing the front, hair pinned neatly. Her hair flowed long down her back, her delicate face perfectly suited to the school uniform. All the boys were captivated by her beauty, but only Seth sat still, barely paying attention. On the other side, a phone rang. A hand slowly reached out to pick it up. Ryu held his familiar pipe and asked, "How is it going?" The person on the other end replied, "She has successfully infiltrated." He grew angry and warned them to be extremely careful. The other person responded, "Yes, sir." With a scheming look in his eyes, he said, "If that brat disappears, we will take over Korea." Back at the school in class 1-3. While everyone was playing around, Sophie was paying close attention to the new student. She glanced over and thought to herself, "So beautiful, she looks just like a doll." But Akira was directing her attention elsewhere. Sophie quickly noticed and followed Akira's line of sight. She was startled to realize that Akira was looking at Seth. Meanwhile, Seth kept spinning his pen, completely indifferent. Sophie grew anxious. Had he noticed her book? Akira realized she was being watched and gave a faint smile when she understood. Sophie suddenly stood up, drawing the whole class's attention. Then she slowly walked to the back where Seth was sitting. She grabbed his arm and pulled him to his feet. "Seth, do you want to go get some coffee with me?" Before he could even understand what was happening, she continued with a smile. "Let's go eat something delicious." Though confused, Seth still followed her. Sophie pushed him out of the classroom under Akira's gaze. The Japanese girl smiled faintly, as if everything was only just beginning. The familiar car took Seth to school outside the campus. In a nearby alley, two friends were smoking. Rodney took a drag inside. Jun let out a breath. "It's not like I have any other choice." Remembering that night, Seth had shouted at Peter, "It's always the same. Why did you send a bodyguard to my class? Get him out of there." His uncle stood there, not daring to argue. Back to the present, Jun said, "So I was ordered to stay here with you." Rodney burst out laughing. "That's better, otherwise I'd be stuck here alone." The two of them looked at each other and laughed. Jun then asked, "By the way, you know what? Rodney listened closely as his friend continued. Jun smiled and added, all of a sudden it makes me want to go back to school. Seth and Sophie were sitting on a bench in the schoolyard chatting. Akira slowly walked over, her steps calm in stylish white shoes. Sophie panicked when she saw Akira approach on her own. She seemed worried that the new girl was getting close to Seth. Akira smiled sweetly. She said, where have you been? I've been looking for you. Then she slowly reached out her hand. Akira shook Sophie's hand to everyone's surprise and asked, I heard you're the class president. I'm not very good at Korean. So could we be friends? Sophie stammered, unable to refuse. Akira glanced to the side and asked, is that your boyfriend? Sophie shyly raised her hand, not even having time to explain before Seth answered from beside her, leaving her utterly stunned. Akira kept her gaze on Seth. Oh, really? He stood up and walked away, waving his hand. Have a nice chat, I'm leaving. After walking a short distance, he suddenly stopped and turned to look at the two girls. Akira noticed and asked, what's wrong? Seth replied, nothing. Then he turned and continued walking. Sophie blushed shyly, smiling with delight as she thought about the word boyfriend and his earlier confirmation. That evening at his mother's cafe, she asked, why did you come today? It's been a long time since you've been here. He replied, I'm on a school break. His mother nodded, I see. After finishing his coffee, he set it down on the saucer and stood up. But Mom, she turned and asked. What is it? He said. Today a Japanese transfer student joined my class. His mother, Leon, said, she must be very pretty then. This is the first time you've mentioned a girl. All right, I won't object, Seth hurriedly explained. It's not like that, he continued. There's something strange. His parents asked, strange how? He hesitated for a moment, unable to say it. After a while, he finally said, she has the same frequency as you. That left her confused. Even someone like her needed a moment to process it. She raised her hand thoughtfully. Maybe you're imagining things. Her expression shifted from normal to serious. The next morning, the rooftop door slowly opened. Down in the yard, students were playing, while on the rooftop stood the silhouette of a girl. It was Akira, walking along the edge and looking down below. Her gaze was sharp and focused. Akira spotted Seth walking across the schoolyard. He moved as usual, wearing his usual calm expression. The two of them passed each other, one above and one below. Akira glanced down and said, let's see how you escape from me. With his keen senses, Seth felt that something was off. He immediately looked up toward the rooftop but saw nothing. Akira had already stepped back inside, avoiding his gaze. She hit the brakes, steadied herself, and muttered to herself, looks like you're not completely useless after all. At that moment, Akira lifted her skirt. Something was strapped around both thighs underneath. She used both hands to undo the latch on the device. Instantly, the weapon unfolded, revealing several round objects that dropped to the ground. Akira reached down and picked up the pieces one by one, then assembled them into a long, sharp spike. With a piercing, determined gaze, she said, maybe I'll have time to tour South Korea if I wrap this up quickly. Just then, Seth's mother appeared at the rooftop doorway and said, blood was still dripping, making Akira flinch. She continued, if you stop now, I'll pretend none of this ever happened. Seth's mother shrugged. Well, Akira was briefly frightened, but she quickly regained her composure. She hurled the spike she'd just assembled at Seth's mother, stopping just short of her face. But she only clicked her tongue and casually reached out to catch it. Seeing that, Akira was utterly stunned. With beads of sweat on her, Seth's mother stomped and went on, I'll let this slide too. Holding the sharp metal rod in her hand, she fixed Akira with a stern look, yet she still looked young. So what is it you want? Akira frowned, thinking, who is this woman? She was terrified and anxious, wanting to leave at once, but the spike shot in front of her, cutting her thoughts short. Akira hurriedly dodged to the side, but it still grazed her. Blood appeared on her pretty face. The sight made her go pale with fear, leaving her no chance to fight back. Seth's mother lunged forward, raising her foot to stomp down. Akira stared wide-eyed at the speed, frozen in place. One powerful kick sent her flipping onto her back on the floor. Luckily, the foot slammed into the floor beside her instead of her face. Akira felt just how close she'd come to real danger. Seth's mother slowly bent down to look at her. The girl lay there trembling, too scared to move. Seth's mother reached out and grabbed Akira by the face, making her shiver. She only dared look away, not meeting her eyes. Seth's mother pinched Akira's cheeks, faced her, and said, you still don't understand what I'm saying, do you? Akira was so frightened that tears streamed down her face. During class, the teacher at the podium asked, why are so many students absent today? Just then, the back door slid open and a student walked in. Jun scratched his head, putting on a charming smile. Sorry, I'm late. The teacher looked a little flustered. Ah, okay, sit down. He pulled out a chair and sat, and the teacher told the class, all right, let's begin. Seth glanced at Jun. Jun smiled, scratched his head in greeting, a bit embarrassed. Seth returned to his usual expression. He remembered what happened this morning. The other day, after he yelled at Peter about planting someone in the class and demanded he be pulled out, Jun came to see him today. Seth said to Jun, I told you I don't want to see you again. Jun lowered his head. I'm sorry, but I got his permission to come to school. Hearing that, Seth was confused. Jun continued seriously, I really want to go to school. He slowly knelt down and went on. He told me to come and ask you myself. Seth stepped forward, held his shoulder, and stopped him from kneeling. Then Seth said flatly, "Make sure you don't get involved with me." The words caught Jun off guard, and he blurted out in surprise. Seth added, "I don't need a bodyguard, I want a friend." Jun immediately bowed in thanks. Seth grabbed his shoulder and shoved him back. Then he said, "If you keep acting that formal, get lost." Jun stammered in defense, "It's not like that." Seth let go and walked off. "Relax." He headed toward the classroom, leaving Jun standing there, staring after him in disbelief. Jun seemed to be seriously thinking about what Seth had said. Elsewhere, Akira, her face bandaged, stood there sweating bucket. She turned to look behind her. Seth's mother stood there and spoke up. "Don't even think about running," she ordered sternly. "Take me to your boss." Back in class, the teacher kept lecturing. When break time came, everyone went outside, leaving only Seth slumped over at his desk. He glanced to the right. 2 empty seats remained where Victor and Brock used to sit. Seth turned, dropped his face into his hands, then looked up, lost in thought. Then he glanced left again, looking bleak and bored. Time crawled by. Homeroom ended, then came the substitute teacher's period. After that was self-study, the clock ticking away. It was a long day of non-stop classes. Finally, dusk approached and school was about to let out. Seth sat in the classroom with a heavy mood, his eyes full of boredom and thoughts. He slowly stood up. After the earlier tour, he looked worn out. Seth walked with a hollow expression while Sophie quietly watched him from the classroom. Then she called out to Seth, "School's out." He walked out to the car waiting for him. Seth got into the car. Rodney turned around and greeted him. "Where would you like to go, sir?" Seth looked out the window. "Take me to my mom's cafe." As usual, the car stopped in front of the cafe and Seth opened the door and got out. But something was off today. His mom's cafe wasn't open. A note on the door read, "Closed for personal reasons." Seeing that, he pulled out his phone. Then he scrolled through the contacts and called his mother, bringing the phone to his ear. But the response was the automated voice. "The number you have dialed is currently unreachable." He slowly lowered the phone, looked around, and said, "Something's not right." On this side, Akira glanced at Seth's mother. She was standing behind her, watching without blinking, her face and eyes extremely serious. Finally, they stood in front of Ryujin's mansion. Akira stood there, bowing obediently. "Here we are." The boss's mother stepped inside, not forgetting to warn Akira, "Stay put, no running around." Just hearing that made Akira tremble all over. The door to the house slowly opened. As she appeared ready to step in, her aura was commanding, cold, and full of presence. In the yard were 2 guys, whose task seemed to be guarding the gate. As the door opened, they turned to look. In front of them stood a woman who looked very tough. The guy with the spiked hair said, "This area is off limits." Seth's mother replied, "I want to see your boss." The spiked hair guy raised his hand and asked, "What gang are you from?" She didn't want to explain, saying, "Seems like polite conversation is over." Then she frowned and glared at them. The 2 guys were both puzzled and startled, reaching inside their shirts as if to pull something out. But there was no chance. Seth's mother brushed past and smashed their heads together, taking them both out in one move. She stepped over them lightly while the 2 remained motionless. The spiked hair guy could still move, raising his face and cursing in pain. Then he pulled a button from his shirt to alert others inside. Seth's mother remained cold as she advanced, fearless. She stepped forward and threw open the room door, then scanned the room. In front of her stood a man in traditional Japanese attire, half his left arm covered in a dragon tattoo. He spoke, "Who are you?" Seth's mother stood silently. He growled, "Seems like you don't want to answer." Then he snapped his fingers. The surrounding doors opened and his henchmen stepped out with swords and clubs in hand. On the other side, one guy was armed and ready to fire. Ryu's close subordinate frowned and said, "A weak woman like you can do what?" She brushed past and noticed more men entering from behind. She looked around the room and clicked her tongue. Then she warned, "Anyone pointing a weapon at me won't keep their life." Just hearing this made the leader shiver slightly. She moved left and asked him, "You mean you don't know me?" Seth's mother continued, "All right, take a good look. This is for my son." Hearing this, he began to feel confused. Seth's mother started removing her tie and said, "Shall we begin?" She glared at him coldly. Elsewhere, Z was heading to Victor's family gym. Inside, a one-on-one fight was underway between Victor and Brock. After exchanging continuous strikes, the 2 paused, catching their breath. Both were sweaty and panting heavily from the intense exercise. Brock moved first, charging back into the fight. With a right-hand punch, but Victor nimbly dodged to the side. Victor clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and threw a left-hand punch. Brock quickly raised his hands to block, relieved to stop the blow. But his relief was short-lived as Victor's other fist came flying. Brock got hit in the face but managed to counter. Each took a punch, grimacing. After the clash, Brock stayed on his feet, while Victor had to jump back a bit. The 2 continued raising their hands to guard their faces, taking turns catching their breath. Seth stepped up and said, "So this is why you skip class." He was standing by the door. The 2 above looked down, puzzled. Both looked at Seth but said nothing. He gently said, "I've missed you guys a lot," then suggested, "Looks fun, mind if I join with one leg?" Hearing that, both glared at him. Brock removed his gloves. The others were a bit surprised seeing Brock step down. Seth smiled and asked, "What's the matter, not fighting anymore?" Brock glanced at him and said, "Just wait, I'll make you regret it soon." Seth just smiled. Someone tossed a pair of blue gloves right in front of him. Victor looked at him and said, "What's with the attitude?" Victor stood there, challenging. "Put on the gloves and come up here, you jerk." He frowned and said, "You think boxing is easy? Do you even know the rules?" Seth said nothing, just smiled and bent down to pick up the glove. Victor started explaining, 3 minutes per round and I'll make you regret asking for mercy. Seth put on the gloves and clenched his fists. He smiled at the challenge. "Watch this." Entering the match, Seth dodged left and right, avoiding Victor's rapid punches, which came fast and relentless, while Seth remained cheerful, enjoying the fight. Currently, their styles were very different. Victor attacked continuously with speed, while Seth moved with ease and grace. Right-hand punches, left-hand punches, Seth dodged them all lightly. He always wore a smile and looked calm and composed. Victor struggled a bit. At this moment, Seth began counterattacking with a powerful punch straight to his face. Victor raised his hand to block. The sheer force of Seth's punch made him think, what the hell? The punch sent Victor sliding across the floor. Seth stood there waiting for him to regain his balance after the slide. His arm throbbed from blocking and his face contorted in pain. Victor thought, if I hit the others, why are they so strong? Seth still smiled and lunged forward, while Victor gritted his teeth, keeping watch. Sweat dotted his face as he shouted, "Boxing isn't street fighting, you jerk." Seth barely cared. The two then continued clashing. Meanwhile, back at the mansion of one of the three guild triheads, Ryujin inside the room where Seth's mother had entered earlier. Bang! Several were thrown outside. The rest panicked, drenched in sweat. They looked at each other, trembling, too scared to make a move. She just exhaled sharply. The first ones to charge were already on the floor, while their surrounding disciples still encircled, weapons ready. One grabbed a sharp sword, teeth clenched despite trembling, and recklessly lunged forward, swinging at her. Before he could reach her, he took a kick to the face and fell flat. Another rushed from behind. "You're done for," he charged, knife striking quickly. Through the shadows, it seemed she had pulled someone up to block. He was startled to realize the person he was stabbing was actually an ally. Another was intercepted, a dagger stuck in his stomach. He continued shouting and charging with fists, only to feel her small hand press against him. Whack! Two fingers jabbed straight into his eyes, blood spraying. With a powerful push, he was thrown backward. Then Seth's mother slammed his head forcefully onto the ground. She looked up at them afterward. She rose and stepped forward. Each step radiated invisible pressure, frightening the Japanese gang. Seeing her and the two sprawled in blood, they recoiled with each step. Before her was a sizable number. Suddenly, a gun was aimed from behind and one raised it, shouting, "Don't move!" At the same time, another shouted and swung a bat to attack. He missed as she ducked, then she swept his legs, sending him flying. As she followed through, she kicked the dagger stuck in the impersonated man's stomach. The powerful kick sent the dagger flying backward. The man with the gun seemed to realize something, but it was too late. The dagger pierced his shoulder, toppling him, though he managed to pull the trigger. The bullet struck someone. The one hit was the man with the bat earlier. Seth's mother picked up the sword from the ground, tightening her grip, eyes piercing the gang before her. A diagonal slash from above. Blood spurted everywhere. He screamed in pain, the blood splattering onto her face and white shirt. The man struck collapsed onto the floor in front of everyone. Seth's mother finally spoke. From now on, the gang would only hear 3 words from her. The Japanese gang, terrified and sweating profusely, met her assassin gaze. "Whoever blocks me, I'll cut next." Meanwhile, a deliberate meeting took place, a teacup placed on the table. Jason's father smiled at Sophie's father, saying, "Please have some tea." He picked up the cup. An ambassador has no reason to sit and drink tea with a prosecutor. Jason's father waved it off. "What are you talking about? We've been friends since high school through college. Sharing a cup of tea is nothing." Sophie's father spoke frankly. "Stop the nonsense. Why are you here?" Jason's father frowned. "Sophie, hasn't she said anything to you?" Hearing this, the prosecutor froze slightly. Indeed, the girl had said nothing. The ambassador continued, "It's about my school. My younger brother had to sell it and now it's in their possession." The prosecutor replied calmly, "There's nothing illegal here." Jason's father scowled. "So you mean I should just turn a blind eye?" The prosecutor asked sternly, "What do you want?" Then he raised his hand and said loudly, "I want those bastards to regret ever crossing me." Hearing this, Sophie's father put his tea down. He said, "Sunshine, there's no evidence this company broke any laws. Even careful inspection won't reveal anything." He clenched his hand and continued, "In the end, they've just stirred a hornet's nest." Once again, the prosecutor reminded, "You won't find anyone willing to oppose them." Yet Jason's father remained confident. "That's just in Korea. I've sent my brother to Japan. He has to deal with the mess he caused himself." Sophie's father froze slightly hearing this. The ambassador continued, "They claim to be the largest gang in Japan." The prosecutor frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" With the same cunning smile, he explained, "I don't intend to make it a big deal, just want to settle a few people." Hearing this, Sophie's father immediately stood and turned to leave. He said sternly, "I am a man of the law." As he stepped out, he continued, "Today I'll pretend I heard nothing. This made Jason's father furious. He ground his teeth, clicked his tongue, and shouted, "That bastard. I put him in that position, and this is how he repays me." Back at the Japanese gang's hideout, blood was splattered all over the room. Some had their hands cut, others had their shoulders slashed open. Another lost a leg, severed fingers were scattered everywhere, and blood sprayed up onto the Japanese flag. A brutal fight had just ended. Seth's mother let out a breath. A streak of blood slid down the wall. It belonged to Ryushin's most trusted subordinate. A gash ran across his abdomen. She stepped closer to the Japanese flag hanging there. The old man ground his teeth, thinking, "What the hell is this?" With every step, blood dripped from the blade onto the floor. He peered outside through a small hole, not daring to make a sound. In his head, he wondered, who is that woman? Ryushin's eyes widened when he realized someone was charging in from outside. Seth's mother rushed forward, gripping a Japanese sword. She drove the blade hard straight through the middle of the flag. The sharp steel sliced through the air as it thrust in, flashing past the old man's face and terrifying him. The edge stopped just inches from his throat. She warned, "If you dare lay a hand on my son again, I won't spare you." Inside, Ryushin trembled and swallowed hard. Then she added, "Get a coffin ready." Behind her, the floor was strewn with bodies. Another day at Junjin High School, Seth sat in class. Arms folded, he stared out the window. While everyone else studied attentively, Sophie turned around, a little worried about him. She looked at him with a faintly displeased gaze. Sophie leaned toward him, but he kept looking outside, thinking about his mother's absence from the cafe. The bell rang for the end of class. He slid his chair back and stood up. Sophie came down too, calling out to him, but he looked tired and indifferent. Sophie smiled and asked, "I don't have tutoring today, want to grab something to eat?" He smiled back. "Sorry, I'm busy today." Sophie was a bit taken aback as Seth walked off quickly. Near the door, he added with a grin, "I'll buy you something tasty later." Sophie said nothing more, quietly watching him leave. He walked down to the car waiting for him as usual, then turned and greeted, "Good afternoon, young master." He nodded and told the driver to take him to his mother's cafe. The car stopped at the entrance. He got up, opened the door, and stepped out. As soon as he entered, he called out for his mother. Akira startled. His mother turned and asked, "Honey, did you have fun at school today?" He asked anxiously. "Mom, where have you been?" She replied, "I just had something to take care of. Were you worried?" He said, "Of course, you didn't even answer your phone. You're my mom." As they talked, he noticed a new employee in the cafe. Akira turned away, uneasy, sweating profusely. He pointed at the girl and asked, "Mom, who is she?" The girl flinched. His mother replied, "She's a part-time worker at my cafe." His mother asked, "I heard you two are classmates, right?" Akira fidgeted as he turned back, seeing the girl and not knowing what to say. She smiled and asked, "You're going to school tomorrow too, aren't you?" Akira stammered, "Why yes." Morning at the Tri-Headed Demon Society's building, a scar-faced man sat there. He was one of the group's 3 bosses. Mizuki, Ryunosuke, and Kevin sat facing him. Kevin set the suitcase in his hands on the table and opened it. Inside was cash. A whole lot of cash. Ryunosuke saw it but didn't react at first. Then he narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, and spoke. "It won't be easy if you pick the wrong target. We only go so far." Hearing that, Kevin gaped, scratched his cheek, and said, "If we're in the same boat, there have to be rules." Uncle Jason was still sitting there, not understanding what he meant. Ryunosuke asked bluntly, "It's nothing important. Bottom line, if we work with you, what do we get?" Calvin answered, "My brother will create a launchpad for you to infiltrate South Korea." Ryunosuke nodded. "A few test jobs are fine." Kevin asked, "So what else do you want?" He replied, "Something that helps me make serious money." He scratched the long scar and grinned wickedly. "For example, help move contraband into South Korea. If you can do that, then this deal is settled." At the word contraband, Calvin jolted, anxious. He lowered his head and stammered. Ryunosuke stayed firm. "Your target is Sunshine. Can't even handle a small request." Kevin sat still, sweating, saying nothing. The scar-faced man curled his lip. "I'll give you more time to think." The Chinese man added, "In the meantime, go take a look around this place." At the same time on Jeju Island, Ray was kicked onto his back. Then came a flurry of blows, punches to the face, strikes to the neck, knees to the stomach. Finally, a straight punch sent him flying back, his back slamming into the wall behind him. G struggled to get up, breathing hard. He looked miserable and timid now. Blood ran from his nose and the corner of his mouth. Someone stepped forward in Chinese-style shoes. It was John Lee, the branch manager up. Beside him were 2 burly bald bodyguards who looked mean as hell. With a razor-sharp stare and a braided ponytail, he slowly walked over to Do. He sat there and spat out a mouthful of blood. Wiping it away with the back of his hand, he said, "A coward who hides in the shadows like you, what are you doing wasting time here?" John replied, "You'd better watch your mouth." At that, Ray fell silent and didn't say another word. Giant scowled and demanded, "I don't want to waste any more time. Which bastard had the nerve to lay a hand on my little brother?" It was a quiet evening at the Sunshine Group's high-rise. The lights were still on in most of the rooms. The same was true in Uncle Peter's office. No one knew what he was thinking, but he looked unusually subdued. That brooding only made Peter's stern face even more intimidating. A phone ringing on the desk snapped Peter out of his thoughts. He didn't pick up right away, staring at it as if he sensed something was wrong. In the end, he answered. Peter didn't ask anything first. He simply waited in silence for the person on the other end. Then a weak, breathy voice came through, stunning him. "It's me," the voice said, as if forcing every word out. Recognizing it, Peter immediately asked if it was Du. The other side quickly confirmed it. "It's him, Du, but he didn't call on his own. A gang is forcing him to call back." It seemed Du's part was over. The man in front of him quickly snatched the phone back, ignoring Peter on the other end as he kept calling for Jay. He threatened Sunshine again and again. "Listen up, bring the dog who beat up our brother to this turf right now." He added a warning, "If you don't, you'll pay for it." Peter didn't lash out or curse. He calmly asked who the person threatening him was. The man introduced himself as the boss of the three-headed demon gang, John Lee from the underground syndicate. Peter listened carefully. Then Peter fired back. "From now on, if he so much as lays a finger on Du, his grave will be built in this Republic of Korea immediately." Peter quickly hung up. Could the true dragon have made a move? In a garden where birds fluttered and chirped, this was the idyllic view Sekeng always saw when he looked out. Outside the classroom window, he seemed to be waiting for someone. It was Akira. The moment she stepped in through the door, Sekeng's eyes locked onto her. To Akira, Sekeng looked terrifying right now. All of a sudden, he shot to his feet. Akira jolted in fear and even dropped her bag. As Sekeng walked toward her, he passed by and whispered for her to follow him outside for a quick talk. So the two of them headed up to the school rooftop, just as Sophie arrived. Seeing Sekeng and Akira together piqued Sophie's curiosity. She quietly followed them all the way up to the rooftop. Even though she knew she shouldn't be here, Sophie cracked the door open. Sekeng and Akira were facing each other. More accurately, Sekeng was closing in while Akira kept backing away. Sekeng asked what she was really trying to do. Akira stammered, asking what he meant. Sekeng said he'd found it strange when he discovered Akira working part-time at his mother's cafe. But she couldn't explain it, only saying there was something going on. Sekeng snapped, "Do you think I'm stupid or something? So what exactly is your relationship with my mother?" Akira was still terrified, unable to say a word. Finally reaching his limit, Sekeng's temples bulged as he growled, "Still won't talk, or are you scared?" Frightened out of her mind, Akira couldn't take it anymore. Her whole body trembled. "Why do you and your mother both bully me like this?" She burst into tears on the spot. Sophie, watching from inside, was stunned, and even Sekeng didn't expect Akira to actually start crying right here. She kept sobbing nonstop, leaving Sophie no choice but to step in and check on the poor girl. Of course, Sekeng didn't know what to do. He could only stand there with a baffled look as Sophie walked over. Arriving at an old, distinctly Japanese-style house, Ryunosuke gently pushed the door open and went in as if it were routine. He didn't step fully inside, only casually glancing around. The wide road lay empty. He was the only one there. Realizing how deserted and lonely it was, Ryunosuke felt a flicker of doubt. He quickly went to find the guild leader, Dai-Sin. As soon as he entered, he saw Dai-Sin sitting alone, deep in thought. He seemed almost motionless. Ryunosuke hurried over and asked what had happened. Noticing someone had arrived, Dai-Sin answered. He asked what Ryunosuke had come here for. Ryunosuke said he was here to deliver a message from the Ice Armor Gang. Dai-Sin still didn't understand, so Ryunosuke explained they were coming to Korea. They were going to seize Sunshine. At the mention of Sunshine, the old man looked shattered. He stammered, "No, not there." That baffling reaction caught Ryunosuke off guard. What was wrong with this old man? Dai-Sin didn't explain clearly. He only clutched his head in fear and said, "Go ahead, then you'll all die." Ryunosuke didn't ask anything else. He fell silent, thinking. Back at Junjin High School after the troubling incident, Sekeng was on his way back. Suddenly he stopped short, sensing people ahead, a gang of vicious delinquent students. They were Gabezu, Sam Choi, Damien Cha, and Scott Choi, 4 members of the martial arts club. Seth showed no fear and asked what they really wanted. Gabe roared, "Shut up and come outside with us." The moment they left the school, Seth was handed an enticing job and looked genuinely interested. Up in a high classroom, Jackson watched everything unfold. It seemed last time still haunted him. He clenched his teeth, thinking, "Am I really going to let this go?" After taking the surprise challenge, Seth and the gang headed to a quiet martial arts gym on campus. Facing 4 burly young men, the tension was thick. Seth said bluntly, "You brought me here, so do whatever you plan to do." Furious, they shouted and called him a bastard. Seth shot back without flinching, "What did I do to you? I never took food off your table." Gabe started taunting, saying Seth was only good at fighting. After beating Brock, you think you can look down on everyone now. Sam Choi wanted it straight, not complicated. Simply put, these captains couldn't accept him. They also said he made them uncomfortable. Seth didn't care, so what? What did any of this have to do with him anyway? Seeing that attitude, Gabe snapped, How dare you talk to us like that? Talking was pointless. Seth warned the leaders, if you keep this up, you'd better watch your lives. With their pride hit, Gabe clenched his fists, but Scott Choi quickly stepped in. Everyone calmed down. With a smiling gaze, he insisted they weren't trying to make an enemy of him. Nobody wanted to get beaten up, they just wanted to prove something. Damien took the lead and stepped onto the floor, carrying a wooden sword. He admitted he didn't feel confident fighting barehanded because he understood how Seth thought. Seth didn't linger and decided to step forward. It was Seth's first time fighting like this. Seeing his confidence, Scott Choi grew even more fired up. Don't you think you're taking a huge loss here? Damien lunged in at high speed, wooden sword in hand. As the tip nearly touched him, Seth dodged with ease, leaving Damien stunned. Missing his target, Damien quickly changed tactics. He swung the sword back toward where Seth had just moved, but Seth reacted fast, dropping low and shifting his feet nonstop to keep his balance. Damien realized he'd been baited and could only brace himself for Seth's counter. Off to the side, the fight kept going. In the stands, Jackson watched, irritated. He cursed the captains for being idiots and not rushing together like he told them. In his anger, a stranger appeared beside him. It was Jack standing there casually to watch the fight. Jackson frowned and asked, "Who are you?" Before he could learn more, Rodney showed up. He wondered why he couldn't find the president, only to realize he was up here. Jack kept watching and didn't answer Jackson, only saying, "Watching people fight is still pretty fun." Jackson was left speechless and could do nothing. He turned back to the fight after losing his rhythm. Scott had no choice but to set up a punch after using Seth's movement to get momentum. One clean hit landed. Scott took the blow and struggled to stay upright through the pain. Just then Gabe sprang in, using his taekwondo experience, aiming to land a kick Seth would never forget. But he forgot how fast Seth was. Seth dodged the strike, yet Damien ambushed from behind. He hid in the back, waiting for his teammate to attack, holding firm against Seth. He warned, "We didn't call you out here to play." At the same time, he wrapped Seth up tight to limit his movement. Up front, Gabe told him to brace himself. Seth wasn't scared at all. If anything, he looked amused, grinning like a maniac. This was actually interesting. First, he punished the one clinging to his back with a crushing strike. Then, the instant the guy let his guard down, Seth grabbed his arm. With a hard twist, he hurled Damien at Gabe like a punching bag. Gabe jumped aside at once, yelling and calling him a pig. Busy dodging the human wrecking ball falling out of nowhere, Gabe turned back and suddenly saw Seth right in front of him, fist cocked and ready. Gabe took a punch straight to the face and crashed down. After dropping every opponent, Seth smiled in satisfaction. Everyone, including Sam Choi, Scott Choi, and Jackson, was stunned by the terrifying power of this student. Seth laughed proudly, feeling like he'd held back. Rodney agreed, and the two of them talked about Seth's past exploits. "Remember Ace and Gyumi?" Jack asked. "The young master beat him so badly he was barely recognizable." Rodney laughed. "Even just seeing that scared me." "Ha ha ha," Rodney laughed loudly and said, "Honestly, after seeing that, you'd have to bow to him. But even if you catch him, nothing will come out." Later, he even used his hand to press it back. He was only in middle school then. He recounted that Jayap supplemented that AC even used a knife. "But that means you can't watch. It's best not to pick the right weapon." Really, the two kept chatting back and forth very cheerfully. Jackson by now was pale with fear. Back on the battlefield below, Gabaidu rolled over after that thunderous punch. Zet stood towering among the gathered thugs. It seemed he still had a lot of passion, not ready to end the fight here. Seth looked around once more. Seeing Sam Choi, Zet asked if he was next. Sam was now pale as well, continuously refusing. He said he had no intention to fight, which made Zet furious. "Go all out, you will handle everything." Knowing the opponent had no intent to continue, Zet gave up but warned Sam to leave him alone. After speaking, Zet quickly turned away. Just as he left, a voice called Zet from afar. When he turned back, the voice came from the stands. Jayap mischievously shouted, "Zet, over here," frightening both Rodney and Jackson. Jackson was so shocked he gaped. That fooled Jayap, yet he was very smug just knowing he was Zet's classmate, so he quickly dragged Jackson along. He shouted that this guy might be the mastermind, how to deal with him now. Jackson went from fear to surprise. Zet stared in this direction, and he quickly avoided that terrifying gaze. But Zet said to let him go. He had no time to argue with that insect. Jayap finally released Jackson. The leader told him to leave him alone. He was lucky, Rodney whispered beside him. Seth was not someone he could mess with. Understood. The two quickly left, leaving Zet standing stunned by what had happened. Peter approached a small abandoned house. He opened the door and stepped inside, calmly going down alone. In front were Jian Lee and two burly henchmen. Their eyes met like sparks ready to ignite. Peter quickly spotted Joe lying barely conscious nearby, trying to call out to him. Before moving, he was quickly blocked by the two burly thugs. They seemed unwilling to let him intrude. Peter ordered them to leave, but they seemed unwilling to obey. John Lee asked if Peter came alone. He ignored the question, continuing to order them to get lost if they wanted to stay alive. John Lee finally told the henchmen to step back. Peter quickly reached Joe to ensure he was okay. Joe nodded and smiled apologetically for not being able to hold on longer. He asked Peter to keep it a secret out of embarrassment. Peter said nothing. John Lee asked from afar why make things so complicated over a high school kid. Peter replied because he was not simply a student. He would let him live if he released Joe. But now, the little respect he had for them was gone. John Lee thought sunshine might be powerful in a small area, but out in the world, it was like being king of a blind land. Peter asked if he acted like that without boss's orders. Could he even be sure he fully understood sunshine? John Lee said this was their personal matter. Peter told him to ask clearly before returning. If he wanted attitude, Peter was not intimidated. John Lee got furious. He was just here to deal with the kid who hit his younger brother. Why does Peter complicate things? Peter was no longer patient. The kid John Lee mentioned had scarred his face, a large mark behind his glasses. Jian was a bit surprised. He said if he wanted to see him, he should defeat him first. If he won, he would consider the request. If he lost, pack up and leave Korea immediately. Jian seemed pleased with these terms, eager to accept, but before acting, he ordered his 2 henchmen. He told Peter to fight them first, then he would face him. Peter said nothing, and both sides immediately charged. Their style was direct attack. One strikes the head, the other the stomach. Despite taking both direct hits, Peter seemed unharmed. Seeing this, the two became confused, and then Peter counterattacked. The first one was punched far away. The other grabbed by the collar and lifted like a shrimp. Though taller by a head, he foamed at the mouth, unable to breathe. John Lee, watching from afar, was shocked. Peter had no intention to kill him. Seeing him incapacitated, he threw him against the wall mercilessly. John Lee clapped, praising Peter for his strength. Peter then turned back. John Lee asked if that kid could really go one-on-one with him. John Lee stepped forward, starting the duel as promised. He issued a warning. There's always someone stronger than the highest peak. You understand the meaning, right? Peter still did not intend to respond. So John Lee charged, believing there is always someone better than the best. Before Peter could react, John Lee delivered a traditional martial arts strike to his stomach. The force was stronger than the wind, sending Peter flying. John Lee thought he succeeded, barely smiled, but then noticed Peter quickly regaining balance. Peter asked if all he had was a big neck. John Lee panicked, his face pale. How does this mirror Zet's scenario? Peter recalled Joan's uncle better than Roy himself. That's the guy they call the frog at the bottom of the well. What an idiot. Just as Peter was about to teach this arrogant guy a lesson, a shout rang out demanding them to stop. Both immediately halted. A man appeared, looking very respectful. He came on behalf of his master, and Peter quickly nodded to acknowledge him. John Lee suddenly asked why Mr. Chun was here. Mr. Chun quickly reported the situation to John. Whatever he said, John clenched his teeth and dared not utter another word. Mr. Chun turned to apologize to Peter, asking him to forgive their unintentional offense. If he agreed, they would leave immediately. Their master promised to compensate them fairly. Peter said nothing further. Mr. Chun asked permission for the two to leave, and as they stepped away, Peter warned Joan, the matter with him isn't over yet. If he causes trouble again, Peter would kill him. Tell his boss that. John Lee ground his teeth in anger but remained silent. He left, returning to his boss's apartment while the boy was still asleep. The phone suddenly rang. Half asleep, he drowsily answered. On the other end was Sophie, asking if he was busy this Saturday. Seth sat up immediately. Of course not. He asked where Sophie wanted to go, and she said she wanted to watch a movie today. But then she said to wait until the afternoon since it was still too early. Seth agreed, smiling gently. That's fine. On the bus to a forest, a woman in a white shirt got off first. That was Seth's mother, Anna. Behind her was a girl pulling a suitcase. The suitcase was so large that the girl struggled to keep up with the person ahead. On the way, she encountered a snake and screamed in fear, leaving the person ahead helpless. They continued, crossing several more paths. They arrived at a solitary house deep in the forest. Both stepped inside, where a master was already waiting. Seth's mother called him master. He asked why she had come. The girl was curious, not understanding what was happening and didn't know who he was. While sneaking a look, a boy suddenly peeked in. Anna praised her younger brother for growing up. Then she quickly called Akira, the name of the girl she brought. She told her to wait there and behave. Back in the present, Seth was at the cinema, quickly spotting Sophie and waving. He asked if she had been waiting long. Sophie said no and asked if Seth had slept well. They chatted happily and went to buy tickets. They quickly picked a movie and got their tickets. Sophie invited Seth to watch a light-hearted film because she liked cats. Seth easily agreed as they headed into the theater. Suddenly, someone approached, making them stop. It was Sophie's father. He said nothing, just stared at Seth. Seth politely nodded in greeting. Sophie was surprised to see her father there. He suggested they could watch the movie later and invited them to eat something together. Although surprised, she agreed, and the three went to a restaurant. Sophie's father reassured them not to worry and to eat as much as they wanted. Sophie still wondered why her father appeared today. He smiled and said he just wanted to meet his daughter's boyfriend. Sophie looked doubtful. That's all, why not? He asked. This is her first boyfriend, what could be more important? His words made Sophie shyly look down, and Seth was also surprised. Her father's gaze made everyone around feel uneasy. Then he signaled everyone to start eating, and Seth obediently followed. At the temple where Seth's mother brought Akira, she was sitting slumped behind a building. A man passing by was curious, but when he looked again, she avoided his gaze. He walked back and forth, looking at her many times. This made Akira feel strange. Then he approached and sat beside her. Akira became frightened. Where exactly was she? In the room, only the master and Anna were present. She expressed that the girl needed to correct her mistakes. She also hoped the master could admonish the girl. The master said nothing further, only asked one question: was it true? He also inquired about her real purpose. Anna believed everyone has the right to protect their innate power. The master sighed. Are these words from someone who has abandoned their succession position, fully aware of their choice? Anna bowed and apologized to the master. He said that the past is past. Anyway, she had improved greatly now. No one could care for her son better than she could. Therefore, she should pay attention to him. Anna asked if the master wanted the student to go outside. He said no, adding that he could not keep her strictly at the foot of the mountain either. Finally, the master told her to go home and he would watch the boy for a few days. Anna did not object, immediately stood, bowed, and left. Back at the restaurant, Seth noticed the person across from him had something to say. He told Sophie's father, if there's anything, just say it. Didn't you tell Sophie to step outside so you could talk? Sophie's father opened with a question. What do you want? It caught Seth off guard. He was surprisingly polite. He said it wasn't anything important, then suddenly turned serious and asked about Seth's true identity. He'd heard Seth was the heir to the Sunset conglomerate, and that Sunset controlled as much as 90% of the business operating in South Korea. Seth looked startled that this man knew so much. The man also said he wouldn't forbid Seth from seeing Sophie because of that. But if his daughter dated Seth, she could end up in danger. Then he pulled a photo from his jacket, 3 men, taken at Incheon Airport. He said he would help Seth this one time, and it would be the last. And if Sophie came to any harm because of Seth, then Sunset would be wiped out completely. No reasons needed. Sophie's father left, leaving Seth staring at the photo in his hand. Studying the picture her father had given him, Seth saw 2 men he didn't recognize. Seth stayed silent, as if quietly turning over the man's words. His gaze drifted into the distance, like he was plotting something. When Sophie came back, she was shocked her father was nowhere to be seen. Noticing her return, Seth quickly destroyed the photo in his hand to keep her from getting suspicious. Sophie asked where her dad went. He was clearly just here. Seth smiled and said her dad had something to take care of and left first. He carefully put the photo away. Sophie heard that and yelled. He told her to go outside and then vanished, making her miss the movie. What is wrong with Dad? Her attitude made Seth laugh. We can still go watch it. Sophie's eyes lit up. Really, we can still make it? Seth said, of course. She happily grabbed Seth's hand and tugged him along. Then hurry up. Seeing Sophie so happy made Seth happy too, but thinking about what her father said left him with a lot on his mind. After the movie, the two walked home and talked about it. It was so good that Sophie couldn't stop laughing. Suddenly, Sophie realized it was time for her to go. She turned back to thank Seth for watching the movie with her. Seth said it was nothing, he had a great time too. Sophie quickly said goodbye and told him she'd see him tomorrow. Seth said goodbye as well, and the two parted for the moment. After Sophie had been gone for a bit, a car pulled up near Seth. He quickly took out his phone and tried to reach someone. At the hospital, the line rang on the other end. It was Peter, keeping watch over Joe after rescuing him from John Lee. He seemed not to notice the phone, only staring thoughtfully at the man in the bed. Seth couldn't get through. Seth immediately called Roy. Roy answered his young master at once. Seth tossed him the crumpled photo. He'd hidden it from Sophie when her father handed it over, and told Roy to find the 2 men in the picture. Roy, confused, caught the photo and opened it. What he saw made him jump. Seeing Roy's reaction, Seth asked what was wrong. You know them? Roy said yes. Seth immediately asked who they were. Roy said they were from Japan's biggest gang, the 3-headed demon. He was also the most brutal of the 3 leaders, the son of the gang's boss, Mijuki Ryusu. Hearing that, Seth's face turned grim. The scene cut to a bearded man with hair gone completely gray. Jian Lee was there too. Beside him, a henchman who'd been beaten so badly his eyes were swollen shut. The two stood there like kids waiting to be punished. The man was the boss of the Metal Underworld syndicate. Mully hurriedly explained to his father that his younger brother had been beaten the same way. He looked full of resentment. Mully shot back, so what? That stupid little thing isn't worth him coming back, and he even dared to mess with Sunset. Jian Lee snapped. What do you mean, stupid little thing? Mr. Moon was truly furious now and roared, John is an idiot. It scared him out of his wits. He asked if Jian Lee knew why the Triad had to tuck their tails and leave South Korea. Jian Lee realized something and asked, wasn't it because of Sunset? He explained to his son that Sunset wasn't the problem, it was that woman. A flashback to Mully's younger days. He was facing a rival gang, and the enemy on the other side looked smug. 4 pairs of eyes locked until he heard the click of high heels from above. Seeing who it was made him panic, a woman everyone feared. Mully slowly walked over to his revenge-seeking son. Step by step, he came closer and placed a hand on Johnny's shoulder. He warned him not to even think about setting foot in South Korea, at least not right now. Jaein Lee didn't ask anything else, only stared at his respected father. After saying that, the man quickly left, leaving the two of them in the room. The henchman immediately bowed and apologized, saying it was his fault. Jaein Lee refused because it wasn't his fault. He promised himself he would do everything to get revenge on them, just trust him. After the day at the movies, Victor and Sophie returned to their normal school life, sitting on one side of the classroom. That was Sophie, and he observed her happily chatting with her friends, remembering what her father once said: if something bad happened to her, the hunters would disappear without a trace. Recalling this made Seth grind his teeth in frustration. Jayak outside noticed Seth's every expression and realized he had some problem. That was when Roy mentioned someone was watching over the young master. Meanwhile, Z was stuck with some tasks. They had to carefully keep an eye on Z until he returned. Since the weapons were still being cleaned nearby, he naturally paid close attention to the conversation. Jayak realized something and smirked when he spotted a new target. Remembering all this, Jayak carefully observed his young master. After thinking for a while, he looked outside at the scenery. The weather was beautiful today. On the street, both Victor Chu and Brock Trang were walking together. Victor asked Brock if he was okay. If he couldn't handle it, just remind him. Brock said nothing and kept walking. Victor didn't ask further. At the boring school office, the gym teacher was staring around absent-mindedly. Suddenly, the door was knocked repeatedly. Then Victor and Brock quickly entered. This surprised the gym teacher, who didn't know what wind had brought them there. Brock expressed that he had something he wanted the teacher's help with. Not understanding what happened, suddenly the school intercom blared. The announcement caught both Victor and Sophie's attention. It continued: after class, go to the gym. Even without knowing what was happening, Victor followed the announcement without hesitation. Sophie followed to watch Victor leave the classroom. His eyes were filled with both anger and intensity, combined with being watched by another organization. This made Seth even more furious. Jayak outside the classroom also followed Seth. In the gym, everyone was already present, including the gym teacher. Victor, Brock, and Seth. Brock told him to hurry up and come here. Victor observed and looked at the gym teacher, asking what exactly was happening. The teacher also asked what Brock meant by wanting a rematch. Hearing that, Victor frowned, but before he could answer, Victor added fuel to the fire. He wanted to fight. Provoking Victor wasn't someone who liked to run away. Right hearing that, Victor felt it hit the right nerve. He smirked. As long as it was a fight, it meant accepting the challenge. Brock said nothing more and followed them into the gym. Inside, 2 muscular figures were there, with Brock warming up. The gym teacher brought both a pair of gloves, but Seth refused, believing wearing them would make it just a sport. The teacher was surprised, but rules are rules. Seth quickly replied that the teacher didn't need to worry. He would take responsibility himself. Back to the clash between the 2 strong men, Brock provoked. You've waited long enough. Is it almost lunchtime yet? Brock was concise, said nothing more, and threw a punch straight at Seth. Seth was faster and dodged it directly. Immediately after, Seth ducked and blocked the incoming arm. Brock started defending as Seth countered with an upward strike. They locked eyes, evenly matched. In another office, a man reported to boss that he had found him. He grinned with pleasure. Then just fight, no hesitation, speed saves time. Seth had no intention of defending further. He quickly returned to an offensive stance, charging at Brock, who immediately dodged to the side. Seth threw 5 punches at Brock's ready arm. The strikes made Brock lean entirely to one side. By this strike, Brock was truly caught off guard. Seth grinned, confident the attack would land. He delivered a strong punch too, Brock's face making him dazed. Brock let out a small cry from the pain. Seth stayed alert, knowing Brock would quickly counter. So he was one step ahead and dodged the counter. The fight was truly uneven, and the gym teacher watching was sweating profusely. The teacher praised Brock's strength. In first year, he defeated every student who wanted to fight him. Truly impressive. But what about Seth Kang? Back in the match, the 2 warriors charged at each other. As expected, both launched strikes aimed close to the opponent's face, but Brock was weaker. Taking advantage, Seth quickly used his other hand to strike from below, straight to Brock's right side of the face. He couldn't dodge in time and took the blow directly. The lunch bell rang and the gym teacher had to end the match. The fight had clearly tilted in Seth's favor. Brock continuously took blows from him. If not stopped, there could have been serious injury. The teacher intervened and told both sides to stop. He announced that break time was over and they should return to class. Looking back, Brock was over here panting after Seth's relentless combo. In the end, Seth was the winner and he left. Before going, Seth turned back and called to Brock, smiling warmly, "See you again." Hearing that, Brock immediately got rattled. In the stands, Victor saw everything and even he felt a bit uneasy. Someone on this end of the line reported that they were ready. The The person on the other end agreed. Now you can rest for a bit. If this job goes well, you might be rewarded very generously. Mijuki Ryunosuke laughed with delight. Finally, he could make his move. He sat inside the car. Driven by his chauffeur, he rode in a fairly small sedan, but a formidable convoy followed behind. Well then, time to get to work. At Incheon Airport, 3 people, including subordinates and John Lee, came out. John Lee held a photo and asked where the person in it was. The man beside him answered that he was at Yulin High School. John Lee took the lead and ordered everyone to follow him. Back in Seth's classroom, after seeing his name called, Sophie grew a little worried and watched Seth from afar. But she was surprised. Seth was fine. He just looked furious as he stared out the window, eyes distant, lost in thought. Ronnie was outside smoking, leaning against a wall. Suddenly, he noticed something, a large, strange-looking convoy of black vehicles passing by. Ronnie grew curious, wondering what was going on. The huge convoy had already gone through the entrance gate. One guy quickly locked the gate, which made Ronnie pay attention. The underlings filed out one by one, packed in like ants. They were waiting for the boss to appear. Mijuki Ryunosuke opened the door, still smiling brightly as if heading into battle. That familiar face made Ronnie freeze. He flicked his cigarette butt to the ground, making a sound that caught the guard's attention. The guard demanded to know who he was. Ronnie didn't answer. He only managed to realize exactly who it was. And so Mijuki Ryunosuke and his crew went inside. Only one man stayed behind to stand guard. Ronnie told him to open the door now. The guy thought he'd misheard and asked what the hell Ronnie was talking about. Out of patience, Ronnie charged straight in and grabbed the guard. He seized the man by the collar and slammed his head hard into the metal bar across the doorway. The impact was brutal. The man crumpled, and before long he passed out. Knowing he'd just taken down the only one who could open the door, Ronnie pulled an iron bar from his pocket. With a stern look, he quickly jumped up, trying to clear the door that was a bit too high for him. But what he didn't expect was for his foot to snag. Up in the air, Ronnie realized he was screwed. He landed badly and face-planted. Clutching his aching face, Ronnie still hurriedly pulled out his phone and called Jack immediately. Jack was still in class, being the model student, when he heard his phone ring. He opened it, and what he saw made him frown in surprise. It was from Ronnie, and it read, "They're here." Jack already knew who they were. Without caring that he was in class, Jack slammed his desk and stood up, startling both his classmates and the teacher. Even so, he politely asked the teacher for permission to step outside. He strode out confidently, and the teacher had no intention of stopping this special student. Seth watched from a distance, feeling a little puzzled. Earlier at the gym, after the one-on-one fight with Seth, Brock was resting right on the floor. Victor emphasized that Brock had already lost. Brock didn't argue because it was true. Victor said this wasn't the time for Brock to train with him yet. Brock needed more practice. Hearing that, Brock grew bitter, unable to accept that he'd lost again. Brock insisted he hadn't fought with his full strength. He said his specialty was wrestling. From now on, he'd train on his home turf. His method was. Before he could finish, the gym door was blasted off its hinges. The strange noise startled both Brock and Victor. A gang of vicious men stormed in, weapons in hand. They held up a photo, looking for someone. Brock and Victor stayed on guard, still not understanding what was happening. The men spotted them and quickly asked if they knew who the person in the photo was. "He's obviously here, go look somewhere else. Whoever finds him gets a hefty reward, right?" So they ignored Brock and Victor and continued searching. Right after that, Brock called out for them to stop. He asked what they wanted with the person in the photo. The leader looked annoyed. When he turned around, Brock and Victor had already stepped closer. One by one, members of this mysterious organization searched all over the school, even the library. Their numbers were suspiciously large. One man ordered his underlings to spread out in multiple directions to search. With everyone in class, there wasn't a single person around. They brazenly walked into the school. As they headed upstairs, someone blocked their path. It was Jack, forcing them to stop. Jack demanded, "What are the three-headed devils doing here?" Suddenly exposed, the spiky-haired man snapped, asking who the hell Jack was. No need for elaborate words or introduction. Just sun sight alone is enough to prove it. As soon as he spoke, Jayak Leon leapt from the high floor, landing right in front of the ringleader. Jayak warned them. Does he have to personally kick them out of here? Not bluffing, Jayak actually drew his weapon to punish these audacious ones. He stabbed the ringleader in the stomach before he could react. Then a few more strikes followed, a downward blow that left him gravely injured. All simply because he wanted a milk tea with a touch of syrup. In the classroom, it seemed no one knew what was happening. The teacher kept energetically lecturing, "Hey, don't think you're innocent. Those who insult my intelligence make me very angry." That was from today's translation lesson. During class, the boss suddenly heard sounds of a fight. His sharp senses told him something was wrong. At the principal's office, the door was quickly broken open. This sudden event caught the physical education teacher off guard. Mijuki Ryunosuke grinned triumphantly. So it was the new chairman after all. He sent a polite greeting. Nice to meet you, seeing a group of strangers enter. The PE teacher asked who they were. Quickly, a bodyguard appeared, standing in front of Mijuki Ryunosuke. He stepped out behind and forced the teacher to sit down. Still in shock, Mijuki Ryunosuke handed him a photo. He demanded that the person in the picture be brought here immediately. Recognizing who the person in the photo was, setting Mijuki Ryunosuke knew he'd found the right one. It was him, without showing any stammering. He demanded the teacher hand the boy over if he wanted to live. The teacher kept calling the police, saying he was going to get help. Mijuki Ryunosuke taunted him, but he didn't stop the teacher from calling the cops. He calmly lit a cigarette. Meanwhile, in the fitness room, Brock and Victor advanced on the big, burly thugs. Brock asked why they were making such a mess. The leader in black lowered his weapon, wearing a provocative grin, deliberately acting like he couldn't hear Brock. The two didn't react. The leader quickly raised his bat, about to swing straight at them. Bad luck for him, he ran into a real boxer. A light punch from Brock nearly shattered the arrogant bastard's bones. But it wasn't over. Brock finished him with a lightning-fast straight punch that slammed him to the ground. Brock's power made the underlings panic. Even Victor was rattled. Realizing the danger, they swarmed in to join the fight. A full-on brawl erupted. Seth charged in with adrenaline, while another guy had his face grabbed in Brock's fist and was hurled away. Or a straight punch to each of them. Victor watched this brutality from a distance. Victor couldn't hold back anymore and decided to show them his strength. Back at the scene, after the leader had been badly slashed, the underlings were stunned to see their boss taken down in an instant. Furious, they set their minds on revenge. The whole pack rushed in with weapons, but he wasn't the least bit intimidated. One guy charged with an iron rod, and he quickly dodged. He countered with a straight strike to the man's neck. Another one went down, and he readied himself for the next. But there were too many, and he didn't know where Rodney was. Rodney was fighting on another front, near the entrance from earlier. He wondered how many of them there were, like ants, endless. The back line had already been taken down, leaving him to deal with another wave. Rodney worried about Seth, but seeing the crowd in front of him, he quickly switched gears. He flipped into combat mode, charging like a tank to settle it with them. The crashing sounds grew louder and caught Seth's attention. The whole class found it strange. Jun Kim kept a small knife ready, wary of the enemy. The attacker rushed in with a weapon, aiming to strike Jun Kim. As the opponent lunged, Jun Kim swiftly slipped the blow. He stabbed the man's hand, loosening his grip on the weapon. Then he knocked the weapon aside and slammed him hard into the locker next to them. His face went pale as he stared at the knife stuck in his hand, trembling in pain. Then he looked over at Jun Kim beside him. The weapon fell away and Jun Kim quickly picked it up. He returned to a defensive stance, gripping the weapon and preparing to charge. He pinned the next guy with the knife against a locker. Blood spilled from the man's mouth. He looked in agony. The underlings hesitated. Jun Kim radiated a fierce presence as he stared them down. With his right hand, he yanked the knife out of the other guy's hand. A ceiling camera captured every move. A few tiny dots appeared as if someone was tracking closely. One of them shouted in rage, but in the end he still ate a kick to the face from Jun Kim. Jun Kim's kick sent him flying out into the schoolyard. Seth seemed to realize something. He sprang to his feet in the middle of class, shocking the teacher. Using 2 fingers, he tugged at his collar and headed for the door. "Z, where are you going?" the teacher asked, seeing him act strangely. Sophie quickly turned to look. Seth quietly stepped out of the classroom, leaving everyone stunned. He told the homeroom teacher not to let anyone out. After that, he turned and left, pulling the door shut behind him. Seth calmly walked down the stairs. He glanced to the side and spotted someone unconscious on the floor, blood splattered around. He kept walking as if nothing happened. He saw Jun Kim standing in the middle of a gang of 3-headed demon underlings, holding them off. Jun Kim was panting hard, wiping sweat from his face. Seth watched the scene, scanning around, and spotted a fire extinguisher in the corner of the stairwell. Over there, Jun Kim was being cornered, forced to stay on guard in every direction. He wiped the sweat off and looked up, startled. At that moment, a shadow appeared. Standing behind one of them, the boy grabbed a fire extinguisher he just found and swung it with all his strength into the man's head. Teeth and blood mixed in a mess. The blow slammed him into the lockers, rattling his skull. The smile on Seth's face made no one dare come closer. One of the gang stammered, "It's him, Tom, get him," he shouted, and the whole pack rushed at the boy. He grinned viciously and yanked out the extinguisher's safety pin. Then he squeezed the handle, blasting a wide cloud across their faces. They saw him and yelled, "It's him! Don't let him get away." He braced himself, gripping the fire extinguisher, laughing out loud. He tossed the fire extinguisher into the smoke in front of him. He stared them down, a smile spreading across his face. His legs shot into the white cloud. He used his fists to take down each thug, leaving them no chance to fight back. Jun Kim, watching from outside, was stunned too. Only then did he poke his head out of the smoke, still gripping one of them by the hair. He slammed the man's head hard onto the floor. Under Jun Kim's shocked gaze, the man beside him couldn't say a word. When it was over, the boy let out a long sigh. At the same time, inside the office, Mijuki's men were surrounded. The teacher hurriedly called 911 and reported an emergency. A voice came through on the other end. Trembling, he said, "Please, our school is being attacked by gangsters." The operator responded again, "Huh, gangsters." The teacher added that it was at Junjin's school. Before he could finish, the other side asked uncertainly, "Did you say Junjin's school?" The teacher replied shakily, "Yes, please come quickly." Mijuki looked at him with smug satisfaction. The operator stammered, but for a few reasons we're critically short-staffed right now. That answer threw him into panic. "Once we finish handling things here, we'll send someone as soon as possible." Then they hurriedly hung up, not letting him say another word. On this end, the teacher kept dialing over and over. Mijuki sprang up and strode straight toward the teacher. His head throbbed from the situation, and he didn't know how to deal with the man in front of him. He looked at the teacher with a mix of amusement and contempt. Suddenly, one of Mijuki's underlings ran in and reported, "Boss." Mijuki snapped irritably, "What is it?" The underling said carefully, "We found him." Mijuki's expression brightened little by little. The leader, Mijuki, smiled like he'd finally found the toy he wanted. Down on the first floor, things were chaos around the lockers. Seth and Jun Kim pressed close together, guarding every side. The gang was tense, not daring to step forward after his last strike. He turned to Jun Kim and asked, "Have you called my uncle?" Sweat poured down Jun Kim's face as he answered, "He didn't pick up, so I just texted him." Seth stared hard at him. He felt annoyed by Jun Kim's lack of professionalism. Seeing Seth's expression and realizing his mistake, Jun Kim said, "I'm sorry." Seth kept his cool and didn't curse him out. Then he glanced at the gang and spoke to Jun Kim. "Do you realize you've exposed too much here?" Knowing he was at fault, Jun Kim replied, "I'm sorry, the young master's safety is the top priority." Seth nodded. "Wrap this up quick and clean." Jun Kim immediately complied, "Yes." At the same time, out in the schoolyard, the driver swung his baton hard into one man. Then another came up from behind. He whipped the baton into his back, making him scream in pain, like his shoulder bone had snapped. Without slowing down, Rodney followed with another brutal strike. The man's small nose caved in from the blow. His whole body flew into the pile of groaning bodies. The driver was exhausted, panting, and then he looked toward the inside. Seeing Seth and Jun Kim beating down the three-headed demon gang's underlings spilling into the yard, Rodney panicked. Jun Kim spotted Rodney and called out happily. Seth, the young master, stayed silent. At the same time, footsteps approached the three of them, drawing their attention. It was Victor and Brock. They'd finished dealing with the three-headed demon gang on the left. Seth stared them down. When they came closer, he spoke first. "Don't get involved in this." Victor played deaf and said nothing. Brock also acted indifferent and replied lazily, "I guess I showed up a bit late." Seeing them like that, Seth didn't say anything else. Right after they took down a few underlings, the ringleader with the watch appeared. "Oh no, why are my boys all sprawled out on the floor like this?" He stepped slowly out of the school and into the yard. Mijuki smiled in challenge. "Looks like we got careless. At this rate, he'll ruin our reputation." Seth stared at him, thinking about what the driver had told him before. Mijuki Ryunosuke, the boss of the Phantom Gang, the biggest gang in Japan. This gang has 3 leaders. He commands the spearhead and is also the worst branch of the group. Back in the present, he washed his voice with contempt. "What do you want?" He replied, "What, you think I came here to hang out?" The boss has been listening quietly. "At the very least, I have to bring back the head of the Sunsai leader so it won't be an eyesore, right?" "You really think so?" Hearing such arrogant words makes me want to wipe out your whole clan. "Come here, I'll see how long you can keep barking." Suddenly, 2 henchmen stepped forward and blocked his way. Jun Kim on the right and Rodney on the left. Mijuki smirked at the sight. Then he called over the weakest kid in the group, Guy. Everyone turned their eyes to the odd man wearing glasses. Mijuki introduced his subordinate. "He's the strongest fighter in Japan among us." His icy face and rigid body made everyone pay attention and stay wary. Without waiting for the other side to attack first, he charged in alone. His eyes focused intensely on Seth. In an instant, the 2 subordinates were beaten until their cheeks and lips were swollen and bruised. With a spin, his punches and kicks struck the driver on the left cheek, while Jun Kim was kicked in the right cheek. He was too fast for the 2 of them to react. Watching the scene unfold, Zet's veins bulged in anger. I looked at him with predatory eyes behind his glasses. At the same time, outside the school, a police car arrived at the gate. They stopped the car and stepped out one by one with stern expression. One officer saw how quiet the school was and said, "I don't see anything, everything seems fine." The one beside him agreed. In the end, they decided to leave empty-handed. The officer said, "Then let's go back, write the report, and grab a drink." The other immediately agreed. But it seemed the officer noticed something strange inside the school. His partner asked, "What's wrong?" The other officer glanced inside and saw a henchman with a broken arm lying motionless. That startled him, but out of curiosity, he looked into the school again. Suddenly he saw a mafia car and a group of black-suited assassins lying scattered inside. The officer's face changed color, and the other stepped closer in confusion. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" He quickly reported to the others over the radio. "Report, we're at Yongjin School. This school is..." Suddenly, the sound of a car stopping echoed at the school. The 2 officers looked over. It was a luxurious black car. The people inside began stepping out. They turned out to be lackeys of the Sunshine Corporation, led by the Anyang branch chief from China. The one stepping out in front was David Lee, nicknamed White. He asked, "Why are the cops hanging around here?" Looking around, it wasn't just one but 4 cars in total. The 2 officers stood frozen, not daring to speak. David curled his lips and asked, "Lang Kwang He, did I arrive first?" The officer stammered in fear, "Who are you?" David remained silent. He noticed 2 four-seater cars that had just arrived and stepped closer to the gate. Unexpectedly, they were another group from the Sunshine Corporation. Leading them was Jonas Yun. He said, "So you've already arrived." David laughed excitedly. "Of course, this time the boss personally summoned us." Jonas seriously adjusted his tie. He turned and shot a warning look at the officers. The person on the radio asked again, "What's going on? Respond." The 2 officers understood and hung up. David cheerfully asked Jonas, "Jonas, where are we heading now?" He replied, "Let's go see the boss first. I think everyone's already here." Dozens of Sunshine Corporation members surrounded the outside of the school. Inside the school, several notable figures stood out. First, the purple-haired girl, next the guy wearing a cap, then the blonde girl with a large chest. Finally, the sharp-nosed man. Seeing everyone step out, David quickly spoke on the phone, "Boss, we're all here. Where should we go now?" The voice on the other end replied, "Wait there, I'm coming out." It turned out Peter made a grand entrance by arriving in his private helicopter. He was heading from the forest toward the school. In the yard, after finishing off the 2 subordinates, Kai rushed up to their young master and frowned at him. He showed no fear and stared back. Jun Kim and the driver, though just beaten, were still fired up. They jumped to their feet and shouted, "Hey, you bastard." Kai glanced at the 2 of them. Jun Kim and the driver were determined not to let this bastard touch a single hair on their boss's head. The 2 cursed, "You think we'll go down just because we took a few hits?" Suddenly, Seth angrily shouted their names. Kai glanced over again. He turned back. The 2 subordinates looked confused. Zet spoke up, "Don't interfere." Zet sneered openly, ready to teach this guy a lesson. Kai assumed a cautious stance, his hands starting to move, teasing, "Come on." Boldly, Kai struck first, aiming straight at his face. But with his skill level, how could he match Sunshine's host, Seth? The jab barely brushed past, and Seth managed to dodge to the side. Seeing this, Kai shifted his hand toward Seth again, catching him off guard. Seth leaned back to avoid the strike, spotting an opening to counter. He focused and struck back. But Kai's lightning speed forced him to retreat continuously, just to dodge the blows. And Kai's cunning attacks targeted exactly where Seth would move. Even Jun Kim was intimidated by this monster. Rodney frowned and gaped. Inside the classroom, everyone was watching intently. Fans kept filming relentlessly, ignoring the teacher. The students buzzed, "So lively, wow, we have to record this. Where's the police? Why won't they answer?" The homeroom teacher, out of options, called the police. She muttered curses at the gang. Sophia stepped forward to speak with her. "Can you come down with me? I'm really worried about Z." The teacher hesitated, but out of duty went with Sophia. On the schoolyard, Kaivan and Seth were tearing their shirts from the fight. Seth grew excited, grabbed Kai's hand, thinking, "Enough is enough." Seth grinned, swung a powerful fist at Kai's face, the punch nearly reaching his icy expression. But Kai was swift, dodging quickly. Before Seth could react, Kai leapt, hands on the ground, then launched himself away. Seeing that continuous fighting was futile, he paused. Seth wiped blood from his cheek. Thrilled, he shouted, "This is fun." Their eyes met, wanting to communicate a single thought, but here wasn't the place. Seth moved forward to attack first. Kai finally relaxed his face, excitedly shouting, "Come on!" The 2 charged, both showing clear enjoyment of the battle. Both threw punches simultaneously. Kai dodged and so did Seth. But Kai didn't stop at punches. He combined kicks with the attack. Fortunately, Seth ducked, avoiding the follow-up strike. He countered with an uppercut. Kai retreated and swung a leg forward, aiming at Seth's face. It was so fast that Seth only blocked with his forearm. The powerful kick sent Seth flying several meters, struggling to regain balance. Kai watched excitedly. Seth smiled wildly, full of challenge. "More, I'm enjoying this." Suddenly, a helicopter approached. Everyone looked up in silence as Peter decided to fly it directly into the school. The helicopter landed right in the schoolyard. Its entrance was spectacular. Even Seth and Kai paused their fight. Jun Kim and Rodney watched the helicopter. Victor and Brock did too. Mijuki's smile faded. Peter stepped out, looking sternly at the group, accompanied by rapid footsteps. Hundreds from outside slowly entered. Anyone witnessing this sweated at the sheer power of the Sunshine group. Peter approached Seth respectfully, bowing, and greeted him, accompanied by hundreds of Sunshine members. They bowed politely before Seth. Both sides were filled with his people, though he seemed annoyed by the attention from his own family. Students stared in surprise, murmuring, "What's going on? What are they doing?" The 2 police outside could do nothing, only watch. In the distance, it looked like members of the Face Gang. Jian Li asked the boy beside him, "Is that the guy you lost to? Do you think you could win if you fought him?" The short-haired boy knew the answer, staying silent. John Lee turned to the boy with glasses. "Things are complicated now. What do we do?" He replied, "There are 2 cops there. Maybe we just wait." Jian Li thought silently, then laughed gleefully. "Watching them fight benefits us too, just sitting back and enjoying." Suddenly, a voice behind drew everyone's attention. A woman appeared before them. They stared in fear. Seth's mother looked back at them. Inside, Seth ordered no interference. His uncle frowned, but master, Seth snapped, I want a fair fight with him. Hearing this, his uncle fell silent. The scene shifted to the screen. Everything was monitored via school cameras. Canvin and Jason's father watched silently. Jason's father scoffed, like trapped rats. Seth looked at his uncle. So, you think I'll lose? Peter tried to reassure him. Master, you still don't understand the situation. Look around, Seth calmly observed his surroundings. Hundreds of bodies lay motionless across the school, making it look anything but normal. He remained silent, pretending not to notice. The uncle stepped forward and said to the young master, you should rest now. But there was no way Seth would let this go. If he was going to play, he'd play it to the end. He spoke up to stop him. This is my fight, do you understand? Peter, fed up, didn't say another word and could only stay silent and let the young master continue what he'd started. Seth warmed up, then turned to Kai and said, sorry to keep you waiting. He kept provoking Mijuki's men. You guys not coming out. Kai shot him a cold look, then turned to his boss, waiting for orders. The boss gave a calm, taunting smile and commanded, take him down. A young man with absolute loyalty charged in like lightning. Facing him, Seth found the guy genuinely interesting. The two rushed in to challenge each other. A woman's voice cut through the tension between them. Who is this woman that everyone's staring at like that? Even the Sunshine Group people were so shocked their eyes went wide. Jun Kim and Rodney were no exception. Even Mijuki's three-headed demon crew leader fell silent. On the stream, viewers were stunned when they saw the woman. It turned out she was Seth's mother, walking slowly toward the brawl. Mijuki silently swept his eyes over her, sizing her up. The nearby camera Mr. Jason was using to monitor things caught Seth's mother's attention. She pretended not to notice, then looked across and asked the uncle, is anyone hurt? He looked confused, about to ask what she meant. But Seth's mother cut him off in a serious tone. Get them away from the wall. Peter stared blankly, wanting to ask what she meant. Seth's mother sighed, then said sharply, since when did you dare question my orders? The pressure she gave off made the uncle pause for a moment. She kept staring him down as another warning, then called someone named Yam. The old man lowered his head. I'm here, ma'am, she ordered. Stitch up anyone who's wounded. Yam grinned and obeyed. Then she turned to Peter and said, and you go outside and hold off the cops for 5 minutes. Hearing the lady boss speak, the crowd dispersed on their own. Seth was stunned and called out to his mother. She turned back, resolute. I won't forbid you from fighting anymore. He listened in silence as she explained that your position isn't something to joke about. As a leader, every fight is a weight on your shoulders. You can't just fight on impulse. He slackened, looking downcast as he called, Mom. She said nothing more and quietly walked toward the leader of that three-headed demon crew. As she passed Kai, she warned, after you finish fighting my son, I'll let you go. Hearing that, he looked confused. She kept walking straight ahead. His men, lacking sense, surged forward in a panic. What does this old woman think she's doing? Mijuki stopped his subordinates, then spoke up himself. I don't think a bitch has the right to meddle in my business. Seth's mother ignored him and went straight to the point. Mijuki Ryunosuke, I'm giving you 2 choices. 1, take all your people and leave immediately. With his ego flaring, he brought all his men to face her. This rabid dog, suddenly, a streak grazed across his neck. The subordinate beside him got struck by her hand too and dropped unconscious. He finally sensed the danger and calmed down. She warned, if you interrupt me again, I'll send you to stare at naked chickens with your ancestors. Understand? Everyone there was shocked by what Anna had just said, especially Ryunosuke, standing right in front of her. He ground his teeth, sweat pouring down. Anna raised 2 fingers and gave the second option. Let Kai fight the boss in a decisive match. Seth was stunned to hear the second option, and so was Peter. Under Ryunosuke's fearful stare, Anna continued. The winner would get what they wanted. She pointed at the camera behind them, meaning the person watching through it would witness the match. Only then did Ryunosuke realize there was a camera behind him. He thought for a moment, then stammered, what if Seth loses? Anna smiled with the composure of someone at the top. She turned away and told him not to worry. She had never gone back on her word. At last, Seth got the chance to ask his mother, why are you doing this? She didn't answer, only said, if you lose, step down from your position. Hearing that, Seth was even more shocked, his eyes wide. Anna continued, do you know how disappointed your father would be if you lost to someone like that? After that, Seth thought for a moment, then broke into a victorious smile. He confidently declared to his mother, there's no way I'm losing. At that moment on this side, Sophie and the homeroom teacher were trembling as they made their way down the stairs. A horrifying sight left them both stunned, especially the homeroom teacher. At the bottom of the stairs lay a man completely motionless, unclear whether he was alive or dead. They didn't know what was happening, but they still continued down. And below, an even more gruesome scene awaited. Bodies in black were sprawled everywhere. Teacher and student froze in terror, staring at the scene like they'd been turned to stone. At last, Sophie made the first move, slowly pulling her phone from her pocket. As she called her father, the teacher spoke up. telling Sophie to go back to class while she called the police. When Sophie didn't answer and just stared at her phone, the teacher couldn't understand what she was doing. Finally, Sophie's call connected to her father. Her father asked why she was calling at this hour. Panicking, Sophie blurted out what was happening. Something was going on at school. The police weren't coming and there were gangsters inside the school. Hearing that, her father said seriously that he would come right away. After Sophie ended the call, the teacher again urged her to hurry back to class. Before she could persuade Sophie, several strangers started approaching them. Sophie lifted her head and stared straight at the strangers coming toward her. The one in front was Old Yam. He and his underlings stepped toward Sophie, one pace at a time. The homeroom teacher was terrified, but she still rushed forward to shield Sophie and demanded to know who they were. Old Yam looked at the teacher's actions as if he didn't understand, then glanced at the bodies on the ground. Then he crouched down. Kneeling beside one of the bodies, he reached to the neck to check whether it was still alive. After checking, he fixed his gaze on the body with clear displeasure. Then he pulled his coat open. There were many knives inside. He took out a surgical scalpel, flashed a vicious smile, and said the person lying here wasn't dead yet. Watching him, Sophie began to sweat. Her mind went straight to Seth. At Seth's side in front of the school gate, countless people dressed in black were standing. Their formation was tight and disciplined, making it obvious how tense things were inside. Seth and Kai faced each other like sworn rivals. Around them, Brock, Victor, Rodney, Jun Peter, Mrs. Anna, and Runasuk kept their eyes locked on the two of them. The two main figures still stood perfectly still, staring each other down. Everyone was on edge, until Runasuk couldn't take it anymore and shouted Kai's name. As he shouted, he slowly moved toward Kai. Kai turned his head at the call. Runasuk gave a stern order for Kai to get ready. Receiving the order, Kai didn't hesitate. He pulled a knife from his jacket pocket under Seth's murderous gaze. He turned to look at Seth's mother. She wasn't afraid and met his stare. After a moment, he made his decision. So that was his choice, then the duel could begin. Seeing Kai holding a sharp knife, Seth frowned slightly. Noticing things were unfavorable for Seth, Rodney stepped closer, drew a weapon, aimed it toward Seth and told him to take it. Seth looked at the weapon Rodney offered, gritted his teeth, tossed it back, and declared he didn't need a weapon. Jian watched from a distance. His men asked what they should do, and he said today wasn't the time to begin. John observed the situation below and muttered to himself. Seth and Kai were about to start the real fight. Both wore smug, satisfied smile. The two charged at each other. Would Seth's punch take Kai down, or would Kai's knife defeat Seth? A new school year began at Junjin High School, a school for athletes. All the teachers hoped to ignite the students' dreams and ambitions. The opening ceremony ended smoothly. Everyone returned to class. A male student searched for a video on his phone and asked if they'd seen it yet. Curious, everyone moved closer and asked what video it was. On the screen was a video said to be the school's legend at Ilang-jae, the terrifying fight from years ago between Seth and Kai. Both sides unleashed ruthless moves. The viewers couldn't stop marveling, chattering as they asked, "Doesn't it look like they're really trying to kill each other?" Hearing that, someone immediately retorted, "Are you stupid? This is 100% real." This battle was considered legendary, facing 200 people alone. 2 years ago, Z was the school's boss, single-handedly taking down the Japanese gangster. The male student kept endlessly recounting Seth's exploits, leaving everyone in awe. As everyone excitedly discussed that battle, the loud sound of the door opening caught their attention. Everyone looked at the person who opened the door with confusion and surprise. Zika had just opened it, proudly introducing him as the boss. The boss of Ungdong Middle School then warned everyone in the class, "You better be careful with him." He just stood outside the classroom door, unaware someone was approaching. "Step aside for Zika, he's aggressive, please move." This Daika guy thought he was the middle school big shot, so he feared no one. He asked, "Deem, what's with the cage?" Deem wasn't afraid of this guy either. He repeated, "Make him move aside." Zika ground his teeth. "Do you want to die, you bastard?" Deem glared coldly at Daika, frowning. Neither was willing to back down. The sound of heavy footsteps drew their attention. Ara appeared, expressionless, stepping toward them. Stopping in front of Zika and James, she stomped once. Showing no fear, she commanded them to move aside. Both James and Zika were surprised by Ara's demeanor. The hot-headed Daika, immediately ordered to move, angrily threw a punch. Who does this dog think she's ordering around? Seeing Zika lose control and attack, both James and Ara looked at him with disgust. James and Ara entered combat mode. Ara poked Zika's arm while James punched him in the jaw. Attacked by both simultaneously, he couldn't retaliate, just stood there sweating. Zika began to fear, clenching his teeth at James' fist. The classmates witnessing the scene outside also watched tensely. They were drawn to the drama outside, forgetting the legendary clip they were watching. On their phones, Sophie was shown threatened by Runasu. Seeing that everyone was terrified, worried for Sophie's life, he shouted loudly. Suddenly, a clean-sweeping knife flew past his face. The knife had been thrown by Rax. He executed a perfect throw, yet his face revealed no emotion. For some reason, after that throw, He now has to serve time with number 3884. Sitting alone in the cold cell, he looked through the small window at the weak light. After time in rehabilitation, he was finally released. Standing at the prison gate, he exhaled gently. Feeling life outside, a car slowly approached. Inside was Rodney picking up Jack, face full of joy. Jayak, seeing this, couldn't help but silently curse the fool. Joy was evident on his face as he slowly approached the car. The rear car door suddenly opened, leaving him puzzled. Who opened the door with such a shocked expression? Stepping out was Seth. 2 years had passed, he looked different now. Seeing him step out, Jayak bowed 90 degrees. Boss, you're here. Seth smiled. He was glad Jayak had finally returned. Jayak openly showed gratitude and respect towards Seth. Seth kept that expression, asking Jayak if he wanted to return to school. In the wild mountains, birds flew freely. On this mountain stood an ancient temple with a monk devoted to chanting. The monk held a string of prayer beads. He called Jin, but he was dozing in the kitchen. Despite the monk calling repeatedly, after several calls, Jin finally woke up. He quickly stepped toward the altar, continuously replying, "Yes, master." Close to the master, he stood silently behind without saying anything more. While the monk remained calm, Jin went back to sleep, angering him. He stood up, yet Jin slept soundly. The master took a wooden ruler and struck Jin's head without hesitation. He scolded, "You fool, why are you sleeping?" Jin held his head in pain, complaining about the constant hits. Just one strike didn't faze the master. The master continued wielding the ruler, while Jin stood there sleeping peacefully, unmoved. Jin held his head from the blow, questioning why the master kept hitting, but one strike still couldn't stir his anger. He kept swinging at Jin, scolding him as an idiot as he attacked, but Jin dodged every single blow. In the end, the one who was more exhausted and more furious was the master. He panted heavily. Only then did Jin speak up. He couldn't understand why his master was hitting him when he'd already finished all the chores and drawn all the water. Jin folded his arms, clearly annoyed as well. Why was his master still punishing him when everything was done? After listening for a while, the master cooled down a little. He shot Jin a look, then turned his back and told him to pack his things. Jin was confused and had no idea what his master meant, but then the master repeated himself, telling him to pack up. Jin panicked, his watery eyes looking pitiful, unsure if his master meant to throw him out. The master didn't answer that question. He asked Jin about the promotion exam at Dai School, so it had been more than 2 years. Hearing that, the master told Jin he needed to graduate high school too, so he should register for the high school entrance exam. He would give Jin money for school. Jin was quite surprised by his master's words, and even after sitting there a while, he still hadn't fully processed them. In the end, Jin did as his master said. He packed his belongings and went to the city to begin his life as a student. Jin was cheerful, skipping along the road, and before long he reached the gate of Yang Jin's school. He stopped and stared at the school sign, mouth hanging open in surprise. Jin blurted out, so this was a medical school. He stepped inside cautiously. The campus was covered in banners announcing the competition between Victor and Brock. Jin tightened his grip on the bag slung over his shoulder and smiled. This school looked interesting. After walking for a bit, he arrived outside classroom 1. Inside, the new homeroom teacher was introducing himself and writing his name on the board. The new homeroom teacher was George, and he was very happy to meet the new students. He began explaining that the school was designed for athletes. "Mr. George heard that a few of you in this class are also athletes." Hearing that, the students started looking around at one another. Mr. George asked again, "Those of you who are athletes, could you raise your hands so I know?" 3 people, Dem A and Chubby, raised their hands. The class started murmuring, still shooting glances at each other. Among them, Zika stared with pure, bitter hatred. Mr. George continued, talking about their studies when the door was pushed open. A head peeked in from outside. It was Jean. Mr. George looked surprised and asked who Jean was. Hearing the question, Jean gave a perfectly polite smile and said he'd been called here. Then Jean bowed to Mr. George at a respectful 90 degrees. He wasn't a transfer student. It was his first time at the school, and he hoped the teacher and everyone else would look out for him. Jean's bow was exactly what the teacher had instructed him to do earlier at the temple. His master told him that if he met teachers, he had to bow like that to be polite. Jean followed his master's words, smiling, heh heh. Mr. George told him to sit in that seat for now. He needed to confirm things with the administration. Then the teacher left, while Jean kept bowing politely. At that moment, Jean looked toward the class and saw everyone staring at him suspiciously. He introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Jean. This is my first day here. Let's get to know each other." Everyone was pretty shocked to see someone who'd come to school for the first time. Jean still lifted his chin confidently. Before this, he'd taken a placement exam at the temple. Hearing that, the whole class went wide-eyed and broke into a sweat. James looked at him with interest, while Ara calmly kept eating chocolate. Jean stood on the podium, flashing bright white teeth and smiling cheerfully. And just like that, Jean's first day at his new school came to an end. His master handed him a sheet of paper with an address written on it. Now he was following that address, scanning everything around him and missing nothing. At last, he reached the address on the paper. It was a beautiful, luxurious house. Jean stepped forward and rang the doorbell. Before he could even confirm it was the right place, someone inside told him to come in. The door opened automatically. For the first time in more than 10 years, Jean saw something like that and flinched a little. The door was open, but Jean still stood outside, looking again to be sure. Only after seeing the right person inside did he nod and step in. The person Jean was looking for was Z's mother, who was also his older sister. Seeing Mrs. Anna, Jean's face brightened, and his good mood returned. Mrs. Anna teased, "So you didn't get lost, huh?" Hearing that, Jean puffed up with pride. "I live up in the mountains, but I'm not clueless, okay?" After a brief greeting, Mrs. Anna told Jean to follow her. He held the paper and followed her up the stairs. When they reached the second floor, Mrs. Anna asked how school was going. Jean replied excitedly, "It's really fun." Mrs. Anna was glad to hear it. She opened a door. Inside was the room where Jean would be staying. Seeing the lovely room, Jean's eyes sparkled and his mouth fell open in amazement. Inside were a uniform, a computer, books, everything. This was Set's room. But Set wasn't here anymore. He used to attend the same school as Jean. After saying that, Mrs. Anna left the room and told Jean he would meet Set soon. Jean still didn't really understand. Mrs. Anna didn't explain further. She told Jean to put his bag down and follow her. Down below the house was a secret tunnel. It was dark, so Mrs. Anna used a light to guide the way down. The two of them walked slowly into the basement. Then Mrs. Anna stopped and told Jean to wait a moment. Mrs. Anna lit all the candles in the basement. As the room brightened, Jean could see clearly inside. There were all kinds of combat weapons, every type you could imagine. Not just weapons, there were also many martial arts manuals. Mrs. Anna spoke first, wondering whether she should test Jean's ability. Standing before the rows of weapons, she asked Jean which one he wanted. Jean didn't answer. He only called out, "Sis." Suddenly, Jean told her she was going to get hurt. Mrs. Anna's expression shifted slightly. Jean said he wouldn't hurt her because he'd been taught to never lose. They stared at each other with confident eyes, and in the end, Mrs. Anna smiled. "In that case, I'll have to be extremely careful." At the same time, after class in the student council room at Y. Angan School, everyone gathered and sat down to begin the new school year. However, there were still 2 empty seats. Sophie looked at the seats, her expression complicated, but she quickly pushed the feelings aside and focused on the meeting. Now she was. The student council president summoned all club presidents here. Before she could explain why, everyone started complaining. Mike, the Taekwondo club president, had to skip practice to come here, so she needed to speak quickly. Then the judo club president complained that the boxing and martial arts presidents weren't here. They were busy preparing for tournaments. The others shot impatient glances at Sophie. The meeting fell silent and some stood up ready to leave. It was Sophie's first time handling this, so she didn't know what to do. The quiet atmosphere was broken when the door was pushed open, drawing everyone's attention. Victor, the boxing club president, entered. He was drenched in sweat, likely just finishing practice. He slowly walked to his seat. Once seated, he looked at Sophie and apologized for being late. Sophie cheerfully replied it was fine, the meeting had just begun. The others lowered their heads, avoiding speaking. 2 people next to him avoided his gaze and turned away. With Victor present, those who had been outspoken earlier fell silent. After settling in, Sophie asked Victor about Brock. Brock was preparing for an upcoming match, training intensely. After Victor confirmed Brock's training schedule, he asked Sophie why everyone was called here. Sophie then explained the reason. Today's meeting was to discuss recruiting athletes. Sophie looked at them. "You haven't forgotten that next week is the new member recruitment for the clubs, have you?" Victor, hearing Sophie remind them repeatedly, suddenly remembered the recruitment schedule. While the two were talking, a vulgar outburst suddenly rang out. Even Mike gritted his teeth. "Can you cut the chit-chat and get to the main point?" Victor stayed silent. Sophie apologized and announced the start of the meeting. The reason she called everyone was that the president needed their help with something. First, sports clubs must not forcibly recruit members. Second, sports clubs must ensure there are no unnecessary fights or injuries among members. Sophie continued with the third point, overly harsh recruitment practices. Under everyone's attention, she went on to address other issues. The meeting finally ended. Everyone left without a word, ignoring Sophie's thanks. Sophie packed up to leave. Only Victor remained, silently watching her. Sophie found Victor staring at her confusing. She spoke first, asking if he wasn't supposed to be training. After hesitating, Victor spoke, calling Sophie. He asked if she had any news about Seth. Victor's question made Sophie pause in her tidying. Victor realized he shouldn't have asked that, but he couldn't help it. Sophie adjusted her emotions, turned back, forced a smile, and said she didn't know. "You know anything, like whether Seth will return to school?" Victor lowered his head and said he also had no news. He then reassured Sophie not to worry. Seth had promised to come back. Hearing this, Sophie froze. She recalled a terrifying day in the past. That day, in front of Mrs. Anna, Sophie was taken hostage by Ryunosuke. He pointed a knife at her neck. Sophie couldn't hide her fear. With wide eyes, she looked toward Seth. Seth threw a weapon into Ryunosuke's hand, causing the knife to fall. Sophie seemed to finally escape imminent danger. Recalling that day, she still trembled with fear. Victor noticed her silence and began to worry, asking if she was okay. Sophie said she was fine, claimed she had something to do, and quickly left. Victor didn't stop her and watched her go. He then sighed, hoping Sophie could recover after all those horrible events. It wasn't just Sophie, Victor also felt horrified remembering that day. After Seth's knife stabbed Ryunosuk's hand, Sophie quickly pushed his gripping arm away. She ran in fear but unfortunately tripped. Ryunosuke clenched his teeth, withdrew the knife from his arm and moved towards Sophie. She couldn't get up anymore. She sat there terrified, watching him move toward her. But fortunately, Seth dashed forward, blocking Ryunosuke's steps towards Sophie. He threw a punch straight at Ryunosuke's face and the man offered no resistance. Blood gushed from his nose and several teeth fell out. He looked more pitiful than ever. At that moment, a deadly aura radiated from Seth, a scent of death surrounding him, yet he continued advancing relentlessly. Finally, the man succumbed, unable to resist, and fell to his knees on the ground. Seeing his pitiful state, Seth showed no mercy. He pressed his fists toward Ryunosuke again, wanting to strike him more. But a hand stopped him. It was his mother. With overwhelming strength, Anna effortlessly blocked Seth's attack. Victor stood there witnessing everything, his face showing undeniable shock. Even now, recalling it, his hands still trembled. Victor tried to control his shaking hands, clenching them tightly. Sweat poured down and night had already fallen. The fight between Anna and Jin had also ended. Jin's meal was served. While Anna remained unscathed and calm in the kitchen, Jin had to sit there rolling eggs over a bruise on his face. While rolling, he watched Anna fumble in the kitchen. Seeing him linger without eating, she asked if the food wasn't tasty. Jin rolled the eggs, smiling and denying it. It wasn't that the food was bad. He hadn't eaten because this was the first time someone cooked for him. Hearing this, Anna smiled gently. "You should get used to this." Jin felt happy, picking up his chopsticks and spoon, still inviting Anna to join. With just one scoop, he nearly filled half his bowl. He chewed heartily, nodding in approval at the delicious meal, looking like a child. As Jin enjoyed his food, Anna told him to eat more to regain strength, and then they would spar again. While eating, Jin felt frozen, his mouth stiff. Sweat poured like rain. Seeing this, Anna asked if he didn't want to. It wasn't that he didn't want to. The issue was whether Anna could handle that injury. It turned out Anna was also seriously hurt from the previous fight. Looking at the wound on her arm, she wasn't sure, but it had been a long time since she had fought with full force. Jin chewed, his cheeks puffed up. He stared at his mother in surprise. Anna smiled happily, a relaxed expression that hadn't appeared on her face in a long time. Meanwhile, at Sophie's house, she had also returned home. Her father was reading the newspaper, greeting her when he saw her arrive. Sophie wondered why her father came home early today. He said it was due to an upcoming election, and people needed time to prepare. Sophie asked if he had eaten. He remained focused on the newspaper, which covered the new president of Sunshine. He replied that he had eaten. So Sophie asked if he wanted some tea, which she could prepare. After enjoying the cup of tea, he placed it on the table and asked if her new school year was going well, if it was too hard. Sophie looked a bit unhappy, replying that it was just the same. She was also uncertain about following her own desires. Sophie didn't like law like her father. Despite respecting him greatly, she wanted to pursue her own interests. Hearing this, her father apologized for not paying more attention to her. Sophie denied it, saying that wasn't what she meant. She just wanted to explore what truly interested her. Her father listened silently, as he still didn't know her passion. Currently, Sophie wanted to study sports promotion. Because seeing Brock and Victor, she found them amazing. They had become world champions at a very young age. And after Sophie's school returned to being an athletic-focused school, many talented students transferred in. After listening to Sophie's explanation, her father's face no longer looked cheerful. He realized Sophie was thinking about Sun Production. Sophie was surprised. She didn't expect her father to know about it. He continued, saying it was the company where Brock and Victor worked. It was a subsidiary operated by Sunshine Corporation. Sophie could no longer deny anything. He closed his eyes, determined not to let her get involved. Sophie felt uncomfortable, refusing to accept her father opposing her decision. However, he said he wasn't forbidding her, but he couldn't let her be in danger. Sophie understood why her father was like that, so she said nothing, but she felt very sad now. The next day began at Yangjin's school. Jin walked to school, but his face was no longer cheerful like the first day. One eye bruised purple, his nostril taped, attracting a lot of attention. Everyone passing by peeked at him. Jin wondered where the teachers were, but he suddenly noticed the schoolyard buzzing with club recruitment activity. Being from the mountains, this was his first time seeing this, so he didn't know what it was. Many recruitment boards for football, karate, and judo clubs were set up, everyone trying to pull people into their clubs. This lively, cheerful atmosphere revived Jin's spirits. Jin was happily going about his day when a large figure appeared behind him, apologizing. It was his desk mate from class. Jin looked up to see his face and greeted him. Mock politely returned Jin's greeting. Jin looked at him and asked if he was in any sports club, since he had heard everyone was supposed to join at least one. Mok scratched his face, explaining that he was a transfer student, but Jin didn't really understand what transfer student meant. Questions seemed to swirl around him. Before he could ask more, Zika shouted loudly, "Get the hell out of here!" Jin and Mok didn't flinch, their faces showing no emotion as they stared at Zika. He continued yelling, "What are you looking at, wanna die?" Jin stared at him for a while and, despite the insults, even managed a friendly smile at Zika. Seeing that Jin ignored him and stayed put, Zika told him to scram. Staring at Jin, he finally said, "Aren't they your good classmates?" Hearing this, Zika grabbed Jin's uniform jacket tightly, asking, "Good classmates, what the hell?" He cursed directly at Jin's face. "Hey you bastard, who are you calling your good friends? Don't wanna live anymore." Jin stared at Zika's hand, clutching his jacket. Then he scanned him silently. Zika slowly leaned close to Jin's ear, telling him to come with him. After saying that, he swaggered off. Jin watched him leave while Mok looked around uncertainly. After thinking for a moment, Jin decided to follow his instruction. In a secluded spot, Jin and Zika faced each other. Zika struck a tough pose, asking if Jin knew who he was. Jin honestly replied that he was just a classmate. Enraged by Jin's answer, he clenched his teeth and cursed. He reached into his pocket for something. Jin didn't know what, so he watched his every move, keeping his calm expression. He held a cigarette, introducing himself as the top guy at Kyeondong Middle School. Hadn't Jin ever heard of him? Jin replied teasingly. "I'd die if I had." This insulted the so-called top guy. He cursed Jin as a pig. Jin, however, reached forward and snatched the cigarette from his mouth. The move was so quick Zika had no time to react and didn't know what had just happened. Jin held Zika's cigarette, telling him that students aren't allowed to smoke. Zika was furious, feeling he had been too patient. He raised his fist at Jin, cursing. Jin calmly stood there, waiting for the punch. Under Jin's steady gaze, Zika threw his first punch. But with just 2 fingers, Jin easily blocked it. Zika was once again surprised and didn't know what to do. Jin simply grabbed his sleeve, reminding him that students aren't allowed to fight either. With just a gentle move, Zika couldn't budge his hand at all. Jin stood there smiling as Zika struggled, while Zika shouted insults again. Unable to act, he switched to words. Another commanding voice suddenly appeared, shouting to stop. 2 people slowly approached Jin and Zika. It was Henry, the student council representative. Mok must have quickly run to call him. Henry warned them that their behavior was causing trouble. Frightened, Jin let go of Zika, and Zika quickly withdrew his fist. Jin recalled the reckless, troublemaking youths outside. He immediately denied any wrongdoing, afraid. Henry stepped closer, introducing himself briefly. He was the student council representative, maintaining order in school, and also the wrestling club president, ranked top 5 in competition. Jin saw him proudly introducing himself, puzzled. Henry continued, "Don't think just because my brother is top 5 that you can underestimate him. He's only been wrestling for a year and reached rank 5 in a few months." Jin still didn't understand why he kept bragging. Then Henry boasted he was Brock's brother. Hearing this, Zika was startled while Henry proudly looked up at the sky, scared yet. Hearing Brock's name, Zika was terrified, bowing to Henry immediately. He even bent down 90 degrees. Jin still didn't understand what was happening. Henry saw Jin not bowing and criticized his attitude. "You're very rude. After lunch break, you must report to the council room." Jin broke out in sweat, pointing at himself, replying obediently, still confused. After that, everyone left, leaving Jin in a haze. Zika, quick to adapt, kept flattering Henry nonstop. Incompetent people loved hearing praise, and he grinned uncontrollably. Jin glanced back and finally understood what life out in the real world was like. Then he looked again and saw the kid was still standing there, just like he had been the whole time. He asked if the kid was worried about him. Fatty hesitated, scratched his head, then nodded. Jin smiled happily. At last, he'd met a good person at this school. Meanwhile, in the boxing gym, Brock kept training without a break. Brutal punches flew out one after another. After punching, Brock switched to kicks. His momentum was sky high and he sent the heavy bag flying. The older brother was here training, while the younger brother was outside picking fights. After a long session, Brock was drenched in sweat and stood there to rest. Beside him was the coach, watching the entire workout closely. Suddenly, someone else appeared in the gym. It was Akira. She was the legal secretary of the Sunshine Group. When she walked in, both Brock and the coach gave her a polite nod in greeting. Then the coach spoke first, asking why she had come. She said she was here because the chairman wanted a match to loosen up before leaving. The news surprised both the coach and Brock. The coach couldn't believe the fight would be in just a few days. But Brock cut him off. He told Akira to relay to the chairman that he was always ready. Class began at Yangjin High School, and the teacher was lecturing enthusiastically. Jin, meanwhile, put 100% of his focus into listening to what the teacher was saying. In contrast, Zika up front was sprawled on his desk, sleeping comfortably. After finishing his explanation, Mr. George asked if anyone in class could answer the question. A hand shot up decisively the moment he finished. It was Jean. Not only did he raise his hand, he stood up too, and every pair of eyes turned toward him. Jin walked up to the podium step by step, calm and confident under his classmates' stunned stare. In no time, Jean finished writing the answer to Mr. Joquin's question. Down in the classroom, "Whoa" kept ringing out as everyone admired Jin. And of course, Jin's answer was correct. He was thrilled he got it right. On top of that, the teacher praised him. But he said it was nothing compared to when he lived up in the mountains. He'd learned all of this before he even started high school. Mr. George was pretty surprised. The kid who looked so clueless was actually that smart. Mr. George's class ended, and a new class began. The teacher asked who could stand up and introduce themselves to her and the class. Jin raised his hand decisively again without a hint of hesitation. He introduced himself. "Hello, everyone, my name is Jin T. I've lived in the mountains since I was little. Together with a great master." Jin shocked the class again, and of course the teacher was very pleased with his introduction. Lunch hadn't even started yet, but a crowd had already gathered around Jin's table. They threw out sarcastic jabs like they were trying to scare Jin with lines such as, "You look pretty quick, but you look more like an idiot." Jin even thought they were complimenting him. He laughed and replied, "Oh, it's nothing." Fatty suddenly appeared behind him and called out to him, making Jin tilt his head back just to see him. Fatty asked whether Jin had gone to the student council office yet. Good thing Fatty reminded him, otherwise Jin really would have forgotten. It was already 11:50, long past lunchtime. Jin's eyes went wide as he bolted toward the student council office. His speed made the whole class gasp. What the hell? 10 minutes had already passed. Jin had to get to the student council office. But then he panicked as he realized he didn't even know where it was. Jin wandered around, looking left and right for the student council office. A door opening caught his attention. He couldn't stop marveling at how beautiful Sophie was as she stepped out through it. Sophie proactively asked why a new student like him was here. Jin replied that he was looking for the student council office. Hearing that, Sophie told him to walk straight to the end of the hallway and he'd reach it. With Sophie's directions, Jin bowed politely to thank her. Sophie reminded Jin that since he'd just transferred, he should try to stay out of trouble. Hearing that, Jin immediately spoke up to explain he wasn't a bad student. Sophie looked at Jin without saying anything, then coldly turned away. They went their separate ways, while Jin wore a sulky expression. After following Sophie's directions for a while, Jin finally figured out where the student council office was. He pushed the door open and stepped inside, looking around. The room was empty, no one was there. Henry was casually sitting and eating a sausage sandwich. When he finished, he turned to Mike for more, but Mike didn't understand. Then he asked for milk and Mike quickly fetched it for Henry. Henry drank it in one gulp, paying no attention to his surroundings. Ahead of him, James was walking past, and Mike kept staring at him. Mike then moved closer to Henry and whispered that Henry was the new member of the boxing club. Hearing this, Henry loudly called out to that guy along with James. There was no one else around, so James stopped and looked at Henry with a hostile gaze. Henry asked if he was the new member. "If so, what's his name?" Henry asked while glancing at the yellow band on his hand. James answered his name and asked Henry if he had business with him. Henry had heard James had fought in a tournament in Korea, so he followed him to the council room to talk. After speaking, Henry left, knowing James would follow. Mike grinned. They would teach James a lesson to show who was the top boss of this school. Deem watched their backs as they left, thought for a moment, and then decided to follow. The three of them slowly trailed each other to the student council room. Henry opened the door and saw Jean sitting inside. The teacher entered and Jean jumped up, saying he wasn't a bad student. Henry saw Jean and remembered that he had called him earlier that morning, but Jean had gone to eat because he was hungry. Henry walked past him and praised his sense of responsibility. Then he pointed at Jean and ordered him and James to sit down. Jean looked at James. James looked at Jean. The two students brought to the council room stared at each other. James didn't want to sit alongside Jean, so he sat in the front row. Henry sat at the desk and ordered the two to raise their hands and listen carefully. The school had strict rules against students who acted violently. James and Jean focused on listening, but Jean didn't understand why Henry was saying this. Henry continued, "You've probably heard about the incident that shook the school 2 years ago. That's why the new rules were implemented. If you want to fight, it must go through the student council and the team captain and follow the rules. By chance, I have the authority to approve matches. If the reason is valid." Henry was still speaking when James interrupted. Jean, unafraid, cut off Henry and stared. He said to Henry, "Why don't you fight me yourself?" Sitting there making a big show for Assam. Faced with James's challenge, both Henry and Mike were furious. Mike cursed, this fool might have some courage, but James didn't let him finish speaking and cut in. Trang asked if James wanted to fight instead of Henry. Mike was startled by James's words, not daring to say another word. James grinned at them, warning that he didn't care. Henry spoke up, starting to boast that his older brother was Brock. Boasting at an opponent, but he was wrong. James wasn't afraid at all. Under Henry's astonished gaze, James even asked if he wanted to fight Brock. Mike was furious. "You bastard, don't you know who my big brother is?" James laughed. Of course he knew who Brock was. His goal in coming to this school was to defeat Brock and Victor. Henry heard James's straightforward declaration without fear, clenching his fists in anger. James suddenly stood up, startling him. This was typical of a weakling who liked to brag. James said if there was nothing more to say, he would leave. Naturally, Henry and Mike didn't dare argue. James left easily, leaving Henry and Mike in fear. Jean witnessed everything, following James with his eyes. Even as James exited, Jean kept staring. Mike suggested Henry teach James a lesson. Henry thought he should discuss this with Victor first. While they were talking, a voice interrupted. Jean asked the two, "What about me? Can I leave?" James warned Jean not to talk about this with anyone. Jean didn't know the consequences, looking at James in confusion. The consequence would be death. Hearing this, Jean's face darkened. He didn't believe it, staring at Mike. Mike had to raise his hand to order. "If you understand, then leave immediately." Jean also slowly left. At the door, he suddenly stopped, wanting to ask something, and politely apologized to them first. Then he turned back to ask, if he did that, what would they do? Mike, hearing this, didn't understand what that was. What Jean meant was to fight with MMA strength. If he did, how would they react? After a while, James returned to class and Jean also stepped forward. Step by step, Jin went back to his classroom, took his seat, and an eerie silence hung over the room. Deem stared fixedly at Jin's every move. Fatty kept his head down without a word, but sweat poured down his face. Denzika also turned back to look at Jin with open disgust. As he watched Jin, he suddenly noticed someone at the door calling for him. He stared out the doorway for a moment, then recognized who it was. The one beckoning him outside was Mike, waving his hand as a signal. Then JK stepped out as Mike requested. The two wore sinister smiles, and Mike leaned in close to Zika and whispered. No one knew what he said, but Zika turned back toward the classroom and shot a quick glance at Game. Meanwhile, at Ileng School's boxing training room, Jin and Victor were pushing themselves to the limit, Victor hammering the heavy bag nonstop. As the bag thudded under his fists, a figure appeared. Standing there and staring at Victor was Henry, who had come to find him. Under Victor's gaze, Henry hesitated, stammering, unable to speak. In the end, Victor spoke first and asked what he wanted. Only then did Henry begin recounting everything that had just happened with James. While he was talking, the bell rang for dismissal, and the students poured happily onto the school ground. Deem was also walking home at an unhurried pace. Sensing something behind him, he suddenly stopped. The moment he turned around, his eyes widened in shock because the person behind him was. Victor even asked if he knew who he was. Deem stared at Victor but still didn't dare say a word. Victor continued, if you're here as a registered student, then you can come to train too. When Deem didn't respond, Victor added, I don't care if you leave, but don't tell me you joined the boxing club to start trouble. Because Victor, as the club president, won't go easy on anyone who causes problems. After saying everything, Victor turned to leave, not forgetting to say he'd see James again later. But James called out for him to wait. Victor turned back, waiting for him to continue. Deem asked, if I come to the gym, will you fight me? Victor was quite surprised by James's reckless guts. He flashed a smug smile and accepted James's request. He was always ready to indulge him. James was thrilled that Victor allowed it, but his joy didn't last long. Because Victor judged James to be an easy read, he turned and walked away, telling him to come and start training from tomorrow. This time, Victor really left, leaving James lost in his thoughts. No sooner had Victor gone than someone else came looking for him. Why were so many people after him today? The one leading the gang who came for him was Zika. He asked if James was heading home, then told him to stay and hang out with them for a bit. Jim looked at him with disgust. Just then, Jim walked over and saw what was happening. He looked at the group as if weighing something in his mind. Meanwhile, at Japan's Narita International Airport, 4 mysterious figures in black appeared at the terminal entrance. These 4 were no strangers. In order, they were Rodney, Jack, and Akira. And the final mysterious figure had returned as well. Z outside the terminal. Kai was already waiting. Seth nodded politely in greeting. Z smiled and ordered everyone to move quickly. At Sophie's father's office, he was still focused on reviewing reports. On the computer screen was something disturbing, making him quickly turn grim. It was playing footage of the brutal fight between Seth and Kai from before. On screen, Kai took a heavy punch from Seth right to the face. Then he narrowly dodged the next punch, putting Seth in a bind. Kai hooked Seth's leg tight, preventing him from advancing. Then he quickly hurled a knife at Seth. Seth couldn't dodge in time and was slashed straight across the abdomen. Suppressing the pain, Seth ducked low to evade Kai's second attack. Not only did he dodge, he also drove a punch into Kai's stomach in the same motion. The punch was monstrously powerful, making Kai grimace and grit his teeth. With murderous intent carved into his face, Seth pressed on as both of them fought through the pain and kept charging at each other. Seth landed a punch to Kai's face, and Kai answered by stomping a kick right into Seth's face. Seizing the moment as Kai's foot pressed against his face, Seth grabbed his leg and slammed him down onto the ground. Ryunosuke, seeing Kai get taken down, panicked. At that moment, Sophie was suddenly standing behind him as if out of nowhere. When he saw her, a dark idea flashed through his mind. In front of Seth, he abducted Sophie as a hostage. Seeing that, Seth roared in fury at Ryunosuke. At this point, Sophie's father paused the clip. On the screen was Seth's furious face. He studied the face on the screen closely. Then he called someone and asked whether they had found Seth. The person on the phone reported that Seth had just arrived at Narita International Airport. The reason for his appearance was business. However, after confirming more details, he would report back. Hearing that, Sophie's father agreed. He said, "All right," and hung up. He sat there, briefly lost in thoughts about what had happened in the past. That day, after receiving Sophie's sudden call, he rushed to the school gate. The moment he stepped out of the car, he carefully scanned the area. A long line of men in black was standing in formation in front of the gate. The police had arrived too. Sophie's father walked up and showed his ID, but it wasn't accepted, so he had to come in person. He shouted at the top of his lungs, taking advantage of the moment when the police were trying to restrain those gangsters. He quickly forced his way inside the school. People were sprawled all around. Ahead was a scene that even made him panic. Ryunosuke had been beaten to the ground and had no strength left to fight back. Mr. Lick glanced to the side and saw Sophie crouched in a corner, trembling. So he walked over and quietly draped his coat around her. Then he held his precious daughter tightly in his arms. Seth saw that and stood there, staring. No one knew what he misunderstood, but anger flared in his eye. And Sophie's father was no less intense. He returned the glare with a look just as unfriendly. Thinking back on what happened then, he still felt irritated even now. It was like a thorn in his heart. Meanwhile, at the school, after seeing Zika with James, Jin followed them. When he reached a fork in the road, he stopped. Judging by the sound, he figured out where they went next. Then he turned left and walked, step by step, toward the source of the noise. Sure enough, inside the narrow alley came the dull thuds of punches, along with groans. The usually swaggering Zika was now getting pummeled without mercy. The non-stop blows were too much, and he finally collapsed onto the ground. On the ground were several others who had also been beaten down by James. After finishing them all, Jin picked up his bag and walked out. Jin's appearance caught him off guard. Then he motioned for Jin to stay quiet, and Jin did the same. Jin watched him for a moment, said nothing, and turned his face away. After signaling for silence, James grew curious and couldn't hold it in. He called Jin over and asked why Jin kept following him. Jin turned back and looked at him seriously. He told James the teacher would be angry if students fought. James shouldn't do that, and he shouldn't be hitting people weaker than him. James stared at Jin in confusion, waiting for him to continue. Jin advised him. He knew James was very strong, but he needed to learn patience. Hearing Jin lecture him, James clenched his teeth and snapped, "Who do you think you're lecturing, Jin?" Then, without hesitation, he swung a straight punch at Jin. Jin watched the punch coming and didn't look afraid at all. A punch like that was nothing to Jin, so he casually dodged it. Jin's dodge shocked him, and he stood there with his heart pounding. Jin kept his expression blank, staring straight at James. Then Jin gave a faint smile, looking at James with open provocation. James didn't avoid his gaze either, grinding his teeth in anger. He swept at Jin's legs, trying to take him down, but Jin simply lifted his foot and avoided it. James tightened his fist, ready to punch again, but Jin didn't give him the chance. He surged forward like the wind, closing in. But Jin stopped right there and didn't attack at all. He leaned in close to James and repeated once more that he doesn't hit people weaker than him. James ground his teeth, his face twisting with intense frustration. And James's fist was only a hair's breadth from landing on Jin. Jin coldly ordered him to take those people to the hospital or something like that. After saying it, he slipped his hands into his pockets and strode off with ease, leaving James standing there, stunned and confused. After everything that had happened, Jin finally made it home. He quietly opened the door and stepped inside, trying to stay calm. Once he was inside the house, Jin went straight on to the basement. He opened the basement door and headed down to train. After training for a while, sweat poured off his body. He inhaled gently, then exhaled. Jin had a powerful build with solid muscles, a perfect physique forged through grueling, relentless training. Jin squeezed his eyes shut, focusing all his strength to recall. He tried to remember Anna's attacks from the day before. After a while, those hazy memories became clearer. He pictured it as if he were truly fighting her. Jin dodged left and right to avoid her strikes. Jin jolted in shock and snapped his eyes open. He panted hard but finally managed to steady himself upright. He poured strength into his legs as his support. One hand clenched into a fist and held forward. The other stayed in a defensive stance. He kept training brutally, pushing himself without pause, repeating it again and again. Meanwhile, over on Seth's side, Rodney and Jonas were outside the house, chatting lively. The atmosphere between the two of them seemed pretty good, didn't it? Unlike outside, the mood inside the room right now was tense. You looked at them, they looked at you, not understanding why they had to be here. In the room were Kai, Joan, Ryunosuke, and Ryushin, specially arranged and invited, so Seth opened by thanking them for coming. Jian laughed at that. When the president calls in person, how could I not show up? He said. What can we help you with? Seth smiled confidently. He declared that everything was ready, then nodded to signal Akira to bring something out. She pulled a remote control from her clothes. After pressing the power button, the projector on the floor switched on. The screen displayed what Seth wanted everyone to see. On the screen was the He Vishal Enus Osaka Stadium. Everyone's eyes went wide in shock, unable to believe it was real. Seth declared, right now, Osaka Stadium is fully prepared. So he hoped everyone could come and play a few matches. From the very first bout, he wanted it to feel imposing. John asked, so is Seth taking part in this match? Seth smiled and nodded. Of course I'm taking part. Jian was delighted to hear that. He didn't know what kind of requirements Seth had for fighters on his side. Seth said 4 people were already ready, but they still needed more. John sprang to his feet, saying over and over, this sounds fun. He didn't care about anyone else, but if Seth was joining, then it would definitely be fun. Then he walked past Seth, confirming there were no limits on weight or weapons. Seth nodded as his answer. John left, setting a date to meet Seth again at Osaka Stadium 3 months later. In the room now, only Ryushin and Ryunosuke remained sitting perfectly still. Ryushin asked whether they still had to stay here. Ryunosuke replied, this is their house after all. Meanwhile, down in Anna's basement. After the earlier training, Jin was going to spar directly with Anna once again. She asked whether Jin was ready. Then she grabbed her spear, took a ready stance, and clearly announced the start. Jin also took his stance for today's showdown. Anna's first attack came, and Jin managed to dodge in time, but it was still difficult for him. Anna used another signature move. Keeping hold of the spear, she jumped up and used her foot to stomp directly onto the spear shaft. The spear slammed hard into Jin's blocking arm. It hurt. Looks like my arm's going to bruise again. Jin kept fighting, impressed by Anna's skill. He quickly drove back, bracing hard on his left leg as a base. His right leg shot up in time, kicking Anna square in the face. But her level was masterful, so she still managed to block Jin's strike. Jin clicked his tongue lightly while she gave a faint smile. Then she glanced at Jin's arm that had just taken the hit and sighed softly. That's too bad. Those words only stirred their fighting spirit even more. The two of them stared each other down. Everything so far had just been a probing warm-up. Now the real fight began. After a back and forth of attacking and defending, the match finally ended. Jin looked at Anna with unwavering resolve, sweat streaming down. Anna was very pleased with today's match, her face drenched in sweat as well. After it was over, the two left the basement. Seth's mother made Jin a cup of tea. Then she sat down in the chair across from him and asked how things were going at school. Jin happily replied, great. Then she asked if he had made friends with lots of people yet. For that question, let me think for a moment. One chubby friend and Dem. He figured it probably counted. So he replied that there were a few, but Anna said she didn't mean boys, she was asking about a girlfriend. Seeing that Jin didn't understand, she wondered if his master hadn't told him anything before he came down the mountain. Hearing this, Jin grew even more confused. He hadn't heard his master say anything at all. Under Jin's curious gaze, Anna began recounting what the master had told her. He said she should find a strong man and bring him back to the mountain. She smiled bitterly. That was exactly why she couldn't return, because she had gone against her teacher's words. I couldn't believe it and stared at her to make sure. Anna said that was why Jin should find himself a girl. Then she looked off into the distance and advised Jin to find just an ordinary girl. At the same time, in the sports arena, thousands of spectators were cheering. Along with the loud voice of the MC, ladies and gentlemen, since his debut, he has consistently knocked out his opponents within 1 minute. The 21-year-old Korean athlete is none other than Brock. After the MC's introduction, Brock stepped out to the stage, followed by his opponent. Tonight's opponent is the number 7 ranked lightweight boxer, with 20 wins and 5 losses. None other than John, who walked out, wiping the sweat from his mouth. The coaching staff told Brock this was his first time facing a top 10 opponent, so he shouldn't be too nervous. Hearing that reminder, Brock found it laughable. Did they think John was even stronger than Seth? Brock's answer was so shocking that even the coach couldn't believe he said it. As Brock walked toward the ring, he cracked his joints to loosen up. What's the rush? Brock and John stepped onto the stage. Brock gave his opponent a contemptuous look, while John still seemed cheerful. The referee called for the round to begin. While John prepared to attack, Brock stood calmly in place. John threw a punch that didn't pose the slightest threat to Brock. Before John could even touch him, his body was thrown off balance. Brock kicked him hard in the thigh without warning. Just that simple, powerful kick was enough to send John down. As he was about to hit the ground, Brock didn't let him fall so easily. Brock delivered a precise punch to John's face. He threw the punch without the slightest change in expression. He had kept the same expression since the start of the match. An opponent this ordinary brought him no excitement at all. And just like that, John was knocked out. The entire arena exploded. The crowd's cheers for Brock's victory were non-stop. After the match ended, Brock walked over to his coaches and asked if he could move up in rank. The coaching staff was caught off guard and couldn't respond in time. Brock continued, if it keeps going like this, it's too boring. Through the TV screen, Seth had witnessed the entire match and Brock's question. After watching it, Seth decided to call Akira and told her to add Brock to the lineup for the upcoming match at Osaka Stadium. At Yangjin High School, after Brock's fight yesterday, everyone kept talking about it. In every class, the top 5 and top 3 students gathered to discuss the match, rewatching it and admiring Brock's vision. That was insane, incredible. No matter how you look at it, Brock is going to be champion. As the chatter grew lively, a loud noise startled them. The one who walked into the classroom with his facial injuries already treated was Zika. His face drew everyone's attention. Seeing them stare at him, he irritably asked, "What the hell are you looking at?" After that question and attitude, everyone turned away in fear, pretending nothing had happened. As he entered the classroom, Ara and Fatty came in one after the other, walking in at an unhurried pace. Passing by Zika's desk, the two didn't even bother to look at him. Zika seemed to be anxiously waiting for someone else to walk in. Every time the door opened, he looked over. This time, the one who entered was James, the one who had beaten him badly yesterday. James walked in with a warning look, his face fierce. Zika only dared to glance briefly before quickly looking away. But James didn't go back to his seat. He stopped behind Zika and ordered him to follow and to come alone. Zika recalled being punched by James yesterday. Even more frightened, he clenched his teeth and didn't dare reply. James didn't let it go and asked again, "Did you understand?" He stepped closer to Zika and ordered him to follow. Remembering yesterday's beating, Zika grew even more afraid. Zika gritted his teeth and remained silent. James still wouldn't let up and asked again if he understood. James's face was extremely intimidating. At that moment, Jean entered the classroom, stood behind James, and warned him not to bully someone weaker than himself. After that remark, both Zika and James turned to look at Jean. James even began to sweat. Jean didn't understand why the two of them were staring at him like that, so he asked, "What is it?" James said nothing, just stood there staring at Jin, his fist clenched tight, then cursed him as a bastard. Being insulted first thing in the morning left Jin completely shocked. Ara sat up front and turned back, noticing the two of them weren't doing so well. She watched while thinking. The other classmates only dared to look up. Dai went over to Fatty and explained that he wasn't a troublemaker. Dean was still irritated, but there was nothing he could do. Dean had settled back into his seat, so Ara slowly walked over. When Dean saw her, he asked what she wanted, like they understood each other well. Ara shoved both hands into her pockets and moved in closer to James. When she was close enough, she leaned down and flashed a faint smile, asking if James had gotten wrecked by Jean. That hit the mark, so he couldn't argue. Ara was sure James had been thrashed by Jin. James glared at Ara and told her to shut up. Ara wasn't scared. She calmly kept going, saying she'd been right. Dean still wouldn't let it go, wondering how he'd ended up getting wrecked. But his hands kept trembling, betraying his excuses. James acted fearless, but his body was already shaking. He couldn't say anything more. Ara turned and walked away, having figured it out she'd go take care of Jin. A few periods passed and lunch finally came. Everyone was in high spirits, a hearty meal packed with nutrition. Dai stared at the food, mouth watering and eyes sparkling. Adorable, just as they were enjoying themselves, someone appeared beside them. Seeing the mountain of rice in front of Fatty, Jin's eyes nearly popped out. Zilip looked at Fatty with a determined stare, then dove in and ate fast, while Fatty stayed unhurried. Before long, the tray was cleaned up. Jin's stomach was rock hard, like his shirt buttons might pop. Even though Fatty had more food, they still finished at the same time. Jin couldn't move while Fatty stood up. He went back to the food counter and ordered another portion. Jin's eyes filled with fear, and he finally admitted Fatty had won. The mood was cheerful when someone showed up, catching them both off guard. Ara sat down in the seat across from Jin and said a single word as a greeting. Jin didn't understand how he knew her or what she had to do with him. Ara propped her chin on her hand and said she'd heard Jin was pretty fierce. But Jin didn't understand what Ara meant by fierce. James had told Ara about how he'd lost yesterday. Jin still didn't get what Ara was trying to say. Ara remained confident. She asked whether he wanted to go up to the rooftop or meet after school. Jin asked back, meet for what? He didn't know. Ara didn't answer. She just mocked him, then left, setting a time to meet after school. Jin turned to Fatty and asked if he understood what Ara meant. Fatty guessed Ara wanted to fight Jin Chang, and Jin was stunned. Jin asked me. Fatty kept eating calmly, reminding him friends shouldn't fight. Jin thought about what Ara had said in the cafeteria. Back in class, he kept thinking and stared at Ara, an unfriendly look. Ara didn't care about Jin's hostile stare. She stayed focused on listening to the teacher. Only Jin was tangled in thoughts like knotted thread. Outside the gate, a black luxury car suddenly appeared, drove into the grounds, and stopped at the main entrance. The first person to step out was Akira. She went to the back door and politely opened it for the person inside. A boy stepped out, surveyed the school back at his old campus, then smiled with both delight and determination. Inside the school office, Uncle Peter sat deep in thought. Lost in his thoughts, he assumed the knock had disturbed him. Kira knocked, then opened the door and walked in without waiting for permission. Seth followed her into Uncle Peter's office. Seeing his boss come in, Uncle Peter frowned, then obediently stood up and gave his seat to Seth. Seth knew that seat was his and sat down. He asked Uncle Peter what he thought. He went on to ask whether Uncle Peter liked the new job. Uncle Peter stayed silent. Seth watched with amused interest, certain he wouldn't answer. After the basic questions, Seth asked about his mother. Peter replied that she had taken on a disciple a few days ago. Seth didn't understand what his mother was doing. Peter didn't say anything more. Seth asked about the bookkeeping work over the past few days, but Peter didn't care. Seth didn't believe it and asked again, really? Then Seth stood up and told Uncle Peter to carry on. He stepped closer to Akira and removed his outfit to change into the uniform she was holding. Very quickly, he finished putting on Yang Jin School's uniform. It had been quite a long time since he'd worn a student uniform like this. The two of them fell into a brief silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Suddenly, Uncle Peter asked, "The boss is still going to continue with that plan?" The question made Seth's cheerful expression instantly darken, and he shot Uncle Peter a fierce glare. Uncle Peter said he would never find that guy. This old man was way too loud. In the end, the boss wanted to know which bastard it was. What kind of bastard could make even his mother and Uncle Peter so wary? Was it really so wrong for Seth to look for the man who killed his father? Uncle Peter urged him to stop again, because even the trio couldn't stop him. That was exactly why Seth was still doing everything he could to bring that man down. Hearing that, Peter delivered a cold, short sentence that hit hard. "Seth isn't strong enough." That line successfully set Seth off. He hurled the CPU case straight at Uncle Peter so hard that the wallet hit crack. Peter clenched his fists, breaking into a sweat. Even he was caught off guard by that sudden attack. In a frigid voice, Seth declared, "He's the one who killed my dad, and I can't even remember his face. So don't any of you interfere with anything I do ever again." The school bell had rung, and Jin trudged home alone, step by step. As he was walking, someone called out to him, but not by his name. They called him Dummy Pumpkin. Hearing that nickname, Jin puffed out his cheeks. Let him see who dared call him that awful name. The one who called him was Ara. She told Jin to meet her after school, yet he actually dared to ignore her. The two stared each other down, their eyes like arrows full of resentment. Jin couldn't be bothered to reply to Ara. He turned his head away, leaving her confused. Not only did he refuse to look at her, he walked off, ignoring Ara completely. That only made Ara even angrier. Gritting her teeth, she cursed him as a bastard. Then she started throwing hands. Ara yanked the white cloth off her wooden sword and sprinted after Jin as he walked away. In no time, she closed the distance. Ara swung from behind to attack Jin, but he dodged easily. After that, she kept whipping the wooden sword through the air at him again and again. But every single strike was avoided. Ara thought to herself, how could he possibly dodge all of her swing? This is getting rough for Ara. All bark, no bite, that's what this looks like. Jin declared he wouldn't go easy on her even if she was a girl. Right in the middle of their fight, someone called out to him again, this time using his real name. Both Jin and Ara looked toward the voice in confusion. Akira had swapped her formal suit for a student uniform and gently asked, "Jin, you're here too?" Seeing Akira, Jin got excited. He beamed at her, his eyes sparkling. He stepped closer to Akira. He thought she was supposed to be in Japan right now. Akira had come back because she'd been promoted, but Jin hadn't heard Anna say anything about it. Without waiting for Akira to explain, Jin happily greeted her and brushed it aside. He invited Akira home, saying Anna cooked tons of delicious food. Seth was waiting there, so Akira couldn't go with Jin. She had to go and told him they'd meet next time. She would be staying here for another month. With that, Akira left and Jin stood there watching, miserable. Akira walked up to Seth and he urged her to hurry. Jin had spotted Seth and quietly observed him, sizing him up. The two of them got into the car and drove off, but Jin kept looking back after them. The most irritated person here was probably Ara. Her face looked like it was filled with ellipses. Annoyed, Ara asked Jin, "Are you done staring? Keep fighting already." And inside the car, Seth also glanced at Jin outside through the window. Ara asked Jin curiously if he knew the people who had just left. Jin hadn't even processed her sudden question yet because he was still watching that car. Only after a moment did he answer, "That's my sister." But the person Ara meant was Seth, not Akira. Jin had absolutely no idea the guy who'd been with Akira was Seth. Seeing Jin's blank expression, Ara immediately knew he was clueless. So being nice for once, she explained. Seth was the one standing at the very top of the school. Then Ara asked him, "Don't tell me you haven't watched that video on your phone." Hearing that, the only thing Jin latched onto was the word phone. Ara was so stunned she went a little stupid with him. She couldn't believe it and asked, "Jin, you don't have a phone?" Jin nodded awkwardly. In this day and age, was there really someone who didn't use a phone? Ara's face was full of judgment. Then a little later, at a Korean snack shop with rice cakes and kimbap, somehow they'd gone from fighting to sitting together and eating. The delicious food made Jin incredibly happy. He cupped his cheeks with both hands, satisfied. Meanwhile, after searching on her phone for a while, Ara found that video. She pushed the phone, playing the clip toward Jin. With a look of pure disgust, she told him to watch. Jin stared at Ara, chewing with his mouth full, his brain still not catching up. When she didn't say anything else, he finally glanced at the phone screen. On the screen was the fight that once shook the school, Seth versus Kai. The two kept trading punches without stopping, and of course, the winner was Seth. Just watching this clip made Jin feel pretty tense. While he was focused on it, Ara spoke up. She guessed that going back to school was probably to finish his study. Jin listened without saying a word, still thinking inside. After eating and watching the video, Jin finally got home. He greeted first. Anna was home today as well. In the kitchen, a strange man suddenly appeared with Jean. He walked over and Anna introduced him. This is the head of the high school, Uncle Peter. The two exchanged a quick look, silently sizing each other up. After that, Jean politely bowed 90 degrees to Uncle Peter. After greeting him, he kept the same posture and asked Anna, "Is something wrong?" She sat for a while, unsure whether she should say it or not. In the end, she decided not to and told Jin to go eat dinner. Jin had already eaten out, so he didn't eat again. Right now, he was ready to train. However, Anna announced there would be no training today. Hearing that, Jin answered yes. Then he went upstairs, but after a few steps he called out to Anna again. Jin told her that today he had run into Akira at school. And not only Akira, he had also met Seth. Anna didn't expect that Jean had already met her son, and she hadn't even had time to say anything. Jin asked, puzzled, "Did you bring me down the mountain because of the trial?" Jin's sudden question made the atmosphere heavy. Jean walked back closer to Anna, but both she and Uncle Peter stayed silent. She only smiled and said it was nothing, telling him not to overthink it. Jin didn't press further but said that if she needed anything, she should tell him. Then he calmly went upstairs, step by gentle step. As he was walking, Anna called him, making Jin stop. With difficulty, she spoke up, hesitating over whether she should say it. Jin patiently waited for her to speak. In the end, she said, "If you meet Seth again, help me tell Seth to come back home. If he refuses to come back, what then?" Anna told Jin to force Seth home by any means. Jin couldn't believe she was willing to use any method to make Seth return. She had no choice but to ask Jean for help, because Seth didn't listen to her anymore. Jin thought for a moment. In the end, he agreed to help her do it. That night at Sunshine Group, many departments still had their lights on. Inside was the scene of 3 people attacking one person together. The first was Rodney, holding a staff weapon in his hand. The second was Jack, holding 2 short knives. The last was Akira. She had changed into more comfortable clothes. He unbuttoned his shirt completely, gave a strange smile, revealing a body covered in pale scars, and shouted for the 3 of them to come on. As the fight opened, Akira pulled out hidden weapons from behind her back. She took 3 darts and threw them straight at Seth. At the same time, Jack and Rodney charged along the darts' path. Seth stood calmly and waited. The 2 of them closed in, but Seth still didn't move. Only when the 3 darts were about to hit his body. Seth lightly shifted left, avoiding all 3 darts. At the same time, he ducked to evade Rodney's strike. Next, Seth not only dodged Jack's attack, he also successfully swept Rodney's leg. Rodney fell, then turned back and threw a heavy punch at Seth. After that, Seth coldly followed up by landing another blow on him. Akira took advantage of the moment to launch a surprise attack, but Seth dodged easily. Akira, Rodney, and Jack looked at each other and came to a shared agreement. All 3 rushed in to attack Seth together. This only made Seth even more excited. In the end, the 3-on-1 fight came to an end. Victory went to Seth. Rodney and Jack lay motionless with no strength left. Seth asked Akira about the situation. She said she had already gathered the fighters and the guest side was ready too. The details were as follows. First, 2 fencers from France kept dueling non-stop in the competition room. One attacked, the other parried, an even match. But in every bout, someone has to win. BA thrust his blade into his opponent, knocking the man's mask to the floor. He couldn't hold out and collapsed. In the end, he frankly admitted he had never managed to win even once. BE took off his mask. If it had been a real sword, his opponent's heart would have been pierced clean through. The opponent Pierre had just defeated wondered why he didn't compete in the Olympics. If he did, he would definitely win a gold medal. But to him, that kind of prize was too boring. It no longer appealed to him. Outside, someone suddenly opened the door without announcing themselves. That person greeted the 2 inside. Under Pierre's intense, frightening stare, his face clearly said, "Speak if you have something to say, otherwise it'd be better not to." He quickly presented a red item to Pierre, wrapped in red cloth, embroidered with a beautiful 4-dragon design in perfect proportion. Seeing this, Pierre couldn't contain his joyful smile any longer. He held it in his hands, grinning with delight. Meanwhile, in the US, Grob continued to relentlessly attack his opponent. Punch after punch, the opponent had no chance to retaliate against Brock. The opponent was easily knocked down by Brock, lying motionless on the ground. After finishing, he turned to look at his coach. In return, the coach's gaze was focused and attentive. While observing, his phone suddenly rang, an unexpected call coming through. He quickly answered. The call made the coach widen his eyes, surprised and puzzled. Then he loudly called Brock, who immediately turned around. The coach informed Brock that the chairman wanted him to return to the country. Rob thought for a moment but said nothing. And in Japan, Kai stood outside a traditional Japanese house with darkened glass doors. When the door opened, he froze for a moment. Finally, he greeted his long-unseen master. Hearing the greeting, the person addressed as master turned to look at Kai. At Yangjin High School, a new school day was beginning. Everyone arrived cheerfully, chatting animatedly as they walked. Suddenly, a car appeared from behind, startling everyone. It slid past two students who muttered quietly, "What the heck is that?" The car stopped in front of the school gate, and the door opened. Stepping out of the car was Seth, the person whose presence left everyone in astonishment. Akira escorted Seth, opened the door, and stepped out coldly. She slowly approached where Seth was standing. The person daringly called his name, leaving Seth surprised and confused. The visitor was Jean, who asked if they could talk for a moment. Seth looked at Jean with a displeased expression, lips pressed tightly. They glared at each other, Seth weighing whether to speak with Jin or not. From a classroom window above, a shadow watched Seth intently. Sophie stood there, looking down in disbelief that Seth had returned. Below, before Seth could respond, Akira ran up to intervene. She didn't understand what Jin intended to do. Seeing Seth unresponsive, Akira leaned close to Seth's ear to explain Jin's identity. The more he heard, the more Seth furrowed his brows. He had to confirm if it was really true. Jin remained still, waiting for Seth's answer. Seth also stared at Jin, silently evaluating Akira's words. Around them, a crowd of students watched curiously. Seth spoke first, looking at Jean, "An apprentice, like your mom's student." Jean replied decisively, "Senior sister wants me to tell you to go home." Seth didn't respond, his face clearly showing displeasure. Jean turned away, reminding Seth to obey his mother. "I'm leaving now." Seth didn't respond, but as soon as Jean started to leave, he called out after him. Jean turned back, staring at Seth, his face equally displeased. Seth angrily shouted, "How dare you speak so harshly?" Akira quickly ran to stop Seth, telling him to stay calm. Many people were watching them closely. Seth finally glanced around, just as Akira had said. As a famous figure, he was indeed surrounded by many onlookers. Seth looked to the right and then to the left. He lowered his voice and asked Jin what gave him the right to make him go home. Jin tried to remain calm, following what Anna had instructed, but it seemed he could no longer hold back. Seth was surprised by Jin's words. He widened his eyes and asked, "What?" Jin stated sternly, "Perhaps I should teach you a lesson." Seth frowned. Seth was annoyed, unable to believe Jin dared challenge him. As they were about to clash, Sophie appeared, calling Seth's name. She ran down eagerly. She ran down the stairs, panting heavily. In Seth's eyes reflected Sophie, the girl he hadn't seen for a long time. In Seth's eyes, a strange, hidden sadness flickered. Seeing Seth looking at Sophie, Jean called out to him again. Hearing the call, Seth stopped looking at Sophie and turned to Jean. Jin asked if he had heard about the school's rules regarding fighting whom one desires. Both furrowed their brows, full of determination. Jin declared, "Then let's do it." Seth considered for a moment, then shouted with delight, "Jin is quite interesting." Jin looked at Seth like a senior watching a mischievous child. As for the earlier commotion on the school grounds, it finally ended. Akira and Seth entered the classroom. The classmates were silent and Akira couldn't help but worry. She sat curled up, sweating. Seth suddenly asked Akira about Jin. Who was he and what was he doing? Akira was silent at Seth's question. She didn't know whether to answer, then bowed her head, avoiding Jin's gaze. Akira recalled that she had gone with Anna to a mountain temple. Inside, a monk was sitting in the prayer room. Mrs. Anna stepped inside, respectfully clasping her hands to greet the master. After greeting, she turned to look outside through the doorway in the master's direction. Outside the door were Jin from earlier and Akira, who was only slightly older. After speaking with the master for a while, Mrs. Anna also stepped outside. She respectfully clasped her hands once more to greet the master, like a farewell gesture. Then, Mrs. Anna cast a frightening glance that made Akira shiver. She warned Akira to stay here and sincerely repent. Akira obediently followed Mrs. Anna's instruction. Recalling the memories at the mountain temple, Akira decided to tell Seth about them. She had met Jin on the mountain 2 years ago. At that time, Jin was even stronger than Akira and Seth are now. Seth was shocked to hear Akira speak. He hadn't realized Jin was that powerful. Akira had seen Jin constantly training in the forest, punching and kicking relentlessly at the sturdy tree trunk. Akira was terrified by Jin's incredible strength. With a single strong kick, Jin broke a tree trunk that had stood for decades. Jin's gaze was full of determination, staring at the broken tree trunk. Unlike Seth's tense classroom, Jin's class seemed much calmer. After the fight, Aram, out of habit, asked worriedly, "Do you really want to fight Seth?" Jin remained seated. Since starting school, this was the first time he had shown such a serious attitude. His classmate, were whispering excitedly among themselves. Seeing Jin not respond, Aram decided to ask again, determined not to give up without an answer. While everyone had already entered the classroom in the schoolyard now, only two figures were slowly walking in. The one in front was Brock. Following him was the trainer, one led, the other followed, walking in sequence. By the windows, everyone jostled to see Brock. Exclamations kept ringing out nonstop. Seeing Brock look around, the trainer asked which office he wanted to go to, but Brock had no intention of going to any office. He needed to find something to relax first. Saying that, he coldly left, leaving the trainer behind and heading to the school training room. He walked deliberately, comfortably moving toward the ring. As he walked, he quickly removed his outer uniform jacket. Then, he rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt inside with practiced ease. He put all his strength into this punch. He really wanted to relax. The punch, with tremendous force, deformed the punching bag. He continued punching relentlessly, one blow after another on the poor punching bag. Outside the boxing training room, Victor heard the thud-thud and decided to check it out. Those were the sounds of Brock's powerful punches. Victor approached and realized Brock was relaxing here. Brock glanced briefly at Victor, continued punching the bag and asked, "Anything new?" Victor waved his hand, indicating everything was the same, nothing new. But he had heard that Brock had apparently been promoted. Brock found nothing special about it. Hearing Brock say that, Victor agreed. Suddenly, Brock asked, "Aren't you joining that boxing tournament?" Victor declined to participate. That boxing tournament wasn't even broadcast on TV anymore. Sweat poured endlessly from Brock after his punching spree. He suggested Victor join him for a bit of training to loosen up. Victor declined. It wasn't the right time and he wasn't interested. Rejected, Brock stared at Victor for a moment and Victor did not look away. So Brock gave up the invitation, turning his gaze elsewhere. Victor suddenly remembered something and asked if Brock had heard Seth had returned. Brock knew this, and that was also why he came here. Victor asked anxiously, does he still want to fight Seth? Brock has never been a match for Seth, he must remember that. Hearing Victor, Brock slowly wiped his sweat and looked at Victor with a pitiful expression. Then Victor said to leave it, thinking Brock could manage. After all, Brock was a monster. Brock wiped his mouth and quietly called Seth's name, at that moment in front of trainer Rodney and Akira. Brock and Seth had a decisive match before returning to school. Every punch Brock threw was easily dodged by Seth. He began to worry while Seth remained relaxed. Brock punched and kicked, but Seth needed only light movements. Dodging left and right, Seth avoided the attacks, but continuous dodging cornered him against the wall. Brock planted his feet firmly, standing in proper stance. Then he clenched his fist and swung toward Seth. The punch was nearly at Seth's face, yet Seth smiled calmly. Once more, Seth tilted his head to the right, easily evading the attack. Brock's full-force punch was wasted, hitting only the wall. Seth seized the opportunity to slip past Brock's arm that was against the wall. He swung a punch at Brock's grimacing face. But Seth stopped there as if time itself had paused. Brock was puzzled why Seth didn't strike him further and suddenly stopped. For simplicity, he stood straight under Brock's suspicious gaze. He walked past and sincerely wished him luck in the upcoming tournament. Brock heard this but said nothing, his mind racing with thoughts. He still clearly remembered the previous battle, so when Victor called him a monster, he wondered, what does that make Seth? Faced with Brock's tough question, Victor froze for a moment. Then he recalled an interesting piece of information Brock surely didn't know. Seth was about to face Jin. Brock had only returned a few minutes ago and had no idea who Jin was. Victor explained that Jin was just a first-year student at the school. Brock found the name confusing. He didn't know where Jin got the confidence to challenge someone. In Jin's class, the lesson had ended and everyone discussed plans after school. Some people were talking about the upcoming challenge between Seth and Jin. Jin remained seated, maintaining the same posture since morning. His eyes were deep in thought, full of determination. Suddenly, someone appeared at the door and entered. He walked forward step by step, surprising everyone. He stopped at the spot where Jin was seated. Brock asked coldly, "So it's you?" Hearing the news from Victor, Brock couldn't contain himself and went straight to confront Jin. Under Brock's threatening gaze, Jin remained calm, showing no other reaction. Brock tightly grabbed Jin's head, veins on his hands standing out prominently. Despite Brock's grip, Jin kept a composed expression. Both locked sharp stares on each other. Jin glanced at Brock, frowning, and asked, "What are you doing?" Hearing this, Brock squeezed Jin's head even harder. He looked annoyed and said, "You're just a brat. Do you know who Z is?" Suddenly, a hand appeared, pulling Brock's hand away from Jin's head. He was surprised and looked at the person who intervened. Bat appeared, drenched in sweat, gripping Brock's hand tightly. Brock grew more irritated, asking, "Who the hell are you?" Bat's face was full of fear, sweat streaming down. Brock, furious, intended to teach him a lesson. But Brock looked down and saw Jin's hand stopping him. He turned to Jin, his expression full of irritation. Jin reluctantly said, "Brock, please stop." Both Jean and Fat restrained Brock in his fury. Brock's face twisted with anger. "You bastard, what the hell are you doing?" Jean applied force, pressing firmly into Brock's stomach. Jean pressed hard into Brock's stomach, fast and strong. Brock was thrown backward. Brock was flung back at high speed, unable to resist. Everyone in the room was stunned. Brock stomped his foot hard on the ground to stop himself from rolling further. He closed his eyes, lowering his face, calm and confident. Jean glared at Brock sharply, a delighted smile on his face. He looked up, excitement in his eyes, saying, "Interesting." He turned to Brock, his face cold and sharp. Brock stood stomping, intending to approach Jin, but his face showed discomfort and pain. He braced his hands against the ground and sat down, clutching the wound Jin had inflicted on his stomach. Jean stood up, looking at Brock, and said, "A normal person would take a long time to get back up." He said coldly, "But for him it will only take a few days." Brock looked at Jean in pain. Suddenly Brock grinned cunningly and stood before Jean. Surprise appeared on Jean's face. Brock sneered, saying, "What the hell are you talking about, kid?" Jean's eyes filled with anger. Suddenly someone opened the door forcefully from behind Brock, asking, "What did he do now?" Brock's team of trainers appeared, causing him to pause. The trainers warned Brock, "If you keep causing trouble, your reputation is finished." But Brock paid no attention. He looked toward Jin. For him, Jin brought much more enjoyment than that boring reputation. Jin's actions angered Brock. At school, news of the battle between Brock and Jin began to spread. Brock allowed Jin to defeat him in an instant. People talked about Jin's reputation, speculating that he was the organization's assassin. Brock let Jin defeat him in a single moment. Everyone gossiped about Jin's reputation, guessing he was the organization's assassin. Akira approached, informing her about the battle between Doc and Jin. After hearing it, Seth frowned in anger. He couldn't comprehend it at all. Meanwhile, in his office, Uncle Peter silently observed everything. Then he glanced at the phone as if intending to do something. Jin's classroom situation wasn't much better. Akira looked at Jin, breaking into a cold sweat. Jim and Zika, who had previously picked fights with Jin, now looked at him cautiously. Jin remained seated, calm amid the chaos around him. In the class, only Munch dared to approach Jin. He came over and asked how Jin was doing. Jin was surprised that someone still cared about him after everything. He answered honestly to Munch, he wasn't exactly fine. Outside Jin's classroom, all sorts of people gathered to watch. Henry appeared and shouted, "What are you all doing?" At Henry's shout, everyone fled in fear. Henry entered the classroom, approached Jin, and called them fools. To him, after everything that happened, Jin was the troublemaker. Henry angrily yelled, "I know everything, don't even try to hide it." Jin saw him acting crazy and talking to himself, and he didn't care. Finally, Henry carried out his task, delivering what Brock wanted to send to Jin. He threw the confirmation form onto Jin's desk disrespectfully. Then he ordered Jin to sign the paper. Jin slowly read the confirmation form carefully. It documented the details of his fight at Yang's school. After reading it, Jin picked up the pen and placed it on the signature line. He didn't hesitate and firmly signed his name. Jin handed the form back to Henry and asked if there was anything else. Henry didn't understand. Did Jin want to fight him? Jin didn't hold back his explanation. He solemnly announced that there was still another match. Outside the boxing room, students ran frantically to not miss a single moment. The coaches scolded Brock. One asked, "Does he even know what he's doing?" Brock remained indifferent, thinking he still had time to fight those he considered weak. Brock cracked his neck, ignoring what the coach said. Before the coach could say more, Brock remarked, "I think Jean is impressive." From Brock's comment, it was clear Jean wasn't ordinary. The coach was quite surprised. Brock coldly removed his white shirt. He guessed Seth must have seen Jean before. Both fell silent in thought, saying nothing. Outside the boxing room gate, 3 people entered. Jin, Ara, and Munch, each lost in their own thoughts. As they walked in with high spirits, Ara suddenly called Jin back. She looked at Jean. "You're definitely not a fool, are you sure about this? If you want to rank up in these schools, freshmen should join clubs." "Why fight Brock? Don't you know who he is? Even a UFC champion would respect him." Ara finished speaking. Jin simply asked, "You think I'll lose?" The question showed Jin's overwhelming confidence, shocking Munch and Ara. He subtly turned to look intently at Brock. On the arena floor, Brock was also watching him. Ara still tried to advise Jin to give up before it was too late. Jin ignored her and leapt onto the fighting stage. With simple jumps, even with both hands in his pockets, Jin quickly appeared before Brock and the coach. Jin stood there imposing and majestic, staring at his opponent. Brock clenched his fists, staring back. The entire audience gaped in shock. A historic match was about to unfold. The crowd erupted with astonished sounds, the atmosphere buzzing with excitement. Seth's presence was also indispensable. He startled everyone. How could a thrilling match like this lack Seth? He appeared with a delighted smile. Victor across from him was also surprised, eyes wide. Quickly, the shock faded. Victor looked thoughtful. The coach warned both to restrain themselves. "Remember, this is just a sporting match." Jin looked at Brock, exuding terrifying combat power. The bell rang, signaling the start of the fight between Brock and Jean. Jean focused, staring at Brock with eyes that seemed to shoot flames. Brock maintained his usual expression, no further reaction. Before he could attack, Jin struck first. Brock couldn't block it and was kicked to the ground by Jin. Jin remained standing looking down at Brock lying on the floor. Then he moved toward the audience, eyebrows furrowed. The audience gasped. With a simple kick, Brock was rendered immobile. Seeing this, he couldn't contain his excitement. Jin raised 2 fingers toward Z, signaling, "Come here." Brock stood up after Jin's kick that had knocked him face down. He wiped his mouth and asked where Jin was looking. Hearing him, Jin was quite surprised. He was amazed that Grog could still get up after that kick. Brock spat out a mouthful of blood, looking back at Jin. Seth saw that Brock could stand, realizing this was always the case. Brock had incredible endurance. Grog lunged to attack Jin, who remained still, waiting for him to come closer. Jin easily dodged his punch. The two stared at each other, silently assessing. Brock grabbed Jin's jacket tightly. His other hand clutched Jin's leg. Grog prepared to slam Jin down. As he wanted, he pulled Jin to the floor. Jin frowned, looking at his arm trapped by the jacket. Grog shifted slightly to one side, tightening his grip to prepare Jin for a hit. He continuously punched Jin's head. The audience panicked, some worried for Jin while others felt exhilarated. Brock kept punching, intent on leaving Jin no way out. Seeing Brock's cruelty, the coach had to intervene. After the exhausting flurry, Brock panted heavily. Unfortunately, none of his punches hit Jin's face. All landed on the ground. Jin lay there calmly, asking if he was done. Grog had exhausted himself but still hadn't hurt Jin, and he didn't understand why. Jin, on the other hand, had a terrifying expression. He was done attacking, now it was his turn to retaliate. Grog refused to lose, risking everything to win. He clasped his hands, increasing his strength. Then he struck hard toward Jin, but this time Jin was ready to counter. Brock sat on Jin, vulnerable to a knee strike to his back. Jin's hit made him grit his teeth, enduring the pain. Before he could react, Jin swung a punch at his face again. The punch was so strong that Brock felt like his skull would crack. He fell face down, trying to push himself up. Jin sat up. Grog tried to rise but only managed halfway before feeling the pain. He moved forward, eyes full of rage. In the stands, everyone was shocked as Jin caused Brock to fall again. Seth was frustrated, unable to believe Jin was that strong. Brock sat there, panting and exhausted. He angrily slammed his hand on the ground. After a while, Grog regained some strength and stood up again. He charged at Jin, unafraid of death. Jin remained fearless, wanting only a quick victory. Brock raised his leg, attempting to kick Jin down, but before contact, Jin dodged. Jin kicked straight into his jaw. Brock stood firm after the kick, quite impressive. Jin lunged, knocking Brock's leg and pulling him down. Jin clenched his fist tightly. Brock couldn't resist. Sure enough, he got punched squarely in the stomach. The force made Grog feel pierced through. He was pushed back repeatedly, only managing to plant his feet firmly after a while. Brock stood still, making no further moves. Jin watched him, unwilling to let it go easily. Ara, the coach, Henry, Paul, and Victor couldn't hide their panic as Jin advanced toward Brock. Seth was no better, no longer cheerful as before. In just a few steps, Jin reached Brock. He lightly pushed his arm. With a light push, Brock lost balance and fell face down again. The fall ended the fight. Jin brushed his eyebrow, showing the composure of a victor. The entire audience gasped in amazement, shaking the room. Jin directed his gaze at Seth. Brock was defeated and Seth had nothing more to watch, so he left. Jin looked on, his expression complex. Jin ordered Akira to go behind. He smiled cunningly, telling Akira to add Jin to the list. Jin left the car speeding through the street. Inside were Rodney, Jack, Seth, and Akira. But only Akira clearly showed tension and fear. After a moment of thought, she decided to turn and check. But as soon as she called out, she lowered her face, afraid to speak. Seth asked why she was like that. Akira decided to respond. Dai is not someone who listens easily. Therefore, she thought Seth should ask his mother first. Seth, hearing Akira's opinion, said nothing, his expression still uneasy. He considered Akira's words, then ordered Rodney to turn the car around. Akira and Jack were both confused, and Rodney asked where the boss wanted to go. Based on Akira's suggestion, he decided to return home. Seth's decision to go home surprised all three. Akira and Rodney were both shocked and confused. The car turned around, setting Seth's home as the destination. Quickly, the car moved toward his house. Seth and Akira got out of the car. His face showed no joy. He told Akira to wait outside and he went inside alone. He opened the door and stepped inside carefully. Seth glanced around, looking for his mother. He approached where she was sitting. Mrs. Anna greeted him with a nod, then turned to face him, quietly calling Seth. Seth went to the dining table, pulled out a chair, sat down silently. He questioned her why she brought more trouble home. Mrs. Anna looked at him for a while, thinking. Then she set a condition. If Seth could defeat Jin, she would tell him who killed his father. Seth was both incredulous and surprised by the condition Mrs. Anna set. In a remote place, Jiang and a few subordinates were already present. He stepped further inside, ordering the two others to wait. John put his hands in his pockets and calmly stepped deeper. After walking a while, he saw the other side of the road. Unlike the barren outside, it was extremely magnificent inside. He suppressed his fear, swallowed hard, sweat pouring endlessly, frowning to focus. Despite the fear, he continued moving forward. On the other side, people were already waiting. He approached, clasped his hands in greeting, and introduced himself. Under the man's terrifying gaze, Jian could not help frowning, feeling scared. The man asked Jian if his father allowed him to speak. This implied he would kill anyone daring to appear before him. John flinched, terrified, unaware that this rule existed. The man still looked at him with extreme malice. Jian bowed an apology, hoping Kwang would forgive him. Then he tried to continue, explaining that he had something to discuss today. Wang listened, only slightly pensive. Whatever John said, Wang paid no mind. But what he said today would determine whether he lived or died. Doan's body trembled continuously. He told Hong he was trying harder to participate in the world's biggest fight. Wang remained silent, stepped closer to Doan, saying nothing, and grabbed him tightly. John was attacked suddenly, unable to defend himself. He was grabbed by the neck and slammed against the wall. The man angrily questioned him for equating himself with other trash. His finger pressed into Doan's neck, making it hard to breathe. Jian tried to speak, mentioning that one of his opponents was the head of Sunshine Corporation. At the mention of Sunshine, the man softened slightly. He withdrew his hand from Doan's neck. Doan held his neck tightly, coughing repeatedly. The man asked if Anna had arrived. Jian responded uncertainly. The man's face showed an unpredictable dark glint, still terrifying. The next evening at Sunshine Corporation, operations were as usual. Seth left home and sat in the chairman's seat. Kira held the report board and spoke. Only a traditional martial arts heir would understand how it worked. Mrs. Anna was the previous heir, Jean the current heir. Seth asked, "What is traditional martial arts?" Akira continued, mentioning an old warning passed down. Anyone practicing martial arts, if encountering the master of traditional martial arts, should run as fast as possible. Hearing this, he found it ridiculous and laughed out loud. Seth did not believe in this absurd legend. Akira avoided Seth's gaze, saying it was a form of martial art. It appeared before the era of the three powerful kingdoms, belonging to divine warriors, skilled Biji soldiers, and the Zila tribe. They said that the master of traditional martial arts holds authority over all Zila tribes, along with the essence of every era up to now. Hearing that, Zet coldly asked why. Does Akira also think he will lose to Jin, right? Kira remained silent, not daring to admit that she was thinking the same. She tried to explain so as not to anger Zet. She wasn't sure either because she didn't know how strong Zet had become. Zet smiled lightly. Isn't there a very simple way to find out? Just fight a match with Jin and you'll know immediately. After the fight with Brock, Jin returned home slowly. He opened the door and stepped in. Without looking, Anna knew who had entered. Jin tried to tell her everything that had happened today, but Anna interrupted, telling him to sit down and have a cup of tea first. She placed the teacup on the table, pulled out a chair, and asked Jin what he wanted to ask. Seeing Jin remain silent, she continued, "What is the first quality of a successful person?" Jin clearly answered, "Don't cause any trouble and don't trouble others unless there is a valid reason." Anna smiled. Jin's answer is correct. She knew that, but Jin was surprised that she had broken the rule to do so. Why did she have to do that? As Anna thought about Zet, she realized she shouldn't start that way. Where should she begin? Perhaps with past events. Back then she was young. Alone, she went down the mountain to the bustling city. She couldn't help but be curious, looking around everywhere. She fell in love with the city at first sight. While strolling, enjoying everything, a person suddenly got brutally thrown out from somewhere she couldn't see. Inside the building, 3 large men stepped out. That was also Anna's first meeting with Simon, Z's father. At that moment, Anna stared at Simon, not taking her eyes off him for a second. Suddenly, 2 cars appeared and stopped in front of the 4 of them. From the cars, countless gangsters with all kinds of weapons stepped out. Seeing this for the first time, Anna was clearly a little startled. The gangsters rushed forward aggressively as soon as they got out. Simon didn't back down either, even though he only had 3 men with him at the time. Both sides surged forward, ready to fight. Simon, with youthful enthusiasm, continuously punched and kicked the gangsters. One of them raised a short knife and threw it at him. He aimed precisely at Simon. Simon sensed it, but when he turned, he was still surprised and couldn't dodge in time. In this critical moment, Anna couldn't stand by. She rushed forward and caught the knife with her hand. She grabbed the blade directly. Blood gushed out, but she was not afraid at all. Her sudden appearance and speed made Simon look at her differently. Anna still held the knife in her hand. Even though her hand kept bleeding, she showed no extra emotion. She quietly stared at her bloodied hand. In contrast, Simon seemed worried. On the other side, Peter kept punching the opposing gangster repeatedly. The brutal punches knocked out all his teeth, blood pouring from his nose and mouth. Peter finished the fight in a striking stance. Anna threw the knife to the ground and turned to leave, wanting to escape the chaos. After everything that had happened, she still showed no fear. She left Simon standing there with a face both terrified and puzzled. Even though he didn't understand why she helped him, he apologized. From then on, the two got to know each other and had genuinely enjoyable conversations. Simon was especially enthusiastic, and the stories he told made Anna laugh with delight. 2 strangers, all because of that one chance encounter. Gradually grew closer from 2 strangers. They moved into a passionate relationship. At that time, both were extremely happy, with laughter always surrounding them. That day was like any other date. Simon personally escorted Anna home, they parted with reluctance. Their eyes exchanged full of love. Indeed, love cannot be hidden. Anna happily walked up the mountain toward the temple. But then an unexpected scene made her panic. She encountered him. It was Wang who was kicking her master on the ground. Anna's appearance caught Wang's attention, and her master also looked toward her. Seeing her master beaten and lying on the ground, how could she not be furious? She immediately leapt forward to attack Wang, but he quickly sprang up, easily dodging Anna's attack. For the first time, Anna was shocked to see someone evade her strike. Wang was arrogant, glancing at Anna with one eye. She didn't give up, continuously attacking, but he easily dodged every strike. Wang realized that her master indeed had disciples. Anna ignored what he said, continuing to exert herself in the attack. But somehow he always dodged. Anna panted heavily while he remained calm. Her master struggled to tell her to stop attacking while Wang said, "Not yet." Anna glared at Wang in fury, not understanding what he meant. Wang smiled menacingly and declared, "It's not the time yet." The girl was still not ready. The master said to Wang, "Isn't it enough for you alone?" Wang wouldn't accept. That was the past, and now there was nothing left. He longed for a worthy opponent. The master couldn't believe that much still wasn't enough for him. He was bottomlessly greedy. Capturing an old fox wasn't enough to satisfy him. At this point, Anna couldn't hold back and asked who he was. He didn't answer, only saying he would give her 3 years. He would return when she was fully ready. So from now until then, she should learn everything she could. He turned and left, warning her not to disappoint him. Huang arrived quickly and left just as fast. He went like a gust of wind. Soon he vanished without a trace, and the forest returned to its usual calm. Anna finally couldn't control herself and trembled. That was when the master began to tell her everything. The full truth about the feud between traditional martial arts and the ultimate secret techniques. Jin listened intently, sweating, saying nothing, waiting for Anna to continue. She said that from that day on she trained relentlessly, waiting for the day of revenge. Jin asked, "What about the master then? What did he do?" The master advised her to stop and leave the mountain, saying that Wei Kuang wouldn't come after her. Dai Nhi asked, confirming just how strong Kuang was. He was so strong that even now, recalling it made her sweat with fear. Jin stayed silent, continuing to focus on Anna's story. Kuang never appeared after 3 years as promised. Instead, Simon appeared. After a passionate, intense love affair, Simon decided to propose to Anna. He respectfully knelt and presented her with a bouquet. Of course, Anna accepted. Witnessing the proposal, the master was also pleased with the outcome, and that was how she left the mountains she had known for so many years. Jin focused his gaze on Anna, whose expression now showed sadness. It was clear in her eyes. They sat facing each other in silence, the atmosphere unusually quiet. Strangely so, Anna picked up her teacup, genuinely cherishing the moments with her husband. Jin concentrated on listening as Anna continued her story, recounting what she once had and what her husband had done. Her husband's legacy included tens of thousands of formidable gangsters and his own conglomerate named Sunshine. However, those battles never ended, leading to conflicts with the Japanese Yakuza and China's Three Kingdoms gang. On that day, Simon and Moon's gang arranged a meeting. Simon's face showed pride, the aura of a true crime boss. Both men stared at each other with murderous intent. Just then, Anna suddenly appeared above, making Moon's eyes fill with fear. Anna appeared behind and joined her husband's side, her gaze like a sharp blade toward the gangsters. Anna jumped down, landing in front of her husband. Simon's face lit up with delight and surprise seeing Anna at his side. Anna looked back and smiled softly, expressing happiness to fight alongside her husband. Back in the present, Anna held a hot teacup. That was when she realized he was paying attention to her once again. Jin remained silent, focused on her story. Her face darkened as she said it was only when she was pregnant with Zet. All she could do was avoid Kuang. Jin was surprised and Anna continued. She had tried to hide, but her husband wouldn't, because he refused to abandon the Sun conglomerate he had worked so hard to build. At that time, Anna always worried when Zet was born, but her husband did not. Anna, fearful, held her tiny son and witnessed her husband's fury. Suddenly, Simon slammed his fist on the table, showing his rage. He shouted angrily, "Who's that bastard?" Anna stepped forward, frightened, saying he didn't know. Simon turned and shouted, "I am Simon Kang, strong enough to protect you and Z." Anna moved to stand beside Simon, fearful and stammering that she knew, but to wait until Zet was older. Simon turned with a hateful expression. "It must be Kuang," Anna screamed loudly, showing her worry. "Please promise me you won't go looking for him." Then she bowed her head, crying and pleading with her husband to never do so. Anna clung to Simon's hand, gripping it tightly while begging. With a resigned look clearly etched on his face, Anna knew that her husband would never refuse a conflict. Elsewhere in a vast desert, tents were set up. Suddenly, a vehicle appeared from nowhere and stopped in front of one of the tents. Someone slowly stepped out of the vehicle. With blonde hair, it was Higaria. Higaria stood outside the tent, looking in at the man inside. Finally, he spoke. "Long time no see." Captiva, sitting inside the tent, heard the voice and turned to look. Higaria's eyes narrowed. He had come to deliver some news to Captiva. Captiva glanced at him with mild disinterest, tinged with irritation. Meanwhile, at Sunshine Corporation, Seth sat in his office. He sighed, lost in thought. His gaze grew pensive. Many things had happened that required careful consideration. Suddenly, a knock at the door shattered the morning silence. Behind it was Akira. She entered and bowed to Seth. Akira informed Seth that Doan from the trio had just made a call. The news would surprise him with Doan's efficiency. He was faster than expected. Akira told Seth that John may have already found that person. Seth's face showed clear surprise at the news. Akira moved closer and added that the person Doan found might be their closest lead. Seth looked skeptical and asked, "Are you sure?" Akira replied solemnly that the one with the ultimate secret art might be the only person capable of confronting Seth's mother. Seth, curious about this secret art, asked Akira, "What is the ultimate secret art? Is it like the martial art of the trio?" Akira explained that the trio had expanded everywhere in less than a century. However, the ultimate secret art had a much longer history, and no one knew exactly when it first appeared. Akira spoke at length, prompting Seth to grow impatient and shout, "Get to the point." Akira stammered, "You could say the ultimate secret art governs the entire Chinese martial arts world." Seth frowned and asked Akira, "So you think your father was killed by them?" Akira recounted everything she knew. Seth's father was killed in China and nothing more. There was no additional precise information. Seth slowly wondered why his father went there without telling anyone. Seth's face showed clear sadness and questioning. Akira's eyes reflected sorrow and sympathy for him. Seth told Akira, "All right, I'll find out the reason soon." Akira held a paper in her hand as she had something else to report. This piqued Seth's curiosity. Akira reported that it was a list confirming the exam candidates. Seth's eyes lit up, wondering who these candidates were. Akira mentioned notable names like Pierre from France, famous for superior swordsmanship skill. Next was Horeja from Brazil, the strongest jujutsu fighter in Brazil. In China, there were 3 fighters, Doan and another rumored to possess the ultimate secret art. After the report, Seth asked Akira, "Is that all?" Akira, sweating, frowned and said there was one more person, Sakurai. Seth looked at her in slight confusion, waiting for an explanation. Akira clarified that Sakurai was the founder of Japanese martial arts. Previously, Kai had been defeated by him multiple times. Seth smiled with delight upon hearing this. Seth turned to confirm with Akira, "Is that true?" Akira held the report and mentioned there were more people she was arranging to add to the list. Seth replied, "The number doesn't matter. What matters is how strong they are." This required time for him to consider. Meanwhile, Higaria stood outside, looking into the tent from behind Captiva. He approached Captiva with intent and cheerfully said, "Long time no see, Captiva." Captiva sat with his back to Higaria, paying little attention but still glanced over his left shoulder. Higaria continued, "I've got some news for you," with sharp eyes. Captiva exuded mystery with an unusual presence and his signature headband. The fire in the tent seemed to merge with Captiva, making the atmosphere even hotter. He ignored Higaria and focused on the fire. Noticing this, Higaria lifted the tent flap with his left hand and stepped inside, saying, "You'll get 100 points in each match." The more Higaria spoke, the more he seemed to strike a nerve with Captiva, and if you win, you'll get an extra 2 million. Hearing that, Captiva stayed silent. Higaria curled his lips into a vicious smile and said, "Besides, if you kill your opponent, that's fine too." Captiva looked intrigued. He glanced over to his left, his eyes a mix of interest and suspicion at what Higaria had said. Reading that speaking gaze, Higaria grinned smugly. The corners of his mouth nearly stretched to his ears. He didn't forget to emphasize, "Use whatever weapons you want." The moment he finished, Captiva sprang to his feet, revealing a hulking build under a long cloak. He was already armed, Captiva's stance poised and ready to take on a fight. The standout was the headband on his forehead, matching the style of his long cloak with a falcon pattern design. Everything about him highlighted his lean, hardened physique. On his belt were Captiva's 3 main weapons, 3 different hand axes, and his expressive eyes seemed to tell you just how cold-blooded he was, no matter who the opponent might be. Then Captiva turned toward Higaria. The imposing aura radiating from him was enough to make even someone like Higaria lower his head in silence. Outside, it was fully bright now. In front of Sunshine Hospital stood a large building. Brock was lying in a hospital bed, watched over by Victor. He lay there in obvious pain, eyes tightly drawn. Slowly, he cracked them open, still exhausted. The moment he woke, Victor Chu asked, "You're up." Brock turned left to look at Victor Chu. Victor then told Brock about his condition. His windpipe was badly injured and his ribs were broken. Hearing that, Brock fell into thought and looked away. Then, seeing him suddenly sit up, Victor immediately told him not to act rashly and to stay seated right there. A sudden wave of pain crashed over him, so sharp he doubled over and had to clutch the spot with his right hand. Victor immediately warned Brock, "You need to rest for at least 2 months." Brock was drenched in sweat, his eyes exhausted and unfocused. He recalled the moment Jin had slammed a blow into Brock's spine like a thunderbolt. Brock clenched his teeth, looking like he was in serious pain, hurting and furious at the same time. He looked toward Jin but realized it was already too late. Jin shot forward and whipped a right hook straight at Brock's temple. Even without time to react, he kept his footing and swung a kick back at Jin, but his condition wasn't at its best. Jin had anticipated it, dodged the kick, then followed with a soaring kick and a forward flip before landing smoothly. Jin raised his guard, slipped Brock's straight punch, and neatly countered the opening right down the center. The strike landed near his chest. Brock went for a lethal follow-up, forcing down the pain until his face looked like the veins in his face might burst. He sensed a chance to unleash that power, so violent it sent him flying backward. Back in the present, he stayed silent, panting hard. Sweat streamed down Victor's face. Half shocked, half disappointed, he asked Brock, "Who the hell is that guy that you could actually lose to him?" Brock stood motionless, still so shaken he couldn't speak. Victor looked fed up, turned away, and spoke to Brock. "What a letdown." He strode off with overwhelming confidence, his boots echoing like Dr. Martin's, and calmly told Brock, "I guess I'll have to fight him myself." After saying that, he froze, staring at Victor with hollow eyes, afraid of the thing no one dared to say out loud. Victor, sharp as ever, didn't forget to reassure Brock. "Don't worry, I'll use my boxing and my skills cunningly." Morning at Junjin High School. Henry, Brock's younger brother, sat brooding, head lowered in silence. Then from far off came the familiar sound of footsteps approaching. He looked up, startled, trembling, eyes wide with fear. Jean's silhouette drew closer. They recognized each other but chose to ignore it. Henry stayed quiet, still wary of Jean, glancing back at him as he passed. "Jin Kun," a girl shouted his name from the distance. Jean reflexively turned his head. A black camera was already aimed at him. Jin said in surprise, "A garlic-chewing pig, I prefer it when you smile." The girl introduced herself. "I'm a reporter from Everest magazine." Her introduction didn't make Jin want to ask anything else. Kathy kept going with a charming smile. "I just got word that Brock got knocked out, so I wanted to do a quick interview." "I've got nothing to say," Jean replied quickly and turned to leave, making Kathy blurt out in surprise. She had no idea Victor was walking over. He looked displeased with Jin's attitude and wondered, "What's going on with that kid? Don't guys like pretty girls?" Kathy jumped when Victor swept past her. Seizing the moment, Kathy hurried after him and struck up conversation in a sweet voice. Before the man could even respond, she suddenly stopped. He'd ignored her completely. Kathy flared up, irritation mixing with disgust. "May the Thama demon come snatch you away." With a reporter's instincts, she sensed an opportunity right in front of her. Victor was speaking privately with Jean about something that seemed serious. Kathy licked her lips, looking mischievous, and continued, "Well, well, well. What's going on here?" Outside, the wind blew while the trees stood still by the gym. A straight punch slammed with full force into the heavy bag. It was James, fully focused on training with the bag, slipping left, then right, smooth, practiced, and eye-catching. From the distance, footsteps echoed through the room, making him turn to look back. The moment he spotted Victor, Jean spoke cautiously, "Hi." His eyes widened as he looked closer and realized who it was. Victor glanced over and said to Jin, "Get up here." Jin stayed silent, staring at him with wide eyes. And when had Victor gotten behind Jean? He stretched toward the door and used his thumb and index finger to twist the lock clockwise. He picked up a pair of boxing gloves from the floor and casually tossed them to Jean. Jean reacted fast, caught them, and asked in surprise, "What's this? Didn't you say you had something to talk to me about?" Victor smirked, one eyebrow raised, implying, "Don't men talk with their fists?" Jin frowned at that and shot Victor a razor-sharp look. He could sense something bad was about to happen. Victor added sternly, "No need to make it so serious, I just want to test something. I'll fight too, I want to see the difference between you and me." Jean pushed back against being forced into it. "Why should I?" Before he could finish, Victor pleaded, "Please," realizing nothing would change. Jin fell silent and sighed. In this moment, besides Jean, Victor, and James, the reporter was also peeking outside the window. Kathy watched quietly like a black cat. She lay in wait for an opening, snapping a few precious shots. Quick as ever, Kathy grabbed several photos and grinned in delight. Now this is interesting. A dramatic standoff among three people unfolded on the ring floor. James reluctantly became the referee. Jean and Victor put on their gloves, getting ready to face each other for Gia. Jin slowly stared at the boxing gloves in his hand, still not calm enough for this conversation. Victor was nervous and let out a long sigh. Dean seemed to sense his mood from that sigh. Victor turned and said, "Hey James, glove him up." The words made Jin shift his gaze to James. James caught Victor's attention and answered, then turned to Jean and held out his hands as Dean deftly helped Jean with his gloves. In that moment, awkwardness began to creep in. Neither of them met the other's eyes in the strange silence. Jin wondered what the hell was going on. James broke the awkward silence. "You should feel honored." Jin frowned, looking at James in confusion. Dean added, "The boxing champion is challenging a newbie like you." Hearing that, Jin understood and paused in his stance, his face set with determination. Victor couldn't hide his impatience and said, "All right. If you're ready." He suddenly stopped, then raised his voice. "Then we start right now." As he spoke, he slammed his gloves together, tightening the tension in the room. Jean narrowed his eyes, sizing him up with icy calm. Victor asked, "Is this your first time trying boxing?" Jin kept an ice-cold expression, lowering his head in thought as he looked at the glove on his left hand. 3 minutes, 3 rounds, Deem, you're the referee. Victor set the match rules and nodded to show he understood. Then, Jin replied hesitantly but with an upright stance ready to end it quickly, he continued. Start. Victor's pupils shrank as he focused fully on Jin. Fine, make your move. He finished and shifted into an attacking stance. Dean struck the bell hard to signal the start. The air grew more tense than ever. Victor darted toward Jin and fired a straight punch at Jin's face. Jin stood still, eyes wide, too late to react. Victor twisted his body and threw a left hook, then a right, but to Jin it was all familiar. He diffused them easily. Victor kept throwing punches, forcing Jin to stay on guard. In a split second, he prepared a straight shot forward. That strike made Dean hop back exactly as Victor intended. Seeing Jin fall into the trap, Victor readied the finish. He lunged forward, pouring power into his right hand, intent on knocking Jin down. But Jin had already read the move and watched calmly. Victor's punch closed in on Jin more than ever. Jin planted his foot and checked his motion. He leaned with the direction of Victor's punch and slipped it effortlessly. Before Victor could react, his face changed, panic flashing across it. Victor realized Jin's kick had stopped right in front of his nose, sending a shiver through him. Dean suddenly halted, set his foot down firmly and said, "I'm sorry." He silently asked Victor, boxing his hands only right. Victor heard it and grew scared. Victor forced a smile back at Jin, as if acknowledging he wasn't someone to mess with. Outside, Kathy sprang up to the window frame, snapping photos nonstop. Kathy beamed like she'd found treasure and said, "Wow." She crossed her left arm and skillfully raised her phone to capture the moment. She started filming vertically to record what was happening. Who is he? Kathy was thrilled by the dramatic fight. On the ring floor, the fight grew tighter as Jin kept dodging, conserving energy against Victor, while Victor kept pressing with non-stop attacks. Time crawled like never before. 10 seconds remained on the clock. Jin poured everything into it, sweating, and struck toward Victor. Jin continued to counter Victor's storm of attacks head-on. As the clock hit 9, Victor launched a brutal left hook at Jin. With 8 seconds left, Victor threw a flurry of right and left hooks. At a glance, Jin looked like he was dancing through the strikes. The countdown continued. At 7 seconds, Jin still hadn't broken a sweat. At 6, Victor threw another punch at Jin. As 5 seconds passed, Jin began to counter. Victor's right hook was read perfectly by Jin with 4 seconds left. A second later, Jin struck back, driving a hook from his other hand into Victor's unguarded face. Another second slipped away. Jin showed real resolve in that counter. Victor jolted when he realized the opening he'd just exposed. When the clock hit 0, Victor pulled his hand back and immediately raised his guard right in front of his face. The bell for the end of round 1 rang out. Deem trembled at the scene before him. Victor grimaced, realizing that if he'd been a fraction slower, the outcome might have been different. Jin gestured with his hand, his eyes sending a warning to him one more time. During a short break, Deem signaled to pause and indicated for both sides to return to their corners. Victor huffed, watching Jin's back as he turned and walked away. At this moment, the fearful, terrified eyes of Kathy, James, and even Victor were all fixed on Jin. He stood with a stern face, radiating an intimidating aura that completely overwhelmed everyone watching. At that moment, the sound of a car engine outside echoed in. The car stopped in the middle of the spacious schoolyard. A pair of gray shoes slowly stepped out. It turned out to be Seth with a cold exterior, his long blue hair partially covering his eyes. Behind him was his assistant Akira, her gaze icy. She locked her gaze on the boxing room. The bell signaled the pause of the first round between Jin and Victor. The bell rang clearly, echoing throughout the boxing area. Victor frowned in discomfort, sweat streaming down his face. Jin remained calm, not a drop of sweat, and fully focused. Standing in the center of the ring, Jin silently concentrated, abandoning all defense, focusing entirely on predicting Victor's movements and attack direction. He swiftly moved around Jin, creating blurred shadows with each pass. Suddenly, an unexpected right hook from Victor struck. Jin carelessly left a gap for him to exploit. When hit, Jin glanced at Victor with annoyance. Jin radiated a disturbing energy through his eyes, which startled him. Unconsciously, he recoiled backward, taking a defensive stance. Victor waited for a surprise from Jin, then quickly jumped back to increase distance and avoid his approach. Jin calmly adjusted his emotions, keeping his gaze on Victor. He slowly regulated his breathing, observing Jin. Perfect. Reporter Kathy looked at the photos she had just taken. After reviewing them, she skillfully slipped her green phone into her pocket. She continued taking photos rapidly, absorbed in her work. She had no idea Seth was approaching with Akira. "What are you doing here?" Seth spoke, startling Kathy. She quickly turned to the left toward the sound, looking worried. Seth calmly looked at Kathy, one hand in his pocket, the other relaxed. Behind him, Akira appeared timid. Seeing this, Kathy breathed a sigh of relief, reassuring herself and replied, You scared me." She spoke while gesturing, "Kid, I'm a reporter. I'm busy now, so go play somewhere else. Seth turned to look at his assistant Akira. She immediately understood and responded. Yes, she walked slowly toward Kathy. Instantly, Akira raised her hand and demanded, "Give me the camera." Kathy turned, stunned, and said in surprise. Akira, serious, repeated in a low voice, "I said give me the camera." Kathy pointed, saying, "You little girl. I don't think you don't know me. I'm a reporter for every esports, a hotshot reporter." Without waiting for her to ramble, Akira snatched the camera from Kathy's hands while she was still admiring herself. Kathy looked blankly, the camera no longer in her hands. Instead, Akira had taken what she needed and looked back at Kathy. Kathy hadn't understood what had happened yet, muttering in confusion. "Nanny," Akira carefully opened the memory card slot of Kathy's camera and skillfully removed the card. "Success," Kathy angrily shouted. "Don't you guys know who I am?" In response, she only received a cold stare and silence from Akira and Seth. Both turned and left quickly, ignoring her. Kathy stepped down a small ladder and shouted threateningly, "How dare you take a reporter's camera? I'll report this to the principal." Akira turned sharply toward Kathy after she finished speaking. She didn't forget to politely remind Kathy of a truth she didn't know. Akira spoke clearly, "This school belongs to him." Kathy frowned in doubt, muttering, speechless. The footsteps of Akira and Seth were gradually moving away. Kathy was left behind, standing frozen. After a long silence, she suddenly realized something. Her eyes widened, muttering in shock, "Impossible, unbelievable." She repeated, "No way." Seth cold. The image of Seth in her eyes at this moment would be etched into her memory forever. Continuing with a series of strikes, Jean immediately closed in on Victor in the ring. He continuously countered, his face calm. He threw multiple punches from left to right relentlessly, leaving Victor no choice but to endure. Jin's eyes locked on his target, ready to deliver a finishing blow. Victor realized Jean had eased up for a moment, as if he could finally breathe, but the worry was still written all over his face. Jin snapped his right leg back, using it as the anchor for a hook. His right side shifted decisively, the air hissing every time he surged forward. Victor knew he couldn't dodge, but he still tried to shield the blow with his whole body. Jin unleashed a hook like a furious storm. Victor braced with everything he had, but he knew he couldn't stop it completely. Just as Jin swung and drove a straight punch forward, the strike crashed into Victor like a tree being uprooted. He couldn't keep his footing and was launched backward. Luckily, the ring ropes were elastic rubber, and they held him up so he didn't tumble off the platform. The moment he hit the ropes, Victor forced his eyes open to watch. His face was vicious now, drenched in sweat, but his eyes were full of fear. Right under his chin, Jin had already set up a left hook, aimed straight for his jawline. Jin sprang up and fired an uppercut hook into Victor's jaw, rushing in at blistering speed. No matter what in Jin's eyes, Victor was always in his sight. Victor glared at Jin's incoming strike, but Jin's hook was cut off by James from outside the ring, along with a loud shout, "Stop." Jin held back, both of them turned to James in confusion and listened. "Victor, you've still got a tournament next month." James hesitated, then stressed that if Victor kept getting hit, it could be dangerous. Jin glanced at Victor, showing him some mercy. Victor held his breath, fearful eyes fixed on Jin. Showing sportsmanship and restraint, he pulled his hand back and stopped his attack. Victor tilted his head back against the ropes, started catching his breath, let out a heavy sigh and said, "I lost." He looked completely convinced. He accepted the defeat and added, "Fair and square." The two stopped fighting, savoring the calm after the spar. Jin glanced at him, fumbling as he removed his glove, while Victor stayed leaned back on the ropes. He still kept an eye on Victor, as if something was on his mind. Then, in a brief moment, he caught a figure outside the gym that drew his attention. He recognized a familiar silhouette walking in. It was Seth, him. Seth curled his lips into a smug grin, eyes staring straight ahead. Jin glared back, face hardening as he returned Seth's look. Seth turned and called out, "Akira." She answered, "Yes, sir." Seth's smile twisted, the corner of his mouth stretching as he ordered, "Open the door." Akira paused in silence to think, then fumbled her small hands toward the latch on the main door. Click! Akira opened it and stepped inside. She walked slowly toward the ring. Seth kept that smile and asked, "My turn now?" Jin glared back, not the slightest bit intimidated. Victor stared in surprise and blurted out Seth's name, then pointed Jin back to the issue. "Is this really okay?" Jin answered with a provocation, thrusting his fist forward and snarling, "Come on." The reply made everyone watching go pale. In the reporter Kathy's eyes, a bad feeling was obvious. Victor, fresh from the spar, held his breath as he watched every move between Jin and Seth. A flicker of unease appeared in Akira's eyes. Seth replied to Jin, "No, you get down here." Jin still didn't understand what Seth meant. Seth smirked and kept provoking him. "Don't you see it's too small up there to fight?" Jin fell silent, thinking more carefully. Seth suggested, "Put that down." Jin got it and looked down at his gloves. He immediately clamped his hand to his chin for leverage, then used his teeth to yank the gloves off fast. When he finished, Seth looked delighted and grinned smugly. Jin tossed the gloves onto the ring floor. Jin pushed himself upright from the ropes, sprang out of the ring, and landed like a pro. He lifted his face and stared straight at Seth with a defiant glare. Seth raised an eyebrow, chin high, answering that boldness in kind. Jin strode toward him, slow step by slow step. Seth spread his legs wide as if welcoming him. Now they were only a single step apart, facing each other. Suddenly Jin asked, "You want to play by the rules or what?" Seth answered with contempt, "Rules." Then he sneered, "You think I need that damn crap?" A bad feeling hit Jin, and his body started to waver with hesitation. Seth impatiently pressed Jin, "So can we start now?" Jin glared at him without replying. Out of nowhere, Seth's fist was already in Jin's face. Startled, Jin looked back and realized he'd let his guard down for a split second. Luckily, Jin managed to slip the punch and reduce the damage by twisting his body away from Seth's straight right. In that instant, as he glanced over, he caught Seth's savage grin and the eyes that were locked onto him. He steadied himself by driving his right foot hard into the ground, eyes never leaving Seth. Seth remained calm as if nothing had happened. Just now, Jin's neck veins bulged and he had to adjust his breathing. The boss remained the same, smiling devilishly as if challenging Jin. The school's usual silence was shattered by Kathy's loud shout. "I don't care that you're the boss of some sunshine corporation, but how dare you snatch a reporter's camera?" Suddenly, Bat sensed a whooshing sound near Kathy, like a curious cat moving toward the noise. The sound grew louder and the scene clearer as Kathy advanced. She approached the boxing room. Ms. Hong was startled, eyes wide as she witnessed the scene. The scene was of Jin and his opponent clashing blow for blow, knees aiming at the chest, but his left hand was ready. When did the boss counter with a straight punch to Jin's face? They took turns relentlessly, neither yielding, throwing strikes like a storm. Kathy kept staring at the two men fighting. The current situation was unbelievable, her eyes wide. She muttered, still in disbelief, that Seth was fighting. Behind her, a large figure appeared. Muscular, she suddenly turned after being called. The reporter had just finished with that man. Kathy was worried, responding with a trembling voice. The principal, a tall man with long slick-back hair, stepped forward wearing impossibly dark sunglasses. Peter was still confused, eyes squinting. Inside, Jin and Seth were preparing to fight, neither willing to lose. They teased each other before starting. Jin's characteristic eyebrows showed his aggressive streak. Seth was no less fierce, teeth clenched. They charged at each other, Jin's kick aiming straight at Seth's face. Seth blocked with his hand just as skillfully. Peter looked at Kathy, shouting for her assistant. "I need you to write an article." Kathy still didn't understand what was happening. Peter seriously told her to go to the office for a discussion. Kathy's face was still stunned, not understanding what was going on. Without waiting, Peter went ahead, leaving Kathy unprepared. Jin and Seth lunged at each other, fists aimed at each other's faces. Neither would yield. Peter appeared, shouting across the space, "Stop!" The yell shocked everyone. Seth looked at Peter. Everyone turned to Peter's voice. "Enough!" The tall man was stopping them, his tone stern. Seth also shouted loudly. "Don't interfere," the man added. "You're at school, respect the rules." Seth was surprised. "What, are you kidding me?" Peter calmly replied, not joking. "You're the only reason I accepted the principal's position." Seth stared at Peter, both eyes locked in mutual hostility. Seth said that if they weren't at school, he wouldn't hold back. Jin glanced at Seth, affirming. "Well, I wouldn't hold back either." Seth looked at Jin, annoyed. Sunglasses amplified the anger. Jin walked past Seth, calling back. "Hey, who's stronger?" Seth asked. Jin still didn't get it. Seth's face was serious, almost asking, "My mother or me?" He scowled, angry, lips parting as if to say something. He turned to the main entrance, walked slowly, and said, "I don't lose to anyone," with a sulky expression. Seth smiled, changing his expression, turned his back to adjust his tie, and flashed his signature grin. In Japan at this moment, the sky was clear and the air was fresh. Amidst the skyscrapers was the headquarters of the three-headed demon gang. In a private room, Sakurai sipped tea while Tenkai stood behind. Sakurai enjoyed the tea in his hand. Tenkai scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, the door opened with the footsteps of Vice President Dome. He said, "You arrived early." Hearing this, Kai glanced back and approached Sakurai. His steps exuded authority. He came next to Sakurai, still sipping tea. Both radiated mutual dominance. John Lick watched him. He was no less formidable, his gaze cutting past John like two bullets. In the tense atmosphere, the main door echoed with the greeting of a man in a green suit. Tall, muscular, exuding immense presence. "What's up? Did I arrive too early?" He walked casually, issuing orders to the guards. He approached the chair opposite Sakurai, asking for a cup of tea. Looking into Kai's eyes, he added, "I enjoy tea too, to confirm your command." The guard went berserk at Pierre's disrespectful attitude. The guard, lightning fast, had prepared in advance, slamming the teacup onto the table as a challenge to Pierre. Pierre stared at the cup, calm-faced but exuding undeniable authority. Bia quickly pulled his hand back and raised it to the sky, not forgetting to strike an exaggerated pose. "Whoa!" Looking a little annoyed, B.E. shot a glance at the guard. The man swept his bullet-sharp eyes toward him as well. Even behind dark sunglasses, his face still clearly showed deep-seated hatred. P.A. lifted his teacup, took a sip, and praised it. "This tea is decent." The quiet didn't last long before Higaria called out, "Oh, Hoser is here too." He walked in with Captiva, Sakurai flicked his gaze toward the back. Don followed his eyes. Curious, Bia glanced over as well. Even the guard instinctively looked over in surprise. Captiva always carried a dark, mysterious aura. The two of them stepped forward to find empty seats. Higaria caught a bad vibe. Looks like we've run into some trouble, John answered him. And there are 2 contestants from China coming to join this tournament as well. Half joking, Higaria said, I thought there were 2 more from Korea. They only arrived that day, John explained. The guy complained we had to sit on a plane for 14 hours. Before he could finish, a powerful voice rang out. I am the representative of Korea. It was Anna. She looked like she had stepped out of the darkness. Everyone was stunned, 1,000 question marks popping up. PA spoke up loudly with a teasing edge. Ma'am, I think you walked into the wrong room. Her eyes radiated unwavering resolve. Angry, so stern it was frightening. Don could see it clearly in her gaze. His eyes widened, fear showing as he started recalling the horrifying scene he had once lived through. On a dark night, surrounded by accomplices, he was there with 2 men behind him. Then he and his partners suddenly sensed an oppressive force surge from behind, as if someone were closing in. At a terrifying speed, too fast for the naked eye to follow, when had Anna already gotten in front of him. As he and the 2 men with him turned to react, they were still slower than her. Those eyes gave off nothing but obsession, sowing fear. With just a single contemptuous, scornful look, she stared him down. Back in the present, John muttered, Why are you? Anna's eyes swept left to right, probing every corner of the room. Where is the silk glow eye? Anna's question silenced the entire room. No one answered. The moment Jayan heard that, his state changed instantly. Anna spoke slowly, her tone making Jayan uneasy. Her eyes carried an inscrutable air. I'm looking for him, she said with a deadly, terrifying presence. The space in front of Jin's mother's house was quite wide. Jin lay motionless. He still didn't wake up, his eyes half open. Without a single wasted movement, he got out of bed, heading downstairs while carefully observing everything. He saw an open laptop in the kitchen corner, the chair as if someone had just been sitting there. He checked again, nothing seemed out of place. He kept going. Jin found a spot to sit and sink into meditation. He squeezed his eyes shut, but his mind wouldn't settle. His boss's smile surfaced in his thought. The sparring scene between him and his boss played out in his head, again and again, always thinking about fighting. Jin imagined himself kicking his boss in the head, but it was blocked. He couldn't focus anymore. His eyes and brows tightened. Jin's whole body started to waver. He opened his eyes, pushed his breath out, and exhaled. Ending his meditation, he came up from the secret basement beneath the stairs. He stood tall, eyes sharp as a hawk, always on guard even at home. With a keen gaze, he slowly scanned around. Jin walked to school. It was pretty crowded here. The moment he stepped through the gate, he heard people gossiping. Hey, have you heard? Jin caught it nearby. 2 guys were talking about the hot news of the day. Dude, we're on the news. The other one scrolled on his phone and asked. This one, as he spoke, he tapped the link leading to the story about the secret match between Victor and Jin, and blurted out in surprise, that seductive pig. They wondered who could be sparring with Victor. The guy kept scrolling, stopping at a report about Victor, the BEF Asian boxing champion. Caught fighting at school. The phone screen showed a photo of Brock Trang, a champion also spotted brawling. He wondered if the other person was a teacher. The other replied, yeah, so who was Victor fighting then? He still didn't get what had happened. Unbelievably, the person they were looking for was Jin himself, walking right past them, with a grim, hard expression. On the road, a black car sped by. It was the boss's car. Inside, with a driver at the wheel, his face was rigid, veins standing out around his eye. His lips were pressed tight, looking grave. He stared hard at the newspaper in his hands. His finger paused, fixed on the article about the school brawl. He kept reading closely. Headline, Will Junjin High School continue to stay silent after student violence? A smirk spread across his face. He knew exactly who was targeting him and said, So now you want to play me? As he spoke, his expression darkened and he crushed the newspaper in his hand. By the window, someone was watching the car carrying him from afar. It was Uncle Peter. He looked very cool, wearing mysterious black sunglasses. The prosecutor held the newspaper. It was about Sunshine Group. Mr. Tran Max slowly read the contents. Whatever was written made him frown. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, catching the prosecutor's attention. The person at the door was George Cho. He entered and apologized for disturbing the prosecutor. He told George to speak quickly. George held a carefully packed file. This is a rather important report, he said, surprising the prosecutor. A report? George handed the file over. The principal said, All right, leave it there, I'll review it slowly. The contents of the file contained something surprising enough to make him frown. The prosecutor read carefully, comparing the figures on the 2 pages. He couldn't believe his eyes and read it over and over. What is this? At the same time, a landline phone rang. He picked it up on the other end. Hello. This is the principal of the high school for athlete Junjin. The prosecutor froze, looking at the phone, and asked, Go on, what does the other party want? The principal was silent for a moment, then said, The boss will get straight to the point. He expects the prosecutor to handle this quickly. Wait, the chairman still. The prosecutor could hardly believe the other party's request. He asked again, full of doubt. What? The principal knew that words alone weren't enough. The boss couldn't give details over the phone, but this was the best way. In a serious, no-nonsense tone, it was the best way to stop the chairman. The other end left the prosecutor completely speechless. Both remained silent. The call ended. At the high school, everything was peaceful. Jean sat alone in the classroom. The shadow of a girl appeared, catching his attention. It was Ara. She turned and asked, "Are you okay?" She heard he had a fight yesterday. Jean didn't answer. She continued, "Did you manage to beat Victor with the car?" Jean remained silent, closing his eyes. Ara didn't give up, repeatedly asking, "Come on, tell me, don't hide it. What happened then? Didn't you see some big figure enter the class looking for you?" Jean turned his head to see who was calling him. There was no one else. It was the principal. He called him outside. Jean stood up. All right. The other students were shocked by the scene. At first it was the classroom. Now the principal was leading him out to the office. The principal invited him in for a conversation. He began, "I heard you've run into some trouble recently." Jean was surprised the matter had reached him but said he was fine. He didn't know what the principal wanted to say. The principal reached into his pocket for something, surprising Jean. Then he took out a carefully wrapped envelope. The principal handed the envelope to Jean. He didn't understand why. The principal said, "Take it and read it." Jean took it with both hands. As he read, both remained silent. Jean read the letter, both surprised and confused, his emotions clear on his face. The letter read, "I will handle Seth's mess from now until then. Stop the boy or I will return. Let Jean go. I can't hold the boy anymore." Silence filled the office. The principal watched Jean read carefully, saying nothing. Dean asked, "What happened to your elder sister?" The principal replied she had gone to Japan. Jean was anxious. She could be in trouble or even life-threatening danger. Dean looked the principal in the eye. "Really?" The principal didn't understand him. Jean said, "You're not worried about her." Jean explained, "His elder sister is someone who can't be put in danger." The principal understood, not that Jean wasn't concerned, but she was someone no one could match. Jean stood up. "If you have nothing more to say, I'll return to class." The principal said, "Go ahead." Jean stepped out. Suddenly Jean spoke seriously, not sure about what the principal worried about. "My elder sister is very strong, so the principal shouldn't worry too much." Jean walked all the way to the office door. This statement probably hit the principal's sensitive spot, so he said nothing. Jean turned back and smiled confidently. He believed his elder sister was very strong. Near the airport, a black car was approaching. Inside were Seth and his driver Rodney, focused on the road. Rodney noticed someone was tailing them from behind. The car sped down the road, then quickly turned right. Then their car slowly shifted lanes. The people following still didn't notice anything unusual. Rodney suddenly jerked the wheel with expert control. He was a bit on the chubby side, but extremely agile. It caught the tailing men completely off guard. But when Rodney checked the rearview mirror, the cars were still there. He immediately called his young master. "Boss, I'm reporting they're following us." Seth frowned in irritation. "What?" Rodney asked him. "Do you want me to get out and teach them a lesson?" He thought for a moment, then replied, "No need, keep driving." At Icy Airport, the car stopped and pulled neatly to the curb. Seth, Rodney, and Akita got out at the same time. Right after that, the two white cars that had been chasing them also arrived. When they stopped, a group of people in black got out and headed toward him. Rodney and Akita stepped in front to protect Seth. He asked, "Who are you?" The men following didn't say a word, staying silent, but there were a lot of them. A prosecutor slowly walked up to him. Seth was even more confused about why the man had shown up here. The prosecutor looked at Seth and said they needed to talk. The prosecutor took Seth into the interrogation room. Inside, there was only a single light bulb, flickering weakly. Even with the prosecutor staring at him, Z kept his head down and didn't say anything. He looked at him, carefully observing Seth's every gesture and action. The two locked eyes as if they were speaking without words. Then the prosecutor handed the boss a file folder, and he didn't know what it was. Seth didn't hesitate. He took it and began reviewing it. He opened it and read every word on every page clipped inside. The prosecutor said this was the basis for the hearing about the contents of the documents he was reading. This was evidence that Sunshine Group was operating illegally. The amount they'd defrauded reached $15 million. The boss still remained silent. He focused intently on checking the information in the file. The prosecutor continued. Of that, $3 million was tax evasion, and the illegal embezzlement items had also thrown your group into turmoil. Only then did the boss look toward him, but he still said nothing. He frowned in irritation, and the prosecutor pressed on. After a thorough investigation, an order for temporary detention may be issued. Hearing that, Seth immediately tossed the file onto the table. Seth offered no defense at all. Take it up with the company's lawyer. The prosecutor flew into a rage, shouting in his face as he interrogated him. Seth Gang, are you brazenly refusing to take responsibility? Seth's patience seemed to be running out. His expression tightened and then his face hardened. Watch your mouth. The prosecutor couldn't believe his ears. What did you say? Seth stared straight into his eyes, his voice forceful. You think I'm still the kid from 2 years ago? That left the prosecutor speechless. He stood frozen in place, outside the interrogation room. The prosecutor and Principal Giorgio were watching Seth through the two-way mirror. Principal Giorgio asked the prosecutor, so what should they do now? The prosecutor asked him, how much time do we have left? Giorgio replied, they don't have an official warrant, so if a lawyer shows up, it'll be a headache. So I think letting him go sooner would be better. The boss still held firm, refusing to say a single word in the interrogation room. He likely knew they were watching him through that glass. The prosecutor kept questioning, then what if we get an arrest warrant? Principal Giorgio thought that wouldn't be easy either, because the source providing the evidence wasn't reliable. That was why they could still run into trouble. The two sides were separated by only a wall. The prosecutor was considering detention, and the principal was keeping an eye on that as well. The principal believed Seth wouldn't be able to leave the country during the investigation. The prosecutor didn't know how to detain Seth. As for Seth, he sat quietly and obediently, not moving an inch. The prosecutor turned and said to the principal, he can't leave the country during this period. We need to watch him closely. Giorgio lowered his head and followed the order. After a long time, outside the South District Prosecutor's office, the sky was pitch black. The lights had been switched on. Only then did the boss slowly step out. Outside, Rodney and Akira were already waiting. The two hurried over to report. Rodney shared his thoughts with Seth. I think that was Kevin. He'd only glance at me and say nothing. Seth glanced at Akira. How are things in Japan? She said everything there was ready. Hearing that, he kept walking straight ahead, but right after that, Akira hesitated as if there was something hard to say. She looked worried, lips pressed tight. She didn't know whether she should say it or not, but no matter what, she had to. Your mother is there. Hearing the word mother, he stopped on his way to the car. He turned to look at her, his gaze demanding she continue. Akira voiced her suspicion. I have a feeling your mother was the one who ordered the principal. After a few seconds of hesitation, he shot back. So you think I'm going to be banned from going? Seth pressed on. There's really something like that. Rodney lowered his head. Leave it to me. I know plenty of ways to get to Japan. Hearing that, Seth immediately strode toward the car. They really were pissing him off. He raised a hand and pulled the tie from his neck. So this is how they planned to provoke me. A full moon lit up the sky over the Royal Hotel in Japan. The rooms were nearly fully booked. The silhouette of a woman in a white blouse and black slacks. No one else, it was Seth's mother. She gazed out over the glittering city, but something weighed on her mind. Weary, she clasped her hands and drifted back to when he was still a student, sitting happily with her in a cafe. She asked him, is school very stressful? Back then, Seth was a vibrant young man and he answered his mother politely. No, ma'am. Suddenly, a black car pulled up in front of the cafe, forcing the conversation to stop. Perhaps she already knew who it was. Simon stepped out of the car, his eyes fixed on them. Thoughtful, he watched his wife and son chatting happily. Seeing her husband, Leon hurried outside to meet him, asking to say a few words. Since he was passing by, he stopped in to see his wife. He tilted his head, leaving her puzzled. It turned out Simon was like any other father. He simply wanted to look at his beloved son. Seeing her husband look at Seth with such affection, she felt happy too. But at the same time, she sensed he was about to go far away. Simon feared his wife would overthink things, so he said he would return early. But she couldn't understand why he had that expression. Simon awkwardly scratched his face. He suggested, when I come back, let's live together. For now, I've already settled everything properly. She was a bit surprised by his words. Simon said from now on he would change Sunshine. He wanted to turn Sunshine into a legitimate corporation. She remained silent. He sensed his wife was thinking negatively. Trust me, I really want to be a model father for Seth. She still had some doubts and was about to lift her head to say, you, but Simon immediately embraced her, startling her. The moon was full and bright tonight, illuminating this affectionate couple. She let Simon hold her without speaking, despite the many questions swirling in her mind. Simon smiled happily and gave his reminder. It'll be soon, wait for me. Then he bid his wife goodbye and got into the car to leave. Simon kept watching his wife through the rearview mirror. Despite his words, her intuition told her she should stop him. She thought to herself, she really should have stopped Simon back then. Back in the present, she felt heartbroken but powerless. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, pulling her out of her thoughts. She walked over to open it. Outside stood two large men, Kai and Sakurai. Kai apologized for disturbing her at this time. She squinted and asked what the matter was. Sakurai, standing behind, spoke up. He had a few questions for the traditional martial arts master. He stepped in front of her, clasped his hands in respect, and hoped for her guidance. Both remained silent, staring into each other's eyes. Finally, she spoke, wondering if he was truly the official successor of traditional martial arts in Japan. Correct? Sakurai did not hesitate, admitting he was indeed the successor of traditional martial arts. She wanted to decline, citing that the competition was only a few days away. But before she could finish, Sakurai interrupted her. Unlike her, he had no interest in such contests. She asked, "Really?" Sakurai remained silent, which meant it was true. She turned to ask Kai, startling him, "Is it quiet here?" He thought for a few seconds and replied, "Yes, ma'am. They have moved up to the hotel rooftop." The place was spacious and very quiet, not disturbing anyone. Though a woman, she was not weak. She stood firm and majestic, radiating power. She surveyed her surroundings. Kai stood in a corner, hands in his pockets, saying nothing. Seeing everything was fine, she ordered Sakurai, "Come out here." The full moon shone brightly, illuminating the scene. Sakurai was suddenly behind her. "I'm here." She turned to look at him. Sakurai wanted to start quickly. She maintained her composure, neither shaken nor fearful. Sakurai moved swiftly, reaching his hand behind as if to grab something. As expected, he launched a hidden weapon at her, but she stood still. The weapons spun rapidly toward her. Even when they were less than 2 meters away, she did not flinch. She squinted, observing as if everything was under control. She lightly leapt up, dodging the attack. Sakurai did not let her be, continuing the attack with 4 kunai, aiming precisely at her head. But these were nothing. She gracefully spun as if performing ballet. Though not as muscular as men, she was extremely agile. The kunai embedded themselves in the wall right next to her. Though he showed no fear, sweat on his face revealed everything. After dodging the attack, she stepped back. Her stance resembled Captain America's move. She then lifted her gaze, remaining fully alert. Sakurai approached so silently, she didn't notice he was directly above her. Moreover, he wielded a kusarigama, looking like the Grim Reaper. Within a few short seconds, they tried to sense what the other was thinking. Suddenly, a shuriken from Sakurai flew from below, aimed directly at him. Had he not dodged, it wouldn't have been a mere scratch but his life at risk. Sakurai couldn't believe his eyes. He wondered, did she just deflect the blade? It turned out she had taken one of the shurikens to use as her own weapon. Sakurai was still processing this when something startled him. She had closed in and delivered a powerful kick. Fortunately, Sakurai regained awareness and dodged the kick. He stepped back over 10 meters away. She asked, "Would it be very difficult for you if you were reincarnated into the wrong life?" She asked her opponent, "Do you think I don't have the right to use weapons too?" Sakurai stayed silent. He was probably thinking, she's already this scary without a weapon. So what would she be like with one? Her next move stunned both me and her opponent. She slowly began unbuttoning her shirt. Even at her age, her body was still incredibly toned, nothing like people would assume. As expected, Sakurai was completely shocked too. His eyes went wide. Under that thin shirt were the weapons she'd brought, yet what hit me first were her rock-hard abs. Older really does mean tougher. She grabbed the gear at her waist. It was a fascinating weapon. When she pulled it out, it looked like a long whip covered in strange square segments. This weapon was incredible. Once activated, it automatically reassembled itself, so it wasn't a whip at all. It was a sword that could transform like that. She looked at Sakurai and asked, "What are you calculating in that head of yours?" Sakurai was probably still stunned by what he'd just seen. He didn't say a word, didn't even button his shirt back up, and immediately took a stance to attack. Tell his master she's looking for him. No wonder Seth's father collapsed before a woman that strong. Somewhere else, someone was training with unbelievable intensity. Muscles as big as a piglet, sweat pouring like rain. It was Gene, and the way he trained made me stare in awe. He was doing handstand push-ups. He swung his legs for momentum, then sprang like a shrimp. I looked down at my own fist, wondering how hard he must have trained to get a body like that. After setting down the weights, Jin lightly stepped forward. Watching his movements, I thought he was practicing some kind of martial form. Suddenly, he sensed something. Someone was watching him. Right after that, he sighed. Jin turned toward the stairs. Someone was slowly coming down. "Akira, how long are you going to stand there?" Akira came down shyly. She pretended to scratch her cheek. "You knew I was here." Jin turned back, smiling like he couldn't hide it. "How could I not?" Akira looked uneasy. She stammered, "Well." Before she could finish, Jin asked bluntly, "So why did Seth send you here?" It seemed like he'd hit the nail on the head. She still didn't know how to start, only lowered her head and admitted he was right. Jin chuckled and encouraged her. "It's okay, I get it, you've got your reasons." "So where do you want me to go?" Akira said nothing and stayed silent. Jin assumed, doesn't the boss want to fight him? Akira pulled out a black envelope. "Not that." Jin looked at the envelope, confused. Akira kept stammering for no reason. "He said he'll wait for you in Japan." Jin reached out and took it from her, blinking. "Japan," Akira told him. "You don't have to go if you don't want to. I can discuss it again with Seth." But Jin asked back, "Is Big Sis going to be there too?" That left her speechless. She admitted she would be there as well. Jin agreed happily. "All right, then I'll go." Then suddenly, he added a condition in a serious tone, making Akira restless and anxious about what it could be. But to her surprise, he lit up like a child. Jin wanted to fly on an airplane. He grinned, eyes sparkling. Seeing him like that, Akira finally relaxed. Right after that, she turned away. All right, for now, I need time to get your passport done. When everything's ready, she'll contact Jin. Jin happily watched her walk away. Okay. His face broke into a bright, adorable smile. But less than a second later, that smile vanished. Maybe Jin had sensed something bad about this trip to Japan. The boat split the water and tore across the surface. Seth stood on the rail looking effortlessly cool, with Rodney behind him. Rodney used a flashlight, switching it on and off repeatedly. It seemed to be their way of communicating over a distance. Just as expected, someone on shore caught Rodney's signal and flashed back. It was Jack, already waiting here to pick them up. Reuniting with an old friend, Rodney and Jack were thrilled. They greeted each other loudly, full of excitement. Rodney didn't forget his job, though. He turned and told Seth they'd arrived. Seth had probably seen it with his own eyes. As the boat docked, he didn't say a thing. Moonlight spilled across the side of the boat. The spray that leapt up caught the light, making his beauty stand out more than ever. At the same time, at IC Airport, the planes were ready for the journey. Jin sat by the window, delighted like a little kid. His eyes sparkled and he couldn't stop smiling. Wow, it's my first time on a plane. Akira sat behind him, smiling at how adorable he was. Amused by Jin's expression, Akira asked, "Do you like it?" Jin turned back with a chubby, baby-faced look. "Absolutely, I've always wanted to fly." Akira felt something she couldn't quite explain. Sometimes he really seemed like a child, but Jin didn't seem to care, as if he had no idea. Akira didn't answer. She was replaying a scene from the past, Jin and Seth charging into battle, neither willing to give an inch. Jin threw a punch at Seth's arm, and Seth didn't hold back either, immediately returning the favor with a punch of his own. It seemed Jin was extremely skilled with his legs. The move reminded me of Sanji from the Straw Hat Pirates. Seth, on the other hand, preferred using his fists. The two of them were truly evenly matched. After the flashback ended, Akira let out a sigh. "It's nothing." Jean had probably figured out what she was thinking. He reassured her, "Don't overthink it, I'll take care of everything." Kira turned back, surprised by his words. Under the sunlight, Jin's mature and handsome features seemed elevated, completely different from before. He knew he was stronger than anyone else. Akira probably didn't know what to say. She quietly looked at him. After a few hours on the plane, they finally arrived at Narita International Airport. Jin stretched, standing at the entrance. He warmed up his body after sitting still on the plane for so long. "We're here already?" That was fast. Seeing how carefree he was, Akira let it be. Suddenly, a black car stopped in front of them. The driver slowly opened the door and stepped out. It was Kai. He got out and looked toward them. Kai said nothing. He seemed to communicate with Akira through his gaze. Akira knew that when the time came, she would have to do what was required, so she bowed to Kai. Meanwhile, Jin was still excited about everything around him. He asked her, "What's that over there?" But Jin immediately sensed something unusual about Akira. Kai told Akira to get in the car quickly, and she obeyed at once. Jin asked where she was going. As Akira opened the car door, she said, "You'll know when we get there." Jin obediently followed her words. He walked toward the car door, just one more step and he would have gotten in. Suddenly, a chill ran through his entire body. Jin immediately turned away. He was searching for something. This unusual action confused Akira. Akira asked Jin what was wrong after his strange behavior. This time he was truly different. He said nothing and remained silent. His body broke out in goosebumps again. He had no idea why he was feeling this way. At the airport, countless people were coming and going. He had no idea how many were in front of him, but I had already spotted 4 or 5 who looked identical. Amid the bustling crowd, Jin saw a familiar figure. The person had pale white hair and was dressed entirely in white. Jin tried to look more closely as the crowd began to thin out. The person he saw was Hong. Wang was at the airport, and behind him was another man accompanying him. His appearance was extremely fierce. It was unbelievable. They were only a few steps apart yet failed to recognize each other. Jin was recalling a voice. "Tell Master Wang." Akira kept asking him what was wrong. His face had completely changed color. Whatever this was, it must have been very important to him. Seeing the strange signs from Jin, Akira and Kai didn't know what to say either. They simply watched him. The car drove along the highway. It was already dark and the city lights had been turned on. Everyone in the car sat in silence, no one speaking. Akira looked at Jin's unusual expression. She wanted to ask but didn't dare to speak. Jin was probably still immersed in what had happened at the airport earlier. Akira couldn't hold it in any longer. "What's wrong? Is something bothering you?" Jin used his old trick again, playing innocent. "It's nothing, I'm just a little carsick." She shot back, "You, carsick." Jin cleverly changed the subject. "I'm fine, but where are we going now?" Akira said she had booked a room for him at a hotel. After such a long flight, he should rest early or he would be exhausted. Jin became cheerful like a child again when he heard where they were heading, Luna Hotel. Akira and Kai were speechless at how quickly he changed his mood. Jin asked Akira, "So is Master there?" She thought for a moment and replied, "Possibly." After that, he turned to look out the window at everything outside. It was strange. No one knew what Jin was holding in his heart to make him look so contemplative. After reaching land, Jack welcomed Seth and Rodney. Chairman Kang, you've worked hard today. Jack looked at the car, his expression somewhat dissatisfied. Rodney disdainfully pointed at the car Jack had brought. What kind of arrangement is this? Jack was annoyed that his effort was criticized like that. I didn't have enough time, so just make do with this car. Seth didn't want to waste any more time. Let's go. The other two immediately followed. The moon continued to watch over their actions. After driving for a while, they reached the highway. Rodney pouted sulkily. I told you to let me drive. Jack said that was impossible. He didn't even have an international license, so how could he drive? Rodney couldn't believe his ears. He hadn't expected Jack to have a license. Even so, he still didn't want to believe it and asked again, so you really have one? Jack confidently pursed his lips. Exactly, I've taken care of everything. Rodney grumbled, fine, suit yourself. Seth sat in the back like an awkward third wheel between his two subordinates. The traffic light turned red and they stopped among the line of cars. Seth asked Jack how much longer until they arrived. Jack replied, quite a while, sir, you should rest a bit. Seth seemed impatient but had no other choice. He closed his eyes and rested for a moment as Jack suggested. Meanwhile, the car continued smoothly toward the destination. At a strangely designed building, heavily guarded with dozens of guards at every entrance, they had arrived. The guard saw their car and signaled them to stop, not allowing entry. Raz rolled down the window. It's me. Come on, let me through. Seeing Raz, the guard ordered the others to clear the way, letting him pass. The car slowly and gently moved into the building. As soon as the car stopped, Seth immediately got out. He seemed to enjoy the moon. Here he could admire its beauty fully. Then someone approached to greet him. Welcome, Chairman Kang. It was Doan, smiling at Seth, hoping everything was ready. Seth did not respond, only stared at him. A few minutes later, a four-seater car arrived behind them. Seeing it, Doan said, they're all set too. Seth didn't understand what he meant. The door opened, the inside pitch black, only two eyes shining. It seemed someone had stepped out. They moved toward them. To Seth's surprise, it was Master Hong along with the person who had accompanied him at the airport. Today, Seth froze upon seeing him. This person had a strange aura. He walked without revealing his feet as his outfit concealed everything. Doan bowed to Master Hong. Master. He pointed, Master, please follow this path. The man followed his guidance. Suddenly, Master Hong stopped, leaving Doan puzzled. He turned his head back, his face alien-like. It turned out Wang was looking at Seth. Seth stared back silently. Wang looked at him for a long moment, then moved elsewhere, as if he had noticed something unusual about Seth's body. Jack, standing behind Seth, also sensed the oddity in Hong's gaze, but didn't understand what it meant. Wang asked Doan about the boss. Are you joining too? His people reek of blood. John did not understand why his master spoke that way. John wanted to explain but stammered. No, he is, then pointed toward Z. Hong realized something. He widened his eyes. So this is him. Seth probably didn't understand either. He stood quietly, staring into Hong's eye. Rodney behind couldn't take it anymore and stepped forward. What is he talking about? Old man, Wang probably doesn't want the eyes anymore. He turned and walked on. Yes, Wang left with his disciples, leaving Seth's group behind. Before departing, he said he hoped this long trip would be worthwhile. Seth turned out to be tense as well. A drop of sweat slowly rolled down his face. Startled, he raised his hand to wipe it off. Jack thought the man was rude. Rodney felt the same. I don't understand his eyes. Seth stood still, deep in thought. What is going on? He called to his subordinates. Let's go. Both replied in unison. Yes, sir. At the Royal Hotel in Japan, nearly all rooms were booked. Jin returned to his room to rest after a long journey. He meditated, but his face looked unwell. Had something happened? His mind was engulfed in darkness. Suddenly, an old man with white hair and attire appeared. When he turned, it was Master Hong. The encounter at the airport seemed to have left an impression. He turned, his face frightening. Jin quickly opened his eyes to dispel the image. It was terrifying. He sat on the bed, panting, his face soaked in sweat. Then a knock came at the door. Jin ran to open it. Outside was Seth's mother. He was relieved to see his elder sister safe. She entered, apologizing for making him come unexpectedly. Though still tired, Jin said he was fine. But before he could finish, something prevented him from speaking. Behind his elder sister stood Sakurai, his body bandaged. Suddenly, Hong's words flashed in his mind. At that moment, Sakurai said to Jin, nice to meet you. Jin was puzzled why this person appeared behind his elder sister. He sat up straight on the bed, while the two of them stood by the doorway. No one spoke. Jin spoke first, asking who this person was. She pointed to him, saying she called him to assist Jin. Jin wondered, assist me. His elder sister cheerfully explained that Sakurai would help him train in the coming period. Jin said nothing. He seemed to trust her completely. She then looked at Sakurai. His face showed displeasure. Sakurai closed his eyes, recalling past events. She widened her eye. She asked Sakurai, what are you doing? He seemed startled by how she concealed her weapon, so he said nothing. She lifted her sword. Shall I help you think more clearly? Her strong presence overwhelmed Sakurai. He bowed and quickly drew a hidden weapon. Even with his face bleeding heavily, his attack speed remained unaffected. Sakurai threw the hidden weapon toward her, but she stood unmoved. These attacks were nothing compared to her, requiring only a warning. The swordswoman had dealt with everything. Both sides stared at each other, each wanting to take down the other. Sakurai swung the crescent blade into the air. What move was he planning? At a certain height, he sharply pulled the chain connected to the blade. The crescent blade immediately lunged toward her. It resembled a death sigh. She stood on tiptoe to gain momentum. When the blade fell, she was no longer there. She darted swiftly toward Sakurai. Gata couldn't believe his eyes at her speed. The three remaining faces remained expressionless. Sakurai gripped the chain tightly and pulled it again. The crescent blade followed closely behind her, but she was unfazed. She grasped the chain beside her, a sudden move. She threw the sword in her hand, driving it straight into Sakurai's shoulder. The force pinned him firmly against the mesh wall behind him. He tried to bear the pain to pull the sword out but couldn't. Sensing something strange, Sakurai paused, seemingly searching. Before his eyes, she was nowhere to be seen, only smoke. She had approached, grabbed her sword, and pulled it out. The sword disassembled at the joints, turning into a whip. She used it to wrap tightly around Sakurai's neck. Gata could no longer endure and turned to look at her. Seeing he could do nothing, Sakurai surrendered and admitted defeat. She glared at him to intimidate him. That was what happened in the previous match. Sakurai closed his eyes, ending the recount. Jin cheerfully asked him, "So I'll be your lesson worth learning then." She happily leaned on her hand. Big Sis agreed, while Sakurai was not happy at all. Outside the building at Osaka Stadium, Seth's footsteps echoed through the hallway. Behind him were Rodney and Jack. They kept a distance from their master, holding onto the door handle. Click, he opened the door. Behind were Ryushin and Ryunasu. They turned to look at him. Both immediately saluted, clasping hands and bowing respectfully, preparing to enter the room with the two others. He made no move. Ryujin spoke, "Everything is ready." He kept staring without responding, his expression unchanged. Ryunosuke reported, "Everyone has gathered at this location. The computers are running at full capacity." Zet looked back, observing everyone in the room working. Zet looked at the large screen, showing images of familiar characters. He put his hands in his pockets and observed each person in turn. There were 9 people in total, including Higaria Joan, Pai, Kai, Sakurai, Xing, Captiva Wang, and his mother. Including Zet, there were 10 participants. Zet stared at his mother's photo for a long time, frowning, unsure of her next move. Zet was lost in thought, unable to break free while looking at his mother's image. Ryunosuke approached. They would begin registration tomorrow. He said many people from around the world want to bet on this tournament. Everyone in the room was busy with their computers. Ryujin had researched the betting amounts. The minimum was $100,000. Zet immediately spoke. He wasn't interested in that trivial money. This made Ryujin appear hesitant. He stood before the screen, casting a massive shadow. Let them take it if they want. He didn't care. Zet turned, his face radiating overwhelming presence, for his purpose here was to fight. They felt this invisible pressure. It was incredibly strong. Ryushin and Ryunosuke were scared. They immediately looked away to avoid him. He knew they understood. He said nothing further, turning back to the large screen, continuing to study the images carefully. He focused only on 2 people, his mother and the Emperor. His face darkened. He stared intently at those 2 images. Truly, the main character's aura was unmatched. Early the next morning, sunlight filled the area, a car speeding along the road. Akira and Sakurai sat in the front seats. Jin and Seth's mother were in the back. After some time, the car finally stopped in the city center. As it halted, all present members immediately got out. Jin kept staring in one direction. Was he sensing something no one else knew? The 4 remained silent, quietly entering the narrow alley. It turned out to be a corridor, the lights off, the exit so bright it was dazzling. They advanced step by step toward the exit, looking as if ascending to heaven. This was where the people on the screen had gathered. Mom will confidently step in with Jin, ready for this battle. Sakurai and Akira follow closely behind them. From afar, Seth notices that familiar figure only. To see it's his mother, but neither of them speaks. He glances ahead. Master Hong steps forward, wearing a full-length outfit that covers his legs, seemingly indicating that the kids have all arrived. He walks in from the hallway with Din right behind him. Everyone in the room falls silent without coordination. Each person probes the others with their eyes. John breaks the heavy atmosphere. He steps forward, arms wide open, welcoming everyone and thanking them for being fully present. Everyone in the room turns to look at him. John continues, hoping they won't feel too tense. For now, they are here to get acquainted with each other. The fighting will be left for tomorrow. The camera pans to each face of the people in the room. John begins to explain, as everyone knows the game starts as soon as the doors close. To end the game, they must participate in fierce battle, either surrender or fight until the opponent falls. John mentions a few notes. However, accidents here are random. Their lives always hang by a thread. John smiles, though not very friendly. Therefore, whether to stop or risk their lives depends on the decision of each player present. Suddenly, he feels surprise, annoyed. Those present before him remain completely unmoved after hearing about the game. John is also surprised by this, not a bit shaken, impressive. He laughs and continues, then next. What John is about to announce shocks everyone. Participants can choose their own opponents. He further explains, each participation grants $100,000, and winning earns an additional $100,000. Additionally, the winner receives 10% of the betting pool. Hearing such a big incentive, Hagaria strokes his chin, feeling excited. Then let's start with the kid over there. He points to his right, selecting the boy standing nearby. Unexpectedly, that person is Seth. He says nothing, but his face shows irritation at being called a kid. Veins bulge on his face and neck. Captiva steps forward slowly to choose his opponent. He stops in front of Seth's mother and asks if she will be his opponent. Captiva stares at her, but how can he see through when there is so much hair in front? Seth's mother says nothing. Like mother, like son, their hairstyles are quite similar. I can't wait any longer. He steps in front of John, leaving John and Pierre puzzled. But how could I see through Kai's lenses and guess whom he selects as his opponent? Without him speaking, BA rubs his head in frustration. Oh, the gray-haired one has been taken. He turns to find another opponent. BA tells Sakurai, relax with me, uncle. His face shows disdain. BA smiles at him and Sakurai glances at him, then looks forward silently. Sakurai steps aside, leaving Pierre confused. Hey, Sakurai moves closer to Master Hong. He bows respectfully and politely offers, does he have this honor already? Master Wang turns to Sakurai, traditional martial arts, not bad. Sakurai says nothing, raising his head, and responds, but not against him. Master Hong feels puzzled. He doesn't know what Sakurai intends. Sakurai introduces the person behind him. He will fight in this battle instead. No one else but Jin. He must be nervous facing Hong. As for Hong, is it just me, or does he seem excited when seeing this opponent? He chuckles, revealing yellowed teeth. Does Sakurai really want Jin to fight him? Wang strokes his beard. He thinks Jin doesn't even know who stands before him. Know me, kid? Wang asks Jin. Sakurai remains silent. Jin asks Master Hong back, why? He didn't expect to dare question him. Wang also doesn't understand. Jin seriously says, how can you be sure you will win, Master Hong? Hong freezes for a moment at the counter question. He smiles smugly, very interesting. Wang turns to look at Seth's mother. She has received the invitation to be Captiva's opponent. She senses Wang's gaze and responds with a displeased look. Wang narrows his eyes, thinking the fun is just beginning. Then he leaves, surprising Sakurai and Jin. Wang steps toward Pierre. He can sense him coming. BA turns to the old man beside him. Who is this old guy? Wang, of modest height, looks up at Pierre. Wang wants to fight him. He'd never seen a Western-style sword before. Could PA broaden his horizon? He glanced down. So Wang wanted to fight him, huh? But he wasn't interested in some old geezer. Hong seemed to have an underbite, and whenever he smiled, only his lower teeth showed. Wang looked pretty annoyed at being mocked as a fake grandmaster. Sakurai and Jin also turned to see what was going on. He was about to look for an opponent somewhere else. Suddenly Din called him back. Hey kid. Din stopped short and flashed an arrogant, contemptuous smile. You think you're qualified to challenge our master? Jin just wondered why that old man was being called master. Din looked vicious, and on closer look, he was missing an ear. He had to be his opponent. Jin said nothing, only stared at him, as if silently accepting this matchup. In the end, everyone had chosen their opponent. John spoke up and declared, all right, so everyone's decided. He raised his voice, telling everyone to be ready to fight tomorrow. Tomorrow's matches are Morset vs. Hagaria and the Examiner Lady vs. Captiva. Jian vs. Kai, Wang vs. Pierre, and Jin vs. Jin Dong. Announcement to everyone, the first match begins tomorrow. Today they only came to decide opponents, so this is enough for today. Everyone go home. At the high school it was already dark, but the streetlights were on. Peter was sitting in the principal's office, watching something on the computer. The bright screen reflected clearly in his glasses. It turned out Peter was also monitoring tomorrow's matches. The screen showed who would be facing whom. Peter studied it closely. Their morning choices had been updated live for everyone watching. Peter sat in thought, not knowing how to stop this. Suddenly, a knock on the principal's office door startled him. The person outside opened the door. Peter stood up politely. It was the prosecutor, who had come a long way to see him. Peter invited the prosecutor inside so they could talk more easily. He sat down and apologized for what had happened. Right now, he just wanted to confirm that Chairman Kang was in Osaka. Peter replied that yes, as he already knew. The prosecutor asked Peter, so what do you want now? Peter didn't answer right away. He picked up his iPad and searched for something. Peter set the iPad on the table and told the prosecutor to take a look. As it came closer, the prosecutor thought for a moment. He stared at it and couldn't believe his eyes. He had no idea what this was. On the iPad was a list of people in a game, along with the matchups that would take place. Peter explained that it was a game. The prosecutor frowned. A game? Peter continued. It's an extremely dangerous game. Participants gamble with their lives. The The prosecutor couldn't believe something like this existed. He was stunned. Peter asked whether the prosecutor could stop it. The prosecutor said he was trying to contact the Japanese police, but it wasn't easy. Peter earnestly begged him to find a way. The prosecutor went on, "If anything happens to the young master, my daughter will be devastated." The prosecutor truly didn't know what to do, and he also knew his daughter would suffer. "If anything happens to the boy, the police will pass the information to Japan." Captiva sat outside the hotel, heating his axe over a roaring flame. A shadow approached from behind. The person walked up and asked, "Why are you out here instead of going into the hotel, Captiva?" He turned to see who it was. It was Higaria wearing a friendly smile. Captiva didn't answer. He turned back to the fire. Captiva went back to his unfinished work, chopping small iron rods with the axe. Higaria asked, "Why not throw a celebration when your opponent is just an old East Asian woman?" Captiva didn't care and said something unrelated. "Hey buddy, I've got a request." Under the moonlight and the flickering fire, Captiva told Higaria, "If something happens to me, I want you to take me back to town." Higaria was surprised by his friend's request. "What's going on?" Captiva offered a few thoughts, saying he wanted to give Higaria some advice as a friend. Higaria looked at him, confused. Captiva lifted the axe. "If you value your life, give up tomorrow's fight." Higaria got angry, thinking his friend was being disrespectful. What was he implying? Did Captiva think he'd lose to those kids? Captiva said nothing, looking at his friend, unsure how else to persuade him. Higaria smiled confidently. "Just watch." He looked up at the hotel. He told his friend to watch how he'd go in and knock their teeth out. Higaria stared up at the hotel, but with so many rooms, which one was he looking at? Seth's image flashed in his mind, yet Captiva looked disappointed. He wasn't talking about that kid at the Royal Hotel in Japan. In some room, 3 people were meeting and discussing their plans. Moon turned to praise his son. "Well done." After seeing what he had prepared, John bowed his head to accept his father's compliment. "It's nothing, sir." "Father, please don't say that. Bringing in such a large sum of money, it's all thanks to you." Moon observed the recent situation. There were many rumors about Master Hong participating in this tournament, so many people were willing to pay to watch him fight. Moon remembered another matter. "What about the South?" John reported. "Currently, there isn't much money being bet, probably because not many people know the match is about to happen." Moon thought the same as his son, but they couldn't blame anyone. After all, no match like this had ever taken place before. Once the opening match begins, everything would change. From now until then, they needed to raise the prize money. Don't ask, how so? Moon focused on the screen. "Just look at the betting board first." On the betting board, the amount placed on the contestants kept increasing. The highest was on Z. Moon looked at his son's entry, and the amount bet on him was also significant. Moon turned to ask his son again, "Are you sure you want to participate in this tournament?" John replied that he just wanted to test how far his own fighting ability had reached. Moon seemed reluctant to let his son enter this fierce battle. If he lost in the first match, he would have no chance to sit in his grandfather's seat. John responded briefly, "Yes, I will keep that in mind." Moon glanced at the betting board for Seth and Higaria. "Wait, what's this rate?" John explained that Higaria was a nationally renowned fighter. Meanwhile, President Kang was still young, so many people bet on him. Moon just said, "Oh," in response. After hearing his son's explanation, Moon said, "Bet on President Kang, the payout could be huge." John followed his father's advice. Moon shifted his attention to another match, Captiva and Mother Zeth. Seeing her picture, his face darkened. Finally, that woman decides to show up. He placed a $1 million bet on her. John looked at his father, confused by the large sum. Moon affirmed she cannot lose. Moon explained she is the only reason Master Hong came down the mountain. John still had doubts and wasn't entirely convinced, but he still followed his father's advice. Outside the hotel, everything remained calm, while in another room, a group of people were also watching the matches. The pairing board was public, so anyone could view and bet on anyone. Ryu Shin noticed the numbers increasing and guessed that those people had already paid. Ryu Nasuk turned to ask Jia Hiu, "So it's their turn now, right?" Ryu Shin pondered, hesitating on whether to go all in on this woman. Then he pointed directly at Seth's mother. "I'm really curious about her abilities." Ryunasuk looked at another match. He would choose this boy. His finger pointed at Seth's picture. Ryu Shin said, "This feels like an all-in bet." Before Red could react, Ryunasuk started rolling his shoulders. "Exactly, they don't have much information about these people. Western bettors also place few bets. They only put money in when they feel like pushing the odds." Ryu Shin rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "So what should you do now?" Ryunasuk reassured. "Don't worry. If you want to know who's strong or weak, just place money on them." 2 more matches appeared on the board. Wang versus Pier, Jin versus Jin. The next morning, the time for the battle had arrived. Sunlight illuminated everywhere. At the arena, cameras had been set up to capture every frame of the match. Behind the glass, there were countless cameras. Akira asked Seth, "Is your suit okay?" He replied, "It's fine." Seth's mother turned to ask Jin, "Are you ready?" Jin answered, "Yes." Captiva and Higaria were also ready to start the battle. John, like his opponents, looked forward to the start of the match. Ryunasuk and Ryu Shin, also began monitoring live at the same time. Pierre was probably confident he would win easily. Masters Wang and Jin were always ready to fight. The loudspeaker announced that the match conditions would depend on the total amount bet. That meant many people were eager to see this tournament. The first match was set. Seth remained composed, showing no sign of weakness. Higaria suddenly lowered his head, appearing tense, then broke into a satisfied smile. "It's time," Higaria confidently looked at Seth. "Time to deal with that brat." Seth's followers bowed their heads. "Good luck, boss." Seth heard Higaria's words and did not like them at all. The loudspeaker announced both fighters were on the ring. Their every move was captured by the cameras and live-streamed to the people who had placed bets. Higaria trudged forward. He climbed onto the ring step by step, confident, handsome as ever. The cameras kept rolling. They looked like chess pieces for other people to bet on. Higaria was pumped. Wearing a smug grin, he asked, "Hey kid, did you put on a diaper yet?" Seth couldn't be bothered to answer something that stupid. Higaria wouldn't stop. "Or should I help you diaper up and rock you like your mommy does?" That really set Seth off. You could see it in his glare and the veins bulging at his temples. Higaria kept running his mouth as he stepped closer. "Oh, not scared?" He leaned in close to Seth's face. "Looks like you haven't seen what happened to those kids. Where's the kid who fought me before, huh? Those little punks were just as mouthy as you, so I knocked out a few teeth and snapped some fingers." Only then did Seth finally speak, probably sick of this loudmouth. "You talk too much." Higaria shot him a furious look. "Oh, so you're choosing the option where your neck gets snapped, huh?" The MC announced the greeting ritual was over. The total prize money for this match was $4.3 million, and the house would take a 10% cut. Higaria stayed cocky. This money looked like an easy bite. The MC continued. "As they said earlier, there are no rules here." Seth stared at his opponent. The MC declared the fight officially started. Higaria provoked him. "Come on, what?" But before he could finish, a hand flashed up. Not even a few seconds in, Seth threw a hook into Higaria's face. He must have been holding it in for a while. Higaria's face twisted from the impact. A deep imprint of the punch marked his cheek. Seth said nothing, only watched his opponent. The power was terrifying. Higaria staggered back up. He cursed Seth, calling him a dog. He glared like he wanted to tear Seth apart. Higaria lunged at Seth and grabbed his collar. He pivoted his foot, setting up his next move, just like in the diagram. I figured Higaria was trying to slam Seth to the ground, but to Seth, this was child's play. Higaria strained with everything he had to throw him. Suddenly, Seth slapped Higaria hard across the ear. The blow was so strong it shocked the eardrum inside Higaria's ear. He was no longer confident or overbearing. Right after that, he wobbled. A few seconds later, a large amount of ketchup started pouring from his ear. Only then did Seth smile, looking like a devil. After that slap, Higaria couldn't stay upright. He reeled. More tomato ketchup ran out of his ear. This was probably exactly what Seth expected. Higaria couldn't counterattack anymore. He clutched his head and stumbled around. Higaria's face was drenched in sweat. The ketchup from his ear showed no sign of stopping, nearly covering his whole face. Seth stood still, stone-faced, watching his opponent slowly collapse. Higaria didn't want the fight to end that easily. He kept shaking his head, trying to stay conscious. Higaria still refused to give up. He turned back to stop Seth from leaving. "Wait," even after taking a hit that brutal, his mouth was still filthy. "I'm not done with you yet." Seth tilted his head, lowered it in thought, then looked up again as if searching for something. Seth studied the cameras packed tightly together. Every single movement in here was being recorded. Seth shot back. "With threats like that, is it still not enough?" The MC behind the cameras was a little scared by the question but said nothing. Seth's mother and Jin were also watching closely. She looked a little sorrowful seeing her son like this, but she didn't know what to say. People in other rooms were watching too. Ha felt truly panicked. Captiva sat motionless after seeing her friend ignore the warning. Jan and Moon found it pretty entertaining, mixed with excitement, because if Seth won, they'd win their bet. Master Hong and Jin were the same as everyone else. They were watching this fight too. Seth's patience was probably at its limit now. He asked Higaria, "You really want to take this all the way?" Even though he was struggling just to stand, Higaria still wouldn't quit. Hard to say if it was grit or just being tough as nails. Seth stood still. No one knew what he was thinking. You could call Higaria brave too, I guess. Even after that slap, he wasn't scared and kept talking trash. "You dog." Higaria roared in anger, swearing he'd send Seth to meet God. Before he could finish, something smashed into his face, fast and precise down to the millimeter. Seth had run out of patience. He burst forward at a terrifying speed. With a single straight punch to the face, Seth sent Higaria flipping backward. He's tall, sure, but it looked like his pants were about to fall down. This time Higaria really couldn't get back up. He was out cold. Seth straightened his clothes and walked away. Higaria lay still on the floor, his face distorted after that punch. No telling if he was even breathing. Seth glanced at him once. "Nonsense, Ryunosuke and Ryushin are celebrating because they're sure they've won." "Delicious," Ryunosuke thinks proudly. "See that old man. I told you he makes perfect predictions." Ryushin asks, "So should we bet on a next?" Ryunosuke points to Master Wang and Pierre's upcoming match. The match about to start is between Master Wang and Pierre. Both arrive at the arena. Master Wang steps in slowly. He looks like an alien. Pierre hasn't witnessed Master Wang's power yet. He rubs his head in frustration having to fight this old man, about to fall into the pit yet still wanting to fight, despite this arrogance. Master Wang remains unfazed. Pierre continues, "Hey old man, are you sure you can still fight? And with bare hands too." Pierre draws his sword, at least wield a sword while fighting, otherwise just give up early. He doesn't want to be known as a coward pushing the old man into the sea. Master Wang tilts his head, eyes closed, seemingly thinking. The MC announces that bets are closed. Before he finishes, Master Wang speaks. "You're strong too, hope you can give him a thrill." Sensing the threat, Pierre remains unshaken. This isn't a sport. The old man might fall before feeling any thrill. Master Wang hesitates for a few seconds. "So if you can't defeat him, you'll be the first to hit the ground." Pierre finds it ridiculous. Look at who's talking. Their swords cross, forming an X. Looks like the old man is ready to meet his ancestors. Seeing the boastful kid, Master Wang chuckles. He smiles wryly. The MC announces the official start. Pierre flies at Master Wang, gripping his sword and thrusting hard. But for his level, that speed is just a poke. Wang easily dodges. Pierre can't believe his eyes that he can dodge. Master Wang shows no fear or surprise. Then he refocuses, using his other sword to strike Pierre. Pierre attacks with maximum speed. True to a master's reputation, Wang, though old, is agile. He avoids light strikes. Pierre tries but cannot touch a hair on him. Panic sets in. Sweat pouring, spectators are stunned. Everyone is focused except Rodney. Observing the speed, he wonders, how can he strike so fast? Unbelievable. Rodney's eyes widen. He didn't expect him to reach such speed. In the arena, Master Wang dodges without striking back, almost taunting. Pierre gasps, why can't he touch him? He's truly panicked, as they say, counting your chickens before they hatch. Will he give in this time? Master Wang says, "Don't expect luck like a woman, kid." Pierre is scared, suddenly exhausted. Meanwhile, somehow Master Wang is right in front of him. "Is that all you can do, kid?" Pierre shivers at the old man's speed. He regains focus, jumping back to flee. Stopping just in time, he breaks. Pierre pants, what the hell is that old man? He can't believe his eyes, that skill is beyond human. But after a few seconds of losing focus, Master Wang vanishes before Pierre. Suddenly he appears behind like a demon. Pierre spins around in shock. Damn, he swings 180 degrees but too late. Master Wang moves so lightly the opponent can't track him. This is a Western swordsman's move. By the time Pierre spots him, it's too late. Master Wang strikes Pierre's waist. As expected, the tall young man is lightly thrown. He doesn't exert effort. Pierre is airborne, unable to perceive due to pain. Pierre crashes into the wall. After impact, he struggles to stand but fails. Master Wang approaches, looking like a demon from hell. Command, get up. Then taunts, stand up and beg the old man. Wang orders, stand up, try begging the old man. He tilts his head challengingly. Pierre realizes he's nothing compared to the old man. His face turns pale. Master Wang eyes him like a predator, watching a struggling prey. Pierre suddenly speaks, enough, that's it. He doesn't understand why. Could it be he's accepting defeat easily? Pierre holds his injured hand, using his sword to stand. The old man is really strong. Pierre admits defeat, acknowledging Wang's victory. But it seems Master Hong wasn't too pleased with this victory. Jiang spread his arms wide and shouted to declare his surrender. I BSD fan. Suddenly Master Hong stepped forward toward him. You want to surrender, you say you accept defeat. Unfortunately, he couldn't finish his sentence. Hong's hand flashed, leaving Pierre no time to react. By the time he realized it, it was too late. Hong struck straight at Pierre's throat. Pain surged through him and he coughed up a pile of tomato sauce. Hong's face remained unchanged as he slowly lowered his hand. His expression looked like a starving goblin. The hand that had attacked Pierre was covered in red, with bits of flesh sticking to it. You think you can end the game that easily? The previous attack left a large hole in Pierre's throat. He was in pain but helpless, with tomato sauce flowing more and more. Hong tossed the piece of flesh on the ground. The nerves were still twitching, looking horrifying and brutal. Pierre painfully held the wound to avoid losing too much tomato sauce, while Hong stood admiring his work. Hong approached, not caring how much pain Pierre was in. If you're ready to take someone's life, then you must also be prepared for others to do the same to you. A look of delight appeared on his face as he hit his target. At that moment, Pierre struggled to look up at him. This ruthless, brutal move left him with a lesson he would never forget. Hong still showed no mercy. What he wanted was Pierre's life. He picked up and threw a rock. Pierre was instantly lifted lightly into the air. The impact on his wound caused even more tomato sauce to spill out. Now he looked like a mole with sharp hands, yellow teeth, long nails, and pitch-black eyes. Hong slammed both hands down, attacking Pierre's head and temples directly. The hole in his throat had stopped bleeding, but this was far from a good sign. Soon his eyes, nose, mouth, and the wound on his neck all began oozing tomato sauce. The attack was so cruel that Pierre collapsed to his knee. Then he fell, motionless, unsure if he was still breathing. Pierre lay on the ground as tomato sauce kept flowing from his facial features. Hong smiled happily at his work. I'm starting to fear him now. He looked around, then up at the camera as if it were an accident. Oh no, can he even take someone's life here? Viewers witnessing the episode's brutal moves were extremely anxious. Z's mother and Jin didn't show much fear. But if you looked closely, they were sweating. Seth's side was no different. They were genuinely afraid of this master. Seth quietly observed the fight, saying he wasn't worried would be a lie. Unlike the previous match where John was happy to win the bet, now he clutched his throat, recalling the past with that damn old man. In the past, during training, he had faced the exact same situation. Now he was terrified, unsure what to do, only able to stand still. Hong had used the same move before on John. He looked at him without speaking, though he left a path to survival. His nails had pierced John's throat. He was just moments from death. John shuddered, recalling that memory, if back then he had. On the prosecutor's side, they were also watching the match on a tablet. He angrily stood up. This is already taking someone's life. The prosecutor was furious but powerless. The principal knew this would happen, yet stopping it was extremely difficult. Bets were increasing. In the first match, Hagoria was eliminated. By the second match, bets had reached over $900,000. Moreover, Pierre had even been killed in this match. Currently, there are 3 matches left: Juan versus Kai, Z's mother versus Captiva, Jin versus Zing. The total bets have reached nearly $49 million. The MC announced, Kai's house will not allow betting in the next match, which is John versus Kai. The match begins. Kai and John rush at each other but wearing glasses, so no fear of breaking them, charging straight at the eyes. This match seems milder without as much interaction as before. Elsewhere, Jin sits in meditation. He imagines fighting Hong. For some reason, Hong smiles and he exerts all his strength to strike him. Unable to endure it, Jin wakes up immediately. His eyes had just witnessed something horrifying. Jin inhales and exhales to calm himself. Seth's mother enters. He doesn't know why she's looking for him. She informs Jin that John and Kai's match is over. Jin is surprised it ended so quickly. She slowly says, so the next match will be your turn. On the arena floor, John is gasping after defeating Kai. The MC announces John as the winner. John's face is battered, but he is still the victor. Kai lies motionless. On the ground, I just hope Han is still breathing after that insanely cool style. The last match had barely ended when the MC immediately introduced the next one, Jin Kun from South Korea. And on China's side are 2 senior female disciples. I can't believe they showed up this fast. Dai said nothing. He slowly got to his feet and prepared for the fight. She looked at him, not knowing what to say. Seth's mother told Jin to be extremely careful. His opponent is the heir to the engraved sigil. Jin encouraged his sister. It'll be fine. Step by step, Jin walked toward the ring, his stride steady, just like his attitude and persistence. Jin stepped out of the corridor into the blinding lights of the arena. He swore to himself he wouldn't lose to that guy so easily. Jin waited at the edge, ready. The guy had already unbuttoned his jacket and was about to charge in. Jin flashed an unfriendly grin. Personally, I hate that. Jin, with the air of a well-behaved kid, simply glared at his opponent. Jin didn't know if he'd win or lose, but I've noticed something. The one who talks the most usually loses. The guy said he'd heard Jin's crew fought like BD. So you're probably just like those women, huh? Jin stayed silent. Why don't you just drop your pants right now? He sneered, full of himself. Jin would show him. Din didn't get it. Show him what exactly? Oh, Jin's tone turned serious like a real man. His martial arts would be the answer. The MC announced the match had begun. Jin smiled and took off his outer jacket. The guy stepped toward Jin while Jin stood still, not moving. Jin was taller and more powerfully built, but who would win still depended on what came next. The guy's behavior was hard to read. Jin raised a hand and wore a smug smile. He'd been grinning like that since the moment he appeared. Jin couldn't be bothered with the opponent in front of him. He lightly tapped the back of the guy's hand. Neither of them spoke, staring into each other's eyes as if probing for an opening. Suddenly, the guy clamped down hard on Jin's hand. Dai didn't understand what he was trying to do. Jin pulled his arm back, then forced Jin's hand down. His face was full of contempt. Jin couldn't take it anymore. He glared at the bastard in front of him, visibly annoyed. Jin yanked his arm free with force, throwing the guy off balance. A huge hand shot in fast, trying to slam Jin's head down. He underestimated Jin's strength. Jin darted aside to dodge, then drove a straight kick into Din's leg. Big body, but that's about all he's got. Jin dropped to one knee, yet still whipped a kick at him. He aimed precisely at Din's neck. Din clenched his teeth. Otherwise, a few teeth would have been gone. Jin kicked Din flying off the ring. He slid a long distance. No longer looking tough, he lay motionless on the ground. Jin looked at him with disdain and taunted. You're not getting up to run your mouth again. Din stayed still, not twitching. Who knows what he was planning next. Turns out he wasn't unconscious at all. This old bastard just likes to laugh. Din slowly stood up and worked his neck where Jin's kick had flattened him. Bones popped back into place, click, click. Din turned to look at him, still wearing that signature grin. So he really had been underestimating him. Not sure if that was Din praising Jin, but not bad. Dai was the opposite, his face showed nothing at all. Not wanting to waste time, the two of them went right back to trading blows. Without any signal, their bodies moved at once, but Jin was several times faster. He beat him by a full step, driving a knee straight into Din's chin. The motion was beautiful. Did everyone think Din was about to pass out? Look closely, he actually dodged the knee, missing by just a few centimeters. Jin realized this was getting tricky. He was airborne now, making it hard to evade. Jin swung his muscular hand and smashed hard into the side of the ribs. Jin watched tensely to see if Din was affected. Din didn't hesitate, he lunged in, grabbed something, and seized Jin by the hair. Everyone remember, don't keep long hair when you fight. Jin poured strength into his hand and attacked Din. The speed was too fast for him to dodge, especially with Jin gripping his head. Jin slammed a brutal palm strike into his face. The impact was terrifying, warping his features. On top of that, his hair got messed up. Jin pressed Din's head hard into the ground. The big body crashing down made a heavy, dragging sound. Din had fallen into a dazed state. He watched every one of Din's movements. Even though Jin had won, Anna didn't look happy at all. Sakurai noticed her expression. Seth quietly watched the entire match without saying a word. Captiva's expression didn't change in the slightest. His face looked like he'd known this would happen. Jiang couldn't believe his eyes either. He never expected Jin to be this strong. I wonder what Hong's expression would be. He watched his disciple get beaten to a pulp, yet there wasn't a trace of pain or anguish on his face. Anna stood behind the door waiting. She praised Jin. Well done. He stepped forward toward her. Anna had watched the entire fight. The opponent wouldn't last another 5 minutes. Jin felt like a child again, giving a thumbs up. Just as I said, the MC's voice announced over the loudspeaker. The bookmaker had stopped accepting bets for the next match. Jin and Anna listened in silence. His expression was far from cheerful. Anna was next. It was her turn, he reminded her. Please be careful. Anna said nothing and stepped forward to the fight. Jin quietly watched his elder sister leave. Captiva did not delay either. Ga had left the room and headed to the next fight arena. Suddenly a hand gripped the wall tightly. It was Jin. He looked pained, leaning against the wall with difficulty. He held his waist, as if earlier he had tried not to show Anna his weakness. During the previous fight, Jin had injured his waist. His eyes blurred, his face drenched in sweat, yet he stayed alert to watch Anna's battle. Anna and Captiva had moved to the designated spot. Both remained silent. As soon as the MC announced the start of the fight, Captiva reached back, creating a rustling sound. Anna remained still, observing his intention. Unexpectedly, he threw a kite straight at her face, but the speed posed no real threat. Anna easily dodged the flying kite. Captiva, with his massive frame, jumped, attempting to strike her from above. Anna leapt away from her original position. Though Captiva wasn't as fast as her, his strength was formidable. He caught up to her speed and focused on her. He continued launching attacks directly at her. Captiva grabbed Anna's clothing, trying to hold her as long as possible, while his other hand wielded another kite. He was as huge as a bear. Captiva stared into her eyes. Anna returned the gaze, but for her, his moves were still simple. Anna easily kicked, sending her opponent's weapon flying. Despite being held, she kept her eyes on him. But her gaze held no hatred. Captiva's was the same. Though intimidating, his eyes only sought the fight. Captiva attacked her with 5 strikes. Anna evaded in time, but she let her guard down for a few seconds, unaware that an axe had already appeared in his hand. Anna immediately stepped back. Captiva hurled the axe. Unexpectedly, it struck Anna's chin. The wound was sizable, blood flowing. Anna was genuinely angry, her expression darkened, unable to believe her eyes. Captiva was similarly bloody. His head had been covered in blood without him noticing. The fight had no casual exchange, only the sounds of their strikes. Both charged at each other with high speed. Captiva launched 2 kites toward her. Anna was unarmed but unafraid. He attacked diagonally, making it hard for her to dodge in time. With Anna's speed, the attack had no effect. She gracefully evaded. Ignoring the increasing number of falling kites, she advanced toward him. Her speed was so immense that Captiva failed to notice an object flying toward his head. Anna kicked directly at Captiva's head. He took the hit. Captiva's bloodied face looked pitiful after the strike. He flew backward, dropping his weapon. Anna landed lightly, but his endurance was astonishing. His feet kept his balance. Captiva didn't fall. He reached back, aiming to grab another weapon. Anna had anticipated his next move. He picked up a weapon from the ground. It was the axe. Gritting his teeth, Captiva charged at Anna with determination. Her expression remained unchanged. She raised the weapon she had just grabbed. If she had been a moment slower, Captiva could have split her head. The kite Anna used was now chipped. His strength was terrifying. Anna hadn't fully recovered from blocking that attack. Just a few seconds of inattention and a straight kick to Anna's waist landed. He showed no mercy. Indeed, both were injured in the same area. The strike sent Anna flying. She soared freely over the arena floor. Anna regained her composure, surprised he had held on so long. She unbuttoned her coat and drew a weapon from her body. She spun midair, pulling out a sword wrapped tightly around her. Anna landed in time and braked to avoid impact. The sword began reassembling itself block by block. Her landing posture resembled Spider-Man. The sword had just finished reassembling. Anna stared at her opponent, ignoring the blood steadily dripping from her chin. Captiva said nothing, truly a man of few words. In this fight they conversed only through martial arts. He slowly drew his leg back, then lunged rapidly toward Anna. Despite his massive frame, he moved without any slowness. He charged forward with his weapon aimed at her. Sensing the moment, Anna swung her sword at him, catching Captiva off guard. He hadn't expected the sword to behave this way. She transformed her sword into a whip, wrapping it tightly around Captiva's arm. The whip constricted firmly. It was as sharp as a fishing line. Anna yanked the whip toward herself. By the time he realized, his arm had been severed in two. The speed and sharpness were terrifying. Captiva screamed in pain, yet he didn't cry out, suppressing it. He still wanted to attack. Anna looked at him, her expression truly terrifying. Captiva's hand, though severed, still clutched his weapon before slowly dropping to the ground. But unbelievably, before his hand even hit the ground, his foot was already right behind her. Captiva made my jaw drop. He treated his arm like a weapon and hurled it straight at her. Anna raised her hand to block it. She never expected he could actually throw his own arm. But she lost her guard and her line of sight, giving him the opening to appear right in front of her. Captiva clamped down on Anna's throat, squeezing hard. By now, Captiva clearly couldn't stay calm after losing a hand. He pinned her to the wall, giving her no chance to escape. His massive hand wrapped around Anna's slender neck. She was still dazed. By the time she realized something was coming at her, it was too late. Who would have thought Captiva's strength was this overwhelming? He drove his injured arm into her stomach with a brutal punch. The impact rippled through her body. It was terrifying. Captiva looked like he was reaching his limit, his eye bulging. After that punch, Anna didn't move at all. He thought this was his moment and raised his severed arm again. Did this lunatic feel no pain? Captiva clenched his teeth, his arm throbbing with agony. Then Anna spoke, ordering him to stop, and he didn't dare move another inch. Anna warned him, take one more step, and she couldn't guarantee his head would stay on his neck. Unbelievable, since when? Anna's sword was already tight around Captiva's throat. He couldn't believe his eyes, not even sure when she made her move. One look at her expression told him this wasn't a joke. Captiva stood still, not daring to move, knowing he was helpless. He closed his eyes to think, carefully scanning his surroundings. The boy worried about his mother's safety, even though they were in different places. Jin felt the same. Warner smiled, flashing gold teeth. Ha ha ha, he stroked his beard, more and more intrigued. He never expected the man could take Din's life. The victim's body was no longer intact, parts scattered everywhere. The neck and arms were mangled and the feet were no better. The announcer declared the winner, Anna Jin of South Korea. Inside the building, countless horrific fights were happening, yet outside it was perfectly calm. In the office, the staff kept working efficiently. The screen showed the betting totals for each fighter, nearly $13 million in all. Anna $9.3 million, John $5.4 million, Z $4.3 million, and finally Jin $1.2 million. Ryu was thrilled as the prize pool climbed. Ryunosuke grinned. Every match was exciting, and after the house took its cut, all the money would go to the winner. Ryu recalled Wang's gruesome scene and Anna's fight. Putting that aside, the old man and that woman were truly dangerous. But Ryunosuke only cared about money. Knowing that, betting on those two would have been a sure win. Ryu asked Ryunosuke who to back in the next match. He replied that according to the stats, the next odds didn't look good. Ryu glanced at the screen. What about the match between the director and that kid? Ryunosuke said. There was also Anna versus Joan, and after that, another match between two kids. Ryu wondered, what about the old man's match? He answered that the old man would fight last. Ryu asked, so Han predicts the old man will face Anna in the final? He looked at the group photo on the screen. Who knows? He said if anyone could know that in advance, they'd be filthy rich, so for now, they'd just watch. That night at a Japanese hotel, John and Kai talked in a locked room. John reached out for a handshake, praising Kai for fighting well. They shook hands. Kai was modest. Not at all, young master. I learned a lot from you as well, John replied with a smile. He was like that man too. There were a few things he wanted to say. Kai didn't understand what he meant, and John said, I heard you often train with Chairman Kang. Is that true? That question, did he want to know how strong that man really was? It matched Doan's curiosity, and he admitted it shyly. Yes, Kai shared that at first they were on the same level. John was surprised. Why at first? Kai spoke about the past. 2 years ago, that man's strength was beyond comparison. Doan couldn't believe it. Seth had already been that powerful 2 years ago. Kai asked Doan if he also wanted to hear about the woman named Anna. John said nothing, only listened. Kai described Anna's strength in simple terms. Even 10 men like him wouldn't be able to beat her. Hearing about Anna's power, John swallowed, steadied himself, and then walked out of the room. Kai bowed to Doan and wished him a good day. John was truly anxious. He didn't want Kai to see the fear on his face. John left and the door closed. He stared at it for a moment, then fell silent. Only after he was sure he was alone could Kai finally breathe a sigh of relief and sink into a chair to rest. Suddenly, his instincts warned him that something dangerous was coming. Kai turned toward the security cameras, and the computer monitors flared bright. Out of nowhere, Kwang appeared on the screen. He stared straight into the camera without saying a word, then slowly walked away and vanished. Kai saw everything he did, but he had no idea what the man was planning. Footsteps drew closer. They stopped right at the door. The door burst open and Kai sprang to his feet. His face trembled with fear as if he'd just seen something horrifying. Wang slowly stepped into the room, wearing a sinister smile. Well, he told Kai not to panic like that. Kai forced his voice out despite the terror. What brings Kwang Ha-ko here, sir? He laughed, revealing yellowed teeth. Wang wanted him to deal with the corpse in his room. Hearing that, Kai shuddered, unable to speak. Wang continued calmly. He didn't want to lose, and he even claimed to be their master. Kai stayed silent, while the man slowly walked up and stopped right beside him. Wang again showed that terrifying face and smile. Right now, he looked like a demon wearing human skin, and he demanded to know where the other contestants were. Kai seemed to guess what Wang would do next. He was tenser than ever, but still gathered the courage to ask. For what? Seeing that, the man sighed. Wang spoke irritably and threatened him. Kid, you don't want to know the reason. Don't stick your nose into this old man's business, got it? Kai said, sir, I don't have the authority to reveal that information. The man slowly stepped toward him. When words didn't work, Wang used force. He lunged at Kai like a blur, and Kai hurriedly drew his weapon to defend himself. But it was too late. Wang crushed his glasses with his bare hand, then grabbed him by the head. Wang slammed Kai's head into the wall. The weapon he meant to use flew away. Kai was terrified and wanted to escape, but it was nearly impossible. He was no match for Wang. Wang spoke. This old man had seen ketchup spill, so he couldn't sleep a wink. His instincts kept driving him to hunt for more prey, even though the next match wouldn't be for another 2 days. Kai trembled. He didn't dare move because he could be killed in an instant. Wang threatened him, forcing him to tell where the others were. The scene shifts elsewhere to a hospital. 2 men staggered along, Hagoria his head wrapped tightly in bandages, and beside him Captiva, his injured arm also bandaged. Hagoria asked Captiva if this was the price they had to pay for $1 million. Captiva instead felt lucky. Be glad they still got out alive. His buddy Hagoria pouted in annoyance and turned away. He walked ahead thinking that if he hadn't been so reckless and overconfident, things would have been different. Suddenly Captiva froze. Hagoria had no idea what was happening. He turned around as if he'd seen something behind them. Captiva stood completely still. Hagoria asked, "What is it, Captiva?" He didn't answer, but his face looked like he'd seen a ghost. Captiva gripped his weapon, as if preparing to charge into a fight to the death. Hagoria couldn't understand why his buddy was acting so strangely. He kept asking, "Who is it?" Whatever Hagoria saw made him flinch. In front of them, Kwang stepped out of the darkness like a demon. Hagoria still talked big, fearless. "Why would that old guy come snooping around here?" Captiva warned carefully. "This isn't the competition zone anymore." Only then did Hagoria realize just how dangerous this was. Wang watched them for a moment, then said, "Interesting." Just that simple sentence made Captiva feel the killing intent coming off Wang. Wang smiled again, terrifyingly. Well, a little Western brat can even sense my killing intent." His face looked smeared with ketchup and his sharp nails were horrifying. "Time to give you kids a ketchup bath." Hagoria stared at Kwang, feeling like he was a mad old man. "What?" Captiva glared at Wang. Hagoria still didn't sense the danger. "What's that guy who's halfway into the grave even talking about?" Captiva quickly raised his hand to cover his friend's mouth. He told Hagoria to back away. That only made his friend even more confused. Captiva said seriously, "He's the one who took Pierre's life." His face was full of fear. Hagoria couldn't believe his ears. "What?" Captiva bravely stepped in front of his friend. Too much had already happened while Hagoria was still arguing. At that moment, Kwang took small steps, his feet strangely hidden, moving toward them. The two watched his eerie movement, not knowing what to do. The tension was so intense they kept sweating. Unable to take it anymore, they raised their weapons and aimed at Kwang. Captiva glared and demanded, "Why us? We already lost our match." The old man Kwang rolled up his sleeves. Well, because you're the closest ones to me, of course." Captiva's current emotions were unclear, but his face clearly could not bear it any longer. Kwang, on the other hand, showed delight at being able to hunt. Captiva charged toward the elder with all his strength, then returned to the royal hotel in Japan. The The place was truly peaceful. Anna and Jin were meditating. The two figures seemed terrified by something they had seen. They sat across from each other in the room, silent. Outside, Sakurai was on guard when suddenly a figure approached. Anna seemed to recognize who it was and slowly opened her eye. The footsteps grew louder, signaling that someone was approaching. Anna's gaze showed worry, unsure of how to react. The visitor was none other than Seth, Anna's son. He requested Sakurai to let him see his mother. Sakurai was fulfilling his guard duty. She instructed him to wait. Seth showed visible irritation, his eyes threatening. But this did not faze Sakurai. He glared at Seth. Amid the tense atmosphere, Anna inside the room commanded. "Let him in." The tension eased slightly. Sakurai opened the door, allowing Seth to enter. Seth saw his mother but could not speak. Anna looked at her son, both troubled and heartbroken. She sat down first and said, "Sit." It was hard to feel maternal warmth between them, though she deeply loved him. Jin felt this conversation was not for him and intended to leave. But Anna said, "It's fine, just stand there." Jin, though uncomfortable, obediently followed Anna's instructions. Seth clearly did not like this. Nevertheless, he obediently sat where his mother directed. Anna spoke, "Is something wrong?" She forced a cheerful demeanor to hide her worry. "Act as if you might never see me again." Seth remained still, looking at her without a word. He asked an unrelated question. "Was it that old man?" Anna looked surprised, not understanding the question. Seth continued, "The old man killed your father. Was it Kwang?" Anna's eyes fell, unsure how to answer when the truth was evident. Seth pressed on, "So I guessed right, did I?" Anna felt pain for both her husband and her son. Unable to bear it, Seth stood. "Enough, I'll take care of myself." Anna shouted, stopping him from thinking recklessly. "You must not meet him." These words froze Seth, preventing him from moving forward. It seemed Anna was deliberately protecting Seth, for he could not yet defeat Jean. His face darkened, speechless. Seth looked at Anna, then turned away, silent. On the very first day, many events unfolded at the Royal Hotel in Japan. At the entrance, Rodney and Jack waited. Rodney held a cigarette, realizing these people were entirely different. Watching the battles, he acknowledged it. Rodney continued, "Especially Madame Anna, she's truly extraordinary." Jayak agreed, but the Indian man was also displeased. Rodney playfully teased Jack, "That guy, you just need a 3-ton blow to the head." Jayak laughed at his friend, "This fool talks too much." Suddenly, Rodney was startled and struck once. "What? He dared doubt my power? It's no coincidence my nickname is Mad Dog Rodney." Though speaking to his friend, facing those monsters, he was distracted before finishing. It was unclear what Seth saw, but he looked truly panicked. Rodney likewise. Their faces were as frightened as chickens. Familiar footsteps approached, with red sauce splattered around in droplets. Rodney and Jack tensed, cautiously raising their hands to keep the other away. Having witnessed Wang's brutality, Jack could not feel fear. Rodney was cheerful earlier but now extremely anxious. Wang tilted his head, smiling, covered in sauce. Wang appeared like a demon, his collar torn, claws sharp, eyes all black. It seemed he had arrived at the correct location. Where Hagoria and Captiva had passed, a large pool of sauce appeared as if dragged. The scene was chaotic, sauce splattering everywhere. The red trail on the ground was pulled into a narrow alley, leaving only an arm exposed. The hand showed no sign of life. Unexpectedly, Wang had killed Hagoria, with holes in his chest as if clawed by a hand. The death was gruesome, head broken, bones exposed. Behind was a familiar figure. It was none other than Captiva, sitting beside him. He departed using his own weapon, thrust straight into the heart. Seeing this image, Captiva looks truly pitiful. So Captiva no longer has a chance to return home. His brother couldn't help either. Tense, he cautiously spat to calm himself. Despite his fear, Jack tried to ask, "What brings you here?" Old Kwang gave a chilling smile. Realizing words were useless, he began to change his plan. Wang pointed at Jack and Rodney, saying, "I can smell the ketchup on you guys." Kwang's words made Jayak even more nervous. He squinted at him. Suddenly, Rodney spoke up, "Hey old man, this isn't a horror movie. Nor is it a mental hospital." He didn't understand where he found the courage to say that. Rodney's words excited Kwang. He would certainly not spare them. He advanced forward, telling Rodney, "Leave this to him. Go report to the chairman quickly." Even under such tension, Rodney was still humorous. Realizing it, he went to report on his own, speechless at his foolish friend. Old Kwang spoke, claws raised. "Good, good, good. Who allowed you to leave?" Who knows what speed Wang used, but as he moved, a whizzing sound erupted. He shot toward them like a missile. Jack and Rodney didn't expect Kwang to attack so fast. Both were startled. Luckily, they managed to draw their weapons in time. They weren't just running away, they charged straight at Wang. Not sure if they could achieve anything, but it was brave. Rodney attacked from the left, ready to strike with his staff. Jihad attacked from the right, raising his knife. They acted in sync without planning, but no matter how hard they tried, they were no match for Kwang. He easily dodged their attacks. Kwang attacked from below, stabbing Jack's waist with his sharp hand, then kicking Rodney's right cheek. Though it looked painful, he remained firm. Wang swiftly dealt with Jack and Rodney, moving so fast it seemed like he split into multiple bodies. Jack and Rodney were thrown far toward the forest edge. They slid across the ground, just watching was painful. But Kwang hadn't reached his goal yet and pulled out his fearsome claws again. As soon as Jack and Rodney got up, he charged again, forcing them to fight until exhausted. Pain struck as the opponent rushed at them, leaving them unsure what to do. Rodney, slightly less injured, leapt to protect his friend. But Rodney was nothing compared to Wang. He slashed him. Rodney's shirt tore badly, ketchup flowed from the wound continuously. Though he looked miserable, the pig tattoo made him look adorable. Wang happily admired his handiwork, exactly as he intended. Rodney was drenched in ketchup. Jayak saw this and quickly called Rodney as he fell backward. Jack was extremely bewildered. He didn't know how to face someone with such terrifying strength. Damn, just a few seconds. At some point, Kwang's hand appeared before Jayak. Wang seemed to enjoy every moment. Rodney was also grabbed by Wang, who pressed his head hard to the ground. Thud, Rodney and Jack felt immense pain, struggling but unable to escape. His claws pierced deep into their throats. Both suffered, unable to stop it. Suddenly, a sharp object flew straight toward home. The old man was tenacious. Kwang noticed the projectile aimed at him, left Jack and Rodney, and flew away to avoid it. Wang used his legs to brake so he wasn't pushed too far, looked down at his feet silently, then lifted his head to see who ruined his fun. Jayak tried to stand as well. To see who saved them, a familiar, slender figure appeared. It was Akira. Luckily, she arrived just in time. If she had been a little later, they might have died. She panted, "What are you trying to do?" Wang looked Akira up and down, a little girl skilled in martial arts. Then he flashed his signature ugly smile. It had been a long time. "Finally, I've hunted such a fresh woman." Kwang charged at her like a madman. Perhaps too scared, Akira froze, not moving. Seeing this, Jayak shouted, "Run!" Akira stayed alert, agile, dodging 4 deadly strikes from Kwang. The more she dodged, the more Hong was thrilled, savoring the hunt. Akira knew she couldn't fight back, only continuously evading. Suddenly, a figure flashed by, rushing toward Hong. It was Z, leaping up, leaving Hong unable to see his face. Wang's eyes looked demonic, fully consuming his prey. Strangely, the pupils were white, surrounded by deep black. Within Kwang's pupils, the kick was clear. Z built momentum, aiming to strike Hong's head midair. Truly the aura of a hero. But who was Kwang? He lightly stepped aside, dodging Seth's powerful kick. Wang was still focused on Seth. Perhaps he felt familiar. Even distracted, he still noticed Z's attack. Seth kept throwing punches, but Wang easily dodged them. He stepped back and stared intently at Seth, glaring at the man who had taken his father's life standing right before him. He was furious that he couldn't tear him into 100 pieces. The suppression inside him had now been unleashed, just in time. Perhaps Wang had recognized Seth. The brat was about to drive a straight punch into Hong's face. At this speed, he was still far superior to Seth in dodging. It was the same move used over and over, but its effectiveness was undeniable. He attacked upward again. A straight blow to Seth's stomach sent him flying backward. One look was enough to understand how powerful it was. But at least this time, he didn't use his claws. Seth was in so much pain that his eyes rolled back. Wang was truly terrifying, yet his body hadn't even budged. Seth did not fall. He still stood firm, even sliding across the ground on both feet. The distance between them widened again. Seth had been injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Hong seemed to enjoy watching his prey suffer. He tilted his head while looking at him. Seth smiled and loosened his tie. "I will take your life." His anger and endurance had reached their peak. Wang watched with anticipation, wondering what he would do next. After being suppressed to the point of suffocation by Master Wang, Seth spat out a mouthful of blood straight at him. He glared at Wang in fury. He growled, "I'll kill you." In the face of Seth's provocation, the man looked even more amused and smiled. He replied with contempt. Seth charged like lightning to attack Wang. Punches like thunderbolts rained down in succession, forcing him to stand there and endure them. However, it did not last long before the next strike was dodged. Like a fish in water, Hong seized Seth's arm tightly. Then he swiftly kicked him in the face. He watched Seth take the blow with a sinister look before finally letting go. Seth fell backward in pain, but he did not fear. His gaze changed instantly. He swiftly grabbed the man by the collar and yanked him toward himself. The man was slightly stunned but still. Struck first with his superior speed, Seth smiled despite being covered in wounds. He smirked at him with utter contempt. Master Wang was startled by Seth's eerie smile. Because he looked so much like Simon King, his father. Hong froze for a moment, surprised by the turn of events. Seizing the moment of his distraction, Seth launched a sudden attack that snapped the old man back to his senses. Seth then smashed his forehead into the man's head. The impact was so powerful that it echoed loudly. The man staggered, clutching his head. Seth looked at the result of his strike and laughed with delight. The man began to lose his temper, grinding his teeth and roaring angrily. "How dare you?" Seth was slightly startled by Hong's terrifying expression. In a flash, he drove his sharp nails into Seth's neck. The speed shocked Seth. The long nails pressed deep into the flesh of his throat. Suddenly, a scythe swung between them, aimed straight at Master Wang and catching him off guard. As the scythe came down, he immediately leapt away. Master Wang retreated and landed heavily. His small black eyes darted toward the person who had swung the scythe. Seth also noticed 2 dark figures walking toward him. The one holding the scythe was Sakurai Agura, and beside him was Seth's mother, Anna. Jin ran over to Seth, panting. Master Wang, however, gave a sinister smile when he saw Anna. She and Agara stepped closer, each footstep echoing. Suddenly, Seth stretched out his arm to block Anna as she approached Master Wang. He turned back and said to her, "Let me handle him." Anna said nothing. After a moment of contemplation, her face hardened as she warned her son, "Don't throw your life away." They all stared at one another, no one making the first move. The silence was suffocating. Anna's expression turned stern as she spoke first. "Let's settle all our grudges today." Wang let out a chilling laugh, his blood was boiling. "And yet you still interfere." She shot back quickly, "Your blood's boiling, I'll beat you until you're nothing but a puddle." Master Wang and Anna locked eyes, red sparks seeming to flare between them. Master Wang stared at Seth for a long moment before speaking. "So this is his son, you really do look like him." Both Seth and Anna's eyes burned with hatred. Master Wang extended his sharp nails and said calmly, "I ripped his heart out with these very hands." The more he spoke, the angrier Seth and Anna became. Hong revealed a grotesque smile, like a demon in human skin, as the man had still been barely breathing. Their hatred surged to its peak. Both of them shouted at once, "Bastard!" Suddenly, a figure dashed forward from behind. He charged straight at Master Wang, catching everyone by surprise. Jin leapt from afar and kicked him in the face, but Wang blocked it just in time. He quickly drove his knee upward. Another kick followed, but it ended the same way. Suddenly, Jin used that as leverage, spun once and kicked upward. It struck his arm squarely. The force of the kick made Wang step back. Jin landed lightly, both of them were thrown apart. Master Wang, his hand covered in wounds, held it against his chest. Jin turned his back and taunted him. "The strong should possess virtue." Everyone was surprised by his words, especially Master Hong. The expression on his face turned fierce. The red welding scars on his face were also clear. "This brat." Jin spun around and said to him, "I am the heir of traditional martial arts." His face was steely, full of anger as he issued a decisive challenge. "Today you will die." A few minutes earlier, two patrolling officers had noticed a blood trail. They immediately arrived at the scene, one touching it and exclaiming in shock. Blood, the long trail led to an alley corner. Curious, they followed it. There they found a corpse beginning to decompose. One officer could not bear the brutality of the killer and turned away. The other used his radio to call for backup. "Alert, this is an emergency." Suddenly, the officer noticed something strange. The blood trail did not end but continued elsewhere. Both officers drew their guns in unison, saying, "Follow the blood trail and see." Master Hong's face reflected fear at the severity of the case. The officers rushed forward and eventually arrived at the location. Meanwhile, Jin Kun spoke, "I am the heir of traditional martial arts." They arrived just in time to hear, "I will kill you right here." Following their police instincts, they immediately aimed their guns at the group. "Don't move." Huang's gaze swept over the people before him, suddenly turning back. He was covered in fresh blood. Anna warned, "Don't act rashly." Huang looked at Anna and then gave a twisted smile. He shouted in rage, "Elder, I'm not old enough yet." Huang's face contorted with anger. Anna pulled back, wary of his bizarre actions. Huang turned to the two officers, pointing their guns at him. Then, Master Wang charged toward them. His sudden movement startled the officers. Huang lunged forward with a strange laugh, looking like a demon in human skin. The officer was terrified by his appearance and fired his gun unexpectedly. But the bullets had no effect. He quickly deflected them. The officer aimed for another shot, but Kwong threw a knife straight at him. Even trained, the officer could do nothing against Kwong, standing frozen, awaiting death. The knife pierced the officer's head. The other officer froze, stunned by the scene. Witnessing this, the officer was utterly terrified. Suddenly, a hand pressed against him. In less than a second, the hand covered the officer's mouth. Master Wang lifted him gently and said, "Calm down." Then Master Wang withdrew his hand, leaving everyone astonished. Seth, Jack, and Rodney trembled at his brutality. Rodney stammered, "This is insane." Kwong looked at his bloodied hand and said, "Well, nothing is clean anymore." Anna and Agara were shocked by Master Wang's ruthlessness. He turned to everyone and said, "Let's join the party." Everyone quickly prepared to fight, but suddenly he stepped past them and moved forward. As he passed, he accidentally brushed against Jean, saying to everyone, "Leave him to me." Kwong's sharp eyes narrowed. He taunted, "Why doesn't the whole lot of you step up for some blood?" After saying it, he laughed, challenging them. Zet's face tensed as he shouted, cursing. Kwong laughed, accepting the challenge, and leapt down from above. Suddenly, a red alarm sounded from afar. Hearing it, Kwong immediately stopped. Those around looked toward the source of the red alarm. The sound grew louder, warning them. Kwong gritted his teeth and leapt back. He said to the group, "The old man is busy, another time." But Zet did not easily give up and sped toward him. In an instant, he was in front of Master Wang, raising his fist and saying, "Where do you think you're running, old man?" Master Wang looked at him provocatively. He quickly stepped back. Kwong did not argue but increased his speed, gradually disappearing into the forest. He revealed a sinister smile and said, "See you later, Jin." Anna and Seth were furious that Master Wang escaped. He stood still like a statue. Anna raised her hand, calling, "You Jack." Agora said to her, "Step back, I'll handle the rest." Anna withdrew her hand. As she turned, her expression changed. She ordered, "Everyone follow me." The boss remained still, gritting his teeth, veins bulging on his hands. Right now you must be furious that you let Master Wang get away. The next day, at the Royal Hotel in Japan, Anna, her face bruised, stared intently at the newspaper. The front page blared in huge capital letters, "Yesterday's murder case." It showed photos of the two victims and Master Wang as well. A black car was speeding down the highway. Inside, the atmosphere sank into something terrifying. Akira worried about the boss. She'd been reading the paper for ages this morning and still hadn't said a word. Rodney spoke first, shattering the silence. "I've never seen anyone as insane as him, daring to kill even." He hesitated on that last word. His picture was printed in the paper. Even if it was only a photograph shot, you could still feel the killing intent radiating from those eyes. Seth stared hard at his face. The veins on his face stood out. It was the first time anyone had seen him this angry. Everyone had arrived at the arena headquarters when a voice rang out. "Boss, we can't continue the tournament." The compound was under tight control with strict security guards. Seth told his subordinates, "Take me to Dome." So everyone followed Z. He opened the meeting room door. Inside were Mijuki, John, and a few others. Everyone had gathered here, and Old Man Moon was also present. They all stood clustered together. Seth stepped forward, a bad feeling rising in his chest. He swept his eyes over the scene. Kazama's body lay there, covered in wounds. Muruki reported, "Kazama is dead." Seth's gaze turned icy as he looked at the corpse, then he turned toward John. He called to him. John flinched and looked at Seth. Seth spoke in fury. "Where the hell is that bastard?" Z couldn't hold back after seeing another teammate gone. Seth had hit his limit. At the Royal Hotel. At the Royal Hotel in Japan, where Anna and Jin were staying, Anna sat focused, lost in thought, while Jin stared blankly out the window. Anna's face hardened at what had just happened. Jin didn't say anything, silently staying by her side. The hotel room door opened. Someone slipped in quietly. Akira bowed respectfully. "Permission to report," Anna asked. "How is it?" Akira reported, "Not good. Oscar is being questioned by the police right now, so he's very hard to reach." Anna understood the situation and asked, "What about Seth?" Akira frowned slightly as if this was awkward. She hesitated. "I just brought him to the arena." Anna fell silent as if thinking through something. Seeing that, Jin asked first, "Should we go there?" "If Seth runs into that man." Jin didn't finish before Anna cut him off. "Jin, calm down and listen to me. Are you confident you can take him down?" Anna spoke, then faltered slightly. Jin was startled by the question. He looked at her, then glanced away. Then he said, "In our school's dictionary, there is no such word as failure." Jin said it firmly, like a vow. Anna laughed at Jin's words, then continued. "Then can I ask you for a favor?" She said. "My son Z." Jin froze. "Please keep an eye on him for me," Anna said. Jin was surprised by her request, looking a little dazed. "What do you mean?" he asked. Anna didn't answer, only stood up. She said, "I'm going to find that bastard." Jin quickly tried to stop her. "That's too dangerous." Anna knew that, but still said in a low voice, "I know, but it's something I have to do." Anna continued. Jin said nothing as he listened. He stayed silent, then finally spoke up. "Then let me go with you." Anna said no, flatly refusing. Jin, meanwhile, was both shocked and hesitant. Anna strode out of the hotel. As she walked, she said, "This is personal, don't get involved." Those words stopped Jin in his tracks, keeping him from getting any closer. Anna was resolute. Today, she would settle things with Master Wang once and for all, and she wouldn't let him run wild anymore. Back at the arena, Doan answered Seth's question, a glint flashing in his eyes. Faced with the sudden question, Doan calmly replied, "I don't know. Last night he didn't come back to the hotel." Seth continued grimly, "Then find the old bastard." Jin answered calmly despite Seth's irritation. "Once you find him, what are you going to do?" John shot back. Seth was so furious he couldn't speak. His hands started trembling. Doan noticed the detail. Mr. Moon and Mijuki exchanged looks, then both nodded at the two men's exchange, and they could also clearly see Seth's attitude. Mijuki spoke up first. "Chairman Kang, I have a suggestion in this situation. How about we continue the tournament?" Seth and everyone else were stunned by Mijuki's suggestion. "Yeah," Mr. Moon cut in, "if we cancel, we'll lose a lot of money, especially the betting money." But Joseph was furious. He glared at them, his stare sharp enough to be frightening. Someone on his side really had died. Too many had died, how could he possibly ignore it? Mijuki and Mr. Moon shuddered at his enraged look. Seth snarled in fury, "What the fuck did you just say?" Mr. Moon and Mijuki answered cautiously. Mijuki spoke first. "What I mean is, if we continue the tournament, there's a high chance he'll come back." Mijuki jerked his chin toward the man, but Seth still didn't understand what Mijuki meant. Why would he come back? Mijuki ran, drenched in sweat, and went on. "He's afraid that if he so much as rubs him the wrong way, Seth will beat him. The old man's bloodlust has only just begun. He won't stop." After hearing Mijuki out, Seth stayed silent. He sank into thought about what he'd just heard. Should they continue the tournament or not? Back at the Royal Hotel in Japan. This place is heavily guarded with many cars. Anna watches them closely. She ignores everything and moves forward. She turns back briefly, then continues deeper into the forest, searching for Master Wang. She ventures into the dense woods where he is hidden. She follows her instincts as she walks. After a long time, she senses something suspicious and quickly looks around. Her attention is drawn to a broken tree branch. Master Wang must have passed through here. She follows the trail of blood he left behind when wounded, along with his footprints. Suddenly she hears a terrifying voice and laughs. "You dare come alone?" It's a challenge aimed at her. She turns to face him without fear. He appears in white clothes, still stained with blood from before. He laughs and says, "I did say I'd return." Anna stays silent, drawing the weapon coiled around her waist. Her weapon is a long iron chain, seemingly designed just for her. Tor Guang smirks provocatively at her. He doesn't draw a weapon, keeping his arms crossed. Anna says, "You are the reincarnated enemy of mine." Tor Guang remains silent. The tension builds, then both speak in unison. "Let's settle this." They both charge at each other, starting a life-or-death duel that will decide the future. Meanwhile, back at the hotel where Anna stays, Akira and Jin are still there. Jin asks first, "Should I go with senior sister?" Akira thinks for a moment, then replies, "It's better to trust her." One side worries for her, the other grows anxious as Master Wang continues the evenly matched duel. Anna grits her teeth and says, "That despicable old man." Tor Guang remains silent. Then both shout in unison, "A tone!" They simultaneously rush at each other. The atmosphere is tense as the life-or-death duel begins. Anna swings under his side for a strike. Master Wang arches above to dodge. Seeing him above, she reacts faster. He remains still, expression unchanged. She coils her weapon around him, it seems made for her, and she moves in perfect sync with it. He cannot dodge and is forced to retreat from her coil. The further she strikes, the more he is pushed back. He laughs at the situation. A grotesque smile spreads across his face. "Impressive, there's some skill in you." He says this and Anna frowns, gritting her teeth. Angered, she charges at him with her weapon. She shouts, "Shut up," swinging the chain back and forth. Each strike he dodges, but she keeps attacking in rapid succession. By chance, the tied hair at the back of his head is cut by her weapon. The chain swings perilously close to his face. He bends down and the weapon severs the tied hair, releasing his white hair. Anna's assault grows more intense. The black elastic hair tie flies off. He bends forward, furious, and lunges at Anna with sharp nails. Anna is caught off guard by his attack. She cannot defend in time, the sharp nails graze her. She winces in pain, blood spraying onto his clothes. Anna dodges to the side and swings her weapon horizontally. Her chain wraps around his hand, surprising him. He quickly withdraws and jumps back. After retreating to maintain distance, the wound he inflicted on Anna now bleeds profusely. Blood flows heavily. He must admit Anna's talent matches his own. He says, "Having a worthy opponent like you truly satisfies me." Anna asserts, "Don't pretend to be a righteous master." Her tone is steel, telling Tor Guang, "You are nothing but a despicable killer." He laughs, ignoring her contempt. "Martial arts has its hierarchy," he says. Both Master Wang and Anna assume combat stances. Anna does the same. He goes wild, hair standing on end, cackling, "Let us have a thrilling fight." Anna is ready to counter him. They continue charging at each other at lightning speed. The battle officially erupts. Akira and Jin stand before the arena building, finally determined to enter. "Let's go," Akira says. Jin replies, "Okay." Together they walk down the hallway leading to the gathering area. Each step feels heavy. Akira knocks on the door and pushes it open. Inside, only Doan is standing. The three of them look at each other in silence. Akira asks, "Where's your placement?" Jin nods at John. He glances at the camera and says, "See for yourself." Both turn to the camera, surprised at what they see. Seth is there preparing for a match. Akira speaks, incredulous. "A match at this time?" John replies, "Is there a problem?" Dai remains silent and walks out quietly. Surprised, Akira asks Jin, "Jin, don't tell me you intend to." Jin stands silently at the doorway, finally reassuring, "Don't worry." He smiles at Akira, "No one is skilled enough to beat you." Then he steps outside, closing the door behind him. The sound echoes in the silent room. He stepped onto the arena where Seth was waiting. Seth had already seen him come out from the other gate. He wasn't too surprised to find his opponent was Jin. Jin didn't greet Seth either. Neither spoke a word, just silently stared at each other. Jin spoke first. "Seth, you're really stubborn and slow to learn." Seth ignored the criticism, calmly replying, "I hold no grudge, but this is something I have to do." But Jin's next words shocked Seth. "Senior entrusted you to me." Seth couldn't believe it and asked, "What, my mother?" Jin didn't answer directly, only said, "That's why I'm here." Seth froze at Jin's words, confused, and asked again, "What the hell are you saying? Where is my mother?" Jin concluded firmly, "Senior is hunting Mak Tu Kwang." Seth was taken aback. He inhaled sharply, gritting his teeth, body trembling with anger. Seth spun around, ignoring Jin standing there. He wanted to find his mother. Suddenly, Jin blocked him, placing a hand on his shoulder to stop him. Jin said something that hit Seth's pride. "Someone like you following just gets in the way." Seth snorted, then turned back to curse, "Bastard." Immediately after, Jin swung his leg to kick him in the face. Seth dodged the kick. Jin said to Seth, "I honor my promise to Senior." The more Seth heard, the angrier he became. Jin's face also tense. Jin spoke coldly, "You challenged me, so stay here or I'll put you down." Seth couldn't remain calm and replied, "Is that so?" Seth was ready for a real fight with Jin. "If you're good, stop me then." "You bastard." On the flight to Japan, the plane was about to land at Narita International Airport. The front page of the newspaper reported Master Wang's massacre in Japan being read by a man. He was Sophie's father, a prosecutor. He became even more silent reading the front page. The plane had safely landed at Narita International Airport. Sophie's father calmly exited the airport and saw someone waiting. Government officials from Japan nodded in greeting. The man introduced himself first. "I am Nakamura Junichi from the National Police Agency of Japan." As he spoke, he extended his hand to show goodwill. Sophie's father replied, "Hello." They shook hands, then quickly got into a car. Sophie's father asked first, "Where is Sach Kang now?" Nakamura was silent, unsure how to reply. He handed Sophie's father a laptop and said, "Look at this first." He took it and browsed through it. He was astonished, unable to believe what he saw on the screen. There were pictures of Anna, Ga Kwang, Zi Joan. Jin, below each photo was the wanted price for each person. Seth and Jin's fight was also shown. Nakamura looked out the window and said, "It's live streaming." Sophie's father asked skeptically, "Why not stop them?" Nakamura replied, "The murderer has escaped. We are currently surrounding the arena." Sophie's father was not satisfied, snorted, then spoke in a firm tone. "I must warn you first." Nakamura listened. Sophie's father's expression darkened, face icy. "Seth and the remaining Korean subjects are under our jurisdiction. As for Seth and Jin's fight, it's being broadcast live." Jin charged at Seth with incredible speed. They clashed fiercely. Seth retaliated with punches, Jin kicked, and Seth blocked with punches in return. Seth struck, Jin blocked with his leg. Jin threw a side kick, Seth responded in time. Both were evenly matched, no victor yet. Seth slipped backward, Jin also stepped back slightly, leaving some distance between them. Seth shouted at Jin, worried about his mother. "Bastard, if something happens to my mom." Jin remained silent, having accepted Anna's instruction. Seth shouted, yanking Jin's collar, screaming, "I'll crush you." He swore, too worried for his mother. Jin, on the other hand, trusted Anna. He stated confidently, "Senior won't lose." Seth became even angrier, grinding his teeth. His body trembled with rage, cursing, "This jerk." Jin also got annoyed, his face darkening. Seth's anger tensed his veins and he shouted loudly, "Don't get in my way." He rushed at Jin. Jin didn't back down either, charging straight at Seth. Suddenly, Seth struck quickly to Jin's right cheek, startling him. Seth continued rapid strikes, but Jin reacted in time to dodge. Jin had to respect Seth's speed, thinking, too fast. Seth's face was determined, showing no mercy to Jin until the very end. Jin regained balance, pulled back, while Seth pursued closely. Seth glared sharply. Jin took the opportunity to counterattack, circling behind Seth, aiming a kick at his neck. Seth quickly lowered his body, dodging the attack. Seth grew angrier, frowning and gritting his teeth. Jin was surprised his kick was avoided. Jin was stunned and Seth immediately seized the chance to strike. He punched hard at Jin's hand, guarding his chest. The punch was so strong Jin couldn't maintain his stance and was thrown back. Jin's legs wobbled, sliding from the force of the punch. Jin looked at the hand Seth had just punched. Seth said nothing, just snorted. Annoyed by Jin's stubbornness, he shouted loudly, "You think you're tough, huh?" Jin tried to stay calm in front of his boss. Back at the fight between Anna and Master Wang, the ground was soaked with blood. And so was Kwang's shirt, unclear whose blood it was. Anna was exhausted, panting heavily. Kwang was the same, a match evenly balanced. Master Wang, with his torn shirt and wounds, still smiled and praised Anna. "The kid hits pretty well." Anna was injured too, responding by holding his mouth shut. Kwang still had energy and could laugh. This made it exciting. Anna was drained, sweat pouring down. She gripped her weapon. She leapt to attack him and said, "Enough." As they fought fiercely, a noise came from the other side. Police officers slowly appeared, approaching them. 4 male officers with patrol dogs were searching for the perpetrator. The dog smelled a blood-stained cloth from Master Wang. The dog barked loudly, attracting the officers' attention. It indicated the culprit was very close. The police spoke in Japanese, "There he is." Hearing the noise, Anna grimaced and looked over. Kwang was annoyed, clicking his tongue. He shouted at the police, "Annoying flies." The dog advanced, barking louder. Without hesitation, Kwang struck the dog. He slammed it to the ground, knocking it out, tongue lolling. Anna stood nearby, eyes full of hatred, her shirt still soaked with blood. Wang cursed under his breath, then squeezed the dog's neck even tighter. The police squad stood stunned, witnessing the horrifying scene. Wang slowly approached them, back straight. He said so, one hand holding the dog, the other raised in anger, growling, "You chose death." Wang looked irritated. "You better stop resisting, kids." Her words made the officers grit their teeth in anger, unable to act. Orders were given to use firearms. The officers gripped their guns, aiming at Wang. A signal sounded. The officer carefully aimed, firing at Anna and Wang. Gunshots rang out, bullets flying. Anna quickly dodged the small bullets. Wang stood calmly, using the dog's body as a shield. The officer was surprised. Wang hurled the dog's body toward them, catching them off guard. Officer May was both shocked and helpless. Huang slashed a sharp iron claw across an officer's head swiftly, without mercy. Blood splattered everywhere. Without delay, each officer was cut down. His eyes glowed after this series of actions. From behind, Anna leapt to draw Wang's attention. He turned back. Anna swung her sword down, shouting, "Stop." The sword's tip was close to his head, but with his speed, he easily dodged Anna's strike. Anna and Wang passed by each other. Anna slid her feet across the ground, kicking the sword stuck in the earth toward home. Wang dodged, then turned back to mock her. Anna quickly grabbed the sword. She spun, dragging her foot along the ground. Anna charged at Hong with the sword. The officer outside trembled. Below were fallen comrades, blood covering the ground. He gritted his teeth in rage, drawing his gun toward them. He shouted, raising his gun at the two fighting. The gun recoiled, bullets echoed. Bullets flew toward Anna and Wang. The trajectory targeted Anna, who seemed to sense the danger. The bullet grazed Anna, piercing her body. Blood spattered, her face twisted in pain. Anna gritted her teeth. Wang froze in surprise. He turned to see who fired the shot. Anna collapsed to the ground. The officer sat down in fear. Hong was furious, ruining my fun. He charged at the officer, causing the officer to panic, terrified, face tense, still holding his gun forward. His eyes widened. A sharp object flew close by, accompanied by a loud scream. The sound echoed through the forest, blood spilled on the ground. Huang's sharp hand was covered in fresh blood. He stood among the slain officers sprawled on the ground. Anna leaned against a tree, drenched in sweat. She covered the gunshot wound. Wang turned, disappointed. What a drag, fun cut short. Anna slowly said, "Stop, jump again, go for it." Unexpectedly, Huang turned away, tending to his wounds, then came back for her. Anna suddenly looked over. Huang casually said, "Don't worry, Yuan will be even more motivated to hunt me. Those kids, one of them is a boy. The other one was Minnie's junior disciple." Anna's eyes widened in shock as she looked up and demanded, "What are you going to do?" No more hesitation. He replied calmly, "Of course I'm going to butcher them." Hearing that, she froze. Wang leaned in close to Anna's face, grinning as he taunted, "So then, if you've got the guts, come stop this old man." In a work district surrounded by buildings, the street was empty and silent. A car drove into the area. The car door opened and Sophie's father stepped out. He frowned and pondered for a long moment without saying a word. After a while, he asked Junichi, "Is Z in there?" Junichi raised a tablet and answered slowly, "Looks like it." On the screen, Z and Jin were fighting. The prosecutor asked Junichi for his opinion. "Do you think the killer will come back?" Junichi was certain the guy would return. They had received an inside tip. When Sophie's father heard the words "inside tip," he looked puzzled. Beside him, Junichi confirmed as well. "Our unit commander has confirmed it." Sophie's father snorted, scanning the area in irritation. Cops were everywhere. One stood by the wall in a baseball cap. One wore a beanie. Another posed as a beggar by the roadside. Then a few people in neat suits stood observing. The view shifted to a wide shot. Suddenly, behind a cop on guard, a pair of blazing eyes appeared in the darkness. Something shot past at incredible speed, grazing his neck. A deep wound opened on his neck. He threw his head back. Luminous eyes appeared at that moment. His eyes flared, and a powerful energy radiated around. Inside, Seth and Jin were still fighting. Seth clenched his fist and drove it straight at Jin. Every punch from Seth was impossibly fast, but Jin dodged every strike. Seth threw another punch, faster and stronger. Jin couldn't evade in time and was knocked backward. Jin slid back, bracing with both hands to keep his balance before stopping with a harsh scrape across the arena floor. Seth frowned and shouted, "All you do is dodge." "You bastard!" The two stared each other down, seething and silently cursing. They stood apart from the moment the lights came on until they went out. Jin wondered what was happening but stayed quiet. Seth snapped right away, "What the hell is it now?" Seth's face tightened when he saw something. A familiar figure dropped from above. Master Wang landed heavily, squatting between Seth and Jin. A puff of white smoke rose where Wang touched down. Rage flashed across Seth's face as he spat a curse, but Luminous Eyes only sneered. Luminous Eyes spoke with contempt. "Looking for this old man, kids?" Jin suddenly worried about his senior disciple, sweat pouring down. Both Seth and Jin bristled at Master Wang appearing before them, his clothes soaked with blood. Seth roared, veins bulging with fury. "Where's my mom? Answer me, you bastard." Luminous Eyes gave a cold laugh and said with a grin, "You're about to share her fate." Seth couldn't hold back. He screamed and charged straight at Luminous Eyes with his arm raised. Jin was stunned by Seth's move and shouted a warning, "Careful." Master Wang gathered energy in his hand. Still too green. He swung at the exact moment Seth rushed in. Huang's razor-sharp fingers thrust straight for Seth's throat, cutting into him. Seth tilted his head to dodge, but he was still hurt. Blood splattered from the wound. Then Jin was shocked by what Seth did next. Seth clenched his hand tight into a fist. Seth's fist slammed in close to Luminous Eyes' face. He darted aside and Seth's punch crashed into the ground. From behind, Jin appeared and fired a kick at Kwang. Jin's kick connected and Seth surged in with punches. luminous eyes retreated. With a bit of distance between them, Seth and Jin made their resolve unmistakable. Both wore determined, tense expressions, set on finishing Kwong. Luminous eyes bared razor-sharp teeth in a mocking grin, looking thoroughly pleased. Just what this old man wanted. The scene cut back outside. Junichi kept tapping the black screen. Sophie's father muttered, "Looks like the signal's been cut." The prosecutor didn't understand what was happening either. Suddenly, Junishi's phone rang, drawing attention. Junichi answered. "This is Nakamura Junichi speaking." Whatever he heard made him panic. The two fell silent for a long time, and finally Junichi reported back. "The squad sent to inspect the forest has just been attacked." Hearing that, Sophie's father started trembling. Then Yuchi continued, "They found a woman who's been shot. I have to get there now." The prosecutor pointed toward another direction. "Are you sure the berserk killer isn't in there?" Junichi rubbed his chin, hesitating. Sophie's father analyzed, "If he escaped the scene, he'll come here no matter what. We should move in." Junichi turned slightly to look at him. He immediately spoke into the phone, "We'll infiltrate the arena area." Then he told the prosecutor, "Mr. Kim, please wait here. This case falls under my jurisdiction." The prosecutor agreed. Junichi spoke into the radio, "All units, attention, implement Plan B. Follow orders. There's a high chance the target has entered the inner zone. Stay on high alert." Outside the arena, things suddenly grew lively. Kwong's eyes laughed loudly, excitedly telling the kids to entertain him. Hearing this, Seth angrily shouted, "What? Get out of my way." Before he could finish, Jin leaped forward. Seth froze at the scene, surprised at Jin's recklessness. He jumped twice, creating a cloud of white smoke. He quickly swung down toward Hong. Hong dodged slightly, avoiding the blow. Jin spun and twisted his leg, striking toward Kwong. Hong landed and stopped to look at Jin, eyes bright. Seth, rushing from behind, turned and took a full punch from Seth. Jin couldn't guard in time and fell in pain. His hand scraped along the ground before stopping. Seth frowned, "Get lost. Your tense face will be fixed next, then it will be your turn." Blood ran from Jin's mouth and he hadn't noticed Kwong rushing at him. Kwong's eyes darted straight. "Kid, you're all talk." He swung down, tearing Seth's shirt. Kwong's eyes shot up. The shoulder blade should have broken, but Seth revealed firm abdominal muscle. Kwong was suddenly impressed. "Not bad." Both quickly exerted their strength to the limit. Kwong warned, "Don't disappoint me." Seth and Kwong lunged at each other simultaneously. They clashed again when suddenly a familiar figure appeared out of nowhere. Running into the battle, the noise caught Seth and Kwong's attention. They couldn't guard in time and took a hit. It was Jin. He relentlessly launched attacks, stopping both of them. Seth and Wang were both knocked back. After counterattacking, Jin landed lightly on the ground. All three stood still, staring at each other. He angrily yelled, "That Lin guy." Seth calmly replied, "Don't forget about him," then continued fighting. Hong, watching, suddenly went unusually silent. Jin clenched his fist. He stared intently, resolute. "I will defeat Master Wang." Hong laughed aloud at this. In a taunting voice, "Come on, make a move, kid, I won't hold back." Suddenly shouting, "Clear them out, I'll take both of you." His face was filled with rage, issuing a challenge. None of the three moved, silently observing each other. Without warning, Seth and Jin lunged at each other. Each unleashed deadly attacks, aiming to eliminate the other. Jin jumped to kick Master Wang, but he blocked with his arm. Wang snorted lightly, quickly dodging Jin's kick. At that moment, Seth from behind launched a supporting attack. Jin understood, dodging so Seth's punch hit Kwong. Seth's punch sped toward Hong. The force was so strong that if he didn't dodge, he would shatter. Master Wang ducked just in time. With coordinated teamwork from Seth and Jin, it caught him off guard. Jin pressed his foot against Hong's leg. Then he performed a kick, and Master Wang hastily covered his face with his hand. He couldn't avoid it and was hit hard, flying into the air. Jin stared at him with hatred, Kwong's clothes torn. Hong's face was full of wounds. He couldn't believe he was hit, and before he could react, Seth prepared another move. Seth's punch was powerful, and he growled as he charged at him. A straight punch to Master Wang's chest, full of hatred. His anger sent Wang flying 100 meters. Wang had to brace on the floor to avoid hitting the wall. Both Jin and Seth were so furious that veins popped. Master Wang was attacked relentlessly, gritting his teeth in anger. He shouted, "You insolent fools." Jin ignored him, turning to Seth. "I promised your mom, step aside." Seth glanced at him and bluntly replied, "Shut up, I haven't even helped you with someone yet. I salute Seth first." He lowered his voice, suggesting cooperation. "Then it's best to work together to deal with him first." Seth annoyedly replied, lunging forward, shouting, "Watch me handle this." Changing his mind, Seth approached Master Wang, throwing a punch, but Kwong easily dodged again. He slipped his hand under Seth's, placing it under the chin, punching him away. Seth was surprised by the hit. Then he saw Kwong move backward. He jumped up, quickly kicking Seth in the face. Seth fell in pain. But it wasn't over. Jin appeared above him, attempting a kick but was spotted. Wang blocked Jin's leg with his hands. Jin used all his strength to pin him down. Master Wang tried to resist the kick. He didn't notice Seth was attacking too, using his knee straight to Kwong's face. Seeing this, Jin spun his leg for a kick. His foot struck Kwong's bald head, sending him crashing to the ground. It made a loud impact. Jin and Seth stared at Kwang's miserable, motionless form on the floor. Suddenly Kwang's eyes ached. He and Seth were shocked, unable to believe their eyes. He slowly stood, saying, "This is how it's done right." The hideous, blood-smeared face split into an excited grin again. There was no way to postpone this thrill. Seeing that, Jin tried to stop him. But before Jin could finish, Seth cut in. "Shut up," he reassured him. "What the hell is there to be scared of?" He sprang to his feet, leapt high, and charged straight at the two of them. Outside, the police had already surrounded the entire arena complex. Nakamura and the security detail were out there, moving quickly to check every room. Nakamura kicked a door open to look inside, and what he saw stunned him. Everyone was injured, slumped on the floor. Moon and Mijuki were almost motionless, blood pouring out. At last, someone coughed. Nakamura scanned the room and asked, "Where's the slaughter maniac?" Nakamura noticed a screen broadcasting the fight live. Seth, Jin, and Master Wang. On screen, Seth rushed Master Wang. The blood-soaked man rushed him too. Seth threw a killer move, but it was effortlessly neutralized. Seth suddenly turned and saw Master Wang charging at Jin, furious and exhilarated. Jin hurried into a defensive stance, but Kwang aimed straight at Jin's lower right abdomen and slashed a deep line. The searing pain made Jin spit blood, and Master Kwang couldn't stop admiring his handiwork. He tried to pry the man's hand away, but Kwang drove it in even harder. Wang's strength was overwhelming, there was no way to pull free. Jin and Master Wang locked eyes, hatred blazing. Seth sprinted in and fired a powerful punch at the man's face, roaring, "You bastard." The terrifying speed left Kwang frozen. The distance closed fast. Master Wang seemed to have no chance to dodge in time. After those thunderous blows, Seth still wasn't satisfied. He unleashed a savage strike that tore into Kwang, spraying blood everywhere. Only hatred remained on Seth's face as he watched the man slowly collapse. Not bad for a brawler. Hearing that just made Seth clench his fists harder in fury. And yet Master Kwang still wouldn't yield. He curled his lip in contempt, sprang back up, and shouted, "Your parents can smile in their graves now." In an instant, Seth's aura changed, his face filled with killing intent. Suddenly, an icy hand lightly carved a line across his side, and blood wouldn't stop flowing. Jin cried out in agony. It turned out Wang had seized the chance for revenge. Fast as lightning, he flashed past the two of them, then abruptly braked to a stop. Kwang turned to look at them without a word, slowly raising a hand to cover his face. Then he went mad with laughter all by himself. Suddenly, Jin, exhausted, dropped to his knees. Seeing his brother badly hurt, Seth couldn't hold it in anymore. His expression hardened as he barked, "I told you to fall back." Jin stayed silent, not saying a word, only staring ahead. Struggling to stand, he hurriedly tried to reassure him, "I'm fine." But all he got back was Seth's cold scolding. "Shut your mouth." With that, Seth strode toward Kwang alone, seething. "Don't interfere anymore." His eyes were ice cold, his voice dropping low. "Stay put and behave." Then he turned to provoke him. "Hey, old man." Seth's face darkened as he growled, "I'll ask you one last time." Killing intent poured off him as he stared Kwang down. "Where's my mother?" Unlike Seth's rage, Kwang answered calmly, "Still hung up on that woman." "If you're still wondering then." Kwang suddenly paused, then howled in delight, "Kill me and go find her yourself." The taunt worked. Seth snapped. He ground his teeth, trying to rein in the surge of emotion, but it didn't last. He lunged forward and poured all his power into attacking Kwang. "Motherfucker!" Cut to a tree nearby. Beneath it was none other than Anna. Her body was covered in countless wounds, and she was surrounded by police. Just then, Agara appeared from nowhere and patted one of them on the shoulder. "Leave this to me." They immediately obeyed, replying respectfully, "Yes, sir." Anna's breathing grew weaker and weaker, each breath coming with effort. Agara stepped up to her and gently held out his hand. "Sorry, I'm late." Anna took his hand without blame. "It's fine." He carefully helped her up and asked anxiously, "Are you okay? Let me take you to the hospital." Anna clutched her wound, forcing out an answer through the pain. No. Cold sweat drenched her as she ordered icily, "Go to the arena." That simple command left Agara stunned. After a moment's thought, Agara finally relented. "All right." Heavy punches rained down one after another, but Kwang dodged them with ease. A whirlwind exchange erupted in the ring. Seth threw a hook, only to be kicked away. Far back, neither gave an inch, one striking, the other pressing. In the end, Seth used his powerful fist to knock Kwang flying. Kwang took the full blow, hanging limp in midair. Yet in the next instant, he sprang back up as if nothing had happened. But not long after, a lightning-fast, crushing punch appeared right in front of Seth. Fortunately, this time Kwang managed to duck in time. Seth still refused to let up, quickly bringing down a sharp, forceful strike that left Kwang no choice but to leap back. Old man Kwang seized the chance and immediately threw a retaliatory kick. Then he took a brutal knee strike right after. Both of them were sent flying back at the same time. Seth quickly braced himself, struggling to stay on his feet. Kwang, on the other hand, had barely touched the ground before he shot forward like a rocket. Din also charged in. The two clashed again. Seth let out a roar, pouring all his strength into a decisive finishing blow. But the thug refused to give in and snarled back. Suddenly, old man Kwong froze, looked down, and it turned out Quan, badly wounded, was grabbing his leg and holding him in place. Furious, he screamed, "You little bastard!" Seth spotted the opening and lunged in from behind. Kwong whipped his head around, but before he could defend himself, he ate Seth's punch full on. Seth successfully took Kwong down, then rained punch after punch into his face as if pouring out all his hatred. Old man Kwong cried out in shock, "Hey!" Before he could strike back, a hand moving at terrifying speed came at him. Thousands of rapid punches slammed down onto him. Blow after blow left Kwong helpless, lying there and taking it. Seth's anger surged to its peak, and he roared into the man's face, "Die, you bastard!" Suddenly, a force held him back. It was Jing Kun, gripping his brother's upper arm and refusing to let go. He whispered weakly, "Stop, Seth." Seth growled back. He already Kua immediately shouted, "He's dead." Kwong, pinned beneath Seth, had been beaten until his face was unrecognizable, covered in blood, unable to move. Hearing that, Seth seemed to go even crazier, glaring down at him. "Who said you're allowed to die?" At the same time, outside the building, quite a few police officers were rushing in. The leader kept reporting over the radio. More victims found, 2 men and 1 woman. The other side quickly replied, "Leave the rest to SWAT. The entry team take your position." With that order, the entry team immediately drew their guns and carefully moved in. The voice on the radio continued instructing. "The person inside has already taken down several of their people." At that point, the voice suddenly hesitated for a moment. Then he issued an immediate order, "Lethal force authorized. If they resist, shoot to kill." The team on the other end heard it, their expressions turning grim. Even the leader couldn't help frowning, but there was no other choice. He led his men inside. Inside the building, the fight between Seth and Master Wang was still raging fiercely. But at that moment, Jin suddenly grabbed the man's leg, not letting him move. At the same time, outside, the leader of the entry team immediately ordered everyone to storm in. A wave of elite officers rushed inside. Seth, of course, had no idea the police were here. He was viciously punching Master Wang in the face, cursing non-stop, hitting until his hands were smeared with blood. Jin finally couldn't take it anymore and ran over, forcing himself to grab Seth's arm. He told him to stop, but Seth still wouldn't let it go. The hatred in his eyes still hadn't faded. Old man Kwong in front of him no longer moved. His face had been beaten out of shape by Seth, one side stained red with blood, utterly miserable. Jin urged him to hurry and go find his mother. Seth bit his lip hard, unwilling, refusing to leave. He immediately screamed in rage, who allowed him to die. Right after that, he flung Jin's hand away, leaving Jin stunned. Seth ran over to Master Wang and threw a few more punches at him. Seeing this, Jin's eyes went wide in horror. Seth was almost completely out of control now, his fists pounding down without stopping. He clenched his lips savagely, his eyes filled with hate. He treated the man like a punching bag, hammering his face while constantly demanding he get up. At that moment, old man Kwong suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, then coughed twice. He wasn't dead. He forced his eyes open to look at Seth. With a smirk, he said, "I just dozed off for a second." Jin stared at him in alarm. He literally just stopped breathing. Kwong was also shocked, not expecting that getting beaten could actually make him stop breathing. Dead or not, Seth grabbed Kwong by the collar and yanked him up. He viciously held him dangling in midair, glaring straight at him. He said coldly, "You think dying is that easy?" Hearing that, Kwong looked at him in fear. Seth snorted, "I'm not even satisfied yet." Old man Kwong stared at him blankly, not knowing what he was about to do. Seth, of course, meant to keep beating him. Without hesitation, he drove a punch into Kwong's face. Fresh blood started spilling again. Right after that, Seth threw him into the wall behind him. The pain slamming into his back made Kwong cough up another mouthful of blood. Before he could recover, Seth charged in again. He leapt into the air and slammed his knee straight into Kwong's face. In an instant, Kwong's face caved in. His eyes, nose, mouth, and even his ears wouldn't stop bleeding. But Seth still felt it wasn't enough. He grabbed Kwong by the throat and dragged him outside. He lifted his head to look at him, his fist ready to swing again. Jin stood outside watching, not intervening. But at that moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from outside. He turned around in shock and saw the police swarming in to surround them. Without hesitation, they aimed their guns and ordered everyone to freeze. Any movement would prompt the police to fire instantly. Jin's face immediately darkened, but Master Wang continued to smile. He knew he wouldn't die with the police here. He also wasn't afraid. He told them to shoot if they wanted. He insisted on smashing him properly. Hearing this, the police panicked, and their hands holding guns began to tremble. Ignoring them, Seth continued to act. He aggressively struck Master Wang in the face, knocking him prone to the ground. Seeing Seth resist, the police couldn't help but curse. The leader immediately ordered his subordinates to fire. But at that moment, Jin suddenly jumped in front of Seth. Seth looked at him with some surprise. Jin was very determined, just like he was with his senior sister. He would protect Seth to the end. Hearing this, Seth couldn't help but mutter, "This crazy guy." But then, a loud shout came from outside, telling them to get out of the way. They turned to see Anna Jean enter with someone else. Seeing Anna, Jin joyfully called, "Senior sister." Seth also stared in surprise. He couldn't help but shake as he called, Mother. She slowly approached him and placed her hand on his shoulder, reassuring him. When she saw Master Wang's current state, cold sweat ran down her forehead. He looked pitiful, covered in blood. He lay motionless. Jin went beside her and whispered that he had stopped breathing, but Anna seemed unconcerned. She suddenly grabbed the weapon on her back. She slowly stepped in front of Master Wang. Seth looked at his mother in doubt, not knowing what she intended. Moments later, she struck down with the weapon, delivering a finishing blow to Master Wang. Her action made Jin's eyes widen in shock. The police were equally stunned. They hadn't expected her to do that. The commander watching via surveillance cameras was speechlessly angry. Seth also stood frozen, staring. But Anna paid no attention to anyone's gaze. She did what she wanted. She turned to the police behind her and firmly stated that she had killed Master Wang. They all witnessed it. At that moment, Seth finally understood her intention, eyes filled with worry. Anna glanced at him, then shook her head slightly. The police looked at her in awe, their expressions serious. Even the person who accompanied her couldn't believe she had done it. The commander, watching through the camera, saw the entire situation clearly and let out a cold snort. Then he yelled into the radio, "Apprehend them immediately." The vanguard unit took the order, guns ready, moving to capture them. Anna didn't resist, standing calmly. Seeing her compliance, the police handcuffed her firmly. Seth clenched his jaw in anger, shouting, "Bastards!" and tried to rush to save her, but Anna's shout stopped him. He had no choice but to step back. He couldn't go against her will. They simply stared at each other. The commander again ordered that everyone present be handcuffed. Even Jean was quickly handcuffed. Seth was no exception. They were escorted away in handcuffs. At that moment, a man suddenly appeared. It was the Korean prosecutor. He squinted at Seth, murmuring his name. Seth could only sigh helplessly without saying a word. He was escorted past the man. The prosecutor looked displeased. He was late. As Anna passed him, she asked him to help take care of the children. The prosecutor simply listened, eyes fixed on the three being escorted away. He clenched his jaw and fists tightly. His whole body seemed to tremble at that moment. He felt powerless, unable to help them. The next day at the Japanese police department, Nakamura and the Korean prosecutor sat down to discuss the matter. The prosecutor disagreed, stating this was not what had been agreed upon. Nakamura had promised to hand over the subjects for trial in their national court. Hearing this, Nakamura immediately became furious, accusing him of being blind or deliberately ignoring the complexity of the situation. The prosecutor squinted at him, thinking the matter wasn't that serious. But Nakamura was extremely angry because they had lost 12 lives. The prosecutor was unconvinced, shouting, "The culprit was clearly Master Wang, and he was already dead." Yet Nakamura became even more furious, pounding the table. He gritted his teeth and said, "That's exactly the problem." The prosecutor didn't understand. What was he being so stubborn about? Nakamura feared losing face. If he released them, they would lose credibility. So don't expect them to release anyone. The prosecutor looked at him thoughtfully and said in a low voice, "Master Wang is a Chinese citizen, so why not discuss it with the United Nations?" Nakamura scoffed coldly. "What United Nations? Japanese police lost their lives over this case, and letting another country take over would be shameful." He won't agree. Time and again, he's reluctant to let Japan lose face due to the incompetence of its police force. But the most helpless thing is that South Korea can't do anything either, since it's on their territory. The prosecutor has no other option. Negotiate with him to hand over Seth and Jin. But Nakamura says Jin might be okay, but Seth is uncertain. He not only entered illegally, but is also guilty of organizing an illegal tournament, compounding crimes. Therefore, he cannot hand him over to South Korea. The prosecutor's expression is extremely serious. If Seth can't return, it's a major problem. But Nakamura is very determined. He wants Seth to pay for the crimes he committed in Japan. Elsewhere at Narita International Airport, a group of people in black exits the terminal. A man leads them to the taxi in front and prepares to get in. It's Peter from the Sunshine Corporation. Perhaps he heard rumors about Seth's situation and came to handle it. At a general hospital in Japan, the two men who followed Seth are lying there, fortunately still alive. Erica is undergoing special treatment and has not regained consciousness. While they are talking, Peter suddenly enters from the door. Seeing him, the two immediately tremble. Looking at them covered in bandages, Peter's face darkens. Clearly, he's angry. They hurriedly stand to greet him despite their injuries. Peter tells them not to bother. The two quickly sit down, bowing their heads in apology. Peter bites his lip aggressively, cursing them as idiots. He then takes out his phone to call someone. Quickly, someone answers, Sergeant Jens. He introduces himself as calling from Sunshine Corporation. He speaks quietly to the other party. This is the right moment for them to express gratitude to Sunshine. The other party seems to agree. He nods in satisfaction and says they will meet at the agreed location. After speaking, he hangs up, then looks at the two behind him with a warning. Go back to Korea and you'll learn your lesson. The two shiver and lower their heads to obey. That evening at the Japanese City Hall, the prosecutor steps outside and sees someone approaching. It's Peter with Jean. Jean has been bilated out by Peter. Seeing Peter, the prosecutor's face is immediately shocked. Jean follows behind him. Peter approaches the prosecutor and bluntly announces that in 2 days Z will return to South Korea. The Korean prosecution office has agreed to accept him. Hearing this, the prosecutor is astonished. Peter pays no attention to his reaction. He continues, regarding Anna, there's no choice, she will be tried in Japan. He trusts the prosecutor can handle the rest smoothly. Peter also reminds him that Master Wang is his brother and the one who killed Seth's father. The prosecutor looks slightly embarrassed, staying silent for a long while. Peter pays little attention. He knows the man will understand. He arranges to meet him again in South Korea, then takes Jin and leaves. The prosecutor watches Peter's back, lost in thought. 2 days later at Narita International Airport, a black car is parked. It's the prosecutor's car. He is returning Z. Z steps down quickly, looking displeased. His hands are injured and covered with a black cloth. The prosecutor pats his shoulder, urging him to hurry. Seth hesitates at first but eventually enters the airport. Elsewhere at the prison where Anna is held. Being a special criminal, she is confined to a private room. She seems unconcerned about her situation. Her only concern is whether Z will safely return to South Korea. Another day passes. It's the trial day for Anna's case. The court is Japan's Supreme Court. The judge, standing on the high bench, gavel in hand, commands in Japanese, beginning the trial of Anna Jin, accused of premeditated murder. Anna also stands on the defendant's podium. She silently remains calm. However, her subordinates below are anxious and constantly worried. The judge quickly orders the trial to start. The prosecutor immediately speaks. The defendant admits to killing Master Wang. He also shows video evidence of Anna stabbing Master Wang that day as proof of her crime. Additionally, he accuses her of colluding with Chakuza to organize an illegal killing tournament for profit. Although Martha Wang is the culprit who killed 12 Japanese police officers, but she killed him out of personal revenge. As the prosecutor on this case, he requests that the court sentence Anna Jean to death. The moment he finished, the spectators below erupted in shock. The Sunsight Group's people were furious at the sentence he proposed. In contrast, Anna remained utterly composed, accepting it without flinching. At that moment, her attorney immediately raised a hand in objection. Following procedure, the judge allowed the defense to present its argument. The lawyer quickly laid out his point. To Kwang was a dangerous killer, responsible for the deaths of many Japanese police officers. The Japanese police were powerless against him. Thankfully, it was the suspect, Anna Jin, who eliminated him. Just imagine how many more people he would have killed if he'd lived. Hearing that, Anna was momentarily at a loss for words. She wasn't that noble. The lawyer, however, continued pressing his case. At the time, Master Wang was threatening the life of the suspect's son, Seth. So as a mother, what was wrong with protecting her child? The lawyer stopped there, having said his piece. But the prosecution quickly presented evidence to refute the defense. On the screen was footage from the crime scene. As it played, the prosecutor spoke in a cold, steady voice. The suspect's son is infamous as South Korea's most formidable gangster, Seth Kang, chairman of the Sunshine Group. From the recorded images, we can see that Seth Kang had already completely defeated and restrained Master Kang before the killing took place. Therefore, the claim that the defendant killed to save her son is not reasonable. Hearing this, the lawyer's forehead beaded with cold sweat. The judge frowned at the video on the screen, sinking into thought. Only Anna remained perfectly calm, standing there in silence. She struck Master Wang to protect Seth. Once she was convicted, Seth would be safe, so she had nothing to worry about regarding this sentence. At Ian Dung Po Detention Center, where Seth was being held, Peter came to visit him. A pane of glass separated them. But on the other side, Peter didn't know how to begin. After hesitating for a long time, Seth finally spoke first. "You want to ask how your mother is doing?" Peter said reluctantly. "She's still in court. You asked how it was going." Peter hesitated as he looked at you and after a long moment still didn't answer. Seth grew even more uneasy. Only then did Peter speak again, telling him to worry about himself first. "You've still got 3 more months in here. They cleared you of the illegal entry charge, but the accusations tied to organizing the tournament and murder are going to be hard." Seth didn't care about any of that. He only needed to know how his mother was doing. Hearing that, Peter shot to his feet and angrily called him an idiot. "Do you even know who your mother ended up like this because of?" Peter wanted to argue, but the words wouldn't come. Seth could only sigh helplessly while Peter bit his lip, glaring at him. In the end, with obvious reluctance, Peter turned to leave. But when his hand reached the doorknob, he suddenly stopped. He told Seth, "Right now, Sunshine is doing everything it can to work things out with the police, so you'd better not do anything reckless." Hearing that, Seth stayed silent and didn't respond. The next day at the Northern District Court, it was the day of Seth's trial. He was now standing at the defendant's podium. Below, only a handful of people had come to attend. The prosecutor held Seth's judgment document, but couldn't help letting out a sigh. Then he looked over at Seth standing across from him. Seth just stood there quietly, his face as if he were thinking about something crucial. Peter and Jean also came to the hearing, along with Sophie. She was extremely worried about him. At this moment, the judge had already begun reviewing the judgment. After a long while, he spoke. You not only entered the country illegally, but also organized an underground tournament. Although you are the chairman of Sunshine Group, the defendant is only 19 years old. Since this is your first offense, and in consideration of what Sunshine Group has contributed to the country, the court sentences the defendant to a $100,000 fine and 123 hours of community service. As he said this, the judge moved to strike the gavel and end the session. But Seth suddenly shouted to stop him. The judge's gavel froze midair. No one in the courtroom knew what he was about to do, their faces full of suspicion. A moment later, he confessed that he had committed murder. The prosecutor was horrified and shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Peter and the others below were also panic-stricken. They never expected that at the very last moment he would confess, ignoring them. He stared firmly at the judge and said it was all his doing. He was the one who killed in Japan. At the same time, at a detention facility in Japan, Anna had finished her own trial and returned there. Her face was utterly calm, nothing like someone who had just been sentenced. A few days later, at the facility where Anna was being held, snow was falling outside. At that moment, an officer came in and opened Anna's cell door. In Japanese, he said to her, "Come out now." Anna was a little surprised but still followed the officer. Because Seth had confessed, she was released. But she wasn't happy at all, her eyes burning with anger. Peter led people from the group to pick her up. She narrowed her eyes at him, then stepped forward. Peter bowed his head to her and Anna apologized. Anna only glanced at him, brushed past him, and walked toward the car parked behind them. The person standing by the car told her, "You've been cleared of the murder charge, but you'll still have to face another trial once you return to South Korea." She asked how Seth was doing. The other person replied that he had been sentenced to 7 years. They had done everything they could. Hearing that, she couldn't help but sigh. Only then did she order them to return. Peter watched her walking away, momentarily at a loss for words. The people behind him were also extremely awkward. They really hadn't fulfilled their duty, they hadn't protected Seth. Peter thought for a long time, and in the end he took them with him and left. Elsewhere at Yangjin Private Sports High School, today was the graduation ceremony, and all the students had gathered in the main auditorium. A teacher stood on the raised platform, reading out the names of the graduating students. They went up one by one to receive their diplomas, and just like that, their school days slipped away. After a while, the ceremony finally ended. Jin hopped out from behind the barrier, let out a breath of relief, and then walked over to Gat. Jin asked if Gat was going back to America after this. Gat gave a slight shake of his head. He was going to stop fighting for the time being. Jin was a little surprised and asked, "So what are you going to do now?" Gat chuckled softly and shot him a glance. Then he spoke mysteriously, saying there was a place he had to go. At the same time, at Sunshine Group in the chairman's office, quite a few people from the company were present. They were discussing a plan to deal with an issue. Peter spoke first. The other side was forcing them to take responsibility for the death of Jian Li. Jian Li was a member of the Triad. Someone else asked, "And what about those Chinese ships flooding into Incheon?" As soon as he said that, a woman echoed the concern. Because Akira was also making some suspicious move, Peter suggested they should strike first to seize the advantage. At this moment, the chairman's chair slowly turned around, and the person sitting in it finally faced everyone. Sitting there was, of course, Anna. She ordered them to keep watching those people for now. If anything changed, she would handle it personally, whether it was the Chinese or the Japanese. As soon as she finished, everyone below answered in unison. Elsewhere, in a snow-covered mountain region, Jin was training. He used an ancient tree as a punching bag, striking and kicking it non-stop. After a while, he pulled his hands back and let out a breath of relief. Just then, a woman's voice came from behind him. "I knew you'd be here." It was Erica. She smiled at him and happily said she'd bet he'd been training hard. The moment Jin heard her voice, he turned around with delight. But he saw someone else standing beside her and immediately widened his eyes in shock. It was Gat, calmly standing there and looking at him. Jin, a bit flustered, asked why the two of them were together. Was her taste really that hardcore? Hearing that, Gat slowly asked, "Can this place make me stronger?" Jin stared at him in surprise, so that was the reason. Without thinking, Jin nodded. Of course. Elsewhere at a prison, a prisoner transport vehicle was stopped at the gate. The prison guards quickly lined up and escorted the inmates off the vehicle. A group of vicious-looking men filed out together. Seth was also one of the prisoners brought in by this vehicle. Seeing that he had stepped down, a guard turned to the colleague behind him and said this was the last one. When the other man saw Seth's face, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. "Why does he look like a little kid?" He looked at Seth with contempt, his tone full of mockery. "Looks like those old folks won't be easy to placate properly now." With that, he shoved Seth inside the prison. Then Guangjiong laughed and said, "Try not to get your ass sealed up in there, yeah." But as soon as he finished, his expression immediately turned ugly, because the criminals inside at some point had already gathered together, and they were lined up neatly. They lowered their heads to Seth and addressed him in unison, "Young master." Seth wasn't surprised by the scene at all. He curled his lips into a faint smile, narrowed his eyes at them, and greeted them calmly. Long time no see, brothers. After a brief pause, let's move to the extra chapter to learn more about Seth's path. From a 13-year-old boy, how did he become the chairman of a terrorist conglomerate like Sunshine? Time flew by, and after many years, Sunshine Group still stood firm. At this moment, below the company headquarters, two figures were staring up intently. After a moment, the middle-aged man finally spoke. "This is Sunshine Group." It took the boy a long time to react. Then he cried out in amazement, "This is the business my dad built. It's huge." For some reason, excitement suddenly swelled in his chest. The middle-aged man was Uncle Ba Jong-suk, a key figure in Sunshine Group. He noticed the boy's expression but didn't react much. He stepped forward to lead the way, signaling for the boy to go inside. Hearing that, the teenager lifted his foot and followed. The two of them slowly entered the building, then took the elevator up to the top floor. But only a moment later, Jong-suk suddenly stopped for no clear reason, startling the teenager. He spoke slowly and warning, "Your father has only two final wishes. First, don't go around picking fights, it's humiliating. Second, if anything happens to me, my son will inherit everything in Sunshine." Hearing this, the teenager's face darkened instantly. But he was sensible and didn't ask much. The man swept his gaze over him for a moment, then continued, "Unfortunately, that's exactly what happened." The teenager understood what he meant, worry showing on his face. The man hesitated, then called his name. The boy in front of him was named Sehun. Sehun silently waited for the next question from the man in front of him. He frowned and asked slowly, "You must become the master of this place. Can you do it? Moreover, countless obstacles will always be waiting for you to overcome." Sehun frowned slightly, deep in thought. He did not answer the man's question. After that, he was taken to the chairman's private residence. After bathing, he climbed into bed to rest, yet he could not stop thinking about what had just happened. After a while, he sighed helplessly. He felt uneasy, sitting motionless on the bed. What exactly is going on? His father is part of the Underworld, and one of the most notorious gangs in South Korea. Is that why he only knew how to fight since childhood? Thinking of this, he clenched his fists aggressively. No matter what, he would definitely succeed, because it was his father's last wish. At that moment, no one knew that a teenage boy could have such determined eyes, so firm and resolute. The next morning, at the high-rise building, headquarters of Sunshine Corporation, Jong-suk led Si-hyun to the top floor of the corporation. Exiting the elevator, the man suddenly stopped. He turned his head to look at Si-hyun behind him and spoke slowly. "Today, the gang members are all gathered here to meet you." Hearing this, Si-hyun froze, his body trembling involuntarily. But since he was already here, there was no chance to back down. Jong-suk immediately pushed the door open. The man scanned the people inside and greeted them calmly. He thanked them for making the effort to come despite the long journey. Inside the large room, a group of people sat around a long table, leaving a central seat for someone. As soon as they heard the sound at the door, they glanced toward it. They were all prominent figures of Sunshine Corporation. At the same time, a dangerous gaze briefly looked toward the door but quickly disappeared. Outside, Jong-suk looked at Si-hyun and commanded, "Go in and greet them. These are the people who have risked their lives alongside the boss." Si-hyun nodded in acknowledgement and slowly stepped inside. He looked at the group and greeted everyone loudly. He also introduced himself as Kang Si-hyun. As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent, except for one woman who suddenly looked at him. This caught him a bit off guard. After a moment, the woman spoke warmly, complimenting him as charming and resembling someone perfectly. The woman was Du Sang-yang, commonly called Sang Madame. She was the Gangnam Regional Chairman. With her words, Yoon Kai-chan, Regional Director of Jeju, chimed in, asking if he was a high school student and probably the top at his school. Sehun felt a bit embarrassed, unsure how to respond. Hanam Regional Director Gu Suki frowned at him. She aggressively called him a mushroom head, asking if he was the blood relative the boss had hidden all these years. "Or shall we have a friendly match?" This made Si-hyun flinch, meeting someone for the first time and already challenged to a fight. While everyone was warmly questioning him, a loud bang suddenly echoed from the table. The noise startled everyone in the room, and in an instant, it fell completely silent. Si-hyun was frightened by the noise. Peter squinted at the person who banged the table. That person glared aggressively at Si-hyun. He was dissatisfied, shouting, "So what? Are we really letting a kid inherit the entire corporation?" The speaker was Bitch Du-han, Regional Director of Busan. Hearing this, Jong-suk asked coldly, "Didn't you hear the chairman's last wish?" Du-han grew increasingly angry. He was unwilling to accept it and scolded the other as irresponsible. Hearing this, Anyang Regional Director, Lee Du-zion, angrily reprimanded him. "Du-han, you've gone too far. How dare you speak about the boss like that? Doohan was unafraid, glaring at the uncle. He gritted his teeth, asking if the uncle wanted to fight. The uncle happily accepted, then firmly corrected him. Seeing this, Jong-suk's expression grew even uglier. He shouted for them to stop. With his words, the room fell silent again. Doohan reluctantly clicked his tongue but did not act out. Du Zion glared at Doohan. He muttered, "This dog is ungrateful." Si Hyun stood silently to the side, deep in thought, not daring to intervene. At that moment, another person suddenly appeared at the door. His hoarse voice said, "Why is it so noisy in here?" Everyone in the room startled and looked toward the door. Peter and Si Hyun did the same, all in an instant. The people in the room called in unison, "Second brother." The man had two subordinates at his sides and smirked at the people inside. "Long time no see, brothers." The man who entered was the second predecessor of Sunshine Corporation. Si Hyun did not know him and looked on blankly. He did not bow like the others, but Sang Madame did not mind. She approached him. Her large figure nearly blocked his view, forcing him to look up at her. The two of them stared straight into each other's eyes. After a moment, Sang Man suddenly spread his arms wide, startling Seth and making him instinctively step back. But he immediately pulled him into a hug, startling not only Seth but also Peter beside him. Saman hugged Seth's neck tightly, speaking cheerfully. "Kid, it's been a while since I've seen you." After saying this, he released him and looked toward the group across the room, raising an eyebrow with a smile. "This is the big brother's son. Of course, this kid will take over the company." With these words, the other group remained silent, saying nothing. Only one person, Derek Pike, raised an eyebrow as if to question, "Are you sure?" Saman, seeing no one speaking up, frowned and asked what was wrong with them. Not responding meant someone was dissatisfied. The room fell silent again, no one daring to speak. Sang Man glanced toward the other group. Then he glanced at his subordinate with the two small tufts of facial hair, deciding to overlook him. He then looked at the fat man beside him, confusing the man. Then he waved his hand, calling him over. Mook was slightly suspicious but did not dare resist. He followed the order to stand before Seth. Sang Man commanded him to quickly test Seth, so anyone planning to rebel would know to back off. At this point, he subtly glanced at the people behind him. But the fat man didn't understand, a look of discontent appearing on his face. "Are you making him babysit?" Seth's face showed slight discomfort. Was he looking down on him? Saman raised his eyebrow at the fat man. "So what?" The fat man broke into a cold sweat at his expression. Sure enough, Saman asked him, "Want to play around with me?" In an instant, the fat man trembled in fear. He hurriedly shook his head in denial. No sane person would dare fight him. Saman arranged things properly and then looked at Peter. "Is that all right?" Peter quickly nodded. He smiled in satisfaction, a faint spark of excitement in his eye. Then he patted Seth on the shoulder and said, "Now let's see your skills a bit." Hearing this, Seth was shocked, lifting his head to look at him skeptically. Sang Man chuckled quietly. "This is going to be interesting." Suki, who had earlier wanted to fight Seth, was now excited at the mention of a fight. Excitedly shouted, "Just as expected from the second brother, let's go." Seeing this, the man who had brought Seth hesitated. He was just a high school student, but Sang Man didn't care. He put his arm around Seth's shoulder, telling him to have a little sparring. Seth scratched his head awkwardly. He had never fought before. Sang Man looked at him in slight surprise, but then he said he was a prodigy. Seth frowned. "Haven't you listened to what others said?" Saman ignored him and excitedly asked everyone, "Do you know what he did in 4th grade? He single-handedly handled 15 middle schoolers who came to his area." Seth lifted his head, speechless. When did he even accomplish this? But his words set the room ablaze with admiration. Everyone praised him highly. Truly the blood of their big brother. Seth didn't know what to say, only offering a sheepish smile. Even if he explained, they probably wouldn't listen. Regardless, they moved to a practice arena in the company, waiting for the showdown between Seth and the fat man. Everyone waited eagerly, wanting to see the skills of the big brother's son. Only Derek Pike looked displeased, his expression sour. Seth had now taken off his outer jacket and rolled up his sleeves for the fight. The fat man stared at him for a while reluctantly. He looked at Sang Man, hesitating. "Isn't this too much?" Sang Man shook his head cheerfully. "Not at all, this way we know the kid's true ability." The fat man was displeased. "You're being extreme. Why are you sending a high school kid to face him?" Saman sneered in contempt. "Then let's just get it over with." The fat man sighed helplessly. Honestly, he had to fight a high school kid. Winning wouldn't bring glory. Meanwhile, Seth was watching him intently. He had now assumed a fighting stance. But at that moment, Seth suddenly asked, "Are you good at striking?" Hearing this, the fat man was slightly annoyed. He asked if Seth knew who he was, wanting to introduce himself. But before he could finish, Seth impatiently said he was very annoying. The fat man was instantly horrified, eyes wide. Seth then calmly said he had never really fought before. "So now you can hit me as much as you want." The fat man was shocked again, not knowing what he meant. While he hesitated, Seth acted swiftly, striking like lightning. He kicked the fat man in the stomach, causing him to double over in pain. He let out a faint groan, yet he did not give in, clenching his fists and aggressively swinging. At that moment, Z made a move that caught him off guard, because instead of dodging, the boy charged straight in. He clenched Than Qian's hand and faced him head-on. Two powerful fists slammed into each other. Both their hands trembled slightly. Before long, they separated. The fat man staggered back a few steps. He bared his teeth and panted viciously. Seth wasn't any better either. He was forced back several steps as well. That put some distance between them. Now there was no contempt left on the fat man's face. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Seth broke into an excited grin. Mock stared at him, confused, not knowing what he was laughing at. Then Seth suddenly shouted, "This is interesting." The fat man frowned at him. "What's interesting about it?" Seth's eyes burned with battle lust without a trace of fear. Seeing that attitude, the fat man flew into a rage. How ridiculous! He lunged forward again, trying to attack Seth once more. This time he was much faster, and his punches carried even more power than before. Even so, Seth could still dodge. He threw punch after punch, and Seth slipped them all, still staring at him with open provocation. That expression made the fat man's anger surge. The next instant, he grabbed Seth by the collar, catching him off guard. Before Seth could figure out what he was doing, the man's other hand clamped down on Seth's shoulder. Then he heaved and flipped Seth backward. Seth couldn't react in time and was slammed to the ground. His whole body hit hard and he let out a pained grunt. The fat man bit his lip and looked down at him fiercely, but then his eyes suddenly widened in shock, because he saw Seth's mysterious smile again. Right after that, Seth shot out a hand to grab him. The man couldn't defend in time and was yanked down face to face. Seth seized the moment and brutally smashed his head into the man's. The blow split open the fat man's head and blood started to flow. Seth smiled in satisfied triumph. The fat man clutched his bleeding head, fury surging inside him. Seth also got back on his feet. Without saying a word, he rushed in and swung his fist at the fat man again. Still rattled by the cut on his forehead, the man couldn't react in time. Seth's punch smashed straight into his face. The onlookers outside trembled all over at the sight, but some of them were thrilled and shouted loudly. "That's the big boss's hot-blooded style." Seth fought harder and harder, giving the fat man no time to breathe as he kept pressing the attack. The fat man was forced back again and again. He had no choice but to fall into a defensive stance. He bit his lip hard, anger flashing in his eyes. Something appeared in his hand. Seeing it, Seth's expression turned ugly at once. The man was holding a baton, ready to strike him. He clearly wanted revenge for the wound he'd just taken. As the baton came crashing toward him, Seth didn't know what to do. Luckily, at that moment the baton dropped. Sang Man charged out to stop him. The baton in the man's hand was forced still. Sang Man glared at the fat man and gritted his teeth as he scolded, "Have some restraint, are you trying to kill someone?" Hearing that, unwillingness flashed across the fat man's face. In the end, he still put the weapon away. Seeing this, Sang Man let out a quiet sigh of relief. The fat man, though unwilling, could only sigh helplessly. Then Sang Man looked toward the crowd and spoke up. "You all saw it, right? Seth's strength is insane." As soon as he said that, some people were happy and some were not. Derek Pike bit his lip hard, danger flickering in his eyes. Then he quickly hid it. After this fight, no one dared to object anymore. Sang Man brought Seth into the car and drove away from the compound. A pickup loaded with supplies drove deep into the forest. Inside, Seth stared out the window in silence. Rodney, riding in the truck bed, was still seething over his earlier defeat. Not long after, the vehicle stopped in front of a large plant. Sang Man opened the door, got out, and told Seth to come down. Seth did as told and stepped out. An auto workshop stood before him. Sang Man paused, looked at the sign, and asked, "What do you think of this place?" "Not bad." Seth took a quick look around and said the place was pretty good. Sang Man nodded happily in agreement. After thinking for a moment, he suggested, "Stay here for now." Hearing that, Seth felt a bit suspicious. But what was he supposed to do here? Sang Man burst out laughing and said, "Just relax and have fun. There's nothing you need to do." Seth frowned at him. "No way." Elsewhere at a grave, two figures stood together. Peter said to the woman in front of him, "Seth has been taken away by Sang Man." The woman frowned slightly and asked, "Sang Man?" Peter nodded firmly. Hearing that, the woman finally let out a relieved breath. If it was Sang Man, then there was no need to worry about him anymore. At the auto workshop, Saman was tightening bolts, sweat pouring down his face. He glanced back at the two idle subordinates behind him. For a moment he was at a loss for words. At this moment, Seth looked at him, asking what to do next. He walked over to him. "What should we do now?" He didn't know either. Unable to answer, he instead asked what Seth wanted to do. Seth was slightly surprised, remaining silent for a while. Saman pointed toward Rodney behind them, raising an eyebrow in suggestion. "If you're bored, go another round with him." Rodney immediately voiced his displeasure at this remark. He felt slightly annoyed and said he already knew. Saman looked at his boss and told him to play here until he was tired. He had other business to attend to. Seth obediently nodded in response. Rodney stood nearby smoking, not saying a word. By evening, Saman finally finished his work. but when he went outside, he still saw Seth sitting in the same spot. He walked over and asked if Seth found this place very quiet. Seth nodded without hesitation, then he asked if it was boring. Seth nodded coldly again, not adding a single extra word. Saman hesitated for a moment, then asked, "So, what should we do?" Seth did not understand what he meant. Then, Saman suddenly gave a mysterious smile, raised his eyebrow and looked at him. "If you want to leave, you have to beat me first." Seth raised his eyebrows, clearly unable to believe what he had just said. Seeing this expression, Saman couldn't help but smile. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's the matter, scared?" Seth stared at him, hesitating for a long moment before speaking. He shook his head, denying it. Saman asked in return, "Then why not?" Seth pushed himself up, facing Saman, but questioned him. "Why go to such lengths?" Saman just chuckled softly, teasing casually. "A tiger father begets a tiger son, right? Otherwise, when you meet the boss again, he will feel very guilty." Hearing this, Seth frowned at him. He wanted to see how much of what he said was true. Saman was unflustered, raising his eyebrows as if confirming his words were true. After a while, Seth suddenly gave a mysterious smile. The laugh startled Saman a little. Seth then asked him in return, "So I just need to beat you, right?" As he said this, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Saman saw this look and couldn't help smiling. He raised an eyebrow at Seth and asked, "That's easy, right?" Seth nodded without hesitation. Saman was very satisfied. "Then show me your power." As soon as he said this, Seth aggressively lunged at him. His hands clenched into fists, as if gathering all his strength inside. But Saman showed no fear. He calmly stood there. When Seth's fist reached in front of him, he casually raised his hand and caught it. He frowned at Seth and said indifferently, "This is just for reference." But he had only ever lost twice in one-on-one matches. Hearing this, Seth was slightly stunned, unable to react in time. He tried to pull his hand back, but Saman held on too tightly, making his struggles almost useless. Then Saman twisted his arm backward. In an instant, Seth was forced to his knees. Looking down from above, Saman arrogantly said, "With this level of skill, don't even think of leaving here in 10 years. Seth's hands were held tightly. He bit his lip aggressively, unable to reply. Meanwhile, Rodney stood behind the car smoking. He happened to see everything. His gaze flicked briefly before withdrawing. This kind of thing didn't require much attention. The next morning, the car workshop received a black car from outside. A man stepped out of the car and, upon seeing Rodney, immediately started teasing him. "Lucky guy, huh?" Rodney felt annoyed and asked what he was doing here. The man was Jack, Saman's subordinate. Of course, he came to see Saman. After speaking, he went inside to find Saman. After a while, Saman said he wanted to go to China for a trip. He wanted to find out who had touched his boss. Hearing this, Jack was immediately shocked. "Wasn't that the triad?" Saman shook his head, denying it, saying it was the Black Society instead. He then gave Jack further instructions, and Jack nodded in acknowledgement. He said it would be very dangerous, but Jack just chuckled softly. He glanced at Rodney and gave a teasing smile. "Actually, it's quite good. He doesn't like babysitting like you either, Rodney." Hearing this, Rodney rolled his eyes at him, furious but powerless. In the following days, the workshop continued its normal routine. At dawn, Seth ran to the forest edge to train. After losing to Saman the day before, he was constantly improving his fist. But every time he remembered, he still couldn't understand. That day, he had clearly used a lot of force and speed, but Saman still stopped him with just one move. He was extremely unwilling to accept it. At that moment, a sound came from behind, interrupting his thoughts. When he turned to look, he saw Rodney walking over, yawning. He didn't forget to scold him. "If you're going somewhere, let me know." Seth smiled softly. "I didn't call because I saw you sleeping." Rodney could only chuckle. "Anyway, don't go anywhere alone, it's dangerous." Seth stared at him, confidently saying he could handle himself. Rodney sighed helplessly. Then he suddenly spoke seriously. "I admit you do have some ability, but I want you to know you are in a very dangerous situation. Do you know how ruthless people can be when vying for the chairman's seat of a corporation?" Seth was a bit shocked. He had never imagined that position could be so dangerous. "Moreover, you're just a kid. How could you even think that far ahead?" Rodney squinted at him, then continued. "Your little life is being watched by many." Seth pondered his words silently. After a moment, he finally addressed him as uncle. He immediately protested. "Just call me Rodney." Seth reluctantly nodded, then asked, "Do you know who the two people Sangman lost to are?" Rodney only knew one, Seth's father. Both are very famous, almost legendary. Hearing this, Seth was surprised. He hadn't expected his father to be so renowned. But Rodney didn't know who the second person Sangman lost to was. This was the first time he had heard of it. On the other hand, at a downtown store, a woman was busy working. Outside, Derek Pike was watching her quietly. After a while, his subordinate came out. He asked any confirmation. The subordinate shook his head. Derek Pike immediately got angry and ordered, "Go find out where Sangman is." The subordinate hesitated. "If we get discovered, it'll be impossible to handle." Derek Pike ignored him angrily. "I said I'll handle it myself." The subordinate was confused. Derek Pike explained, "Money is Buddha. With money, someone will kill for you." Yet the subordinate was still hesitant. If both Sangman and Rodney are there, it won't be easy. Derek Pike sighed helplessly. He didn't insist on using someone local. A few days later at Incheon International Airport, a burly man appeared. He carried a small suitcase and left the airport, clearly not a local. At the same time, at Busan International Terminal, another foreigner also appeared. In a deserted park, the man sat alone on a bench, seemingly waiting for someone. It was the man who had just arrived from Incheon. A black car approached from afar. He immediately stood up and stepped forward. The car stopped before him, the window rolled down, revealing the person inside. The person handed him a stack of documents, said nothing, and drove off. The car slowly drove away, leaving the man alone to open the documents. When he saw Seth's photo, his expression froze. This target is just a child ahead. The car had gone some distance before the occupant dared to look back. Inside the car were Derek Pike and his subordinate. The subordinate couldn't help but ask. He complained that the atmosphere was terrifying. Derek Pike snorted, "That's the sniper I went to great lengths to hire." Hearing this, the subordinate frowned, unable to believe what he just heard. Derek Pike, a bit annoyed, repeated, "It's that gun, you don't know it." After Derek Pike confirmed, the subordinate panicked even more. Derek Pike sighed helplessly, "Don't worry about being discovered." He is said to work very discreetly, almost leaving no trace. The subordinate relaxed a bit, then remembered there was one more person. Derek Pike shook his head slightly. That person said he would investigate and meet me later. But just as he finished, the car suddenly stopped. The two nearly hit their heads. Derek Pike angrily scolded the driver. "Why the sudden brake?" The driver explained fearfully, "Someone is blocking the road ahead." Hearing this, Derek Pike and his subordinate looked up. Indeed, someone was blocking the road. The man almost got hit but wasn't afraid. He even licked his lips, extremely excited. Derek Pike's face twitched with irritation. Before he could react, the man suddenly produced something. He aggressively threw it at the car window. It pierced through the front glass and went straight out the back, cracking the window into a hole. Upon closer inspection, he was holding two round, rough, disgusting stones. He stepped up to the car window. Then he leaned inside, grinning savagely. Derek Pike, furious, demanded what he was doing. The man snorted and calmly said, "I'm here to meet the client directly." Derek Pike was surprised. So this is the man he hired. The man scoffed, "I'm the type that gets paid for a kill and then doesn't collect the fee." So he had to meet that guy in person to figure it out and kill him if he dared. Derek Pike glared at him, then said he would transfer $100 million up front. After the job, he would pay an additional $400 million, yet the other man still wasn't satisfied. Derek Pike frowned instantly, his expression turning serious. The man leaned close to the car window, speaking coldly. He just finished the investigation. Taking over the entire Sunshine Corporation would require about $500 million. Derek Pike gritted his teeth at him. Asking for more money on top of $400 million was too much. But the man said he wanted an extra $100 million. If so, he would throw in handling a few troublesome targets for Derek Pike as a bonus. Derek Pike pondered this, hesitating. A moment later, he handed over a stack of documents to the man, essentially agreeing to the price. The man got what he wanted and snatched the document bag without hesitation. Before leaving, Derek Pike told him to take care of all the people with the target. Derek Pike's car slowly drove forward, leaving the man behind, extremely excited. His deal had been successful. Elsewhere at Sangman's workshop, Seth had no idea someone was plotting to kill him. He was fully immersed in training. He had been training for a long time, sweat pouring from him. Rodney was also there, watching him. After a while, Seth was exhausted, lowering his hands and panting heavily. Rodney took a drag of his cigarette, smirking, and said he wasn't even worth a hair of Sangman's. Rodney even suggested he teach Seth. Seth smiled lightly at this, saying it wasn't necessary. He wasn't anything special anyway. Rodney felt insulted, his expression instantly darkened. He stood up immediately, staring coldly at Seth. He said to make it clear. The day he had a solo fight with Seth, if Sangman hadn't stopped him, Seth's head would have been smashed for sure. Seth didn't believe him and scoffed. "No way." Rodney finally couldn't hold back, curling his lips into a grim smile. Then he pulled out his specialized baton. Seeing this, Seth frowned. Rodney spoke again. "Do you know what's most important in a fight? It's killing intent. If your killing intent dominates, you already have the upper hand." At this moment, Rodney's aura did indeed shift, making Seth break into a cold sweat. Rodney slowly advanced, lecturing Seth without stopping. "A beast won't strike if it isn't confident it can kill its prey." Seth frowned, thinking deeply about what he had just said. After a while, he even smiled, which made Rodney a little pleased. Seth's reason for smiling was unclear. He furrowed his brow and looked at Rodney, coldly saying, "I still haven't even fought properly." Then he beckoned to Rodney, signaling him to come at him quickly. Seth's playful attitude angered Rodney. He bit his lip fiercely, cursing, "You little brat." He immediately lunged forward, swinging his baton without hesitation. But Seth showed no fear, calmly blocking his strikes. Meanwhile, a man stood on a boat near Sangman's auto workshop. He used binoculars to scout and find a suitable spot for an ambush. He was the one Derek Pike had hired to deal with Seth. He had located the place. On the other side, the battle between Seth and Rodney raged intensely. Seth had to face Rodney's baton, constantly dodging. Yet Rodney also wasn't making it easy. Seth's fists flew continuously. Whoever failed to dodge got hit, one by a punch, one by a baton. Still, neither stopped. Until Seth landed a punch on Rodney, who couldn't defend or counter, being pushed several steps back. Seth smiled in satisfaction. After some time of fighting, the two separated again. At this point, Seth had many injuries. Rodney was similarly hurt. Even a single punch left marks, and he was unwilling to accept it. Rodney rushed forward with his baton. Seth didn't back down, waiting for him to strike. Rodney swung the baton down on Seth's head without hesitation. At the critical moment, Seth quickly jumped back to evade. However, the baton still struck his hand. Seth didn't care and suddenly dropped to one knee. Seeing this, Rodney was suspicious, unsure of Seth's intention. By the time he reacted, Seth had raised his knee to strike Rodney's face. Seth's move succeeded instantly. He frowned triumphantly at Rodney. This strike caused Rodney's nose to bleed profusely. Rodney shouted angrily, "You brat!" Immediately, he swung his baton at Seth's head. Rodney bit his lip, glaring, but Seth remained unmoved. A second later, Seth staggered and fell to the ground, lying still. Seeing this, Rodney's expression turned ugly. "It's over. I didn't go too far. I'm definitely screwed with Sangman now." He hesitated, stepping closer to Seth. He muttered shakily, "Are you even alive?" At that moment, Seth's arm suddenly twitched. Right after that, he forced himself to his feet, terrifying Rodney. Blood was pouring from his head. The more Rodney looked, the more panicked he became. He was afraid he'd seriously hurt him. But what he didn't expect was that Seth asked him to do it again. He even wanted him to hit him one more time. The instant the words left his mouth, fear spread across Rodney's face. This kid had to be insane. Even so, the two of them fought another round, not stopping until Seth finally collapsed. Rodney was exhausted. He sat down beside Seth, who lay completely still. He couldn't help sighing to himself. What did this kid eat to be this strong? It was like he'd reached his limit and couldn't possibly get back up. A moment later, he woke from his daze. He jolted upright aggressively, swept his eyes around, and only then realized he was in a room. Then the pain in his head suddenly spread, making his whole body tremble. Hearing the commotion, Saman stepped in from outside the door. Sure enough, he saw Seth was awake. He didn't ask about the injury, only lifted a hand to signal him to come out for breakfast. After the two of them went outside, Rodney was already at the table, wolfing food down like he'd been starving. Saman had to remind him to slow down. Hearing that, Rodney immediately turned his head and saw Seth standing behind the door, looking a little awkward. When Seth saw this, he didn't say much, just walked over and sat beside him. Saman sat across from them and told Seth to eat up, probably because he was being reminded. After that, he looked toward Rodney. The moment he called out, Rodney straightened his back at once. He pressed him with a question. "You can't win without using a weapon." Rodney shook his head slightly and denied it. Saman didn't bother with him anymore. He only glanced at Seth and asked if he was okay, meaning, was it really fine for him to fight Rodney barehanded like that? Hearing that, Seth answered confidently, "If that's the case, then you've got more than enough to beat him." Rodney just kept his head down eating noodles and didn't say another word. The next day, Seth's wound seemed to have healed, and he went back to training with Rodney. This time, Rodney didn't use a weapon and fought him barehanded instead. What they didn't know was that, while they were fighting, someone was watching from afar. This man had been sent to assassinate Seth. Sensing an opening, he immediately pulled out a sniper rifle. Without hesitation, he aimed at the two of them. Because they were moving too fast, he had to track them for a long time. But they kept shifting non-stop and he couldn't lock on. After a while, he finally found a chance. His barrel lined up straight with Seth's head. He was just about to pull the trigger, but at that moment there was a sound behind him. He instantly drew a pistol, spun around and prepared to take down whoever had come. But before he could fire, the other man spoke. "We're on the same side." The newcomer was the second man Derek Pike had hired. He said that if the shooter fired here, it would make things hard to handle. The sniper frowned, thinking. Then he accepted the suggestion. "Just kill Seth. Leave the others to me." Seth and Rodney had no idea danger was closing in. They kept fighting without pause. At that moment, Seth landed the finishing blow on Rodney, slamming him to the ground. Seth couldn't help smiling. He won. Rodney was knocked down by Seth. A nosebleed streamed nonstop. Seth sat down beside him and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Rodney didn't feel pain, but he felt humiliated. He bit his lip. Seeing that, Seth couldn't resist teasing. "Yesterday you knocked me out. Now it's just a little nosebleed. Why are you making such a big deal out of it?" Rodney refused to accept it. He sat up and said irritably, "You're the same as me. Either way, I lost to a brat like you." How could he not feel ashamed? After saying that, he rested his head on his knees and cried. Seth sighed helplessly and patted his shoulder to comfort him. Rodney looked up at Seth, waiting for what he'd say next. But Seth felt he hadn't teased him enough, so he said, "So you can't beat me in a barehanded fight." That only made Rodney angrier. Gritting his teeth, he cursed, "Bastard." He only cursed, he didn't fight back. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a long drag. Smoke billowed thickly. Only then did he slowly open his mouth. He admitted it. Seth, sitting beside him, said, "Then grab the baton and fight another round." Rodney shook his head slightly. "I don't dare. I need to ask Saman first." The moment he finished speaking, his expression changed. Without hesitation, he drew his weapon. Rodney immediately stood up, took a fighting stance because he could feel killing intent approaching. Seth was a little confused by his reaction. He had never been through a life-or-death fight, so of course he couldn't sense that killing intent, but Rodney was different. At the same time, a faint rustle came from the bushes. Right after that, a round object shot out with a wind-tearing speed. Its main target was Rodney. It was far too fast, and Rodney couldn't react in time. It swept across his arm. Fresh blood poured out nonstop, and he was even knocked to the ground. Immediately after, a man emerged from the bushes, his voice dripping with contempt, yet he was struck straight in the chest. The newcomer was none other than the second man Derek Pike had hired. He looked provocative, slightly amused at the arrival. His face instantly turned ugly. The man was exhilarated, slowly approaching the two. Rodney, holding his wound, stood up and told Seth to run, yet Seth remained dazed, frozen in place, not moving an inch. Seeing this, Rodney immediately yelled in frustration, "What are you standing there for? Go call Sangman." From the distance came a cold snort. "Might as well try to run away." Rodney reminded Seth to escape, then charged toward the man. The man shouted a command, then threw the object in his hand. Rodney flinched, dodging to the side. Seeing this, the man grinned smugly, while Rodney looked no better, sweat running down his face. Fortunately, he dodged just in time. Otherwise, the object would have pierced his chest. But before he could react further, another projectile struck his abdomen. He fell to the ground in pain, his face twisted in discomfort. The man grew more satisfied with each strike. His face full of smug satisfaction, Rodney painfully forced himself to stand again. Seth still stood there, dazed, neither fighting nor running. No one knew what he was thinking. Seeing the reluctant look on Seth's face, Rodney thought, "I've already told him to run. How many times must I say it?" The man shouted a command, his tone full of contempt. Seth was so scared his legs trembled, he couldn't move. Rodney bit his lip, face filled with anger. Regardless, the man didn't care and smirked, telling him not to worry. He would kill Seth last. But at that moment, a stone suddenly flew from afar. The stone traveled fast. The man didn't have time to react. It hit his shoulder before he could comprehend what was happening. Seth charged forward fiercely. The man's face instantly turned ugly. He didn't expect Seth to act like that, whether he suspected it or not. At this point, Seth really swung his fist at the man. The force made the man's face twist to the side. Seth seemed to put all his strength into this punch, carrying all his rage with it. The man was suddenly struck, his eyes filled with killing intent, teeth clenched as he cursed. Immediately after, he reached into his clothing and pulled out something. In an instant, a sharp three-pronged weapon appeared in his hand. He gripped it tightly and attacked Seth aggressively, filled with intent to kill him on the spot. Seeing the sharp weapon coming, Seth panicked and dodged to the side. But the man's speed was too fast. Seth still got grazed. He quickly stepped back, keeping a safe distance, yet his wound continued to bleed. Watching this, Rodney couldn't help but frown, thinking, "I told him to run." Yet Seth remained resolute. So what? How could he abandon his teammate? At worst, they die together. These words touched Rodney slightly, leaving him unsure how to react. Seth finished speaking and turned to face the man. The man still wore a savage smile. Seth shouted a command. His provocation meant that without his weapon, the man was nothing. The taunt was clear. The man realized it instantly. Disdain filled the man's eyes as he called Seth a brat. Seth, eyes wide and alert, knew he had to trick him or suffer. Sure enough, something struck Seth's thigh. Pain shot through him and he gritted his teeth. Immediately after, he knelt on the ground. The man raised an eyebrow, unconcerned. While the two fought, the sniper still targeted Seth. He had found a proper angle to shoot, but just as he prepared to pull the trigger, a deep voice behind him warned. If he turned, the other would spare him. He stopped abruptly, startled, and looked back. He saw a woman standing behind him. Seth and Rodney were injured, yet the man didn't strike. He seemed to be waiting for something, but after waiting long without hearing gunfire, he frowned and muttered, "Shoot already." He waited until losing patience, finally deciding to break Seth's neck himself. But just as he advanced, he was blocked by a figure in front. A firm voice rang out, "Who sent you here?" The man froze, stopping in his tracks. The large form of Sangman stood before him. Alone, he stepped back quickly, Sangman glaring at him. He demanded again who had sent him. Seeing the imposing figure, the man's face turned ugly. He swung his weapon to attack Sangman. But in Sangman's eyes, the man's speed was too slow. Just a few steps back and he dodged the strike. The man didn't give up, building momentum to charge again. He was full of vigor, but the person before him was Sangman, no one else. With both weapons in his hands, he swung wildly, thinking he could fight back. Unfortunately, he celebrated too soon. Sangman had already matched his tempo and caught up with his strikes. Sangman narrowed his eyes and watched closely, catching the slightest opening. Then, without hesitation, he pivoted and kicked the man's arm aside, while his other hand clamped onto the assassin's throat. With only a small burst of strength, he slammed him to the ground. That single move knocked the assassin completely unconscious. Sangman frowned and checked for a moment. Only after confirming it was safe did he release his grip. He turned to the two behind him and asked anxiously if they were okay. Rodney and Seth shook their heads in unison. They were only lightly injured. At the same time, far away, the woman finally relaxed when she saw the three of them were safe. Then she looked at the sniper and, frowning, asked whether he wanted to continue. The sniper stared for a while, then immediately began packing up his rifle. He brushed past her, making it clear he intended to leave. Seeing this, the woman was very pleased. At least he knew better. If he went back now, she would pretend nothing had happened. But the man suddenly gave a baffling smile. Startled, she flicked her gaze to him, tension flashing in her eyes. Sure enough, he told her they wouldn't give up. The moment those words left his mouth, the woman's expression immediately turned ugly. At the same time, on the pier near the factory, no one knew that besides that sniper there was another one, someone now taking aim at Seth. When the timing was right, he fired at once. The woman, driven by instinct, shouted a warning. Hearing it, Sangman panicked and rushed forward to shield Seth. Because of that, Sangman took the bullet the other man had just fired. The woman in the distance saw it, and her face instantly darkened. Rodney beside him was frantic with worry. Sangman's huge frame blocked Seth, so Seth was fine, but Sangman was another story. His face had lost all color. His body swayed in an instant, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Seth's face filled with panic. If Sangman hadn't stepped in front of him, the one lying there now would have been Seth. The only difference would be that the bullet would have pierced Seth's heart, not his stomach like it did Sangman. When Rodney saw him fall, he hurried over to check on him. After firing that shot, the sniper on the pier had no time to do anything else. Meanwhile, the one on the hill was smug beyond belief. The woman was now swallowed by rage. She reached out and snapped off a branch from a nearby tree. Hearing the sound, the man jolted and turned around. Unfortunately, it was too late. The sharpened tip of the branch had already driven into his throat. The woman seemed to pour all her fury into that branch, forcing it deep into his throat, the angle terrifyingly precise, straight into the carotid artery. Then she slammed him back against the trunk of an ancient tree nearby. He could barely resist. Half the branch was embedded in his neck. Fresh blood poured out like water. The woman was still furious, hitting the branch on his neck with one hand before finally letting go. The man stopped breathing quickly, dying on the spot. Only then did the woman turn and leave, satisfied. Over here, the sniper, finished with his job, had also put his weapon away. He called the other man over the radio, but no one answered. Since all three were injured, the woman took them to the hospital. Z was still lying in a hospital bed. The woman and Peter were there too. The man let out a breath of relief. Thankfully, it didn't threaten his life. Hearing that, the woman snorted coldly. Thankfully? What's there to be thankful for? Peter could tell she was angry, so he wisely shut his mouth and said no more. After a moment, she finally asked who did it. The man shook his head slightly. They would find out soon enough. That answer made the woman very dissatisfied. But there was no other choice, so she could only warn him, don't let anything happen to Seth again. He understood exactly what she meant. Cold sweat soaked his forehead. The woman frowned at him again, snorted, and asked if he heard her clearly. Peter nodded quickly. Just then, the person on the bed suddenly coughed twice. He had clearly woken up. The moment Seth opened his eyes, he saw the woman standing beside his bed. He called out, "Mom," and she hurriedly asked if he was okay. He shook his head slightly, then asked how everything turned out. She frowned at him, worried, and told him to stop getting involved in dangerous things. He should just live a normal life with her. But he shook his head and refused. He said he was fine. And besides, he found all of this more interesting than he expected. Hearing that, his mother's face showed a helpless look. She wanted to speak but stopped herself. Somewhere else in Shanghai, China, as Sangman said, the sect leader had come here to discuss business. He looked at the two tough-looking men in front of him and spoke to them in Chinese. He said he was here to meet Chairman Manjoba. The two men frowned at him. He only chuckled softly and asked them to pass along a message for him. Tell Chairman Manjoba that Sunshine from South Korea is here. Back at the hospital to recover, he would stay here for a few days. But lying around like that, he started to feel a little bored. He couldn't take it anymore and climbed out of bed. He raised a hand and removed the bandages from his body, then stood in front of the mirror and stared at the wound on his abdomen. He frowned and thought. He had only been back for a few days and there were already 2 wounds on his abdomen. He had almost lost his life. Just then, Peter pushed the door open and walked in. He turned his head to look at him and asked where his mother was. Peter said she had gone to the store. He then asked about Sangman's condition. Peter shook his head and told him not to worry, Sangman was fine too. Hearing that, he let out a sigh of relief. That was good. but at this moment he seemed to want to ask something, yet hesitated. Peter thought he wanted to ask about the culprit, so he said they would find out soon. He meant that he didn't need to worry. He gently shook his head. That wasn't what he wanted to ask, which surprised Peter a little. If it wasn't about that, then what was it? What he really wanted to know was why his parents were living separately. Was it because their relationship was not good? The question made Peter uncomfortable, and he didn't know how to answer. After hesitating for a long while, he turned around to leave, only leaving him with one sentence. If you want to know, go ask them yourself. For now, just get some rest. He frowned as he watched Peter's back. He knew very well that there was still a hidden reason behind all this. At the same time, in the building opposite the hospital, Seth's mother was standing there. She seemed to be observing something, but she was also afraid of being assassinated again by another faction from the 10,000 Dao gang, the Chinese mafia. In a room at the headquarters, Ju was sitting across from a middle-aged man. The man glanced at Ju and asked if he was from South Korea. He immediately nodded and introduced himself as coming from Sunshine. This man was the chairman of the 10,000 Great Gang. Muley frowned when he heard the name. The man took a drag from his cigarette. Then he slowly said that he had heard about the chairman of the corporation. It was truly regrettable, but what had he come here for? Ju did not answer immediately. He carefully asked, saying that he heard their late chairman had come here last time. Wenlong gave a cold snort after hearing that. So what, did he think they had harmed Chairman Kang? He shook his head slightly and denied it. They only wanted to know the whole story. Wenlong laughed lightly, saying that not knowing might actually be better. Ju bit his lip fiercely upon hearing that. This was a task assigned to him by his superiors. He had to complete it. Wenlong did not reply, took another drag of his cigarette, then stubbed it out on the table. He slowly said that the late Chairman Kang had asked him to help find someone. After hearing this, Ju's expression turned slightly flustered. But Wenlong hesitated and did not continue, his face full of fear. He said he could only reveal that much because going there would mean death. He had warned Chairman Kang before. But he hadn't listened. The more Ju listened, the worse his expression became. At the same time, at the Sunshine Corporation, because the heir had just been assassinated, the key members were summoned. Everyone looked grim. Only David was indignant, slamming the table to express his dissatisfaction. Hearing this, another person guessed that someone must have hired an assassin to do it. Madame Sang gave a cold laugh, her deep eyes meaningful as they swept over the crowd. Among them, someone must have been tempted by greed. David grew even angrier upon hearing that. So who was it? As they argued noisily. Peter stood in the center and immediately shouted for them to shut up. This was not the time to argue. The other party had hired a sniper. When they heard about the gun, everyone in the room looked even more frightened. They went that far, the only one who wasn't surprised was Derek standing behind. Spike was only worried about being exposed. Peter continued, saying that Saman had taken a bullet and was now in critical condition. But as soon as he finished speaking, Saman pushed the door open and walked in, saying he was still alive, while dragging a man in by the hair. Peter turned around in shock. The people in the room also hurriedly stood up and called out "second brother" in unison. Saman ignored the formalities and told them to sit down. Everyone looked at the wound on him and anxiously asked if he was all right. Would moving around like this affect his injury? Saman didn't care and grabbed the assassin by the collar so they could see clearly. He glanced at them and asked if anyone recognized this man. Someone surely did, but he was met only with silence. Only a madman who wasn't afraid of death would admit it. Seeing that no one confessed, he looked at the man in his hand and viciously tightened his grip, demanding to know who had sent him. The assassin clenched his teeth and said nothing. Saman grew even angrier and tightened his grip. The assassin struggled to breathe and told him to just kill him quickly. Hearing this, Saman let out a sigh, his voice cold. What awaited him was death. The question was whether he would die cleanly or not. After saying that, Saman swept his gaze over the people in the room, causing them to lower their heads silently, none daring to speak. Derek Pike grew even more frightened. Who would have thought that 2 assassins had failed, and one had even been captured and brought here for confrontation? If he was caught, his future would be worse than death. That moment, the glass of the room suddenly shattered. Immediately after, a bullet flew at lightning speed. It struck directly into the head of the assassin in Sang Man's hand. Fresh blood splattered, his eyes widened in shock. Sang Man beside him was slightly startled, and Peter was no exception, his face showing distress. They did not expect that there was a sniper in the building across the street. The sniper was lowering his weapon, a smile spreading across his face. This had to end quickly. On the rooftop of the building opposite the hospital, Seth's mother was standing there. She remained vigilant, scanning her surroundings and listening carefully for any movement. At that moment, the rooftop door suddenly swung open. Peter appeared. Hearing the movement, Seth's mother immediately turned her head. She asked what was happening. He said they needed to take Z somewhere else. Upon hearing this, she frowned, waiting for him to continue. He said they had an additional sniper. The assassin had been eliminated during Sang Man's interrogation. Seth's mother grew increasingly irritated. A moment later, she asked where he intended to take Seth. He replied that there were a few temporary locations only he knew. Seth's mother continued, asking how long they planned to keep Seth hidden. As soon as she said this, the man trembled, unable to speak a word. Seth's mother stared at him, questioning, "So, how long will you live hiding in those places? Is that all the Sunshine Corporation has to offer?" Peter's expression showed awkwardness. Hesitating for a while, he finally spoke firmly, promising to do his utmost to quickly find the culprit. After hearing this, Seth's mother snorted. She said she could protect herself. Peter panicked and tried to stop her. "Acting alone would be extremely dangerous, trust us." But she coldly replied, "It seems your courage has grown during these few years apart." He immediately fell silent. Seth's mother looked at him, her eyes filled with anger. How dare he talk back to her? The man, realizing she was furious, immediately became quiet. She instructed him to replace her son's hospital room door with a thicker one. Peter hesitated, saying it would be dangerous. But she paid no attention, turning and walking toward him, speaking as she went. "If Seth leaves, that man will vanish as well. He will come here to find him, and then I will deal with him." Following her advice, Peter returned to the hospital, replaced the curtains in Seth's room, and pulled them tightly. This action surprised Seth slightly. He was instructed not to look outside the window anymore. Frowning, he asked suspiciously, "Is it because of the assassin?" Peter was astonished by this reaction. He asked, "Aren't you afraid?" Seth shook his head slightly, pressing his lips together. Not afraid, just surprised that an assassin suddenly targeted him. However, it felt a bit stifling not being able to look outside. Peter nodded in satisfaction and then gave further instruction. He must stay in the hospital for another month, so he should endure it. After saying this, Peter turned and left, but after a few steps, Seth called out. Peter turned around cautiously and saw Seth suddenly smile, sincerely thanking him for his concern. Peter did not know how to respond and simply pushed the door and left. Elsewhere on a deserted street, a black car drove aimlessly. It was Derek Pike's car. He was on the phone with someone. A foreign voice spoke on the other end, which he did not understand. He handed the phone to his subordinate, asking what the person wanted. The subordinate took the call and asked the other party's request. The person on the other end spoke in English, asking for an additional $1 million. The subordinate relayed this to Derek Pike. He was shocked, gritting his teeth and punching the seat in front, cursing the person as a bastard. The subordinate asked what to do next. Derek Pike ordered, "Within 1 hour, what else can be done?" He told his subordinate to inform the other party that the additional money would be transferred, and if there were any issues, they should handle it themselves. At the hospital, Seth lay on the bed, bored to death. He could not go outside nor open the window. Eventually, he got up and began practicing to pass the time. He took a deep breath and threw a punch, but as he did, he felt something was wrong. A pain struck his eye and he grabbed his waist, crying out in pain. The wound had not healed. It was his own fault for training before recovery. At that moment, he heard movement behind him, startled, and turned to see Sang Man pushing the door open. Seeing him trembling, Sang Man worriedly asked if he was okay. Seth said he was fine. Sang Man nodded in satisfaction and instructed him to stay here with Rodney for the time being. Hearing that someone was with him, Seth felt relieved. "This boredom is killing me." Saman turned and glanced at Rodney beside him, giving a half-hearted reminder, "Protect him properly." Rodney immediately nodded and accepted the order. On the rooftop, Seth's mother had been standing alone. Saman suddenly walked over, startling her. Saman smiled and asked, "Long time no see." She was a little surprised to see him here. Thinking back to how he took a bullet for Seth, Leon thanked him. He shook his head as if it were nothing, saying it was what he should have done. Then he suddenly asked if she could give him one more chance. Seth's mother was a little taken aback by the question. Saman stared at her resolutely and said he had left the organization and had kept training ever since. She hesitated. She didn't know how to respond about what happened back then, but Saman remained adamant. He didn't think he would win. He only wanted to know how much he had closed the gap. Hearing that, Seth's mother frowned at him. She wasn't in the mood for this. Saman narrowed his eyes, looking at her with anticipation. She sighed helplessly and said she wouldn't go easy on him just because he was injured. Saman, of course, didn't care that he was hurt. He really wanted to test himself. With that thought, he immediately clenched his fist, clearly about to charge in. Seeing this, Seth's mother felt a bit helpless. But at that moment, she suddenly sensed killing intent coming from the opposite side, and her expression turned grim. She quickly glanced over there and waved to signal Saman not to move. Saman was a little confused, but obediently stood still. Seth's mother stared toward the other side as if she had sensed something. Rodney followed her gaze and his face darkened in an instant. At the same time, in a building near the hospital, a man was watching. He used binoculars to look toward the boss's room window. He immediately saw the curtains were drawn shut. Sniping was almost impossible. He lowered the binoculars, his face serious. What a hassle. He raised the binoculars again to scan around the hospital, and suddenly noticed something was off. Because through the binoculars, he saw a woman standing on the rooftop. Her body was clearly facing directly toward him. He adjusted the binoculars to zoom in and see her face more clearly. But right then, her gaze seemed to pierce through the lenses and lock straight onto him. The sight terrified him so much he trembled. He couldn't help but wonder, could she really see him? Thinking that, he lifted the binoculars again to confirm. The instant he looked, his eyes widened in horror, because he saw her glaring right at him. He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath, that damn monster. He sensed trouble and quickly raised his phone to call someone, asking the other side to give him a hand. Over on the rooftop, Seth's mother kept staring at the opposite side while Saman stood behind her. Leon turned her head and warned irritably, "Stop bothering me." Rodney frowned at her, certain something was happening, so he didn't make any further move. Elsewhere in Derek Pike's office, a subordinate walked in to report the situation. The hospital side wanted a major disturbance. They said it just needed to be big enough. Hearing that, Derek Pike flew into a rage and shouted, "Then how the hell am I supposed to do that? How much of my money have you two eaten already?" The subordinate hesitated before suggesting hiring more people. He knew a few guys who could get things done. They were Chinese. As long as they were paid, they would do anything. Even if they got caught later, it would be hard to trace it back to them. Hearing that, Derek Pike hesitated a little. But in the end, he still nodded and told his subordinate to proceed. "I'm not stingy with that little money. As long as Seth is gone, sooner or later it'll all be mine." At the hospital where Seth was recovering, a gang of thugs suddenly rushed in from outside. The receptionist panicked the moment she saw them. But because of her job, she still had to step forward and ask what the problem was, since he was a foreigner. The guy only stammered in Korean, saying his shoulder hurt a little. The receptionist couldn't understand, so she politely asked again, but he snapped right in her face, making her tremble with fear. Just then, a male doctor walking by saw it and came over to help. He stood in front of the receptionist and asked what the man was here for. The thug narrowed his eyes at him, still stammering in Korean that they were looking down on him and that he had already said he was sick. The doctor replied patiently, "Then you need to clearly tell me where it hurts." Unfortunately, the man was here to cause trouble and didn't speak properly at all. He shouted in the doctor's face again, saying they despised him because he was a foreigner. The doctor was about to explain, but before he could say a word, the thug punched him straight in the face. The blow sent the doctor flying backward. The thug snorted coldly, "Still dare to look down on me now?" Right after that, they began smashing up the hospital, using homemade weapons to shatter glass doors. They even beat the doctor and kicked patients' beds. A moment later, hospital security got the report and finally rushed over. Even though the thugs weren't afraid, they still went straight for the security guards. The noise from downstairs drew the attention of patients on the upper floors. Home panicked, not knowing what was happening. Even Seth in the hospital room could hear it. Only Rodney was sleeping soundly on the chair. Zet walked past and glanced at him. When he went to open the door to look outside, the moment he cracked it open, his eyes widened in shock. Because Sang Man was blocking the doorway, he told him to get inside quickly. Zed obeyed, shut the door at once, and asked what was going on. Sang Man didn't answer. He strode over, kicked Rodney's chair, and told him to wake up. Startled from sleep, Rodney groggily sat up. Before his eyes were even fully open, he cursed, "Who the hell is it? Why are you shooting me now?" Rodney was left speechless. With a helpless sigh, Rodney finally realized who was standing in front of him. Sang Man couldn't be bothered with him, walked to the window, pulled back the curtain, and looked across. Down below the hospital, police cars had already surrounded the entrance. He glanced down, his expression turning gray. Upstairs, the hospital was in chaos. Nurses and doctors had been beaten and lay motionless on the floor. Equipment was scattered everywhere, and gasoline had even been poured across the ground. The goons who'd just arrived ran to report to their leader that everything was ready. The leader ordered a retreat. Then he pulled out a lighter and smiled viciously. This way, the whole building would go up in smoke. As soon as he finished speaking, he tossed the lit lighter onto the floor. A tiny flame plus gasoline on the ground was enough to trigger a disaster. In the hospital room, Sang Man and the other two suddenly heard a loud explosion. The entire hospital was now engulfed in flames, thick black smoke billowing everywhere. At the same time, someone quietly put on a breathing apparatus, a gun in hand, and slipped into the hospital. Before long, the smell of smoke reached the floor where Seth was. Rodney caught a whiff and knew it was a fire. He hurried toward the door. He wanted to open it to see what was going on, but Sang Man shouted to stop him. Seth spun around in surprise, and Rodney frowned, confused. Why wouldn't he let them open the door? He walked past the two of them toward the door and told them to step back. Min carefully cracked the door to look. One glance left him stunned into silence. Seth's mother was holding a child in the hallway, and the fire was closing in. She had seen him too and gave him a look. He frowned, a flicker of hesitation passing through his eye. In the end, he still shut the door and told the two behind him to stay here for now. Rodney didn't understand. There was a fire. Wouldn't they burn to death in here? Seth was rattled too. He asked, "What about my mom?" as soon as he heard that. Sang Man didn't know how to answer. From his reaction, Seth immediately guessed his mother was in the hospital too. Sang Man hesitated for a long time, then finally said, "Don't worry about your mom." The moment those words left his mouth, Seth was even more confused. What was he talking about? Sang Man didn't know how to explain, because it was all to keep him safe. His mother was outside waiting for the assassin. She wasn't as simple as she looked, so there was no need to worry. Seth couldn't understand. Anxious, he rushed toward the door. Seeing this, Sang Man panicked and tried to stop him, but Seth was faster, sprinting into the hallway. When he saw the woman standing across from him, he froze in shock. He shouted out. His mother spun around, her face full of worry. He ran to her and asked, "What are you doing here?" Then grabbed her hand and pulled her to run. Sang Man and Rodney chased after them. The four of them ran to the end of the corridor, heading for the stairwell. As they fled, Z's mother kept scanning the surrounding. Running behind them, Sang Man saw it and felt a faint suspicion stir. Suddenly her gaze locked onto Sang Man. He looked back. It was as if the two of them exchanged something without words. The four kept running. They burst open the stairwell door and raced down. He tugged his mother along while reassuring her, "It's okay." She fell quiet, worried about him, while he was afraid she'd be terrified by the flames. She didn't say a word, letting him pull her along. The four of them kept descending the stairs. They didn't know that danger was coming up from above. He had an oxygen mouthpiece and wasn't afraid of choking on smoke. He was the assassin, carrying 2 pistols. He was so brazen he didn't even fit them with suppressor. Meanwhile, outside the hospital, a black car was parked in the distance. Thick black smoke rose into the sky, and it was Derek Pike's car. His subordinate shouted in panic, "This is bad." Derek kept staring at the hospital, then clicked his tongue. "Don't worry about the rest, just make sure Zet dies." The subordinate was still anxious. "If the boss finds out you're here, I'm dead." He barked an order. Didn't he know what time it was? Narrowing his eyes, he asked if once they dealt with Zet, he understood what to do next. The subordinate nodded and said, "I get it. Just split up the subsidiaries and Busan Kiang Nam will completely belong to us." Derek laughed scornfully. It was his in the first place. As for anyone who talks too much, he'd sell them off one by one. At this point, his eyes flashed with murderous intent. He swore he would make Sang Man sell salt. The ambulance stood there, silently watching the hospital engulfed in flames. Inside the hospital, the 4 others continued running downward. But at that moment, Seth's mother suddenly stopped. Seth looked at her in surprise. Seth asked suspiciously, "What is it?" She pointed toward a door on the upper floor, signaling him to go that way. Something below gave her a bad feeling. Seth stared into her eyes without saying a word. Her intuition was correct. The assassin had already stepped up, closing the distance between them. Seth finally followed her advice and went to break open the door on the upper floor. The hallway inside was already engulfed in flames, and the smoke was thick. As Seth stepped in, he started coughing violently from the smoke. At that moment, Seth's mother suddenly struck the back of his neck. He was knocked unconscious by her. She sighed softly as she looked at him, having no other choice. Sang Man saw this and hurried over. Seth's mother glanced at him and instructed, "The boy is in your care." He understood her intent, so he didn't ask further and nodded quickly. The fire spread wider and the smoke thickened. Sang Man carried Seth outside, leaving Seth's mother behind. Before leaving, he just gave her a quick glance and didn't look back. She seemed to be waiting for something approaching. Down the stairs, the assassin was slowly making his way up. At that moment, a figure suddenly leapt from the upper floor. Seth's mother attacked him with lightning speed. He was slightly startled and stepped back. Then he raised the gun in his hand, preparing to fire. Seeing the pistol, her face showed a brief flicker of panic. But she did not retract her hands and kicked aggressively forward. The gun in his hand was knocked away by her kick. However, she did not realize that his other hand also held a gun. By the time she noticed, the barrel was already pressed against her face. Luckily, before he could fire, she grabbed the stair railing and jumped down. His bullet struck the wall behind her. Seth's mother was very agile and landed quickly, but the assassin did not relent, shooting from above, forcing her to dodge continuously. Her escape enraged the assassin. He snorted coldly, "Just wait, I'll show you." He continued climbing until he reached a door on another floor. Seeing signs of forced entry, he did not hesitate for a second. He pushed the door open, scanning the area, beginning to search for Seth's group. He showed no fear of the smoke. He brazenly searched through the burning flames. Meanwhile, Seth's mother was running from floor to floor searching for something. Her eyes scanned the area, her expression tense. At that moment, she saw a surgical kit on a table. She quickly opened it and took all the knives out. Then she rushed toward the staircase. On this side, Sang Man was helping Seth find a way out. But the smoke thickened, and Rodney beside them grew anxious. Sang Man suddenly turned his head backward. He seemed to hear movement from afar. The assassin was closing in. Sang Man listened to the footsteps, recognized them as enemies, and clicked his tongue in irritation. He then carried Seth into a room. Rodney followed, wisely closing the door. Sang Man placed Seth on the bed. He broke off some sturdy iron bars, went to the door, and used them to reinforce it. With this, no one could break in. He also carefully moved a bed to block the door. Only after finishing did he feel slightly relieved. Throughout, he said nothing. He went to the window to check below. Fire trucks had arrived in force. As long as they saw people were inside, rescue would come. Sang Man took a deep breath. Clenching his fists, Without a word, he punched the glass forcefully. His strength shattered the window in a single blow. Firefighters below heard the noise and looked up. Rodney waved to signal people inside. They saw and immediately mobilized to rescue them. The latter quickly reached the floor of the three. Rodney exhaled in relief, "We're saved." But Sang Man did not feel the same. Because outside there was the sound of someone trying to break in. The assassin had arrived. Sang Man stepped forward without hesitation. They were separated by a single door. Sang Man squinted, staring at the door. As soon as it was breached, he would act. Outside, the assassin grew furious at being unable to open it. He raised his fist, attempting to break the door with force. The pounding echoed repeatedly. Sang Man remained motionless, waiting. Like a predator stalking prey, Rodney was extremely anxious. The firefighter ladder had just arrived and they hadn't climbed up yet. Soon, a hand pierced through the door. In an instant, Rodney's face turned grim and Sang Man was slightly surprised. So fast, he had already broken the door. The door was smashed, forming a large hole, revealing the assassin's face. He smiled wickedly. "The chase ends here." He raised his gun, aiming to fire, intending to eliminate those inside. At this moment, the assassin believed he had won. But then something unexpected happened. Movement in the corridor made him freeze in shock. Two knives came flying in with murderous force. One pinned straight into the back of his hand, the other sank into his wrist. Fresh blood poured out nonstop. Pain contorted his face, and the gun in his hand slipped and fell. By the time he saw who it was too late. Seth's mother charged at him like a beast. She cut through the roaring flames, ignoring the thick black smoke. He clenched his teeth, furious that she'd ruined his plans. She wasn't afraid of him either. He was the one threatening her son's life. She was determined to erase him. The assassin raised his gun and fired at her, but to his shock, she actually dodged the bullets. Seeing that, the assassin's face immediately turned ugly. Even in his wildest dreams, he never imagined she had skills like this. He lunged forward, trying to grab her by the throat to stop her from closing in. But before he could do anything, another knife stabbed into the gap between two of his fingers. The pain made him grit his teeth. Fresh blood kept dripping from his hand. Both his hands were basically ruined. He couldn't even hold the gun. Powerless, he dropped to his knees. Without a gun, he was like a fish on the chopping block, just waiting to be carved up. He looked up at the woman in front of him. She was like a death demon. She could send him straight to the underworld at any moment. She narrowed her eyes at him. Coldly, she demanded, "He's the last one, right?" He didn't answer. He cursed her instead. But the moment the words left his mouth, something sharp slid across his throat. Seth's mother struck with brutal ruthlessness. A cold blade sliced into his carotid artery. The cut was terrifyingly deep, proof of how practiced she was with a knife. She squinted at him, not a trace of pity in her eyes. Blood burst from his neck like water. He collapsed and his breathing gradually stopped. Saman had seen everything from inside and ran to the door, calling out to her. She only told him to take care of Seth for her. He grew tense and tried to stop her. He said he'd open the door right away and they would go down together. But she refused, telling him to go first. Hearing that, his eyes widened in shock. She told him not to worry and turned to walk forward. Even then, she didn't forget to drag the assassin's blood-soaked corpse along with her. She had to finish this properly. A few days later, Derek Pike still hadn't received any news from the assassin. Furious, he ground his teeth and slammed the table. Where the hell had they gone? Not a single update. He was so anxious he could barely stand it. A subordinate beside him panicked too and hurriedly said they were still searching. That only made him explode even more. 4 days had already passed. Why was even the assassin missing? The subordinate bit his lip hard and hesitantly said maybe he had failed. Hearing that, Derek Pike grew even more enraged. He had poured a fortune into them. How could they still fail? They couldn't even kill one kid. The subordinate was also extremely worried. He planned to send another $500,000 after everything was handled, but even now there was still no contact. The more Derek Pike listened, the more helpless he felt until he could only sigh. After hesitating, the subordinate suggested waiting for another chance. Derek Pike flared up immediately, and the subordinate quickly explained. He meant that if this incident was discovered to be connected to them, Sama would never let them off. Derek Pike knew that perfectly well. He leaned back in his chair and sighed in frustration. The subordinate kept persuading him. The opponent was only a high school student. At the very least, they still had about 5 years. They should wait for the right moment. Derek Pike bit his lip hard. Of course he didn't want to wait. He'd already sacrificed so much. And now he still had to wait. He couldn't accept it, but there was no other choice. That's how the world works. Sometimes what you want isn't something you can get. Elsewhere at Seoul Station, the train was ready to depart. Saman, Seth, and Rodney were there too. Rodney sighed and looked at Saman, asking where he planned to go. Seth was going with him, but he had no idea where they were headed. Saman narrowed his eyes at Rodney and curled his lips into a faint smile. Rodney didn't need to know. It was better that way. Rodney nodded lightly and asked worriedly if the two of them would be okay. Saman shook his head and told him not to worry. He also reminded Rodney to contact him only when necessary. Rodney sighed again and asked when he planned to come back. Saman shook his head with a soft smile. It depended on how things went. Only then did Seth speak up. asking Rodney to pass a message to his mother. She didn't need to worry about him. Rodney nodded and told them to be careful. Saman said nothing, put an arm around Seth's shoulders and prepared to board the train. On the train, Saman and Seth sat facing each other, neither of them saying a single word. Seth didn't know where he was going, but he was completely calm, silently looking out the window. Saman was a little surprised by his reaction. After hesitating for a long time, he finally asked, "Aren't you curious?" Seth frowned at him. "What do you mean?" Saman said, for example, where they were going, didn't he want to know? Seth chuckled, shook his head, and said casually, "Aren't you taking me to learn how to fight?" Saman stared at him wide-eyed. That was indeed his intention, but he hadn't expected Seth to accept it so calmly. Seth didn't care where they were going as long as he could get stronger fast. Mang slightly shook his head. Things weren't as easy as Seth thought. Seth didn't pay much attention because he trusted him. Hearing that, Mang didn't know whether to feel happy or upset. He sighed and told Seth not to trust people too easily. Seth frowned and pouted. He didn't trust just anyone. Hearing that, Saman couldn't help but be stunned. He hadn't expected Seth to think that way. A few hours later, their train finally stopped at Daejeon Station. The two quickly got off and quietly walked along the streets. Mang stopped in front of a shop. Seeing the sign, Seth couldn't help frowning. "Why did you bring me here?" Saman didn't explain. He just slowly led Seth inside. A staff member who was cleaning up saw them enter and frowned in surprise. He hurriedly said the place wasn't open yet. It wouldn't open until 8 p.m. Mang didn't care and directly asked if Doosan was here. Hearing that name, the staff member immediately trembled in fear. Mang glared at him and told him to pass on a message. Mang was here. A moment later, the door to a room was suddenly blasted open by a strong force. Hearing the commotion, Mang turned around in mild surprise. A group of people came out from behind the door. Leading them was a brutish-looking thug. There was a long scar across his forehead, terrifying to look at. This man was Doosan, the shop owner. The moment he saw Mang, Doosan immediately shouted and cursed him out like a mad dog. "Who do you think you are, barging in here?" Mang chuckled softly and told him to calm down. Then he introduced someone to him. As he spoke, he pulled Seth, who was standing beside him, forward. "This is Kang Hyun-suk's son." At that name, Doosan's expression instantly turned ugly. Without another word, Doosan viciously swung his fist at Seth. Seth looked at Mang in alarm. "What is this about?" Mang didn't explain. He only told him to hang in there. Seth bit his lip hard, took another punch, then raised his fist and struck back. Before long, Doosan was knocked down, sprawled on the ground. When the fight ended, Mang led Seth back outside. He was very satisfied with Seth's performance, but Seth was in rough shape. There were already injuries on his face. After that, they got on a bus to another place. The bus ride didn't take long. After getting off, they walked a few more steps. They arrived at a martial arts gym. Inside, quite a few people were training. On the ring, 2 fighters were sparring. Right then, Mang led Seth in. He waved to someone standing up on the ring, but the other man didn't look pleased. The moment he saw Mang, he bit his lip angrily. Without another word, he rushed over, clearly looking for a fight. Mang calmly shoved Seth aside, then smiled as if it were a joke. "Remember this, fighting has to be real combat." Seth was shoved away and looked utterly panicked. Mang didn't look worried at all. He happily stood off to the side to watch the show. As long as no one got beaten to death, it was fine. Just then, the man charged like a wild beast. Following Mang's words, Seth didn't hesitate and met him head-on. The two of them threw themselves into a fight. After a while, on a small side street, Mang brought Seth here. In a shadowy corner, a man was picking through trash. He clearly sensed footsteps drawing near, but he didn't react. He simply stood there calmly. When he saw who it was, panic immediately flashed across his face. By then, Mang was standing 2 steps away. The man didn't hesitate and called out twice, "Boss." Mang stared at him in shock. "What the hell is this?" Seth, standing beside him, was just as surprised. The man actually knelt in front of them, warmly asking what they had come here for. Seth noticed the man's left hand. It was a prosthetic. His left hand was made of wood, meaning that arm was gone. Saman narrowed his eyes at the man, trying to see what he was up to. Then the man put on an aggrieved act. "If you were coming, you should have told me." As he spoke, he detached the prosthetic. With a small movement, a sharp metal blade was revealed inside the hand. He lunged forward at once, screaming viciously, "Only like this can I kill you." He truly meant to eliminate Mang on the spot. But Mang wasn't worried at all. He stood there calmly, because Seth was beside him. The instant that metal blade stabbed down, the man's arm was caught by Seth. The man clenched his teeth viciously. He couldn't overpower Seth. His arm was held in a tight grip, unable to move at all. Saman, standing behind them, was very pleased. He curled his lip into a faint smile. Not a bad reaction. The man had never expected to be stopped by a kid. Seth glared at him and said he would deal with him. After handling that guy, Mang took Seth to a remote place again. Saman slowly walked into the shabby house in front of them. Inside were cards everywhere, clearly an illegal operation. He pulled aside the curtain and slowly stepped in. The people inside didn't notice him at all. They were still busy hiding something in a cabinet. Only then did he call out to those swindlers, and he even greeted them like it had been ages since they last met. Hearing that, the group immediately turned around in shock. Sangman raised an eyebrow at them and curled his lip, asking if they still remembered who he was. The moment they saw his face, the guy standing on the outside instantly turned and bolted for the back door. But as soon as he ran out, he saw Seth standing there. He was a little surprised to see the kid but didn't think much of it. After all, at worst he was just some snot-nosed schoolboy. Seth had no idea who he was and stared at him blankly until Sangman ordered Seth to catch him. Hearing that, the guy finally realized Seth was working with Sangman. He shoved Seth aside and took off, but after only a few steps, Seth swept his leg out. He slammed face first into the ground, without even understanding how he'd fallen. Seth lifted an eyebrow and looked at him in open provocation. The man bit his lip viciously, then planted his hands and used the momentum to sit up. He rolled cleanly through a beautiful flip and landed safely. It was abrupt, sure, but standing back up was what mattered. By then, Sangman had also chased them out. Seeing this, the man's expression tightened. He gathered his courage and turned back to face Sangman. In a pleading tone, he said he'd truly turned over a new leaf and begged for a way to live. Hearing that, Sangman sighed and let out a soft chuckle. "Who said I was going to kill you?" But the man didn't believe him, insisting he'd been living honestly now. He was genuinely terrified Sangman would kill him. Sangman felt a bit helpless. Fine, since that was how it was, he pointed to Seth beside him. He offered a deal: if the man beat the kid, he'd spare him. The moment those words left his mouth, the man was stunned. Was this a joke? Beat some brat who still needed his nose wiped. Who was he trying to insult? Seth narrowed his eyes at him. Getting shoved out to fight in situations like this was something he was already used to. Seeing him stay silent, Sangman raised an eyebrow again and asked if the offer sounded good. If he lost, Sangman would burn every house here to the ground. Hearing that, the man flew into a rage. This was his entire fortune. In the end, he couldn't hold back anymore. He charged forward, itching for a fight. Seth didn't panic. He stood there calmly, meeting every move with a counter, responding with cool composure. Just like that, another fight broke out. Time slipped by in a blink, fast as a dog tearing across an open field. In the blink of an eye, a few years had passed and the snowy season came again. In Gyeonggi province, this was the final stop on Sangman and Seth's journey. Sangman looked at the boy who had grown up behind him and couldn't help but smile. He'd been through a lot these past years, and he'd matured so much. After training outside with Sangman all this time, Seth had become a sturdy teenager. His body, once skinny as a rack of bones, had filled out and grown much bigger. His face had also lost its old childishness. Only those determined, combative eyes hadn't changed. Looking at that serious face, Sangman couldn't resist reaching out and pinching his cheeks. Seth jolted, staring at him in alarm, demanding what he thought he was doing. Sangman sighed and let go, telling him to smile. Hearing that, Seth was a little taken aback. What a bizarre request. Sangman didn't look at him. He only gazed into the distance and said in a deep voice, "Even when you're angry. When you're sad or lonely, even when you're depressed and when you're furious, don't run from it. Savor it, just like your father did." Seth frowned in surprise, pondering what he'd just said. After a moment, he tugged his lips into a smile. But the smile looked awkward, uglier than crying. Sangman glared at him in dissatisfaction. "You call that a smile?" Seth nodded firmly. He really was smiling. After a few years, the Sunshine Group's headquarters still stood tall in this city. David was inside the building eating black bean noodles. Just then, the office door was suddenly pushed open. David turned in surprise, and when he saw who it was, he shouted happily. It was Sangman. Sangman raised an eyebrow with a soft smile and teased, "So your luck's on fire. Why are you eating black bean noodles?" David ignored the teasing and walked up to him, grinning as he said he'd been living like this all along. Only then did he notice Seth behind Sangman. He lifted an eyebrow and asked, "You came too?" Zeke did not respond, only stood there staring at him. David looked at the two of them intently, smiled faintly, and said he had already heard the news about him. Hearing this, Zeke was a little confused. What was he trying to say? David mentioned the news about the two of them traveling all over the country to challenge others. The two of them were very famous. How could Sangman not have noticed? Seeing that the room was empty, he asked suspiciously where all those people had gone. Why was he the only one here? The question made him sigh helplessly. Things were no longer the same as before. Hearing this, Sangman was a little surprised and somewhat confused. David slowly explained that it had been a year and a half since the boss left. During that time, someone had grown greedy. Hearing this, Sangman knew who had rebelled. He asked, "Third Uncle Peter and who else?" David shook his head lightly. Peter was indeed involved, but Derek Pike and Busen, together with the strategist from Siagun, had formed a faction and were constantly sending people out to cause trouble. But now that Sangman had returned, there was no need to worry anymore. He would pass the message to the company right away. Hearing this, Sangman chuckled softly again. He would not do that. He was no longer involved in the company's affairs. Instead, he had a more suitable candidate. At this point, he hesitated and said no more. David guessed who he was referring to but did not say much. Sangman patted Seth, who was standing beside him, on the shoulder. Then he spoke, "You'll figure it out yourself." David hesitated a little. After all, Seth was still young, but Sangman did not care about that. He asked what they thought they had come here for. They came here for the Sunside ceremony. As soon as those words were spoken, David's eyes widened in shock. Could it be that he wanted him to fight Seth? Before Sangman could answer, Seth beside him asked, "Can we do it right here or somewhere else?" He clearly meant he wanted to truly fight him. David frowned at him and cautiously asked back, "Are you serious?" Soon after, the two of them went up to the rooftop of the building. David narrowed his eyes at Seth and said coldly that he had never lost unfairly, except to his father and Sangman. Seth had heard too many legends about those two, so he was not particularly surprised. He smiled faintly at him, his tone full of provocation. "Then you'll beat him too." David did not quite understand what he meant. Seth let out a cold snort because he no longer lost to Sangman. Hearing this, David could not help but be stunned, and a spark of fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. He squinted at Sangman behind them, implying whether he could go all out. Sangman nodded without hesitation. "As long as no one dies, I don't really care." At that moment, Seth urged him to hurry and finish before his subordinates returned. He would smash his face directly. Seth's mocking attitude angered David. He snorted coldly and cursed him as a brat. While he was still cursing, Seth had already rushed forward like lightning. He fiercely swung his fist toward him. Seeing the incoming punch, David clearly wanted to dodge but could not in time. He took Seth's punch squarely to the face. The blow made his nose bleed profusely. He took a deep breath and then began to fight back. Seth showed no fear at all and flashed a provocative smile at him. David grew angrier and bit his lip fiercely. Fueled by rage, he threw a punch at Seth. Unfortunately, he was too slow and was battered before he could do anything. His face was knocked to one side and blood began to flow from his mouth. But he did not give up, throwing punch after punch, continuing to counterattack. However, the gap between his striking speed and Seth's dodging speed was enormous. Seth only needed to casually step back to avoid his attacks. He raised an eyebrow at him, his face full of smugness. David bit his lip fiercely. That expression of his was truly irritating. But Seth did not care and calmly said, "It's time to end this now." David had already realized the difference in strength between them. He frowned and thought, if they kept fighting barehanded, he would definitely lose. Thinking of this, he slipped his hand into his pocket and took something out. Soon, a weapon resembling brass knuckles appeared in his hand, like 4 rings joined together. Moreover, sharp spikes protruded from the tops of the rings. With the right amount of force, this thing could kill someone. He did not hesitate to put it on. Then he glared at Seth. Seeing it, there was not a trace of panic in Seth's eye. At that moment, he provoked him again. "Try smiling again." As soon as he finished speaking, he clenched the weapon and charged forward. Seth smiled faintly at him, clearly not caring about the weapon in his hand. He calmly lowered his stance, his hand clenched into a fist. Then he directly used his bare fist to clash against David's weaponized punch. But his brilliance lay in striking David's fingertips, forcing his hand to bend backward. After throwing that punch, Seth withdrew his hand and let out a breath. David, on the other hand, collapsed to the ground in pain. After a moment, he respectfully spoke, saying he would obey the chairman. Immediately after, the three of them sat in a black car and drove to another location. Not long after, the car stopped in front of a small headquarters. David led the way as they got out. This was exactly where they needed to be. He told Sangman that Jonas would be arriving soon as well. Zet didn't know who he was referring to, but he noticed someone standing behind that door. Soon after, a man carrying a staff and a sword led his subordinates out. He glanced at Sangman, then bowed respectfully. As the subordinates moved out, they immediately surrounded the three of Sangman's group. The person standing aside frowned, becoming alert at the sight. David was slightly displeased, shouting, "What is this crazy guy doing? Didn't he say we were meeting the chairman? Why set up such a large formation?" This man was Ian Jonas, responsible for the Sung-Nam area, and also the person the three needed to meet today. He told them not to misunderstand. Then he stepped in front of Zet and respectfully introduced himself. Zet studied him carefully but didn't say a word. At this moment, Jonas spoke again. If David accepted him, then he also accepted. Hearing this, David standing nearby nodded with satisfaction. But his happiness didn't last long as Jonas added a but, catching him off guard. The joy that had just sparked was extinguished as Jonas did not approve. He lifted his head to look at Zet, his voice cold, expressing a desire to witness Zet's true strength firsthand. As expected, the moment he finished speaking, David's face darkened immediately. He opened his mouth to scold but was stopped by Sangman's hand gesture. Jonas frowned at Zet for a long moment before continuing. taking this opportunity in front of the subordinates who had followed him all this time. He wanted to show them his own strength and that of the current chairman. Hearing this, Zet chuckled softly. No need to drag it out. He had come here to fight, and Jonas was pleased that he accepted the challenge. He held out 2 weapons for him to choose. Which one did he want him to use? But he didn't choose, telling him to pick for himself. Just use whichever you feel most confident with. And no more talking, let's fight. That arrogant attitude angered Jonas. He threw away the staff, keeping only the sharp sword, clearly intending to draw Zet's blood. He quickly assumed a stance, ready to attack, but Seth showed no fear, even raising an eyebrow to provoke him. Seth seemed to be stirring the other's murderous intent. Immediately after, the two charged at each other. Jonas gripped his sword, swinging with precision, while Seth relied on fists and kicks. He wasn't accustomed to using weapons. As he rushed forward, the cold tip of the sword pointed directly at his face. Seth flinched slightly and quickly leaned back to evade. He squinted at the sharp blade inches away. Saying he wasn't scared was just self-deception. Jonas aggressively swung his sword without hesitation, but the blade struck only the ground, as Seth had dodged in time. Even so, the strike was extremely powerful, forcing him to step back several paces. Seth immediately sprang up, still wearing his arrogant smile. But before he could react further, the sharp sword lunged again. This time he underestimated his opponent. The sword slashed his waist and fresh blood quickly gushed out. Jonas showed no mercy. Outside, David looked somewhat alarmed at the scene, while Sangman was only slightly surprised, not overly concerned. Even with blood pouring, Seth didn't stop, fiercely charging forward. The force of his attack caused Jonas's sword to hesitate slightly. Zet threw a lightning-fast punch toward Jonas. Jonas continuously blocked with his sword. The two battled relentlessly for hours. After a while, at a roadside restaurant, Rodney arrived as scheduled. He walked in slowly and quickly spotted the person he was meant to meet. It turned out the person who arranged the meeting was Sangman. Seeing him, Rodney called out happily. Sangman took a sip of his drink. He said calmly, "You've arrived." Not seeing Seth, Rodney asked with suspicion where he was. Hearing Rodney call, Sangman turned to ask if he planned to keep calling like that. He also mentioned that David and Jonas had already been defeated. Hearing this, Rodney looked helpless. After hesitating for a while, he asked what had actually happened that both of them lost. But was it safe for him to go alone like that? Rodney worried slightly. Sangman, however, was unconcerned. He felt Zet could handle going alone now. Rodney sighed, knowing he couldn't stop him since the decision had been made. At this point, Sangman put his drink down on the table. Then he said in a low voice, "Forget about that matter." He asked Rodney if there was any news about Jayak Trua. At the same time, at the Sunshine Hotel in Gangnam, a black car stopped at the entrance. A pair of long legs stepped out of the vehicle. It was Z. Behind him were David and Jonas, following after their earlier defeat. Both began to follow, submitting to him. Z narrowed his eyes at the hotel ahead, his gaze full of battle intent, exuding supreme confidence. Immediately, he led the way into the hotel, but as soon as he stepped inside, the scene took him by surprise. Sang Madame stood in the grand hall with her subordinate. Unsure of her intentions, he furrowed his brow at her but took no action. Sang Madame did the same, merely inhaling from her cigarette. Then she exhaled a stream of white smoke that filled the air. After a moment, she led her subordinates to kneel before Seth. She respectfully addressed him as chairman, making it clear she accepted the current chairman, which was him. Seeing this, Seth finally smiled in satisfaction. "That's good, no fight but submission, everyone is happy." Sang Madame, accompanied by 3 people, would proceed to the top floor. It was time to discuss official matters. At this, David couldn't help but frown in confusion. Wasn't Sang Madame allied with Sugun? Why did she submit without a fight? Hearing this, Sang Madame snorted disdainfully. She would never ally with that lunatic. While she was speaking, the cigarette in her hand was suddenly snatched away. She turned in shock and saw that it was Seth who had taken it. He didn't hesitate to crush her cigarette, then casually smiled and said, "You're still just a kid," meaning smoke less in front of him. Seeing his aura, Sang Madame's face momentarily showed surprise. But a second later, she laughed and teased him. "You really are just like your father," she said, referring to the former chairman. Hearing her mention his father, Seth's face showed a hint of sorrow. Understanding her meaning, David scolded Sang Madame, "Why bring him up? Don't say nonsense." Seth, having regained his composure, said he was fine. He wanted to know in what way he resembled his father. Sang Madame smiled lightly and calmly said, "You're like him in your eyes and in that commanding aura." Seth furrowed his brow, waiting for something more. She thought a moment, then added, "You're also very strong." She wasn't referring to physical strength. Seth looked at her in surprise. If not in his fists, where else could his strength lie? At that moment, she placed a hand on her heart and said casually, "This strength lies in the heart." Perhaps he could defeat anyone with his fists. Yet he chose not to fight anyone. As she spoke, Sang Madame walked over to Seth. She placed her hand on his chest and slowly slid it upward. Her hand finally stopped at his chin. She raised an eyebrow and smiled, exactly like the previous chairman here. Seeing her actions, David and Jonas immediately protested, asking what she was doing. "Don't touch him." She pouted at them, I'm just teasing a little. Seth didn't feel uncomfortable with their commotion. He waited until they stopped arguing before getting to the main point. Next, they would go to Sugun. Jonas shook his head to stop him. Sugun is still very dangerous. Wait until other regions acknowledge him, then go there. Otherwise, he suggested meeting Peter at the headquarters. Seth considered their suggestion, hesitated, and asked, if it were my father, what would he do next? Hearing this, David and Jonas immediately went silent, unsure what to say. Only Sang Madame smiled mysteriously. Then she raised an eyebrow at him. Of course, he would face them head-on. Seth, hearing this, wasn't afraid. He even smiled in satisfaction. That was exactly what he wanted. Meanwhile, in the Sugun warehouse of the Sunshine Corporation, a group of people was there, their actions unclear. A man sat on a sofa with a menacing aura. He was the leader. Below him, someone knelt, continuously begging for a few more days' leniency. The man on the sofa was the Sugun area director of Sunshine Corporation, Lee Jungsu. Hearing this, he snorted coldly, joking, you dare. The kneeling man trembled and explained in fear. I've been doing business with his store for 4 or 5 generations. But I couldn't do this with him. Jungsu glared coldly. He had already opened several beer hug bars. He thought the man would go unpunished. The man hurriedly shook his head. How could I dare? Jungsu questioned. Then why not pay? Receiving goods and selling requires payment. He tried to explain that his capital had been converted to bills for 3 months suddenly. Before he could finish, a fierce kick struck his face, causing him to bleed on the spot. The one who struck was of course Jungsu. He snorted, converting money to bills is old news. I want cash, don't you understand? He sat down in front of the man, grabbed his head without hesitation, and coldly warned, if you can't handle it, I'll show you how. If you don't give cash, I'll harvest one of your stores. Hearing this, the man shook his head in fear, begging. Jungsu pouted, you're not fully awake yet, are you? As he finished speaking, a large hammer appeared in his hand. He struck the man's mouth fiercely, almost knocking out all his teeth. Blood gushed like a river. The man writhed in pain on the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. Yet Jungsu showed no signs of stopping. He raised his hand again, ready to slam down another hammer. Seeing this, the other person immediately panicked and hurriedly said he would give it, absolutely would give it. As soon as these words were out, Kwon Zuk's action stopped. He retracted his hand with satisfaction. That's more like it. Just then, his phone rang suddenly. He answered impatiently, asking what was going on. The person on the other end replied quickly. In an instant, Kwon Zuk's face turned ugly. After a while, he said he would send someone over. At the same time, Jonas's black car sped through the streets. Jonas drove while advising, Seth, think carefully. David, sitting in the passenger seat, curled his lips. What's there to be afraid of? It was fun back in the day too. Jonas bit his lip aggressively. That guy isn't your typical thug, he's an original gang member. Seth in the back asked suspiciously, what do you mean by typical thug? Jonas explained slowly. Before your father unified the regions, the mainland was basically their paradise. These gang members are getting more and more unpredictable. About these forces, you really know nothing. Jonas continued explaining from the front. Merchants without power, women, even children, all had to pay money to the local gangsters to survive. Naturally, David was no exception. Your father established the Sunside Corporation and illuminated a dark path for the people. To them, he was like a benefactor. But that bastard Kwon Zuk in Suguan is different. While they were talking, they didn't notice 2 cars tailing them. By now, the 2 cars had pulled ahead and blocked their way. Seeing this, Jonas quickly turned and braked sharply. The 3 in the car watched the 2 vehicles warily. Soon, many people got out from the opposing car. From a distance, 2 familiar figures were approaching. None other than Derek Pike and Kwon Zuk. David, seeing his car surrounded, immediately turned grim, cursing nonstop. Bastards, he tried to get out, but Jonas stopped him. Jonas told him to wait a bit. David was somewhat dissatisfied. Jonas shook his head at him, then glanced back to speak to Seth. But before he could, Seth had already opened the car door. Seth stepped out boldly. Seeing this, Jonas and David sighed, then also got out. After all, he was blood to their boss. The 3 of them now faced Derek Pike's men. Seth squinted at Derek Pike and asked slowly, what do you plan to do by bringing people here? Derek Pike and Kwon Zuk approached from a distance, standing opposite the 3. He ignored Seth's question and looked at the 2 Davids standing nearby. Derek coldly warned, if you want to stay alive, step aside. Hearing this, David flew into a rage, calling him a dog. Jonas frowned at him. Are you confident you can take responsibility for this? The 2 sides glared at each other. Derek bit his lip aggressively, laughing coldly. Anyway, Busan will operate separately. But just as he finished, a fist swung straight into his face. It was Seth. Without hesitation, he punched, sending him flying backward, his face covered in blood. Jonas and David were stunned. They didn't expect him to strike so decisively. Derek's subordinates were equally surprised. They froze in place. Won-suk watched Derek fly toward him, shocked. Well done, just standing there and already beaten, hasn't even done anything. He thought for a moment, then smiled faintly, then shouted aggressively. These guys are crazy. As soon as he spoke, Derek's men charged with weapons. Jonas and David immediately stood in front of Seth, but Seth showed no fear, smiling with excitement. In an instant, the three engaged in battle with Derek's men. Derek, Pike, and Seth aimed straight for Kwon Suk on the other side. Won-suk smirked provocatively at him, ignoring the fierce fight, and slowly stepped onto a white car. He didn't hesitate to get in, but before leaving he turned his head, squinting at Seth. Seeing that gaze, Seth was slightly puzzled, but quickly he started the engine and left, as if he was only there to watch the scene, not fight. David saw this too, muttering while fighting, "That's why I call them real gangsters." Incheon International Airport. Sangmin had decided to leave. Rodney was seeing him off. He hesitated. "Do you really have to go?" Sangmin nodded firmly. "Of course I have to go." Rodney sighed reluctantly. "Seth may seem calm, but he really is dangerous." Sangmin calmly said, "That's why you have to go." Rodney widened his eyes, frowning in surprise. Sangmin explained slowly, "You need to find out what happened to the boss. That's your duty." Rodney worried about his safety and wanted to go too, along with Zach. But Sangmin told him to stay with Seth. Even though his punches are strong, he's still a kid. Hearing this, Rodney was a little dissatisfied, sighing, "You're always like this." Sangmin ignored his expression, confidently saying, "Seth will become a champion soon. So from now until then, you must stay by his side to protect him." Rodney nodded slightly, signaling he understood. After finishing his instructions, Sangmin turned and went into the airport. Rodney followed his back with his eyes, then bowed his head and spoke. He asked him to tell Jayak that he's bored. Sangmin smiled slightly. He just chuckled basically without turning his head. He walked away resolutely. Elsewhere at the Sunshine Corporation, Uncle Peter stood on a high floor. Looking down from above, he seemed to be deep in thought. At that moment there was a sudden knock at the door, interrupting his thoughts. It was Sang Madame, who entered to report that she had followed his instruction. "What should we do now?" Upon hearing this, he remained silent. Sang Madame continued to inform him that David and Jonas had truly failed. She remarked that Seth really resembled their big brother. The more Peter heard, the more he frowned, pressing his lips together without speaking. Sang Madame looked at him and slowly asked how he truly planned to hand over Sunshine Corporation. After a long moment of thought, Peter still did not answer, only asking where Seth was. Sang Madame said he had gone to Sugyuan and had tried very hard. Peter heard this and smiled coldly. He wanted to see how far he could go first. Why was Madame relying on him now? She just smiled and said that as long as he wished it, it would be enough. Seeing her actions, Peter angrily shouted, telling her to stop immediately. Sang Madame was unafraid and smiled softly. She continued, "The father gave life to the son, and when the son becomes a beast, it will already be too late." At that point she withdrew from Peter. Suddenly Peter spoke. Sangmin had already arrived in China. Sang Madame's expression immediately darkened upon hearing this. Peter gritted his teeth aggressively, as if to prove a point. Then this seat would surely be for Seth. On the street where the battle between Seth and Derek's subordinates had taken place, everything had ended, and Seth's hands were stained with fresh blood. Jonas and David were exhausted, sitting on the ground, panting. All of Derek Pike's subordinates had been defeated. Only Seth stood firm. Jonas watched his back and sighed. "Maybe I'm getting old." David, sitting beside him, nodded in agreement. He felt the same. Jonas rested for a while, then stood up, thinking that Seth and they should return first. They would deal with the rest later. Hearing this, Seth frowned and asked why. He wondered if it were his father, would he return? Jonas looked at him in surprise, unsure how to answer. David understood and said he would call for more reinforcements. But before he could, Seth stopped him. This action made Jonas even more suspicious. He did not expect this. David looked at him in confusion. Seth smiled slightly, arrogantly asking if victory like this would earn him a legacy. He stepped forward. Now 16 years old, he would use his own strength to reach his father's position. As he said this, Jonas and David looked at each other. Then they both smiled, saying, "Well done." At that moment, David noticed Derek Pike lying across the street, trembling and continuously coughing. Seeing him, he angrily charged. He aggressively kicked him a few times in the face. When Derek's face was turned to the side, he was satisfied and stopped. He snorted and left with Seth. Elsewhere, Rodney, after seeing Seth off, got into his car to return. In the car, he was extremely happy. "Finally, I'm free." But at that moment his phone suddenly rang. He was suspicious, wondering who would call at this hour. He immediately answered. The person on the other end said something that instantly changed his expression. He asked again, "Are you really going to do it?" As he spoke, both hands clenched into fists, veins prominent. He bit his lip aggressively, cursing, "That damn son of a bitch." Immediately after, he hung up and sped toward the thug. His speed frightened the pedestrians. He almost raced down the street, leaving a trail of exhaust smoke. At this moment, he was truly panicked because of unpleasant memories with that bastard. The long scar on his face had been caused by him. A few years ago, he had forced him into a warehouse and slashed his face with a hammer. The cut was deep. Blood kept flowing onto the floor. Rodney glanced at the thug and questioned, "We're family and you did this." Hearing the words family, he gave a cold smile. He said, "Why be family with them?" He even insulted them as crazy. Rodney really wanted to hit him, but he could not, only endured and negotiated, demanding he release Jayak. He glanced at the person hanging upside down from the beam. The thug laughed harshly. He did not want to release him. What could Rodney do? Rodney looked at the injured Jayak, his expression darkening. He clenched both hands, channeling his rage. Jayak also opened his eyes and asked suspiciously why he was here. Rodney sighed, looking at Jayak, worriedly asking, "What's wrong with me?" He angrily cursed the thug, calling him a dog, daring to use drugs on him. Rodney was slightly surprised hearing about the drug in Jayak's mouth. He glanced at the thug and asked what he intended to do. Wonsuck snorted, clearly annoyed with them. Rodney asked coldly, "Who do you want to fight?" His words were blunt. But that wasn't what he wanted. He smirked. "You still don't understand. The one in charge of this game right now is Jayak." Then he forced Rodney to kneel before him, exuding extreme arrogance. Rodney refused and looked at Jayak, asking what to do now. Jayak told him not to worry about him, just kill Nuonzuk. Hearing this, Nuonzuk immediately flew into a rage and gave orders to his men. If Rodney resists, pluck his teeth. This was clearly a threat. Jayak gritted his teeth, calling him a coward, but people like Nuonzuk. He was naturally cowardly, paying little attention to such matters. As long as he achieved his goal, torturing a little didn't matter. At this point, Rodney decided to compromise. He threw away his weapon, preparing to kneel. Seeing this, Jayak angrily shouted, "I told you not to care about me." Rodney reluctantly said, "Anyway, they can't kill this bastard. I'm the errand boy for the boss." Nuonzuk got furious after hearing this. He grinned savagely and swung his hammer aggressively at Rodney's face. Rodney didn't resist, letting him hit. His bloodied face now looked even more terrifying. Nuonzuk laughed with satisfaction. Then he repeatedly struck Rodney with the hammer, while Jayak watched everything from behind. Jayak gritted his teeth, muttering Rodney's name. But no one knew he already had a small shard of glass in his hand. The ropes were soon cut. Once free, he immediately counterattacked. He aggressively stabbed the glass shard into the neck of the man beside him. The henchman had no time to react. By the time he did, blood was gushing, and he was immediately incapacitated. Jayak drew another knife, cutting the ropes on his legs without hesitation. Nuonzuk in front was still in a rage, completely unaware that Jayak had freed himself. So when he was off guard, Jayak lunged to attack. Hearing the sound, he turned around. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Rodney on the ground breathed a sigh of relief. That's Jayak. Jayak moved like lightning, slashing Nuonzuk's face with his knife. The cut was long and deep, running from forehead to mouth. Blood flowed endlessly. Jayak's attack was ruthless. From then on, the left side of Nuonzuk's face bore a long scar, and their hatred was sealed. At the same time, as instructed by Wonsuck, 3 of Seth's men arrived at the scene. Nuonzuk was alone here. David was slightly surprised. Alone, isn't he afraid of dying? But he smiled cunningly, showing no fear. A few minutes ago, the 3 Seth men drove straight to Nuonzuk's residence. As they got out, Jonas suggested letting them go first, knowing how violent the man could be. Seth frowned at them. After hesitating, he let them go ahead. The 2 quickly pushed the door open, but the scene inside was eerily quiet. Their faces showed caution as they saw what lay before them. Nuonzuk smirked at them. "You're here." Seeing he was alone, David cautiously asked, "Aren't you afraid of dying?" He scoffed coldly. "Of course not." David squinted, asking if he was prepared to take a beating. Only Jonas remained very alert, constantly scanning for ambushes. But seeing nothing unusual, they let Seth move forward. At that moment, Wonsuck suddenly smiled wildly. "Are you daydreaming?" David, seeing his attitude, immediately got angry, shouting, "You bastard." But before he could finish, his leg was suddenly hit by a syringe. Jonas was no exception. Before they could understand what was happening, their bodies shook uncontrollably and collapsed. David gritted his teeth, cursing him a coward. Jonas told Seth to get away. Seth looked back at the 2 on the ground, then quickly glanced behind, where 2 more men had appeared. They held guns, tranquilizer guns. Seth squinted at the 2 men, silent for a while, seeing his reaction. Wonsuck laughed smugly. "Scared now?" Seth turned back at this. He said coldly, "Now you know why everyone calls him a thug." Nuonzuk frowned, not understanding what he meant. But Seth didn't explain, just beckoned to provoke him. "Do you have the guts to fight me, thug?" Nuonzuk glared, wondering what this was about. But at that moment, Seth dashed forward like lightning. Seeing this, Nuonzuk yelled, ordering his men to shoot tranquilizers at him. The 2 men immediately pulled the triggers. Seth had no time to react and was hit by multiple tranquilizer darts. His movement slowed. Nuonzuk shook as he faced Seth, too scared to speak. Seth raised his fist toward him. However, he just froze there. Under the influence of the sedative, Z didn't know where to strike, while Wonsuck panicked heavily. His body trembled uncontrollably as he bit his lip to force himself away. Too many targets appeared in front of him, making it impossible to know who to attack first. After a moment, he finally moved, but his punch slid past the thug's face and hit the chair behind. He gritted his teeth at him. He muttered angrily in his mouth, but the sedative was too strong. Before he could finish, he fainted. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the thug standing before him. The thug, noticing he was awake, asked, "You're awake already?" He struggled to stand but realized he was tied to the chair. He bit his lip angrily, but all efforts were useless. Finally, he could only sigh in frustration. Seeing this, the thug smirked and asked, "Your head still spinning, huh?" He narrowed his eyes at him, saying nothing. His face clearly showed anger. This attitude annoyed the thug. He still didn't fully understand the situation but wasn't afraid. His gaze looked at the lieutenant with contempt. He was just a loudmouth. Hearing this, the thug immediately flew into a rage and kicked him straight in the stomach. The blow knocked him to the ground. The thug angrily cursed at him. Despite being hit, he remained fearless, glaring at him with rage. Seeing this, the thug grew even angrier as he realized the boy still didn't understand he controlled the game. Without hesitation, he kicked him in the face. He said, "Just give up, you can't do anything now." Yet he kept his mouth shut. The thug pressed his foot against his face, shouting fiercely, "Give up, don't you hear me?" He kept his mouth shut, refusing to respond. The thug grew increasingly furious, continuing to strike him. In an instant, the warehouse echoed with repeated punches and kicks, accompanied by the thug's curses. After a while, Walshuk finally stopped. By now, Seth was battered, blood splattered across one corner of the wall. Yet his attitude remained unchanged. Refusing to yield, his gaze still fixed on the thug. This reaction drove him insane with rage, biting his lip aggressively. He issued a mild warning, but Seth ignored it. He narrowed his eyes at him, silent. At this point, the thug coldly said, "Honestly, I don't care about Sunsai at all," but still needed to talk to Seth. He grabbed Seth's hair, pulling his head back so he could stare straight, wanting him to know Suwon belonged to him. He had gone through so much to get him, and now to hand him over to a kid like Seth would be madness. At this moment, Seth suddenly whispered something, but the thug couldn't hear clearly, leaning close to his face, trying to catch his words. Seth muttered fragmented words. The thug only caught two, "me" and "save." Thinking Seth meant someone would save him, the thug scoffed disdainfully. Seth continued muttering. What he meant to say was, "If saved, he will definitely die at your hand." These words turned the thug's surprise into anger. He immediately drew his hammer, shouting curses at Seth, intending to smash it into his face. A while later, at the Sugun warehouse, a black car stopped outside. Rodney got out. Hearing the news, he rushed over. He squinted at the warehouse, his face full of fury, fearing history might repeat itself. With no other choice, he had to open the door and go in. The moment he stepped inside, his eyes widened in shock. David and Jonas were tied up inside. Seth was nowhere to be seen. The two glanced at him as he entered. He hurriedly asked if they were okay, removing their gags and smiling reassuringly. Then he asked about Seth. Jonas bit his lip angrily. He didn't know either, and the thug hadn't seen him. Hearing this, Rodney's expression darkened further. Rodney quickly grabbed his phone to call someone. The other side answered immediately, and he explained the situation about their boss being captured. Peter received the news from Rodney, frowning, eyes narrowing. After a while, he said he understood. Rodney asked, "Then what?" Peter had just received another message that made him grit his teeth. A photo of their boss, blinded and surrounded by blood, appeared on the phone. He urgently shouted at Rodney, "Find that thug immediately." Rodney hesitated, but how? Peter didn't care. He ordered that they must find him at any cost. Hearing his tone, Rodney quickly promised that he and Jonah would search the area. Peter was furious, clenching both fists. At that moment, his phone rang. It was an unknown number. He answered immediately. On the other side, the thug spoke. "He will send the documents, seal them quickly. Only then can Seth be saved." Peter gritted his teeth. Does he even know what he's doing? The thug shouted aggressively, "Shut up or I'll pluck Seth's hair." The more Peter listened, the uglier his expression became. Gritting his teeth, he warned the man, "If anything happens to Seth, not only you but all of you are dead." Rodney didn't believe it at all. He thought the old man was just talking nonsense, so he told him to hurry up and stamp the documents. As soon as he finished speaking, he hung up. He turned around to look at the person tied up behind him. After a long while, he clicked his tongue and muttered, "This kid's tough just like his old man." After that, he opened the door to leave, still muttering smugly. Even if he gets rescued, he'll be left with lasting damage. He strutted out step by step, not the least bit worried that the person inside might escape. Not long after, he pushed open a door into an empty yard, with dog kennels all around. Every one of them looked vicious. He walked up to his underlings and ordered, "After it's done, finish him off." With that, he immediately left the place. His two underlings followed his orders, on a shopfront along Sugun Street. Rodney's car was parked out front. He got out, narrowed his eyes, and stared into the shop. His face was ferocious. He'd already made a full loop around Sugun, but still couldn't find any trace of Guan's suit. He hurried back into the car to search elsewhere, reporting the situation to Peter at the same time. Peter gave him an address to check, and he quickly replied that he was on his way. His car continued down the streets of Sugun. A moment later, he stopped in front of another shop where two men were standing guard. He got out and charged forward aggressively. Seeing him, the two men raised their hands to block him and demanded to know who he was. Rodney ignored them. Without a word, he started swinging. The other man saw this, got furious, and tried to hit back. Rodney snorted coldly and glared at him. He didn't back down, he rushed in and drove a fist into the man's face, making his nose bleed. After taking down the two of them, Rodney ran off to search somewhere else. His car stopped in front of a brightly lit storefront. He sat on a roadside crate to rest, staring at the Shop 3 sign, his expression darkened. But he didn't retreat. He stormed straight inside, kicked open a room, and found a man sitting there. Rodney glared at him and warned, "If you know what's good for you, tell me where Guan-Su is." This was the guy Guan-Su had beaten the other day over a debt. Hearing Rodney press him hard, he immediately said he knew. Rodney was a little surprised. He hadn't expected it to go this smoothly. The man told him that the bastard Guan-Su had a dog kennel. Hearing that, Rodney's face turned grim as he cursed, "That freak." At the same time, in Guan-Su's office, he was smugly waiting for good news. But just then, one of his underlings came in to report. All of his operations had been smashed by the parent company. The moment he heard it, Guan-Su's smugness was replaced by rage. Grinding his teeth, he cursed them out, asking if they didn't know he had a hostage. The underling nervously asked what to do next. Guan-Su let out a cold snort. "What else?" he barked furiously. "Cut off a few of Seth's fingers and bring them to me." Meanwhile, at the coffee shop, Seth's mother was busy working. Suddenly, the shop welcomed an uninvited guest, Uncle Peter. She frowned and asked why he was here. He lowered his head awkwardly and said he had no face left to see her. The moment he said that, her hand holding the cup trembled slightly. She narrowed her eyes at him, waiting to hear what had happened. Peter was at a loss for words. He hesitated for a long time and still couldn't bring himself to speak. Z's mother guessed he was probably here because of Z. In a low voice, she asked, "Isn't he with Sangman?" Cold sweat covered Peter's forehead as he forced the words out. "Sangman has gone to China." She was slightly taken aback. Peter hurried to explain that Sangman went to investigate what happened to their eldest brother. Hearing that, Z's mother sighed helplessly. "Why be so stubborn? Now even Seth is in trouble." Seeing her reaction, Peter grew even more anxious. He quickly apologized and said he would take responsibility for him. But the moment he finished, Z's mother said there was no need. This was the path her son had chosen. Peter looked at her in surprise. She sighed again and said calmly, "If he can't shoulder this much, then he never deserved that standing in the first place." At the same time, in a cellar beneath the dog kennel, Z was still tied up, completely motionless. Just then, a man pushed the door open from outside. He had a pair of pliers in his hand as he slowly walked up to Z. He studied him in silence, then moved behind him and adjusted the ropes. His target was Z's hand. He clamped the pliers onto one of Z's left fingers, then prepared to cut it off, but at that moment, suddenly spoke up, telling him to cut off that left finger. He chuckled softly, saying he hadn't even graduated high school yet. The other guy was a little panicked. He didn't expect him to wake up. Ignoring his reaction, Seth continued speaking. He said he was right-handed, so if he lost a finger, how could he write? At this point, the other guy didn't understand why he was trembling. He also didn't understand why he obeyed him, moving the pliers toward his left hand. Sensing this, he fell silent but was grateful. Then he suddenly grinned savagely, promising to spare his life. As he spoke, he slammed his head backward. The other guy was caught off guard, thrown backward. His eyes widened in shock. He didn't expect someone tied up like that to be able to fight back. But the real surprise was yet to come. By now, he had forced himself to stand. He lifted his head to look at him, wearing a mysterious smile. Then, like a lightning strike, he lunged at him without hesitation, biting into his neck. His bite was so strong that escape was impossible. The only one attacking him fiercely was a madman. Not done yet, he lifted his knee to strike his face, breaking several teeth. Blood flowed constantly from his mouth. In the blink of an eye, he had been defeated. He went to the pliers the other guy had dropped, a smug look crossing his face. Another side of the dark forest revealed. A black car was trying to enter this place. It was Rodney's car, searching for the dog's breeding location. But at this moment, an awkward situation arose. In front of him was an intersection. He had no idea which way to go. He hesitated for a while, then became angry, wondering which direction was correct. On one side were the pliers left by the other guy, allowing Seth to free himself. Once freed, he quickly moved outside. But waiting outside were fierce dogs. The moment he pushed the door open, the dogs barked endlessly, troubling the guard. He hurriedly kicked the pen to warn them, "Why are you suddenly so noisy?" But at that moment he suddenly turned around. In an instant, his expression turned ugly and his body couldn't stop shaking. He raised his brows, startled. Why was he so shocked? He was also shown that the guy inside had been defeated. He rushed to help, but he was exhausted. He bit his lip aggressively. The remote in his hand was immediately activated. It was the dog pen control. He wanted to release the dogs to attack. Sure enough, the pen door opened instantly. The dogs shot out like lightning. They growled fiercely at him, eyes full of savagery. They recognized him as the enemy and attacked without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, he glanced at them. His expression darkened. Unarmed, he could only fight them with his bare hands. But the dogs had thick skin and his punches didn't land. One dog bared sharp teeth and bit his abdomen. Immediately, a large chunk of flesh on his side was torn. Blood gushed like a river, and he gritted his teeth to endure the pain. He turned, grabbed the biting dog's tail and pulled it down, slamming it to the ground. Seeing this, the other dogs bared fangs and claws toward him. He muttered a curse under his breath. Damn it, these bastards. And so he continued fighting these inhuman beasts. Soon, his body was covered in wounds. Some were bites, others scratches, the wounds varied. But the common point was chunks of flesh missing everywhere, fresh blood covering his body. When the man arrived, his expression was extremely ugly. Because all his beasts had been defeated, not a single growl remained. Hearing someone approaching, he turned to look. Seeing him, Seth immediately raised an eyebrow in provocation. He wondered, what's with that face? Are you panicking? He bit his lip aggressively, eyes full of rage staring at the beasts on the ground. He shouted orders, attack him now. His subordinate quickly tried to command them to attack, but strangely, they remained still, unmoving. Seeing this, he panicked and shouted to urge them. However, the dogs seemed to see a predator, trembling and unwilling to advance. They ignored their master's command. Seth slowly approached the beast. Seeing this, the man recoiled in fear, his body shaking. It was as if the king of hell had come to claim his life, his presence radiating intensely. The two faced off, one stepping forward, the other unable to stop, until the beasts were backed against the door with no escape. With no other option, he pulled out a hammer, gritting his teeth to try to intimidate him. He warned, don't come any closer. Unfortunately, how could Seth listen? He charged forward aggressively, continuously throwing punches at the beasts. Terrified, he gritted his teeth. He didn't want to die, so he swung the hammer back. His strikes were too slow. Z seized the opportunity first. He aggressively punched the guard in the stomach. The force was so strong that the guard groaned in pain continuously. Seth snorted coldly, then punched him again. This punch sent the guard flying backwards, slamming into the iron door. He struggled to endure the pain, staggering to his feet. But Seth didn't give him a chance. He dashed forward like lightning and delivered another punch. He glared at him, don't faint so quickly, I'm not done yet. Elsewhere, Rodney's car kept moving deeper into the forest. Finally, they arrived at an abandoned factory. He stepped out, exhaling, finally found it. He quickly ran inside. He still held a club in hand, preparing for the next fight, but the distance was long, leaving him exhausted. After a while, he reached the place. He exhaled, finally here. He lay down, gasping for a few breaths, taking a short rest. But he remembered he still had to save Seth. He quickly sat up, grabbed his weapon, ran forward and broke through the door. The scene inside shocked him. Before his eyes was a disaster. Humans and beasts scattered everywhere. Blood was everywhere. The person he focused on was Seth, covered in wounds, sitting on the ground. He ran over in panic. Seth saw him and breathed out, you're here. He looked at Seth's wounds and quickly asked, are you okay? But Seth didn't answer, only muttering that he needed water. Hearing this, Rodney went to find a basin to get water for him. Seth shook his head, saying it wasn't enough, he needed more. Rodney was a little surprised but still ran to the water source. Somehow, he found a large basin, filled it with water and brought it to Z. Seeing the basin, Seth immediately stood up and carried it. He brought it to the unconscious Kwon Suk. Rodney watched, not understanding what Seth intended. Under Rodney's astonished gaze, Seth dumped all the water onto Kwon Suk's face. Kwon Suk woke up, coughing from the water, but Seth didn't care. Once done, he tossed the basin aside. Seeing Kwon Suk wake up, Rodney thought Seth might ask something, but no, his next action horrified him. Seth aggressively punched Kwon Suk in the face, distorting it. Before he could understand what happened, he took another punch, losing several teeth. But Seth didn't let up, continuing to punch multiple times. At that moment, Seth was like a wild beast, seemingly intent on killing him. Rodney behind couldn't help but be terrified. He let Seth vent for a while before running up to grab his waist and stop him. But Seth still wanted to continue, and Rodney hurriedly urged him to stop. He's unconscious now. As soon as Rodney said this, Seth retracted his hand. He squinted at the lying figure and suddenly called out to Rodney behind him. He glanced at him, coldly asking, can I kill him? Rodney was slightly alarmed but reacted quickly. He said it couldn't be done yet. Then he suddenly stepped next to Seth. Bowed respectfully, if you order, I'll have Kwon Suk sold immediately. Hearing this, Seth hesitated, looking at him. Then Rodney suddenly became serious, carefully advising him. He pointed at the subordinate lying across the room. He must be killed too. Seth followed his hand, his gaze landing on the person lying behind. The other clearly wasn't unconscious. Hearing Seth wanted to kill him to eliminate him, his body trembled slightly. Seeing Seth still hesitate, Rodney continued, if you have no regrets, I'll follow through. Seth squinted at him for a moment, then sighed. He said, I understand. Then he turned and walked away. But before leaving, he coldly asked Rodney, so there's still a way for them to live and be tormented, right? A few hours later at the Sunshine Corporation, after leaving the dog camp and quickly handling his wounds, Seth arrived here. Rodney followed behind a bit reluctantly, but with no other choice, he still stubbornly went along. Seeing him like this, Peter couldn't help but advise, don't be stubborn, go to the hospital and rest. But Seth shook his head, saying he was fine, leaving Peter sighing helplessly. He frowned at him and asked suspiciously, "What should we do now?" Peter looked at him in shock. Seth casually pointed to the chairman's desk behind, smirking. "If I want to sit in that chair, what else must I do?" In an instant, Peter's expression turned ugly. Seth remained unafraid, looking him in the eye. They stared at each other for a long while. By evening, the three were in the black special vehicle, heading deep into the forest. The atmosphere in the car was extremely silent, with no one speaking. A while later, the vehicle stopped in front of a large factory. Rodney stepped out, extremely cheerful. "It's been a long time since I've been here." Only Seth didn't know where this was. He quietly followed. At this point, Peter spoke. "Soon everyone will gather here." The three of them walked step by step to the factory entrance. The door was bound with many iron chains and secured with a heavy padlock. Peter took out a key. In no time, he unlocked it. Peter pushed the door open and led the other two inside. Clearly familiar with the place, he reached over and flipped the light switch beside the door. The pitch-dark workshop lit up in an instant. He looked toward the boss and told him to rest for a bit. After all, today had been a tough day for him. The boss narrowed his eyes at him and didn't answer a word. Just then, there was sudden movement outside, like someone's car pulling up, making all three of them turn to look. Jonas and David quickly got out of the car. Seeing them, Peter immediately smiled in greeting. The other two hurriedly lowered their heads and performed a formal salute to the chairman. Not long after, a stream of cars roared in. Senior executives from the Sunshine Group arrived one after another. The warehouse was soon packed with people. When everyone had gathered, Uncle Peter was the first to speak. "Everyone probably knows why we had to come here today." As soon as he said that, someone below answered that they'd already heard the news. Another person pointed at David and Jonas, saying the two of them had lost to Seth. Someone in the back asked, "They really lost to Seth?" Hearing that, Jonas narrowed his eyes at the one who spoke. What was he getting at? At the same time, the speaker turned and looked at the two of them. This man was Lee Jacques, the regional director of Gumi. He raised an eyebrow and asked whether the two of them wanted another round. David immediately wanted to rush forward and demand what he meant. Jonas, standing beside him, quickly held him back. But just then, Lee Jacques ignored David and swept his gaze toward the boss behind them, because the boss suddenly smiled at him. For some reason, that smile made his skin crawl. Just then, Madame Sang spoke up. "News reaches Gumi a bit slowly, doesn't it?" She meant how the boss defeated Derek Pike of Busan and Sue Gunn's golf club. The moment those words fell, Lee Jacques' face turned ugly. The people behind him weren't any different. Everyone knew Sue Gunn's golf club was a lowly gambler, the kind who'd use any means necessary. That you could beat him was truly hard to believe. Peter looked at Seth and called him over. Seth obediently walked up and stopped beside him. Only then did Peter speak firmly. Everyone's guess was right. They were here today to decide the owner of Sunshine, by their own rule. Hearing that, someone couldn't help speaking up. "Isn't that going too far? He's still a high school student." Peter let out a cold laugh. "Are they lacking confidence?" But before he could finish, Seth stepped forward and arrogantly asked why they talked so much. "1-on-1, 2-on-1, or all of you at once?" As soon as he said that, Peter couldn't hide his shock. "Is this confidence, or are you underestimating your opponents?" "Call it confidence." After fighting alongside Madame Sang for so many years, he wasn't afraid, and he didn't care whether they came together or one by one. "Come at me all at once, he'll take every move." Hearing that, Madame Sang couldn't help letting out a soft laugh, just like their big boss indeed. Seth looked at her a little confused. "What do you mean by that?" She chuckled lightly and explained slowly, "They won't gang up on you. Anyone who opposes the chairman will step out and challenge you." Seth was slightly surprised. "So that's the rule here." At this moment, Madame Sang also told him, "This place was created by your father." The more Seth heard, the more excited he became. The more he knew, the stronger his fighting spirit grew. Before building the group, they had to run illegal operations, so your father took down everyone who opposed him. Hearing that, Seth couldn't help curling his lip into a faint smile. "Your third uncle was pretty fierce too." Peter walked up from behind and said loudly, "You are the chairman's only blood heir, so you will challenge for the position in the Sunshine Group." Jonas of Seongnam and David of Enyang, Derek Pike of Busan, and Lee Won-seok of Sugun. All four regional directors representing the Sunshine Group have already lost, so he is fully qualified to hold this position. Peter's words plunged the room into silence. Only after a moment did someone speak again. "A 16-year-old kid is really going to sit in the chairman's seat." Peter nodded slightly. "Legally, you have to wait until you're of age. But since when have they cared about the law?" Lee Jacques bit his lip hard. "If it really goes like this, Seth will die." Peter didn't care. The rules here still follow what the previous big boss laid down. Seth narrowed his eyes at him, as if thinking something over. Rodney knew he didn't understand, so he walked over and explained beside him. "Fight to the death. If someone dies, no one bears responsibility. That's the unwritten rule here." Only then did the boss nod, finally understanding. A moment later, a figure appeared in front of Z. It was Lee Jack, often called Reaper, because he carried many sickle blades on him. He glared viciously at Seth, his intent obvious. He opposed Seth taking power. With him leading the way, another man stepped out as well, and he was holding a huge hammer. This man was Gu Jae-sung, nicknamed Hammer, the regional director of Mokpo. When David saw him step out, his brows knit tightly. At that moment, Jae-seong suddenly turned his head to look back. He asked David if he had really lost to some brat like Seth. David bit his lip hard and glared at him, but didn't answer a single word. Jonas, standing beside him, sighed too, yet still got no response. Jae-seong wasn't disappointed either, because now he would see the truth for himself. As he spoke, he dragged his hammer along the ground, producing a harsh, grating screech. He walked up to Seth, looked down from above, and said he was the Hooksville Hammer. He warned the boy if he was scared, it wasn't too late to back out now. But Seth wasn't afraid. He calmly curled his lips into a provocative smile and looked him straight in the eye. The moment Jae-seong saw that smile, he flew into a rage. He immediately hefted the hammer and swung it at Seth. But Seth didn't flinch, and he didn't move an inch, only when the hammer was right in front of him. Did he clench his hand into a fist and smash it into the back of Jae-seong's hand? The pain shot up his arm, and the hammer slipped from his grip and fell. Before he could even react, Seth snapped a lightning-fast punch into his face. Not satisfied, he followed with another punch to the gut. The relentless blows left him unable to respond and unable to fight back. He could only take it, and Seth didn't hold back at all. He seemed to pour all his strength into that final punch, dropping him on the spot. Seeing it, Seth raised an eyebrow in smug satisfaction. In the blink of an eye, the man who'd been acting so fierce just minutes ago was now sprawled on the ground. The air fell into a heavy silence. Those who didn't know what Seth was capable of were thoroughly shaken. Only David and Jonas wore a pleased smile. Now you get it right, his strength is anything but ordinary. The crowd was truly speechless, their eyes filled with disbelief and fear. Rodney was delighted too. Seth winning was all that mattered. Over here, Peter narrowed his eyes at Seth, deep in thought. After taking Jae-seong down, Seth lifted his head to look at the group in front of him. His face was full of challenge, his eyes burning with battle intent. He wasn't done yet. But Sang Madame suddenly stepped forward. In a cold voice, she asked, "Was the former chairman's strength like this enough?" The moment those words fell, everyone in front immediately looked up at the sky, and not a single person spoke. Jonas also watched them, checking if anyone objected. In the dead silence, someone suddenly shouted, "I refuse to accept this." Sang Madame frowned and looked toward the speaker. It was Lee Jack. He bit his lip hard and snapped, and they expected him to submit to a 16-year-old kid like this. He'd rather quit than accept that. How could he possibly swallow it? Hearing that, Sang Madame immediately stepped in, about to stop him from running his mouth. But before she could do anything, Seth grabbed her hand and stopped her. He frowned at Lee Jack. "Why waste so many words? If you want to quit, then quit. He wouldn't stop you." The moment he said that, Lee Jack erupted in fury and pulled out 2 sickle blades. He spun the razor-sharp sickles in his hands, glaring at Seth. He asked Seth if he knew why people called him the sickle. Seth stared at him blankly, wanting to see what nonsense he was about to spew. But right then, a sharp piece of metal suddenly struck in, slicing across in front of his face and startling him. The tail of his coat immediately got cut clean off. Lee Jack drew his sickle back and snorted coldly, saying he had that nickname because he had reaped countless guys already. Hearing that, Seth not only wasn't afraid, he reached up, loosened his coat, and sneered, then let him try. The two locked eyes, neither yielding an inch. In the next instant, a razor-sharp sickle slashed toward Seth. He hurriedly leaned back to evade. Lee Jack didn't stop. He swung again, chopping the sickle down once more. But at that moment, Seth spotted an opening and moved to punch him in the waist. Yet before he could strike, his expression suddenly changed. He instantly pulled his hand back, because Lee Jack's other sickle came slashing in again. Good lord, that guy's swings were terrifyingly fast. One beat slower and it would have been fatal. Seth watched him warily, waiting for the next attack. As fast as before, Lee Jack whipped the sickle in, first at the abdomen, then the neck, then the arms and legs. The non-stop assault forced Seth back again and again. Before long, he was cornered, with an icy wall behind him. By now, his limbs had been sliced open by the sickles. He frowned at the cuts on his body and couldn't help clicking his tongue twice. But just then, a sharp sickle suddenly flew in. He quickly tilted his head aside, and the sickle embedded itself in the wall. Before he could steady himself, 2 more sickles shot in. He still managed to dodge, and they too sank into the wall. That left him pinned in place by 4 sickles. Seeing this, Lee Jack pulled out 2 more sickles, stared at him coldly, and issued a warning. If you surrender now, he'd spare your life. But Seth only clenched his teeth and said nothing. Seeing how stubborn he was, Lee Jack charged in from a distance, both hands still gripping razor-sharp sickle. The instant the sickle was about to slice across Seth's throat, Seth suddenly moved. He rolled to the side to dodge, and Lee Jack bit his lip viciously. He cursed in anger, asking if Seth didn't understand what he was saying. Seth couldn't be bothered listening to his nonsense. He clenched his fist and struck. His punch slammed into Lee Jack's forearm like that. Your punch was so powerful it made his arm tremble. Right after that, you wrenched his arm behind his back and the sickle slipped from his grip and fell. Lee Jack stumbled back 2 steps in panic, but very quickly. He pulled himself together, gritted his teeth, and cursed you as a dog. Then he charged again. This time, Seth didn't hold back either. He poured his strength into his palm, curling his fingers to form a palm seal. The two of them crashed into each other, locked in a fierce struggle. Lee Jack's eyes were flooded with murderous intent. He truly wanted to kill Seth. But before he could even touch Seth, Seth's hand snapped across his face. Seth's fingers drove straight into his eye, and fresh blood began pouring out nonstop. The sight threw everyone present into shock. No one expected him to go this far, no matter how anyone reacted. Seth put all his strength into that strike, slamming the palm seal into him until he shook with pain. Grinding his teeth, he cursed Seth as a bastard and tried to strike again, but he was far too slow. Seth seized the opening and grabbed him by the throat without hesitation. Then he pressed down again with force, making Lee Jack's eye bleed even more. But Seth still didn't stop. He clenched his fist and hammered forward again, still targeting the wound on the man's face. He was completely on the defensive, unable to fight back, beaten by Seth until his face was covered in blood. The final blow sent him flying backward. Only then did Seth lower his hand, staring at the man on the ground without a trace of pity in his eyes. Then he lifted his head to look at the crowd in front of him, frowning with smug satisfaction. The room fell silent in an instant after what had just happened. At that moment, Madame Sang spoke up, breaking the silence. She swept her gaze over everyone and asked slowly, "So now, no one has any other objections, right?" No, the crowd fell into silence again with no one answering. Madame Sang nodded in satisfaction and announced, "In that case, by Sunshine's rules, Seth will become the chairman," but she hadn't even finished the last 2 words. A voice suddenly rang out, cutting her off. Everyone jolted and looked over, and the one speaking was Peter. He narrowed his eyes at Seth. He said he objected. The moment those words fell, everyone's expressions turned puzzled. No one understood why he would do that. Jonas and David frowned at him. They never expected the final objection to come from him. Only Seth wasn't all that surprised. Seth stared at him in silence, saying nothing. Only then did Peter continue, telling Seth to beat him. Only then would everyone here truly be convinced. Hearing that, Rodney panicked and hurried to stop him. But before he could finish his sentence, Seth spoke up, saying it was fine. Seth looked at Peter and let out a soft chuckle. He'd been thinking the same thing from the start. Peter frowned at him too, wanting to see what Seth intended to do. Without a word, Seth lunged straight at him. He struck without the slightest hesitation. Yet Peter remained calm, standing there. He didn't move at all. Seeing that, Seth couldn't help freezing. Why wasn't he counterattacking? But before Seth's foot could reach his face, an arm shot out and seized Seth's leg. Peter snorted coldly. "Is this Madame Sang's teaching?" Seth narrowed his eyes at him, his brows drawn tightly together. Right then, Peter tightened his grip on Seth's leg. He said coldly, "Is this all you've got?" Then his other arm swung up in a punching attack. Seth hurriedly raised his hands to block, but Peter's speed was still faster. The fist slammed straight into Seth's chest. He was knocked spinning and crashed to the ground. Peter's strength was overwhelming, sending him flying more than 10 meters. Seth clutched his stomach, sprawled on the ground in agony, unable to move. Peter narrowed his eyes at him, a hint of helplessness flashing across his face. And the onlookers didn't seem all that surprised either. Everyone knew Peter's true strength. Once he made a move, they never thought he would lose. At this moment, Peter announced that they would likely postpone handing the chairman position to Seth. But the instant he finished, Seth's voice suddenly rang out. Seth forced himself up, saying it still wasn't over. He quickly steadied himself. Facing Peter, Seth glared at him and said coldly, "Who gave you permission to end it whenever you want?" Peter snorted coldly. "With that level of skill, you won't beat me for another 10 years. Hearing that, Seth burned with anger, biting his lip hard, unwilling to accept it. Peter looked at him calmly and said evenly, "Either way, this position is yours. Wait until you graduate and grow up before you take it." But Seth roared in fury. "If you thought that, then don't call me here in the first place." As soon as he finished, he charged straight in again. Peter's brows knit tightly as he watched Seth's fist coming down at him. Yet he didn't counterattack at all, he simply dodged calmly. No matter how fast Seth struck, it couldn't escape Peter's eyes. When Seth finally exposed an opening, Peter's fist shot out again. He drove a punch straight into Seth's stomach, making him fold over in pain, coughing violently without stopping. Worse still, Seth couldn't withstand the blow and collapsed to the ground. Seeing that, Peter immediately ordered them to take him to the hospital. Rodney sighed softly, accepted the order, and turned back to support him. But before he could do anything, a hand landed on his shoulder. Seth's voice rang out once again. It wasn't over yet. Peter was slightly surprised, his expression turning serious. Peter gritted his teeth, warning, "Stop talking nonsense or I'll really kill you." Hearing this, Seth gave a cold laugh. He wasn't afraid of death. Peter frowned, turning to look at him, momentarily speechless. Seth glared at him and shouted aggressively. He hated losing more than he feared death. Immediately after, he lunged at Peter again. But the outcome was the same. Seth was knocked to the ground. He bit his lip and coughed roughly. Peter looked down from above, his expression unreadable, studying him carefully. He wanted to see if Seth could continue. At that moment, Seth muttered under his breath, "Damn bastards." Peter heard it too and looked at him, slightly puzzled. Seth rolled over and sat up, angrily shouting, "Where the hell did this stupid rule come from?" Peter looked at him, raising an eyebrow. "Admit it yet?" Seth nodded without hesitation. That's right, he wasn't ready to admit defeat. Peter didn't expect such a quick response. Seth chuckled softly, muttering, 10 years, you only need 10 minutes. Peter was even more confused. What was he talking about? He looked at Peter confidently. "Just give me 10 minutes of rest and the one who faints will be you." Peter couldn't help but chuckle. "How long do you want, a day or a week?" Seth glared, "Are you deaf? I said 10 minutes is enough." Peter studied him, wanting to see if he was serious or joking. But seeing the determination in Seth's eyes, he knew he wasn't joking. He looked at the clock and set a 10-minute timer. "I'll wait for you." As soon as he said this, Seth breathed a sigh of relief. He began to warm up and recover. Time passed as he rested and trained simultaneously. 5 minutes went by quickly. He was almost back to normal, and by the end of 10 minutes his body was fully energized. He glanced at Peter, who was still observing him closely. Seth moved forward without fear, facing him head-on. He was full of energy, ready for the second round. The surrounding crowd was shocked. No one expected him to truly want to fight Peter to the end. Peter glanced at him, coldly warning, "I won't hold back anymore." Seth smirked, fine, indifferent. Immediately a punch flew toward Seth's face, startling him. He quickly dodged to the side, avoiding Peter's strike. He didn't back down either, clenching his fists to counterattack, aiming for Peter's shoulder. Peter pulled back. But suddenly an unexpected move happened. Peter's leg lifted, and Seth instinctively retracted his arms. Peter jumped to the center of the arena, stabilized his stance, and Seth lunged but was blocked by a foot. Caught off guard, the kick hit Seth's face. It seemed like he got struck, but Peter's body trembled as his leg was caught. Seth grinned triumphantly, then countered with his leg, aggressively sweeping at Peter's face. The kick was lightning fast, but Peter wasn't ordinary, his speed was just as fast. He caught Seth's leg firmly. The two were locked in a struggle. 1 second later, the situation shifted. Peter grabbed Seth's neck with both hands, pulling him down. Seth used all his strength to resist, or he would be pulled down. Peter didn't give up either, channeling all his strength into his hands, trying to pull Seth down. After a long struggle, Peter only managed to rip off Seth's outer shirt, while Seth still stood strong behind him. However, before he could regain composure, Peter lunged forward like lightning. A punch sent Seth flying successfully. Peter immediately withdrew his hand and Seth sat up, sneaking a glance at him. Teasingly, he said, "You must have exercised a lot back in the day." Peter was thoughtful, contemplating even while fighting. No more words, the two struggled silently, staring at each other. After a while, Seth stood upright. He lunged forward aggressively, fists clenched, full of ferocity. Peter remained calm, meeting each move with precision. He grabbed Seth's shoulder, holding firmly, then struck his knee into Seth's stomach, causing pain. Seth couldn't help but cough twice, the pain spreading across his body, making him grimace. Peter watched calmly, expression unreadable. Seth was unwilling, gritting his teeth in anger, ready to rush forward again. Peter was slightly surprised. He still wanted to continue. As expected, Seth used Peter's thigh as leverage to spring upward. After that, the kid viciously drove a knee straight into his face. Even though he successfully countered, he still wasn't satisfied and kept hold of Peter's collar. They glared at each other, both faces filled with fighting spirit. Then Seth didn't hesitate. He smashed his forehead into Peter. He grinned smugly, not bad. Of course he was happy he'd made Peter bleed. But he didn't get to enjoy it for long before Peter planted a punch on him. He was knocked flying backward and slid a long way across the ground. Even after getting hit, Seth wasn't discouraged. A smile still hung at the corner of his lips. Peter wiped the blood off his face. Seeing that smile, a strange, hard-to-place feeling rose in Peter's chest. Just then he heard Seth's taunting voice, "So you can bleed a little too, not bad." That made Peter furious. He knew Seth was toying with him. At the same time, by a massive waterfall on a cliffside, there stood a pavilion. There weren't any other houses around, only that lone pavilion standing starkly by itself. Outside, sheer cliffs formed a barrier. Saman and Jack were here as well. This was the place they needed to find. Saman narrowed his eyes toward the interior, hatred overflowing on his face. Jack told him this was the last place the boss had ever been. Saman nodded slightly. "You've worked hard." With that, he stepped inside. Jack hurried to stop him. "It's very dangerous in there." Even the triad is afraid of being silenced. I had a hard time finding this place. Saman halted, hesitating for a long moment before speaking. He told Jack to return to South Korea immediately, his expression darkening in an instant. Jack couldn't believe what he'd just heard. Saman said calmly, "Didn't you say it's dangerous? Then someone has to be left alive." Jack refused. He wanted to go with him. Saman frowned at him. "You can't even look after yourself. Bringing you along would just be dead weight." Jack bit his lip hard, swallowing the words he wanted to say. Saman sighed and turned to go in, adding a final reminder before he left. "If I don't come back, at least someone will remember me." Jack watched his retreating back. He didn't stop him. He only bowed respectfully as if seeing him off, then kept shouting, "You have to come back safe and sound." Saman let out a soft chuckle as he stepped inside. Back at Sunshine's workshop, where Peter and Seth were fighting, Seth's words had already enraged Peter to the point of grinding his teeth. Peter strode up to Seth and warned coldly, "You've rested enough." Seth smiled faintly at him, "Then let's start now." But before he could finish, Peter's fist slammed straight into his face. Seth hadn't expected him to strike so fast and was knocked to the ground. But this time he didn't stay down long. He propped himself up and sat right back up. He faced Peter, set himself into a favorable stance, and without hesitation seized the initiative to attack. He swung his leg in a sweeping kick toward Peter's face, but Peter matched his speed, grabbed his leg and hurled him away. Seth's body slammed hard into the wall behind him. The pain made his head go numb, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. Before he could even recover, Peter lunged in. His attacks were lightning fast, and Seth's expression turned ugly in an instant. If he couldn't dodge this, he was done for. He was right. Peter's assault was ferocious. His knee strike even made the wall behind them crack in several places. Peter ground his teeth in fury. He'd actually let the kid slip away the moment he tightened in to land the blow. Seth tilted his head to the side and narrowly dodged it. Peter didn't give him a second to breathe and kept attacking. Last time it was a knee, this time it was Peter's fists. Seth was pinned across the middle and couldn't get up. He could only hunch over. Using the opening below, he kicked at Peter's leg. Pain shot through Peter's leg so fast he couldn't help grinding his teeth. Seizing the opening, Seth struck upward with his palm toward Peter's chin. Peter not only couldn't counterattack, he stumbled back several steps. The instant the gap opened, Seth quickly sprang backward to get away from him. Almost at the same moment, Peter's punch swung in, but it only smashed into the floor. Peter still wouldn't give up, twisting around to throw another punch. Seth was immediately alarmed and flipped aside to avoid the strike. Peter's relentless pressure forced Seth to defend nonstop. But in the end, Seth found a way out. He pushed off the wall to leap, then darted behind Peter in a flash. He viciously grabbed Peter by the collar and flashed a smug grin. Thinking victory was within reach, he clenched his hand into a fist and charged in. But before he could strike, Peter raised his hand to counter. Their fists collided in an instant and both of them recoiled at once. If the first punch didn't work, try a second. The two of them charged at each other again, equally savage. But this time, before Peter's hand could touch Seth, Seth's knee knocked it aside. Peter's attack failed and Seth immediately seized the chance to rush in. Peter clenched his teeth, staring at the figure charging straight at him. Seth put almost all his strength into this blow. He drove a knee straight at Peter's eye. One strike shattered Peter's glasses. His knee slammed into the old man's eye. He gritted his teeth, driving all his force through that knee, his gaze unwavering. The kick was vicious. Peter's whole body flipped backward. A heavy impact rang out as dust and smoke billowed everywhere. After throwing the move, Seth also crashed to the ground. He wasn't seriously hurt and still managed to sit up. He thought Peter wouldn't be able to get up again, but when the dust cleared, the old man's silhouette appeared once more. He stepped forward slowly. The sight made him stare wide-eyed in shock. He could stand in front of him, but a long gash had opened across his face. The flesh split and exposed. He bit his lip, unable to believe the old man was still standing. But Peter didn't do anything. He just fixed his eyes on him. A second later, his body collapsed to the floor. Fresh blood poured out, staining the ground red. He let out a breath of relief. He'd won. Meanwhile, Saman had entered the bell tower. As soon as he went in, he saw two guards. One of them stared coldly and warned that outsiders weren't allowed here. He told him to leave at once. Saman studied the two men and asked, "Is this the Black Society?" The moment he said it, both of their faces changed. One frowned and warned, "Say that name and you'll die." Saman looked at him, slightly confused. While he was still doubting, the man in black lunged in to attack. In an instant, he thought he had the advantage. Saman reacted in time and dropped him with a punch. The man didn't even have time to defend himself. He was knocked out cold. Saman looked down at him, thinking, is the Black Society only this strong? Seeing his partner taken down, the other man frowned and demanded to know who he was. Saman smiled, a glint of hatred in his eyes. He said he was from Korea and had come for revenge, telling him to pass the message along. At Z's mother's shop, she was reading while watching the store, completely absorbed. Suddenly, a luxurious black car pulled up out front, startling her. Not long after, someone from the car walked into the shop. He looked at her happily, eyes full of hope. She was overjoyed to see her son again too. He said she wouldn't need to work anymore, he would take care of her. He asked her to come with him. She was a little surprised, sighed, and reminded him he had to finish high school first. She stared at him, taking a long moment to react. Then she said she wanted him to promise her one thing. He straightened his back, waiting for her to speak, but she fell silent again, looking toward Rodney by the door, making him tremble. Rodney hurriedly lowered his head. Outside the shop, a long line of luxury black cars stretched down the road, an imposing display. Inside, his mother watched him intently, then told him he had to graduate from high school. Hearing that, he was stunned. He hadn't expected her to make such a request, but he didn't refuse, only smiled at her. He nodded and promised he would do it. At the same time, at the hospital, Peter's third uncle was lying there. Madame Sang also came to visit and peeled an apple for him. As she peeled, she kept watching him, hesitating for a long time before finally asking, "What are we supposed to do now? Are you going to resign?" Peter frowned slightly and didn't answer. Madame Sang sighed helplessly, unable to understand what he was thinking. She only wanted confirmation. She was startled, not understanding what he meant. Peter turned toward the window, his gaze falling into empty space. After a long while, he said, "I want to confirm that person's blood relationship." At the Black Society headquarters, after hearing Sangman, the man frowned and sized him up. Sangman didn't back down, staring him straight in the eye. After a moment, the man took a step back and Sangman stepped back too. The man raised a defensive stance. He intended to attack Sangman. Sangman stood there calmly, waiting. The two sides fell into a tense standoff. Just then, a mocking voice rang out from the high platform. "Who's the brainless idiot causing trouble in here?" As soon as the words ended, a muscular man stepped out from inside, broad and powerful with a brutal gaze. The man lowered his head the moment he saw him and addressed him as Tamka. He glanced at the one lying beaten on the floor and asked, "How's that guy?" The other person quickly recounted everything to him. After a moment, he suddenly smiled and squinted at Sang Man. Lung asked if it was because of that Korean earlier. Hearing this, Saman realized he was talking about his older brother. His body trembled with anger. He gave a cold laugh and pointed to a nearby plot of land. He told him that his older brother had died here. He even dug up information about the man while he was still alive. The more Sang Man heard, the more his eyes burned with rage. But he didn't care, continuing to speak. The other person was quite skilled, having clashed with his second senior sister and his senior brother. Sang Man squinted at him, his fists clenched tightly. At this moment he laughed loudly, saying he was also very grateful to that person, because thanks to him the successor was left alone. Since his master didn't let the defeated survive, he was determined to kill that person. Sang Man lost patience hearing this. Lung asked if he normally talked so much. Hearing this, Tamke immediately shut his mouth and said no more. Sang Man snorted coldly. Empty barrels make the most noise. His eyes were full of anger now. He shouted aggressively, saying he was only trying to provoke him. Sang Man despised him even more. He was just provoking him, huh? This remark pushed the other's anger to its peak. He immediately lunged at him to attack, but Sang Man was not afraid, calmly standing there. The other person swung his fists fiercely at him. At the moment of the strike, he turned his body and raised his hand to block. Then, he reversed his hand and, like lightning, struck the attacker's right shoulder. The other person was quite surprised by this move, but the surprises didn't stop there. Sang Man bit his lip fiercely and used his other arm to punch his stomach. His speed was so fast that the attacker was forced to step back several paces. He withdrew his hand and glared at him, showing no mercy in his eye. The attacker squinted at him cautiously. At the same time, on the top floor of the tower, a shadow suddenly appeared. He quietly stood on the corridor, seemingly observing the fight below. He had seen their action. He stroked his beard and smiled faintly. Below, Sang Man had knocked the attacker to the ground. He intended to finish him, but at that moment, the attacker suddenly lifted his leg to kick him. He quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the strike, but before he could regain focus, his expression suddenly turned horrified. Because the attacker's leg now swept across his face like a blade, he leaned back, kneeling on one knee to stabilize himself. Then he used his other leg to strike the attacker. The attacker was also quick, jumping to evade, then without hesitation, kicked at Sang Man. In an instant, he found himself in danger. This time he couldn't defend and the kick hit him, sending him flying 10 meters. Seeing this, the attacker smiled smugly. But Sang Man didn't give up. He quickly got up, preparing to attack again. He planted his hands on the ground, bent one knee to gain momentum, then clenched his fists and charged. His speed was extremely fast, giving the opponent no chance to counter. But at the moment his fist was about to strike, his eyes widened in shock, because the person in front of him suddenly inflated his chest. In the blink of an eye, his arms had become gigantic, merging into a single palm strike towards Sang Man. Saman bit his lip fiercely. He hadn't expected this move. He quickly withdrew his attack stance and dodged to the side. At this moment, both were filled with fighting intent, glaring at each other. Sang Man, having avoided the strike, immediately turned and wrapped his arms around the attacker's waist. He bent both knees, using force to lift the attacker. This display terrified him, making him struggle to escape. But Sang Man didn't give him that chance. He tightened his grip and forcefully threw him to the ground. His body hit the ground hard, causing him to cough involuntarily. But Sang Man didn't stop. He pressed down on his head. Then he dragged him across the ground, forming a long arc. He concentrated all his strength into his palms, then slammed the attacker's head onto the floor. But at that moment, a sudden anomaly shocked him. The attacker regained strength and kicked straight into his stomach. He couldn't react in time and was sent flying backward. The prolonged battle left both exhausted, panting heavily. At the same time, a warm sensation suddenly spread from the top of the attacker's head downward. He hurriedly touched it and looked closely. Realizing he was bleeding, Sang Man had dented a large portion of his head. Fresh blood ran everywhere, exposing flesh. Seeing the blood on his hands, he ground his teeth in anger. He glared and shouted at Sang Man, calling him a bastard, then tried to continue fighting. But he seemed to see something that terrified him, his body suddenly trembling. His reaction to this sudden change left Sang Man slightly startled. At that moment, a massive skeleton suddenly appeared behind him. Sensing the intense killing intent, he quickly turned his head, but all he saw was a white-haired old man staring at him intently. The man looked toward the other guy and scolded, "Useless." Hearing this, the man's face instantly changed color. He hurriedly explained, "The fight's not over yet." When Sang Man heard him call the newcomer his master, a trace of panic appeared on his face. The man frowned at Sang Man. "Are you from Korea?" Sang Man didn't understand why he was asking, but he could feel the overwhelming pressure coming from him. The man asked again, "Do you know what a veinless one is?" He frowned at the man, wondering what he was trying to do. He had come for revenge, but before he could finish speaking, he was attacked from behind. The strike forced him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The attacker was Tentam. A smug smile spread across his face. Sang Man had not expected to be ambushed and was sent flying by the blow. The man quickly ran to stand before the white-haired man and pleaded, "I won." He was truly terrified. If he lost, his master would kill him, so he resorted to this trick. He trembled as he looked at the white-haired man, repeatedly insisting that he had won. But at that moment, Sang Man suddenly moved. Struggling, he sat up and looked at the two men with dissatisfaction. Seeing this, the two men were instantly shocked. Sang Man glanced at Tentam and said, "Who do you think you are to dare oppose me?" Before he could finish, the white-haired man had already appeared in front of him. He barely had time to react before being punched in the chest. The strike was so fast that he couldn't respond, and even the surroundings were affected. Horror flashed in Sang Man's eyes as he gritted his teeth to endure it. If he wasn't careful, there was a cliff right behind him. The man looked at him, surprised that he could withstand the attack without being seriously injured. But he showed no mercy. Channeling force into both hands, he pressed him down. Sang Man couldn't hold on and spat out another mouthful of fresh blood. He lost his strength and fell backward. Behind him was a cliff and he fell helplessly before falling. He widened his eyes at the man standing on the cliff, truly unwilling to accept it. But even so, he could not change his fate. Below was a raging waterfall. Falling down meant certain death. After dealing with Sang Man, the white-haired man issued a warning to Tenta. If it happened again, he would personally kill him. Hearing this, the man finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the chairman's residence, Seth woke up early to prepare for school today. Rodney was by his side on standby. Seth looked at the school uniform, wondering if Rodney looked okay in it, though it felt a bit strange. Rodney smiled flatteringly. "You look really cool." He told him to relax and not worry. Seth glanced at him, about to say something, but changed the subject and asked where his school was. Rodney told him he would be attending Yang Jin's school, near his mother's house. Seth thought for a moment before stepping outside. He ordered Rodney, "Then let's go. Time to start my school life." Seth rode to school in a luxurious black car. After all, he was the current chairman, he couldn't be careless. Rodney was driving. Seth sat quietly in the back watching the scenery pass by. He said nothing, closing his eyes to rest. After a while, Rodney's voice woke him. "We're almost there. I'll park in front of the gate." He asked him to park a little farther from the school gate. Rodney obeyed and pulled over to the side. Without hesitation, Seth stepped out and observed the school where he would spend his high school years. After a long while, a happy smile appeared on his face. At that moment, his eyes fell on a female student, chatting cheerfully nearby. Before he could gather himself, a figure brushed past him. He narrowed his eyes and saw a blonde-haired teenage boy in a hurry. As if sensing his gaze, the blonde boy turned to look back. Their eyes met. In classroom 1-3, the teacher at the podium announced that a new transfer student would be joining today. Since it was midterm, she hoped everyone would take care of the new student. After finishing her instructions, she looked toward the door and called the student waiting outside to come in. She wanted to introduce his name but forgot. The student took the initiative. "My name is Seth." He stood at the podium looking at the students below. He then introduced himself and hoped everyone would look after him. At the prison in the river where Seth had once been imprisoned. In front of the cell, a group of prisoners was being escorted inside. Because they were tied close together, they kept bumping into one another. A tall, burly black man looked arrogantly at the person in front of him and reminded him, "Watch where you're going." He asked if the other man had a death wish. The one walking ahead wore glasses and seemed scholarly. Frightened by the threat, he trembled and apologized. The two guards standing on the other side watched silently. A smaller one asked. Above said to take that person to room 404. The guard beside him nodded in acknowledgement, but the other hesitated and asked, is it okay to put an economic criminal together with violent offenders? The guard shook his head. Room 404 is looking for him. Meanwhile, the bigger guard kept bullying the glasses wearer. He even aggressively asked if the other knew who he was. The guards didn't react. They herded them like chickens into the cell, leaving the decision to take someone to room 404 up to them. No problem, they'll shove the big guy into room 404 so he can learn what a thug really is, daring to show off bad habits here. The glasses wearer walking ahead trembled at these words. The big guy smiled with excitement. After a while, the guard began assigning prisoners to rooms. As decided, he brought the two to the door of room 404 and repeatedly instructed, from now on, you two will stay in this room. No complaints or protests. After saying this, the guard opened the door and shouted, 2 new inmates have arrived. He also warned them not to cause trouble. There's no other room to switch. As soon as he finished speaking, the guard closed the door and left, leaving the 2 newcomers with the old prisoner. The big guy stepped in fearlessly. Who's afraid of anyone? In contrast, the glasses wearer trembled continuously. After a moment, the big guy took a few steps in, kicked the table in front of him aggressively, and shouted, room leader, who's in charge here? Hearing this, a man with messy hair suddenly laughed loudly. The big guy gritted his teeth and asked, what are you laughing at? Once the other stopped laughing, a familiar face appeared. It was Sang Man. He looked at him with eyes full of killing intent but spoke jokingly, I have to say, you're adorable. The man trembled violently at the sight of his gaze, cold sweat covering his forehead. But he gritted his teeth and stubbornly asked, are you the one in charge here? Zaman glanced at him but said nothing. He nodded toward the window, confusing the big guy. He looked in the direction indicated and widened his eyes in shock. At this moment, the other man turned slowly and walked toward him. This was a prisoner sentenced to several years for murder. He came in front of the big guy. Although much smaller in build, he somehow made the big guy afraid. Cold sweat covered his forehead. He gritted his teeth and asked, what the hell, this guy shares my cell. The man frowned, said nothing, and pushed him aside. His strength was immense. With one hand, he pushed him 10 meters away. The big guy stared at him in fear, unable to comprehend the source of this power. Of course, he didn't explain, just walked to the back. He asked the glasses wearer, are you Professor S.A.? Terrified, the man nodded. Hearing this, Seth's expression immediately changed. The glasses wearer panicked even more. After a moment, Seth laughed joyfully, then I'll teach you. Hearing this, the professor was flustered. What would a prisoner want to learn here? Seth explained slowly. After you leave, you want to apply to college. Elsewhere in another arena, a match was taking place. The crowd below shouted endlessly. On the stage, a muscular man stepped back in fear, his eyes swollen. He looked at his opponent with fear, but at that moment, a punch lunged at him. He couldn't react in time and got hit. Immediately after, he stood up and continued fighting. The opponent was ruthless, kicking aggressively. A kick to the stomach made him fall to his knees in pain. Taking advantage, the opponent kicked his face, knocking him down. At this moment, the MC announced Mr. Chang as the undefeated champion. The MC enthusiastically congratulated him, saying that from today, Brock had become the strongest man alive. The MC handed the mic to Brock to speak. Brock bit his lip and shouted, strongest man alive. In the audience below, a man sighed. The MC was horrified and speechless. Brock removed the championship belt from his hand and declared, then consider this match never happened. From now on, he would never participate in these meaningless fights again. Saying this, he threw the championship belt to the ground. The MC panicked as Brock walked down to the audience. A man came to meet him. You've worked hard today, go home and rest. The man sighed regretfully, thinking it was a shame to give up the championship. Brock said nothing, looking at another person. A long-haired teenager stood before Brock. This was Gene. He looked at Brock and smiled knowingly. Brock knew he understood and smiled back. In the BFC representative room, a man sat inside. He watched the match on an iPad and then gave an order. A meaningless game. He reviewed the participants who had competed here before. After viewing, he prepared to issue the next order. A meaningless game indeed. Then he finally smiled mysteriously. With just these guys, PFC would obviously be boring. How could they make money? At the prison, today was like any other day. The inmates were allowed to go to the yard freely in the morning. He was currently lifting weights while the professor beside him kept lecturing. After a while, he spoke up, saying he understood. But at that moment, he suddenly saw someone approaching. It was Saman. He looked at the professor and said he had worked hard, asking him to step aside for a bit. The professor knew they had something to discuss. Immediately, the professor complied and left. Slightly embarrassed, he set the weights down and sat up. He looked at Saman and asked, any news about my mother yet? Saman nodded slightly. Your people tried searching everywhere, but there's still no sign of her. Maybe she's no longer in Korea. Hearing this, Seth's expression immediately darkened. Seeing his reaction, Saman sighed helplessly and stroked his head to comfort him. Don't worry too much. What kind of person is your mother? Don't I know best? He bit his lip aggressively. It's already been a year. The last time he saw her was a year ago when she visited him. She sat in front of the glass and asked, "Are you okay?" He looked at her for a long time without speaking. Seeing this, she sighed helplessly and told him to try to endure a little longer. He smiled faintly, shaking his head, saying he was fine. Then he asked how her child outside was doing. She smiled gently at him. "I'm living well, but I might have to go on a trip, and it could take quite some time." Hearing this, he frowned and looked at her. He asked suspiciously, "Where are you going?" Anna shook her head, refusing to answer. "I'll tell you later, and then don't worry about me." Hearing this, Seth fell into deep thought. Anna knew he worried for her. She tapped on the glass and said, "You must keep your promise to me. You have to enter university as you promised." Seth smiled faintly, nodding in acknowledgement. From that day on, Seth never saw Anna again. Shaking off his thoughts, he looked up at Saman and asked what he had said. Saman hesitated a bit, then said, "According to what they know, there were only 3 assassination attempts." Hearing this, Seth looked at him with some confusion. He explained slowly, "If Anna didn't specify where she went, that number might not be limited to 3. Saman said it was an assassin from China. He was also part of the triad, so perhaps his mother went directly to China." Seth asked suspiciously, "Why would the triad do that?" Saman said it was definitely because of that battle. Wang Long from the Black Society was also involved. This connection was still not over. His face grew even more grim, his eyes filled with determination. Elsewhere in Lowe's Angels, at a fast food restaurant in the city, people in the store kept looking in one direction where 4 people were sitting. The table was full of food. This group was Jin's team. They ate continuously as if starving, scaring everyone around. At the same time, a girl approached the restaurant from afar. She stopped, looked at the restaurant, and muttered, "This is the place." She dragged her suitcase inside and immediately saw Jin's group sitting in a corner. They waved excitedly when they saw her. The visitor was Sophie, who had come from Korea to meet them. After eating, they took her back to their place. Jin was grateful she came, realizing she had struggled without a translator. Hearing this, the other 3 reacted strongly, clearly feeling they had suffered the most here. Today, he made them train like crazy all day. If anyone wasn't suffering, it was him. Sophie was slightly surprised by the scene, then laughed happily. "I'm glad to see everyone again. It's been a long time." She looked at Victor across from her and asked, "You're competing on the 3rd of next month, right?" Victor nodded slightly, confidently saying, "Just winning this one will be enough for the title, especially with you watching." Hearing this, Sophie shook her head. "I won't watch that match. I really hate fighting now." Victor's eyes softened. Jin saw this and encouraged him. "You'll win." He smirked, nodding, "Of course." Though he wasn't a monster like the others here, he wouldn't lose in boxing. Brock scoffed, "Monster. Only Jin or Seth deserve that title." Jin scratched his head shyly, smiling, looking at Brock. "I'm also amazed at how quickly my junior has progressed." It had only been 2 years, yet Brock was already truly able to compete with a 3rd-ranked fighter. Brock didn't react much when he heard that, because his goal wasn't just to beat his senior brothers. What's his goal then? Victor frowned and asked. He thought of that fight back then between the 3 bosses, Jin and Master Wang. Maybe his goal lay there, but he didn't say too much to everyone. Just then, Sophie suddenly stood up and said she would go rest first. She suggested they go sightseeing in Las Vegas tomorrow. But before she could leave, there was a knock at the door outside. Jin hurried over to see who it was, opened the door, and asked. But the moment he saw the person, his eyes went wide in shock. It was a representative from PFC staring intently at Jin. He didn't say a word. Instead, he looked inside and called for Brock. He asked if Brock could spare him a little time. Brock just stood there without saying anything. Afraid Brock would refuse, he quickly added, "It won't take long." He wanted to propose a very interesting job to Brock. As soon as he said that, everyone in the room looked awful. Even Sophie was no exception. She was a little worried about Brock. Brock shot the man a glance and said bluntly, "The contract period is over. I have nothing to do with it anymore." But the man only gave a mysterious smile. He said he understood what Brock wanted. At that, Brock fell silent for a moment, then said, "Stop saying useless things." Right after that, he opened an iPad, pulled up a video, and told Brock to watch. The moment they saw the video, everyone's expressions changed immediately. The representative kept smiling and said, "Brock clearly wants to fight like this, fight with his life on the line." Hearing that, Brock went speechless because he was absolutely right. Seeing that reaction, the man laughed smugly. He had prepared a truly grand arena for Brock. Brock was probably starting to feel interested, right? Brock narrowed his eyes at him and said nothing. The representative chuckled softly. "Silence means you agree." Then he turned and left, promising he would contact Brock soon. Dai frowned at Brock and asked suspiciously, "What the hell is he talking about?" "In that video too?" Brock hesitated, then finally told him. He said they were going to reopen fights like back then. As soon as he said it, Jin's face changed. "He's here." But at that moment, Brock suddenly called to Jin and hesitantly asked how he felt. Jin frowned slightly at him, confused. What just happened? Brock asked how he had felt back then, and Seth too. He had always wondered about it. Jean looked at Brock in silence for a long time before speaking. How confident are you in our school's martial arts? The moment he said that, Brock's face darkened. Right after, he shouted harshly. He knew it clearly himself. But seeing everyone like this made him uncomfortable. He truly didn't want to be just a frog at the bottom of a well. Hearing that, Jin frowned deeply. Brock refused to back down and met his gaze head-on. After a moment, Jin let out a helpless sigh. He really was exactly like Master had said when he accepted him into the sect. Brock frowned and asked, what did Master say? Jin said that Master had told him he was exactly like Seth. Brock was a little confused. What does that mean? Jin said he wasn't someone meant to be trained. He was someone born to fight. His destiny was to stand before the blade for his entire life. Brock frowned after hearing it. Really? But he truly wanted to fight with everything he had. Seeing the determination in his eyes, Jin could only say reluctantly, if that's his choice, I won't stop him. But he told him to remember this. Jin tapped Brock's upper arm twice with his fist. Then he smiled and said, no matter where our sect goes, we never lose. Hearing that, Brock smiled in satisfaction too. He promised that after they got back, he would keep Jean under control so he didn't need to worry. In the detention facility, this place was also one of the temporary exam sites for the college entrance exam. In an isolated room, a guard stood watch outside the door while Seth worked on the exam. Quite a few people were watching nearby. He focused on the paper on the desk, writing nonstop. But before long, sweat beaded on his forehead. He even snapped his pen because he ran into a hard question. The guard beside him watched the scene, his heart nearly jumping out of his chest. It startled them. A moment later, the exam time finally ended. He quickly returned to his cell, stretched, and let out a long breath. Sang Man in the room asked with concern if he was okay. He nodded slightly. Thanks to that, Professor, he was doing pretty well. Only then did Sang Man feel satisfied. He said that meant they should deal with the matter they hadn't handled lately because of study. Seth startled and turned to look at him. Then the man smiled and Seth nodded in agreement. Anyway, you're feeling pretty antsy. Why is Salma frowning at you? Then go ahead and try it. But you just waved your hand, shaking your head, saying it's not necessary. Sang Meng looked a bit surprised at you. What are you thinking? Seeing you looking at him, his tone full of provocation. In this case, isn't the weaker one supposed to rush in first? Hearing this, Sang Man's expression immediately darkened. You're clearly underestimating him. Without saying a word, he immediately rushed forward, aggressively throwing a punch at the car. But Seth showed no fear, standing calmly in place. He waited until the man's arm was close to his face, then quickly grabbed it. He intended to twist the arm behind him, but at that moment, the man suddenly made a move that left Seth stunned. The other arm of Mr. Nguyen unexpectedly struck upward from below, then delivered a rapid punch to Seth's face. Fortunately, he dodged just in time, and it only grazed his chin, tearing a patch of skin. Seth frowned and withdrew his hand. He was pushed back a few steps, squinting at the man, his eyebrows knitted tightly together. After a moment, he spoke in a deep voice. I feel like I've seen this somewhere before. Saman smiled with satisfaction. You've been training very diligently lately, and yet you can still dodge it easily. Seth asked again, how did you learn this move? He frowned. Haven't I told you? After falling into the river, I was lucky to survive, then wandered across continents, picking up knowledge bit by bit. Hearing this, Seth's expression grew even darker. Seeing his reaction, Saman raised an eyebrow and asked, scared already? But Seth only let out a cold laugh, saying he was just worried about him. Saman looked a little puzzled. What do you mean? At this, Seth explained coldly, if anyone dares to use that technique on me, even you could lose your life. This was an audacious statement, but Saman did not get angry. He excitedly said, if you can, then go for it. Seth widened his eyes, a murderous intent flashing across his face. Saman did not yield either, staring straight at him. Then both of them simultaneously lunged at each other. After a while, the two finally stopped. Seth bent over, panting. Saman was no better, lying on the ground, gasping. He glanced at Seth and said with admiration, you've really become much stronger. Seth pouted, of course. He had never thought he would lose to anyone. Saman hesitated a moment, then asked, you even beat your mother? Seth was slightly surprised by the question. Without hesitation, he shook his head. Of course not. How could a child fight their own mother? He was not an unfilial son. Hearing this, Saman smiled and nodded. You're right. Then he asked, do you have any plans yet? Release day was approaching. Seth frowned slightly. What else? Of course I'll go to college. Saman hesitated, then asked about Sunshine. Seth shook his head firmly. I'm not planning anything for that. Besides, there are others involved too. Of course, I'll also look for my mother. Saman was very pleased with his plans. Just keep doing good things. But he reminded him never to forget one thing. Seth frowned, not understanding. Saman reminded him that for Seth to get sentence reduction and early release, His uncles had invested a lot of effort. Seth nodded slightly, he knew that well. Then the two exchanged a look and smiled softly. Time passed quickly and the day of release finally arrived. Outside the prison gates, many inmates returned after serving their terms. Seth was among those being released today. He carried a few belongings and stepped outside. But as soon as he stepped out, his face froze in shock. Peter was leading Rodney and Jack, followed by branch directors to welcome him. The atmosphere was grand, celebrating the return of the chairman. Seeing this, Seth felt a bit awkward. Sunshine must have been anticipating this day for a long time. Peter frowned at him and nodded. "You've been through a lot." Rodney, naturally exuberant, had spent a lot of time with him. After greeting, he ran up and hugged Seth tightly. Jack looked on, feeling a bit helpless. The people behind were even more speechless. At this moment, Rodney handed Seth a handful of white rice wrapped in black paper. He told him to eat quickly. This was a post-prison tradition. Seth looked at what was in his hand, hesitation flickering in his eyes. But in the end, he could only sigh resignedly. He took a handful from Ron, put it directly into his mouth, and chewed and swallowed slowly. After this ritual, he stepped forward, leading the Sunshine group, and boldly left the prison. Seth Kang, the young chairman of Sunshine, had returned. A line of black cars followed, driving through the streets with an imposing presence. This was clearly a ceremonial procession for an important figure. Seth's car was protected at the center by Sunshine members. Rodney was driving, with Jack and Uncle Peter inside. Seth asked, "Any news about my mother yet?" Peter told him she was in China. Seth was slightly surprised. "You found her. Then why didn't you tell me earlier?" Peter frowned at him, hesitated for a long moment, then spoke. "She may be engaged in a conflict with the Samhap Association." Hearing this name, Seth felt a bit puzzled. He didn't know about it. Peter explained slowly. "That's the group related to Lee Jun-ho. He is the successor of the Samhap Association and was involved in that battle. The fight back then," Seth suddenly remembered and asked, "is that the person Wang Long killed?" Peter nodded firmly. "You're right." But Seth was still curious. "What does all this have to do with my mother?" Peter said. "Because the target of revenge, Wang Long, is dead. The vendetta against his successor cannot be ignored." Seth bit his lip fiercely. "You've realized the problem," Peter continued. Because there was no target for that, they shifted their focus to Sunshine. In an instant, Seth's eyes blazed with anger. "Then they should have been after you, right? You're the one who beheaded Wang Long." Peter sighed helplessly. "Of course they were targeting you, you just had no idea." Seth frowned at him. "What does that mean?" Peter explained. "That's why your mother had to step in personally to handle it." The information Peter delivered was overwhelming, each piece shocking, leaving Seth struggling to process it. He bit his lip fiercely and swore. His expression clearly showed anger. At this moment, Peter reached into his coat pocket and took something out. Quickly, a photo appeared in his hand. He handed it to Seth and explained, "This is a photo I got last week." Seth reached out to take it, but as soon as he looked at it, his body trembled slightly. Peter told him, "Last week, your mother went to a branch of the Triad Society and turned it into a complete ruin, so you don't need to worry about her." Seth didn't hear his words, only focused on the photo in his hands. His brows knitted tightly, worry flashing in his eyes. In the photo, Anna wore a mask with no visible injuries. Yet he couldn't help but feel concerned. Peter suggested he go to the company first, but Seth coldly refused, saying he wanted to step down from the company. Hearing this, Peter's brow furrowed in shock. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. Seth said firmly, he just wanted to live a normal life now, and he also wanted to go back to school. Peter disagreed with his decision. He quickly advised, "Your mother is only temporarily taking over as president for a short time. You are still the head of Sentinel." Seth furrowed his brow aggressively, gritting his teeth in silence. Initially, he was called back to inherit his father's legacy, but now he no longer wanted it. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and said, "Then Peter, you can take that position." Peter didn't know how to react. Seth then looked out the window. From now on, he just wanted to live a normal life. After a while, Peter finally brought Seth back to his small house. He stood in front of it for a long time, finally letting out a deep sigh. It had been a long time since he last returned here. Yet now, he glanced to the side, sensing someone following him. But he didn't sense any murderous intent. He knew who it was and sighed helplessly. It was Rodney. He looked at him with resignation. He had told him not to follow. Rodney, realizing he was discovered, stepped out slowly, gritting his teeth. He had orders to stay close. Seth frowned at him and said coldly, "I told you I just want to be alone for now." Rodney, afraid Seth would dismiss him, quickly said he would find a place out of sight to protect him silently. Seth frowned at him. "Protect what? Are you stronger than me?" Hearing this, Rodney sighed dejectedly. Seth was right. But he still didn't leave. He said he would drive whenever Seth needed to go somewhere. Seeing his determination, Seth was truly helpless. He said nothing and walked straight into the house. In the end, he couldn't leave Rodney outside. Before pushing the door open, he called him. He told him not to just stand there and to come inside and clean up. Hearing this, Rodney happily followed behind Seth. They went inside the house. Meanwhile, in another house in Japan, a man knelt at the center. He calmly knelt there, as if asleep. At that moment, someone pushed the door open and reported a letter had arrived. a black envelope. It bore a seal. He sat quietly and ordered his disciple to bring it over. He opened it to look. After a moment, Mr. Tian let out a soft huff. The disciple, suspicious, asked why. He only replied that this strange letter came from some odd people. Hearing this, the disciple was even more astonished. Without hesitation, he threw the letter onto a round tray. Immediately, he drew his sword and sliced it. In an instant, the letter was cut into many pieces. This man was a Japanese swordsman named Shinto. The letter was a challenge to a life-or-death duel. He didn't want it, so he shredded it. Meanwhile, in France, night was falling. Yet a kendo dojo remained active. The head there was Din. He also received a life-or-death challenge from somewhere. He didn't hesitate and crumpled the letter. He snorted coldly, calling the sender crazy, and then at a military camp in Iraq. A blond man smoked a cigar, smoke swirling everywhere. In his hand was a knife slicing something. He paid no attention to anything else, focusing only on the knife and what he was holding. After a while, he noticed something placed beside him. It was a black envelope that had already been torn open. He let out a soft snort and didn't bother with it anymore, focusing only on what he was holding. Elsewhere in faraway China, on some field, an old man sat fishing by a stream. This old man was Jian, a recluse living in seclusion. But just as he was quietly fishing, a car pulled up and shattered the silence. The newcomer held a black letter and shouted toward him. "You've got mail, I'll leave it here." Jian burst out laughing. "An old man like you gets mail?" The courier ignored him, set the letter down, then sped off. He seemed not to care at all, still gripping the fishing rod. After a moment, he flicked the rod back. The hook flashed like lightning and snagged the letter off the ground. Without moving an inch, the letter was now right in front of him. Jian opened the letter. As he read, his eyes widened in shock. Then a second later, he gave the rod in his hand a slight shake. His hands were incredibly deft. The fishing line spun in circles, slicing swiftly through the letter. In the blink of an eye, it was shredded into scraps. His rod dropped back into the water and he resumed fishing, completely ignoring the bits of paper scattered on the ground. At the same time, in South Korea, in Seth's quiet little home, Seth was cooking in the kitchen while Rodney sat at the dining table. Rodney looked a little awkward, but Seth didn't mind at all and kept cooking with full attention. Rodney hesitated for a long time before finally standing up. He looked toward the boss standing there and said, flustered, that he really could cook, but Seth kept saying his cooking was terrible. Hearing that only made Rodney more uncomfortable. The person in front of him was the chairman. How could he possibly eat food the chairman cooked? The boss knew what he was thinking and calmly told him not to be shy. "Relax, besides you're older than me and I'm not with Hunsai anymore." Rodney trembled in terror the moment he heard that and couldn't help dropping to his knees. Seeing this, Seth said helplessly, "From now on, you're just my big brother." Rodney refused, crying nonstop and asking him why. "You're the chairman's #1 subordinate." Seth was genuinely speechless. "Why are you so stubborn?" Right then, the doorbell suddenly rang outside, startling them both. Rodney quickly said he'd go check and immediately ran off. The boss sighed in resignation. "Did something get delivered?" A moment later, Rodney ran in holding a letter. Seth was a little surprised and told him to open it. Rodney nodded, tore the envelope open, and the instant he glanced at it, his expression changed drastically. Seth looked at him suspiciously. "What's wrong with you? Don't tell me there's news about your mother." Rodney trembled and stammered out a broken sentence. He didn't understand what it was because it was all in English. Seth frowned at that. He walked over and snatched the letter to look. Sure enough, it was in English. He stared at it intently without saying a word. Rodney looked at him with admiration. "As expected of the chairman, you're even fluent in English." He stood there praising Seth, not realizing Seth didn't understand either. So right after that, Seth crumpled the letter in his hand. He'd only studied math, he still hadn't learned English. In an instant, the air fell into an awkward silence. But how could Rodney let that awkwardness linger? He flashed a bright smile and praised Seth for being honest. Seth was truly flustered. Then Seth suggested they eat noodles first and figure it out later. At an abandoned factory in the United States, a crowd had gathered because a brutal fight was raging there. A burly man had just knocked someone down to the ground, and he was the winner of this bout. At the same time, someone was live streaming the fight. He specialized in broadcasts to draw viewers. He wasn't surprised the other guy won, he was only wondering who would be next. At that moment, he shouted arrogantly, "Whoever beats Zima gets a $500 reward." But after the last match, no one dared step up to challenge. Seeing that, he raised the reward. "Win, and I'll pay you $1,000. That was already an outrageous amount. But just then, he suddenly noticed something in the crowd. A proud set of footsteps advanced, making the timid onlookers retreat again and again. The newcomer was none other than Brock. The moment he saw him, the streamer got excited. "Isn't this guy a big shot?" Brock narrowed his eyes at Tenjima in front of him, then looked up and asked, "I have to fight someone like this." No sooner had he finished, Zima flew into a rage because Brock was obviously looking down on him. But right then, an arrogant laugh rang out again. Lazak BFC's representative spoke up. How could that be? He pulled out a thick stack of cash, spread it out in front of everyone, and boldly declared it was 100,000 USD. He'll give this money to anyone who defeats the champion. The moment the words "the champion" were spoken, the streamer and Zima both looked grim. Lazak ignored their reactions and continued. Bare hands are fine, weapons are fine. As long as you knock Brock down, you'll get 100,000 USD as agreed. But very quickly, he changed the reward to 1 million USD. The more Brock listened, the angrier he became, his fists clenched tight. He demanded, "What the hell is this supposed to be?" Jace burst out laughing and replied bluntly. He was only doing what Brock wanted, giving him a grand stage to perform on. Brock glared at him but in the end still accepted the fight. At the same time, the crowd below began to stir because of the $1 million prize. Everyone held weapons in their hands. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded Brock. Above, Jace ordered the other man, "Why aren't you filming? Didn't that guy have 7 million subscribers?" Seeing how aggressive Jace was, he got scared and hurriedly raised his phone to record the fight. Jace looked down at the scene below with a smug smile. Everything was going exactly the way he wanted. Down below, heavy footsteps began to close in. Driven by the enormous reward, their eyes were filled with greed. The next second, they all charged at Brock, but Brock remained standing there calmly. He faced them without a hint of fear. Just then, an iron bar came flying toward him from a distance. Brock quickly dodged, then began counterattacking the man rushing at him. These people were no match for Brock. He kicked the man in front in the chin, then drove his fist into the face of the one behind him. The more Jace watched, the more excited he became. Whoever took down Brock would get $1 million, then $2 million. Whatever that person wanted, he would not hesitate to grant it. He would not stop until he found the strongest person here. He wanted an endless battle. Below, Brock surged forward with unstoppable momentum, continuously knocking down those who rushed at him. He glared fiercely at the crowd, his face brimming with fighting spirit. In Seth's small house, he and Rodney were watching Victor's match. Victor was fighting in an IBF lightweight bout and was completely dominating his opponent. He launched sharp attacks that left his opponent terrified. The two watched the match with excitement, unable to hide their satisfied smile. Seeing their friend doing well naturally made them happy. After the fight, the host stepped forward to interview Victor. Every world champion rises step by step. No success begins without sweat, tears, and even blood. While the host was interviewing him, Seth noticed the supporters behind them. His eyes widened in shock. On the screen, he saw Jin and Sophie sitting there. In an instant, his mood plummeted. Rodney, seeing this, asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" He hesitated for a moment before asking whether he should try to get in touch with his friend. The word contact startled Seth. He waved his hand and refused. "Let's focus on getting into college first." Rodney frowned at him, surprised that he did not need his help, but he did not dwell on it. Hung Ho stood up and shouted, "I'll go look into some prep centers right away." After speaking, he took out his phone and began searching for information. The boss sighed helplessly, not knowing whether to feel happy or worried. At that moment, the TV announced that the new lightweight champion was Victor. The following days were filled with Seth's college exam preparation. Rodney found him a prep center and accompanied him to class every day. While he studied, Rodney simply sat and waited. On the busy streets of Seoul, no one paid them any attention. Inside a cafe, the two sat there, forming a slight contrast. One reviewed his lessons while the other played on his phone. He used almost all his time to study. As for Rodney, there was nothing he could do to help. He just sat quietly scrolling through his phone. What he was watching now was a black market fight in America that someone had uploaded. Moreover, in this match there was a familiar face, none other than Brock. Since that battle, Brock's video had spread rapidly across the internet. He seemed to have become a legend with iron fists, and he had never lost a single fight in the underground arena. As time passed, the day of the college entrance exam arrived. At an exam site, Seth took part this time. He felt a little nervous, thinking the test was very difficult. After a while, the exam time finally ended. He quickly walked outside. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Rodney waiting. The fierce tiger shouted loudly, "You worked hard," startling the passers-by. Whispers spread everywhere. Seth sighed helplessly, beginning to imagine what his upcoming college life would be like. Of course, Rodney had no idea what he was thinking, and simply stood there with his head lowered. He asked excitedly, "Did you do well?" Seth smiled, walked over, placed his hand on Rodney's shoulder and gave it 2 pats. He said, "Of course I did." Rodney was delighted and then suggested going out for some soju and grilled pork belly. Seth agreed without hesitation. It was wonderful. Right after that, the two of them found a soju place to drink. Rodney poured the liquor and sighed with feeling, "You've really had a hard time lately." He told him to have another shot, but just then, Seek felt a little irritated by his enthusiasm. They had already agreed on how to address each other, but Rodney still kept calling him chairman, because that was the only way he felt comfortable. He even said something like, "Once a boss, always a boss. Once I call you chairman, you'll be my chairman for life." Hearing that, Seek grew displeased. If he kept this up, Zeke couldn't keep him by his side anymore. In an instant, Rodney collapsed emotionally. A grown man crying like that, Zeke didn't care. Zeke took the soju bottle from Rodney's hand and said bluntly, "I mean it." Rodney frowned at him and said nothing. Zeke poured himself a drink and spoke slowly. "Back in the juvenile facility, I thought about a lot. I realized I really was a rotten little punk." At that, Zeke's mood sank a little. But Rodney shouted, "No, you're the strongest and the most charismatic person I've ever met. No matter what, you're still number one to me." Zeke shook his head slightly. That was exactly the problem. Rodney looked confused. "You're Korea's #1 boxer and you're also the chairman of Sunshine Group." Zeke bit his lip hard. That was the issue he meant. He liked fighting and he hated losing. With that, he tipped his head back and drained the glass. Then he took a deep breath and clenched his teeth as he spoke. "That's why if I stay at Sunsai, I'll definitely keep fighting, and I'll end up in an endless battle with someone." Rodney listened quietly, not arguing. Zeke continued in a low voice, "When that happens, you'll get excited again, you'll see. In the end, I'll never be able to stop." He gripped the bottle on the table tightly and spoke through clenched teeth. Right then, his blood was boiling. He wanted to fight. His mind was still flooded with those memories. Those memories of beating people up were still vividly real. "If it keeps going like this, I'll never escape, and I'll be going in and out of prison for the rest of my life. What I'm most worried about is my mom ending up in danger because of me again, like how dealing with my father's revenge has already faded in my memory. She'll be put in danger again because of the trouble I caused." Hearing that, Rodney comforted him. "You don't need to worry, your mom is really strong. Besides, she even sends news about Z sometime." Of course, Zeke knew his mother was strong, but if anything happened to her, he would never let it go, and he'd use that as an excuse to keep fighting, keep killing without end. He was truly afraid of that because once he snapped, he wouldn't be able to stop. Hearing this, Rodney put a hand on his shoulder. "That's the chairman I know. You're Korea's #1 boxer and the chairman the whole Sunsai respect." Zeke frowned at him, not sure how to respond. Rodney said, "No matter what, you'll always be #1. Hearing that, Zeke couldn't help but smile. He thanked him sincerely. Rodney grabbed the soju bottle on the table and drank it down in one go. He let out a satisfied "ah," then roared, "I'll always protect the chairman." The moment he finished, he toppled straight onto the floor. And he still didn't stop. "That's right, kill all of them." Seeing this, Zeke got annoyed and had to haul that drunk guy home. He was extremely irritated. On the way back, Rodney kept mumbling delirious nonsense. Rodney's muttering only made him more displeased. Zeke warned him he'd leave him behind if he kept it up. So it wasn't long before they got home. The moment they reached the door, Z was too shocked to speak because that person hadn't shown up in a long time. The mother he'd been longing for was right there in front of him. Anna smiled gently at him. She happily asked whether his exam went well. Zeke carried Rodney inside and set him on a chair. Then he sat down and talked with Anna, asking her when. She asked if she'd come back too late because she'd wanted to return earlier to cook him a meal before exam day. Seth was a little surprised. He hadn't expected her to know about his studying. She chuckled softly and said plainly that Peter had told her. He didn't care who told her. What he wanted to know was, "Are the dangerous things over now?" Anna glanced at him, then nodded. "It's all finished." Hearing that, he let out a breath of relief. Thank goodness. Anna studied him for a long time. They both fell silent. After a while, she smiled with satisfaction and praised him. "My son has really grown up a lot lately." Zeke nodded slightly. He told her he was going to college. He'd done pretty well on the recent exam. Anna didn't ask much, she only said he'd worked hard. Hearing that, the hand he'd placed on the table trembled slightly. She was the one who'd worked the hardest, doing so much because of him. Anna knew what he meant. She reached out, held his hand, and comforted him. "From now on, don't worry about anything, just do what you want to do." Zeke lowered his head slightly and looked at her. His eyes widened in shock. Anna let out a sigh, then said with a heavy heart, "I'm truly deeply sorry." Seth didn't understand why she was saying that. Anna frowned at him, blaming herself for not being a good enough parent. She was the one who made Seth endure such a hard, painful life. This wasn't his fault. So from now on, just do what you like. Seth was stunned by her words. Only after a long moment did he smile and nod in agreement. The next morning at Sunshine Group, in the chairman's office, Anna sat in the seat of highest authority. Peter stood before her and said respectfully, "You've been through so much." Anna gave a small nod. "The triad won't dare lay a finger on Sunside anymore." Peter nodded, saying he understood, but then remembered something. He took something from his inner pocket and handed it to Anna, a black letter. He set it on the desk. Anna narrowed her eyes at the envelope, her brows knitting tightly. Peter told her that, according to their investigation, the person behind this was a heavyweight. Hearing that, Anna's brow furrowed at once, her expression quickly changing. After a moment, she spoke. "Wasn't this supposed to have nothing to do with them? Can't we just let it go?" Peter had thought so too. But something's wrong. As he spoke, he handed Anna an iPad. The moment she saw it, her face darkened even more. On the iPad was footage of Brock fighting. Peter explained slowly, "He's being highly rated in an underground tournament right now. The rules are getting clearer and clearer, and more people are rallying behind these videos. In other words, it's like the single elimination fight Seth took part in back in Japan. After hearing this, Anna set the iPad down on the desk. What about Jin? He should have stopped Brock. Peter told her that Jin had enrolled in university and was living the life of an ordinary student. Hearing that, Anna could only sigh. Jin had chosen that path and she couldn't force him otherwise. She needed to think about what came next, then told Peter to get back to work. Peter tactfully headed out, but as he reached the door, Anna called him back. He jolted slightly, stopped, and waited for what she would say next. She hesitated for a moment, then asked him to arrange a meeting with all the executives. Peter was immediately taken aback. What are you planning to do? Anna said Seth wanted a normal life and she wanted to be an ordinary mother too. Peter understood what she meant. He hurriedly blurted out, Seth is back. I have no reason to sit in that position. He wanted to say more, but the words caught in his throat. Anna continued, you're the most suitable person for that seat. My late husband, watching from above, would surely think so too. Hearing this, Peter only ground his teeth, biting his lip without saying a word. After a while, he let out a reluctant sigh, indicating he understood. On the soccer field at Korea University, a student match was in progress. Two groups of students fought relentlessly for the ball. In the stands, plenty of students from both classes were cheering. Sophie was here too. She studied Korean studies and had come to cheer for Jin down on the field. Jin was momentarily dazed when someone suddenly shouted his name. By the time he turned his head, the ball was already flying straight at him. He flinched but didn't dodge. He took a deep breath, then headed the ball. It was a powerful header. The ball slammed into the ground and bounced high into the air. Seeing that, Jin took a step back to build momentum. He drove power through his legs, leapt into the air, and twisted his body, ready to unleash something spectacular. He struck the ball in an instant. Jin frowned as he watched it fly toward the goal, tracing a gorgeous curve. It was far too fast for the goalkeeper to catch. The ball hit the net, making it shake. Seeing this, Jin was overjoyed. In no time, the field erupted in cheers. At the same moment outside, Seth was already here. No one knew when he had arrived. He just stood there silently, watching his friend produce a masterpiece. After a while, he turned and left. Those footsteps felt like him stepping away from his friends' lives. In the days that followed, they all returned to their own rhythms. Jin and Sophie, being in the same class, often stayed together, happy and carefree. As for Seth, he kept studying diligently. Autumn passed, leaving yellow leaves all over the streets. Then winter came with snow and everything stayed the same, everyone minding their own lives, not disturbing one another. Jin and Sophie relaxed and enjoyed student life. Seth stayed the same. By his side were only his mother and Rodney. Winter in the city soon passed. The snow on the roads melted too, returning springtime color to the city. At Jeonhee University, there was a welcome event for freshmen today. A group of students stood neatly on the field. In the stands were upperclassmen from the physical education department, and Seth was also one of this department's new students. The senior group was honored, standing on the podium, bowing when the instructor asked. The leader quickly grabbed the microphone. Below, Seth was extremely excited because he could finally begin his own college life. At this moment, Kanguk, the head of the student council in the physical education department, holding the microphone, began to speak. The others stood silently behind. Seth below also listened attentively to this senior. Kanguk reminded them to remember, seniors are like heaven. He wanted all the freshmen to shout in unison. Immediately, the entire school echoed with cheers, but he wanted it even louder. He urged the freshmen to keep repeating the phrase. The freshmen had to continuously echo his words. Even Seth did so without complaint. He eagerly anticipated his ordinary student life. Kanguk was finally satisfied. He continued, in physical education, discipline is an extremely important factor. Among those here, some had failed once, even 3 times. He had also heard that someone failed 4 times. Seth's heart sank upon hearing the next sentence. The one who failed 4 times was him. Kanguk didn't mind much and shouted that the rules of physical education weren't important. He only told the freshmen, do as the senior said. When he heard the students echo back in unison, he nodded in satisfaction and declared the freshman welcome ceremony concluded. Cheers immediately filled the hall. Soon after, the freshman welcome party began and Seth, of course, joined in. Kanguk led a toast and everyone quickly followed. He told them to drink it all and Seth finished the glass in his hand. But what caught his attention was a student next to him, trembling and muttering. This student had never even drunk alcohol before. At that moment, a senior approached, placed a hand on the student's shoulder, and asked why he hadn't drunk. He said that athletes who don't drink can't socialize properly. While speaking, his hand continuously gripped the student's shoulder. Seeing this, Seth immediately frowned. He then grabbed the glass from the student's hand and tilted his head to drink it all. The senior was somewhat surprised and asked what he was doing. Seth bluntly said, didn't the other guy say he had never drunk before? As soon as he said this, the senior's face darkened. He asked if Seth was arguing with him and Seth pouted, no, seniors are like heaven. Seth's calm attitude made the senior angry. He wanted to hit him, but Kanguk stopped him. He realized who Seth was. the one who passed only after 4 attempts. Seth, upon hearing this, clicked his tongue and stood up. Seth chuckled softly. Indeed, hardworking people often arrive late. He bowed respectfully and said he hoped for everyone's support in the future. The noise on the other side caught the attention of a senior nearby. He immediately turned to look. As he turned, he saw Seth standing there. In an instant, his body trembled and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He realized Seth was the legendary senior. But at that moment, an inconsiderate guy pointed at Seth's forehead, scolding him. He said, "Once you're outside, you should behave properly towards seniors." Seth didn't resist, merely nodded calmly. This action of Seth made the hefty guy even more terrified. Meanwhile, Kang-gook also noticed the hefty guy behind. He was somewhat puzzled why the guy was trembling like that. A few hours later, Seth left the hall, but as he stepped out, someone blocked his path. It was the hefty guy from the hall. He bowed to Seth and said he came from Yangjin High School. Seth squinted at the person in front of him and asked if he knew him. The guy nodded slightly. Seth said he had been in the same class as Jin, and upon hearing this, he understood. However, Seth told him to keep the matters from Yangjin High School a secret for him. He genuinely wanted to graduate from college. Hearing this, the guy didn't hesitate and shouted in agreement. He said, "Even with 100 courage points, I wouldn't dare to defy Seth." Once he agreed, Seth didn't care anymore and started to leave. But at that moment, someone called out to him from behind. Seth turned his head and saw 3 seniors standing in the alley waiting for him. The leader raised his eyebrows and told Seth to come over and talk to him for a moment. Seth stared at him for a while, then couldn't help but sigh. This was going to be tricky. He recalled the night before when he arrived at the school. He had talked with Anna. She asked if he was really joining the physical education department. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement. She was a bit skeptical. Didn't he say he wanted to enter the national language department? He chuckled softly, embarrassed, and said, "With your grades, that department is more suitable." Anna frowned slightly. If it's the physical education department, wouldn't there be some kids who like fighting? He shrugged indifferently. It's just a few kids. At the same time, Rodney quietly decided he would protect Seth. But Seth already understood his intention and warned him not to come to school. Hearing this, Rodney immediately lowered his head in sadness, while Anna beside him advised him to keep trying. Study more to get into the National Language Academy that Jean and Sophie are attending. But he shook his head and refused. After enrolling, he could still take electives outside his major anyway. He was thinking of studying literature or maybe education as well. Hearing that, Anna asked, "Can you even pass the exams?" He nodded cheerfully. His grades weren't bad. As for the practical exam, he did really well, especially sprinting and the horizontal bar. Anna let out a soft laugh. A true Xi'an High student, all right. He smiled too, silently promising himself he wouldn't get into fights at school. Back in reality, 3 upperclassmen who had no idea about that blocked his path. Seth didn't look worried at all. The chubby guy beside him, on the other hand, couldn't stop trembling. He hurried forward. When he asked what those 3 were doing, they snorted and said coldly, "We just want to teach him a little lesson. People like him need to be put in their place from the start." The chubby guy bit his lip and told them to stop or it would get ugly. But Seth raised a hand to stop him and said, "It's fine." The chubby guy flinched. "What are you saying?" Seth chuckled lightly. "Seriously, it's fine." After that, he stepped forward. He looked the 3 in front of him straight in the eye and said, "Let's go." Smiling at them, he cheerfully called out twice, "Seniors." The chubby guy's face turned a little ugly when he saw that. He wasn't worried about Seth, he was worried about those 3. What was he supposed to do with them now? At the same time, inside the auditorium, Kang-gook walked up onto the stage, took the microphone, and started speaking. He said with swagger, "Everyone should know how lucky you are today. It took a lot of effort to gather all these seniors from the department. The pride of Xi'an University, the pride of the PE department, and a hero of Korea." Off to the left of the stage, a student hearing this sighed, "That kid is really overdoing it." Of course, Kang-gook didn't notice. He quickly introduced the person coming out next, their senior 54. Victor, the newly crowned champion, stepped out, waving to everyone. The students below erupted into cheers. The female students stared at him with dreamy eyes. The male students were full of admiration. Victor took the microphone from Kang-gook. He spoke slowly, "Nice to meet you all. Don't cause trouble and just focus on studying." Then he asked, "Are there many of you here from Yangji High School?" Immediately, quite a few hands went up. He nodded in satisfaction. "If you're my juniors from Yangji, come find me. I'll treat you to a proper feast." After that, he handed the microphone back to Kang-gook and turned to leave. Kang-gook frowned at his retreating back. He asked suspiciously, "Leaving so soon?" Victor replied, "I was working out and just came over for this." Hearing that, Kang-gook immediately bowed his head respectfully. "Take care on your way." After leaving the auditorium, Victor found an empty spot to stretch. As he moved, he wondered what he should do next. But before he could think it through, he heard a distressed shout. The sound startled him. He rushed toward it. Seeing the chubby guy trembling there, he called out loudly, "Hey chubby, what are you doing?" The chubby guy jerked around. He hadn't expected it to be Victor. At that moment, Victor saw the scene that had been hidden behind the chubby guy's big body. Seth was doing push-ups like a madman, shouting over and over, "Senior is heaven." The three seniors stood there arrogantly. "Are you still not doing it properly?" Seeing this, Victor let out a helpless sigh. Were these brats still like this lately? The chubby guy who'd gone to Yangji High of course knew about Victor and Seth. He looked awkward and didn't know what to say. Victor said nothing and walked over. The three guys started shaking the moment they saw him. Victor narrowed his eyes at them, a terrifying pressure in his gaze. The three hurriedly lowered their heads. Only Seth stayed on the ground, continuing his push-ups without stopping. Seeing that, one of the seniors panicked. "Get up now," as he said that. He even nudged Seth with his foot as a signal. Victor asked, "What are you doing to him?" The senior quickly explained, "He was disrespectful to seniors because he's older, so we're just teaching him a lesson." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to Seth and ordered, "Hurry up and greet Senior Victor, 4th year." Hearing that name, Seth looked a little surprised. He murmured Victor's name under his breath, making the others flinch. Only the chubby guy knew what it meant, and his face instantly changed. "Oh no, this is bad," the senior shouted harshly. "You dare call a senior by his name." Victor didn't care about that, but he had already gotten a clear look at the person in front of him. In an instant, Victor's face turned ugly. Seth turned to look at him too, then greeted him with a calm little smile. "Long time no see." Victor clenched his teeth. Hatred flashed in his eyes. He cursed Seth as a bastard and lunged forward, but Seth stood there perfectly calm. Only when the fist reached his face did Seth sigh helplessly. He slipped to the side and Victor's punch missed, striking nothing but air. He missed his opponent, quickly countered, then turned and threw another punch. But in Seth's eyes, his speed was still slow. He only needed to raise his hand to block the punch. Victor wanted to break free but couldn't. He gritted his teeth and cursed him. Then he asked when Seth had arrived, but Seth just smiled at him without answering. Meanwhile, the three seniors behind watched the scene. Their eyes wide, mouths open in shock. What was happening? Seth was blocking the world champion's punch. Despite warnings not to mess around, he hadn't expected this. The three turned to look at him. Doubt appeared in their eyes. He slowly explained, "Seth is a legend from Yang Jin School. Now that you know, just behave properly. If you knew any more, you'd have no choice but to drop out." Up ahead, the two still stared each other down aggressively, then charged forward, exchanging a few more blows. After the match, the two bosses and Victor went to a barbecue restaurant to talk. Rodney stayed outside to keep watch. Victor asked when Seth had arrived. Seth took a sip of wine and honestly said last year. Hearing this, Victor frowned. "Why didn't you contact anyone after arriving?" He asked if Jean and Sophie knew yet. Seth thought for a moment, then shook his head. "There's no need to know, it's all trivial." Victor was a bit annoyed. They were friends and Seth hadn't said anything. Sighing reluctantly, he picked up the bottle to pour him a glass. But Victor declined. He had a title defense match next week. Seth put the bottle back and poured himself a glass. After a pause, he spoke, "How can you even face them now? Better to just pretend you don't know." As soon as he said this, Victor called his name in frustration. Seth flinched, squinting at him. Victor carefully asked, "Do you know what Brock is doing?" Seth frowned, muttering the name. "What does that have to do with me?" Victor realized Seth probably didn't know. He played a video and placed the phone on the table for him to watch. There were several videos of Brock's fights in the black market. Victor played the latest one, showing Brock fighting a man with a knife. The blonde man charged aggressively, clearly trying to take Brock down, but Brock fought him unarmed. Sharp knives kept coming at Brock, forcing him to defend constantly. Brock's muscular body was pushed to the wall with nowhere to escape. The blonde man grinned in triumph. He was determined to get $10 million. He lunged forward, fist clenched, but as he approached, Brock grabbed his hand, twisted it behind him, and delivered a punch that knocked him down. Blood ran down his face. Brock once again won despite a wound on his face. It wasn't serious. The black market livestream host quickly announced it, his face full of excitement and constant smiles. Brock stood tall. His solid stance made the opponent wary. Eyebrows furrowed. He only relaxed after taking a deep breath. Victor said this video had just been uploaded this week. Seth bit his lip, wondering what that guy was thinking going there. Victor shook his head. Everyone had been in a frenzy over this recently. At first, the videos were blocked on YouTube, but they became too popular and widely viewed to control. Seth didn't know what to do either. Victor continued. They blurred part of it, but the whole event was still visible. He hesitated a bit, then asked if Seth could advise Brock. He was worried that if Brock kept going, he'd eventually die. Seth silently watched the videos on the phone without saying a word. After talking with Victor, he got in the car with Rodney to go back. Seth was in a very bad mood. Rodney sensed it and looked worried. After a while, he hesitated and asked, "Are you okay?" Seth was thinking about the fight with Brock. His expression grew darker, but he didn't want to tell Rodney, shaking his head, "Nothing's wrong." His face really looked terrible. Seth remained silent. The atmosphere in the car was tense. The car slowly returned home. Soon after, they arrived. Rodney got out, excited, and ran into the house. Anna was cooking. Seeing them, she smiled. "You two are back already." She looked at Seth and asked if he got home late and if anything interesting happened at school. Seth smiled and nodded but didn't mention meeting Victor. Meanwhile, at the PFC office in the US, Jack was intently watching videos of Brock's fights. The more he watched, the more excited he became. "This guy is truly formidable." Saying that, he stood and went to the window. He lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply. Smoke filled the room instantly. Then he smiled in delight. Then slowly, the real battles would begin soon. The targets were martial arts masters from around the world. From Iraq, China, Japan, Korea, and of course Anna was among them. The next morning at Seth's small house. Early in the morning, Seth told Anna he was going out. She didn't ask where he was going, just reminded him not to cause trouble. He smiled at her. He wasn't a child anymore. Anna nodded slightly, watching Seth and Rodney get into the car and leave. She waved goodbye to them. After a while, her smile faded completely as she saw the familiar black car across the street. Sure enough, Peter slowly approached shortly after. He bowed slightly as a greeting. Anna frowned at him, suspicious, asking if there was a problem. If it was about Sunside, she thought she had already said she wouldn't get involved. She told him she wouldn't be involved anymore, but Peter shook his head, saying it wasn't that. This time he was there because of her and also because of Seth. As soon as he mentioned Z, Anna's expression turned grim. Peter took out an iPad and slowly explained that he had received a strange message from the United States. Then, he played a video for Anna. Inside was Jack, still wearing that arrogant smile. He addressed Anna as Madame, clearly showing respect. He said that if she didn't participate in the upcoming tournament, it would be no fun. Hearing about the tournament, Anna's expression darkened. She basically didn't want to take part in these matches. In the video, he kept that smile, calmly telling her not to refuse. If someone as strong as her didn't participate, his plan would fall apart. Anna squinted at the video, a murderous look slowly forming on her face. In the video, Jack's voice continued. He said if Anna still refused to appear until the very end, he would have no other choice. In an instant, Anna's expression darkened further. She seemed to know what he intended to do. Sure enough, the video then showed Seth and Jin. He knew both had considerable ability. He was certain they could compensate for her absence. At this moment, her expression had reached its extreme. But Jack's voice continued to taunt. He said these friends seemed to be enjoying a normal life. Then came threatening laughter. At this point, the iPad in Peter's hand spun through the air. Anna, furious, threw the iPad. The poor device fell to the ground. Peter turned to look at it from afar, a bit regretful. But he quickly recovered, telling Anna that the person in the video was the one behind Brock. Anna gritted her teeth and ordered that by any means they must extract all possible information about him. Peter worked very quickly, seemingly anticipating that she would investigate him, so he had already collected the detail. Elsewhere at a university in Korea, Jin was standing in front of the campus gate, seemingly waiting for someone. Sure enough, he was waiting for Sophie. As soon as he saw her, he called out loudly. They greeted each other happily, walking and talking, looking very close. But before they could enter the school, someone blocked their way. Their eyes widened in surprise at the person in front of them. It was Victor. Sophie asked suspiciously why he was there. Victor frowned fiercely, seeming to want to say something but unable to. Jin was also a bit surprised that Victor appeared now. Since he knew Victor had a match to defend his championship, he thought he should be busy training. Victor hesitated for a moment, then finally said he had something to tell them. Sophie and Jin were suspicious. What could he be trying to say while stammering like that? Victor pondered briefly, then said, "That kid is back." Even though he didn't name him, Sophie knew immediately who he meant and her expression changed. Jin, however, didn't know and asked in confusion. Victor said it was Seth. He had been released from prison. Sophie's face briefly darkened and Jin was shocked. He hadn't expected him to be released so soon. Seeing their reactions, Victor sighed helplessly. He only said it because he thought they should know. He also told them Seth had become a new student at his school. The more Sophie heard, the worse her expression became. Victor glanced at them, then walked away, even after he had gone far. Sophie still couldn't get the news out of her mind. Seeing this, Jin worriedly asked if she was okay. She shook her head slightly, saying she was fine. Jin suggested she go meet Seth with him. He said he missed Seth too, but she shook her head, refusing, saying she wouldn't go. For her, it was all in the past. She didn't want to bring it up again. Then she walked into the school. Jin watched her retreating figure, not knowing what to say. Sophie trudged along the familiar path with heavy steps. Her mind was full of thoughts. She frowned, recalling unpleasant times from before. She had actually visited Seth, but he coldly asked why she had come. She was a bit surprised by his attitude. She had only worried whether he was okay. Seth remained cold as usual, telling her in a stern voice that it was better to seek help from others. Her visit only made him weary. Sophie couldn't believe what she had just heard. She wanted to call him to clarify, but he stood up, ready to leave. Before leaving, he told her not to come here again. At that moment, she stayed silent, tears falling as she watched his back. In the afternoon at Xianhe University, a luxurious black car was parked in front of the campus. As usual, Rodney was driving Seth. He was smoking while waiting for Seth to finish class. Just then, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder from behind. He jumped and turned around. The moment he met the eyes, he was delighted to see Jin, the martial arts youth he knew. Hearing the word youth, Jin felt a bit reluctant, thinking, what youth? But he didn't say it out loud. The guest greeted Rodney. The two went to a bench in the parking lot to talk. Rodney complimented Jean on looking cooler as a student. Jean just smiled wryly at the compliment. Rodney didn't notice and asked if he came to see Seth. Jin nodded without hesitation. He had indeed come to meet him. Rodney glanced at his watch. Seth would be out soon, but the afternoon felt dull. He suggested Jin talk for a while. Jin cheerfully replied, "You haven't changed a bit." Rodney was slightly annoyed, correcting, "I'm not an uncle. Just call me that." Jin was a bit surprised, thinking, why ask? Rodney still didn't know his name. The remark hit the truth and the atmosphere became quiet. A moment later, Rodney threw his head back and laughed loudly. A man of true stature doesn't worry about small details, while Diane sighed at the scene. Lian introduced herself. He smiled and nodded, "I know." Of course he knew Jin was the subordinate of the lady. Hearing this, Jin felt a bit embarrassed and explained, "I'm not a subordinate. We share the same master. You could call us fellow disciples." Rodney nodded like chopping wood, saying he knew everything. He knew Jin was aligned with the lady and also a rival of his family's chairman. But of course Jin was slightly weaker than the chairman. He was confident about this. Jin shyly scratched his head. It was true, but Jin didn't know how to react. While talking, a familiar figure appeared. Rodney saw the boss and immediately stood up to greet. The chairman had arrived. Jin also turned to look behind, seeing Seth walking over. Seth stared at Jin with a strange look, but he still recognized Jin. Jin nodded in greeting. It had been a long time. Seeing Jin, Seth understood why he was here. He sighed helplessly. Victor had thinner lips than he expected. Jin frowned and said directly, "I planned to come here with Senior Sophie, but she said she didn't want to, so I came alone." Seth went silent as soon as Sophie was mentioned. Jin continued, "I have something to tell you." Seth remained silent, giving no reply. Jin hesitated, then said, "Sophie still likes Seth very much." Hearing this, Seth frowned slightly, falling into silence. After a while, he asked, "So what?" Jin felt a bit annoyed at his indifferent attitude. He bit his lip, speaking irritably. "The last time I visited her in prison, she cried a lot. That was also the first time I saw her leaning against the car." Seth couldn't help remembering that day. He met her in prison and spoke coldly. He even sent her away, telling her not to come again. But at that time, he thought it was better for her. Seth shook off the thought and looked at Jin suspiciously. "You seem to like meddling in other people's business, huh?" Hearing this, Jin raised an eyebrow, gritting his teeth, thinking, "So Senior Seth is really like this." Seth was a little angry, glancing at him. Jin didn't back down, staring straight at him. After a while, Seth didn't want to say anything more, ready to leave. He passed by Jin, saying coldly, "This no longer concerns you." After speaking, he called Rodney to leave. After only a few steps, Jin called out. He stopped but didn't turn his head. Jin glanced at his back. Jin asked, "Are you serious? This really doesn't concern you, right?" Where Jin couldn't see, Seth's expression was ugly, but he didn't intend to speak. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down, then got into the car. The car quickly drove off, leaving Jin standing there. He could only watch the car go, powerless. In the car, Rodney drove silently. At that moment, Seth's expression was truly unpleasant. The car continued home. The car stopped. Seth pushed the door open and stepped inside. The house was empty. Rodney saw a note on the wall and hurriedly called him over. On the note was Anna's message. "I have to go away for about a month." She reminded him to eat properly and study diligently. After Seth finished reading, he frowned. Where did she go again? At Incheon Airport, the plane was about to take off and Anna was already seated, ready to leave. She was still holding Jack's information. She skimmed the contents and her expression instantly darkened. Meanwhile, Z was resting in his room. But his heart was weighed down with worries. He thought back to his childhood, those carefree days playing with Sophie. Back then, he used to carry her on his back. She had said she would definitely stay by his side. Sophie's face filled his mind. He felt restless and couldn't relax at all. In the end, he sat up, remained seated there, and fell into deep thought. After a while, he clenched his teeth and bit his lip, impatience flashing across his face. Then he changed clothes and rushed out of the house. Without thinking, he charged straight ahead. He didn't know what he was thinking and he didn't know where he was going. But it was obvious his emotions were a mess. He needed an outlet. After a while, he finally stopped. Panting, he raised a hand to wipe the sweat from his face. Only then did he look up. The moment he saw where he was, his face turned ugly. He clenched his teeth and cursed under his breath. He had run all the way to Yangjin High School. He didn't even know why he'd ended up here. He narrowed his eyes at the place, lost in thought. He couldn't help recalling the time before, the familiar friends he once had. The clashes from their first meetings, this place held far too many memories. As he was thinking, he suddenly sensed someone approaching from behind. His expression turned grim in an instant. Behind him, a car had appeared at some point, and someone inside was taking photos. Seth thought for a moment, then started walking forward. The car behind him immediately followed at a slow pace. He sped up into a run and the car matched his pace. But right then, he turned into a side alley. The car stopped there. The alley was too narrow to enter and the person had already vanished. Only the one in the car didn't know it. Seth was standing on the wall beside the car. The moment it stopped, he jumped down and landed steadily on the hood. The guy inside saw this and started trembling in fear. He hadn't expected Seth to appear so suddenly. Seth narrowed his eyes and asked coldly, "Who are you?" The man hurriedly grabbed the gear lever, preparing to drive off. But it was too late. Seth smashed the front windshield with his bare hand. He glared at him and repeated, "Who are you?" Still stunned by Seth breaking the glass with his hand, the man trembled and couldn't speak. Seth stared him down, eyes narrowed. A foreigner and with a camera too. Sure enough, there was a professional camera hanging around his neck. Thinking that, Seth reached out and yanked the camera away. Because it was still strapped, the man's neck was dragged along with it. Seth didn't care. He opened the photos and immediately saw pictures of Sophie and Jean. There were also photos of Seth and Victor. He scrolled for a while and his expression instantly darkened. The man grew even more terrified. He hurriedly said he was only following orders. He'd been hired by someone. Hearing that, Seth threw a punch at once. Then he shattered the remaining glass, reached inside, and slammed the man with a brutal blow, knocking him unconscious. Back at Seth's place, he had dragged the stalker home. He also handed the camera to Rodney to look at. A moment later, Rodney gritted his teeth and said Seth had been tailed for at least half a year. He apologized guiltily, saying he should have noticed and uncovered it sooner. Seth didn't dwell on it. He asked if Rodney knew where his mother had gone. Rodney frowned in thought and said nothing. Seth figured he probably didn't know, so he told him to inform Uncle Peter that he was going to see him right now, and also find him an interpreter. Rodney nodded and agreed, then quickly went to handle it. Seth remained standing there, his expression unpleasant. Elsewhere in Sahoa City, New York. In a high-rise in the middle of downtown, Anna arrived after a long flight. She narrowed her eyes slightly, then stepped inside. She pushed open the doors to the lobby, her face cold. The moment she entered, she saw a group of men in black suits standing there. She wasn't afraid at all, walking over calmly. The man in front asked whether she had an appointment. Without one, she wouldn't be allowed upstairs. Anna didn't hesitate. She took out her black card. At the sight of it, the lead man panicked. He used his radio to report that she had arrived. The other side replied quickly. He hurriedly nodded and said he understood. Right after that, the group swiftly parted. Anna narrowed her eyes at them, wanting to see what they were up to. Then they lined up into two rows, forming a passageway for Anna. The lead man said respectfully that the representative was waiting for her on the 88th floor. Anna said nothing and stepped into the elevator. Her aura now radiated lethal intent, as if she wanted to kill someone. At Sunshine Corporation, Seth had brought the tale along to this place. Inside the chairman's office, Erica acted as the interpreter, asking who had ordered him. He trembled and shook his head, professionally claiming he could not reveal the client's identity. As soon as he finished, sharp needles flew from a distance. They pierced precisely into the four gaps of his hands. Erica warned coldly not to make her resort to cruel measures. The man raised his head to look at her, eyes full of panic. She asked one last time who ordered him. This time he dared not hide, confessing honestly that Jack Tyrone had sent him. Hearing the name, Peter frowned, so it was that guy. Seth looked at him suspiciously, asking if he knew the person. Peter didn't answer, merely telling him gently not to worry. Seth looked puzzled. What is he planning? Peter calmly explained that he thought it was someone from the Triad, but if it was from the US side, there was little to worry about. Seth frowned at him and Kanjiang said, "Can you explain more clearly?" Peter narrowed his eyes at him, saying Anna had already gone there to handle everything. Seth seemed to sense trouble. Sure enough, Peter said, perhaps they have already clashed. The BFC chairman was Jack Tyrone. Hearing this, Jack bit his lip aggressively. He glared at Peter and demanded, "What do you mean?" After speaking, Leon stood from the table and walked slowly forward. While walking, he said coldly, not knowing whether his mother was in danger because of him. "But why would you dare to say such thing?" Peter was slightly alarmed by his attitude. Erica and Rodney only lowered their heads, saying nothing. A moment later, Peter reminded, "Now we just need to trust Madam and wait." Before he finished, Z suddenly grabbed his collar, shouting aggressively for him to shut up. If anything happens to his mother, he would definitely kill him. After saying that, he glared as a warning, then released his hand and stepped in front of the tail. He told Erica to interpret quickly. The tail still remembered meeting him before. before. This time his aura was even sharper, making him tremble. He told him to contact that bastard quickly, warning him to come to him if anything happened. If he dared touch a hair on anyone nearby, Seth would break every bone in his body and kill him. Elsewhere on the 88th floor in New York, Anna arrived quickly, slowly stepping out of the elevator. She took a deep breath to suppress her anger, then walked slowly into the room in front of her. The room was almost empty, with only Anna there. At that moment, a sound shattered the silence. The image of the saboteur appeared on the projection screen. He smiled faintly, saying he didn't expect her to arrive so quickly. Anna frowned at the screen as he continued speaking. He asked if she knew how hard it was to lure her here, then showed her images of the kids in Korea. He said he just wanted her to see how much effort he had gone through. Seeing Seth appear repeatedly, Anna's expression sank. Moreover, he had been monitoring Seth's friends, which was outrageous. But Anna didn't care too much. He smiled faintly again. He told her to show a bit of her power. As soon as he finished speaking, a man appeared, but his legs were chained. Anna looked at him, unsure what this bastard intended. He had just stepped out when his legs were bound and his mouth covered like a dog. His face was extremely savage. Seeing Anna, he licked his lips aggressively. Anna narrowed her eyes to observe him. At that moment, Jack's voice rang out. If you take her down, he would be released. Hearing this, the man grinned viciously. His chains were removed, as was the gag. He was completely free. He licked his lips, excited, noting it had been a long time since a woman was here. No sooner had he spoken than he lunged forward, repeatedly warning Anna, "Play along obediently for a while." He charged aggressively at Anna. Before he could touch her, Anna pinned something to his neck and held his hands tightly. With a single move, he was defeated, not allowed a single glance. She threw him to the ground. Then she looked up at the screen. Orders rang out. "If you want to play, bring something more valuable here." It was surprising that she had defeated him so quickly. But he quickly regained his composure and smiled blatantly. He told her not to rush. Now the real fun was starting. No sooner had he spoken than the previously bound people appeared, and they were also released. Even so, when Anna saw them, she wasn't afraid at all. A group rushed at her like lightning. She just stood there coldly, narrowing her eyes as she watched them. In her hands, many razor-sharp needles appeared. She let out a cold snort, then deftly flicked the needles toward the others. The needles shot out like lightning and pinned into their bodies, starting with their legs. Shoulders, stomach, every strike hit a vital spot. In an instant, they collapsed to the ground in agony. Anna showed no pity at the sight and immediately charged forward. Moving as fast as a flash of light, she struck. They were no match for her and were quickly taken down. Watching this made Jayak even more excited. She truly lived up to the title of his madame. Anna stood there coldly, surrounded by the people she had defeated. She glared at Jayak and, grinding her teeth, said she was ready to fight, but in return, she would kill him the moment they met. Hearing that, Jayak only chuckled softly and said calmly, "Don't be so impatient." As soon as he finished speaking, something suddenly appeared behind her, making her turn in shock. Jayak had also switched off the device. After speaking, he stood up. In a low murmur, he said the hardest negotiation had ended because of that. At the same time, Rob was also here. He asked coldly, "When will Jack finally start the real fight?" Brock glared at him, his eyes full of eagerness to battle. Seeing this, Brock immediately laughed loudly in satisfaction. The sponsors were already present, so Brock didn't need to worry. Brock frowned at him, not knowing what he was planning. Before long, the world's ultimate show would officially begin. With that, Jack walked to the glass door, looking extremely excited. At that moment, the two of them were drifting on the vast open sea. A boat was moving slowly along. Not only that, there were also several helicopters circling overhead. In South Korea, at Seth's small house, Peter was already here. He came to show Seth information about Jack. Seth looked at the photo on the phone and asked coldly, "It's this guy, right?" Rodney nodded slightly to confirm. Hearing that, Seth bit his lip hard and cursed angrily. What the hell is that Brock bastard trying to pull? A few hours later at Korea University, Jin and Sophie were sitting on campus chatting happily. But just then, a figure approached from afar. Jin startled and turned to see who it was. The moment he saw her, he shouted happily, "So it's Erica." Erica nodded at him and asked if he'd been well. Jin hurried over to her, saying he was fine, then asked how she was. She nodded in return. Jin frowned at her and asked suspiciously, "What brings you here?" Then he struck a pose, raised an eyebrow and grinned, "Don't tell me you came because you missed me." Erica sighed helplessly, her expression turning a bit serious as she said, "The chairman wants to see you." Jin froze. "Seth really wants to see me." Sophie was also surprised. She didn't expect Seth to be the one to suggest meeting Jin first, but Erica truly nodded, confirming that the boss wanted to see Jin. Sophie's face darkened at once, but she didn't say anything. Jin asked awkwardly, "Is it urgent?" He had already made plans to go out with Sophie today. Erica frowned slightly. "You know it yourself. If I had to come here in person, then." Even though Erica didn't say it outright, Jin knew it was urgent. He turned back towards Sophie behind him and hesitantly asked if she wanted to come with him. Sophie was a little startled and stayed silent for a long time. After a moment, she sighed and refused, saying she wasn't going. Jin frowned at her. He knew she didn't want to go see Z because of what happened that year. Not knowing how to persuade her, he could only smile. Let's go out next time. Sophie nodded as well. It's a deal. Jin said no more and quickly walked out. He urged Erica to hurry. He walked in front, his eyes extremely resolute. He didn't know what had happened, but he wouldn't back down. Erica quickly brought Jin back to Seth's house. She and Rodney waited outside. Rodney took a drag of his cigarette. He asked suspiciously, "Are those two about to throw down?" Erica curled her lip calmly. "If you're curious, go inside and watch." Rodney chuckled softly. "My guts are tiny, I don't dare." Just then Erica suddenly asked hesitantly, "Everything will be fine, right?" "Rodney, if you ask, what is she talking about?" Erica clenched her teeth and said she meant this incident. She thought Anna was in danger, but Rodney didn't seem to feel that way. Honestly, he felt pretty pleased. Erica narrowed her eyes at him. "What do you mean by that?" He took another drag, then slowly explained, "Want to live a normal life." He didn't think they could. From the very beginning, there were people who simply couldn't do that. This world is just like that. Erica was a little surprised that someone like Rodney would say such a thing. But he wasn't wrong. Some people are born as if it's already decided. They have to live according to what heaven has arranged. Inside the house, the stalker's photos were spread out on the table. When Jin saw them, his brows knitted tightly. What on earth happened? Why were they being followed like this? At that moment, Z finally spoke, asking Jin if he knew what was going on. "What the hell is Brock doing anyway?" Hearing the accusation, Jin couldn't say a single word. Peter looked at the two of them, both grim-faced, then pulled out a photograph from his clothes. "This is the photo we need." He set it on the table. In the picture was Jack. Jean frowned at the photo. The next second, his eyes widened in shock. He remembered that man. It was the one he'd met that day. Seth asked if he knew him. He nodded without hesitation and admitted honestly. They'd run into him back in the US. He was the one who'd been with Brock. The moment those words left his mouth, the boss and Peter's expressions instantly turned ugly. Seeing how they reacted, Jin asked in confusion, "What's going on here? Why is that guy stalking not just me but even Sophie too?" Seth didn't answer him. Instead, he asked, "Do you know what he said to Brock?" Jin frowned, recalling what happened the other day. Then he said, "He showed Brock a fight video from back when Wang Long was around. And he said he'd let Brock fight the best in the world." The moment Seth heard that, he knew something was wrong. He frowned at Peter. "Can you get him to the US?" Peter was a little surprised, but he said Seth was still on parole. For now, it was better to wait for Anna to make contact. The boss snorted coldly. "Contact? Will she even be able to?" Peter didn't dare say for sure. After hesitating for a long time, he finally gritted his teeth and said he'd find a way. Seth nodded slightly, asking him to help as quickly as possible. Jin had been listening in silence the whole time and only now spoke up. "So what exactly happened?" Seth hesitated, feeling Jin didn't need to know, so he told him not to worry about it. But Jin wouldn't accept that. If it involved Brock, then it involved him too. "What is it?" Seth thought for a moment, then told him honestly, "My mom's already gone there to meet that guy. So I need you to stay here and protect Sophie." But Jin said he was going there too. Seth shot Jin an annoyed look. Jin said if it was about Brock, he couldn't just stand by. Seth frowned. "Then what about Sophie?" Jin gave him a cold smile, lips curling. "From the start, you're the one who should be staying here." As soon as he said that, Seth exploded, viciously biting his lip as he spat out a curse. After that, he couldn't be bothered anymore. He said Dai wasn't a child, so he could decide for himself. "But you'd better not regret it." Dai watched his back as he walked away, saying nothing. Elsewhere, aboard a ship rocking on the open sea, this was Jack's vessel. He stood on the deck hall, laughing loudly and grandly. "Thank you all for gathering here. Welcome, everyone, to the biggest show in the world." There were quite a few people on the ship. One man seated below glanced at the subordinate beside him and frowned. "So, you good, Sancho?" Sancho's brows knit and he didn't say a word. At the same time, a bald man on this side looked toward the two behind him. "What about you two? If you win, I'll give you an oil field in Persia." The two of them nodded in unison. And it wasn't just them. There were many other factions on the ship, all here for the same purpose, a battle with Brock. Seeing this, Jack laughed with satisfaction. Sure enough, everyone here was fired up, knowing this in advance. He'd made preparations beforehand. As he finished speaking, Brock's image appeared in front of everyone. The moment they saw him, some were shocked and others thrilled. Someone recognized Brock and frowned, muttering, "That guy's the champion." They were all black market people. Of course, some of them knew exactly who Brock was. Just then, Jack continued, "All the fighters are waiting to accept your challenge right beneath us." The instant he finished, the ship suddenly shook. Right after that, it abruptly sank into the sea. The people on board could almost see the scenery beneath the ocean. And at the deepest part of the ship, a lone figure stood there. Following Jack's instructions, Brock waited down there. He seemed to be losing patience, but he still wanted a real fight. Up on the ship, the Persian turned to the two behind him and asked suspiciously, "He's the champion. Are you confident?" The two answered without hesitation. "They're nothing like those gym rats, they're professional killers." The Persian looked toward Jack with satisfaction and frowned. He heard that right. Jack gave a soft laugh and curled his lip. "If your people can beat Brock, I'll give your side $10 million, and you..." How are you betting? That price was genuinely enticing. The man thought for a moment, then asked the two at his side, 2 against 1. Is that a problem? Jack smiled casually. Not for Brock, 1 versus 2 is no issue. Then I'll bet $20 million. Jack nodded in satisfaction. Then let's begin. At the same time, at the BFC representative building, 2 men in black suits stepped out of the elevator. The bald one frowned. Now it should work, right? The one beside him nodded slightly. After all, it's anesthetic gas, enough to knock out 20 elephants for an entire day. As he spoke, they put on their masks and said smugly, "Of course, it's already been 3 hours anyway. Besides, until the chairman arrives." But just then, some sudden movement from above startled them. They had no idea what was happening, and at that very moment, the elevator stopped at the 88th floor. They stepped out slowly, then headed into the room Anna had entered earlier. But the scene inside was truly horrifying. Bodies were strewn across the ground. They frowned and muttered to themselves. Who was that woman, really? But no one answered their question. Instead, Anna jumped down from above. Without saying a word, she started fighting. In no time, she took down the leader first, then turned to the other one. She grabbed the man's face and squeezed hard, then viciously slammed him to the ground. She exhaled and glared at him. The man trembled in fear. He never expected her to wake up. She stared coldly and asked, "Where is your chairman?" As soon as she finished speaking, she tightened her grip on his head as a warning. Meanwhile, in South Korea at Sunshine Group, Seth sat quietly in the chairman's office. A passport lay on the desk. Peter had arranged it for him. Peter said Seth would first take a ship to Japan, then fly from Japan to the United States. Mita Kendo would be the name he used at the airport. Since it was a U.S. passport, something could easily go wrong once he arrived in America. So Peter told him to prepare well and only use it when absolutely necessary. Seth frowned as he held the passport. Peter continued reminding him, "Departure is at 4 o'clock 2 days from now in Ulsan. I've already arranged a guide for you." Seth nodded lightly and thanked him, promising he would repay this debt. Peter sincerely didn't want Seth involved in any of this. Gritting his teeth, Peter told him to stay away. It was dangerous. "No matter what, with Sunshine Group's power, we can handle it." But Seth gave a cold snort. "You know exactly what kind of person I am." Inside Jack's boat, a group of people watched the fight through a screen. Everyone's face looked awful, because it hadn't taken long for Grog to take down one of Batu's 2 henchmen. The other man saw that and rushed forward. He charged fiercely, murder in his eyes. But before he could even touch Brock, a straight kick shot in. Brock kicked him right in the face without holding back. The man bit his lip and leaned back to dodge. But the moment he avoided the first strike, the second was already coming. Brock lifted his leg straight up. Then he brought it down from above, smashing the man to the ground. Just like that, the last one fell. Brock stood there in silence, unaware the man he was holding had started to come to. The man quietly reached out and touched his own leg, eyes wide. Fully focused, Brock seemed to sense something and quickly glanced back. But it was too late. The man had already swung his leg up to kick. A knife was hidden in the toe of his shoe. He drove it viciously into Brock's abdomen. Seeing it land, he immediately broke into a smug smile. Fresh blood began to seep from Brock's stomach. Brock lowered his head to look at the wound, while the man pulled his foot back and frowned at Brock. His eyes were full of satisfaction, until in the next instant he stared in horror because Brock didn't collapse as expected. He charged in to attack instead. Brock's eyes blazed with rage. He put all his strength into his fist and threw a punch that slammed the man straight to the ground. Watching the image on the screen, Grog laughed loudly and taunted with a frown, "Anyone else want to fight the champion?" The moment he said it, everyone there fell silent. After what Grog had just shown, no one dared to continue. Down in the cabin, Brock had taken down the last man and lay on the ground. There wasn't a trace of pity in his eyes, only fighting spirit. At the same time, in South Korea, Sophie was sitting in a park near her home. Jin walked over from a distance and called to her. She frowned at him and asked, "You're back." Jin nodded slightly, then said, "Why are you outside like this? It's dangerous, let me take you home." Sophie let out a soft laugh and said calmly, "What danger? I'm right in front of my house." Only then did Jin realize he was overreacting. Because of the photos he'd seen at Seth's place, he'd been worried she might be in danger. Seeing his reaction, Sophie asked suspiciously, "What's going on?" Jin was lost in thought and startled, frowning as he looked at her. She asked again, "What's happening with the boss?" Jin shook his head. "Nothing, even if there is, you don't need to worry." Sophie sighed helplessly. Did he think she was stupid? Seth had sent Erica all the way there to find Jin. How could nothing be going on? Jin gave her an awkward smile. It really couldn't be hidden. He honestly told her Seth wanted him because of Brock. She frowned and asked, "Is it because of that fighting video or something?" Jin looked a little surprised. "You already know," Sophie sounded displeased. "Why do you keep underestimating me? Do you know the views on that fighting clip have already hit 10 million? How could I not know?" Jin figured she had a point. Then she asked, "Is Brock in danger?" Jin didn't answer because he didn't know. He only told her he had to make a trip to the United States. He would take Brock with him. Sophie thought for a moment, then asked him, "Is that really everything?" Jin looked a little flustered. He hesitated, then said, yes. Sophie thought a bit, then said she was going too. She'd gone to the US before as an interpreter. Jin immediately waved it off and refused, absolutely not. Sophie frowned at him and asked suspiciously, are you hiding something from me? Jin looked at her a little awkward, not knowing what to say. After a moment he sighed reluctantly, hesitated, and then bowed his head to speak. I'm really sorry, right now I can't tell you everything. There are still many things I need to confirm. Hearing this, Sophie immediately frowned and asked back, does this have to do with Z, right? Like before, Jin clenched his hands, trying to stay calm. Sophie also noticed his reaction and her expression turned serious. At this moment, Jin reassured her not to worry too much. I'll go to the US to take care of it soon. Sophie frowned at him. He smiled slightly and candidly said he was very strong. You know it too, under this sky right now, no one is stronger than me. Jin was truly confident about this. However, Sophie didn't think so. He had forgotten Zet and his mother, but she didn't argue. She gave a wry smile. Meanwhile, Rodney was driving Zet, departing from Korea. He just wanted to go with him. He asked if Zet could go to the US ahead to wait. Sophie frowned. Why are you going to the US? Rodney was startled. What did you say? He quickly explained. Of course, to accompany the chairman. I'm Rodney. Jin looked at him and asked directly, are you good at English? And do you have an international driver's license? Rodney was embarrassed. He really didn't. Sophie snorted. Then why worry? As long as Erica goes, it's fine. Erica knows English and has a license. Erica, sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help laughing. Rodney glanced at her, dissatisfied. Seth didn't care much, watching the two from the back. Then he looked out the window, lost in thought about America. On the wide sea, a boat was drifting. It was moving at full speed. At the bow, Seth stood, thoughts unknown, but his expression was grim. A moment later, Erica came out from inside and reported they were approaching Japan. Sophie nodded slightly and then went inside the boat. At the same time, at the airport bus station, Jin was driving to the airport. He waited silently, but the bus hadn't arrived. A black car appeared and Jin frowned suspiciously. Who is this? At that moment, Rodney rolled down the window and told him to get in. Jin hesitated but got in. In the car, Rodney kept cheerfully singing, while Jin wasn't very happy. After a while, they finally arrived at Incheon International Airport. Rodney's car stopped at the entrance. Jin opened the door and got out. He didn't forget to bow and thank Rodney. Then Jin pulled his suitcase and entered the airport. After just a few steps, Rodney called him back. Jin turned around in surprise, waiting for Rodney to speak, but he stood silently. Jin thought Rodney was worried about Seth, reassured him not to mind, and said he would try his best. Before he could finish, Rodney told them to go together. Jin looked at him in confusion. Where were they going? Rodney didn't have a backpack, so he ran behind, excitedly shouting, I want to go to the US too. Elsewhere, at Narita International Airport, a plane bound for the US was preparing to depart and Jin would be on it. He was waiting to go to the US to take care of business. At the same time, the plane carrying Jin and Rodney was preparing to take off. Rodney, just boarding the plane, kept jumping happily, excited for the food. In Korea, at Sophie's house, her father was sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper. The news that caught his attention most was Brock's illegal fight. At that moment, Sophie came in to call him. She said she would take a trip to the US. Her father still didn't answer, eyes fixed on the newspaper. Sophie continued explaining. Victor would have the third championship defense tomorrow, and on the first, she planned to go cheer. Hearing this, her father finally asked back. Is that all? Sophie frowned. What do you mean? Seeing she didn't understand, he clarified. Do you have anything else to do? Sophie smiled slightly, frankly denying it. Jin was already there. She was just going to help with translation. Her father nodded, indicating he understood. Sophie thought he had agreed. She happily thanked him, but soon he said he would go along. This remark made her frown in surprise. Her father slowly explained. He had retired and now had plenty of time, taking this opportunity. He wanted to travel with his beloved daughter. He asked if she thought it was okay. Sophie was slightly panicked. She only wanted to go for her boss's matter, using Victor's match as an excuse, never expecting her father to want to join. Elsewhere, Seth's boat continued slowly moving on the sea. At this moment, a figure came down the stairs. Seth saw him, smiled, raised his glass, and asked Brock if he wanted a drink. Brock, still wounded, slowly walked over and sat on the chair beside him, ignoring the injury. He spoke about the fights, saying not to bring meaningless kids anymore. When will there be real matches? Jayak chuckled, so this still isn't the real challenge. Brock glanced at him, thinking, what else does this guy have planned? He told Brock not to worry, everything was prepared. First, just take this. As soon as he finished speaking, a stack of cash appeared on the table. A total of 10 million USD, the money Brock had earned from the recent battles. He said Brock didn't need to thank him since he had earned this much too, but Brock paid no attention to the bills. Jayak laughed loudly, reminding him, these will make Brock's matches more interesting. Then he closed the suitcase. Consider the money deposited into his Swiss bank account. Brock didn't care and stood up, saying he would leave first. Jayak called him back, saying the upcoming matches were arranged for Brock. Hearing this, Brock turned to look at him. Jayak continued, soon the exciting matches will begin. Before he could finish, the phone suddenly rang. He quickly stopped, answered, and a cold voice came from the other side. "Where are you?" Jayak frowned in surprise. He didn't expect the caller to be Anna. Indeed, Anna at Jack's agency had obtained his contact information. She warned sharply, "Wherever you are, just wait, I'll find you soon." Anna stood in the chairman's office, having defeated all of Jayak's subordinates. Hearing the warning, Jayak trembled. He quickly hung up and handed the phone to Brock, gritting his teeth and asking if Brock could beat this woman. The image on the screen was Anna. Seeing her, Brock's eyes widened in astonishment. Then he fell into contemplation, recalling the days of victories with Jin and Anna. He had witnessed Anna and Jean fight. The speed of their strikes was what he aimed for. They seemed to be the strongest he had ever seen and the target he wanted to surpass. Remembering those days, his expression grew grimmer. At this moment, Jack's voice cut through Brock's thoughts, asking if he could win. But Brock remained silent. Jack frowned suspiciously at him. After a while, Brock spoke. "Of course I want to win, that's why I fight, because I truly want to defeat her." A logging area in Russia, a group of people were working, but one idle man was watching Brock's fight video. In the video, Jack's taunting voice, "Whoever beats the champion will get 10 million USD. The viewer was a burly man. Someone approached and said, "Igaro, lunch break is over. Aren't you going to work?" Igaro heard this, put down his phone, turned and smiled. "Got it." He slowly stood up from the log, gripped a large log, and swung it onto his shoulder with one hand. This showed his immense strength. In China, Diane was still sitting by the lake fishing as usual. But today someone suddenly broke the quiet. A convoy of black cars approached slowly. Soon after, a group of men in black suits got out. Diane frowned, turning, "Are they enemies?" Shortly after, one person slowly walked forward. It was Lee Sung-ho, deputy leader of the Van Dao Bang triad. He bowed respectfully and introduced himself. "I have something to tell you." Hearing this, Diane snorted. "Where is his father to let a kid like this come here?" Sung-ho bit his lip aggressively, pleading with Diane to avenge his father. Diane didn't look back, firmly saying, "I no longer do those things." He came to the wrong place, but Sung-ho didn't give up. He said his father was humiliated by a Korean woman. Even his older brother was killed. All 13 branches of the triad had collapsed. After speaking, he knelt on one knee, solemnly begging Diane to take revenge. Diane remained unmoved, coldly responding, "This alone isn't enough to make me leave." Sung-ho hesitated, then mentioned Master Wang. He was killed by that woman. This was entirely true. Hearing this, Diane was slightly moved, scoffing. "That guy hasn't been heard of in years, and yet he died young." Sung-ho nodded slightly. He pleaded again, hoping Diane would avenge them. Diane thought for a moment, then said, "Revenge must have a rightful claim. But if in a duel someone kills an innocent, that's also worth considering." Hearing this, Sung-ho rejoiced and quickly kowtowed in thanks. Diane laughed loudly. "Thanks for what? I'm just letting you kill time." In New York, Rodney and Jean arrived after a long flight. Rodney happily skipped along the street, while Jean walked beside him with a somewhat reluctant expression. "Unbelievable, he looks like a country bumpkin in the city." Jean ignored him, hopping behind, pretending to stay calm ahead. But Rodney, of course, wouldn't let it slide and asked if Jean had dropped off his luggage at the inn and come back. Now, where is he planning to go? Jean hesitated to answer, but realizing he couldn't avoid it, admitted he had to find his junior brother. Rodney frowned in surprise. He didn't know who Jean meant by junior brother. Jean slowly explained he was talking about Brock and planned to take a taxi. As he said this, Jean suddenly noticed Rodney had stopped. He turned around, startled, and saw Rodney standing in front of a burger joint, eyes sparkling. Rodney turned to Jean, hesitatingly asked, "Can I grab one before we go?" Later, at a deserted warehouse in the suburbs, a taxi stopped, its door quickly opening. Jean and Rodney got out. Jean squinted at the warehouse ahead, frankly saying, "This is the place." According to the information Jean had, it was correct. But the moment Rodney saw it, he angrily shouted, "When are you going to finish eating, man?" Rodney hurriedly stuffed the remaining burgers into his mouth before following Jean inside. The two immediately saw a group of people standing there. The curly-haired leader frowned and asked, "Who are you guys?" Seeing no reply, he repeated, "Answer my question." Jean squinted at the curly-haired man ahead, recognizing him as the one who filmed the blog videos. Thinking this, he stepped forward. After only 2 steps, a burly man blocked him. He squinted at Jean, coldly asking, "Who the hell are you guys, damn monkeys?" As Jean was about to answer, his shoulder was grabbed. It was Rodney, standing in front of Jean, stopping to glare at the burly man. "You ask, who the hell do you think you are raising your voice at us? I heard you call them monkeys." The burly man lowered his head at Rodney. The contemptuous leader sneered, "What now, another piggy girl?" Rodney didn't understand but suddenly gritted his teeth, aggressively punching him in the stomach. The blow doubled him over in pain, knocking him to the ground, unable to get up. Rodney was very satisfied with this. The curly-haired man witnessing this was also shocked. Rodney turned to Jean, smugly saying, "Leave these petty things to me, young martial artist." Just as he finished speaking, a cold gun barrel was pointed at his head. A burly man holding a gun approached, coldly warning, "Are you guys done living?" In an instant, Rodney's face darkened. He raised his hands, intending to do something. The other side was also sweating bullets. But Rodney raised both hands straight above his head, continuously shouting, gun. Jean, seeing this, looked somewhat reluctant, then dashed forward. He squinted at the gun in the man's hand. In a flash, he kicked the gun away. The man didn't expect Jean to act so fast. Before he could react, he was struck in the face. Jean took down the man with a single move. Seeing this, the curly-haired man immediately panicked, speechless. Jean took down the man, stepped in front of him, coldly saying, "I'm only asking one question." The curly-haired man was now drenched in cold sweat. Jean showed a photo on his phone, asking, "Do you know this person? Where is he?" The curly-haired man gritted his teeth, still silent. Jean lost patience, took action, leaving only the curly-haired man. He repeated, "Where is this person?" The curly-haired man shook his head frantically. "I don't know anything, I just filmed it and posted it online." Hearing this, Jean frowned and asked, "So when is the next event?" The curly-haired man honestly said, "Midnight 10 days from now, a big match will take place here." Jean squinted at him. "What big match?" The curly-haired man shook his head, only saying, "That will be the final broadcast, that's all I know." Jean clenched his fists. The curly-haired man expected him to attack, but Jean just stood there slowly, only with a slightly grim expression. New York Airport, an international plane just landed. Seth exited from inside. Erica walked beside him, formally reporting, "The car is ready for you." She asked where he intended to go. Jean openly showed her a photo on his phone of Jack, saying he would go to him. However, when Seth's car arrived at Jack's company building, they were very surprised, as it was completely surrounded by SWAT. Seth could only observe from a distance. He frowned, suspicious. "Why is the police here?" Erica quickly got out to investigate. Shortly after, she returned with news. The location had an incident and was under lockdown. Hearing this, Jean frowned and asked back, "What kind of incident?" Erica slightly shook her head, her face serious. "They said they can't disclose more because it's still under investigation." Seth immediately fell into thought, having entered a dead-end alley. Erica leaned close to the car window, continuing to ask, "What should we do next?" He thought for a moment, then asked her if there was any way to track down that name. Erica hesitated a little. He was a big-time kingpin in the United States, so. But before she could finish, the driver in front handed him a thick stack of documents. These were the investigation results carried out on his instruction. Seth reached out to take them. He opened the file and scanned it. The teasing look in his eyes froze instantly. Inside was information on a blonde man named Ryan Busey. The driver quickly reported that Ryan was the chairman of Motors Education and held 30% of the shares. More importantly, he was an avid fan of martial arts. It was said he had a very close relationship with the Jack Seth was looking for. Motors Education was based in Detroit. Erica considered it for a moment, then suggested they should fly instead, because driving from here to Detroit would take about 12 hours. Hearing that, Seth fell into thought again. Tracking down that bastard really was difficult. At the same time, in a city in France, although night had already fallen, the fencing hall still had people training. A figure in full fencing gear moved like lightning, slashing at the opponent's arm. The other person collapsed, proving he had lost. Seeing this, a dissatisfied voice rang out. "You've even got an Olympic medal list. That's complete nonsense." After speaking, the man removed his mask, revealing the face beneath. It was none other than Din, a master fencer. The one being mocked looked helpless. It wasn't that he was weak. It was that you were too strong. Even at the next Olympics I would still, but before he could finish, Din coldly cut him off. "Don't bring sports matches into this." With that, he tossed his protective helmet into the air, then raised his sword and precisely pierced straight through it. In an instant, the helmet and blade were pinned together. Dialung said he was going to the United States. He had to take part in real fights. Elsewhere, at a hotel in the US, this was where Jean and Rodney were staying. At this moment, Rodney kept sighing and complaining. Jean had just stepped out of the shower and saw him like that. "If you're asking what's wrong." Rodney buried his face in his knees and spoke in a wounded tone, saying it seemed he had come to America for nothing. Jean was a little surprised. What was he talking about? Rodney continued grumbling. "Those lowlifes here all had guns. He thought that kind of thing only happened in movies. He felt completely useless here." Jean glanced at him and asked bluntly why he had come. Rodney gritted his teeth and said, of course he wanted to help the chairman. Jean gave a slight nod and smiled. Wasn't that the right direction? Rodney shook his head hard. They were armed to the teeth. How was he supposed to do anything? Jean sighed helplessly. Someone by that kid's side had to do something useful. Hearing that, Rodney looked at Jean with some suspicion. Jean smiled and comforted him. He thought it was enough for Rodney to just stay by his side. He already felt better having Rodney here. Rodney frowned at Jean and shot back. Really? Jean nodded firmly and went on. Earlier, they'd gotten out of that dangerous situation because Rodney stepped in first. If a gun had been shoved in his face, he wouldn't have stood a chance either. In an instant, Rodney's spirits lifted again. He happily asked Jean, "Is that really true?" Jean nodded without hesitation. He even added with certainty that Seth would be even stronger with Rodney at his side. Rodney threw his head back and shouted, "That's right, I'm the chairman's right-hand man." Seeing this, Jean finally nodded in satisfaction. At the headquarters of Motors Education, as expected, Seth had arrived. This was a powerful American company. At the gate, of course, there were plenty of guards. The moment Seth's car pulled in, someone came over and knocked on the window, asking what they were here for. Erica said they wanted to see Chairman Bush. The man frowned and hesitantly asked if she had an appointment. Erica shook her head slightly, then said frankly, "Tell him the former chairman of Korea's Sunshine Group is here to see him." The guard immediately nodded and agreed, asking her to wait here for a moment. He quickly reported it over the radio, and a reply came soon after. He leaned close to the car door and relayed it directly. The secretary's office said it would be very difficult to arrange the time. Hearing this, Erica turned and reported back to Seth. They said without an appointment, you can't meet him. Seth snorted and ordered the driver to turn the car around. The driver obeyed, quickly turning back out. The black car slowly pulled away from Motors Education. But once they were out of the guard's sight, Seth ordered them to stop. The driver was a bit puzzled but still did as told. He quickly opened the door and got out. Standing on the sidewalk, he watched the area ahead. He seemed to have already worked out what to do. But Erica could guess it too. She hurriedly got out to stop him. This is the United States. She thinks they should go through headquarters to arrange an appointment instead of acting so recklessly. What if he hears about it? Doing it this way, when will we ever be able to meet him? Erica thought for a moment, then gave him a time frame. At the fastest, 2 to 3 days. But Seth felt that was too long, he couldn't wait. Saying that, Seth stepped toward the wall in front of him. At that moment, Erica ran ahead to block him. She knew she couldn't force him, but stubbornly offered advice. She would find another way. Seth squinted at her, silent for a long moment. Erica grew a bit anxious. If he didn't listen, what could she do? Just then, a car suddenly shot out from the Motors Company gate. The person inside was Ryan. The car sped past them. Seth saw him and smirked. That damn old man arrived just in time. Erica quickly said she would follow immediately. Thus, the two cars moved through the streets, one after the other. After a while, Ryan's driver finally noticed the black car tailing them. Marion was talking to Jack at this moment. Jack asked if he was ready. Ryan smiled faintly, raising an eyebrow, saying he just needed to set up quality players for him. Only then would more people place bets. Jack was pleased to hear this. It was thanks to passionate fighters like Ryan that his funds were so solid. Ryan said nothing. Jack happily reassured him not to worry about the players. He would handle the arrangements directly. Ryan smiled faintly, saying he trusted Jack. That was why he invested so much in him. Jack said no more and told Ryan the match would officially start in a month. Ryan replied he was looking forward to it, then hung up. At that moment, the driver suddenly called him. Ryan asked what was wrong. The driver reported someone was tailing them. Hearing this, Ryan immediately frowned and glanced behind. The driver asked what to do now. Ryan thought for a moment, curious who it could be, and ordered the driver to stop the car. The driver hesitated, saying it was dangerous and suggested contacting the police. Ryan sneered, he is the real king here. That other car isn't equipped with missiles. What danger is there? The driver hesitated briefly, then obeyed, pulling over. The driver told Ryan not to get out and wait there. Seth's black car also stopped and Erica stepped out. Ryan stayed inside, quietly waiting for the other party. After a moment, they finally arrived. He asked who they were. Erica leaned close to the car window and whispered, "I'm from Sunshine Corporation in South Korea." Ryan frowned. "Another company, huh?" Erica calmly replied, "Though Sunshine can't compare to your corporation, it's the 13th largest company in the nation." Ryan scoffed, "So why are you tailing someone else like Little Mike?" Erica squinted at him. Everyone knew she had tried to contact them through the secretarial office but failed. "Truly sorry." Ryan frowned at the two standing outside the car. At this point, Erica straightened up and introduced Seth as the head of Sunshine Corporation. "He wants to meet you and hopes you can spare a moment." Seth remained silent. Ryan's gaze fell into a contemplative silence. After a moment, he finally spoke. "You Koreans not even know basic manners. You look like you have so much free time that you can meet a kid." As he finished, Seth's arm reached out. He directly grabbed the car window and pulled it down. He leaned in, raising an eyebrow at Ryan and coldly suggested, "Let's have a little talk." Ryan was surprised by this, but the moment he saw Seth's face clearly, he recalled a familiar image. It was Seth from a few years ago in a fighting video in Japan. Immediately after, he opened the car door, astonishing the two outside. He quickly stepped out fearless. He lunged forward and hugged Seth, extremely excited. He laughed joyfully, saying he was a true fan. Seth was suddenly hugged and felt confused. What is happening? Ryan then stepped back, looking at him happily, and laughed loudly. "You are the strongest warrior I've ever met." He mentioned the tournament in Japan a few years ago. Back then, he'd bet $10 million on Seth. He asked if Seth had started racing again. Seth looked a little awkward, not sure how to respond. At the same time, at the hotel where Jean and Rodney were staying, Jean seemed ready to go out. Rodney asked where he was going. Jean said Victor had probably arrived at the airport already and he wanted to pick him up. Rodney was a bit surprised. "The champion?" Jean gave a slight nod. Victor had a title defense fight coming up with matches tomorrow and the day after. Rodney immediately got excited. He said he wanted to go too because he was Victor's fan. Gene smiled faintly and shook his head. Then I'll tell Victor, maybe next time Rodney can meet him. But Rodney didn't want next time. He wanted to go to the airport right now. Gene was a little helpless at the sight and with no other choice, nodded in agreement. So the two of them went together to New York Airport to meet him. They waited at the gate for a long time before someone finally came over and called for Gene. It was Victor, and behind him were Sophie and her father. Gene had been happily waving hello, but he froze. His eyes widened in shock. Why were those two here as well? Sophie behind them also looked resigned. She hadn't expected her father to actually follow her here. Meanwhile, at Ryan's house after that roadside encounter, he had brought Seth home to talk. He told Seth that his plan to invest this time was also because of Seth's fights from back then. Erica translated at his side. Seth said he'd only come to find Jack. Ryan gave a soft chuckle and told him not to worry. What Seth had asked of him would definitely be done. He would call Jack right now. After hearing that, Jack frowned at him and didn't say another word. But Jack had left his phone in the car. He'd already gone off to handle something important. By then he had flown to Japan and gone straight to Shinto's home. He hesitated, then asked, "You still haven't decided?" Shinto sat inside in silence, not even bothering to turn his head to look at him. He said coldly that his sword wasn't meant to be used in a place like that, and told him to leave. Hearing that, Jack let out a helpless sigh, but he didn't give up and kept trying to persuade him. "That's where you can prove your sword, prove it can cut people." He said he would take responsibility. Those words seemed to sway Shinto. Shinto reached out and drew the blade hidden in its bamboo sheath. He frowned at it for a long time, until a trace of resolve finally appeared in his eyes. A moment later, Jack came out. He was bursting with excitement. He'd finally succeeded. The driver nodded in greeting as soon as he saw him. "You've worked hard," the driver said, telling him that a few minutes ago Ryan had called. Jack immediately furrowed his brow when he heard that. Back in the US, at Ryan's home, Ryan was still talking nonstop with Seth. He said it was a shame he couldn't watch the final match. Ever since that tournament, every fight he watched had been painfully boring. That was why he'd decided to invest in this tournament. Seth frowned and asked suspiciously, "So you were the one behind those dirty moves just because you wanted to restart the tournament back then?" Ryan looked at him, baffled. "What are you talking about?" Seth narrowed his eyes and demanded coldly, "You're the one who had people tailing others and threatening them, right?" Ryan had no idea about any of that. He asked what Seth was even talking about. He said he was only the investor and that recruiting fighters would be Jack's responsibility. Seth shot back, "Then where is Jack right now?" Right then the phone on Ryan's desk suddenly rang. He hurried to answer. It was Jack calling. Jack asked why Ryan had contacted him out of the blue. Ryan asked if he knew who was sitting in front of him, then said Seth had come to see him. Seth frowned as he listened to Ryan, staying silent. They were talking about him again. Jack said he was leaving Japan and heading back to Korea to meet Seth. Ryan was a little surprised, glanced at Seth, and relayed Jack's words. After hearing Erica translate, Seth was shocked too. That bastard actually went looking for him. On the other end, Jack asked Ryan to hand the phone to Seth. He wanted to talk to him, and Ryan quickly did as told. Ryan put it on speaker. Before long, Jack's mocking voice came through. He welcomed Seth to the United States, then fell silent, waiting for Erica to translate. Seth's face instantly turned ugly. Gritting his teeth, he asked where his mother was. Jack said she was fine and there was no need to worry. Seth flew into a rage and slammed his hand on the table. He coldly told Jack to stop spouting nonsense. Where exactly was his mother? After a long hesitation, Jack finally said he would send Seth an invitation. Seth frowned hard. He didn't understand what invitation Jack meant. Jack said that as long as Seth accepted it, he would definitely get to see his mother. Then he called Ryan by name and asked him to get Seth onto his ship. Ryan agreed without hesitation. Right after that, Jack laughed loudly twice, clearly thrilled. Seth was seething, but he still didn't erupt. Jack chuckled softly. It seemed match number 1 would start earlier than expected. "It's later than expected." After saying that, he hung up. Seth had been sitting there silently all along, not uttering a word. Only his expression wasn't very pleasant. He was being pulled into this battle by this man, just like his mother had been. At New York Airport, Rodney met Victor and cheerfully called out to the champion. Jin said nothing, his face clearly showing discomfort. Victor didn't notice others' expressions. Praised, he happily declared himself the renowned champion. At that moment, Rodney also spotted Sophie's father standing behind. His face instantly showed alarm. "Why is the supervisor here?" Sophie's father smiled at Jean and greeted him. It had been a long time since they last met. Jin bit his lip and bowed in response. Seeing their reaction, Sophie's father chuckled softly. "Why is everyone so surprised? Is this a place I shouldn't come to? I'm just here to support the tournament." He then walked over to Jean, patted him on the shoulder, and slowly said, "I also can't let my daughter face danger." Right, hearing this, Jin realized he already knew what was happening. Sophie's father said no more and, dragging his suitcase, left. Jin stood there in panic, unsure how to react. Sophie behind him felt guilty and apologized. The atmosphere immediately turned silent. No one spoke a word. After a while, Victor finally spoke to break the silence. What's going on here? Jean didn't answer. Victor's agent cleared his throat twice and suggested, first, just take him to the hotel. Victor needs to be in his best condition before the match. As soon as he said that, Victor just sighed and left with him. Only Jean remained standing silently, thinking about the upcoming events. He sighed in helplessness, but at that moment, he suddenly sensed something. He quickly turned around, searching, and felt a murderous aura heading toward this place. The pressure was intense. It made his body tremble uncontrollably. When he traced the source, he hurriedly looked and saw 3 people exiting the airport. The one in front was Sung Ho, the vice leader of the Van Dao gang, but the one emanating the lethal aura wasn't him. Jin shivered, looking behind. A short old man wearing a hat to cover his head was hidden behind Sung Ho. Jin glanced there, fully alert. That old man was none other than Jane, who came to the U.S. solely to meet the person who killed Martha Home. At that moment, he seemed to sense Jin's gaze on him as well, but he said nothing, only smiling. Jin remained silent, watching the 3. Then a hand was placed on Jin's shoulder from behind. Jean startled and turned to see Rodney, asking, "Jean, what's wrong?" Jean didn't answer, still looking toward the airport gate. But now ahead there was no one. The 3 had disappeared. On this side, the 3 with Sung Ho had moved in a different direction to leave. Jane only walked a short distance before smiling lightly. Sung Ho asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" He just lowered his head, hiding his face under the hat. He gritted his teeth and said, "Joy floods before death. Luckily, this is America." At the same time, a small, aggressive speedboat moved across the sea. The driver couldn't see the face of the person inside the cloak. The boat moved straight ahead, showing no intention to stop. The boat traveled through the night and by morning reached what it sought. The person on the boat began to remove the cloak, revealing their face slowly. It was Anna. In front of her now was Jack's large ship. She glanced toward it, determination clear on her face. The large ship, unaware if enemies were approaching, still stood proudly. Anna radiated a murderous aura, finding a way to board. There were no guards on the ship's railing. Anna jumped from the speedboat onto the ship, facing no obstacles and standing safely on deck. She felt something was off about the ship, but proceeded inside. She wandered around the ship but noticed nothing unusual. Suddenly, she heard a sound coming from somewhere. She turned her head and saw the area behind the counter seemed to conceal something. Approaching, she indeed discovered a partially open secret passage. Anna stared at it for a while, then finally decided to go down. Inside was a basement with stairs leading down. Anna followed the stairs slowly. At the bottom, she saw a folding screen with sound coming from behind it. She peeked in and indeed saw someone there. It was none other than Brock, practicing his hands. Brock stopped when he heard the noise. Anna glanced at his back, quite stunned, speechless. After a moment, she pushed the screen aside. She stepped 1 foot in, deciding to confront Brock. Brock didn't turn around but knew who had arrived. She had truly come. Anna remained silent. Sweeping her gaze around, she demanded, "Where the hell is that bastard?" Brock stayed silent. He hesitated for a long moment, then finally turned his head. All that could be seen on his face now was a mask. Seeing this, Anna's eyes went wide in shock. She frowned and asked, "What the hell is he doing?" Brock said he only wanted to fight. Hearing that, Anna fell even more silent. She asked if he wanted to die by her hand. Brock apologized in a low voice because even now he still wasn't confident he could beat her. Anna stared at him in confusion. "What do you mean by that?" But before she could understand, a thin haze of smoke appeared around them. In an instant, Anna knew what it was and lunged forward. She reached out to grab the mask on Brock's face. Seeing that, Brock's expression flashed with fear. At the very moment her hand was about to touch the mask, he finally reacted and ducked to evade, and almost at the same time, Anna felt something was wrong with her body. Brock had no confidence at all about fighting her now. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and Anna's eyes were already flooding with killing intent. She had to end it as quickly as possible. Brock narrowed his eyes at her and didn't dare act rashly. Anna charged again, lightning fast, attacking Brock. She struck with incredible speed, forcing Brock into constant defense until she finally drove him back. He looked up at her, his eyes full of terror. She narrowed her eyes at him too, her face filled with fury. In the end, she couldn't hold on anymore and dropped to her knees. The sedative had started to take effect, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Brock just stood there watching, not daring to make a move. They faced each other like that for a long time, until Anna finally couldn't take it anymore and collapsed to the ground. Only then did Brock let out a sigh of relief. On the plane from Italy to the United States, Jack was there as well. He walked over to a man called Colonel John. He lowered his head and thanked him for agreeing to his proposal. John didn't even look up, saying flatly that there was no need to thank him. He was sick of the battlefield too. Jack gave a soft laugh and said cheerfully, "Everyone's been whispering about your nickname, the Battlefield Butcher. And you're already tired of the battlefield?" John curled his lip as he spoke. Lately no one knew how to fight, and these days the battlefield was all drones, so his hands had been itching. Hearing that, Jack laughed smugly. He really was as hot-blooded as the rumors said. John shrugged indifferently. He didn't care much either way. As long as my hands get to feel something, that's enough. With that, he picked up something beside him and started chewing it down. Sinto sat silently beside him. Jack looked at him and said with a grin, "You really do think in interesting ways." John let out a cold laugh and said he was looking forward to it. Jack was no exception. The brilliant match he'd planned was about to succeed. Over in the United States at the hotel where Jin and the others were staying. After they arrived, Jean called Sophie out to talk. "What were you thinking coming here?" She said quietly that she only wanted to come cheer Victor on. Jean looked up at her impressed. "Then you'll go back after the competition ends, right? The people here are plotting something dangerous." But Sophie said she wasn't going back. She said she was too worried, she couldn't just sit at home and wait. Then she asked if Jean had found Brock yet. Jean sighed as soon as he heard that. "Is Brock what you really care about?" Sophie fell silent instantly, her expression turning a little ugly. Jean frowned at her and told her to hurry up, pack her bags and go home. She wouldn't be any help here. "If I learn anything, I'll call you right away." Sophie refused to accept that. "Do you think you're a child?" Right now, her father was meeting a friend, also a police officer in the United States. The moment she said that, Jean's eyes went wide in alarm. Sophie explained slowly. It seemed her father knew something too, he just hadn't told her. Jin knew that. But he hadn't expected the man to go to the police. Sophie hesitated for a moment, then continued asking. "Seth has come here too, hasn't he?" Jin frowned hard and replied, "Seems like it." At the same time, over the vast open sea, a plane appeared out of nowhere in the sky. It quickly closed in on Jack's ship. It was Ryan's plane. He had brought Seth and Erica. After flying down to an altitude close to the ship, Seth frowned at Erica and warned, "Find a way to keep up with me yourself." Erica hadn't even figured out what was happening when she saw him pull her into a jump out of the plane. Right after that, he landed smoothly on the ship. He hurried off to search for Anna. His face was filled with killing intent. If he ran into that bastard, he'd deal with him on the spot. He stood on the highest point of the ship, looking down from above. A moment later, he had mapped out the ship's layout and identified places where someone could hide. Then he went inside, kicked a door open, and charged in. He swept through every room on the ship like that, but still couldn't find anyone. The last place he searched was the ship's lavish main hall. He bit his lip hard, fury blazing in his eye. Where the hell was that bastard? Right then, he spotted the hidden compartment. It was still that half-open hatch cover, the kind that made people curious. He frowned at it for a long time before finally making up his mind. He slowly made his way down the stairs. From here, you could see straight through to the outside. At the bottom of the stairs, he saw someone. Brock was waiting there. The two of them faced each other like that. Brock narrowed his eyes as he studied him and calmly asked, "You're here." Like Anna, Seth didn't care about that. The first thing he asked was still, "Where is that bastard?" Brock frowned at him. He asked suspiciously, "Didn't you come here to find your mother?" Seth bit his lip hard. "That's right, I need to find my mother." He clenched his teeth, about to ask if Brock knew where his mother was. But before he could even speak, Brock told him not to worry. His mother was safe and sound. Hearing that, Seth's expression instantly turned ugly. He squinted at him and asked, "Is my mother here right now?" Brock nodded without hesitation. With that confirmation, Seth relaxed a lot. Seth asked what he was doing and why he wasn't taking him to her already. But Brock still stood there unhurried. Seth narrowed his eyes at him. "What are you trying to do?" Brock slowly removed the mask from his face and said flatly, "This wasn't the original plan. He shouldn't have ended up like this after seeing you." Seth grew more and more confused. What the hell was this lunatic talking about? Brock looked at him with eyes full of fighting spirit and said coldly, "As long as you can take me down, you'll get to see your mother." Hearing that, Seth couldn't help curling his lip, then he laughed. He looked at him with contempt. "Isn't that way too easy?" Seeing his attitude, Brock didn't get angry. He said calmly, "Thanks for still being as arrogant as you used to be." He had trained like hell for this very day. Seth still stood there without moving an inch. He wanted to see what Brock was going to do. Brock glared at him and said he would crush him right now. Seth looked down on him and taunted him to come at him if he had the guts. Right after that, the two of them charged at each other. Both rushed in fiercely, both wanting to knock the other down, only their motives were different. On the plane back to the United States, Jack saw the two of them fighting through the surveillance feed. He roared in fury. "What the hell is going on here, champion?" He was so angry his teeth ground with a harsh, grating sound. He barked one line, then picked up the phone and called someone. Someone answered right away. He shouted viciously, "I'm going to share my screen broadcast this live." The person Jack called was the curly-haired guy. He frowned, doubtful, and said hesitantly, "But they told everyone it wouldn't be for a few more days." He hadn't even finished his sentence. Jack's furious voice snapped from the other end, "Shut up and do what I say." The opening bout between the strongest men on the planet had already begun. The curly-haired guy accepted the order in fear and got to work. Elsewhere at the hotel where Jin's group was staying, Rodney was outside smoking. Then his phone suddenly chimed with a notification. He hurriedly opened it to look. The moment he saw what was on the screen, his face went pale with shock and the cigarette in his mouth fell. Inside the room, Jean and Sophie were waiting for something. The two remained silent, neither said a word. Just then, Rodney suddenly shoved the door open and rushed in, calling for Jean. Jean turned to him and asked suspiciously, "What is it?" Rodney bit his lip hard, his expression heavy. Then he held out his phone for them to see. The video on the screen appeared right in front of them. In an instant, both their faces sank, because the video showed Seth and Brock fighting, and it was being live-streamed. It had drawn a huge audience. The three of them watched the battle unfold in silence, each with thoughts weighing on their minds. Rodney was already worried when he saw Seth. Sophie was no exception. She was afraid something might happen to Seth, and Jin's expression was even worse. One was his junior disciple, and one was his senior sister's child. It was truly an impossible position. On the ship, the fight between Seth and Brock was still raging. Both threw savage punches at each other, but Brock had caught Seth's hand. Seth did the same, gripping Brock's fist tightly. The two fell into a deadlock. Brock bit his lip hard and said angrily, "You have no idea what I've been through since that day." Seth narrowed his eyes at him and didn't answer a word. Brock continued, "That feeling of powerlessness, that feeling of failure. I once fought until I collapsed, covered in blood. That's something someone who always wins, someone like Seth, will never understand." While he was talking, Seth pulled his hand back. Brock's eyes widened uncontrollably in shock. Seth squinted at him, his eyes full of contempt. He ground his teeth and cursed at him for being too emotional. The moment those words left his mouth, Brock immediately went berserk and lunged in without hesitation. The fight footage cut out right there, replaced by Jack's punchable face. In a hoarse voice, he said, "The game will officially begin right now. The battle between the strongest on the planet has staked their lives. Anyone who wants to watch real fights, go to the black market and see everything with your own eyes." The three with Jin in the room heard every word Jack said. Sophie never expected things to escalate this far. Rodney also sighed helplessly. Their peace had barely lasted before they were pulled into that fight. Jean's expression darkened more and more as he contemplated a solution. The spectacular battle between Seth and Brock had caught the attention of people worldwide. The video spread rapidly, impossible to miss. In South Korea, Peter naturally saw it too. His face was slightly grim as he stood on the top floor of the Sunshine Corporation. At the same time, at J. Fox Gym, Victor's representative also watched the video. Victor kept training relentlessly in preparation for the upcoming match. His eyes squinted, thoughts unreadable. At the Los Angeles Police Department, even during work hours, officers curiously watched the viral fight video. They kept discussing it among themselves. Their expressions weren't exactly pleased with such underground fights. They knew it was illegal but couldn't stop it. In the police chief's office, Lee Ham was also watching the video. Sitting opposite him was Sophie's father, Liam, frowning in thought. After a moment, he looked up at Sophie's father and asked, "On what basis are they investigating?" Sophie's father instantly shuddered. Liam shook his head helplessly, saying, "This is America, where capitalism reigns." Sophie's father angrily slammed his fist on the desk and ground his teeth. "They engage in dangerous acts like this and you just let it happen." Liam shrugged indifferently, saying, "No need to get so worked up. He wanted to stop these tournaments, but it wasn't that simple." Sophie's father looked at Liam, puzzled, waiting for him to continue. Liam stood, walked to the window, and asked calmly, "Do you know what the underground market is like?" The underground market is the world's largest sports betting website. It hosts not only international sports matches, but also bets on an enormous scale. Sophie's father furrowed his brows in shock. "Worldwide, matches like these," Liam nodded slightly. "The problem is that site isn't legal. There you can bet a single dollar, but in a soccer or basketball game, the betting amounts can reach hundreds of millions of USD. Sophie's father grew increasingly terrified. He asked, "Then shouldn't the police investigate?" Liam spoke solemnly. "That's what you think if you don't know who controls the underground market. The identities of those in control are an absolute secret." Liam didn't understand why Sophie's father had come all the way from South Korea, but this place was privately owned and extremely dangerous. Saying this, Liam walked to his side and said, "I'm sorry, I can't help." Hearing this, Sophie's father bit his lip fiercely, his expression even grimmer. At the hotel, Jean, Sophie, and Rodney sat helplessly in the room, unsure what to do. After a moment, Victor hurried in. He asked if everyone had seen it. None of the three answered, showing they already knew. Victor anxiously asked, "How did things get to this point? Why did Seth and Brock end up fighting?" Jin bit his lip aggressively, saying, "Don't worry about that. Focus on staying in top form, the tournament is about to start." Victor shouted in frustration, "How can I not worry? Has Seth really come to America?" The three fell silent. Seeing their reactions, Victor grew even more terrified. He was the only one unaware. Jin sighed helplessly, then finally turned and walked out the door. He said, "I'll go ahead first." He called Rodney to follow. Rodney quickly stood and went after him. Victor watched Jean's back as Sophie anxiously asked, "Where is Jean going?" Jin hesitated for a moment, then said, "I have to go find them first. Only by locating those two idiots can this be resolved." Meanwhile, on Jack's ship, Ryan's private helicopter landed. Erica rushed to check and open the hatch. Seeing dust and smoke everywhere, she quickly covered her nose to avoid inhaling. Looking down, she immediately saw Seth lying unconscious. Brock was the same, both knocked out by the smoke. She bit her lip aggressively, wanting to go down and save them. But at that moment, a black gun was pointed at her head. It was Ryan's subordinate. This action surprised Erica. Ryan on the other side was talking to Jack. He didn't expect to be tasked with this troublesome job. He asked what to do next. Ryan responded quickly, then hung up. He turned to Erica, gently advising, "For now, don't cause trouble. Stay put." Erica frowned at him, her eyes asking what he intended to do. Ryan smiled faintly, saying, "Seth and Brock are just asleep. They'll all be gathered soon." Hearing this, Erica bit her lip, a hint of hesitation in her eyes. After a moment, she sighed reluctantly. "Accept your fate." At the curly-haired guy's factory, Rodney and Jean have arrived. Rodney suspiciously asks them if they've been spotted yet still stayed here. Jin slightly nods, maybe they have, but he still has a concern. Rodney frowns at him, suspiciously asking, and Jean lets out a chuckle. Of course, some things will no longer be like before. Perhaps their numbers have increased a lot. Sure enough, inside the factory, there are now many waiting for the two of them. The two are unafraid, eyes fixed on them. Behind, the red-haired guy happily taps on his computer. He's noticed the movement and turns with a smug smile. However, since Jean and Rodney have arrived, they won't leave empty-handed. He aggressively moves inside. The black-haired guy also rises from his chair. Stepping forward, eyes provocatively aimed at the Korean. Jin narrows his eyes at him, a look of rage on his face. He pulls out a video of Seth and Brock's fight, asking him, "Where is this place?" The curly-haired guy snorts with disdain. "Don't you realize what's coming for you? Last time I got taken down by you." He claims he's definitely not someone Jin can underestimate. Jin frowns, interrogating, "Can't we take an easier route?" He just wants to know where those two are. The red-haired guy smiles slightly. "That affects me too. Jayap said that would be his final broadcast." Jin frowns, asking, "How does this concern me?" At this point, the curly-haired guy bites his lip aggressively because from next time, Jack will broadcast live on the black market. Jin frowns, questioning him. "Then what do I need to do to meet that imposter?" Upon hearing this, the curly-haired guy is slightly surprised. Then he recalls, it's simple, just have Jin participate in the tournament. Become one of the competitors, that benefits both him and you. Jin becomes enraged, "What the hell are you talking about?" The curly-haired guy glares at Jean, aggressively saying, "I worked hard to build a channel with my mom, 10 million subscribers. I can't just stop broadcasting here like this." Moreover, last time Jin looked pretty good. He suggested they broadcast properly together. He said he would make Jin a real star. Jin frowns more and more. Hesitating, he finally says, "Sorry, but I'm not interested in that." The red-haired guy doesn't give up, saying, "If you hate fighting, fine. You'll have to get past everyone here to reach me." He's confident because there are many people here. He doesn't believe Jin can fight alone, but Jin glares at him provocatively. "You'll regret this." The red-haired guy of course doesn't believe it. Jin smirks, then let's start filming. Jean looks to the side, calling Rodney. He tells Rodney to handle the riffraff, and Rodney nods without hesitation. As soon as he finishes speaking, Rodney springs into action. He's been irritated by them for a long time. Jean moves straight ahead, confronting the group. Jin strides forward with overwhelming presence, causing the group to retreat in fear. Even the curly-haired guy is terrified. The group immediately draws guns. The curly-haired guy warns these crazies, "We're live, don't pull guns." Hearing this, they put their guns away, and Jin aggressively charges forward. Seeing this, the blonde-haired guy bites his lip aggressively, but before he can prepare, Jin's kick lands on his face. Jin uses momentum to kick his face, then jumps back. Dai frowns from above, calculating his trajectory. He uses the bodies of the others to propel himself, flying straight back. When he lands, he's in front of the curly-haired guy, looking up with a frown. Seeing this scene terrifies him. Before he can react, Jin is right on him. He expects Jin to hit him. But after a moment, he feels no pain. He opens his eyes to see Jin just taking the phone from his hand. Coldly, Jin says, "I told you I'm not interested in this." The curly-haired guy bites his lip aggressively, trembling in fear. Jin narrows his eyes, coldly smiling. "I'll join the tournament to meet those two, but I won't sell my face at all." Meanwhile, behind, the sounds of punches and screams erupt continuously. Rodney relentlessly attacks the group with his baton. Rodney is like a wrathful god, continuously taking down those in front. He bites his lip aggressively, eyes sharp as he surveys the remaining foes. Dean frowns at this scene, saying to the curly-haired guy, "Just sit tight, he still has to guide him there." No sooner said, Jin joins the fight. Two tall guys rush to attack him, but before they can reach him, a punch lands on their stomachs. Jin's speed is incredible. They can't see clearly before being defeated. The remaining people can't help but feel fear. Jin takes an attack stance in front of them, looking at them like a predator stalking prey. A group rushes to gang up on him, but Jin is unafraid, standing there, intently watching. Just like that, a brawl broke out here. After a while, the fight finally ended, with Rodney sitting on the body of a defeated man, leisurely smoking. Jin stood in the center, surrounded by the fallen. Jin turned to the curly-haired man and asked, "What are you still standing there for?" The curly-haired man, having witnessed the entire battle, was speechless. He frowned at him. "There's that tournament, right, so where should I go then?" On the vast sea, Rack's ship drifted for a long time and finally reached the dock. The ship anchored at an island in the middle of the sea. At the same time, Grok was unconscious in the cabin. Anna was also imprisoned here, but she had already woken up. Erica and Seth were locked in a room. She was fine, but Seth was still unconscious. Soon after, a private plane landed on the island. Jack brought John and Sinto down slowly. Meanwhile, inside the city on the island, this place had long attracted many powerful figures. These were warriors summoned by Jack outside the forest on the island. One person was also lurking here, Igoru. He had somehow made his way here. Jin was the same, following the address in the invitation. Besides the competing warriors, Jack also invited wealthy individuals to participate in betting. These were people who had once been on Jack's ship. Nearly all forces had gathered here. Elsewhere, near the island's dock, another ship arrived, carrying the three Sung-ho brothers. They had arrived too. Diane casually sat on a post on the ship, her face concealed under a hat full of makeup. On the island in the middle of the sea, Rack's ship had docked long ago, but the passengers were still here. Inside the cabin under the ship, Seth finally woke up after a period of unconsciousness. Erica, witnessing this, asked if he was okay. She told him he had been unconscious for 5 hours. Seth frowned. That long. While he was out, Erica had checked. She realized this place was an island in the middle of the sea, not even on the map. But he didn't care about that. He asked about Brock. She said he had gone upstairs first. Seth furrowed his brow angrily. That guy, nearby. Brock, having regained consciousness, went to another cabin. Brock slowly opened the door and entered. This was where he held Anna. He unlocked the door and let her out. Anna quickly stood up. Leaving the cell, as she passed Brock, he awkwardly apologized, saying he just wanted to fight. Anna remained silent. The two then walked out of the cabin together. Ryan was waiting outside and greeted her cheerfully. "Madame is awake?" Anna frowned at him, suspiciously asking who he was. Ryan smiled faintly and replied nonchalantly, "I'm just a sponsor for this tournament." While he spoke, Anna stepped forward, but someone behind hurriedly told her to stop. Ryan frowned, saying he knew how dangerous she was, because he had watched her last match. At this moment, his subordinates also aimed guns at her as a warning. Anna frowned upon seeing this and hesitated. "So Jack is here too, right?" Ryan nodded. He had just received news that Jack had arrived. He said she was the best among the competitors. While they were talking, Seth and Erica had entered the cabin. Seeing Anna, Seth hurriedly called out to his mother. Anna turned in surprise. She saw Seth bowing his head. Immediately, she rushed toward Ryan's subordinate to act. Before Ryan could react, the person beside him was knocked out by Anna. Anna squinted, warning, "Do not hold a gun in front of my son." Brock witnessed this, and his expression turned ugly. Even Seth was shocked that she acted for his sake. Ryan's body trembled in fear. He gritted his teeth. "I understand." Anna removed the threat in front and then called Seth. She turned to ask why he was here. Seth frowned. "I was worried about you." Anna sighed reluctantly, then told him to stay put. She would handle everything. But Seth didn't want that. He jumped down from the railing. He frowned at her, dissatisfied. "Do you still see me as a child?" Anna glanced at him, unsure what to do. Mother and son stared at each other, neither yielding. After a while, Anna turned to Ryan, causing him to tremble continuously. She asked if he knew how to fly a helicopter. Ryan quickly shook his head, saying he didn't. Then she pointed to the subordinate lying on the ground. "This one knows how to fly a helicopter." Hearing this, Anna looked a bit reluctant and ordered, "Go call Jack here. Make sure to bring someone who can fly a helicopter as well." Ryan didn't dare resist, replying with repeated affirmatives. He quickly turned to find someone for her. Inside a room on the boat, Anna's 4 companions were waiting. Anna glanced at Brock and asked, "You still haven't changed your mind? Still want to go fight?" Brock frowned thoughtfully at her words. After a moment he nodded. "Nothing has changed." Anna didn't push him either and just sighed in helplessness. She said if he wants to stay, let him stay. Brock was a bit surprised. He didn't expect her to agree. But she continued, "He must be punished for putting others in danger. Seth also thinks he should be punished." Anna squinted at Brock and asked, "Understand?" Brock quickly bowed his head to thank her. At this point, Anna turned to Seth. "What about you? You want to stay and fight too?" Seth immediately shook his head. He only wanted to return with her. But before leaving, he needed to warn that Jayak guy first. Anna smiled in satisfaction after hearing this. "That matter I'll handle personally." Having said this, Jack didn't object. Just then, Jack's terrifying laughter suddenly echoed in the room. He pushed the door open, glanced at the 3 people sitting in chairs, and cheerfully said, "Finally, we all meet." As soon as he appeared, the 3 shot him vicious glares. He trembled in fear, admitting his rudeness. But he also had his own reasons. Jayak said, "If you want to leave, use my private plane and don't show that scary face again." Anna snorted coldly, glaring at him. After a while, 5 of them squeezed into a car to leave. Jayak, of course, was driving, because he knew this place well. Anna silently sat in the passenger seat, still observing the surroundings. Recently there have been many surveillance cameras. What does he intend to do? Jayek's car drove on, eventually stopping in front of a large house. Jayek led everyone inside, cheerfully saying, "We're the last ones." He said this while pushing the large door open. People were waiting for them inside. As soon as the door opened, Anna's three companions were horrified. There were already many people inside. Moreover, everyone was dressed very elegantly. Jayek raised his eyebrows at Anna and cheerfully said, "Welcome to today's party, madame." He invited everyone to enjoy the party. The three glared at him, unsure of what devilish scheme he was planning. After a moment, Anna spoke in a low voice. "It would be better if you didn't test my patience." Jayek chuckled softly and replied, "Someone is very eager to meet madame." Anna was slightly surprised. Who was he talking about? Shortly after, a figure approached from afar. Anna squinted at him, seemingly not recognizing the person. The visitor was Sung-ho's man. He squinted at her, his welcoming tone filled with malice. "Finally, we meet." At the same time, Dean was still enjoying himself behind, eating and drinking happily. He didn't want to intervene for now. Anna frowned at the man and asked, "Who's that?" Sung-ho bit his lip aggressively, his eyes filled with anger. He gritted his teeth and introduced, "I am Lai Zi-ung-hoer of the Vandyabing." Anna realized he was from the triad, but so what? Sung-ho angrily questioned her. "You destroyed our branch and now pretend you don't know who I am." Anna shrugged indifferently, calmly saying, "Who told you to touch my son first? I clearly warned you." Seeing her attitude, Sung-ho grew even angrier. He said coldly, "I've lost my brother." Anna naturally didn't care and responded with a cold laugh. "That doesn't seem to concern us. Vandyabing knows what happened to Master Wang, right?" Sung-ho grew angrier. "Who caused such a thing to happen?" He pointed at Seth beside her, accusing, "Isn't it because that brat joined the tournament? That bastard used my brother to lure Master Wang. And you're alive, but my brother is dead. So he saw taking revenge on him as natural." Seth, targeted by him, didn't back down, coldly retorting, "Master Wang was the one who killed my father." He raised an eyebrow at him provocatively. "That's just what I was meant to do." Sung-ho bit his lip aggressively, angrily saying, "I'm just doing what I must, avenging my brother." Anna beside them sighed helplessly. "How long will this go on?" Sung-ho glared at Seth, saying viciously, "I just want this brat's life." He had met Seth once before, and they had fought intensely. But now thinking back, he felt regret. He raised an eyebrow at Seth, speaking coldly, "I should have killed you the first time we met." But Seth wasn't afraid, directly facing him. He snorted coldly, "I don't want to prolong this fight either." Sung-ho clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "Then we end it all here. If they refuse, then the war between the Sunsai Corporation and the Vandyabing Triad Alliance will officially begin." Hearing this, Anna's expression immediately dropped. She narrowed her eyes at him, her entire body radiating intense hostility. Yet at that moment, she suddenly sensed something, her eyes widening in shock. At this moment, a figure approached from afar. The people of the Vandyabing respectfully gave way. One person, however, walked slowly forward, a skewer of meat in his mouth. He lightly stroked his beard, chuckling, "This place is lively." In an instant, Anna broke out in a cold sweat. She clearly felt the oppressive aura the man exuded, making her whole body tremble uncontrollably. Beneath his hat, Diane smiled smugly. But while the two were grappling, Seth suddenly sighed endlessly without pause. Anna panicked and turned to look at him, unsure of his intentions. Even Reen was a little surprised. At this point, Seth frowned and spoke with a smile. "I just wanted to live a peaceful life, and you people can't let me be." Hearing this, Reen couldn't help but laugh. This place was really interesting. Elsewhere, at Jin's stop, someone was constantly tinkering on a computer, seemingly trying to do something. It was the curly-haired guy. After the previous battle, Jin had brought him here. After a while, he turned to Jin and said, "All right." Jin glared at him, hesitating for a long time before speaking. Finally, he ordered him to give it a try. He quickly nodded and logged into the black market website. He clicked rapidly, working with practiced ease. But soon he shouted in frustration, "What the hell is this? Just to register as a member, it costs 10,000 USD. How can it be this outrageously expensive?" As soon as he said this, he realized the problem and gritted his teeth in anger. The bastard must have raised the price arbitrarily. "What now?" Jin narrowed his eyes at him and asked skeptically, "Don't you have a lot of money?" The curly-haired guy smiled awkwardly and said, 10,000 USD isn't a small amount." Jin frowned in discontent. "Not a small amount, you have so many subordinates." The curly-haired guy trembled in fear, hastily explaining, "It's not that I don't have it, but $10,000 is really too much, so." But he hadn't finished his sentence. Rodney's baton was quickly pulled out, causing him to shake continuously. But Jin stepped in to stop him, calmly saying, "Consider it as me borrowing from you for now. I'll pay you back later." The curly-haired guy hesitated a moment, then suggested, "Just record one video and that's enough." In an instant, Jin's expression turned ugly. He fearfully said he understood. He cried without tears, regretting spending his money but seeing no other choice. He had to transfer the money. With a single press of enter, the black market website successfully opened. Numerous videos of the previous battle appeared one after another. Jin's expression grew even uglier as he watched. He hadn't expected so many fight videos of them to be on this site. Meanwhile, at a house on the island in the sea, Jin squinted at Anna, then laughed loudly. "That woman, I heard that it was you who sent Master Wang down to the underworld." As soon as these words were spoken, Seth and his mother's faces fell in shock. Diane chuckled softly, curling his lips. "Nothing to worry about. I don't have any special connection with that child Master Wang." Even though cold sweat covered Anna's forehead, Reen stroked his beard and continued. "At a glance, it seems there are a few people here with abilities comparable to Master Wang. Therefore, he truly wanted to learn martial arts from these people. The truly capable people he mentioned were John, Shinto Igoro, and Jin. In addition, there were Seth and his mother." At this moment, Diane smirked again. He smiled with excitement, saying, "Today is truly an extremely enjoyable day." Hearing this, Seth was initially surprised, then smiled happily. However, sensing that his smile didn't feel quite right, he covered it with his hand to adjust it. After a moment, he finally smiled wickedly, curling his lips. "I also find this quite interesting." The next day, Victor's championship defense match officially began. He was now in the ring with his opponent. The match was gradually reaching its climax. Victor swung his left hand toward his opponent, who immediately panicked and tried to dodge, but Victor's punch struck his chin. The crowd below cheered intensely. Only in a corner, Jean and Sophie watched silently. Jean's mind was still on the betting on the black market website. Sophie glanced at Jean, saw his grim expression, and didn't interfere. She, of course, was also worried for Seth. Both were filled with concern. After a while, the fight truly ended, with Victor emerging as the winner. After the match, Victor returned to his room, showered, and changed. Soon, Sophie arrived. She came to congratulate him on his victory. Victor was also elated, winking cheerfully. But at that moment, he only saw her and frowned in doubt. "Where's Jin?" Sophie answered quickly, saying she was busy and had already left. Hearing that, Victor fell silent for a moment, then hesitated and asked, "Is it because of Brock and Seth?" Sophie still didn't answer, just sat there quietly. Victor looked at her, confused, and frowned. "Why do you look so down?" Sophie let out a soft sigh and said helplessly, "I clearly know what's going on, but Jean won't tell me that you already know about me and Seth." Just then Victor suddenly asked, "Do you still like Z?" In an instant, Sophie's expression changed. She stammered, "No, it's just but she didn't know how to explain it. Victor puckered his lips in resignation. "That's just what someone looks like when they're worried." Sophie couldn't refute him, so she chose to stay silent. Victor suddenly handed her an iPad. She took it, suspicious, and asked, "What is this?" Victor answered bluntly, "You'll know when you look." Sophie did as he said and opened it. In the next instant, her eyes widened in shock. Inside was a list. It was the roster of underground fighters. Grop's name was on it too. Victor explained slowly, "I spent a lot of money to register here." He told her to scroll down. Sophie obeyed. She scrolled further down the list. Immediately, her body started trembling uncontrollably. She couldn't believe it and cried out, "Why is Seth's name on the fighter list?" That's right, Seth was on the list and he had already agreed. Victor explained to Sophie that Seth had no other choice. He sighed and said resignedly, "People like Seth, Brock, and even Jean." But he didn't finish. Sophie shouted, cutting him off and startling Victor. He looked at her suspiciously. She bit her lip hard and said irritably, "There's no such thing as no other choice." Victor glanced at her and explained slowly, "They were born to fight. They were born to prove they can keep getting stronger without limits." Hearing that, Sophie's face changed again. She trembled and her hand clenched tightly on her thigh. She shouted fiercely, "I just can't understand it." On an American street, a black car was moving slowly. It belonged to the curly-haired man. He looked toward Jin in the back seat and said slowly, "I've roughly found the location of the arena, but there's a problem." Jin frowned. "What problem?" The curly-haired man explained, "If you're not a registered fighter, you're not allowed inside." Jin thought for a moment, then suggested, "Tell them I'll enter as a fighter." But the curly-haired man shook his head. "Registration has already closed." It seemed they already had enough participants. He had even called Old Jew directly, but that tournament wasn't for nobodies like them. After hearing that, Jin's expression turned ugly. He asked weakly, "Is there really no other way?" The curly-haired man hesitated. Then he said, "I told you, just record a video and post it. That Jew guy won't dare look down on you anymore. Besides, most people in the underground scene will watch your video." Jin hesitated, unsure whether he should do it. Rodney in the passenger seat turned to look at Jean. After a moment, he proposed, "Let me do it. We just need to record it." The curly-haired man was startled, then smiled. "Someone at your level is more than enough and you're very strong." He promised he would edit it carefully, but Jin felt it wasn't right. Rodney shook his head slightly and said frankly, "Leave it to me. Anyway, I have to go to the chairman to repay the previous chairman's kindness. I have to protect the young chairman." On an island out at sea, Seth stood in a rocky hollow near the shore, staring into the distance. Just then, a voice suddenly sounded from behind him. "Going to fight in the pit?" Seth jolted and turned around. It was Anna. He frowned at her and said, "This time let me handle it. I want to do it myself." Anna hesitated, about to persuade him, but he cut her off coldly. "Mom, all of this happened because of me." Anna fell silent. Seth continued, "If you or anyone around me gets hurt because of me, I'll never forgive myself. Anna frowned at him and said bluntly, for you, I can do anything. But the moment she finished, Z almost called out to her. She couldn't help trembling. She looked at him in panic. Seth bit his lip hard and said, let me handle it. Instead, he asked her for one thing after this tournament. Please don't let that rake guy and those Chinese men come near us again. Seeing how determined he was, she could only sigh helplessly. Then she considered it. That old man is very dangerous, extremely dangerous. The person she meant was Jane. Seth gave a soft chuckle. Right now, his nerves were buzzing. Anna glanced at him, worry on her face. But where she couldn't see, he wore a smile full of excitement. Because he was about to fight. At the headquarters on the island, Jack had gathered the investors into a room. He sat in the main seat and said cheerfully, thank you, everyone. Thanks to you, I've achieved the results I was hoping for. Especially Chairman Hayasu, thanks to you, so many friends from the Middle East are here. Hayasu nodded in agreement. My friends are really looking forward to this tournament too. No matter how much it costs, I'll pay. Because they're the kind of people he can bet his entire fortune on. So all Gak has to do is make the matches as exciting as possible. The person beside him laughed happily and said, that's right, you're absolutely right. As long as the fights are entertaining, he'll gamble no matter how much it costs. At that moment, someone else hesitated and said, but is it really okay if someone dies? Broadcasting it like this could cause serious trouble later. Another man gave a cold laugh. That's not something you need to worry about. This island doesn't belong to any country, so no nation can enforce anything here. Besides, every contestant joined of their own free will. Yak nodded. All the contestants have agreed, because they can make a lot of money from this. Over on the other side, Ryan spoke up too. Stop worrying about pointless things and choose the contestants already. He was already thrilled, dying to know who would survive the first fight. He had even picked a few contestants in advance. Hearing that, Gak suddenly burst out laughing. There's a good chance the first match has already started. When savage beasts are locked in the same cage, how could they not tear into each other? The moment he said it, everyone there was shocked and asked in disbelief. What do you mean by that? Gak chuckled and explained cheerfully. This tournament won't have a bracket or any rules at all. Anyone who wants to fight can just fight. In an instant, the room fell into stunned silence. Only Gak kept talking. No rules are needed. That's the rule of this tournament. Weapons are allowed, bare hands are fine too. Lying in wait or launching a sneak attack, anything goes. This is a tournament where contestants can push their abilities to the limit and get everyone fired up. Down below the building, Satch and Anna had also returned from the shore. Just then, Seth sensed someone standing behind him. It was a blue-haired man with a hard, glaring expression, watching the two of them. But he didn't do anything. Before long, he turned and left. Satch scanned the area and noticed many people eyeing the mother and son. Seth frowned, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Just then, Erica suddenly ran over and called to them. Her expression was grave as she said, the atmosphere here is really strange. Seth raised an eyebrow. Is it? Erica explained, even for security, there are way too many cameras. Look up, everyone has a tracking device. Anna and Seth stopped and looked up. Sure enough, they saw cameras hovering overhead. Those devices definitely had recording components installed. After a quick look, Erica warned them to be extra careful. Anna flicked her gaze toward him and said softly, you just focus on the tournament. She'll handle everything else. Seth's face darkened at that and he said nothing. At that moment, someone stepped out from inside the building. John was holding a bottle of liquor, drinking as he walked. When he saw the three of them, he raised his brows with interest. Anna spotted him too, her eyes narrowing at once. Erica also sensed someone approaching and her face turned wary. John grinned and slowly walked toward them. Anna stayed on guard and suggested, we should go inside and rest first. Before they could leave, John slung an arm over Erica's shoulder. The sudden move made Erica jolt in alarm. He leered with a filthy smile. Before the hunt, you've got to sample a woman first, right? The moment he finished speaking, a needle pierced straight through his hand. Erica snorted coldly and warned, take that filthy hand off me. Right after that, she kicked him straight in the face. Even though it hurt, John still wouldn't let go. Erica was stunned. Did that still not hurt him? John wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed excitedly. Erica bit her lip and struggled to break free. At the same time, Seth and Anna rushed in together. John looked at the two of them in surprise but didn't react. They underestimated him. One punch and one kick slammed into his head. Their strength was overwhelming. Pain shot through him and he finally let go of Erica. The mother and son narrowed their eyes at him, faces tense with caution. But now, John's face was covered in blood. A moment later, John collapsed to the ground. The man who had been so arrogant was brought down by the mother and son. Yet he still kept a smile on his lips. Seeing this, Erica was furious. Seth clenched his fist and lunged forward. But before he could bring it down, Anna stopped him. She narrowed her eyes at him and reminded him, if you don't want to kill him, hold back some strength. Zet was a bit surprised, not knowing why she said that. Anna gritted her teeth and continued, even though there was no reason to avoid the trouble coming his way. He doesn't need to go overboard. That way, he can minimize enemies in his life. She asked if he understood what she meant, right? Hearing this, Zet furrowed his brows aggressively. Finally, he said he understood. The three quickly entered the building. Only John remained lying on the ground here. He quickly forced himself to sit up. Not knowing what he was thinking, he suddenly laughed. This situation had irritated him a bit. As soon as he finished, he turned his head, eyes fierce, following the direction the three had left. At the same time, the scene of Zet and his mother knocking run down was seen by people in the office. Some voiced their disbelief. What? Didn't you say his abilities were exceptional? Jayak remained calm, responding. Indeed, very strong, but the opponents are equally strong. They are elite players, known as the winners of previous competitions. Hearing this, Hayasu was instantly astonished. If you say so, the winners of previous competitions, those Koreans, were really that good. Jack nodded, smiling. After this discussion, I'll share the information I have with you. It will be very helpful for them to place their bets. At this point, someone asked doubtfully, so the other guy was eliminated. Jayak shook his head slightly, smiling. Given the previous situation, it can't be considered that he was defeated. Upon hearing this, the questioner was puzzled. What do you mean? Jayak slowly explained. Only when one completely loses their will or can no longer fight can they be considered eliminated. In an instant, the investors were shocked and speechless, but some were excited about the competition rule. At this moment, John was still sitting alone in front of the building. Not long after, someone approached, the green-haired guy who had been waiting outside. Seeing John collapsed, he mocked. A woman and a kid couldn't beat you. What the hell are you even doing here? No skills, then get out of my sight. He smirked coldly. Go home and be a good son to your mother. At that moment, John suddenly regained clarity, laughing almost twice. Hearing his laughter, the guy was a bit confused. But John just sat there, laughing to himself. In that moment, he looked like a fool. Seeing this, the guy finally couldn't hold back and kicked him in the face. But then a strange event occurred that terrified him. John quickly grabbed the green-haired guy's leg. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape. At the same time, John started to fight back. He threw a punch at him. This punch landed directly on the guy's knee. Fresh blood began to flow. The pain from the broken bone made him tremble uncontrollably. But it wasn't over. John grabbed his neck. He slammed his head directly into the green-haired guy's head, leaving his face smeared with blood. Thinking he had escaped, the guy suddenly felt a hand in his mouth. John gripped his lower jaw tightly, then violently pulled. His entire body was slammed to the ground by John. His condition was extremely dire, the lower jaw torn apart. Blood stained the ground. John held the jaw in his hand and casually threw it aside. The scene was extremely brutal, yet John felt no sympathy. A savage smile lingered on his lips. At the same time, the investors also witnessed this. Jayak announced, "That one is eliminated." Jayak smirked at them, reminding, "Take note." Meanwhile, at the curly-haired guy's workshop, Jean and Rodney had arrived, waiting for him to help with their task. But after a while, nothing happened. Their expressions turned serious. The curly-haired guy turned to him, hesitating. "I told you not to show that scary expression. I'm already helping you as much as I can." Jean frowned, thoughtful. Then he asked doubtfully, "Will doing it this way actually get us there?" The curly-haired guy nodded aggressively. "I've said it countless times. That is originally the island of Mexican drug lord Jos Carlos. There, Las Vegas chairman Selson Eden has set up a private casino. It's called the largest casino in the world." Jean's expression grew even darker. The curly-haired guy saw this and recoiled, stammering, assuring him he was telling the truth. He slowly explained, Tro Den was also created by the people who often gather there. Their power is so strong that even the US government can't do anything, and Jack is one of those members. In an instant, Jean's face turned serious. If what he says is true, it's really hard to deal with. The curly-haired guy took a deep breath and continued, "We're facing people like that. Even this country can't do anything." Jean frowned and asked, "But you, if we do it this way, we can reach there." He bit his lip angrily, complaining, "That's why I told you to post a massive video. Then act." The curly-haired guy kept talking, like those 10 million views videos where someone says they're going to pick a fight. Jin suggested, "Then let's invite a champion." The red-haired curly guy frowned slightly and asked, "And who exactly is this champion?" Jean was too annoyed to answer and just told him to get back. The champion they were looking for was, of course, Victor. Jin quickly explained his purpose to Victor. Victor immediately asked in shock, "Me fighting Uncle Rodney? And then you'll film it and post it." The red-haired guy froze when he saw Victor, so it really was Champion Ryan. Victor looked at Jean, clenched his teeth and asked, "Are you kidding me right now?" Guy nodded slightly, admitting he was serious. Hearing that, Victor couldn't help but sigh. He stopped questioning Jean and asked, "Isn't Brock crazy enough already, and now it's your turn too?" Jin took a deep breath and said softly, "Senior, you have to come. For Senior Seth and Senior Sophie." But Victor shook his head and refused. "I want to help, but I can't. If I make a video like that, I'll have to give back my championship belt, because it violates the association's rules. You know that, and Jean understands it too." Jin knew it as well and didn't know how to persuade him. He just stood there in silence. The two faced each other like that. At that moment, Victor's phone suddenly popped up with a notification. The curly-haired guy got one too. In an instant, both of them started trembling in fear. Diane frowned at them and asked suspiciously, "What is it?" The red-haired guy handed his phone to Jin. It was betting info, an upcoming fight between Seth and his mother against John. In an instant, Jin's expression grew even darker. The red-haired guy opened his phone and muttered, "Can you still see it after the betting closes?" 10 minutes until the cutoff. Victor, a little confused, looked up at Jin and asked, "Isn't that Seth's mom? She's there too." Jin stood there silently, saying nothing. But then the curly-haired guy shouted in frustration, "Bastards. $1,000 on that guy watch. There's no damn info, how are we supposed to bet? I'm only getting $2,000 refunded. The cash will be transferred tomorrow." After a long silence, Jin looked at Victor and asked, "Senior, is that what you want?" Victor chuckled and said casually, "Don't be like that. I paid $10,000 just to get in here. It's a chance to make free money." At that moment, the curly-haired guy suddenly looked at Victor and asked, "Champion, do you know these people?" Hearing that, Victor curled his lips into a faint smile and said casually, "Of course I do. If you've got money, go all in." The curly-haired guy stared at him in shock. "Are you insane?" But Victor said confidently, "Those two are the strongest people in the world." Not long after, a video of the three-person fight was quickly forwarded over. The footage showed John being knocked down by the mother and son pair. Immediately, everyone in Victor's room had mixed emotions. Victor and Rodney cheered happily. Meanwhile, the curly-haired guy didn't look happy at all. He felt deeply regretful. They called it. If he'd known, he would have placed the bet. Victor glanced at him and grinned smugly. "I told you if you bet on those two, there's no way you lose." Rodney also shouted excitedly, "Oh wow, boss." Gene watched them in silence, his face extremely grim. Seeing this, Victor sighed and tried to advise them. "Aren't you and Sophie taking this way too seriously?" Victor said. "I checked beforehand. I heard some big shots are backing it. This is just a sports game, right?" Jin bit his lip hard and said angrily, "Just to force me into a sports match. He's been tailing Sophie and me to threaten us." The moment he said it, Victor was instantly shocked. "There's something like that?" Jin sighed helplessly and asked, "Do you think a game run by people like that would be calm and normal?" Victor clenched his teeth. "If you're late." Right then, his phone rang with another notification. Seeing what was on the screen, he shouted in disbelief again. Over here, the curly-haired guy exclaimed, "It's Alex." Victor frowned at him and asked suspiciously, "Who's that?" Jin was curious too. "Who was this person that got him so hyped?" Han Tremjai explained, "This guy has 27 wins undefeated and was the European Division 7 champion. But because he caused too many incidents, he gave up the title. He's a talented young fighter officially recruited as a BFC prospect." Hearing that, Victor nodded in understanding. The curly-haired guy was thrilled and said he'd bet $5,000 on Alex this time. But before he could do it, Diane stopped him. He looked at him, confused. Eyes full of doubt, Jin said in a low voice, "The other side will win." But the curly-haired guy didn't believe him. "That guy, he's too weak. Just now he couldn't even land a hit." Jin slowly shook his head and countered. Even when Senior Z and Anna attacked him at the same time, he wasn't hurt at all. That alone is enough to judge his ability. That's why you avoid drawn-out fights. Hearing that, the curly-haired guy was a little surprised but still hesitated. Even so, Alex comes from Europe's top-tier scene. Jin shrugged indifferently and pursed his lips. "If you want to bet, I won't stop you. Choose for yourself," Victor also said cheerfully. "I'm a man who respects a junior's words." Then he tapped on John's photo and placed a huge bet on him. Looking at this scene, Jin felt a bit helpless. Victor, unconcerned, cheerfully said, "I need to make money. I have to return the championship belt to help you guys." Jin was a bit surprised. He didn't expect him to agree. Victor looked at him and calmly spoke. Brock, Seth, and even Sophie said it was very dangerous. But what was so important about the belt? So he decided to help Jin do it. Hearing this, Jin sighed in relief and quickly bowed to thank him. Victor covered his mouth and laughed. "Look at this kid." At that moment, Victor suddenly remembered something and looked at Rodney, asking suspiciously, "But how do we fight Boss Rodney?" He thought for a moment and then spoke. "Can I play by boxing rules?" Rodney was a little surprised, frowning hesitantly. After a while, he smiled and said, "Anything goes." On the island at sea, after sudden battles, Jack announced to the players and others involved. In the large dining hall, the meal was prepared. The matches would be long, so the players should take the chance to rest. Anna received the notice and also brought someone to the dining hall. Brock's expression was hard to read. Seth, on the other hand, was quietly excited to soon face his opponent. In the dining hall, all the players were present, but Jack didn't come. He only met them through the screen, smiling, Ladies and gentlemen, the day of the matches has finally arrived. Also, we will inform you of some simple rules here. Those eager to enter the matches will understand easily. Each match has its own entry fee and betting amount. He replayed the previous sudden battle video and calmly said, "This is the opening game. Since non-players participated, there is no entry fee, but the betting amount is never small." Seth listened while looking at John across from him. John caught his gaze as if provoking him. Jack continued, "The total betting amount is $27,744,000. $10% of the total goes to the winner." Everyone in the room fell silent. In contrast, Seth was furious, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. "That damn bastard." He said this and jumped up, looking at Anna. "Mom, let me teach him a lesson." But before he could act, Anna grabbed his hand to stop him. She said, "Don't react emotionally. Otherwise, they'll be dragged along just as they want." Hearing this, Seth sat back down in silence, though his expression remained unhappy. On the screen, Jack kept talking. This was essentially the first match after the opening. The match he mentioned was between John and Alex. This battle earned $80,259,000. The battle video quickly played. Everyone around immediately frowned at John as he had been too brutal. Jack ignored their reactions and continued, "As I said, this match has no special rule. This is a competition to find the strongest person in the world." As soon as he said this, the players' expressions became excited. After all, among those selected here, who was truly the strongest? But at this time, no one noticed that one player was still missing in the dining hall. Zinto was meditating on a mountain. Meanwhile, after hearing Jack's announcement, Brock looked serious. Anna was no exception. She really didn't want to participate in this battle. Only Seth was different, frowning thoughtfully for a moment. Then he suddenly smiled with excitement. At this moment, Lucas watched the video on the screen, unable to hold back a laugh. "Looks like a clown." Jun nearby snorted coldly. "Do you want to become like that?" He frowned at him but said nothing. At that moment, Diane suddenly approached, cutting in. "Come on, anyone wants to make me their opponent." Dung was slightly startled, turned to look at him and smirked. "Old people aren't my type." Diane wasn't angry, just smiled lightly. "I am very pleased with that remark." Lucas frowned, unsure of Diane's intentions. Diane and John stared at each other, neither acting. After a moment, John grabbed the knife on the table. In a flash, he aggressively thrust it toward Diane. Seeing this, Diane's expression flinched slightly, but quickly turned into a smile. Immediately after, he swung his hand. The knife in John's hand flew into the air, leaving John slightly shocked. He stared at the spinning knife in the air. At this moment, Diane seized the opportunity to quickly grab the knife. He didn't hesitate and thrust it straight toward John. Diane's move was so fast that Dung couldn't react in time. By the time he reacted, the knife was only inches from his eyes. Diane raised an eyebrow provocatively. "See that? At this point, do you still have the right to witness my real skills when we meet again, John?" Yet at that moment, John suddenly smiled. He smirked. "Indeed, it's very interesting here, getting hit by a girl and a kid." This time he was struck by an old master, which made him somewhat furious. After speaking, a sudden murderous gleam appeared in his eye. He crushed the cigarette in his hand, gritting his teeth as he said, "Kill all of them." But just then, Sung-ho rushed forward to stop him. "Don't do that." He gritted his teeth and said, "The opponent is the one sitting over there." As soon as he finished, he pointed to the person sitting opposite. You frowned at him, showing no fear. Dean also spoke up firmly. "Who my opponent is, I will be the one to decide. Anyway, no matter who you fight, it doesn't break the rules here, right?" Sung-ho bit his lip aggressively. He really couldn't resist. Dean smiled slightly. Excitedly, he said, "Making the story more interesting isn't a good thing." Then he swept his eyes across everyone, full of provocation. "Do you think so? The one who killed Mater Wang." Reen squinted at him, his expression serious. Seeing that everyone ignored him, John immediately stepped closer, gritting his teeth. "Are you underestimating me?" He clenched his fists aggressively and shouted in anger, "Kill him." As he spoke, he pulled the tablecloth, sending the food crashing to the ground. Immediately after, he rushed at Jen. The two moved so fast that the human eye couldn't follow. Moments later, Dean jumped onto the table again, dodging one of John's attacks. Reen looked at him, tone full of provocation. "Don't be like that. Show him more of John's skills." Hearing Jane's teasing tone, John immediately flew into rage, gritting his teeth as he charged. Meanwhile, Igoro observed the two from the side, but his expression was a little displeased. The fight went on until the table split in two. Yet they didn't stop, glaring fiercely at each other. Soon after, they charged at each other again. At that moment, a fist swung in front. Suddenly, an abnormal event occurred. Reen's eyes widened in shock. A tall figure suddenly rose into the air. It turned out Igoro had appeared without anyone noticing to stop the fight. Seeing this, the atmosphere quieted immediately. Reen was also a little surprised. He hadn't expected anyone with such strength. John was held tightly by Igoro, slightly angry, eyes glaring at him. Then Igoro spoke frankly, "Don't waste the food." He smiled innocently. "If you fight, you must finish the food." Meanwhile, at the curly-haired guy's workshop, Jin's group had also arrived. Victor asked doubtfully, "Will this really help Seth and Brock?" Jin shook his head slightly, saying reluctantly, "It has to be done, there's no other choice." The red-haired guy spoke to reassure, Don't worry, there are over 10 million people waiting for our video updates. At this rate, Jack will eventually contact us. Victor nodded slightly, then looked at Rodney, asking doubtfully, but he really won't be in danger, right? Or should we go a bit easy? Hearing this, Rodney pursed his lips, annoyed. The curly-haired guy was ready and immediately enthusiastic. World Street Performer Champion video, perform properly. First boxing, then bare-handed combat, finally Rodney's stage 3. Uploading them one by one would be perfect because this time Rodney is the main character. Hearing this, Rodney jumped with joy. I'm the main character. The curly-haired guy nodded quickly, of course. A normal person fighting a world champion. We'll show the video of the seemingly weak man turning the table. Anyway, it will definitely be amazing, just trust me and start filming. Rodney became more excited, throwing his head back and shouting, all right, come here. The curly-haired guy chuckled and happily said, then ready in action. Moments later, the situation became awkward. Victor frowned and asked, hey, are you okay? Rodney had been hit by Victor until his nose was bleeding. Dai frowned hesitantly. Is it really okay to film like this? The curly-haired guy was also a bit embarrassed. Wasn't he very strong last time, so why now? Jin turned to him and explained, he has never trained in boxing. Isn't Victor a world champion? The curly-haired guy frowned and said, still, isn't it one-sided? Jin thought for a moment, then said, wouldn't it be different if he removes the gloves? If he gives his all, even the senior won't make it easy. The curly-haired guy was a bit surprised. Giving his all, what does that mean? At this moment, Jean suddenly called Rodney. Hey, Dean smiled, can you help the senior test that? If you can't beat Senior Victor, you can't get to him. As soon as these words were spoken, Rodney's attitude immediately changed. Even Victor on the opposite side was very surprised. Rodney squinted with determination, looking at Victor, his eyes full of resolve. He would go to the chairman. Elsewhere at the hotel where Jean's group was staying, Sophie sat outside on a chair with a suitcase beside her. But her expression was not very good at the moment. Her father approached and asked, is your luggage ready? Sophie turned to look at him. She hesitated, wanting to say something. He knew what she wanted to say and said frankly, anyway, the match is over, you and I should return to Korea, right? Sophie immediately turned away, expressionless. Seeing this, he put his hand on her shoulder and asked reluctantly, it's not because of that examiner, is it? Hearing that, Sophie's expression changed instantly. After a moment, she gritted her teeth and said, I heard Seth has started another dangerous fight. Sophie's mother, of course, already knew about it. He patted her shoulder to comfort her. Right now, you're only on temporary release. The Korean prosecutor's office doesn't know about this yet, but it's only a matter of time. If you go back to Korea, you'll be punished even more severely. In an instant, Sophie's face tightened with tension. Her father let out a helpless sigh. If there's no record in the Immigration Bureau, then it's very likely an illegal entry or a forged identity. The more Sophie listened, the more terrified she became. She looked at him pleadingly, as if begging him to help. But he shook his head. There's nothing else I can do. This really can't be handled the normal way. Sophie frowned in thought. In the end, she hesitated before saying, I'll stay here. Jin T is currently being hunted down. If I go with Jin T, before she could finish, her father cut her off. That's far too dangerous. Sophie refused. She still wanted to stay here. He glared at her. He lowered his voice. Listen to me, Sophie. Even people with power inside the government can't interfere. This isn't something a single person can carry on their shoulders. Sophie frowned at him. She said urgently, then what about Seth? No matter who it is, everyone needs someone by their side. He frowned at her and said through clenched teeth, you have to be over there, I honestly don't know. Maybe you've already been living in a different world from that girl. With that, he turned and walked inside. Before he left, he added in a low voice, this time I can't do as you ask. Sophie stared at his retreating back, left speechless. Just then, her phone suddenly lit up. It was a message from Victor with a note and a video clip. The moment she read his note, her eyes widened in shock. Then she tapped the video he sent. Immediately, footage of Victor fighting Rodney began to play. The fight in the video was brutally intense, and there was blood. It went on for hours until both of them were completely exhausted. Their momentum looked like it was going to crush the other. Seeing it, Sophie's face darkened. She bit her lip hard as if torn over something. Then she spun around and ran, leaving the place at once. On an isolated island in the middle of the sea, Sinto was kneeling on the shore, meditating in silence. Just then, Jin approached from behind and asked suspiciously, bored aren't you? He asked. Sinto, do you also practice kendo? Hearing that, Sinto frowned and turned to look at Jin. Jin faced him calmly, let out a soft chuckle and said casually, no matter how much I search, I still can't find a suitable opponent. He asked Sinto, you can't fight barehanded, can you? Sinto knit his brows and demanded through clenched teeth, is it really only you here right now? Jin looked at Sinto a little surprised. After hesitating for a long time, he finally said, meet me at noon, Sinto. There's a great spot on the hotel rooftop. As soon as he finished, he turned and left, but after only a few steps, he suddenly stopped, frowned back over his shoulder and asked suspiciously, that's a sword, right? Sinto gave a slight nod. Of course. At the same time, inside the dining hall after the battle earlier, only 3 people were left gathered together. Someone said nervously, no matter how you look at it, It feels like we came to the wrong place. Alex hasn't even put in any effort yet. Exactly, this is scaring them half to death. The man in the suit said, trembling, what do we do? Do we give up? Hearing that, Helena frowned and shot back. Are you crazy? Win or lose, the base fight payout is $300,000. I heard that if you win, you can make millions. Hearing that, one of them said hesitantly, didn't you see how Alex moves? Let's stop fighting and run. Just then, another man asked suspiciously, didn't Jack do it already? No matter which side you're on, isn't this what fighting is? Hearing that, the other two immediately exchanged looks. That man continued, pick someone who looks weak and the three of us attack together. That actually made sense. Someone frowned and asked, is there anyone like that? The one who suggested it nodded. Of course, there are a couple nobodies we can start with. The two he meant were Sancho and Lucas. Helena frowned slightly and said hesitantly, but that Lucas guy gives off a dangerous vibe. Then avoid him, that leaves only Sancho. And just like that, they decided to target Sancho. Elsewhere in a conference office, an investor looked at Lucas and asked, so, have you picked someone yet? Lucas nodded slightly. I picked from the very beginning, boss. The man asked doubtfully, who is it? If he loses, it'll be awkward. Because he had already placed his bet, Lucas hesitated briefly, then said in a low voice, I'm thinking of Mr. Brock. Hearing that, his boss looked a little surprised. If you choose him, are you confident enough? Lucas let out a cold laugh. Either way, please bet on me, boss. Elsewhere, in Anna's lounge, she had called everyone together. Seth asked suspiciously, Mom, why did you gather us all here? Anna's expression was grave. In a low voice, she said, let's go into the lab and check the situation over the next 1 or 2 days. Don't let the atmosphere affect you. Hearing that, Brock frowned as if he wanted to say something but then held back. Seth, unwilling to accept it, clenched his teeth and asked, you mean we're hiding here? Anna didn't quite know what to say. She just watched his reaction and gave a faint, bitter smile. He turned his head to leave, saying coldly, I'll finish quickly and get out of here. Anna watched his back and ground her teeth, asking, are you really going to be so reckless? Hearing this, Zach stopped, hesitated for a moment, then spoke. I'm not being reckless, you trust me, don't you? As soon as he finished, he left and Erica hurried to follow. Anna frowned, unsure how to react. At this moment, Zed had walked a few steps before stopping and smiling, asking, are you planning to hide here? Grop knew he was referring to him. Hesitating for a moment, he decided to step out of the room with the two, though they went off in different directions. Even so, both appeared excited, ready for a fight. A short while later at the Investment Association office, Jack had summoned a group of people. Tukas asked suspiciously, why have we been called here? Ryan smiled excitedly. Some exciting matches are about to begin. He projected a video from the rooftop and cheerfully said, please take a look at this. On the rooftop, Zing and Sinto were preparing for a fight. The two Asu watched and cheered, isn't this going to be interesting? Jayak nodded slightly in agreement. Yes. From now on, the betting amounts will accumulate significantly. We are here to assist you with betting, which is why we invited you again. As soon as he finished speaking, a percentage appeared on the screen. The two sides were evenly matched, making it impossible to determine a winner. Tukas frowned, asking, what is that? Jayak smiled smugly, our proud artificial intelligence system. The probability of Novia winning. As soon as he said this, the investors frowned. What? Novia. Eden explained slowly. It is the name that the chairman and I have been developing over a long period. It can predict the outcome of professional sports with 90% accuracy. Upon hearing this, Kanobos slammed the table in anger. He angrily questioned, you made it. So now they are running the black market without anyone knowing. Jack remained calm upon hearing this. He said, anyway, the profits from the black market are shared with you all. Eden added, in reality, Novia's capabilities are more specialized in one-on-one matches. Using accurate data, it can predict with up to 95% accuracy. Kanobos frowned slightly, looking at him with suspicion. Ryan asked doubtfully, even so, is that possible? Eden calmly replied, Novia can evaluate strength, morale, reaction speed, and technique. It runs hundreds of thousands of simulations against virtual opponents. It has analyzed many aspects and turned them into predictions over the past year. Accuracy exceeds 95% in professional boxing matches. Kanobos grew even angrier. These useless guys, why didn't you say this earlier? Tukas complained, I'm not here to make a few dollars. That's impressive technology, but it also makes watching the matches less exciting. Seeing the tension, Ryan quickly tried to mediate. Wouldn't it still be exciting? So who would you bet on between the two? According to Novia's analysis, Sinto has a 41% chance of winning and Din has 46%. Kanobos squinted at the screen, deep in thought. Tukas also hesitated. Wouldn't you bet on the one with the higher predicted chance? Heyasu shook his head slightly. If the difference is only 5%, the AI could be wrong. Ryan nodded, I think so too. Maybe the data is insufficient. Jayak waited until everyone finished discussing before laughing loudly. Exactly, Novia's ability to receive information about fighters may be limited, but analyzing Brock and John's battle. Jack said Novia has extensive data on the matches. Brock has fought here 3 times. Here are Novia's analysis results. Seeing this, Tukas frowned. That person is strong but cannot match the champion. Heihasu nodded. Indeed, our bodyguard is not weak. Kanobos thought for a long time, then said, quite worrying, have Lucas and Brock ever fought together? Maybe that person will cling to the champion. Jayak explained, since there is no data on Lucas, Novia cannot analyze him. Compared to those things, the real reason for inviting everyone here is to see this. As he spoke, another analysis appeared on the screen. This time, it was not just the 2 of them but a full leaderboard with honor at the top. Seeing this, everyone was shocked, and Jayak observed their reaction. The screen displayed a detailed ranking, showing each statistic clearly. Everyone could not help but feel astonished and fearful. Jayak watched their reactions, smiling as he sensed the fear and surprise on their faces. The 2 nodded. This was Novia's prediction of the final victory odds. After hesitating for a while, Tukas finally spoke. Who exactly is that girl? What about our Sancho? Heihasu is also unconvinced. Are you asking about the participants who have already joined? Jayak slightly nodded, then slowly explained. Novia can independently find and analyze information about everyone on this island. That is the result of gathering all related videos floating on the internet. And as he said about Anna, she is a figure who, even if she were last season's champion, it would not matter. Anyone who has watched videos of previous competitions knows this. She is truly formidable. After saying this, Heihasu hesitated and asked, anyway, I heard she won't participate in the match, right? Cannerboss chuckled softly, mocking. So then the old Chinese man will be the winner. That weak guy, when I saw him fight the colonel, he only knew how to dodge. At this point, Ryan also joined the discussion. By the way, the huge man I've never heard of has such a high rank. Jayak smiled smugly as everyone kept asking questions. I was also quite surprised, so I asked for the reason, and Novia showed me this video. Immediately a video played. A gigantic bear was chasing civilians. The bear was extremely ferocious, clearly intent on killing. In a life-or-death moment, a muscular figure stepped forward. Igoru faced the massive bear without showing any weakness. Man and beast stared at each other. The bear roared aggressively at the person before it, but Igoru remained calm. However, his next action shocked everyone in the room. He pressed the bear's head with his bare hand. The massive beast was subdued, unable to resist. At this moment, Jayap spoke up to explain. Novia can independently find this data and calculate its value. It is her data, so everyone can fully trust it. Ryan hesitated slightly and asked, so do you have data on the old Chinese man? Jayak nodded without hesitation. Of course. Then, he showed Chiu a separate video of a fight with Mat Takwang. These 2 elderly Chinese men both practiced inner power. Their attack speed was extremely fast and ruthless. Yet Mat Takwang was still defeated by Dian. Dian raised an eyebrow at him, her face full of disdain. Master Wang spat a mouthful of blood. Though unwilling, he could do nothing. The video ended just as the 2 stared at each other, as it was secretly recorded. Novia showed Jack this as a reference. Ryan's opponent was also among the strongest in the match. The information Jack provided was truly beyond the imagination of those present. Yet Jack found it very interesting. Elsewhere on the rooftop, Jin suddenly appeared, intervening in the battle between Shinto and Jin. He spoke coldly, "You 2 cannot fight." As soon as he said this, the 2 immediately frowned, suspiciously looking at him. Dian chuckled softly, speaking with poise, "Because if either of you is injured, this old man will feel pain." What a pity! Upon hearing this, the 2 present frowned. What on earth was this old man doing? Jin glared at him and asked irritably, "Are you crazy?" Dian clicked his tongue in disdain. "Are you brain dead?" Both looked at him simultaneously, waiting for him to continue speaking. Dian chuckled softly again. "Normally I pay great attention to Western swordsmanship, so I also want to test myself once." Dai frowned, asking suspiciously, "Are you serious?" Dian nodded firmly. He had fought thousands of battles in his life, but he had never been unserious in any match. Hearing this, Shinto calmly said, "Then I will yield to you." Jin was somewhat dissatisfied, grumbling, "Seriously, now you want me to fight an old man empty-handed?" Yet Shinto also did not reply, instead turning to find an observation spot. Before leaving, he reminded, "You should be careful." Dai looked at him puzzled and asked, "Why should I be careful?" Yet no one explained, and at this moment Ryan excitedly suggested, "Then shall we enter the match immediately?" Jin looked at him, somewhat surprised. After a long pause, he sighed, "Sorry, but I'm not the type for swordsmanship competition. Thrusting and slashing with a sword is my skill." Hearing this, Dian only let out a cold laugh, saying nothing. But at that moment, a freezing sword appeared before him. Dai frowned at him, asking, "Do you really want to fight me?" He had absolutely no interest in this. Dian sneered with disdain, "Then that won't do. In that case, I must make you more excited." In an instant, his aura immediately changed. Dai felt an overwhelming pressure, his expression turning to horror. He cautiously glanced and bit his lip aggressively. Seeing this, Ryan smiled with satisfaction. "You felt it now, huh?" Indeed, he chose correctly. Biting his lip aggressively, Dai felt panic rising. "What the hell is this?" Dian ignored his reaction, speaking calmly, "Use your full strength." I'll fight you seriously too. Jin couldn't believe it. Was the man actually afraid? What a joke. The next second he gripped his sword and charged straight ahead. His expression turned vicious. The tip of his blade shot forward, startling the old man, who hurriedly leaned back to dodge. Jin was a little surprised he managed to avoid it, and the old man was just as shocked. The blade had actually come close enough to touch him. Before the old man could react, Jin slashed again. But just before the strike landed, Jin's face darkened, because his hand was stopped by something, a bamboo staff in Jane's hand. Only then did the old man pull it out from his sleeve. In a low voice he said, "As expected, fighting you bare-handed is a bit too much for me." He even felt Jin resembled Mak to Kwang when he was young. Mr. Huang Fan looked at him and suggested, "Come on, let's start over, young genius." At the same time in the surveillance room, Jack and Ryan were watching the match. Ryan couldn't help shouting, "Amazing." Jack nodded slightly and smiled. "This is the kind of fight you wanted to see, isn't it?" Ryan really was thrilled. He kept commenting, "That old man still looks way too relaxed." But Jack clicked his tongue. "But it's a shame, too." Ryan looked at him suspiciously. "What do you mean?" Jack explained slowly. Neither of them was fighting for their lives. "That old man is just fighting for fun." Ryan frowned at him and gave a cold laugh. "You've got quite the ambitions." Jack gritted his teeth. "I didn't set up this tournament just to make a little pocket change." Ryan nodded slightly. "I know better than anyone what your final plan is." "Of course I know." He wanted to fight the strongest opponent in the end. Hearing that, Jack fell silent, deep in thought. Ryan asked again, "So what win probability did Novia predict for you?" Jack didn't answer. He simply tapped the screen with the controller, and a number immediately appeared in front of Ryan. His eyes widened in shock, because Jack's predicted win rate was even higher than Anna's and James' S. Ryan clicked his tongue and sighed. "Your strength is no joke," Jack said slowly. "Data is just data. It means nothing if you're not willing to fight to the death." Ryan frowned in surprise. "What are you trying to say?" Novia predicted. Before he could finish, Jack cut in coldly. "That number only matters for fighters on an arena stage. If it's real combat, I can't beat those two." Ryan looked even more confused. Only then did Jack explain. They were both people who had fought with their lives on the line. "But I've never had that experience. I'm just an athlete." Ryan frowned at him. "So that's it, that's why." Jack's goal was to build experience here. He also wanted to find out what his true strength was by fighting them. Elsewhere, Seth and Brock left the room and split up. Seth suddenly thought of something, and a flash of excitement appeared on his face. He stopped and turned back, suggesting, "Finding opponents is kind of a hassle. How about we fight a round first?" Brock hesitated before answering, "If that's what you want." Seth threw his head back and laughed, unable to help remarking, "You've really grown up fast." Brock frowned at him, his expression unpleasant. In the end, he clenched his teeth and said, "My target was you from the very beginning." Seth let out a cold chuckle and said flatly, "Then you should have come to me. Why bother with all this pointless stuff?" Brock narrowed his eyes at him. He said calmly, "To you, it's pointless. To me, it's different. Even now." Seth squinted at him at a loss for words, then suddenly spoke. "One person goes down and it's 300 grand, right? They're really generous, and you can fight as much as you want, too. This place is basically paradise." The moment he said it, Erica and Brock beside him both looked baffled, speechless. Only then, Seth curled his lips into a mocking smile. He jerked his chin behind Brock as if to say, "Looks like your opponent's here." The one who arrived was Lucas, and Brock was his target. He walked over from a distance, his face full of fighting spirit. Brock saw him too, but remained calm. Seth didn't care, turning to leave. "I've got someone to deal with as well," outside the building. The moment Seth stepped out, he saw someone standing there. A malicious grin spread across his face, because it was exactly the person he'd been looking for. John frowned at Igoru and asked suspiciously, "Are you Russian?" Igoru shook his head slightly. "I've never belonged to that demon-manipulating country." John didn't press further and pulled a knife from his clothes. He snarled, "Now I'll show you what it costs to grab me by the throat." He even told Igoru to get ready to be sawn into pieces. Igoru frowned at him and didn't say a word. But right then, Seth stepped up behind John. Without hesitation, he struck. He grabbed John by the collar and pinned him, then balled his other hand into a fist and slammed it into John's face. The punch snapped John's head sharply to the side. Seth lifted his gaze and said coldly, "Found you, you bastard." John was suddenly struck, feeling a bit angry. He bit his lip, wondering, who is this kid? Seth snorted and said, "You've left quite an impression." But no sooner had he finished speaking than a knife slashed toward him. He quickly stepped back, successfully dodging it. He stood firm, unharmed. John, enraged, gripped his knife tightly. He glared at him and asked, "Do you want to get cut?" Seth put his hand in his pocket and sneered. "Even cowards know how to act rebellious." His words provoked John, who shouted aggressively, "You bastard, die." But Seth was not afraid at all, replying, "Go ahead if you want to provoke me." Immediately, the two rushed toward each other. In just one moment of collision, something strange happened. Both widened their eyes in horror, speechless. Igoru had stepped in between, looking at Seth as a warning. "I came first, you must follow the order," Igoru said. Seth looked at him, confused. "What does this mean?" Igoru said slowly. "I need a lot of money, so wait." John was slightly surprised, feeling like these two were treating him like a commodity. Igoru ignored John's feelings and continued speaking to Seth. Then fight me. Being ignored, John clenched his teeth in anger. This bastard, he swung his knife aggressively, eyes full of malice. At that moment the knife came down. Igoru began to act. Seth was not idle either, leaping over Igoru's body and delivering a kick. The one who was kicked fell flat. Igoru squinted at Seth in astonishment. Seth turned his head toward him with no other intention. John suddenly laughed loudly, stood up and looked back at the two behind him. Seth looked at him suspiciously. What are you laughing at? You're not in your right mind. Elsewhere, Rob and Lucas had reached the rooftop. Lucas asked, since it's quiet up here, I chose to come up, is that okay? Brock shook his head slightly and said, the location doesn't matter. Lucas laughed, right. Normally, he was a fan of the champion and had watched all previous matches. But the more he looked, the more curious he became. If fighting Brock, who would win? Brock looked at him, gritting his teeth. Did you always talk this much? Lucas laughed and shook his head. Our relationship isn't good, we can't talk casually. A moment later, the two reached the rooftop. Upon opening the door, Lucas was astonished. The people here had already been occupied by the previous three and hadn't left. Lucas frowned, muttering, the earlier guests are already here. At the same time, Dian and Din's battle had been going on for a while. Din was driven back, his body covered in bleeding wounds. Frowning, he confidently thought, just a bit more and victory will be mine. Jin looked at him, Lin sensed it and smiled, jumping in and leaving as you please. Dian shrugged indifferently, smiling, the difference isn't in strength but experience. He looked at Rin, asking, you won't regret it, right? Xing was panicked, holding his sword, could he lose? Thinking this, he rushed forward. Jen remained calm. The sword stopped a few millimeters from his face because Rin's bamboo staff had pierced his neck skin. He said, this is the difference between me and you. He avoided the main artery so there was no worry. Din's sword fell, he quickly retrieved his staff. Jin felt grateful, thanks for not killing me. Dian turned to Sinto behind him. So now it's your turn, are you ready? Zinto calmly replied, rest a bit then fight. Fighting immediately isn't fair. Dian shrugged, it didn't matter. But a short rest is also good. He glanced at Brock and Lucas waiting outside. Seeing this, Lucas said, isn't it our turn? Brock nodded, I'm always ready. He stepped forward and suggested starting. Lucas followed behind, saying, I'll warn you, what's coming will terrify you. He didn't fight barehanded, having just said it. He drew 2 sickles from his back. Lucas laughed, blame the rules here if you want. Watching this, Reen smiled with delight. At the foot of the building, John was covered in blood. Yet he still maintained a manic smile. This smile irritated Seth. He kept charging to attack. At the same time, in Jean's room, everyone was also observing the battle. The curly-haired guy kept cheering. The battle was huge, the first time he had seen such a fight. Rodney stared at the screen. After a moment, he smiled proudly and said, of course, he's our chairman. At this moment, Jin suddenly spoke in a deep voice, the skills of both sides clearly showing on the schedule. He felt that guy's eyes were very dangerous. Rodney looked at Jean, slightly confused. What does this mean? Over here, Seth kept punching John in the face, yet he still wore a smile and seemed to enjoy it. Victor coldly stared at him and said, you're not interesting at all. After that, he rushed forward to attack him again. 30 seconds before the fight between Brock and Lucas, the fight notification appeared and Jin was horrified at first sight, speechless. The curly-haired guy also trembled, mumbling something. Rodney remained silent. Victor, on the other hand, was very worried. Does Brock really have to do this? Rodney didn't want to watch this match. He hurriedly hugged the TV and complained, oh my god, chairman, where are you going? He angrily looked at the curly-haired guy and ordered, quickly switch back to the chairman. Seeing this, Jean hurriedly reassured Rodney. Wait a moment. He spoke in a calm voice, this is the first time such a situation has happened. Just watch me. Rodney obeyed and stopped panicking. The countdown began. The rooftop battle between Brock and Lucas was ready to start. The two stared at each other, battle intent written on their faces. Jin's group was also anticipating the fight, though Jin was a bit worried. He was unarmed while the opponent had a weapon. Is this okay? On the rooftop, the two still stood facing each other, neither acting, while those waiting on the side grew impatient. Brock frowned at Lucas and asked skeptically, are you planning to stand there all day? Lucas smirked provocatively, if you're bored, come here. Brock coldly glared at him in rebuttal. Then is this the right time to jump around confidently? Aren't you afraid of weapons? Realizing Brock's intention, Lucas sneered. Psychological attacks like this only work on amateurs. As soon as he finished, Brock assumed an attack stance. Lucas narrowed his eyes but did nothing. Brock recalled the provocation, you're as ugly as you look. Lucas, now full of anger, bit his lip aggressively. His eyes filled with killing intent as he stared at Brock. Brock charged, fists ready, eyes burning with battle intent. Lucas was not afraid. He calmly stood there, waiting for the right moment to strike. But suddenly, a figure moved like lightning, silently attacking Brock. The newcomer fiercely kicked Brock in the face. Brock tried to block but was pushed back. He looked at the person in front of him. Speechless, it was Anna. He didn't understand why she did that. Lucas was also shocked. Who was this woman? Anna ignored him, coldly scolding Brock, you fool. Brock was confused. Why was she scolding him? She narrowed her eyes and taught, if you don't know your opponent's ability, you need patience. Brock bit his lip silent. Anna continued, if you keep attacking like that, you'll lose a leg sooner or later. Brock was immediately stunned. Lucas was also shocked. She had predicted this. Anna ignored their reactions and removed the item from her hand. Then without hesitation, she threw it toward Brock. Anna introduced it. It's called a hand guard. It will help him block 1 or 2 blade strikes. Brock hesitated, wanting to say something, but Anna knew what he was thinking. Anna cut him off. For now you are still a martial arts disciple. Punishment can wait. Brock obediently lowered his head, unsure what to say. Then she turned to Lucas and asked, you also have a weapon, is that okay? Lucas looked at the sickle in his hand, then nodded. Anna paid no further attention and stepped aside. Lucas smiled at Brock, saying, ready to finish yet? Brock, now wearing the hand guard, assumed an attack stance. Seeing this, Lucas straightforwardly said, then let's begin again. Anna approached Jen. He stroked his beard, smiling, and asked, what is Master Wang's ending? Descendant of Joseon martial arts. As soon as he said this, Anna's expression turned ugly. Seeing her reaction, Dean smiled lightly, reassuring him. Don't worry, if there's a chance, I just want to know martial arts ability. Anna then responded in a calm voice, if there's a chance, that's what must be done. Elsewhere in Seth's fight, John dropped his knife. Seth looked at him and asked, do you want to continue? Hearing this, John bit his lip fiercely. Immediately after, a dagger appeared in his hand. In an instant, he flipped and stabbed toward Seth. Seth quickly released his hold, then stepped back. John sneered coldly, saying, did you dodge that? At this moment, Seth was furious, his face extremely grim. He gritted his teeth and said, you're finished anyway. Just then, Igoru suddenly approached. Without a word, he grabbed John by the neck. No matter how much John cursed, Igoru tightened his grip. Only when John's face turned bright red from suffocation did he collapse weakly. This scene made Seth angry, and he ground his teeth, shouting, you bastard. Igoru looked slightly awkward and spoke, as if sensing someone was about to deal with him. Elsewhere in a corner of the forest, the trio had Sancho surrounded. This scene was broadcast to viewers. Tukas, watching in his room, became excited. He opened his iPad and saw the betting odds favoring Helena's trio. He pursed his lips and smiled. It wouldn't be fun if the bets favored only one side. Then he kept placing bets on Sancho. The bets on Sancho kept increasing, and soon caught up with the trio. Seeing this, Tukas nodded in satisfaction. That's how it should be, much more interesting. Mr. Nhat smiled faintly. Isn't that right, Sancho? Over by the forest, Sancho stood surrounded by 3 men without the slightest fear. He frowned, provoking me first thing in the morning and then sneaking after me. I thought I'd be bored to death playing this game. The moment he said that, Helena's group turned pale. Helena frowned and asked, so you knew but you still didn't run? Before he could answer, another man cursed at him viciously. You arrogant bastard, do you even know who we are? Sancho couldn't care less and replied calmly, a deserted place like this makes it easier to lure you here. That's why I chose it. Satisfied. The man frowned angrily. Do you not see there are 3 of us? At that moment, Helena and the other man's expressions grew ugly. Sancho swept his gaze over them and curled his lips in disdain. Only worthless people ever band together like that. The moment those words landed, the 3 of them flew into a rage. They couldn't hold back anymore and charged at him together, trying to keep Sancho here. But Sancho stood there calmly, that contemptuous smile still on his lips. Then he struck at Helena, moving incredibly fast. Helena didn't even have time to react before his fist was in her face. In the blink of an eye, she was punched to the ground, blood pouring from her nose and mouth. Seeing that, Sancho smiled in satisfaction. At this moment, the other 2 rushed in as well. This time, Sancho didn't use his fist. Instead, he pulled out a leather whip. He lashed it at the man nearest to him. The strap instantly coiled around the man's neck. Sancho yanked hard, cutting off his breath. And that wasn't all. Sancho dragged him closer and slammed a knee up. The man's nose burst, blood splattering across his face. But Sancho didn't loosen the whip. He tightened it even more. He hauled the man forward, smashing his face straight into the ground. Seeing this, the last man was terrified. His partners had been taken down by Sancho in an instant. Sancho turned his eyes to him now because he was the last one left. The man whirled around and ran, not wanting to end up like the other 2. But how could Sancho give him that chance? The whip snapped out in an instant. It wrapped tightly around the man's leg, stopping him from fleeing, and he crashed to the ground. Trembling in fear, he looked back at Sancho walking toward him. He shouted hurriedly, I surrender, I really don't want to die. Sancho snorted coldly in disdain. Who said you were allowed to? Right after that, a miserable scream rang through the forest, sending nearby birds scattering in panic. At this moment, Sancho's face was smeared with fresh blood, terrifying to behold. The entire scene was being live-streamed. Victor's expression darkened as he watched. He bit his lip hard. Why are these lunatics broadcasting this? This isn't even a brawl. Just then, Victor's coach walked over. Seeing him like this, the coach frowned and asked, What are you watching that you're sweating like that? Victor hurriedly hid it. He shook his head. Nothing. The coach didn't press further and said in a low voice, either way, once you're back in Korea, the association will impose disciplinary action. On you, what on earth did you people film? Victor didn't answer and replied indifferently, didn't we already apologize? Isn't that enough? While the two were talking, a car suddenly drove up to the forest ahead of them. It was Sophie's father. The moment he got out, he called for Victor. His expression was grim as he frowned and asked, You haven't seen Sophie, have you? Victor was a little surprised and blurted out, didn't she already go back to Korea? He quickly shook his head and said anxiously, Sophie has disappeared. Do you know where she went? As soon as those words fell, Victor's expression turned ugly. He frowned in thought, saying nothing. A moment later, he looked at his coach and said, It looks like you'll have to head back first, sir. Then he looked at Sophie's father and said, Where she went, I think I know. Elsewhere, Jean, Rodney, and the curly-haired man were watching Seth's match. Rodney kept shouting encouragement for him. What the hell, that bunch? Chairman, I'm cheering. Jin watched the match while turning to ask the curly-haired man, Is Brock's side still live? The man nodded hurriedly. The TV screen quickly cut to Brock and Lucas's match. With the protective gear Anna had given him, it was much easier for Brock to block Lucas's attacks. Seeing this, Rodney praised him too. Brock really is impressive, but he still can't compare to our chairman. Jin frowned as he studied the match on the screen. He had wanted to say something, but two figures on the screen interrupted his thoughts. He had spotted Anna and Jane. He frowned at Jane, who was standing there quietly, and his expression grew a little ugly. He suddenly asked, When can we get up there? The curly-haired man shook his head slightly. Jack will call me first. Wait a bit if the view count goes up some more. Before he could finish, Jin cut in coldly, No, I'm going up there right now. The curly-haired man hurried to stop him. You really can't. The rumors say it's an island somewhere in the Gulf of Mexico. What are we supposed to do then? Jin was extremely urgent, shouting fiercely, Quick, find a way out. At that moment, a sudden knock at the door outside startled everyone. Jean hurried over to open it and see who it was. Just a month. His face immediately darkened. It was Sophie. She rushed in, panting heavily. She stopped, looked at Jean, and quickly said, Take me to Sadie's place. Upon hearing this, Jin's eyes widened in shock. He led her into the room and handed her a can of water. He asked anxiously, Are you okay, Sophie? Everyone lowered their heads. I'm sorry, I feel very tense and worried. I frowned at these words. Lung said, If you go there, it will only complicate things. Don't overthink it, just go back to Korea. But Sophie was stubborn. I don't want to. Jean narrowed his eyes at her, almost calling, Senior. Sophie still nodded and said, Brock and Seth are fighting like this. How can I just go back? Dai immediately countered. What difference would it make if you go? What could you do? Sophie fell silent. Indeed, she could do nothing to help in their battle. Jin looked at her helplessly and advised, I've already told you going won't help. Sophie frowned, pondered for a moment, then spoke. Let me try to convince both Seth and Brock if they truly trust me. But before she finished, she saw the scene on the screen. Immediately, her face grew uneasy as she watched the fight between the boss and Brock. She closed her eyes and turned away. Unable to watch any longer, silence fell. Jin knew she had seen everything. Perhaps she realized she couldn't help. The fight between Brock and Lucas continued. Lucas swung the crescent blade relentlessly, but Brock held his ground. With gloves on, he could defend and attack simultaneously. Soon, both were injured. Lucas was repeatedly punched in the face by Brock, while Brock was cut multiple times by Lucas. The wounds continued to bleed. They stepped back to gain momentum, then charged forward simultaneously. Everyone in Jin's room watched the fight. Sophie grew increasingly horrified by its brutality. At that moment, Rodney's phone rang suddenly, making Jean jump. Rodney was also surprised, unsure who could be calling at this hour. He quickly answered. On the other end was a deep, commanding voice. Rodney was stunned, exclaiming, You've arrived. Rodney's astonished voice startled Jean as well. Jean guessed who had called Rodney. Outside the building, Rodney led everyone down and saw a black car approaching. He ran up to greet. The boss has arrived, it's Peter. He had come all the way from Korea, instructing them to get in quickly. Then, seeing Sophie, he ordered, Student Sophie, get in too. Jean was slightly startled, glancing at her. Peter spoke slowly, We'll talk on the way. Soon, Peter's black car sped through the streets of America. On the ride, Peter spoke slowly, I couldn't reach your wife or Akira, so I came personally. He asked if they were fully aware of the current situation. The group nodded without hesitation. They already knew. Peter continued, The prosecution already knows Sehun has left the country. Immediately, the three widened their eyes in shock at Seth's situation. Peter went on, Sophie's father contacted me 2 days ago. Sophie frowned and asked, Is my father leaving? Peter nodded slightly. At the latest, he should return within 3 days. Seth is currently pardoned, but if it becomes an official case, he can be rearrested. Rodney held his head and yelled loudly. Jin, calmer, questioned, Since you came personally, have you found a solution? Peter nodded slightly and said slowly, It's best to tell your wife the truth, but right now it's not easy. Jin frowned fiercely. Exactly, that isolated island is the real problem. At this point, Peter continued, I've tried every way to contact Jack, but it's extremely difficult. The curly-haired man raised his eyebrows at Jean. See, I do have the ability. But before he finished, Peter revealed he knew where the fight was taking place. Hearing this, everyone in the car was shocked. Peter continued, I've prepared a plane to get there. Sophie frowned fiercely, unsure what to say. Rodney was delighted to finally meet the chairman. At this moment, Peter hesitated, although aware of the danger. I want Jin to come along. Jin was surprised but nodded. That's beyond what I expected. Not only that, Peter also called Rodney to accompany them. He immediately rejoiced. Of course, Sophie urgently said, let me come too. If I can persuade them, I could also. She didn't finish. Peter interrupted. Sophie, you have work to do for me. Sophie was slightly surprised. What could she possibly help with? Peter asked her to talk to her father a little more to buy a few extra days. That was all she could do for Seth. Upon hearing this, Sophie immediately refused. No, your father cannot help with illegal matters. Peter sighed helplessly. Sophie truly did not understand her parents' concern. She was a little confused, not knowing what he meant. Just then, the car finally stopped in front of a building. Two people were already waiting there. As soon as she opened the car door, Sophie was astonished, because standing in front of her were her father and Victor. Ignoring her reaction, Peter looked at Sophie's father and plainly said, I kept my promise. Sophie's father sighed reluctantly. The maximum time I can help is 1 week. That would be enough. Peter bowed and thanked him. Immediately after, Sophie was pulled out of the car by her father. Jean didn't pay attention to her screams. It was good that she was returning. However, at that moment, Victor suddenly climbed into the car, surprising Jean. Victor looked at him and smiled. I want to try as well. Dai furrowed his brow and hurriedly advised, Senior, that place is very dangerous. Victor slightly smiled and said plainly, Don't worry, I am not ordinary either. With that, the group in the car, along with Peter, headed to the island. At that moment, Rodney suddenly remembered something and complained. Then defeating Victor doesn't mean anything at all, does it? In an instant, the atmosphere became silent. Then the whole group turned to the curly-haired boy and eagerly criticized. It's all your fault. Elsewhere on the isolated island, Igoro and Seth were fighting, with Seth's neck being painfully gripped. Igoro glared at him aggressively, still holding tightly. At the same time, on the rooftop, Brock and Lucas's battle had concluded. Anna looked at the scene blankly. Brock was covered in wounds, big and small, the blood soaking through his clothes. Back to Seth's fight under the building, Erica witnessed Seth's neck being gripped by Igoro and trembled in fear. She urgently shouted, President, and ran over to help. At that moment, Igoro stared at him and said, Surrender now. He said, You are strong, but you still have many shortcomings compared to me. Hearing this, Seth bit his lip angrily and said, What nonsense are you talking about? In anger, he immediately raised his knee to strike Igoro's face. However, Igoro was unaffected, still gripping Seth's neck tightly. Seeing this, Seth was furious. This bastard is a monster. Even when struck, Igoro did not get angry. He coldly said, I need a lot of money for the kids. Ignoring him, Seth continued to strike with his knee, but Igoro held his legs tightly. He muttered, End it. Then, he slammed his body down hard, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Seth gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. Igoro looked at him for a moment, then he finally released his grip. At that moment, Erica rushed over, went to his side, and worriedly asked, Are you okay? She wanted to help him up, but he refused, telling her not to touch him. Then, he pushed himself up. He looked at Igoro and said, It's not over yet. Erica stared at him in astonishment. You should try to reason with him. Please, with your current condition. Before she could finish, he coldly interrupted, I don't have time. Igoro was a little embarrassed. He said in a deep voice, You could actually die, then wiped the blood from his face. Then he arrogantly said, Losing to someone like you would be ridiculous. Because of this, Igoro slowly advanced. Seth did not yield, smiling slightly. I will acknowledge your endurance. As soon as he said that, he charged forward. Seth was very aggressive now. He shouted angrily, Taste this. In an instant, he reached in front of Igoro. Igoro reached out to grab his neck, but this time Seth had already blocked. Instantly quickly dodging, Igoro's hand swiped through the air. He smiled proudly, trying to grab me again. Then he aggressively punched him in the face. Igoro was not seriously injured. Seth was undeterred and continued his attack. This time, Igoro tried to grab him with both hands, but Seth had already leaned back, taunting, Where are you? Igoro's eyes widened in shock, but Seth evaded. Ignoring his reaction, Seth threw a punch to his stomach. But as he twisted, Igoro grabbed his shoulder. Seth flinched slightly but quickly regained composure. He spun around, letting Igoro catch his shirt. Igoro looked surprised at the shirt in his hand. At the same time, Seth dashed forward like lightning, unleashing a series of punches on Igoro's face and body. Erica watched in horror, her eyes wide. After a while, Seth withdrew his hands, panting heavily. Igoro remained standing. Without a word, looking at this scene, Seth was a little angry. This bastard really is a monster. Igoro coldly looked at him, gritting his teeth. I only need the money. He means he doesn't hold any grudge against you. Seth heard this and smirked coldly. Don't worry, I feel the same. On the rooftop, Anna slowly approached Brock. She raised an eyebrow and asked, satisfied now. He remained silent. After a moment, he sat up and muttered, I won. I really brought Lucas down. Anna nodded gently, offering comfort. You've worked hard, take a rest. At that moment Dean stepped forward to praise him, truly a born genius fighter. In a few years there will be no rivals in the world. Anna glanced at him and carefully said, "Old man, let's postpone talk of victory or defeat until next time." Dean smiled lightly, calmly saying, "It's fine. There are many other interesting things besides this." Saying so, he slowly walked up to Sinto and raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" "Is it our turn now?" Sinto hesitated before speaking. "It's a bit complicated. What if we postpone until tomorrow?" Reen stroked his beard, thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. He began walking toward the door, but not before reminding them. "See you at this time tomorrow." Anna glanced at him but said nothing. Sinto nodded slightly, signaling understanding. Elsewhere, a private plane was flying toward the island in the middle of the sea. On the plane, everyone carried their own thoughts. Only Victor kept grumbling. They were over the sea, so no connection was possible. Rodney sighed. "I wonder how our director is doing." Peter said calmly, "We'll be there in about 4 hours, don't worry too much." Rodney pouted in disappointment. "How unfair. We should have watched the director's match before departing." Peter shook his head slightly, speaking calmly. "You know better than anyone how strong Seth is." Rodney, of course, understood, yet he still hesitated. Peter knew he was worried, but the most important priority now was reaching the island. "Don't worry too much, just trust Seth." Hearing this, Rodney nodded. Jin was also lost in thought, staring out the window, elsewhere. The battle between Seth and Igoru raged fiercely. Seth gritted his teeth and lunged, raising his knee toward Igoru. He thought he had won. But Igoru was unharmed, at most only scratched. Seeing this, Seth pressed forward again, while Igoru did not yield either. He swung a fist at Seth. They continued their brutal fight. Erika observed from the side, her expression tense. At that moment, Igoru suddenly drew one arm across his chest, then leaned to the side, pressing against Seth as if wrestling. Seth was caught off guard, pushed, and slid back. Erika shouted urgently, "Chairman!" She rushed forward to help. But before she could act, a hand from behind grabbed her. Erika turned in surprise to see Anna holding her firmly by the shoulders. Anna frowned and said, "Wait a little longer." Erika bit her lip, hesitating. "But Chairman," Anna shook her head slightly, explaining, "neither of them has used their full strength yet." Meanwhile, Seth faced the massive opponent without fear. This act enraged Igoru. Igoru growled, "Kid, don't make me lose my temper." Seth looked up at him, suddenly laughed and said, "This is fun. There's no one like you in this world." Seth's words angered Igoru. He clenched his teeth and warned, "I'm not joking, this time you're dead." Seth snorted, pouting, "Then let's see." With that, he charged aggressively toward Igoru. At the same time, in the monitoring room, Ryan and Jack were watching the fight. Ryan shouted with excitement, "Finish it." The stakes had risen above 132 million. Ryan grew more excited. Truly a big bet. "Right now it's still increasing," Jack calmly explained, "because everyone wants to watch, just like the old gladiators, a real fight." Ryan nodded and smiled. "Chairman Kang is doing well, but this time that guy will win," Novia predicts. But Jack shook his head in disagreement. "No." Ryan frowned in surprise. "According to Novia's analysis, the advantage is 7-3 for that guy." Jack gritted his teeth. "That data is from 4 years ago. Back then, Seth was only 18. As soon as he said it, Ryan was shocked, staring at the screen. After a long hesitation, he finally exclaimed, "There are only monsters here." Outside, Seth had just thrown a punch at Igoru, but Igoru felt no pain and his hand was already targeting Seth's leg. While Seth hesitated, Igoru grabbed his leg. Seth squinted, a hint of panic flashing across his face. But the punch aimed at Igoru hadn't been retracted. At that moment, Igoru passed his hand over Seth's leg, pinning him against his chest. Immediately, Seth lost his balance and fell backward. Igoru raised his other hand, aiming at Seth's leg. Seeing this, Seth frowned in alarm. Igoru's expression radiated murderous intent. This move was clearly meant to break Seth's leg. But before he could strike, Seth's hand blocked him. In an instant, a flicker of fear crossed Igoru's eyes. He hastily pulled back to defend against Seth's strike, but Seth's speed was much faster. Fresh blood began to flow from the corner of Igoru's injured eye. Because of this move, the two separated. "Remember, you were looking at him provocatively. Are you all right? Can we trade a leg for an eye?" Inside the room, Ryan and Jack had witnessed the entire scene. Ryan could hardly believe it and exclaimed, "Indeed, Director Kang does not hesitate even in all-out attacks." Jayak chuckled lightly and said frankly, "When life and death are decided by a match, you must get used to it." Only at this moment, the building suddenly shook violently. Ryan frowned in astonishment, wondering what was happening. At this time, someone announced over the radio, "An unidentified aircraft has landed on the runway." It was Peter's group's plane. They had arrived at this isolated island. As soon as the plane landed, it was surrounded by several vehicles. Seeing this, Jack said regretfully, "Today's match ends here." Below the building, Sech and Igoro's fight was suddenly interrupted. Sech was a bit displeased, frowning. Because a group of people in black blocked the way between them, Sech angrily shouted, "Who are these guys?" One of them spoke to explain, "Today's match must end due to external interference." Hearing this, Sech grew even angrier, gritting his teeth. "Are these bastards trying to provoke me?" Just as you were about to strike them, Anna called you back. Your hand froze midair, then you glanced at Anna behind you. She met your gaze with a warning in her eyes. Seeing this, you sighed reluctantly and said, I understand. Immediately afterward, you led your people away. Agoro looked somewhat dissatisfied at the scene, but he turned back. Today's battle was over. Everyone quickly returned to their accommodations. However, someone was still lying below the building. None other than John, who had been knocked unconscious and only regained consciousness later. He looked around and found he was alone. But he did not stand, he sat there lost in thought. Not long after, he suddenly smiled. Outside on the shore, Peter's group had just disembarked and were immediately surrounded. Numerous black barrels were aimed at them. Seeing this, black-haired Xuan raised his hands in surrender. He hurriedly said, We are not bad people. Please inform the chairman he must have arrived. However, the men remained still, showing no sign of retreat. At this moment, Peter calmly said, Inform the chairman that the representative of Sunshine Corporation of South Korea is here to observe the match. Upon hearing this, one of the men in black reported over the radio. The other side quickly responded. Immediately, the men in front retracted their guns. 10 members of Peter's group entered, but they were not allowed to carry weapons or mobile phones. They quickly searched and confiscated their phones. The only weapon might have been Rodney's baton, but it was seized. Rodney looked at his weapon in sorrow, crying without tears. Nevertheless, the men ignored them and quickly invited them onto the vehicle. Meanwhile, the surveillance camera at the central checkpoint had also captured their images. Jin noticed this. The screen displayed full information. On this side, Jayak, upon seeing Jin, became excited. Even Victor's information was fully displayed. The champion's data was completely reported. Then came Jin's information. He had participated in a previous match but stopped at the fight with Seth. After viewing this news, Rak couldn't help but laugh, his face full of excitement. Elsewhere in Brock's room, he was still resting due to serious injury. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Victor standing before him, he mockingly asked, Did you sleep well? Brock was suspicious. He wanted to ask why you were here, but before he could speak, he saw Jin also standing opposite and cried out in shock, Senior brother. Jin smiled slightly and nodded. Luckily, my junior brother is still alive. Brock, still unsettled, asked suspiciously, Why are both of you here? Jin frowned, his expression saying, I came here to save my foolish junior brother. Brock looked at him intently, speechless. In Seth's room, Peter and Rodney naturally arrived. Rodney, upon seeing Seth, hurriedly ran to embrace him. But Seth firmly blocked him. He frowned at him and asked suspiciously, Why have you come too? Rodney said in pain, This is really outrageous, Chairman. If my brother does not accompany the chairman, then who will? As he spoke, he stepped forward, but Seth still held on tightly. Anna, sitting in her chair, looked at Peter and gratefully said, Thank you for your efforts. Peter shook his head slightly, saying calmly, I'm just doing my job. Hearing Peter report on Seth, Anna frowned and asked, At most in a week. Peter nodded slightly, That's right. I heard that's the time when Sophie can come to observe. It might be safe to return to South Korea in 3 or 4 days. The boss here also overheard their conversation. Miss Yu was deep in thought. Anna turned to Z and slowly asked, Then what should we do? She watched him closely, giving him time to think. Seth hesitated for a long moment before speaking. Just 1 more day, I only need 1 more day. Anna looked at him and asked hesitantly, Does it have to be like that? Does it have to mean hurting some people? Seth knew he was wrong, but he didn't want to give up. He could only apologize to Anna, saying that he had been too impatient. As soon as he said this, Anna's eyes widened in surprise. He bit his lip aggressively and said, The outcome must be decided. He didn't realize that at this moment he resembled his late father, the strong and battle-hardened president of Sunset. From decades ago, Anna never expected to see her husband through her son one day. But knowing the personalities of both of them, she could only sigh helplessly. She agreed to give him tomorrow. Hearing this, Seth smiled happily. Anna looked at Peter and asked, Prepare to leave tomorrow evening. Is that possible? Peter nodded slightly and replied, The flight is arranged. As long as the negotiations are solid, there won't be any problem. Anna raised an eyebrow, frowned, and slowly said, He's not an easy person. Peter spoke seriously. I know that, so don't worry. I'll prepare to leave right after Seth's match ends. Hearing this, Anna's expression softened slightly. Over here. Seth was still pressing Rodney's face. Erica hesitated beside him and said, Chairman Rodney seems about to faint. Only then did he startle and release his grip. Elsewhere, John finally returned to his room. His face was still covered in blood. Just then, he saw a walkie-talkie on the desk. A village somewhere in Africa. A group of people were continuously firing their guns. Bullets tore through the air. In the end, only one person remained, trembling in fear as he faced the crowd. Before he could react, someone approached and shot him dead on the spot. At that moment, the walkie-talkie on the man's side suddenly crackled. Surprised, he hurriedly picked it up. It was someone familiar. He quickly said, Commander, what's going on? I'm a bit busy right now. The caller was none other than John, who was washing his face while making the call. He bit his lip fiercely and cursed, This is chaotic. The person on the other end shouted in doubt. John continued, Henry, get over here. A doubtful reply came back immediately. John spoke cruelly, Go and kill everyone there. I'll pay you whatever you need. Hearing this, Henry hesitated for a moment, then gave a wicked grin. He told John to send him the coordinates quickly. Meanwhile, Jean and Victor visited Brock, then went to Seth's room. People inside were still discussing Seth's situation. Jean stepped in slowly and teased Seth. Still the same, huh, tough senior? Seth frowned in confusion. What do you mean? Victor, showing no expression, coldly spoke about putting the people around them in danger. As soon as he said this, Seth's expression darkened, glaring at Jean. But Jean was not intimidated, continuing. You can't ignore other things just because you're fighting a battle. At this moment, Seth suddenly smiled, then looked straight into Jean's eyes and said coldly, You're bold, same as me, go ahead. Jean didn't understand what he meant, but the tone was full of provocation. You want to fight to the death too, don't you? Hearing this, Jean's expression immediately darkened. The two had clashed like cats and dogs from the start. In the training room, Jack was alone, ready to fight the virtual entity Brock. As soon as he spoke, Novia created the virtual entity based on Brock. Novia asked if he wanted the latest update. Jack didn't hesitate, of course. Immediately, he faced the virtual entity. It held the same gauntlet that Brock had used before. Novia's mechanical voice rang out. Are you ready? Jack nodded slightly. In an instant, the virtual entity dashed forward like lightning. Its fists continuously struck Jack, but he didn't defend, letting it hit him. But his armor was extremely sturdy. The entity's fist did nothing. Unable to use its fists effectively, the entity switched to kicks. Seeing this, Jack sighed. Even the champion down here is boring. As soon as he spoke, he quickly attacked, fiercely punching the entity. The blow sent it flying. Immediately after, it vanished into thin air. Novia also announced, target eliminated. Jack smiled in satisfaction and said, I want to fight Igoro. Soon after, the Igoro entity appeared before Brock. Jack didn't hesitate and quickly engaged it. A short while later, the Igoro entity also vanished. Jack squinted at his hands and nodded in satisfaction. It really feels realistic. Elsewhere, Igoro returned to his room after the fight with Seth. He sat on his bed, frowning in thought, recalling the days in his small house. Before coming here, the children had seen him off and his wife had worriedly said, Be careful. Igoro shook his head. Don't worry about me. I will make a lot of money. Hearing this, his wife sighed. Helplessly, she said, Don't push yourself into a corner. Those children are not your responsibility. As soon as she finished speaking, Igoro's expression darkened. He took a deep breath and said through clenched teeth, They are children who lost their parents in the war I fought in. I have to take responsibility for them. I came here this time to earn money for them. But thinking about today's battle with Seth, he couldn't help clenching his fist. After a while, he finally relaxed as if he had made a decision. He realized Seth was truly powerful. First, he had to rely on someone else. Just then, there was a sudden, rapid knock at his door. Igoro jumped up and walked toward it. The person outside seemed very impatient, banging nonstop and starting to shout, Open the door, I said open it. Igoro narrowed his eyes and looked through the peephole to see who it was. The moment he saw, his face turned grim. A knife viciously stabbed through the door. Fortunately, he dodged in time, otherwise it would have pierced his eye. The person outside was John. He had come to get revenge for what happened earlier. He stood outside the door, murderous intent blazing. He shouted fiercely, Open the door. In Seth's room, he was bathing while watching the match between Seth and Igor. He followed Seth's movements and couldn't help praising, Well done. At that moment, the door suddenly opened. It was Sung-ho. He stormed in to look for Ren. After a while, he found him in the bathroom and glared at Yan, demanding, Why did you do that? Didn't you say you would avenge his brother? Hearing this, Yan let out a cold, disdainful snort. Revenge. Sung-ho trembled with anger. Yan looked at him calmly. How pathetic. Even after watching that match, you truly have no thoughts at all. Sung-ho bit his lip hard. I don't know what you're talking about, Yan said coldly. At the very least, your brother risked his life fighting them. He didn't compete meaninglessly, Yan pressed harshly. Your brother died at the hands of Master Kwang. So why are you planning to seek revenge somewhere else, huh? Rebuked by him, Sung-ho could not say a single word in response. At that moment, Yan warned again, Don't even think about using me. The only reason I came here is to verify the training I've devoted my entire life to. The more Yan spoke, the worse Sung-ho's expression became. He shouted angrily, Old man, don't push me too far. Before he could finish, something brushed past him. Shocked, he shut his mouth and glanced at the wall behind him. Yan's pipe had embedded straight into the wall, cracking it in several places. Yan said coldly, How arrogant. Neither his father nor Master Kwang would dare bare their fangs in front of me. On the rooftop of the building, Jin stood alone, lost in thought. At that moment, he suddenly spoke, You're here, senior sister. It turned out the one who came was Anna. She was a little worried about him, so she came up. She narrowed her eyes at him and sighed. You've truly worked hard until now. Jin gently shook his head. No, I'm just worried about Brock. Anna stared at his back without saying a word. After speaking, Jin also fell silent and the air grew heavy. After a while, Anna asked in a low voice, As Seth said, you want to fight too, don't you? She paused, then continued. Are you bothered? Jin turned around and frowned at her, his eyes filled with doubt. Anna slowly explained, you are the current heir of the martial set. You cannot afford to make mistakes when competing with the Mu Fa Tower, do you understand? If you want to fight, stay and win. The next morning in the conference room, Jack had gathered the investors there. He apologized guiltily about what happened yesterday. The match had been interrupted because someone broke in. Lucas wasn't worried at all and said with a cheerful smile, this island is very safe. Even the police absolutely can't get in here, and right next to it is the Kingdom of Mexico. Ieyasu felt the same. He calmly asked, there won't be any problems with today's match, right? Why the rush to resume it so early? Eden explained, the refunds will be settled immediately after the match between Igoro and Mr. Kang resumes. By the way, Kanerbos bet on yesterday's match between Lucas and Mr. Chang and lost $10 million. As soon as this came up, Kanerbos turned away, annoyed, saying Lucas told him he was very confident. Besides, it was an interesting match anyway. Tucas spoke up again with a sneer. Thanks to Sancho, I had a great time watching. Don't you feel any regret? Kanerbos glared at him angrily and spoke with contempt. I heard one of your underlings went to fight a rookie and even brought a weapon. In any case, Lucas will still stick with Brock. Kanerbos is certain of that. Mocked like that, Tucas's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and shot back that it was a 3-on-1 fight and Sancho won overwhelmingly. He suggested that if they were unhappy, they should just let Sancho and Brock give it a try. Hearing that, the female boss snorted coldly. In that case, I'll bet 30 million on the champion's side. The other side wasn't backing down either. He said he'd stand with Sancho. Seeing the two of them arguing, Kang finally spoke. Compared to that, a few minor issues have come up. As soon as he finished, the screen showed John still standing outside Igaru's door. He was holding a knife there, with no intention of leaving. Inside the room, Igaru was also holding a weapon, waiting nearby. The two stayed locked in a standoff for a long time. Then heavy footsteps pounded down the corridor. Before long, a group of men in black carrying guns appeared. They pointed their guns straight at John. If he made any more trouble, he'd be dead for sure. Knowing that, John immediately put his knife away. He casually lit a cigarette, not a hint of fear on his face. Inside the meeting room, Rhea frowned and asked, it's not something serious, is it? What's going on? Kang explained slowly, I got a call saying the match between Igaru and Mr. Kang will be postponed. Rhea was a little shocked, not sure why. Eden also spoke up to reassure them. All the bet money will be refunded. There won't be any problem. At that moment, Jack continued with another announcement. Mr. Kang and his companions informed us that they want to leave tonight. The moment he said that, Ieyasu immediately objected. No way, Mr. Kang's match is the most exciting one. He thought they just needed to raise the fight purse, wasn't that enough? But Jack shook his head with a smile. Mr. Kang isn't someone who fights for money. He told them the young man was the owner of one of South Korea's top 10 companies. The news was too shocking, and everyone was instantly stunned. Ignoring their reaction, Jack went on, I want Mr. Kang to fight as soon as possible. No matter who it is, everyone wants to see the outcome before leaving. At that moment, Seth was outside the building as if waiting for something. Inside the meeting room, Tucas proposed sending Sancho into the ring. He also said he'd been itching to do it for a long time. Kang didn't stop him. He showed Tucas Novia's prediction. Novia put Seth's chance of winning at over 90%. Seeing that number, Tucas's expression turned ugly. How can that be, my Sancho? Kang smiled casually. The match between Mr. Kang and Igoro yesterday. This is Novia's prediction. Tucas protested, unconvinced. That's impossible. Sancho hasn't even shown his full strength. Kanerbos gave a cold laugh and provoked him. Then fine, bet on that, Sancho. I'll bet 30 million on Mr. Kang. Tucas knew he was being mocked, so he agreed on the spot. He said he'd make Kanerbos lose face. Down at the base of the building, Seth was still standing there, waiting for someone. Not far from Seth, Erica, Victor, and Rodney were sitting together. Rodney was in an especially good mood, non-stop complaining and singing. Seeing this, Victor couldn't help asking what had him so happy. Rodney chuckled and pointed at Seth standing there. Isn't the chairman right over there? Victor curled his lip. Seriously, we don't even know if it'll be dangerous, but it's way too calm. I watched the video, he's insanely strong. Rodney didn't care much. I'm sure Seth will win no matter what. Victor asked skeptically, how do you know that? Rodney shrugged indifferently. He said calmly, because that's just how it is. Our chairman is the best in the world. Victor was a little surprised. He hadn't expected Rodney to have that much faith in Seth. Rodney suddenly remembered something and asked doubtfully, what about Jin? Erica said slowly, he's with Madam Master. Hearing that, Rodney immediately complained, such a great match and he's not watching. Where did he run off to? Just then, Rodney noticed something and muttered suspiciously. What is it, that guy? What Rodney saw was a figure slowly approaching Seth. Seth also sensed the footsteps and slowly turned around. It was Sancho. Seth frowned at him and asked, what is it? Sancho flashed a cruel smile. The boss told me to take your life, I'll get $10 million. Seth thought he was talking nonsense and ignored him, turning to look at the surveillance monitor and muttering, what are they talking about? Sancho smiled again at Seth and snorted coldly. Thanks, because you've helped me make a huge amount of money. As soon as he finished, he whipped a steel cable at him. He thought he could win in a single move, but was disappointed. Before the cable could wrap around Seth's neck, Seth had already blocked it with a quick hand right in front of his throat. The basic grip couldn't secure the strike. Seeing this, Sancho hurriedly tried to pull it back. However, Seth had already evaded his whip. He could only strike into the air. Not only did he fail, but Seth's smile also provoked him. Now he was not only fearless, but also mocked him with amusement. Today was definitely going to be fun. Sancho frowned at him, his face full of rage. Elsewhere on the building's rooftop, as scheduled, Jin and Anna were present. Anna asked, "Hey old man, are you going to fight this kid?" Hearing this, Jin was slightly surprised and looked at the person beside him. Anna quickly introduced him as the heir to the martial school. At this, Diane nodded with satisfaction. "Then it's truly an honor." Anna frowned, unsure if she felt happy or sad. He was pleased to compete with the heir of the Jojin martial school. Jin narrowed his eyes, ready to fight. Suddenly, the rooftop door opened. "May I enter?" The newcomer raised his brows and addressed Jin. "By promise, deal with me first." As soon as he spoke, Jin smiled smugly. He was also a bit surprised. Someone with this level existed, and the surveillance cameras had recorded everything. Meanwhile, Sancho was still fighting with his ranks. He kept whipping at him, but his strikes were far too slow. They never hit Seth's face. Seth raised his brows provocatively. He frowned aggressively. Clearly, Seth despised him. Now Seth dashed toward him like lightning. Seeing this, he panicked and hastily retracted his whip. But Seth was already in front of him, leaping up and striking at the midsection. Sancho's face was covered in cold sweat as he whipped to block, but his strike merely passed through Seth, doing nothing. Seth grinned triumphantly as he lunged forward. In an instant, Sancho's eyes widened in horror. Seth had already swung a fist at his face. The punch landed perfectly and Seth smiled in satisfaction. Yet Sancho didn't fall from the blow. In his hand, a sickle had appeared without him realizing. He swung across Seth, but Seth quickly ducked to avoid it. He bit his lip in frustration. Seth had dodged. Seth safely avoided the sickle. Then he looked up at him disdainfully. "You're really weak." Sancho's face was drenched in sweat as he bit his lip angrily. In that moment, Seth swept with his leg, startling him into jumping backward. Yet as Seth had calculated, he immediately stood up, gripping Sancho's face and yanking him with force. In the blink of an eye, Sancho's whole body slammed hard into the ground. Now Sancho's face was covered in blood. Seth grinned maliciously as Sancho lay defeated. Tukas watched in horror. Seth laughed triumphantly. "Thanks, I recovered the lost money because of Lucas." He was genuinely grateful, which only angered Tukas more. At that moment, the surveillance screen suddenly spoke. "Are you listening to me?" Everyone in the meeting room was shocked. Jack frowned suspiciously and turned his chair back. Seth was staring straight at the camera. Len shouted, "No time, we must bring out the others quickly." At this point, Seth could no longer contain his excitement. Seeing this, Ryan laughed out loud. As expected, Chairman Kang is really fired up. Kanobos was also excited. "I will continue to fight that guy." Heyasu hesitated briefly, then spoke. "I will fight my subordinate Ibrahim, because he is different from the twins who lost to the champion." Jayak chuckled softly, and there were a few more competitors, including Ibrahim, subordinate of the two Asu. Sekeng and Igoru fighting would be a major betting event, but Igoru's opponent was elsewhere. At the same time, on the rooftop, Sinto looked up coldly. "I will fight in this match first." The atmosphere immediately fell silent. Diane didn't smile. Honor and Jin silently awaited Jane's decision. Sinto drew his sword at his waist and continued. "I have held a sword for 40 years. During those long 3 months, he had never once drawn it with full intent. In this era, that could be considered the fate of a swordsman." Hearing this, Rin smiled slightly, empathetically. His heart is understandable. Anna and Jin frowned at Sinto, also understanding what he meant. Sinto didn't care, coldly. "Because the old man waited 40 years, I cannot let this chance go to a mere child." Rin looked at Jin, raising his brows provocatively. "Is that so?" Anna chuckled softly. "Jin, he just said he's a child prodigy. In my opinion, that one really looks like a kid." The words had just left his mouth. Zinto immediately frowned in alarm. Anna laughed at him, speaking in a low voice. "If possible, show others. By youth or attack, this child cannot help. He cannot even touch his robe." While she spoke, Jin slowly stepped forward, facing Sinto. Anna continued speaking. "Risking his life to train." To her, Jin was a kid with real ability. After saying that, she looked up again and asked, "You'll be fine, right?" Ray didn't hesitate and shook his head. "I'm fine either way. Fighting like this is good, too." He felt truly happy seeing people who had devoted their entire lives to martial arts coming together. And so it was settled. The match between Jin and Shinto was decided. Jin and Anna quickly found a spot to watch. Shinto frowned at Jin and asked, "Are you really sure you'll be okay?" Even if it meant risking his life, Jin shook his head frankly. "I'm fine." As he spoke, he took an attacking stance. Jin said coldly, "I've never once risked my life in any match." Shinto frowned at Jin, a little at a loss. Jin stared him down and added, "But I think you will have to." Shinto felt belittled, anger flashing in his eyes. Outside on the rooftop, surveillance drones kept buzzing through the air. Jin and Anna were extremely annoyed. They were too loud. The two quickly drew their weapons and hurled them straight at the drones. In an instant, all the central surveillance drones were destroyed. Hearing the commotion, Jin turned to look back. Anna nodded and said with a smile, "Go ahead and enjoy this match." Jin smiled in satisfaction. Since she said so, he could relax. Then Anna spoke again. "Even if you take your opponent down, no record will be left behind. You can fight without holding back." The moment she said that, Shinto immediately took a deep breath. Then he gripped his sword and charged forward. He moved so fast you could almost only see afterimages as he swept past. But Jin still kept up. The instant Shinto reached him, he raised an arm to defend. At the same time, outside a room, two men in suits stood guard at the door with guns. The person inside seemed to be under house arrest. It was none other than John. After the chaos with Igoru, he had been brought here, his hands cupped. Elsewhere in the forest, a fight was underway. Only this man was no match for Igoru. Before long, he was beaten until he spat blood. His face was smashed out of shape. Even so, he refused to give up, clenching his fists and charging again. But before he could even touch Igoru, Igoru clamped a hand over his face. He lifted the man up, then hurled him straight into the tree behind him. The impact slammed through his body, waves of pain crashing over him nonstop. He slid down the trunk. Igoru narrowed his eyes at the scene, not a trace of pity on his face. Just like that, the fight ended. Right then, footsteps suddenly sounded behind him. Igoru jolted and turned. Sure enough, someone had arrived. The man stepped out from within, looked at Igoru and proposed. "I want to fight you." Igoru fell silent. A moment later, he shook his head. "I refuse." But the other man calmly said, "The Special Forces Devil of Bosnia, Major Igor Yubanovic." The moment those words fell, Igoru's expression changed. Jack didn't care and continued. "Hundreds of Bosnian soldiers died by his hand. Now he runs an orphanage for the bloodline of the people he himself murdered." Igoru glared viciously at Jack, grinding his teeth as he said, "What do you want?" Jack chuckled softly and made it plain. "If you beat me, you get $10 million. Even if you lose, you'll still get 300,000 as a fight fee. No downside, right?" The offer was far too tempting. He truly needed the money but still hesitated and asked, 10 million, can I trust that? Jack replied firmly, "If you win, you'll get that money." Igoru frowned in thought. After a moment he asked, "Even if someone dies?" Jack gave a quiet laugh. "Of course." As soon as he finished speaking, Igoru lunged just as fast as before. His huge body was like a giant bear, ferocious and solid. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Drop had arrived as well. His eyes went wide in shock at the sight of the battle between Jin and Shinto. Shinto's sword slashed in like a storm. Jin's footwork was also extremely fast, keeping the match under control. Even so, he slipped up and Shinto sliced off a lock of his hair. Shinto's sword kept cutting in, forcing Jin onto the defensive. Jin frowned, watching Shinto's movements closely. The moment Shinto closed in, Jin began to counter. His hands snapped up and stopped Shinto's knee strike aimed at him. Shinto didn't expect him to keep up, disbelief showing in his eyes. Then Jin struck fiercely. Outside, Anna sensed someone arriving. She didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Tram asked, "You're here," she also informed Brock. Tonight they would be leaving this place. The moment he heard that, Brock's hand clenched into a fist. After a while, he finally relaxed it. His expression was grim, because he realized the gap between him and the two in front of him was far too great. Thinking that, he turned and left without a word. Drop quickly left the rooftop and went down the building. He felt like he didn't know where to go or who to look for to fight. As if by sheer luck, he made his way to the nearby forest and saw Igoru and Jack locked in a fierce fight. He stood there in silence, watching the two of them for a long time, then turned around, quietly leaving this place. The strong one's here. He knew he couldn't find anyone to fight right now. He frowned fiercely, feeling hollow and adrift. What he wanted was to become the strongest, but to reach that step, he still had a long flight of stairs to climb. But what blocked him wasn't just time, it was people. The more he thought about it, the more unwilling he felt, his hand trembling as it clenched into a fist. In the end, he walked up to a building where Seth was fighting Ibrahim. Even with a weapon in hand, Ibrahim was no match for Seth. Ibrahim was punched straight in the face and spat out a mouthful of blood. But Seth didn't give him a chance to catch his breath, raining down punches one after another. That blow knocked the weapon from his hand. Seth had no intention of letting him go and charged again. This time it wasn't his face, it was his stomach. In the blink of an eye, Seth's punch caved a deep dent into Ibrahim's waist. He screamed in agony. His body staggered and collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Seth curled his lip in disdain. At the same time, the investors witnessed the scene. Heihasu clutched his head in helplessness when he saw his subordinate taken down so easily. Cannerboss was the opposite. He was overjoyed and laughed loudly. At that moment, outside the parking lot beneath the building, Seth shouted harshly, "Who's next?" As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed someone behind him. He narrowed his eyes at the newcomer and didn't say a word. He and Brock just stood there staring at each other. At this moment, Brock was brimming with fighting spirit. He'd been waiting a long time for this day. Seth raised an eyebrow at him provocatively. "So you finally showed up." After that conversation with Diane in the bathroom, Diane's contempt and mockery kept echoing in Sung-ho's mind. Even after returning to his room, he couldn't stop thinking about it. The more he thought, the angrier he became, unable to swallow this rage. Right after that, he picked up his phone and called someone. He asked if the person had arrived yet, and the other side quickly replied they were already there. He ordered that person to wait there, then hung up. He furrowed his brow fiercely. He was determined to kill Seth. Thinking that, he narrowed his eyes at the screen in front of him, which was showing the parking lot, where Seth and Brock were preparing for a fight. Only then did Brock slowly speak up. "Do you need a break?" Hearing that, Seth snorted coldly and said with contempt, "Pretty arrogant, are you worried about me now?" Brock shrugged indifferently and said calmly, "I want to fight you fairly. Because this is the moment I've been waiting for a long time." Seth froze for a moment at his words, then smiled. "You're really unlucky. You might as well charge in right now." Brock stared at Seth, a little confused. Seth chuckled softly, his eyes blazing with battle intent, and said, "Right now I really want to fight until I go insane." In an instant, both of their fighting spirits flared up fiercely. Seth stopped wasting words and lunged forward at lightning speed. But Brock didn't panic. He calmly raised his hands into a defensive stance. The moment Seth closed in on Brock, Brock finally moved. One hand struck upward from below. That move knocked Seth's arm back. Seeing this, Seth immediately frowned in shock, because in that move he saw the shadow of Anna and also something else. Seth bit down hard on his lip and charged again, but Brock seemed to have seen through his actions. In Brock's eyes, his raised hand became a claw, as if he could crush Seth right then and there. Seth hurriedly lowered his center of gravity and dodged Brock's attack. Brock was a little surprised and quickly dipped his head to look down, and at that moment, Seth threw 5 punches, one driving straight into Brock's chin. But a sudden twist made Seth frown in surprise. Brock asked in a low voice, "What did you learn from Jin?" In the instant Seth's fist touched Brock's chin, Brock had already reached out and caught his hand. He lifted an eyebrow, taunting, "If that's all you've got, then what a disappointment." Seth looked at him in confusion and shot back, "What did you just say?" Brock's face turned a bit ugly. Gritting his teeth, Brock said, "I trained through hell just to crush you. So stop holding back and do this properly." Seth glared at him. Is this guy trying to fight until he goes crazy? At the same time, every fight underway was being watched from the surveillance room. Eden stood there, listening to his subordinates report. At this point, the total bets had surpassed $2 billion. Money was pouring in on Seth and Brock. The new drones had been sent up to the rooftop. Eden gave a slight nod and continued watching the match. Inside Sung-ho's room, he was waiting for his subordinate's call. At that moment, his phone suddenly vibrated. He hurriedly answered, and the person on the other end reported to him. He nodded in satisfaction and asked, "You found them?" At the same time, at Incheon International Airport, Sophie and her father had just gotten off the plane and were dragging their suitcases out of the airport. Sophie didn't look too good, and Tan Tri was still on leave. The two of them returned with worries on their minds, but they didn't know that someone nearby was watching them, Sung-ho's subordinate. He reported to Sung-ho that he'd found them. Hearing that, Sung-ho was delighted. He gave a sinister smile and ordered, "Grab them." At the parking lot, Seth and Brock were still fighting fiercely. Rodney watched from a distance. Erica was somewhat worried for the two. Victor felt the same. He knew Seth was very strong. How long would this fight last? Only Rodney continued smiling with excitement. Seeing this, Erica asked doubtfully, "Is that really interesting?" Rodney nodded lightly and cheerfully said, "A passionate heart, isn't that magnificent?" Erica looked at him in confusion and asked back, "What's passionate?" Rodney smiled mysteriously and explained, "It's the romantic battle of men, destined rival." Hearing this, Erica couldn't help but laugh. "Jean is a man too. What exactly is the master doing?" "Aren't you worried because we are the spectators?" Rodney spoke again. "In a man's battle, there's no distinction between my side and yours. I also have a destined rival like that." He was referring to Jack. He didn't know if Jack was happy over there. Erica felt a bit indignant. "Why say it like that? Is he dead? Didn't he just finish his explanation?" Rodney nodded slightly, smiling. "Now he's just an ordinary person. He married the teacher he met at school." Erica couldn't help but smile hearing him talk about Jack. But at that moment, something unusual happened on the other side, making her startle and look back. She saw Brock send Seth flying with a strike. Brock squinted at Seth without saying a word. Seth, meanwhile, had a dent in his stomach from Brock's blow. Brock snorted coldly at him and asked in a chilly tone, "Is that all?" Seth chuckled lightly, disdainfully saying, "This bastard already over the limit after just a moment." Brock frowned, not understanding what Seth meant. Seth pouted and said coldly, "Do you know why you can't match me?" He paused a moment, then gritted his teeth and laughed. "Because from the very beginning, our levels were different." He asked if Brock had ever seen a dog defeat a tiger, no matter how sharp its teeth, because his victory was only natural. The moment these words came out, Brock's expression immediately darkened, while Seth raised his eyebrows in excitement. Seth stopped talking nonsense and immediately charged at Brock. At this moment, Brock's anger peaked. The two continued to clash violently. Back when Brock was still in the arena, he was always cheered by everyone. He continuously defeated opponents, never lost, steadily advancing toward the championship. Until that day, he entered a truly intense match. But he was cornered by Seth. He was pinned to the ground, frantically punching Seth in the face, unable to resist. That day, the spectators under the stands were terrified by Seth's actions. Only Brock felt helpless, being beaten by an amateur to the point he could not fight back. He was also intimidated by Seth, and his dignity was destroyed. That was the worst memory of Brock's fighting career. He didn't want to experience that helplessness again. So in today's fight with Seth, he was trying his best to erase that memory. But Seth was no easy opponent. 4 years later, he was no longer the 58-year-old he once was. Brock was now dazed from Seth's attacks, his body staggering, unable to stand firm. Yet Seth had no intention of letting him go, continuing to charge forward. Brock tried to steady himself, squinting at Seth rushing in. Seth aggressively threw a punch. Brock quickly dodged. But Seth took advantage of Brock's rotation and delivered another punch. This time, the target was his stomach. Immediately, pain struck. Brock bit his lip aggressively. Seth squinted at him, then withdrew his hand. Brock fell to the ground and Seth spoke coldly. "Still don't understand." Seth turned his back, speaking sternly. "Fighting is not a game." He glanced at Brock lying on the ground, then gritted his teeth and said through clenched jaw, "Lose and you die. Are you just chasing your opponent because he's strong? Like a mad dog chasing. It's not just about winning or losing, it's a battle between life and death." Brock still lay in pain, unable to retaliate. Seth remained cold. "Every fight I take is a wager of my life." Brock struggled to rise, recalling a past memory. When he was young, he met a man who contemptuously said, "It's been a while. You must have had a hard time coming here with that inconvenient body." The man asked if Brock had properly thought through President Tron. Brock was furious but powerless. He didn't want to feel helpless again. He shouted aggressively, "It's not over yet." Immediately, he threw a punch. Seth had anticipated the move, quickly dodged, then countered with a punch without holding back. Seth's speed exceeded Brock's, so he couldn't evade in time. In terms of strength, both were evenly matched. Seth frowned at him, speaking coldly, "You will be finished." Physically, he had the advantage. But at this moment, something unexpected happened, making Seth's eyes widen in shock. Brock suddenly lowered his center of gravity and grabbed Seth's waist tightly. Immediately, he lifted Seth off the ground. He quickly pinned him to the ground, frowning in shock as he looked at him. Brock stared at him intently as well, his hand clenched into a fist, ready to strike. He roared fiercely, "I'm putting my life on the line, you bastard." He was slightly taken aback by his overwhelming presence. He hurriedly raised his hand to block the attack. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the building, the fight between Jin and Shinto continued. The two were still locked in combat with no winner decided. At this moment, Jin already had quite a few sword wounds on his body, but he did not retreat, channeling his inner force into his hand to continue fighting. Shinto raised his hand to block, but his sword snapped cleanly in half. Moreover, he spat out a mouthful of blood, weakly propping himself up with the demon's sword on the ground. After a moment, he muttered, preparing his final strike. "Have I already admitted defeat?" Jin merely looked at him in silence, saying nothing. Shinto gave a faint smile and willingly conceded. Seeing this scene, Rin could not help but applaud and praise. The two of them were startled and turned to look at him. Even Anna was puzzled, unsure of what he was planning. He chuckled softly and said frankly, "What talented youth. These young people truly delight me." Dai ignored his words and immediately asked, "Can the winner be determined now?" Rin nodded with a smile. "My heart is burning with excitement now, but it still feels unfair. I want to give you enough time to rest." Jin refused and said bluntly, "I don't care about that." Seeing this, Diane immediately became pleased. "If that's the case..." Suddenly, before he could finish speaking, the rooftop door opened and a figure appeared. It was Peter, looking somewhat flustered. He lowered his head and looked at Anna. "I'm sorry, sister-in-law, something has happened in Korea." Upon hearing this, Anna's expression instantly turned grim. At the same time, Sung-ho was holding a photo of Sophie, his face filled with smug villainy. Over here, after hearing Peter's words, Anna sternly asked, "What happened?" Peter hurried closer and whispered his report, making her expression grow even worse. Anna glanced toward Rin, who was still radiating intense killing intent on the rooftop. Her brows furrowed tightly as Diane sensed something was wrong with her. Sensing suspicion, Jean also looked at Anna in confusion. After a moment, Anna questioned coldly, "Are you involved in this as well?" Rin, eyes wide in surprise, asked back, "Involved in what?" Anna bit her lip fiercely and said angrily, "The Triad has captured our people and is threatening us." Upon hearing this, Rin immediately understood the issue and cursed inwardly. That useless fool. After hearing the news from Anna, Jin's expression turned grim as he carefully asked, "What exactly happened?" Anna called his name in a low voice, startling him. She said, "Not now, hurry and follow her." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned and left, with Jin quickly following behind. Seeing this, Rin grew slightly angry and Anna paused her steps. Casting a glance at him, he shouted coldly, "Shouldn't you show me some respect?" You act on your own as you please. Did I give you permission? As he spoke, a dense killing aura flared up around him. At this moment, Anna did not back down and smiled as she issued her command. Respect, she released her own killing aura, directly confronting him. She said coldly, I don't have time to play with you right now. Diane shot him a glance, his face showing anger. But Anna's determined gaze and overwhelming aura were truly terrifying. Diane hesitated for a long moment before withdrawing his aura. Anna snorted and led her people away. In the end, only Reen remained standing on the rooftop. He bit his lip fiercely, his anger impossible to extinguish. Below the stairwell, Jin walked while asking, Senior sister, what exactly happened? Anna hesitated, then ordered Peter. Jin should know about this too, show it to him. Peter nodded and handed the image to him. Inside was a picture of Sophie tightly bound on a bed. Seeing this scene, Jin immediately flew into a rage and slammed his fist against the railing. This will not happen. Anna knew what he was thinking and called his name coldly. Jin, her shout snapped him back to his senses. She looked at him and said in a low voice, If you lose your composure, you will fall into their trap. Stay calm. With those words, Jin's anger gradually subsided. Satisfied, Anna nodded and as she walked, asked Peter what their demands were. Peter replied seriously, first, they want to meet sister-in-law and Seth. Anna frowned and asked, have they been contacted in Korea? Peter shook his head. All the phones were confiscated, so we informed sister-in-law first. After hearing this, Anna pondered briefly and finally ordered, explain the situation to Chairman Jayak and request his cooperation. Ensuring Sophie's safety is the top priority. Peter immediately nodded and accepted the order. After giving instructions, Anna called out to Jin. She slowly warned, from now on, if you misjudge the situation or make a mistake, things will become very bad. As soon as she said this, Jin broke out in a cold sweat. If Anna tells him, how do you think he'll react? Van Doan kept speaking, extremely cautious. You can't hesitate even for a second. You understand what I'm saying, right? Jin clenched both hands into tight fists. After hesitating for a long time, he finally spoke. So that means you're allowing me to slaughter them. Anna was a little surprised and fell silent at his words. Elsewhere in the parking lot, Brock was sitting on top of Seth, attacking him viciously, but Seth wasn't about to just lie there and take the beating. He swung his fist and slammed it into Brock's chin. The pain made Brock loosen his grip. Seizing the chance, Seth grabbed Brock by the collar. In the blink of an eye, he yanked him down close. He drove his forehead hard into Brock's head. The two of them split apart, rolling on the ground before they finally sat up. But before Seth could even react, Brock moved first. He rushed over and clamped both hands around Seth's throat. Seth bit his lip hard, struggling to breathe. At that moment, Brock spoke smugly, you've lost, surrender already. But how could Seth give in that easily? Seeing Seth still refusing, Brock shouted viciously, you'll pass out from lack of oxygen soon. I'm the one who's going to win. Hearing that, Seth couldn't help letting out a cold snort. What the hell are you talking about? As soon as he said it, Seth gathered his strength and stomped both feet down hard. Brock couldn't make sense of it. Then he heard Seth's sinister voice again. This is where the fun really begins. Before Brock could figure out what was happening, Seth pushed off and sprinted backward, dragging Brock along with him. Brock slammed into the hard wall. The pain in his back made him release Seth at once. Seth turned to face him, a smug smile curling on his lips. Brock swallowed the pain and lunged again. The two of them charged back into a brawl. The harder they fought, the fiercer they got, neither willing to give an inch. After trading a few moves, they struck each other at the same time. Seth took a punch to the face, and Brock got kicked in the stomach. They were forced to retreat again, opening a small gap between them. They stared each other down, neither saying a word. But their states couldn't have been more different. Seth was exhilarated while Brock's expression turned ugly. Just then, Anna's voice suddenly rang out. Son, that's enough, come here. Seth jerked his head up in surprise. When he saw Anna, he burst out laughing. Anna knew it was hard to talk sense into him while he was fighting, and she could only feel helpless. Sure enough, he glared at her and said coldly, this time I don't want to be interrupted. She narrowed her eyes at him, not sure what to say. At that moment, Jin suddenly stepped up from behind and spoke. Senior Seth. Seth frowned in surprise and looked at him, asking suspiciously why he was. Before he could finish, Jin gritted his teeth and said, Senior Sophie in Korea. Jin only got that far before Seth had a bad feeling. Jin took a deep breath and said, she's been kidnapped by the triad. As soon as those words fell, Seth's face darkened instantly. Inside a room, Sung-ho had brought his underlings and was waiting there. He sat arrogantly with his legs crossed on the table, wearing a smug, punchable grin. Just then someone kicked the door outside. He raised an eyebrow and chuckled. You're here. In the next instant, the door was kicked clean off its hinges. His men immediately stepped in front of him to shield him. Through the swirling dust, a gloomy voice rang out. Bastard, how dare you get in my way? When the dust finally settled, Diane appeared, bristling with murderous intent. Sung-ho's men were already aiming their guns at him. Sung-ho snorted coldly in warning. Move even an inch and you'll be shot. Diane narrowed his eyes at him and snapped angrily. You're really asking for me to lose my temper. At this moment, Sung-ho seemed to have grabbed Diane by the throat. He said with extreme arrogance, save it. Look at this first, then we'll talk. The old man had barely finished when he pressed a button on the remote. Diane stared at him, confused. What is this supposed to mean? But in the blink of an eye, his expression changed. On the screen, a family of 3 was being held at gunpoint by men in black, and those 3 were Jane's relatives. Sung-ho laughed loudly, smug as ever. You've underestimated the organization. Did you really think I'd bow to you without any precautions? Diane bit his lip hard, fury flashing across his face. He roared and tried to rush forward to deal with Sung-ho. But before he could take more than a few steps, a bullet grazed past him. Sung-ho warned coldly, "Go on, take one more step." He would make sure Diane's family died in pieces. Diane drew a deep breath to suppress the rage in his chest and said through clenched teeth, "If you so much as lay a finger on the kids, I'll kill you." But at this moment, Sung-ho barely paid attention to the warning. He sneered, saying, "You're really funny." He snorted with disdain. "Now you have no right to threaten me." Angered by his provocation, he truly wanted to kill him on the spot. With his weakness in his hands, Sung-ho arrogantly said, "If you don't want to see your child and granddaughter's bodies, you better listen to me." Then he suddenly asked, "Why are you fighting so pointlessly? Why do this?" Dean, tired of nonsense, went straight to the point. "What exactly do you want?" Sung-ho laughed bitterly, gritting his teeth. "How many times do I have to say this?" His target was Boss and Anna. He wanted them eliminated before his eyes. Wasn't that easy for him? Dean bit his lip aggressively, suspiciously asking, "Is that all?" Sung-ho nodded slightly, speaking coldly. "Exactly. What more could I want from an old man?" Hearing this, he didn't want to say more and turned to leave. Before departing, he coldly said, "Are the children frightened? Take care of them first." Sung-ho then tilted his head back and laughed loudly. "It seems my search across the continent has paid off." Ignoring him, he left the room with resentment. Outside the building, because Seth was losing his composure, Anna didn't hesitate to slap him. She coldly looked at him, saying, "At this rate, Sophie will die." The slap made him more alert, and he furrowed his brows aggressively. He suppressed his anger, then looked at her. "So what should we do?" Anna said firmly. "Listen to me, got it?" Seth squinted at her, asking coldly, "Nothing will happen to Sophie, right? Can you promise?" Anna hesitated briefly, then spoke seriously. "I will do my best." Hearing this, Seth clenched his fists fiercely. Jean and Brock behind them were also very worried. Peter and the 3 Erica members had also arrived, waiting for Anna's orders. Seth was furious but powerless. Elsewhere, a makeshift plane flew toward the island at sea. On board was a group of mercenaries led by Henry. Terry served as deputy. Henry pointed at the island map, ordering, "In 8 hours we reach the target. Are you ready, everyone?" One suspicious member asked, "Captain, is there really tens of millions of dollars on that island?" Henry smiled slightly, nodding, "Not just tens of millions, but hundreds of millions, kid." Hearing this, the mercenaries cheered. Henry also spoke excitedly, "This isn't an easy mission. Didn't the colonel brief us on everything?" Harry was cautious. He said in a low voice, "Just the forces on the island number 300. If reinforcements arrive, we may face 3,000. Once he said this, the atmosphere fell silent. Henry hurriedly reassured them, "Don't worry, this plan will have no surprises and no mistakes." He slammed his hand on the table as he finished. He declared boldly, "The operation starts exactly at 8 p.m. Everything begins right after sunset. Terry and Dree will parachute from 10,000 W onto the roof, taking control of the 13th floor communications room." Terry nodded in acknowledgement. Henry then looked at another member, ordering, "John's mission is to blow up the observation post and the satellite antenna in the north of the island. This will completely isolate the island." Jai nodded in acknowledgement and then went with him to capture the commander as a hostage. After joining John, they will get billions. Terry frowned, asking, "What about the opposition?" Henry replied without hesitation, "Eliminate them all." On the island near the building, the battle between Igoru and Jack was reaching its climax. Igoru was pinned to the ground by Rak. Rak frowned and spoke to him. "This must be different from reality, quite a fight." At that moment, applause suddenly came from behind. Jack turned around in surprise. Ryan was walking slowly toward them, praising, "You're really good." But the other matches were truly chaotic. Did the camera break? Was the fight interrupted? Rak frowned at him, suspicion in his eyes. Ryan explained slowly, "Some friends from the Middle East said this isn't a joke." While they were talking, 2 others appeared, startling them. It was Peter and Jean. They came to talk to Jack. Jack and Ryan frowned at them, suspicion in their eyes. Peter then slowly said, "I have urgent business to contact. Regarding South Korea, can I make a call?" Jack asked coldly. "Do you know calling out is prohibited except for authorized personnel?" Peter showed him a photo of the kidnapped Sophie, explaining urgently, "Our people were kidnapped by the Vando Bank." "Doesn't this concern you?" Jean, standing beside Peter, said nothing, as he was focused on someone lying nearby. It was Jack's leg, Igoru, who had previously fought an excellent battle with Seth. "How did he end up there?" Jack spoke indifferently. I just need to continue the fight, nothing else matters. Peter glanced at him, unsure what to do. A moment later he bowed to Jack and earnestly said, "Please allow us to contact South Korea." Mr. Tran sincerely hoped for his approval. Jack saw this attitude and didn't know what to do. Ryan sighed reluctantly, he couldn't bear it either. Immediately after, he held out his phone. Peter, seeing this, gratefully said, "Thank you just for now." The phone was snatched away by a hand. Jayap gripped it tightly. He looked at Jin, taunting, "Beat me first." As he spoke, a pair of long legs aggressively kicked toward him. He couldn't defend in time, the kick hit his face. The phone in his hand fell as well. Jin saw this and seized the opportunity. He noticed the phone hovering in midair. He quickly calculated and used his foot to kick the phone backward. The phone flipped a few times in the air and landed in Peter's hands. Seeing this, Jayap gritted his teeth in anger. He glared at Jin and said, "I told you you had to beat me first to use it." Dai was also surprised. Lenlung asked, "Is it fun? What do you mean?" Jin stood upright. His expression darkened as he glanced at Jack and continued pressing. "Is this supposed to be fun?" Jack faced Jin's fierce gaze, shaken, but a moment later he smiled. He said with disdain, "What's with that look? You won't be able to beat me." He had enough data on him, so he was confident. Jin, tired of his nonsense, looked at Peter and suggested, "Call South Korea to contact Taiyan Boy Sophidia." Peter nodded slightly. Quickly contacting Sunshine's people. Ignored by Jin, Jayak immediately grew furious, gritting his teeth. "I said you had to beat me first." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged aggressively. But Jin calmly stood there, unshaken, as the punch came. He spun around, jumped, and kicked Jayak in the face, but Jack managed to block it. He didn't expect Jin to move like lightning, raising his leg to strike. He couldn't defend in time and was hit. Blood covered his face, eyes filled with unwillingness. At this point, Jin continued his actions, shocking him. He jumped down from the mid-stage, kneeing Jack directly in the face. In an instant, his head slammed into the ground, dust flying everywhere. Jin looked at Ryan on the other side, asking, "Can you call now?" Ryan didn't dare resist, while Peter had already begun contacting his people. Suddenly, Jayak sat up from the ground, furiously punching at Jin. Jin quickly jumped back to avoid it. Jayak quickly stood up, biting his lip in anger, silently cursing, "Why is the outcome different this time?" Jin glanced at him, not making a move. He spoke again, "Nuvia's data is a mess. From now on, he would use his own abilities to fight Jin properly." Hearing this, Jin narrowed his eyes and angrily asked, "Did you plan this whole thing?" Jayak remained silent. Seeing his reaction, Jin knew he was right. Immediately, he charged aggressively, attacking Jayak. He stopped and looked at him, criticizing, "So you have to take responsibility, right?" In an instant, Peter's face turned pale in shock, speechless. Jin didn't hesitate, raising his knee to strike his stomach. He cried out in pain, but Jin continued, kicking him further and sending him flying against the beam. His body slammed into an old tree behind him, exhausted, staggering, falling to the ground. Jin glanced at him and coldly said, "You won't die." The fight ended. Ryan witnessed everything, forehead covered in cold sweat. The scuffle between Jin and Jack was recorded by the surveillance cameras. The entire fight appeared on the screen. Eden observed everything carefully. He angrily gritted his teeth. "Damn it!" Looking at his subordinate, he asked for the financial losses. The subordinate quickly replied, "It's over 160 billion. Hearing this, Eden's face grew even darker. He slammed his staff on the floor in anger, shouting, "Nuvia is useless." It predicted a 90% chance of victory. "So what is this result?" The subordinate quickly asked. "What should we do now?" He glared. "What else is there to think? Just send the money. Where are the remaining players?" The subordinate quickly provided the list. Eden glanced over it and pointed, ordering, "Execute immediately." Hearing this, the subordinate was scared and hesitated. "You mean the entire operating capital, $800 billion? He nodded without hesitation. After all, no one could beat him and the others certainly couldn't either. In Sung Ho's room, he finally got the person he'd been waiting for. The one who came with Anna had arrived. Anna stared him down and asked about Sophie. He chuckled softly and answered bluntly, "She's still alive, so don't worry too much." The moment he finished, the screen showed Sophie tied tight to a table, a gun pointed at her head. Anna gritted her teeth and asked, "What do you want?" As soon as the words left her mouth, Sung Ho gave a quiet laugh. "Simple." He pointed behind him and said, "Fight him." He actually wanted to shoot Seth right here, but that felt far too easy on him. Mother and son grew even angrier, their expressions turning darker. This guy was insane. That's right, Sung Ho was completely unhinged now, laughing loudly. "I want you to die in agony." Mother and son looked uglier than ever. If it weren't for Sophie on the other side, they would have killed him on the spot. Anna frowned and looked at him, then asked suspiciously, "That's all you want?" Sung Ho nodded without hesitation. "Yes, what else would it be?" Anna glanced at him and pressed on. "If we beat that old man, you'll release Sophie." She wanted to save Sophie first since she was tied up. That would end things quickly. Sung Ho nodded again, admitting it. "Of course." Hearing that, Anna stepped forward and proposed it. "Then let's do it, go all out." But Sung Ho frowned at her. Are you misunderstanding something? Anna ground her teeth, glaring at him. He looked a little puzzled, gave a small chuckle, shook his head and pointed elsewhere. Not you, ma'am, him first. In an instant, Anna's face turned ghastly. She cried out in shock, not in order. He flashed a cruel smile. No, you should feel it too, the pain of having a loved one's neck snap. Anna shot the bastard in front of her a look as if weighing her options. But there were guns aimed their way. How could she change the situation? Right then, Seth suddenly shouted, "You looking down on me?" Sung-ho jolted and turned around, staring at him in confusion. Seth didn't bother explaining. He suddenly called softly to Anna, "Help me pass a message." Then he lunged forward. He sprinted at full speed towards Sung-ho. Seeing that, Anna's face tightened with worry. There were guns up ahead. Sung-ho was terrified too. He hadn't expected Seth to move so suddenly. His men immediately raised their guns to shoot. But before they could fire, something struck them. Anna's tiny needles pinned their trigger hands to their gun grips. The pain made them unable to shoot. With Anna backing him up, Seth charged straight through without resistance. Behind him, she frowned anxiously. His move had been far too sudden. By then, he'd already taken down one of Sung-ho's men, then leapt straight onto the table where Sung-ho was sitting. Seeing it, Sung-ho was so shocked he couldn't speak. By the time he reacted, a hand had him locked down. Seth viciously clamped his face and slammed him onto the table without hesitation. The gunman on the other side, who was aiming at Sophie's head, saw it too. His grip trembled. Even Anna was startled by Seth's bold move. Seth pressed Sung-ho's head into the table, making him howl in pain. Sung-ho bared his teeth and snarled, "What do you want?" Seth answered with a punch to the face. He put real force into it, and Sung-ho's nose burst into blood. But Seth didn't let up. His fist kept driving in. He kept pounding Sung-ho's face. The men outside panicked and shouted, "Let him go," but they didn't know. Anna was already behind them. The needles in her hand shot out again, making them bleed and collapse. Anna glanced towards Sung-ho. Now only that gunman was left. Seth didn't stop. He kept hitting him without a second's pause. He beat him like a punching bag. Fresh blood soaked Seth's hands red. After a moment, he finally stopped and looked at the man on the screen. The gunman was trembling with fear. Seth was like a raging storm, his expression terrifyingly dark. Then the man grit his teeth and fired into Sophie's thigh, making her cry out in pain, tears streaming down. He roared like a warning, ordering Seth to let go. But Seth wasn't about to listen. He yanked Sung-ho's hand onto the table. The gunman broke into a cold sweat. Under his horrified stare, Seth raised his fist again and slammed it down. He struck Sung-ho's wrist joint, bone cracking loud and clear. Sung-ho screamed in agony. His hand was crippled. The men on the other side flew into a rage and aimed their guns at Sophie again. They figured any sudden move would get her shot. Anna shot him a look. Seth said nothing. He stared at Sophie, bound tight, his jaw clenched. Then a tiny needle appeared between his fingers. In the next instant, the man turned pale with terror. Seth was about to stab Sung-ho with a needle. His eyes were sharp, and in an instant his hand went down. Anna reached out to stop him. Seth bit his lip aggressively, his expression a little ugly. Anna looked at him coldly and said slowly, "This time you lose." At this moment, the needle in Seth's hand touched Sung-ho's neck. His subordinate, Tran Tru, hesitated for a long time, not knowing what to do. But Seth's gaze was terrifying even to Anna. Their eyes seemed capable of killing him. He trembled constantly in fear. He bit his lip fiercely and hesitated for a long time. In the end, he decided to throw down his gun and kneel, begging them. "He's the last bloodline of the Vandyabang. Please spare him." Seth and his mother stared at him. The matter was considered resolved. Meanwhile, Brock's group was preparing to board the plane to leave. Before departing, Brock looked into the distance with some regret. Seeing this, Victor asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Brock hesitated, then gritted his teeth and said, "I have to return." Victor felt annoyed upon hearing this. Brock said he had to help anyway. Erica next to him couldn't hold back and scolded slowly. "How long are you going to be foolish? Because of you, everyone was in danger." Brock bit his lip aggressively, which was why he needed to help. But Erica didn't want to hear his nonsense. She said coldly, "Stop talking nonsense. Go near the plane and wait for Madam's orders." Rodney also advised, "I want to stay beside the chairman too, but it's Madam's order, so we must obey." Victor nodded in agreement. "Then let's go. Sophie's safety is the most important." Brock frowned upon hearing this. A moment later, he took a deep breath and headed toward the plane to wait. At the building where John was imprisoned, he remained calm. Leisurely lying on the bed, he smoked, filling the room with smoke. A while later, he sat up from the bed, bit his lip fiercely, and muttered. His face was full of cruelty. It was time to act. In Jack's room, after the fight with Jean, he had fallen into a coma. A while later, he gradually woke up. Ryan stood beside the bed and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" He shook his head slightly, speaking mournfully. "I lost." Ryan sighed helplessly. "Yes, completely defeated." A large sum was lost. The casino owner was furious. Hearing this, Jack sat up from the bed, muttering. Is that so? Ryan continued. It's difficult for the other matches to proceed properly. Jack looked at him suspiciously. What do you mean? Ryan said helplessly, the Chinese guys were defeated. That means the ones who kidnapped the Koreans. Anyway, the matches would get harder. It's been enough fun, so let's stop here. Jayak nodded slightly inside. It must be this way. Meanwhile, below the building, after rescuing Sophie, Anna led Seth and Jean preparing to leave. Before going, Jean thanked them. Jin smiled happily. Luckily, the outcome was quite good. Jean nodded slightly. Someday we will repay you. Jin smiled politely, but at this moment, Seth said coldly, because of him that didn't happen, so there's no need to be formal. After saying that, he led them away. There was nothing more to see here. Peter waited by the car, reporting to Anna. The plane is ready. Hearing this, Anna quickly bid Jane farewell. See you next time. Diane also nodded slightly, but before leaving, he whispered, I don't know if this counts as repayment, but now the Van Diabing would have no reason to appear before you again. Anna smiled and nodded at him. Then the car slowly moved toward the plane. Jin watched attentively. At that moment, Sinto and Jin also came out from inside. Sinto said with some regret, what a pity. Dean frowned and asked, what happened? Sinto smiled lightly. Weren't we supposed to see the winner and loser? Dean laughed shortly. Damn, Max said, didn't you see the winner and loser? The outcome had already been decided early on. Sinto looked at him puzzled. What do you mean by chess? Dean gazed into the distance and said slowly, they protected what they were holding, but I couldn't hold onto anything. How can you say there's no winner or loser? This reminded him of Wang Griang, who had nothing left to protect, even briefly. He guessed his training was still insufficient. Hearing this, Sinto and Din both found it reasonable. A while later, Din said sincerely, I will train more. Next time we meet, we'll fight decisively. Sinto nodded in agreement. I still can't compete with an old man. Diane stopped and laughed loudly. If it's you, you're welcome anytime, but I'll be busy for a while, we'll come later. Meanwhile, at John's cell, people were still on guard outside. At this moment, he suddenly caused a commotion. He kept banging on the door and demanding that this handcuff be removed. It was preventing him from doing anything. The men outside frowned and said, no, orders from above prohibit opening the door. Immediately, John's disgruntled voice rang out, do I have to go out and pee myself? Even prisoners of war get to use the bathroom. The two men outside hesitated for a moment, then sighed reluctantly. They quickly moved to open the door, not forgetting to warn him to stay clear. Jun inside smiled triumphantly. Outside, the two men lowered their guard and opened the door. The moment the door opened, John's fierce eyes appeared. He violently punched the man by the door, then grabbed him by the collar and pulled him forward. He threw the man's body into the other, sending both crashing to the ground. With one pinned, his gun was useless. He cursed fiercely, damn it, but at that moment, John continued his attack. He seized the man by the neck and snapped it. Brutal as it was, he didn't blink. The two guards were taken down. He then stubbed out his cigarette, retrieved the keys, and removed the handcuffs. He was free again. He bent down to pick up the gun by his feet. Without hesitation, he fired at the two men. Only after he was satisfied did John holster the gun. Then he leaned back and laughed loudly in satisfaction. In the surveillance room, the subordinate next to Ed hesitated. If there are no more matches, what about compensating the losses? At this moment, the powerful figures had already left. Eden bit his lip angrily and scolded. Truly an idiot, ruining everything for him. Only 3 names remained on the list, and the subordinate kept suggesting, first, even with those people, we should. But Eden cut him off before he could finish. What nonsense are you talking about? Who would bet on such a boring match? Hearing this, the subordinate immediately fell silent. Eden gritted his teeth in anger, but then he saw something unusual on the surveillance screen. John had taken down the 2 guards and was carrying guns everywhere. Eden didn't panic, he laughed. The subordinate wanted to issue an emergency order, but Eden stopped him. Confused, the subordinate asked, what is he trying to do? Eden smiled mysteriously. Just wait and see. John quickly returned to his room. He bit his lip aggressively and went to the radio. John picked up the radio on the table, then went to the window and pressed the button to call Henry, have him come down immediately. On Z's side, they had reached the aircraft. Rodney jumped up excitedly when he saw him. He smiled at him. Thankfully, everything was fine. Rodney couldn't help it and ran to give him a hug. Only then did Anna notice a strange aircraft in the sky. She stopped and stared at it, sensing something was wrong. She clearly saw someone jumping from the plane. She squinted. Who could it be? The boss here stopped Rodney from hugging him while glancing back. She was startled, then followed them onto the plane. Only then, a loud explosion erupted behind the building, startling them. The corner of the building had been destroyed. Smoke and fire spread everywhere. Everyone frowned, wondering what had happened. Realizing the danger, Anna urged everyone to hurry. They quickly boarded the plane. Anna frowned at the other side, her expression grim, then turned and ran. Strange black figures appeared in the sky. They were mercenaries arriving at the designated location. The communications tower had been blown up. The mercenaries lowered their altitude and approached the satellite station. They didn't hesitate and threw grenades. In an instant, another explosion occurred. On the plane, everyone had quickly taken their seats. Anna frowned at Peter and urged, "Is everyone on board? Let's depart immediately." Peter nodded slightly. Everyone settled into their seats, ready to leave. After sliding along the runway for a short distance, Peter noticed something. His face immediately darkened, because ahead of them was a fighter jet moving toward them. Soon after, it landed on the runway. The massive jet blocked the group's takeoff path. Anna's group, Anna and Peter, bit their lips, their expressions serious. Meanwhile, the mercenaries had stepped down from their aircraft. Henry quickly reported, "A plane is about to take off here. What should we do?" He informed John, who immediately smiled smugly. Then he quickly ordered them to be captured. At the same time, he had already grabbed the two Edins in the monitoring room. Edin was trembling and muttering, "It seems we both have something we want." John snorted, "Let's see, what is it that you want?" Edin paused, looked at him and grit his teeth. "Is it money or lost honor?" Just then, Tukas and Kanobos came down the elevator and were shocked at the scene. What is going on here? But when they saw John pointing a gun at them, they panicked even more. Gunner Boss frowned, thinking as if calculating something. John raised an eyebrow at them, signaling, "Come here quickly." Tukas aggressively stepped forward and demanded, "Who are you? How dare you?" Canner Boss saw him acting recklessly and hurried to hold him back. But Tukas didn't understand and looked at him suspiciously. "One phone call could bring all our men from Mexico here." Kanobos shook his head slightly and whispered, "No, first of all now." Before he could finish speaking, Tukas was shot through the head. This scene made Cannerboss and Hayasu tremble in fear. Even Edin was no exception. John smiled wickedly at them. "Any last words?" Kanobos bit his lip angrily and cursed, "Bastard!" Then he tried to draw his gun to shoot back. But before he could, he saw the image on the surveillance screen. The mercenary Dam Ning had begun taking action against the guards. The firefight outside was intense. Countless people were killed, blood flowing like rivers. He immediately stopped his action. Even the guards couldn't act at this moment. Edin spoke, "Hurry up, tell us, what do you want?" No sooner had he said this, John approached him. In an instant, his face turned ugly. "We can negotiate." John lowered his head, watching him intently. Then he ordered Lung to speak. "What do I want?" Outside, after some resistance, the guards had lowered their guns. They quickly raised their hands in surrender. The mercenaries escorted each person into the large hall. Jayap pushed the door open, his expression somewhat grim. He looked at the scene before him suspiciously, somewhat speechless. He saw a group of people surrounded by mercenaries. Both investors and competitors alike were in this situation. John sat aside, a gun next to him. He politely sat on the steps, smoking. Jayap approached him and asked suspiciously, "Colonel, what is this?" John snorted coldly, "You shouldn't anger me." Jayap frowned aggressively, gritting his teeth. "You are the one who lost the match." As soon as these words were out, Dung grew even angrier, almost shouting, "I lost when?" He refused to admit defeat in that match. He kept shouting loudly, "I didn't lose, I'm still perfectly fine." "What the hell are you talking about?" Then he looked at Igoro behind him. John tilted his head, inhaled a puff of smoke, and exhaled a thick cloud. Immediately after, he raised his gun and shot Igoro in the leg. Igoro bit his lip fiercely and couldn't help but collapse to the ground. He quickly fell to the floor, gritting his teeth as he looked at John. John stepped in front of Igoro and without hesitation struck his head with the gun. One shot knocked him out. John finally nodded in satisfaction. "This bastard is no match for me," he smirked. "Now this is defeat, understand." Jayak watched this scene, his face darkened. However, John paid no attention to everyone else's reaction. He continued to ask, "Where is that Eastern kid?" Rewinding time, after receiving the order to capture the people on the plane and return, Henry smiled in satisfaction. Soon after, the mercenaries, guns in hand, slowly approached Anna's plane. Anna and Peter on the plane saw this and their expressions darkened. Anna thought for a moment and then said, "If we suppress them, will the plane be able to take off?" Peter shook his head slightly, expression serious. "Don't get ahead of yourself, it might be difficult. Better handle that plane first." But at this moment, gunfire continued to ring out. When it finally stopped, the plane's glass had shattered. Anna glanced at them, calculating whether there was a way to resist. Henry below shouted urgently, "Get down here, don't think about anything else." He warned, "Otherwise that plane will be blown to pieces. Do you hear me?" After saying this, he waited silently for them to come down. Peter watched anxiously, sensing something was wrong. Anna was also very tense, seemingly out of options. With no other choice, they had to go down. As soon as they stepped down, dark gun barrels pointed at them. Peter led the way, followed by the others in sequence. Anna and Jin were still on the plane with Seth. Jin frowned and called Anna, "If we get the chance, should we try to escape?" She shook her head quickly, her face serious. "These people feel different." As soon as she spoke, both Jean and Seth were stunned. What did she mean by that? Anna explained slowly. They are killers who do it for pleasure. In an instant, the two were terrified. The three on the plane calculated a bit before stepping down. Below, Henry was extremely satisfied to have caught them. Just then, a message suddenly appeared on the radio, making him flinch. It ordered him to capture some kid, but which one? Looking toward the people stepping down, Leng asked, "Is there a kid here that the colonel wants?" The three of them, with Anna quietly observing from behind. Anna frowned slightly. The kid he mentioned is probably Sadie. After thinking for a while, she spoke coldly. "We'll be grateful if you let us go. If you want money, we'll pay." Henry smiled slightly. Engim asked, "Is this lady the leader?" Anna stepped forward. Blocking Jean and Seth, she continued, "Is there any room for negotiation?" Henry understood her intention and covered his face with a cold smile. He remembered her provocative gaze. "Sorry, someone else has hired us." Anna frowned and asked, "Oh, really?" Her words immediately radiated lethal intent. At that moment, she realized something was wrong. The mercenaries had quickly fallen back. Anna panicked immediately, too far to launch her attack. Henry saw her reaction. Lynn smiled softly. "We have guns, get close and you'll be dead." She intended to use negotiation to close the distance. Henry said, truly a dangerous human. In a blink, Anna's expression was grim. "This isn't good," Henry warned. "I already said don't think about nonsense." He glanced at Seth, Jean, and Rodney blocking Seth. He raised an eyebrow. "Which one of you is the kid who made the colonel angry?" In the main hall, John waited politely. Terry had also arrived and reported, "All forces here are detained. The telecom facility is under control." John nodded in satisfaction. Terry continued, "What's the next move?" Duong smiled. "Wait, something interesting will happen." Indeed, as he finished, the hall doors opened. Henry entered, cheerfully calling Colonel. He smiled lightly. "Long time no see." John nodded in return. Henry quickly reported, "I've delivered them here." Immediately, Anna's people were escorted in. No one looked pleased at the scene. John, seeing his boss, bit his lip aggressively, radiating lethal intent. "Already here, that damn kid." Seth heard the sound and looked over. Seeing his gaze, John became even angrier. He gritted his teeth. "Dare to look at me like that?" Then he slowly approached him. He laughed triumphantly. "Still don't know the situation." But Seth showed no fear. He raised his head to face him. His words enraged him. He gritted his teeth. "Is this kid not going to stop?" Yet Seth continued to look at him with contempt. The more he looked, the angrier John became. He struck Seth in the stomach with a gun, making him collapse. Still, Seth showed no fear, keeping his head up. Biting his lip aggressively, he continued scolding, "I told you not to look at me like that." Seth really had a talent for provoking. He wanted to strike again, but was suddenly shocked to see Anna blocking in front of him. Anna looked coldly at him, raising her voice, "Let us go and nothing will happen." John looked at her. She was daring. She sized him up and warned, "We'll act as if nothing happened." Hearing this, John laughed angrily. He cursed, "What the hell are you saying, woman?" Then he swung his hand to strike. Unfortunately, he underestimated her. As he struck, she blocked his gun. Her eyes were full of lethal intent. However, a gun suddenly appeared, blocking her face. It was Henry. He said coldly, "Everyone stop." He pointed the gun at Anna, ordering, "Hand over the money." "Yes, the money should be ready." Henry nodded in satisfaction. "Good, money is ready." John glanced at the two of them. They sized him up without fear. Then he turned to the investors. He laughed, "Chairman, give us some money, about $2 million. As soon as he said this, the investors' faces darkened, their eyes staring in disbelief. Ria frowned suspiciously and asked, $2 million, what is that supposed to mean?" Dio raised his brow with a faint smile and said bluntly, "That's the price for your lives. That amount is probably nothing to you, right?" Hearing this, Ryan's body trembled at that moment. Connor Boss spoke up, "There's no guarantee you'll spare us after I hand over the money." Duan glared at him angrily. "You mean dying one way or another is the same?" Eden said, "All communication has been cut. How are we supposed to transfer the money? I don't have any cash on me." Heyasu nodded in agreement. "If you take us somewhere safe, we'll immediately give you the amount you want. How about that?" Seeing them rambling on, John grew a little annoyed. He looked toward Terry and called him over. Terry quickly walked to their side. Then he took a device out from his coat. He chuckled and said, "No need to worry about that. Come on, gentlemen, let me show you my golden goose. This is a device that can access any bank in the world, no matter where you are." How could they destroy the signal tower without any preparation? Seeing this, the investors were speechless. They really came prepared. At that moment, Henry asked again, "So once the rich ones pay, you'll just kill the rest?" Frustrated, John hadn't even responded yet. Eden hurried forward and shouted fiercely, "Please proceed with the match." Henry frowned at him and asked suspiciously, "What match?" Eden explained anxiously, "If that happens, he'll pay double the amount." As soon as he said that, the other investors were stunned. What is he trying to do? On the contrary, Henry was extremely excited. "Double the money, that's fantastic." Jace shot an angry look at Edith. But Edith cursed fiercely, "If we don't end this right now, we'll go bankrupt. Do you know how much I've lost because of you?" As soon as those words were spoken, the atmosphere turned even grimmer, leaving everyone at a loss for words. No matter how noisy it was over there, Anna's side remained extremely quiet. She silently observed the group across from them. while Jin was also watching the situation. His expression was grave as he scanned the surrounding. At that moment Peter asked in a low voice, "What do we do?" Anna gently shook her head. "It's not that simple, they haven't left any openings." Drawing on her experience, Anna quickly assessed the entire hall. Roughly counting, there were about 12 of them. Outside, there were another 5 or 6. Even if they attacked from one side, they would still suffer heavy losses. Jin frowned and pondered. At that moment, Anna called Erika. Erika quietly moved to her side. Anna whispered instructions, "Go outside, create chaos and split their forces inside." Erika nodded slightly and took out a needle. Then she used it to pick the lock on her handcuffs. "Leave it to me," she said. Anna reminded her, "The situation doesn't look good. They're not easy opponents, don't go too far." Just then, Rodney ran over. "Madam, please allow me to help you." For the chairman, my brother could as well. But before he could finish speaking, a cap was suddenly pulled down over his face. Dean approached from behind and asked in a low voice, "Want this old man to lend a hand?" Anna turned in surprise to look at him. Diane smiled faintly. "I don't like this situation either." Jin and Seth both looked up at once. Anna hesitated before saying, "In that case." At the same time, over on John's side, Henry was shocked after hearing Eden talk about the profits from the match. "Billions of dollars," Eden nodded firmly. "ES made a fortune from it." Henry still couldn't believe it. "Just by fighting those people over there, and if we win, we get billions." Then a battle-hungry smile spread across his face. "If that's the case, what are we waiting for? Let's fight." Hearing this, Eden was immediately delighted. "That's even better." But at that moment Terry spoke up. "Captain, I object. Greed is blinding you." The man beside Terry snapped. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Terry shook his head slightly and said gravely, "These are all influential figures. If we kill them all and don't clean it up properly, we'll be hunted for the rest of our lives." As soon as he said that, the man beside him understood immediately. Terry continued, "Their people will hire assassins to chase us to the ends of the earth. If we want to negotiate, we should act appropriately." The man beside him suggested, "Then we just take the money and kill them all." Henry frowned and fell into deep thought. Before he could finish thinking, a hand landed on his shoulder. It was John, wearing a malicious smile. "Henry, let's fight." Henry frowned and made his decision a moment later. He brushed John's hand away and walked toward the crowd. Anna spoke up. "Everyone return to the previous battle," he declared loudly. "To give you more motivation, whoever takes first place will receive a reward from me." As soon as he said that, everyone's faces turned grim. Even Anna, Seth, and Jean were no exception. At that moment, Henry smiled arrogantly. "I'll spare your life." The moment those words were spoken, someone expressed dissatisfaction. He quickly shouted in objection, "Stop joking around, what time is it to be fighting?" Instantly, a bullet pierced through his head. Just like that, a person who was alive a second ago became a cold corpse the next. This scene terrified Seth's group. Henry shouted frantically, "Anyone else dissatisfied? This is the fate of the last one. If you're not afraid of dying, step forward." They immediately went silent. Seeing this, Henry was very satisfied. He snorted coldly and said, "Then just wait obediently while we prepare. That's it." The people in the hall were gathered together, surrounded by many mercenaries standing guard. Seth's group sat silently, taking no action for the moment. Anna did the same. She really hadn't thought of a solution yet. At that moment, Erika looked toward her, and both nodded simultaneously. Immediately after, Erika quickly raised her hand. She asked if she could go to the restroom. The two mercenaries smiled lewdly upon hearing this. Then they said, "Come out, we'll go with you." Erika obediently left the confined group, following the two. But Terry had noticed their movement. He immediately ordered, "Stay there." The two accomplices, a bit suspicious, asked, "Why?" Terry gave no explanation and slowly approached them. One hurriedly said, "She said she needs to use the restroom. We'll go with her, so it might take a little time." Terry didn't say a word. He reached in front of Erika, staring at her, making her palms sweat coldly. Anna's side also waited silently. If discovered, it would mean failure. At this moment, Terry indeed noticed something on Erika. She had no choice but to stand still and wait for him. A second later, Terry suddenly reached for Erika's collar, aggressively pulling it aside. In an instant, all the pins on her body fell to the floor. Erika's face became ugly. She hadn't expected he could detect them. The pins clattered loudly on the floor. Terry snorted coldly as a reminder, "Stay focused. I already said everyone here is dangerous." The two mercenaries were also terrified by the scene. Erika had been discovered. She bit her lip angrily, feeling a bit resentful. Then Terry looked at the two accomplices and said, "I told you to be careful. The lifetime fortune is about to be in your hands." The two immediately nodded, "We know." Afterwards, Erika was forced back to her spot. Terry also came over to warn, "Sit still obediently and everything will conclude quickly." Seth glanced at him, his expression somewhat serious. In the observation room, Henry and Eden were present. The previous battles were being replayed in slow motion. Seth's fight with John was no exception. Seeing this, Henry couldn't help but smile, definitely enough to make a colonel angry. Eden squinted at him and said, "The remaining match isn't long now." Henry, a bit surprised, turned to look at him. He explained slowly, "The largest bets are on these two." Then, the screen displayed the bet between Jin and Jin. Eden continued and both were interrupted midway. "If they continue fighting, a large sum can be won. The match I'm referring to is between Seth and Brock. At this moment, their battle was fierce and approaching its climax. The potential payout could reach about 2.3 billion USD. But since the match was interrupted, the bets couldn't be paid yet. As soon as these words were said, Henry was stunned. Over 2 billion. "Then let's proceed quickly." But at this moment, Eden mentioned there was a problem. He frowned and asked, "What problem?" Eden explained slowly. "Because this is a very high-stakes match, trust is life." Being suddenly disconnected like this, Henry, annoyed, asked, "Is this our fault?" He bit his lip aggressively. Eden continued. "In short, they must be informed that the match will continue without issue. Only then will people be interested and place more money." Henry thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "Let's do it the way you want. This could earn billions." Could he wait for that? Shortly after, on the rooftop, they were escorted here by mercenaries. Kanobos felt humiliated, shaking with anger, his fists clenched tightly. He gritted his teeth angrily. How could this happen to me again? Then he looked at Lucas and called him. Lucas flinched slightly, replying in a low voice, "Yes, boss." Gunner Boss coldly ordered, "If anything happens, that guy must be killed." Then he looked toward John sitting on the railing. John was casually smoking, unaware that someone was plotting to kill him. Lucas nodded without hesitation. "Understood, boss." Heihasu, suspicious, asked, "Are they really planning to kill us?" Jayak whispered calmly, "Don't worry, they only want money." Hearing this, Heihasu was annoyed. "Do we even have time to discuss this? The people in front of us are trying to kill us." Jayak clenched his teeth and tried to persuade him. "Please wait a little longer and see when the signal reconnects. The mainland will contact us right away." The moment he said that, Heihasu looked a little stunned. "What do you mean?" Jayak explained slowly. "Among the people running the black market, many of them are powerful." Heihasu narrowed his eyes at him and said nothing. Just then, something suddenly stirred in the sky, shocking everyone below. Surveillance drones appeared in midair once again. Henry also slowly emerged onto the rooftop. He quickly walked to the center and swept his gaze over the crowd in front of him. Then he looked in one direction and called out to the two people over there. The spot he was staring at was where Z, Anna, and Brock were. He pointed at Seth and Brock and ordered, "Come out here." Both of them looked startled. What was he trying to do? He looked at them and coldly commanded, "You two, fight. That's the only way there'll be money." As soon as he said that, the expressions on Seth and Brock's faces turned ugly. Seeing them still standing there without moving, Henry immediately flew into a rage and shouted, "I said fight." He frowned and laid out his terms. "I'll spare the winner's life." "Well, that's not too bad, is it?" Anna squinted at him from behind, killing intent flashing across her face. At that moment, Seth asked coldly, "And if I don't feel like it?" Henry was a little surprised by that. He immediately raised the handgun in his hand toward the boy and sneered, "I'm sure you already know." Staring at the pitch-black muzzle aimed at him, Seth not only wasn't scared, he laughed instead. He raised an eyebrow in provocation. "Looks like you don't have the guts to put that gun down." Henry found him interesting and sneered. "You don't seem afraid, huh?" Seth's most vivid memory involving a gun was the time Sangman took a bullet for him. Seth curled his lip. "I've been like this since I was a kid, nothing special." His flippant attitude made Henry furious. Henry snorted coldly, then walked over with the gun. He aimed it straight at Seth's forehead. The icy touch of metal instantly made Seth shudder slightly. Henry frowned and chuckled. "Now that it's on your forehead, does it feel any different?" Seth glared at him, his face still calm. The more Henry looked, the angrier he got, his finger already ready to squeeze the trigger. Seth narrowed his eyes at him without saying a word, and at that knife-edge moment, John hurried over to stop him. Wearing a wicked smile, he said, "That brat will die, but he's mine." Hearing that, Seth immediately let out a contemptuous snort. "Sounds like you're asking to get beaten again." The moment he said it, John froze, staring at him at a loss for words. Right then, Henry lifted his hand and struck. The pistol butt slammed straight into Seth's face. Henry stared at him coldly, his voice brimming with killing intent. "You think I'm joking, don't you?" Seth bit his lip hard, anger surging inside him. Henry then looked at John again and advised, "Just find someone else and kill this one already." John could only sigh helplessly when he heard that. "What the hell are you thinking?" But over here, Brock suddenly agreed to fight. Seth frowned at him. What was this guy planning? Brock glared at Seth and said harshly, "Seth, let's settle this." As soon as he said that, Seth exploded in curses. "What game are you playing? I'd rather die." But before he could finish his sentence, Brock charged into him. Without hesitation, he yanked Seth backward, slammed him hard into the wall, and kept shouting, "I don't want to die yet." Seeing this, Anna's group looked grim. Over on the investors' side, they trembled in fear. Only John was thrilled. "That's right, this is it. If you don't want to die, then struggle like a dog." Over here, Brock still pinned Seth against the wall, then spoke to him in Korean. The moment he said it, Seth asked in disbelief, "What did you say?" Brock clenched his teeth. "Beat me, win." Seth stared at him, stunned. What the hell was he talking about? Taking a deep breath, Brock continued. If you die here, I'll never be able to face Master and Sophie again. Seth's face instantly darkened. He kicked Brock hard. Just like that, he regained his freedom. He glared at Brock and demanded, "What the hell are you talking about?" On the rooftop, the two suddenly started fighting viciously. Brock was absolutely determined. He kept throwing punches at Seth, but Seth only defended and didn't attack, even urging him to stop. Brock wanted to say something more, but Seth cut him off with a loud shout. Brock immediately withdrew his hands, letting Seth slip past him, then slowly walked up to Henry. Henry frowned at him and asked suspiciously, "Why did you stop? There won't be any money." Z snorted coldly and said with contempt, "I don't throw punches for nothing. If I'm going to fight, I'll do it properly." Henry muttered in confusion, "Fighting and you're still spouting nonsense." Seth glared at him angrily. "Stop insulting me. If you want, then kill me." As soon as he said that, everyone present was instantly stunned. Meanwhile, Anna's group was deeply worried. They had no idea what he was doing. Ignoring everyone's reactions, Seth just stood there, glaring at Henry. He looked at him too, a little flustered. He stayed silent. Over in South Korea at the hospital, Mr. Sophie was bandaging the wound on his head. He looked gratefully at the group in front of him and said, "Thank you so much. I truly owe you all a great deal." Madam Sang shook her head when she heard that and chuckled softly. "We only got a call from over there and brought him to the hospital." David spoke up, "If you want to thank someone, thank that chairman." Jonas nodded in agreement. "Our chairman in the US saved Sophie." Madam Sang was afraid he'd misunderstood, so she corrected him. "The former chairman, Chairman Zat, saved Sophie from those Chinese men." The moment she said that, Mr. Sophie's eyes went wide in shock. Just then, Jonas suddenly cried out in disbelief, "What is this?" His face turned pale, his expression ugly. How could the match be continuing? Madam Sang frowned at that, muttering in suspicion. "Wasn't the match already over?" Jonas said through clenched teeth. "The server disconnected and now it's restarting." David beside him shook his head slightly. "It wasn't working even a moment ago. Weren't we still unable to get in touch?" As soon as that was said, Madam Sang fell into deep thought. Right after that, an image quickly appeared on Joanne's phone as well. It was a video of Seth and Henry. Seeing this, Mr. Sophie's face immediately darkened. While Madam Sang was thinking, Madam Sophie suddenly said, "I'll try calling the US." Elsewhere on the rooftop of a building on the island, Henry frowned as he looked at Zat. Len Lung asked, "So you can't fight?" Seth replied without fear. "If you want to kill me, then do it." In an instant, Henry's expression changed drastically. Seth stood there calm and steady, his gaze on him carrying an attitude that infuriated him. The hand holding the gun trembled slightly as he slowly raised it, aiming at him. Anna's group on the side clenched their teeth, terrified. Even the investors panicked, gritting their teeth as they waited. They stood still, making no move at all. Yet at this moment, Henry lifted the gun and fired into the air. The surveillance camera above was instantly shattered by the shot. Only then did he lower the gun, then point it at his head again. At that instant, his eyes were filled with killing intent. He truly wanted to pull the trigger, but before he could, John approached from a distance and placed a hand on his shoulder. He said sternly, "Henry, this brat is mine." Even though he was thrilled, wanting to toy with Seth, Henry still hesitated. Without saying a word, he stayed put where he was and made no other move. In the blink of an eye, the air here tightened to the extreme. No one spoke. Just then Ewan suddenly whispered to Anna, "I'll handle the 5 over there." Anna jolted slightly, glanced at the 5 guards, hesitated for a long moment, then nodded in agreement. She turned to Akira beside her and instructed, "Akira, there are 2 at the door." Akira immediately acknowledged. Anna looked to Jean again and said, "Leave the rest to you." Jean agreed without hesitation. As for her, she would handle the front. Just then Rodney suddenly ran over and asked, "Ma'am, what about me?" Anna swept him a glance, then ordered, "Keep an eye on Zat." Rodney accepted excitedly, signaling he understood. On this side, John stood before Seth and wore a wicked smile. "If you want to die that badly, I'll let you experience it." Zat let out a short snort of contempt, "And you really are." But before he could finish, Seth's eyes went wide in horror. John was holding 2 pistols in his hand. He pressed them close to Seth's cheeks. Seeing this, Seth bit his lip hard. John chuckled excitedly. "A brat like you hasn't had a taste of this yet. What a novel way, isn't it?" The moment he finished speaking, he immediately fired in rapid succession. The continuous gunshots rang in Seth's ears, while John grew excited to the extreme. He kept the gun pressed to Seth's cheek and fired again and again. Only when the bullets ran out did his trembling hand finally stop. Seth's ear was already blanketed in gun smoke. Seeing his expression, John laughed even more smugly. Seth frowned at him, his face full of fury, but it still wasn't over. John suddenly made a move, making Seth's eyes widen. He swung his fist at him. Unfortunately, before it could land, a needle pierced straight through his throat. He bit down hard, forcing himself to endure the pain, but fresh blood kept pouring out nonstop. Henry was shocked by the sight. Before he could even figure out what happened, a needle shot toward him. Luckily, he reacted in time and raised his hand to block. The needle only went through his hand. Taking that chance, Anna rushed in from afar. The guards outside saw things turning bad and immediately aimed their guns that way. Unfortunately, before they could fire, they were tightly bound by an invisible cord. All of them were tied up by Jen's cord. Moving was nearly impossible. The two at the door noticed as well. They hurriedly raised their guns to shoot the people inside, but Akira had already rushed over, pulling out several needles. She lunged fiercely at the two door guards. Before they could react, her needles pierced through them and they died on the spot. The others saw it and hurried over too, but before they could even open fire, Jin attacked. Jin moved like lightning. They couldn't keep up with his speed at all. He slammed a brutal punch into one man's chin, snapping his head back as he passed out. The other one didn't even get a chance to look at his partner before Jin finished him with a single blow. Henry's expression darkened at the sight. He didn't notice a figure rushing straight toward him. In the blink of an eye, Anna was right in front of him. The moment he saw her, he started trembling. Before he could react, Anna struck him hard in the chin. She had a needle in her hand and drove it straight through his mouth. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere, but Anna had no intention of letting him off. She slowly pulled her hand back, then gathered strength into her palm and slammed a direct blow into his chin. The needle tore a path from his mouth up toward his head. Blood poured over Henry's face, and the needle lodged in his head was knocked flying out. He collapsed just like that, lying in a pool of bright red blood. Anna narrowed her eyes at him, her anger still burning. But she suddenly sensed something. She whipped her head around, her face tightening. Erica followed her gaze. The rooftop door had somehow been left open, and several guards outside had already come in. The next second, they opened fire like mad. Erica reacted and ran, but a bullet still grazed her, and blood began spreading across her body. The mercenaries didn't let up, firing non-stop. With the shockwave of gunfire at close range, his ears couldn't process it in time. That's why he just stood there, not moving at all. Anna ran toward him in panic. At that moment, he suddenly felt something. He turned to look back, and his eyes went wide with terror. All he could see was fresh blood spraying everywhere. Bullets streaked in every direction across the rooftop. Seeing things turn bad, Jin quickly broke line of sight with the mercenaries and dashed behind the door. He kicked it hard, slamming it shut. Only then did the gunfire stop. Jin let out a breath of relief. He looked at Erica and asked anxiously, "Are you okay?" Erica shook her head slightly. "I avoided the fatal shots." But then she remembered something and quickly turned to look at the boss. Her eyes suddenly went wide in horror. Jin hurried to look over there too. With the chaos just now, he hadn't known what was happening. The moment he saw it, his face turned grim. In his eyes was a figure standing there, shielding this side. With bullets flying everywhere, there was no controlling. Many people were hit, some dead, some wounded, and Z's eyes were blazing with fury. Anna beside him couldn't hold back either, tears pooling in her eyes. She murmured, "Uncle," but Rodney had taken countless bullets, blocking them in front of him. His body was riddled with bullet holes. He bit down hard on his lip, fear flashing across his face. Rodney was drenched in blood, a horrifying sight. Yet there was still a smile on his lips as he stared one last time then. He collapsed. Seeing this, she rushed forward and screamed at the top of her lungs. Uncle Rodney realized things had gone wrong. Over here, Igoru had picked up a gun. He walked up beside Jin and said calmly, "I'll stand guard here." As soon as he said it, Jin ran to Rodney. He never expected this to happen. His face was filled with panic. Seeing it, Igoru could only sigh helplessly. He understood that kind of grief all too well. At the same time, John's neck had been pierced through by Anna's needle. After losing far too much blood, he lay motionless. Death was only a matter of time. Igoru guarded the door while they did what they had to do. Outside the door, the mercenaries were held back. They couldn't get in. A moment later, Terry ran up and asked suspiciously, "What happened?" One man said nervously, "Looks like we've all been played." As soon as he said that, Terry's face turned ugly. Gritting his teeth, he snapped, "So Henry and the colonel got taken too." Another man nodded with a mocking grin. Henry thought everything would be easy. Terry cursed through clenched teeth, "That stupid bastard." Just then, someone else frowned and asked, "So what now?" Terry bit down hard on his lip. He knew what the guy was thinking, so he warned him, "Don't get greedy. We're the ones holding the money, and there's only one way in or out of the rooftop. They're guarding it." Hearing that, someone asked suspiciously, "What are you planning?" Terry barked, "Do you want to spend the rest of your life being hunted?" He suggested blowing everything up. It was the only way if they wanted to live easy from now on. Inside the rooftop, Kanobos wasn't hurt at all, and he sneered. "What a pathetic ending, Jack Shin." Hearing that, Jack lowered his head in shame. That's right, this was something he had indirectly caused. Ryan couldn't bear to see him like that and quickly explained, "We didn't want this to happen." But Kanobos didn't let him finish and cut him off coldly. "We should have had a more perfect plan from the start. From here on out, everyone's going to be exhausted, because our friends from Mexico won't let us go." At those words, the whole group fell silent. Kanobos didn't care much. He slowly walked over and picked up the gun. After that, he lifted his gaze to John, who was lying miserably on the ground. He spoke coldly, "You did this to me." No matter how hard he tried to breathe, John couldn't muster a single word in rebuttal. Carnarvon aimed his gun at him, laughed, and said, "I don't want you to die easily, but you have to die." Suddenly, before he could pull the trigger, a hand clamped down on the gun. It was Anna. The move caught Carnarvon completely off guard. She looked at him, her voice stern. His life isn't for you to decide. Hearing that, he was instantly terrified and didn't dare argue. Anna slowly walked toward Jack. She stared at him and ordered, "Take responsibility." Jack frowned fiercely, but Anna didn't say another word. She struck him directly, sending him flying. His body trembled uncontrollably. Collapsing to the ground, he didn't even have time to catch his breath before he spat out fresh blood. Anna appeared in front of him again, her eyes murderous. "You will take full responsibility. Responsibility for everything my child has suffered. Responsibility for all that pain." Over here, because of Rodney's death, the air sank into grief. Erica couldn't bear to watch and could only turn away. Peter stood to the side, furious, his hands shaking as he saw Rodney cradled in Seth's arm. Rodney's blood soaked Seth's hands red. Seeing it, Seth's face twisted, and he threw his head back and roared at the sky, letting it all out. Meanwhile, after leaving the stairwell, Terry went to the monitoring room. The guard inside saw him and asked suspiciously, "I've already smashed all those drones. Is there something going on up there?" Terry gave a slight nod and barked an order. "If there are any left, get them up and take a look. Hurry." The other man looked confused. He pressed, "What is it?" Terry explained slowly. "Henry looks like he's been shot, those hillbillies too." Hearing that, the man immediately frowned. "How is that possible?" He hurriedly switched the camera feed. The rooftop scene appeared one after another. Through it, they could see what was happening upstairs. The investors' people and Anna's group were still safe. As for John and the mercenaries, all of them had been taken down and were sprawled off to one side. At the same time, Jin noticed the camera had been intercepted and smashed by a monofilament trap. The camera immediately lost connection and they could no longer see the footage. Seeing this, the supervisor shouted in panic. "Henry really has been shot." Terry ordered them to prep the aircraft. Hearing that, Eden was instantly stunned. Terry also ordered the other man to bring all the explosives. The man quickly agreed and spun around to run. Terry then issued another order over the radio. "Watch every exit. John, go get the C4. Seeing him about to leave, Eden asked, "What about the matches?" Terry glared at him, furious. "Are you out of your mind? Don't you know what's happening right now?" Eden refused to accept it and shouted, "If the matches continue, we could bring in hundreds of millions of dollars." But Terry ignored him and turned to leave. Watching that, Eden flew into a rage and bit his lip. Then he yanked a sword hidden inside his cane, charging forward viciously, acting like the match belonged to him. He couldn't let everything slip away like this. But before he could swing, Terry shot him through the head. He died on the spot. Terry snorted, "I told you and you still wouldn't listen." On the rooftop, everyone was still standing there, not doing anything. Dean walked beside Anna and asked, "What should we do now?" The commander said, "From the start, every decision has been directed by you." Anna said nothing, only sweeping her eyes over the people nearby as she asked, "Is that true?" Ryan spoke up. "Yes, that's right." Kanobos nodded as well. "I have no objections." Hearing that, Anna hesitated and said nothing. Then she looked toward Satch, who was still drowning in grief. She frowned. After a moment, she made a decision and walked over to Igoro. She asked, "You used to be a soldier, didn't you?" Yigaru was a little surprised, but he still nodded. Anna said sternly, "How would you handle this situation?" Igor thought for a moment, then said, "If it were me, I'd plant explosives on the rooftop level and the ground floor. The building would collapse immediately." He guessed the mercenaries would try to wipe everything out to avoid consequences later. Anna frowned and asked, "Can that door be breached?" Igoro shook his head. "No, they're all guarding it. The chance of getting shot is extremely high." Hearing that, Anna fell into thought. After a moment, she proposed, "Then wherever they're guarding, I'll strike there." Igoro's door guard team stared in shock, not expecting her to propose that. But she didn't care, turning to Diane and calling for the old man. Diane was a little startled, unsure what she was planning. She told him to hand her the cane. Diane considered it, then warned, "Be careful. They're not easy to deal with. I'll go with you." Anna didn't hesitate. She nodded calmly, "All right." Then she turned and called to Jin, who was standing over there. She knew he was hurting too, but there wasn't much time left. She lowered her voice. "Are you still there?" Jin bit his lip hard, drew a deep breath, and forced down the grief in his chest. A moment later, he clenched his teeth, nodded, and turned to head toward Anna, who was standing by the railing. She wrapped the fishing line of Diane around her hand. After she finished, she looked at Jean and said, "Jin and I will break that reinforced glass. You follow behind." Jean gave a slight nod. "Understood." Right after that, Anna looked at Jean. The two of them nodded at the same time. Without a single wasted movement, they jumped down from the rooftop. With Diane's line holding them, the two of them managed to keep their balance on the beam. Anna didn't hesitate. She charged at the glass door on the floor below and smashed it with a single kick. Cracks began to spread across the glass. Seeing that, Jin rushed in from behind as well, biting his lip hard, his eyes filled with resolve. Anna pulled her leg back. Jin kicked straight into the crack Anna had made, shattering the glass. The two of them quickly jumped into the room. Their move succeeded exactly as planned. Up on the rooftop, Diane received their signal from below, then looped the line around the ventilation unit outside. With something to grab onto, Jean quickly jumped off the rooftop and followed the plan to go help Anna below. At this moment, Seth was still drowning in grief, his eyes almost unfocused as he held Rodney in his arms. Victor, anxious, went over to call him, but Seth didn't hear him. He suddenly set Rodney down, stood up, his face terrifyingly grim, and without saying a word walked over to where John was lying. John still tried to clamp his hand over the wound, waiting for his men to come rescue him, but would Seth give him that chance? The answer was a definite no. Seth stepped up in front of him, deathly menace rolling off him. He stared at John for a long moment, then reached out and grabbed him by the head. He dragged him viciously across the ground, making John scream in pain. The commotion startled Igoru and Lucas, leaving them pale with fear. Ignoring them, Seth kept dragging John slowly toward the door. John struggled to break free, but Seth's strength was overwhelming. Seth's grip was so tight it felt like John's hair was about to be ripped out. He stopped in front of Igoru and ordered, "Open the door, now." Peter panicked when he heard that and hurried to stop him. Seth didn't care and kept moving forward. Uru frowned at the scene and said hesitantly, "I get that you've lost control because you lost someone close to you, but it's dangerous behind that door." The moment he finished speaking, he suddenly sensed something striking toward him, and his body trembled with fear. It was a murderous aura. Seth looked like an Asura from hell. If anyone blocked his way, he would kill them without hesitation. Seeing this, Igru hurriedly stepped aside. Immediately after, Seth opened the door without a second thought. His action caught the mercenaries on the stairwell completely off guard, but right after that, they started firing at the doorway. When they took a closer look, they panicked, because by then John had been riddled with bullets. Seeing it, the mercenaries cursed in shock. "What the hell is this?" Before the words even finished, he felt something slam toward him. John viciously hurled the huge body straight at him. Right after that, Seth didn't say a word and charged at them. The others were instantly terrified. One raised his gun at Seth, another turned and bolted. Unfortunately, the one aiming hadn't even pulled the trigger before Seth kicked him in the face. The other one shouted into his radio in a panic. On this side, Seth quickly took the first man down, used the stair railing to leap down, and before long caught up with the one who had run. He drove his knee up viciously into the man's head. Terry's loud shout crackled through from the other end. "What? How the hell did you guys miss from over there, Reynolds?" No one answered. One man had already been dropped by Seth, and the other was trembling in fear. Now he didn't dare to shoot. He could only watch Seth advancing. On the stairs, Grob came out too when he didn't hear any gunfire. When he saw the man sitting by the door, he struck at once, throwing a punch straight into the mercenary's face. Brock was beaten unconscious. After finishing this, Grok looked down at Seth, speechless. Seth had just defeated the last opponent, standing silently like a hellish warrior. At the same time, at the bottom of the stairs, someone appeared. It was Anna's three companions running over, but their eyes widened in horror at the scene on the stairs. The murderous aura standing there was terrifying. Meanwhile, Terry was driving toward the plane, calling out as he went, but no one responded. He grit his teeth and cursed angrily. "Damn it, what's going on?" Soon, he reached the landing plane. Someone spotted him and reported, "The explosives are here." But he ordered the plane to take off. Hearing this, the person asked suspiciously, "Why?" Terry bit his lip and explained, "They're all dead." The other man's expression instantly turned terrified. "Didn't they have guns? How could this be?" Terry, being pragmatic, spoke to advise him. "Money is what matters. Take the cash and disappear for a few years." On the other side, with no mercenaries guarding, the investors slowly descended. Seeing Eden dead, Cannerboss snorted coldly. Knew it. Eden's death was bitterly unfair. His eyes didn't even close. Cannerboss then looked at Ryan and asked, "The cameras must have recorded them, right?" Ryan nodded slightly, probably. Hearing this, Cannerboss growled in anger. He gritted his teeth and hissed, "Just wait, you bastards." On the rooftop, Anna's team surrounded Rodney's body. Seth had covered his face with his jacket. The atmosphere was solemn, no one spoke. After a while, Anna looked at Z hesitantly. "Seth." Seth knew what she meant and shook his head, saying he was fine. Anna squinted at him, saying nothing. He still stood silently there. He said quietly that he was okay. Anna sighed reluctantly, then turned and led the order to leave. Peter bent down, carrying Rodney's body, and followed. Only Seth remained. His body was covered with injuries. Clearly, he was far from being okay. Back in South Korea, they held a funeral for Rodney at the city mortuary. The atmosphere was quiet. The only sound was probably Jayek's mournful cry. Z looked on, unsure what to say. Jayek knelt before Rodney's photo, trembling. "Why did you have to go like this?" Throughout the ceremony, Seth did not speak. Hours later, after the cremation, they brought Rodney's ashes to a stream. Jayek carried the ashes to the car and handed them to Seth, softly suggesting, "You should be the one to scatter them for him." Seth stared at Jayek in shock, speechless. Jayek lowered his head to Seth, continuing, "Maybe that's what he wanted." Seth squinted at the urn in Jayek's hand. His expression was grim. After a while, he reached out to take it, his hand shaking uncontrollably. Jayek smiled contentedly, softly saying, "Thank you, master." Immediately after, Seth carried the urn to the stream. He scooped a handful, lifted it into the air, and after a moment let it go. The ashes flew with the wind. All of Sunshine bowed their heads in sorrow. Comrade, a brother, left this world in that way. Jayak could not help but cry aloud, his body shaking. After a while, the last of the ashes had been scattered. Seth also bowed his head, silently shedding tears. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Sophie was recovering after returning from the U.S. Jean and Victor came to visit. Jean asked if she was okay. She smiled faintly. I'm fine, the doctor said to rest for a while. Seeing her injuries, Jean felt guilty. It's my fault. Sophie looked at him in surprise, shaking her head. No, it's not. But Jean still blamed himself. I couldn't protect you. Seeing him like that, Sophie smiled reassuringly. No. It was my fault, but in the end, I'm okay. Victor nodded in agreement. It's good that everyone is fine. Sophie worriedly asked, what about Brock? Victor seriously told her. Because of this incident, Seth and his mother took him away. Jean knew she was worried and quickly reassured. He's fully back now. You don't need to worry anymore. Hearing this, she quietly exhaled, saying nothing. Then Jean continued. He risked himself to save you. This time his effort was the greatest. Also, he told me that Seth is quite sorrowful right now. Sophie frowned at him, asking suspiciously, what's wrong with him? But Jean said nothing, sitting silently. After a while he stood. You'll probably pause your studies to train with your teacher. Sophie looked at him in surprise, asking worriedly, why stop your study? Did something happen? Jean shook his head slightly, telling her to recover first. Once you're well, remember to encourage Z then. He turned and left the hospital room, ignoring Sophie's calls. Sophie looked to Victor. So what exactly happened? Victor helplessly held his head, frustrated. That bastard left everything to me. He took a deep breath and slowly said, Rodney is gone. No sooner had he finished speaking than Sophie's face went pale with shock, her body trembling uncontrollably. Victor let out a pained sigh and said he had taken the bullet for Seth. Sophie only listened in silence without saying a word. It was a painful subject and Victor didn't want to bring it up again. He started talking about Jin instead. In the tournament, there was an old master who was quite formidable. Jin told Liu that in another 6 months he would challenge that man. Sophie couldn't utter a single word. She just sat there with her head lowered, her body shaking as she cried. At Jack's kindergarten, after returning from Rodney's funeral, Seth came here with Jack. Inside, Jack said through grief, Rodney and I have always been grateful to the chairman. Thanks to him, I was able to reunite with my wife. Seeing her again felt like being reborn. Like I told you before, this is my home and Rodney's too. Seth stood to the side, quietly listening to Jack's heartfelt words. Then Jack suddenly gave a soft laugh and said, when you said you'd buy this place and let us stay here, I was really surprised and deeply grateful. Ever since they were kids, Jack and Rodney were always bickering. Since they both came from the orphanage, it was unavoidable. Hearing that, Seth suddenly said in a low voice, this is my fault. Jack looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he meant. Seth took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Because of me, before he could finish, Jack already knew what he was going to say and quickly cut him off. Don't be like that. He was truly happy by your side. Seth fell silent at those words. Was he really happy? Jack watched his back and let out a breath as he spoke. When I tried to persuade him to retire, do you know what he said? Back then, Rodney declared without hesitation that the chairman mattered more than his life. This life of mine, I'll protect Seth to the very end. The more Seth listened, the harder his body trembled, his hands clenched into tight fists. Jack saw it too and hurriedly said, that's how it was. Then he suddenly bowed his head to Seth, gritting his teeth as he said, so please live well for his sake too. Seth stared at him wide-eyed, not knowing how to respond. Jack didn't hesitate and continued, he once told me you're the strongest person there is. That's why Rodney always respected you, so I want you to stop blaming yourself. Seth couldn't hold back his tears anymore. A moment later, he finally nodded in response. He looked at Jack and gave a small nod to show he understood. He would live well and not betray Rodney's trust. The next day at Sunshine Group in the chairman's office, Seth sat on the chair looking drained, while Peter stood by the window. He asked worriedly, are you feeling steady now? Seth stayed silent and didn't answer. It had only been one day, could he really be okay, seeing him not speak? Peter continued, if you want, this position can be yours. As soon as he said that, Seth immediately shook his head and refused. But more importantly, I have a request. He said he wanted to go out for a while, then come back with Akira. Peter looked at him in shock and hesitated. But Madam said, Seth naturally knew what he meant and gritted his teeth as he insisted, don't tell my mother. Peter narrowed his eyes at him, not daring to agree. Seeing Peter hesitate, Seth leaned back in the chair, tilted his head up to the ceiling and said in a deep voice, I have to keep a promise to Rodney. So he truly wanted Peter to help him do this? Peter stared at him intently, then said nothing. A few days later at a house in Japan, Shinto and Din were in the fencing hall. The clang of metal rang out non-stop as neither of them hesitated, slashing at the other. But in the end, Din still got his hand cut by Shinto's sword. His weapon fell to the floor as well. The fight ended quickly. The two sat down to rest and Din frowned at Shinto and asked, well, Din was certain his speed was better than Shinto's. But Shinto said his sword had no killing point. If he focused only on evasion, he would be at a disadvantage in terms of attack. Hearing that, Jin quickly shook his head, unable to accept it. Shinto shrugged indifferently and suggested, "Then let's try real blades." Jin agreed without hesitation and teased with a grin, "Let's see if you can still say that after my sword stabs you." Just then, the door suddenly opened. The two startled and turned their heads. They saw Akira and a curly-haired man carrying a camera walk in. Akira lowered his head apologetically. "Excuse our intrusion." Shinto hurriedly stood up. He hesitated and said, "You too clearly." Before he could finish, another figure approached from the distance. When they saw who it was, both of them and Shinto grew even more alarmed. The newcomer was, of course, Seth. A few days earlier, he had traveled all the way from Korea to the United States to find the curly-haired man. Then he rushed back to Japan to find the two of them. He took off his shoes and walked inside. Shinto and Din didn't know what he was planning and frowned as they watched him. Only then did he speak and propose, "Can you spar with me?" Over in Korea, at Anna's house deep in the woods, two figures were constantly colliding, Anna and Jin. They were training together for the upcoming match against Jen. To get Jen used to fighting someone with a weapon, Anna was using a sword in the sparring. Jin deftly raised his hand and caught the sword as it came down. Anna frowned at him. Not bad speed. Jin's eyes were utterly resolute. But at that moment, long joints suddenly appeared along the blade. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a whip-like extension of the sword. Anna skillfully spun around, attempting to wrap it around Jin's arm. But before she could grab him, Jin acted immediately. He suddenly spun in the opposite direction. Anna was slightly surprised by his move. Right after, Jin successfully escaped Anna's sword. Without hesitation, he continued to attack. His movements were extremely aggressive and fast, easily evading Anna's sword. She was a bit taken aback by his agility. For a moment, she panicked. In an instant, Jin appeared right in front of her. The inner force from his hand only brushed past her body. Drop, watching from behind, couldn't help but tremble slightly. Her expression showed some alarm. Anna furrowed her brows and asked suspiciously, "Did you let it go?" Jin smiled lightly, then retracted his hand. He said confidently, "From now on, I don't think I'll lose to anyone." He was very confident in his own abilities and certain he wouldn't lose. Anna hesitated, then teased, "Old Yan is really strong." Jin nodded slightly, he knew that. Seeing him like this, Anna had no choice but to sigh resignedly. At that moment, her phone rang suddenly, startling her. She quickly answered. It was Peter saying he had something to tell her. 10 days ago, Seth had gone abroad. He apologized, saying he couldn't persuade him and regretted keeping it a secret from her at Seth's request. Anna listened silently to Peter, then finally said, "It's okay." She knew now that no one could stop him. At Shinto's house in Japan, he had agreed to a duel with Seth, but there was a camera operated by the curly-haired guy present. He felt a bit uneasy. He hesitated, asking, "Do we really have to record it?" Zet replied indifferently, "Don't you want to restore your honor?" Shinto sighed upon hearing that. For a defeated person, where is the honor? I was dead that day. Zet looked at him, slightly surprised. Then he said, "If you're uncomfortable, I can delete it. Thanks for agreeing to fight me." But Shinto shook his head, "No need." He said, "This is necessary for you." Then he drew the sword at his side and asked, "Are you ready?" Shinto nodded without hesitation. Zed outside spoke with some displeasure, "Don't forget the winner has to fight me." By now, both were ready in fighting stances. One with a sword, one empty-handed. Shinto, with the sword in his eyes, charged towards Z. But he remained calm, showing no fear on his face. In a moment when Shinto's sword swung, he quickly dodged. Shinto couldn't believe how fast he was. His eyes widened in horror, speechless. Z had now closed in on Shinto and threw a punch. His strike was lightning fast. Shinto couldn't dodge in time and took a punch to the jaw. He bit his lip violently, eyes filled with fear as he looked at Zet. He had no time to react. Seth rushed forward, grabbing his collar. Then he knee-struck him, leaving no chance for counterattack. Seeing this, Zet smiled in satisfaction. Once Shinto regained his senses, he swung his sword. Zet quickly leaned back, placing a hand on the ground for balance. Then he spun and kicked forward. Shinto hadn't even reacted before being pushed back several steps. Zet didn't hesitate for a second, using his hands to stand up. Then he grabbed Shinto's hair, pulling him directly toward himself. In an instant, Shinto's expression turned panic. The advantage of a weapon is distance, but at this range it was ineffective. Sure enough, Shinto's sword could barely reach him. He quickly closed the distance and threw a punch. Shinto bit his lip violently. Unable to dodge, Shinto was knocked to the ground by Seth. One punch caused his nose to bleed heavily. Zet raised his eyebrows in satisfaction. Finally, one down. At that moment, he suddenly sensed something approaching. He quickly dodged, realizing it was Jin. He couldn't wait any longer. "But you said it's my turn this time, right?" Seth didn't refuse. He smiled and said, "I also want to try fighting with a sword." Hearing this, Jin immediately charged with the sword. Seth was unafraid, using his hands to counter the sword. His body moved swiftly, evading Jin's strike. In an instant, Shinto's face contorted in disbelief. He never imagined his speed could be this fast. For a moment, he was dumbfounded. Zed aggressively lunged, punching him in the ribs. The sudden pain made him stagger. Immediately after, he stumbled to the ground. Zed had taken down another opponent. He glanced at the two on the floor. Zet smiled in satisfaction. The curly-haired guy outside looked terrified. It was the first time he had witnessed Zet in action. Hours later, the three were on a plane leaving Japan. Zet closed his eyes to rest, silent. Meanwhile, the curly-haired guy hesitated and asked, "When will the footage be uploaded?" Erica frowned and warned him, "That's not your decision." The curly-haired guy looked disappointed. He blurted out in a hurry, "This is seriously insane. Views will skyrocket." Erica replied calmly, "We've already paid in advance, so please stop wasting your thoughts." He sighed helplessly. Money was right in front of him, yet he couldn't earn it. Just then, Seth suddenly spoke up. "Wait a moment. Post it at a time when more people can watch. Upload it then." Hearing that, Erica frowned. At PFC headquarters in the U.S., three figures entered from outside. The two guards immediately became cautious. The visitors were Seth's group. "Pass it along, the Korean Seokjeum has arrived upstairs." Jayak kept training against a virtual entity, repeatedly practicing evasions before rushing in to attack, but he still felt like he couldn't do anything. Just then, a jinn-shaped entity charged at him. The frying pan in its hand slammed forward viciously. Seeing that, his face instantly darkened. He hurriedly pulled off the device on his face, leaned against the wall behind him, and panted. His expression was awful, his forehead slick with cold sweat. Ryan, watching from outside, spoke up too. "It's been a dozen rounds and you still can't get it done?" Jayak gritted his teeth. "It feels like there's a wall, like a huge wall blocking me." At that moment, the loudspeaker suddenly announced that someone named Seokjeum from Korea had arrived to meet the chief official. They asked Jayak how to handle it. Hearing that name, Ryan's eyelids twitched. Jack looked a little surprised as well. He then ordered them to bring the visitors to the training room on the 40th floor. Soon after, Seth's three people took the elevator up. Before long, they stopped on the 40th floor. The lead car drove into the room. Inside, Jack and Ryan were already waiting. The two frowned as they looked at him. What was he planning to do? Seth stepped up in front of them and said coldly, "You owe me, don't you?" The moment he said that, sweat broke out on Ryan's forehead. Jayak lowered his head and said nothing. Seeing their reaction, Seth let out a cold snort. "You have to pay that debt." Ryan frowned and asked, "Chairman, is there something you want from me?" Seth glared at him, grinding his teeth. "What are you acting so high and mighty for?" Jayak knew exactly what he was angry about. He hurried to explain, "Yes, our colleague's death hurts, but we've lost many people too. The mercenaries who escaped are being hunted down by our friends in Mexico and Italy." As time passed before he could even finish, Seth cut him off coldly. "Sounds like you're misunderstanding something." Jayak looked at him, startled. "What do you mean?" Seth stared at him with open contempt. "Didn't I let you off? You were scared stiff, you couldn't do a damn thing." Like idiots, his bluntness made the two across from him tremble. They wanted to resist but couldn't squeeze out a single word. Seth didn't care about their reaction and sneered. "And besides, if you've started something, you should watch how it ends." Ryan frowned, more confused the more he listened. He clenched his teeth and asked, "What are you trying to say?" Seth locked eyes with him and curled his lips into a faint smile. "Even who's strongest can't be concluded anymore." At those words, the two were shaken. Seth then demanded, "Where is that Chinese old man with that name? Bring him in front of me. That's why I'm here today." Jayak didn't expect him to make that demand. He suddenly burst into loud laughter, as if he'd just welcomed a decisive blow. Seth frowned at him. "Are you crazy? We're talking seriously. What are you laughing at?" Jayak's tone shifted. He asked cheerfully, "That's what you want?" Seth gave a curt, "I don't care about anything else." Jayak pursed his lips at him and said with disdain, "Getting in touch with Diane isn't hard, but it's a pointless move." Seth narrowed his eyes, waiting for what came next. Then he broke into a mocking smile. "With that level of strength, you'll never beat him." Hearing that, Z laughed in irritation. Seth shot him a sideways glare. "That's none of your business." Seeing Seth didn't believe him, he called out, "Nuvia, simulate a fight between Jin and Mr. Kang." As soon as he spoke, the two cameras on the wall suddenly lit up blue. In the blink of an eye, two entities, Diane and Seth, appeared before everyone. Jayak grinned smugly. "Novia's AI accuracy is over 98%. It projects a person's full physical ability and technique to calculate the data. Novia's win rate is 91% to 7% in the opponent's favor." Seeing those numbers, Seth frowned. Jayak raised his brows in provocation. "Go on, verify it yourself." The two entities in front of them were ready. The next moment, they charged at each other. Seth's entity surged forward non-stop with its fists, but what happened next left everyone stunned. The bamboo staff in the other entity's hand kept forcing Seth's entity on the defensive. Its speed was also extremely fast. In just a few exchanges, Seth's entity took a hit to the stomach and was sent flying. Seth, watching from outside, frowned. He was left almost speechless by the scene. Inside the battle, Seth's entity's head was cut off by Diane's entity. This proves that Seth's entity has been defeated. Jayak looked coldly at Z and said, "Understood, Chairman Kang. Fighting that old man now means nothing." I didn't care, mocking, "You believe in that?" Jayak was slightly surprised, not expecting such stubbornness. "No matter what he thinks," Z said confidently, "I already defeated Jin." Jayak bit his lip angrily. Han's prediction about Novia was definitely correct. Z dismissed it with contempt. "You fool, don't you understand what I'm saying? Jayek's eyes were full of confusion as he looked at Z. Z told him to input the data. Then everywhere he guessed what Z wanted to do. Z chuckled softly. I said put both my data and yours in. Jayek bit his lip angrily. Then Z ordered Novia simulate Chairman Kang and me. As soon as he spoke, the percentages appeared favoring Jayek. Seeing this, Z laughed coldly in disdain. So this is why you're so arrogant? Jayek frowned, looking confused. What do you mean? Z didn't explain. He raised his hand provocatively. Reality is different. Z would make him realize it. His words successfully angered Jayek. Jayek aggressively lunged toward Z. His eyes were full of ferocity. Yet Seth showed no fear, standing calmly. The instant Jayek reached Z, Z punched him to the ground. Jayek couldn't believe it, eyes wide, speechless. Z looked at him coldly, lips curling. What's this? Get up quickly. Jayek stopped, fear written all over his face. Jayek pushed himself up and lunged forward again. Z looked at him, eyes full of provocation. He struck with maximum speed. He threw a punch at Jayek. Jayek took Z's powerful punch fully. He gritted his teeth and swung back, but Z dodged. Seizing the moment while his hand was still out, Z punched him in the stomach. Pain made Jayek's body tremble uncontrollably. Z said, understood, this is real combat. Jayek bit his lip angrily, refusing to accept it, but before he could react, he took a kick to the face. His entire body fell backward. Seeing him collapse, Z retracted his legs, smiling in satisfaction. But Z wasn't done. He threw another punch at Jayek's face. The punch drew blood, sending him sliding across the floor. Then Z spoke, although I warned you before, I have no interest in you. In a snow-covered forest, Sancho and Lucas sat in the car. Sancho complained, if this ends up wasted again, I'll be furious. The guy who killed the boss, if we don't catch them, I'll also die at the hands of the new boss. Lucas bit his lip angrily. These stupid mercenaries dared involve the family. How can we hope for safety? Sancho nodded slightly, suggesting they go ahead. They drove deeper into the forest. Soon they found a small house. Lucas asked suspiciously, is this the place? Sancho nodded according to the information they received. Just then, a light flashed from inside and Lucas shouted a warning. Immediately, a series of gunshots rang out as the mercenary escaped with terror. Fortunately, before he fired, Sancho jumped behind the car for cover. The mercenary kept shooting and cursing. Why are you causing trouble here? Lucas and Sancho hid behind the car, both smiling. Lucas quickly called Cannerboss to report that they had found one. The boss smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this. Then he looked at the person in front of him and said directly, Brother, I want to repay Zeus's debt bit by bit this way. The person in front was Adan, a drug lord. He nodded and agreed. He raised his glass, smiling. We are a family forever. Cannerboss raised his glass to clink with him and drank it down. He asked doubtfully, so you won't go to Korea this time? Adan frowned at him. He explained slowly. I heard the final battle is taking place there. Adan was surprised. The final battle. Gunner Boss laughed happily. That battle is what your brother wanted to see. Adan also laughed. Meanwhile, at a Chinese police station, a black car waited at the gate. Sung-ho's subordinate was escorted out by 2 officers. Seeing the black car, he exclaimed joyfully, Good thing you're safe, sir. The person arriving was of course Sung-ho, but his hand was still in a cast. He frowned at his subordinate at a loss for words. The police removed the handcuffs. He quickly approached Sung-ho. Sung-ho's face was suddenly grim, forehead covered in cold sweat. The subordinate looked confused. At that moment, a cold voice came from the car. Get in. Hearing this, the subordinate looked and saw Jen sitting inside. His body trembled uncontrollably. Sung-ho gritted his teeth. Go and finish it. Diane glanced at both of them, eyes full of killing intent. Meanwhile, at the main headquarters of the Van Dao gang. In the chairman's office, Yon Aoyui was sitting on the desk, while Sung-ho's men were kneeling below. He narrowed his eyes at them and asked coldly, You dared to take my family hostage. But all of it was because of orders from this idiot. He told them they'd chosen the wrong leader. The more Sung-ho listened, the uglier his expression became. He bit his lip hard, then hurriedly begged, Sir, we were wrong. He said it was all because he'd been blinded by revenge. Yon snorted and stared at him. Revenge? The moment he finished speaking, the wire threads in Jen's hand appeared in an instant. Fresh blood spread across the room. The 2 master and servant under Sung-ho turned pale with fear. Yon looked at them coldly. He said angrily, You call this revenge? What they'd done was childish and unforgivable, so they had to pay the price. At this moment, Yon's face was grim to the extreme. He clearly intended to wipe them out at the root. Sung-ho realized his intent and hurriedly begged, pleading for his life. He promised he would do anything for him. Unfortunately, Yon was unmoved. He killed him on the spot, seeing this. The subordinate panicked, but before he could do anything, the wire threads wrapped around him. Yon said coldly, Your life isn't mine to take, so I'll spare you so you can repay them later. Right after that, the wire threads around his neck loosened. Just then, the phone in Yon's hand suddenly rang. He raised it to look and clicked his tongue with a sigh. This really is convenient. Someone was calling. He slowly answered. It was Jack. Yon asked what was going on. Jack asked if he could come to the United States. Hearing that, Yon frowned suspiciously. For what? Jack explained slowly. Chairman Kang in Korea wanted to meet him. In an instant, Yoon broke into an excited smile. At the same time, on a private jet flying over the sea, Z's group was on board with Jack along as well. Jack sat opposite Z and hesitated before speaking. I'm curious about something. Z frowned at him, a little puzzled. Jack took a deep breath, then asked, have you been hiding your strength this whole time? It was clearly a struggle when you fought Igoru, but I beat him. Hearing this, Z didn't answer and instead asked back with implication. If a lion and a buffalo fight, which one wins? As soon as he said it, Jack's face changed. Z gave a soft chuckle and said casually, a buffalo is just a buffalo. Since it was the first hunt, of course it took time. Erica stared at him in shock. Your aura right now looks just like a predator. Ryan also narrowed his eyes at him. You really are terrifying. Z lifted his brows and chuckled. A predator always knows whether it's prey or not. As soon as he finished, the cabin fell into silence. A few hours later, the plane finally arrived where it was headed. It was that isolated island in the middle of the sea. The plane slowly descended toward the ground. Then it quickly landed on the runway. Jin led everyone off. The curly-haired guy behind hesitated and asked, do we really have to come here? Z looked toward the place, his back seeming a little lonely. After a moment, he said in a low voice, I just want to see the ending where it began. They moved to their previous stopping point. The curly-haired guy was brought to the surveillance room. He shouted excitedly, this is amazing, it's still running. Seeing his reaction, Ryan was at a loss for words. Elsewhere, back in Korea, Victor kept training non-stop after returning. The coach behind him sensed something was off. After hesitating for a long time, he asked, you don't like training? Victor frowned in thought, then replied, it just doesn't mean anything anymore. As soon as he said that, the coach was shocked and hurriedly tried to talk him out of it. How could that be? From now on is the beginning for you. Victor narrowed his eyes at the punching bags in front of him, recalling what had happened. Only then did he speak. Because something feels pretty unclear. Why did I come here in the first place? The coach still tried to persuade him. Rest until the next defense match, all right. But at that moment, Victor suddenly spoke, making him gape. After a beat, he asked slowly, what if I try switching to mixed martial arts? The coach frowned at him. You want to try wrestling? Victor tried to picture himself in a wrestling singlet. He immediately shuddered. It was disgusting as hell. Right then, the training room door suddenly opened, and Victor flinched. He quickly turned around and saw Sophie standing in the doorway, her face looking a little bad. He asked suspiciously, why are you here with that injury? But before he could finish, she held out her phone and asked, have you seen this yet? Victor was a little startled. What is it? Sophie bit her lip hard and played a video for him. He looked over, trying to see what she meant. In a split second, his expression changed. Because inside were videos of fights on that isolated island. Brutal battles with bloodshed, the fight between Seth and Brock that everyone had been anticipating. Everything was posted online. Victor bit his lip fiercely. Why post it here? Yet Sophie said this wasn't the issue. Victor had some doubts. Could there be something else? That was correct. Sophie showed him another video, even more terrifying than the previous one. This video was of fights initiated at Seth's suggestion. The fights between Seth and Sinto and Jin. Victor was horrified when he saw it. I've never seen Seth fight these two. What is this kid doing? But Sophie said that wasn't all. At this moment, Victor could no longer stay calm, cold sweat covering his forehead. Because in the video, the curly-haired guy boldly declared, the final battle to determine the strongest man on Earth will begin right here. From afar, he even filmed Seth standing alone on the rooftop. In an instant, the atmosphere in the training room fell silent. After a while, Sophie spoke, Seth will be okay, right? Victor bit his lip fiercely and sighed helplessly, I don't know either. At the same time, at the Sunshine Corporation, senior executives were present there. Seth's videos had spread rapidly, so they had seen them. They were eagerly anticipating this fight, but also worried for Z. Elsewhere, Sophie's father at his private home had also seen the news. He could only sigh helplessly because he knew another major event would happen in the future. At the river prison, Sang Man sat in the warden's office with an iPad in hand. Naturally, he was watching what Seth was doing. Not only that, many people around the world were paying attention to this. Some were excited, some eagerly awaited it, and some were worried. Brock was training with Anna and Jean at a forest temple and had also seen the video. His expression was a bit ugly. He went to inform Anna and Jean about it, and the atmosphere became heavy. After a while, Jean finally spoke in a low voice. Truly, Senior Seth. Anna also didn't know what to say in response to her child's decision. At this moment, Jin suddenly called out to Anna, who turned in surprise. Jin hesitated a long moment before frowning and asking, you can beat Seth, right? On the rooftop of the building on the island, Z stood alone. His expression wasn't very happy, and he seemed to have many thoughts. At that moment, a voice called him from behind. He glanced back. It was Erica, who quietly advised him, you should get some sleep, sir. They said Mr. Dian will arrive tomorrow. He shook his head slightly in refusal. It's fine, I want to be alone. Hearing this, Erica's expression became serious. She continued advising, you should rest, sir, you have. But before she could finish, Z coldly interrupted, don't worry, I'm fine. Erica couldn't persuade him and sighed helplessly. Then she shifted to another suggestion. Then we can use the training room here for a bit. What do you think, sir? Saying this, she hesitated, took a deep breath, and continued. They say you can spar with a simulated image of the old man there. Hearing this, Seth understood her intention and frowned, asking, "You're worried I might lose?" Erica paused, then shook her head. "Not exactly, it's just—" Seth interrupted, "I know he's very strong." Erica looked up at him, a bit surprised, but now she heard Seth's confident voice. "Still, I will win." Erica grew anxious and hurriedly said, "But in the old man's video," but he didn't let her finish. He pursed his lips, "You know that already." She widened her eyes in astonishment. "What does that mean?" Seth let out a cold laugh, arrogantly saying, "People like us only need to look at each other to know who's stronger." Then he clenched his hands into fists, his eyes full of determination. At another location, Incheon International Airport was bustling with people. Anna and Jean were also there, planning to go to that secluded island. But they were not the only ones. Peter had also brought people along. The top leaders of Sunshine wanted to join, and Peter spoke up leading them. "We've missed everyone so much." Seeing this group, Anna felt a bit helpless inside. At that moment, Madame quickly spoke. She was the company president, and she wanted everyone to go together. Moreover, they had already purchased all the tickets. Peter feared she would disagree, so he continued, "We will be Seth's strength." At that moment, he was more determined than ever because all of them wanted to support that day. Anna could only sigh, unable to say a word. She lifted her foot to leave, and the Sunshine group politely made way for her. Dai followed her back briefly, wanting to run after her. But before he could take many steps, a voice called out from behind. He quickly turned to see Victor and Brock. Beside them was also Boss Sophie. Seeing Sophie there, Jean's expression immediately soured. Victor sensed what he was thinking and hurried to explain. Sophie kept pleading. Sophie stared at Jean firmly, teeth clenched. "I have to see it too." Jean sighed helplessly. With 3 of them here, it was clear they couldn't be sent away. At that moment, Boss Sophie approached Anna and Peter and spoke. "Seth is being pardoned, and with such a big event, what should we do now?" As soon as she said this, Anna's expression darkened. Boss Sophie sighed lightly and continued. "This has only just spread online, so the prosecutor's office decided to act as if nothing happened." Peter bowed his head and expressed thanks. Boss Sophie shook her head calmly. "I'm using this to repay you for saving my daughter. But in return, Seth and I must return to the country immediately." Anna nodded in acknowledgement, then led the group away. Dai watched her back and couldn't help but sigh. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and smiled softly. "Well, I really am the villain here." On the island, night was slowly falling. Seth, freshly bathed, stood by the window. He gazed into the distance. Just then, footsteps suddenly echoed in the room, startling him. It was Curly Hair, who ran over excitedly to tell him. "The views on that video are insane. Over 100 million already in just 2 days. Hearing this, Seth's expression didn't look very pleased. Seeing his reaction, Curly Hair was puzzled. He furrowed his brow and asked skeptically, "Isn't this why you came to me, the reason you mentioned?" Seth nodded slightly. "That's it." Curly Hair squinted at him, questioning, "Then why does your reaction look so bland?" "Now the comments are going crazy." He handed Seth the iPad, showing comments guessing, Jin or Old Moan, who is the strongest. At this point, Seth forced a smile but still showed no hint of amusement. Curly Hair narrowed his eyes, speechless. He sighed helplessly, "Not happy at all, so I'll leave." But before he could take many steps, Seth's low voice suddenly echoed. "So how should I react?" Curly Hair was puzzled and stopped walking. Seth asked again suspiciously, "Who do they say is the strongest?" He shook his head. "I don't know, that's why they're arguing in the comments." Upon hearing this, Seth said nothing, just thanked him. Curly Hair furrowed his brow, unsure of what Seth was doing. Seth said bluntly, "Because the whole world knows me in this battle." The more he spoke, the more confused Curly Hair became. Then Seth sighed suddenly. "Now I can keep my promise." That was why he felt grateful to him. A quiet night passed in this way. The sun rose again over the island. 2 private planes were landing on the shore. One belonged to Hayasu, who led the way down, face full of excitement. Since there was no live broadcast, people decided to come watch the match in person. Jack and Ryan went to pick them up. But when Jack saw the people behind, his expression soured. Ryan hurried to explain. They had already paid for tickets last time. At that moment, another plane opened its door and people slowly stepped out. Ryan frowned at them. These people have arrived too. The people on board were the remaining investors, along with an elderly companion. Seeing this, Jack finally relaxed. Now they only had to wait for the people from Korea. A few hours later, another plane landed on the island. Anna led everyone down slowly. Boss Sophie followed, glancing at her daughter's expression inside. Ryan was there to greet them. He spoke happily. "You all must have had a tiring journey." They had been waiting for everyone to arrive. Anna nodded slightly without many words, but at that moment, Ryan sensed something was off. He asked suspiciously, "Weren't all the Sunshine Company people coming together?" Hearing this, Anna fell silent, recalling 13 hours earlier. Before boarding, Peter suddenly reported to Anna, "We have personal matters to attend to, and will join you there once done." Anna was stunned when she heard that. What other private matter could there be? Peter knew what she was thinking, so he pulled a photo from his pocket. The moment she saw the person in the photo, Anna's whole body trembled uncontrollably. She bit her lip hard, clearly furious. Because that man was the mercenary named Terry, the last survivor of the group responsible for Rodney's death. What Peter wanted was to hunt him down and finish it. Rodney was their brother, they had to avenge him. And it wasn't just his decision. All the top executives at Sunside agreed. They were grieving Rodney's death as well. Anna, of course, wanted to do it too. She didn't argue, she only asked how they were going to find him. Peter looked toward the person standing across from them and said calmly, "All the company's forces have been mobilized." The person he was looking at was Lucas. He had come to lead them to take revenge, and naturally, they had already found that man's trail. Then Peter continued, "This was originally the chairman's responsibility." Hearing that, Anna could only sigh. She knew Seth also wanted to avenge Rodney, but she didn't want him involved in killing. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, finally letting them go in his place. Back in the present, Anna didn't explain much about it, but her expression clearly wasn't very happy. Seeing she didn't want to answer, Ryan spoke up and suggested, "Then let's go. The match is about to start." On the rooftop of the building, two figures faced each other, Seth and Dean. There were also quite a few cameras set up around them. At the same time, the footage was being shown on a screen for everyone to watch. In the investors' conference room, they were all gathered there. Heihasu stared at the screen and said excitedly, "If this gets live-streamed, we'll hit the jackpot this time." He of course wanted that too, but he had no other choice. With a helpless tone, he said, "This will do." Another man nodded in agreement. "As long as we get to see this fight through to the end, I'm satisfied. We already made a huge splash last time." Seth bit his lip hard and said in a low voice, "This time will definitely be different." Up on the rooftop, the two still stood there, cameras positioned everywhere. The curly-haired man also hurried to adjust the cameras to capture the most perfect footage. After a moment, Dean suddenly spoke, "So we finally meet face to face." Hearing that, Seth frowned and said, "This isn't personal." Dean couldn't help letting out a soft chuckle. "I owe you a bit, so I'm not in the mood to fight. I'm not here to brawl with you." Seth shrugged indifferently. "Then fight once and flop down there." In an instant, Dean threw his head back and laughed loudly. He looked at Seth, raised his brows and said, "It can't be that simple. So many eyes are on us, aren't they?" Seth knew he was referring to the surveillance cameras all around. He really wasn't happy there were so many. Just then, Dean pulled out a bamboo rod. Thin wire lines were attached to it. He whispered, "I feel truly sorry for using this." "Then you only use your bare hands, don't you?" After that, he looked at Seth with provocation. "You're not telling me you want me to fight a toothless tiger, are you?" Seth frowned at him, anger already flashing in his eyes. Dean was slightly startled. "Your aura has changed." Seth had already shifted his stance, ready to move. He raised his brows at him and said coldly, "Enough small talk. We should start, shouldn't we?" The moment he finished speaking, the wire line on Dean's bamboo rod suddenly shot out. Seth jerked to the side, then the line lashed straight into the camera behind him. The camera was knocked off angle and fell to the ground. Dean curled his lips. "Let me show you this, consider it paying back what I owed last time." He asked, "This won't be a problem, right?" Seth gave a low chuckle. "Sounds interesting." As soon as he said it, he dashed toward him. Seeing that, Dean didn't panic at all. He even commented calmly, so full of energy. Seth snorted, nothing to be afraid of. But at that moment, Dean swung the bamboo rod in his hand. Seth's eyes widened as he saw the wire lines twisting and surging toward him. He quickly lowered his center of gravity, bent down, and sprang to the side. He successfully avoided the attack from several wire lines. They whipped through empty air. Seizing the opening, Seth surged forward again. Dean hurriedly spun the bamboo rod, and the wire lines snapped back at once, forming a shield in front of him. Seth rushed in, saw that, and slipped to the side. Dean broke into a smug smile, but he celebrated too early. Seth moved fluidly, evaded the wire lines, and closed in on him. Dean snorted and fired another wire line. Even though it was fast, Seth still managed to dodge. Right after that, he swung his fist forward, only for something unexpected to happen. His eyes went wide in shock as Dean controlled the wire line to coil tightly around his arm, leaving him unable to move at all. Dean gave a cold, satisfied laugh. "You're still too green." The boss's arm was held in a death grip. He couldn't do anything. He struggled hard to break free. Seeing this, Reen was stunned, left speechless. At this moment, Seth's arm was cut deeply by the fishing line. Fresh blood began soaking into his shirt, but he still wouldn't give up. He bit down on his lip viciously. That action shocked Reen badly. The two locked eyes, one resolute, the other caught off guard. Right after that, Seth yanked the line, bending Diane's bamboo staff. He swung his fist at Mr. Buock. Reen was just a bit faster. He raised a hand and caught Seth's punch. Seth bit his lip hard, regret and frustration flashing in his eyes. Reen stared back provocatively, battle spirit blazing. But if he kept going, he'd lose his arm. The man wasn't wrong. Seth's arm was still tightly wrapped in the line, bleeding. He told him to give up. The line was starting to split. But Seth stubbornly clenched his teeth. Quitting wasn't in his dictionary. He attacked the arm holding the bamboo staff. That move terrified Reen. He hurriedly pulled back the bamboo staff to block. The line wrapped around Seth's arm loosened because of it. Seth regained his freedom and charged even more fiercely. Diane quickly leaned back and kicked, but Seth's fist still swung toward him. With a dull thud, Reen's body slammed hard onto the ground. But Seth was shocked. His punch had been useless. Because Jen had raised his staff to block in front of him, he shot Seth a sideways glance. The situation had changed. He drew up his leg and drove his knee into Seth's stomach. Seth couldn't react in time and took a painful hit. Taking the chance, Diane also braced himself and got back up. The two of them created a safe distance, but Seth didn't give Reen time to rest. He stepped back to build momentum. In the next instant, he lunged forward fast as lightning. His assault was brutally aggressive, and Diane cut his eyes toward him. They traded a few moves and fell into a stalemate. But then Reen suddenly revealed a mysterious smile. Right after that, Seth threw another fierce punch. Yet the target wasn't Reen, but the bamboo staff in his hand. Only then did Diane realize Seth had another aim. Unfortunately, it was too late. 5 punches were already coming. He hammered his fist straight into the bamboo staff. In an instant, cracks appeared. Not long after, it snapped in two, one piece dropping to the ground. The remaining half stayed in his hand. He watched silently, frowning, and asked suspiciously, "So this is what you were after from the start?" Seth gave a faint smile and said coldly, "Good eyes, so what now?" He taunted, "In the end, you'll lose all your teeth too." That line enraged him. He casually tossed the broken bamboo staff to the ground. He frowned at Seth and said icily, "You're very impressive, I'll admit that." As he spoke, his hand suddenly lifted, forming an attacking stance. He glanced at Seth and said, "But you need to understand what you still lack." Seth chuckled and shot back, "Oh yeah." He didn't take the man's words to heart. He curled his lips in mockery. "How terribly grateful I am." And right after that, he charged at Diane again. Another day at the river prison camp still passed as usual. Saman sat quietly in his cell reading. Then he suddenly heard running footsteps. Before long, 2 people appeared in front of him. They asked urgently, "Boss, the match is happening, right? We're dying to know our guy's going to win, right?" They kept making noise, leaving Sangman a little annoyed. He sighed. The warden decided to screen the video of the first match nationwide, so don't worry. Just then a hesitant voice spoke up. The 3 of them turned to look. A buzzcut guy asked uncertainly, "I know he's strong, but to that extent?" As soon as he said it, the other 2 frowned. "What the hell are you saying, you looking to die?" They rushed over and lectured him nonstop. "Do you even know who the boss is? The former chairman of Sunshine. That old man isn't a match for him." On this side, Saman watched them helplessly. He couldn't help recalling the past when he fought Master Wang. He'd been beaten down badly. After that, he was gravely injured, covered in blood, almost powerless, unable to resist at all. He was beaten straight off a cliff into the abyss. Before he fell, he even saw the other man standing there, looking down on him with contempt. The feeling was unbearable. He thought he'd died down there, but luckily there was a waterfall below and it saved his life. When he finally woke up, he was in a strange place. His whole body was wrapped in bandages as he lay weakly on the bed. He struggled to sit up and looked around. As he sized up the situation, a sound suddenly came from outside the door. Saman got up and pushed the door open to step outside. The instant he looked up, his eyes went wide in shock. Standing before him was an old man wearing a hat that shaded his face. That man was Jane. He had found Sangman unconscious by the stream and carried him back. Hearing the footsteps, he turned, frowned, and asked, "You're awake?" In the split second he turned his head, Sangman could clearly sense just how dangerous the old man was. The old man only widened his eyes at Yen without saying a word, and Yen frowned back at him. Neither of them made a move. Coming back from the memory, Saman let out a helpless sigh. "Seth, what do we do? Even if it were you, how could you possibly beat that old man?" No matter what he thought, the fight between Seth and Jane was still raging. Everyone on the island was watching their battle. Jack and the investors were extremely fired up, and Anna's people were watching as well. Sophie couldn't stop feeling anxious, and the others were worried too. Brock, on the other hand, kept frowning. Their fight was showing him a great many things. Just then, Anna suddenly turned to look back, but she stayed silent and said nothing. Erica knew she was worried and lowered her head as she spoke. "Ma'am, I'm sorry, I can't." Anna gently shook her head. She knew her child all too well. Who could possibly stop him? Jin narrowed his eyes as he watched the fight. He had trained nonstop just to face him. Like this time, watching the 2 of them trade blows, he could feel the gap painfully clearly. Unwilling to accept it, he clenched his fists tight. Up on the rooftop, Seth and Jane were still locked in a brutal fight. Seth threw a blazing punch at Jane, but Jane refused to give ground. countering every move. Jane's hand formed a palm strike, flashing toward Z at lightning speed. But Z still dodged it, and while Jane was caught off guard, Z lunged in. Z's fist swept across toward Yen, and Yen hurriedly slipped to the side. Then Yen reached out and grabbed Z by the collar, and Z stared at him wide-eyed. Z looked a little shaken. Yen sprang up at that moment and kicked Seth in the face. Luckily, in that instant Seth leaned his head back, so the kick only grazed him. Yen rode the momentum and spun once in midair. Narrowing his eyes at Z, he had found the opening to counterattack and didn't hesitate. The moment he landed, Yen whipped out a kick, but something shocking happened. Seth caught his leg and crushed down with a vicious grip. Seth hurled him hard to the ground, but before Seth could follow up, Yen used the force to twist his body and successfully broke free. At that moment, the energy in Yen's hand began to surge, and Z had no idea danger was closing in. He kept staring at Yen with fighting spirit blazing. A moment later, Seth leapt down from above and landed safely. But this time Yen didn't wait, he launched his counterattack. His hand formed a palm strike, pouring all his strength into it as he drove it forward. Seth quickly brought both hands up in front of his chest to block. But Yen's palm strike was far too strong. It not only forced Seth's arms back until they were nearly numb, it also drove straight through his chest. Seeing that, Yen broke into a smug smile. Seth writhed in pain from the blow, fresh blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Yen had struck him so hard it felt like his body was about to burst apart. Seth couldn't keep his footing anymore and staggered as he collapsed to the ground. The spectators were horrified by the scene. Jin narrowed his eyes at what he saw as if lost in thought. Looking at the man lying on the ground, Yen felt a quiet satisfaction and said, "It's been a long time since I've had the chance to go all out. Not bad." Seth was already extremely weakened. His chest kept heaving. Seeing this, Yen knew his internal organs had been thrown into chaos. Yen turned to leave and said calmly, "Just lie there for a few days and you'll be fine." But after only a few steps, a grim voice sounded behind him. "Where do you think you're going?" Yen trembled uncontrollably and spun around in fear. The one who had been slumped and weak just moments ago was now standing steady again. Seth bit his lip hard and snorted coldly. "I'm only getting started." Seeing him like that, Yen couldn't help clicking his tongue as he cursed. "You really are an idiot. You don't even have the strength to stand up right now." But Yen had underestimated him. Not only could Seth stand, he even charged in to attack. Seth clenched his fists and rushed forward with terrifying ferocity. Yen stood there quietly, forming a palm strike in his hand, ready to slap him down with a single blow. The instant Seth closed in, Yen's hand shot out. He pressed in close at Seth's waist, about to unleash the strike. Unfortunately for him, Seth didn't give him that chance this time. Yen suddenly felt a gust sweep across in front of him. Seth pivoted in time, and Yen's palm cut through empty air. Seth narrowed his eyes at him and said coldly, "There won't be a second time." Yen was a little stunned. Seth had actually slipped away. At that moment, Seth's fists came flying at him again. Unfortunately, what Seth hit was only Jane's face veil. But what shocked him even more was that Yen's hand had still managed to touch him. Jane smiled smugly and said, "I'm impressed you can still move after taking that." As soon as the words fell, Yen poured all his inner power into his palm. He snorted coldly, "This ends here." Immediately after, Yen's inner power pierced straight through Seth's body. In that instant, Yen thought he had won, but he was wrong. Seth suddenly sprang up and drove his knee viciously into Yen's face. Seth bit his lip hard. Yen never expected something like this. After taking that strike, Seth's internal organs should have been completely destroyed. But at this moment, Seth could still launch another attack on him. Moreover, this time he was even faster than before. Ryan could not help but feel alarm. Could it be that he was truly mistaken? Whether he was wrong or not, what he had to do now was focus on fighting Seth. The boy was like a ferocious beast. One moment of carelessness meant death. Seth leaped into the air, spun around, and landed on the ground. Right after that, he did not hesitate to throw another punch. His hand clenched into a fist, as if gathering all his strength into it. Seeing this, Ryan's expression turned grim. He quickly leaned back to dodge, but Seth kept attacking relentlessly, forcing him onto the defensive. At this moment, he finally realized he had not been mistaken. The boy had grown even more frenzied. Even he was pushed back several steps. Fresh blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. He felt deeply moved inside. In a life-and-death battle, Seth was still getting stronger and stronger. It was truly a miracle. Ryan bit his lip fiercely and narrowed his eyes at him. Seth showed no sign of backing down, glaring at him with killing intent. At this moment, Ryan truly felt that Seth was a monster. The fight paused for only a few seconds before the two of them lunged at each other again. At the same time, they each took a punch. This was the decisive blow. Whoever fell would be the loser. Both of them bit their lips fiercely. Staring at each other, a moment later they both withdrew their hands. Ryan gave a bittersweet smile as if mocking himself. "I'm old," as soon as he finished speaking. His body staggered and fell to the ground. In this battle, the one who claimed victory was Seth. Jayak and Ryan were shocked when they saw this. The other investors were no exception. They had just witnessed a wonderful match. As for Anna's group, they were extremely worried about Seth. Anna took Erica and headed up to the rooftop. At the same time, Jin stood silently in front of the surveillance screen. He could not utter a single sound. A moment later, on the rooftop, the curly-haired man was still in shock from witnessing the fight in person. He had intended to go downstairs to check on Seth, but Anna had already brought people up. Anna narrowed her eyes at Seth's back as he stood there and could not help but sigh. She hesitated for a moment before ordering Erica, "Take that old man for treatment." Erica nodded in acknowledgement. Then she stepped forward. Anna said to Seth, "You've worked hard." But at this moment, Seth could no longer hold on, seeing his body trembling uncontrollably. Anna felt flustered. A second later, Seth spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered as he was about to fall. Anna quickly reached out, placed her hand on his shoulder and supported him as she helped him lie down. She looked at him and comforted him. "I'm here. Just rest." Hearing this, Seth finally breathed a sigh of relief. Soon after, his eyelids quickly drooped. Just like that, he closed his eyes and fell unconscious. Half a day later, Seth finally woke up. His body was still wrapped in bandages, and even the slightest movement sent numbing pain through him. As soon as she saw him awake, Anna's voice rang out, "You're awake." He raised his head to look. He saw Anna leaning against the wall in front of him, looking at him worriedly. "You've suffered quite serious internal injury." At that moment, Victor and Brock also walked in. Victor asked with concern, "You're awake? You were out for 14 hours. Seth was a little surprised. "I slept that long." Victor could not help teasing him, "If you fought me now, I'd definitely win." Brock curled his lip in disdain beside him. "Are you sure you could?" ignoring their teasing. What caught Seth's attention was Sophie slowly walking in. She walked up to him, seemingly still crying. He looked up at her and hesitantly called her name, but she did not respond, only stood there silently. A moment later, she suddenly threw herself forward and hugged him tightly. He was a little surprised, not expecting her to do that. Seeing this, Victor smiled while Brock advised from the side, "You have to give it your all in the final match." Seth glared at them and fell into thought. After a moment, he slowly closed his eyes, enjoying the warmth of Sophie's embrace. He also raised his hand to hug her back. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Jin was alone. He gazed into the distance, not knowing what he was thinking. The next day, Jin locked himself in a room, his heart filled with heavy thoughts. He was recalling the battle between Seth and Ryan. The peak speed movements of the two were deeply etched into his mind. The more he thought about it, the worse his expression became. He tried imagining himself facing Ryan head-on. At that final moment, he found himself unable to endure it. He frowned deeply, then opened his eyes, his forehead already covered in cold sweat. He let out a soft breath. Just then, Anna walked up from behind and asked coldly, "How are you?" Jin hesitated for a moment before saying meaningfully, "Quite strong." Hearing this, Anna was a little surprised. "What do you mean?" But Jin did not explain and instead suddenly asked, "Are you worried?" Anna frowned and asked back, "About what?" Jin hesitated for a moment before finally saying, "If you want, I'll stop this match." Anna was somewhat surprised. He was not someone who gave up so easily. But on the other hand, Seth is incredibly strong, as shown by the battles he has fought before. It seemed impossible to beat him. Anna frowned at him, wanting to say something, but Jin interrupted, "I already know your feelings are enough. I don't have the confidence." Anna's eyes widened in surprise. She didn't know how to react. At this moment, Jin continued in a low voice, "Seth is an opponent you cannot defeat, not until the very last breath." So Jin asked his grandmother if he should give up. Hearing this, Anna squinted at him for a moment. Jin remained silent, waiting for her answer. After a while, Anna suddenly turned to leave. But before leaving, she left a comment. "Isn't that something neither you nor Seth want?" This answer caught Jin a bit off guard. Anna let out a reluctant sigh. "Fight your own battle, Z also hopes for it." Hearing this, Jin froze for a moment, then he smiled. His attitude instantly shifted from dejected to full of fighting spirit. At the same time, in a snowy mountain area, a place normally scarcely inhabited, for some reason many people had gathered there in recent days. Moreover, they were armed. Soon, a truck slowly arrived. One of them greeted, "Sir, you've arrived." It was Sir Lucas, originally one of Lucas's men, waiting here. He went to pick up Peter's people. He nodded to his subordinate, slowly explaining, "I had to go pick up the guests, so it took some time." Then he glanced toward the small house nearby. "If you're asking who they are," his subordinate replied, "they've been guarding for 10 days. That stubborn guy refuses to surrender. Not mercenaries hired by colleagues to protect themselves, right?" Inside was Terry, who had been surrounded by Lucas's men for days. If he went outside, he would be captured. At this moment, Lucas suddenly suggested, "Then just shoot him." But another person hesitated, asking, "Is that okay?" Boss said to hand him over to the Koreans. Hearing their dilemma, Peter stepped forward. Sunshine's men quickly followed. David, upon arriving, shouted angrily, "Rodney's damned enemy is in there, go in and kill him." Madame immediately intervened. "Stop, that's boss's decision." Jonas hesitated, asking if they should contact the former chairman. They claimed they had found him, but Peter quickly rejected this, "Not necessary." Sunset's men frowned at this. They didn't know what he was planning. Peter then moved behind Lucas's men, placing his hand on a cannon, and said he wanted to borrow it for a moment. Before they could understand his intention, he lifted it onto his shoulder and fired directly at the small house. A burst of smoke and fire cut through the wind. Harry, hiding inside, didn't understand why there was such a loud noise outside. Then, an explosion erupted. The house immediately engulfed in flame. This scene made the men stop in their tracks. Sunset's men were at a loss for words. Peter ignored them and decisively dropped the cannon to the ground. He ordered everyone, "Let's go, we have to witness the final battle." Meanwhile, on the island building, due to serious injuries, Seth remained in the recovery room. But today, he was receiving a guest. He frowned at the person before him and asked suspiciously, "So, what is it you want to say?" It turned out to be Jack. He hesitated before speaking. He had heard Seth would take at least a month to fully recover. Hearing this, Seth frowned immediately. A wound this small, a month. Yet Jack firmly said, "We all want to see the ultimate battle. For that, you need to be at your best." Seth snorted coldly. "Ridiculous, do you think I'm here to entertain you?" Jack bit his lip stubbornly, knowing Seth came voluntarily. Still, he persisted, "At least we don't want any regrets in this fight." As he finished, Seth coldly said, "1 week." Hearing this, Jack's eyes widened in shock. Seth could only concede this much. For him, 1 week was enough. Jack initially hesitated, but Seth had decided and Jack didn't dare oppose. Thus, the island experienced a week of peace. Seth stayed in the recovery room. Peter's men arrived and Jin remained diligent. He continuously trained. In just a few days, Z recovered, starting light exercises. In the following days, Sophie constantly came to check on his injury. Finally, a week passed. Seth removed his bandages and was back to normal activity. And today was the final battle between Seth and Jin, the battle of friends. Also rivals. At this moment, both were filled with determination, aggressively moving forward, each wanting to defeat the other. On the rooftop, the scene was unchanged, cameras arranged everywhere. The curly-haired man remained to prepare the cameras to record the fight. At the same time, he began streaming live on his channel. Seeing the number of likes waiting, he cheered happily, approaching 25 million. At this point, he suddenly frowned thoughtfully. But really, between Seth and Jin, who would win in a fight, he was curious too. Not just him, the whole world was watching this fight. People like Jack were in the conference room, waiting for the match to begin. They kept arguing about who would win. Only Dai just wanted to watch the two of them fight. At the same time, in Sophie's room, her father and Victor were also waiting for the match. Anna was in front of the surveillance monitors with Erica and Brock standing behind her, and they weren't the only ones. Somewhere far away in a small house, Igoro had just coaxed a little boy to sleep. He pulled out his phone to watch too, even all the way in Japan. Jin and Shinto were also looking forward to the fight. Jin kept staring at his phone, and when a new notification came, he happily showed it to Shinto. Shinto nodded in satisfaction, wanting to see who was stronger. Elsewhere, at the Riverside prison, in the warden's office, Sang Man brought his men over to watch the match. They kept chatting about whether the boss could win. Hearing their nonsense, Sang Man ordered them to keep quiet. After he spoke, the room fell silent, and only then did he smile in satisfaction. Finally, Seth arrived. On the island, the red-haired guy had been waiting forever. The match was about to start, but no one had shown up yet. It made him suspicious more than an hour past the agreed time. This was a live stream. If viewers dropped, he'd be finished. Just then, a loud noise echoed from downstairs. He spun around in shock, not knowing what had happened. After hesitating for a moment, his expression turned ugly. "Don't tell me it's those two." He walked to the door and opened it to look. In an instant, cold sweat soaked his forehead. He bit his lip. Right in front of him, the scene was two people lined up, and Jin and Seth were fighting viciously. How did this happen? We need to go back 1 hour earlier. Right on time, they went up to the rooftop. The moment they arrived, someone was already waiting. It was Jin. No one knew how long he'd been there. Jin looked at him and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Seth frowned. They weren't close enough to be worrying about each other. As soon as those words left his mouth, Jin's gaze turned icy. Then he stood up and said bluntly, "I'm glad Z is still the same. Then I can fight to my heart's content. Before we start, there's something I want to say." Dai frowned, not knowing what he meant. Jin stared coldly, eyes full of anger. "Stop acting like a child, it's time to grow up." At that, Seth's face immediately darkened. He frowned and asked in a low voice, "What? If you beat me, what are you going to do? Bring Uncle Rodney back to life?" Hearing that, Seth froze, then quickly broke into a scornful smile. Jin looked at him confused. "What are you laughing at?" Seth raised an eyebrow, taunting, "You scared already?" Those words enraged Jin, but Seth didn't care. He walked slowly up the stairs and said calmly, "Settle it with skill. Quit the pointless trash talk, it makes me not even want to fight." Jin bit his lip, his jaw tense. Right after that, he swung his leg and kicked straight at Seth. Seth dodged, then frowned at Jin and sneered, "What are you doing?" Jin snorted, "Let's see what you've really got." Seth narrowed his eyes at his back and said nothing. At that moment, Jin spoke again. "Make me take this seriously." He turned to Seth and spoke coldly, telling him to have a real fight. Hearing that, Seth snorted in contempt. "So this is what you're like." Mocked like that, Jin didn't get angry. He said bluntly, "I want to win and I care about Sophie." "You care about her too, don't you?" Seth bit his lip, killing intent flashing in his eyes. "You want to die?" Jin provoked him. "That's for me to decide." Seth lunged in fiercely, catching him off guard. Jin quickly slipped aside, then mocked him for being slow. Seth glared at him and attacked again. But this time, Jin still dodged and leapt into the air. Seth's 5 punches hit nothing but air, Gene then. From midair, he grabbed the stair railing, then landed a few steps away from Seth. Only then did he speak coldly. I heard you want to livestream this, senior. Seth missed twice. His face looked awful now, but Jin kept provoking him. What's wrong? You want to stand up high so everyone can see you. If that's the case, do you think Uncle Rodney will forgive you? The more Jin spoke, the darker Seth's face became. Seth's rage hit its limit, but Jin seemed not to care at all. He said coldly, "You're not getting up there, that spot is mine." Seth bit his lip and cursed, "You idiot who doesn't know a damn thing." Seth's eyes were brimming with murderous intent. He snarled and shouted, "Idiot, shut your mouth." Jin flinched, startled by the sudden shift in his aura. Seth charged at him viciously, his fist clenched so tightly that veins stood out. But Jin wasn't the type to stand there and wait to die. He threw out a palm strike, only for Seth to catch it. With his other hand, he seized Seth's fist. The two locked up like that, glaring at each other, neither willing to give an inch. Right then, Jin suddenly kicked towards Seth. But Seth quickly stepped back and cleanly avoided the kick. The attack missed. Jin didn't give up. He spun and kicked again. Seth hurriedly raised an arm to block, but Jin's strength was too much, forcing Seth to stagger back several steps. Jin looked at him smugly and provoked. "No matter how gifted you are, you'll still have habits." What Jin meant was the set of moves Seth had repeated again and again in the recent fights. Jin used that to spot an opening. Seth leaned against the railing, fury flashing in his eyes. The next moment, he lunged forward to attack Jin. So when the curly-haired guy opened the door, that was exactly the scene he walked in on. He saw the two of them fighting fiercely and hurriedly pulled his phone from his pocket. But while he was still fumbling with it, they'd already exchanged several blows. Seth grabbed Jin by the leg and yanked him down hard. It caught Jin completely off guard. His whole body went limp as he was dragged along. Facing him like that, Seth didn't hesitate. He threw a punch. Jin reacted in time, bringing his arms up across his chest to defend. But he'd underestimated Seth's power. Jin was knocked down the stairs by the blow. To lessen the impact, Jin hurriedly twisted his body, trying to find a safer way to land. He looked up, fear filling his eyes. But at that moment, Seth charged in again. He rushed forward with savage momentum, like he wanted to beat Jin to death. The curly-haired guy had caught up now, watching the two struggle at the foot of the stairs. He couldn't help cursing, then raised his phone and started live streaming everything. As he filmed, he kept swearing at them nonstop, calling them lunatics. In an instant, the chaotic scene appeared before everyone. It all happened too suddenly. The investors were still excitedly waiting when they got blindsided. Their faces changed in a flash. Jace and Ryan hadn't expected this to happen now. Even Anna wasn't an exception. She never would have imagined they'd start brawling in such a hurry at the foot of the stairs. That spot wasn't even the rooftop. Brock's expression was also extremely ugly. At the same time, inside a room, Sophie had seen the fight too. Her body trembled nonstop and her hands on her thighs clenched tight into her pants. Back by the rooftop stairwell, Jean and Seth kept fighting. They kept throwing brutal attacks at each other, neither giving an inch. Before long, they'd traded more than a dozen moves. Just then, as Seth threw a punch, he exposed an opening. Jin suddenly switched from a palm to a fist and slammed a punch into Seth's face. Hard, Seth didn't expect he had that move and took the punch cleanly before he could guard. Blood started streaming from his nose. Jin raised an eyebrow smugly. "Fighting here without saying a word, what am I supposed to do about that?" Seth was enraged by his words, grinding his teeth. Without a word, he threw another punch, but Jin dodged it. Jin kept provoking him. "That's all you've got. Can you feel the difference in strength now?" Seth didn't care what he said and kept attacking. At this moment, his anger had hit the peak and his strikes grew even more vicious. Meanwhile, the curly-haired guy was still doing his best to do his job, chasing after them with his phone to keep the live stream going. Inside the surveillance room, Anna watched for a long time before finally asking, "Guess who's going to win?" Erica and Brock fell silent in thought. Not hearing an answer, Anna turned to them and pressed on, "Who do you want to win?" After a long, quiet moment, Brock finally said, "Whoever wins, I'm still stronger." Right then, the fight between Seth and Jin spilled into a room. Jin was kicked inside by Seth and slid a long distance across the floor. Before finally stopping, he looked up, grinding his teeth in rage. His face was dark as a storm. Seth slowly walked in from outside and sneered, "Look at that expression. So you've never gotten serious before, huh?" Jin narrowed his eyes at him, a vicious look on his face. Seth still wore that arrogant smile. He cocked an eyebrow at Jin and taunted, "You should have been like this from the start." As soon as the words fell, they both lunged at each other again. At the same time, the curly-haired guy, trying to entertain everyone, kept chasing after Seth and Jin to film them. He sprinted down the hallway nonstop, recording video. But as he ran past a room, something suddenly whipped past his face from inside. When he looked closely, he saw a chair had smashed hard into the wall. The moment it fell, a huge hole had already appeared in the wall. He knew who had done it and hurriedly ran inside to film. And of course, Seth and Jin were still fighting. They were tightly restrained by the opponent, unable to move. The two of them gritted their teeth, staring at each other. However, Jin didn't notice a hand reaching from behind, grabbing his hair. Without hesitation, he yanked his hair back forcefully. Jin frowned aggressively. He hadn't expected Seth to have this move. He quickly turned so his head faced Seth. At this moment, Seth was gripping Jin's hair. He only wanted to pin him to make attacking easier. But Jin suddenly bared his teeth and lunged, catching Seth by surprise. No one knew what Jin was planning. Immediately, he bit down hard on his own hair. In an instant, the hair was severed. Taking advantage of Seth's momentary shock, Jin began to counterattack. He lowered his center of gravity, head level with LZ. His hand delivered a strike. Naturally, Seth didn't have time to evade. He was hit by Jin and thrown backward, landing against a dense forest. He twisted in midair, landing on his knees. No serious injury occurred. He squinted at Jin, noting his audacious move, truly unexpected. After Jin bit off his long tail hair, his appearance changed. His long hair became a short, neck-length cut, much more masculine and tidy. Meanwhile, inside the room, Sophie witnessed the entire scene. She bit her lip aggressively and muttered, "Why is this happening?" She didn't understand. Why did they have to go this far? She had been suppressing herself until her body shook. Seeing this, Victor felt helpless, sighing, "I don't know." Because they were different from me, Sophie looked distraught. She gripped Victor's thigh tightly, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath, praying. Anyone would do, she just wanted it to end quickly. Elsewhere, the three Annas watched the fight intently, silent. At that moment, the elevator door suddenly opened. Anna turned sharply, startled. Jin stepped out, frowning at them. Anna asked suspiciously, "Feeling better now?" Diane chuckled softly, joking about that death. "I'm an old man nearing death." The words fell and the atmosphere turned silent. Erica muttered doubtfully, "Now you're laughing?" Diane seemed unconcerned and continued, "Even as an old man near death, this fight cannot be missed." He then slowly advanced, regret in his voice. "It's a pity I should have been there." Anna frowned, watching him suspiciously. She then glanced at the screen, clicking her tongue in admiration. Her son was truly amazing, growing stronger with each strike. Hearing this, Anna couldn't help but agree. Diane chuckled softly. He spoke slowly. "Martial artists must learn and prepare quickly to apply what they've learned in practice." Seth matured right on the spot. Anna's expression grew darker. She said nothing. A battle raged inside the room. After a brief pause, Seth grabbed the bedspread. He then threw it forward. The blanket blocked Jin's view. He didn't notice Seth had left the bed. His legs were now in front of him. Sensing danger, he quickly dodged his head, narrowly avoiding a strike, but there was more behind. By the time the blanket fell, Seth stood before Jin. His fists clenched tightly as he lunged aggressively. In an instant, Jin's expression turned alarmed. He couldn't evade. Seth's punch hit directly, sending him flying backward. Meanwhile, the red-haired guy here was filming. By the time he reacted, Jin's body had slammed into him. He acted as a cushion for Jin falling to the ground, but Jin was fine, able to stand firmly. At the same time, Seth came out from inside. The two locked eyes again. Neither yielded. Jin stepped forward. But he didn't notice Tim's curly-haired phone below, and he stomped on it, shattering it. Seeing this, Tim's face turned pale, shouting, "No way!" But no one here cared about him. The fight continued. Jin lunged forward aggressively while Seth calmly watched him approach. A proud smirk appeared on his face. His eyes burned with fierce fighting spirit. Meanwhile, in the audience, the TV screen suddenly went dark. This frustrated the spectators, who shouted, "Why the interruption? Can we still win?" Confused, they frowned and pondered. After a moment, someone said, "Seth will definitely win." They realized he grew stronger with each strike. Such a fighter is truly terrifying. Back on the island with his phone broken, Tim hurried to find a camera. He climbed to the rooftop, searching for a camera, muttering, "Why did I break my own phone?" He didn't hesitate, taking the camera and running down. He went up and down staircases, through empty hallways. But when he reached the room, the two were gone. He had to run around searching again, finally seeing Seth thrown into the wall by Jin. In the hallway, they rushed forward like moths to a flame, relentless. They kept attacking relentlessly, no one backing down. Each move became fiercer, their strength growing. After several exchanges, both were hit simultaneously. Jin took a punch to the chest from Seth, while Seth was kicked in the head by Jin. Both staggered backward from the simultaneous hits. In an instant, they forced themselves upright, narrowing their eyes at each other. Their fighting spirit never faded. Without a word, they charged again. Jin swung his leg in a sweeping kick. Seth quickly jumped and bent to evade. Yet this move played right into Jin's plan, and his palm strike immediately followed. Seth flinched in shock, trying to block, but Jin's speed was far faster. He grabbed Seth by the neck. Jin looked up at Seth, his eyes glinting with menace. Then his hand spun and struck Seth's neck. Seth was flung back, spitting a mouthful of blood. He collapsed, trembling with pain. Jin narrowed his eyes coldly and warned, "Give up, or you'll die." But Seth suddenly laughed. He curled his lips with disdain and said, "You haven't even started." As soon as he spoke, Jin aggressively kicked down from above. The kick drove Seth face first to the ground. Jin's eyes widened in alarm. Seth coughed twice, then fell completely. The curly-haired guy was stunned. "Is it over already?" At this moment, he wasn't sure if he should turn off the camera. Jin squinted at Seth lying there, blood still flowing from his mouth. Then, a second later, a terrifying laugh rang out. Seth laughed coldly. You're really going to fight? Jin hurriedly stepped back. Now Seth forced himself up, smiling maliciously at Jin. This is extremely entertaining. Seeing this, Jin exhaled sharply. Immediately, a deadly aura radiated from him. If only death could end this. Then he would be the one to deliver it. With that, he charged fiercely. He thrust all his strength into his palm strike. This time, Seth managed to evade. In a flash, Jin's expression soured as Seth spun around and threw a punch. It struck straight at his face. Jin remembered his grueling training as a child with his master. Later, even as he grew, he never stopped training. But now, he was being pounded by someone as naturally talented in combat as Seth. He still recalled sitting by his master's bedside before he passed. His master grasped his hand. Innocently, he had said he didn't know the rules, yet his master instructed him, never allow yourself to lose. So in this fight with Seth, he would not be defeated. Back in the present, Jin was struck by Seth. He fell weakly but quickly pushed himself up. They turned their backs to each other. A second later, they faced each other, eyes blazing with the intent to kill. Then, they charged again. They poured all their strength into the attack. This time, both struck almost simultaneously. Jin took a punch to the face from Seth. Seth wasn't spared either, being punched in the stomach by Jin. They both staggered, stepping back a few paces. They narrowed their eyes, then charged without hesitation. Both were ablaze with combat energy, trading blows in a tense stalemate. Eventually, Jin was hit again by Seth. Brock, watching from the control room, was left speechless. Just then, Jin countered, kicking Seth in the face. Yet Seth was unharmed, raising an eyebrow to taunt. Jin did not back down. They exchanged a few more blows. Then Seth slammed Jin to the ground. The investors were shocked. The curly-haired guy was momentarily speechless but clenched his fists, clearly unwilling to accept it. He had lost far behind the two. In the corridor, their battle raged intensely. Jin flipped and kicked Seth in the neck. This kick seemed to use all of Jin's strength to slam Seth's head into the ground. They faced each other, one sitting, one lying. Jin frowned at Seth and said coldly, I can't lose. Yet he bit his lip fiercely. Seth forced himself upright, growling, I said I won't lose. His body shook, but his eyes remained full of combat intent. He would win. Jin couldn't believe it, raising his head to look at him. In a blink, Seth fiercely kicked forward. Jin had no time to defend, getting kicked into the wall behind. He bit his lip angrily, his face showing fury. Then the terrifying anomaly occurred. Seth charged him, fists clenched, landing a flurry of punches to Jin's face. A brutal scene unfolded before the eyes of the spectators, terrifying them. But Seth, at this moment, was frenzied, continuously attacking Jin without pause for even a second. Seeing the situation was bad, a pair of slow-moving legs appeared in the hallway. Black-haired Sun was filming, and seeing the scene made him break into a cold sweat. In this situation, he wasn't sure whether he should keep filming. Seth, on the other hand, still didn't want to stop and threw another punch. By now, Jin had no strength left to resist. He just stood there, taking Seth's punch directly. Seth finally withdrew his hand, frowning as he looked at Jin. His eyes were filled with madness. At this moment, Jin was still leaning against the wall. He had no strength left to fight, but Seth still shouted and wanted to deliver one final blow to finish him. However, before his hand could come down, Anna's voice stopped him. His hand froze in midair. Anna squinted at him, a look of earnestness on her face. Seth glanced at her, then turned back to Jin. At this moment, he suddenly sensed something was wrong with Jin. He bit his lip in anger and cursed, "You idiot." He glared and questioned, "You're saying I lost because you hate me," standing there suddenly awake. But as soon as he finished speaking, Jin's body wavered as if about to fall. Seth grabbed his collar and pulled him back. He looked at him coldly. "I told you right, I will win." Having said that, he looked at Jin, seemingly waiting for a response. But the person in front of him remained silent. Seeing Jin in this state, Seth felt a bit helpless. The doctor sighed. Anna was also anxious, unsure if he would stop. She feared she couldn't stop him herself. At this moment, Seth lifted Jin onto his shoulder and walked slowly. He looked up at Anna in front of him and said, "Mom, let's go home." Hearing this, the weight in Anna's heart finally lifted. She breathed a sigh of relief and smiled gently. "All right, let's go home." At the same time, Sophie in the room saw this scene. She couldn't help but cover her face and cry. Victor, beside her, suspicious, asked, "You like that crazy guy?" Sophie's father also nodded along, curious about the answer. Elsewhere, Diane saw the outcome and smiled. That kid really won, so the result is as expected. After speaking, he turned and left, but before leaving, he muttered something. Next time will be worth looking forward to. He glanced meaningfully at Brock on the other side, then departed. Over here, Sunshine's people kept cheering, as expected the chairman. Inside the investors' room, excitement erupted, everyone standing up in joy. This really was an amazing match. They were lucky to witness it in their lifetime. Jack nodded in agreement, truly remarkable. Ryan smiled at him silently, without saying a word. Meanwhile, in the prison, Sangman's subordinates also cheered endlessly. Sangman smiled in satisfaction. As expected of someone I trained, that day in the prison, all the inmates knew a group of people were celebrating because their former chairman had won. Sometime later at a restaurant in South Korea, Seth and Sophie were on a date. Around them were several people in black. Sophie complained. It's been a while since we had a date and it has to be like this. Seth felt guilty, constantly apologizing for an important meeting he had today. He promised it was just for today. Sophie warned him, if you get into fights again, you're done with me. He chuckled softly and said calmly, who else would dare mess with me? Hearing this, Sophie didn't know how to retort. A while later, she changed the topic, asking how his studies were going. He nodded quickly. Of course, I'm diligent in both studying and working. Sophie smiled, pleased, and suggested, let's go hiking this weekend. Seth felt awkward, shyly scratching his head. Sorry, I have plans this weekend. As soon as he said that, Sophie's expression turned sour. She shouted fiercely, you said we're dating, then you're busy with what? He felt awkward and could only promise to go next week. He would definitely go. Sophie didn't push further, she knew he was busy. Seth smiled at her and their happy time passed quietly. In the prison, someone was being released today. That person was Sangman. Same clothes, same aura. As he stepped outside, he saw people waiting. He frowned at them, teasing, you've been waiting a long time, huh? It was Peter. Behind him were more Sunshine members. They stood in line, radiating determination. Sangman frowned and asked Peter, where's Seth? Just as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly ran over. He furrowed his brows in surprise and looked back. Then, a smile spread across his lips. Ah, the strongest person in the world ready for a match. I'm talking to Seth here. Seth had just arrived. He ran his hand through his hair. Remembering, he smiled and said, my schedule has been packed lately. As soon as he appeared, Sunshine's people bowed respectfully and called out, the day has come, Chairman. Seth nodded slightly, signaling them. He was fully satisfied with his current life. Elsewhere, deep in a small house in the forest, a sword duel of equals was underway. It was a battle between Shinto and Zen. They had come from Japan to train here. Not only them, Seth was also present, quietly facing Anna, keeping calm. On another side, two fists kept clashing, Brock and Jean also testing their skill. The main purpose of their training was to build strength. They fought while shouting loudly. Shinto and Zen on the other side also raised their voices like a battle cry. Meanwhile, NHI couldn't help but chuckle softly. Anna sighed reluctantly. And so the training began. At the Sunshine Corporation in the chairman's office, Peter was reporting today's schedule to Seth. But Seth said, cancel today's schedule for me. We have a lot of guests coming. Peter frowned. Are these guests friends or foes? Outside the headquarters, a large group had gathered. It was Jin's team here to train and inspect the facility. Seth didn't care how many came, let them all in. No matter what, victory would still be his.